Chapter 1. The Mysterious Transmigration. Indeed, I am Iron Man, as Tony Stark made this declaration during a press conference, sending reporters into a frenzy. Lin Chen exhibited no surprise, but rather a knowing expression of inevitability. Lin Chen is a transmigrator. Like many others of his kind, he currently bears the identity of an orphan, accompanied by a systemer, or perhaps more accurately, an unawakened one. A year ago, Lin Chen vividly recalls a summer afternoon, lounging leisurely on his sofa, clutching a chilled bottle of soda, basking in the gentle breeze of a fan, utterly content. Nearby, his laptop displayed a commentary video from a certain online personality, filled with humorous critiques that occasionally included phrases like gasified horse. The content brought Lin Chen great amusement, but perhaps due to the fans' soothing airflow or the oppressive heat that induced drowsiness, he gradually succumbed to sleep. Time passed unnoticed, and when Lin Chen next opened his eyes, he found himself in a different world. Indeed, he had transmigrated rather simply and inexplicably. It was a soul transference. The individual whose life he had entered was named Jack Lin, an Asian. Jack Lin's existence was fraught with hardship, having grown up in an orphanage where he was perpetually bullied, resulting in a timid and reclusive disposition. Eventually, he was adopted by an elderly man who cherished him dearly, but this bliss was short-lived as the old man passed away a few years later. Not long after, Jack Lin succumbed to depression, and on his 20th birthday, having spent the day in solitude, he took sleeping pills and ended his life. It was after this tragedy that Lin Chen arrived. The current time was 2008, the location was New York City, and most importantly, he had found himself in the Marvel Universe. Shortly after his arrival, Lin Chen came to understand the gravity of his situation. Whether through the memories of Captain America swirling in his mind or the countless tabloid headlines featuring Tony Stark, the undeniable truth was made clear to him. Initially, Lin Chen was quite anxious. He was merely an ordinary individual in a world teeming with superhumans devoid of extraordinary abilities or advanced technology. He felt utterly powerless. Moreover, constrained by his mundane perspective and the temporal context, Lin Chen was at a complete loss regarding what actions to take. Thus, for an entire year, aside from honing his physical fitness, Lin Chen engaged in little else, seemingly oblivious to the perilous circumstances surrounding him in the Marvel world. However, Lin Chen possessed a certain confidence otherwise. He would not have dared to remain in New York, having already prepared to leave. A percentage progress bar had manifested in his mind, lacking any explanation, yet Lin Chen comprehended that this was his unique advantage as a transmigrator. At 0 upon his arrival, today it stood at 99. In just under a year, the progress had surged by 99% according to the pattern. The bar would surely reach completion within the next day or two. At that point, Lin Chen would finally discover the true nature of his extraordinary gift. In that moment, it was impossible for him to suppress his excitement. The notion of transcendent power had crossed the minds of nearly all, yet the ordinary flow of life often stifles such aspirations. Now, Lin Chen had the opportunity to transform his life and encounter extraordinary abilities. Particularly today, as Tony had also revealed his identity as Iron Man, the events of the Marvel Universe were about to unfold. A brand new world awaited Lin Chen, and the various forms of training he had undertaken over the year had been preparations for this grand occasion. 37, 38, 39, 40. Completing a set of push-ups, Lin Chen rose, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. As he sipped water, he glanced at the full-length mirror nearby. Reflected was a handsome young man, standing at 6 feet tall, his torso bare, showcasing a well-proportioned physique with slightly defined six-pack abs. While his arms lacked the explosive musculature of a bodybuilder, they nonetheless conveyed a sense of latent power. A year's worth of progress isn't too shabby, he mused, nodding in approval before donning his clothes and settling at his computer. With practiced ease, he accessed the stock market interface, logging into his account. Observing the meteoric rise of Stark Industries stock, a faint smile graced his lips. He hadn't invested much, merely mortgaged his inherited assets and employed tenfold leverage. After the series of maneuvers, he had netted a profit of around $70,000 to $80,000. And this was far from the limit currently. Stark stock had yet to return to its peak, let alone the anticipated surge following the company's pivot to clean energy. Lin Chen estimated that with a few more strategic moves over the next month, he could easily amass $2 million. With that, he would be able to live quite comfortably in this world. Suddenly, Lin Chen's thoughts came to a standstill, as if time itself had been paused, everything around him slowing to a crawl, accompanied by the sound reminiscent of cracking eggshells echoing in his mind. In the next instant, a bright light enveloped him, and he found himself in a peculiar space. Before he could ponder the situation, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. After a brief moment, Lin Chen comprehended the unfolding circumstances. As if scripted in a novel, he had indeed acquired a system. However, this system bore no name and lacked a guiding spirit, yet Lin Chen was acutely aware of its capabilities. This was a system designed to facilitate transmigration across various dimensions. For now, he would refer to it as the transmigration system. The previous progress bar represented a process of energy accumulation. Only upon reaching 100% would the system possess the energy required for a transmigration event. This small space served as a preparatory zone before the journey, functioning as a temporal anchor to ensure that when Lin Chen arrived in the Marvel Universe, the timeline would remain unaffected, anchored to his previous state. In simpler terms, regardless of how much time passed in the transmigrated world, be it a century, a millennium, or an eternity, time in the Marvel Universe would remain unchanged from Lin Chen's prior arrival. The transmigration system did not include a conventional shop, but it possessed a unique feature akin to an alternative marketplace. This feature allowed for world analysis. The system would dissect the world he traversed, extracting its essence while discarding the dross, with certain special items collected by the system. To acquire these items, Lin Chen could strive for them within the transmigrated world or exchange them using points. These points were rewards bestowed by the system for completing tasks. Indeed, the system will assign tasks to Lin Chen, and he can only return after completing the main quest. Otherwise, he will remain trapped in the alternate dimension until death. Chapter 2. The First Journey Through Time. The first journey is set to commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. As the words suddenly materialized in his mind, Lin Chen tightened his focus, bracing himself for the impending transition. Although death in the alternate dimension equates to true demise, and the journey is random, Lin Chen remained relatively calm, as the system possesses an upgrade mechanism. Currently, the system has just been activated, and various functions are still underdeveloped. It will only begin to improve after the first world is traversed. The first journey typically occurs in beginner-friendly alternate dimensions, environments where, as long as one does not recklessly provoke danger, threats are virtually non-existent. 3, 2, 1. As Lin Chen pondered, the countdown reached its conclusion. In the blink of an eye, a radiant white aura enveloped him, and when it dissipated, he found himself in a lavatory stall of an office building. Unfazed and devoid of anxiety, Lin Chen swiftly exited the restroom, taking a few moments to survey his surroundings. Once he confirmed his safety, he returned to the lavatory and sat upon the toilet. Over the past year, Lin Chen had entertained numerous hypotheses and speculations concerning his golden finger. This scenario was well within his expectations. At this moment, he needed to thoroughly interpret the system prompts and tasks echoing in his mind. First and foremost was the prompt. If Lin Chen understood correctly, his current state was that of a complete body transfer, albeit with a reasonable identity assigned by the system. However, he possessed no memories of this body. Yet based on the system's information, he learned that his name was Marlon Tove, employed as an accountant in a local internet company. He resided in an apartment not far from here, living alone with his parents absent. The system provided only these fundamental yet practical details, granting Lin Chen a general understanding of his situation. Beyond that, the only source of additional information lay in the tasks assigned by the system. There were 2 tasks in total, one main and one side quest. Main quest: eliminate the leader of the Assassin Brotherhood, Sloan. Quest reward: 50 points and 1 lottery opportunity in this dimension. Side quest: ensure the survival of Klaus. Quest reward: 20 points. The side quest completion could be determined based on circumstances, but the main quest was imperative for Lin Chen, as only by fulfilling it could he return. Otherwise, he would remain ensnared in this world. Upon reviewing the task details, Lin Chen noted 3 critical terms: Assassin Brotherhood, Sloan, and Klaus. During his year in the Marvel Universe, Lin Chen had speculated about his golden finger being a form of time travel and had contemplated that the alternate dimensions were reminiscent of the films, television shows, and novels he was familiar with. Thus, he had diligently organized his memories during this time. While the results were not entirely satisfactory, they were certainly preferable to inaction. Regarding the term Brotherhood, Lin Chen's initial thought was the Brotherhood from X-Men. Yet upon further reflection, that seemed incorrect. The full name of this Brotherhood was the Assassin Brotherhood, and its leader was undoubtedly Magneto, not Sloan. Moreover, this world seemingly posed no dangers. It could not possibly be the X-Men universe. As for the name class, it was entirely unfamiliar, and Lin Chen could not recall any associations. After spending several minutes in the restroom without clarity, he decided to leave and head toward the company. The system never randomly deposited Lin Chen in arbitrary locations when transitioning between dimensions. Instead, it placed him in proximity to the main quest. Currently, these locations included the company, the office building, and the apartment where Marlon Tove resided. The first destination Lin Chen intended to visit was the company, primarily due to its close proximity. This was an internet company filled with computers, a scene reminiscent of the movie Inception. Though this company lacked the opulence of the film, it was still sizable, estimated at 200 to 300 square meters, with approximately 50 to 60 employees. Before Lin Chen could observe further, a voice resonated beside him, followed by someone pulling him forward. "Hey, Marlon, why did you take so long in the restroom? You need to finish the financial report today. If you don't hurry, you'll have to work overtime." As Lin Chen turned to face the person who had pulled him, he was momentarily stunned. Star-Lord? Or a chubby version of Star-Lord Plus. Dressed in a gray suit with a slightly protruding belly, Lin Chen might not have recognized him had it not been for the unmistakable face that had once punched its way through Avengers Endgame. The surprise was fleeting. Lin Chen quickly realized this individual could not possibly be Star-Lord. He had just noted that the current year in this world was 2007, a time when Star-Lord was still adventuring with Yondu, making it improbable for him to be working on Earth. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Come on." As Lin Chen stood frozen in thought, the individual resembling Star-Lord, who was actually named Barry, called out to him. "I'm coming." Shaking his head, Lin Chen followed him. At this moment, it was best to locate his workstation before contemplating anything else. Standing around in a daze was hardly productive. After walking a few steps with Barry, Lin Chen was once again taken aback, for he spotted a younger version of Professor X. "Wesley, my tooth is bothering me again today. I need to see the dentist later, so you can take care of the financial report." Barry approached Wesley, throwing an arm around him and giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Wesley appeared slightly uneasy but quickly regained his composure and nodded. "Sure. Marlon, just hand the report to Wesley once you finish," Barry said with a smile before striding out of the company. As Lin Chen watched the departing Star-Lord and then turned to the younger version of Professor X seated before him, his mind momentarily spiraled into confusion. 10 minutes later, seated at his desk, Lin Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. "I remember now." Though his voice was soft, several nearby individuals turned to look, prompting Lin Chen to cough a few times to dispel the awkwardness. Once the eyes of those around him averted, Lin Chen gradually contained his excitement. Indeed, he recalled precisely where he was. This was the setting of Wanted, also known as Assassin's Creed, a film that bore 2 titles due to translation variations. Though that distinction was inconsequential. Primarily, it was Lin Chen who had watched this film. Although his memories have long since faded, he can now recollect a general trajectory of the plot through associative memory. The protagonist is Wesley, who is essentially the younger version of Professor X that Lin Chen encountered earlier. Presently, this individual's life resembles a dismal mess, fraught with various misfortunes. Subsequently, he encounters members of the Assassin Brotherhood, who then introduce him to the organization for rigorous training. Ultimately, he discovers that this brotherhood is not comprised of virtuous individuals. In response, he eliminates these antagonists who masquerade as benevolent figures. The storyline, in essence, perhaps, is likely something along those lines. Chapter 3. Approaching Wesley. The primary objective of the main quest is to eliminate the head of the Assassin Brotherhood, Sloan. The term eliminate is quite intriguing. Is it imperative for Lin Chen to personally take the life of his target? Or is it sufficient for him to play a role in the assassination? Or perhaps, the mere death of Sloan is all that is required? If the former is true, the challenge becomes exceedingly daunting, as Sloane is indeed a formidable antagonist, reputed to possess the legendary gun fu skills. Aiming from 800 miles away, pardon the mix-up, the bullets in this gun fu can curve. It can be said that as soon as Lin Chen enters Sloane's line of sight, he becomes a target. The prospect of personally killing Sloane is nearly impossible. However, participating in the assassination is a more feasible notion. He could choose to refrain from any active involvement and merely greet Wesley, establishing an acquaintance. Considering he has already made an introduction with the protagonist, that should count as participation, right? There exists a third alternative. As long as Sloane meets his demise, Lin Chen need not lift a finger. Especially since the plot dictates that Sloane will inevitably die. Even if he were to survive, Lin Chen could bide his time and continue to exist in this world until Sloane passes away from old age. Observing Sloane's graying hair in the film, he must be around 50 or 60 years old. As a vigorous young man in his 20s, Lin Chen is confident that he will outlive him. Nevertheless, the option of waiting for Sloane to die of old age quickly became a distant thought for Lin Chen. He has traversed from another realm, and the years he spent in that dimension will not vanish with his return. They will accompany him indefinitely. The notion of returning to the Marvel Universe as an elderly man is simply absurd. After all, he possesses a system. How could he squander precious time in this initial dimension? At the very least, Lin Chen would opt for the second scenario, engaging in a greeting to establish his involvement. Yet, upon further reflection, he recognized the impracticality of this approach. The dimensions he will traverse in the future, as dictated by the system, will become increasingly perilous. Should he remain idle during this period, he will enter those dangerous realms devoid of any confidence. The ultimate outcome would merely be a fatality due to insufficient strength in some perilous dimension. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to forge a friendship with Wesley. Seizing the opportunity while the plot has yet to unfold, he hoped to cultivate a bond akin to that of brothers. By staying close to Wesley, he could gain the chance to enter the Assassin Brotherhood alongside him and undergo rigorous training. In the film, it appears that Wesley became a top-tier assassin after only about a month of training. Although his innate talent and unique abilities played a role, the training methods themselves are beyond reproach. Should this plan succeed, Lin Chen, having undergone systematic training, would undoubtedly experience a transformative surge in power. However, two significant issues loom over this plan. First, what is the likelihood of Lin Chen becoming a close friend of Wesley? As for the Brotherhood, it is comprised of a cadre of assassins, utterly devoid of compassion. What if Lin Chen were to be slain upon his arrival? These two concerns weighed heavily on his mind. The first dilemma was relatively simple. Wesley was currently nothing more than a failure, and with a modicum of effort, Lin Chen could easily penetrate the depths of his heart. The second issue, however, presented no immediate solutions, leaving Lin Chen to navigate the situation step by step. He recalled that a female assassin from the Brotherhood had previously approached Wesley, subsequently escorting him inside. Thus, he needed to ascertain this individual's disposition before proceeding further. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Chen set about his tasks with determination. Work could not be neglected, for it was the most effective means of approaching Wesley within the confines of the company. He had no intention of embarking on a venture only to meet an untimely demise. A mere financial report posed no significant challenge for Lin Chen, though the absence of memory required him to invest some effort in gathering data. As he glanced at the time, he completed the report just as the workday was drawing to a close and delivered it to Wesley. "I apologize for causing you to stay late," he said, offering an apologetic smile as he observed colleagues beginning to leave. "It's quite all right," Wesley replied with a forced smile, turning to commence his overtime work. Such late hours had become routine for him, rendering him somewhat desensitized. Lin Chen, however, offered no comment, merely smiling faintly as he joined the throng heading outside. Yet, Lin Chen did not truly return home. Instead, he descended to the ground floor and purchased 2 beverages and a few snacks from a nearby shop before retracing his steps back to the office. In truth, he had completed the financial report long ago, but he deliberately timed its delivery to coincide with the end of the workday, considering the current circumstances. Given their prior interactions, Lin Chen and Wesley were not well acquainted. Thus, an overt attempt to forge a connection would likely come off as awkward and ineffective. By employing this strategy, offering an invitation for refreshments, followed by a dinner and perhaps a few drinks, he believed he could effectively bridge the gap between them. Indeed, The plan unfolded seamlessly. After half an hour of Lin Chen's conversational guidance, the rapport between him and Wesley had blossomed. A few minutes later, observing Wesley complete his tasks, Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go. Tonight, I shall treat you to dinner, celebrating the addition of such a good friend. Perhaps we should skip that. You've already treated me to drinks," Wesley began, but before he could finish, Lin Chen enthusiastically pulled him toward the exit, exuding an almost overwhelming exuberance. Faced with such fervor, Wesley found himself swept along. 2 hours later, upon returning to his apartment, Lin Chen wore a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling upward. It must be said that today's outcome surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. This fellow was remarkably easy to persuade, and incredibly open-hearted. After a hearty meal accompanied by a few bottles of beer, the two were already on the verge of brotherhood. With such a promising beginning, as long as Lin Chen refrains from making foolish decisions, his relationship with Wesley is bound to flourish. Furthermore, if he stays close over the next few days, the likelihood of encountering members of the Brotherhood together is significantly heightened. Although he was uncertain how much time remained before the plot commenced, Lin Chen had already resolved to maintain this relationship in the long run. However, such matters were for the future. For the present, he needed to complete his daily workout. Exercising for an hour each day had become a steadfast habit for Lin Chen. A day without it left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. After his workout, he also needed to organize his assets and various circumstances in this world. What a tiresome endeavor. The next day, Lin Chen began to adapt to the routine of work while continuing to nurture his relationship with Wesley. The evolving dynamics between the two left Barry perplexed. Considering Wesley had previously been his closest friend at the company, what could have transpired in just one day? Chapter 4. The Fox Appears life continued in its unremarkable fashion. And before long, a week had slipped by. One evening, Lin Chen and Wesley, after finishing dinner, strolled along the street. After walking a short distance, Wesley reached into his pocket, retrieved a bottle of medication, and shook it, producing a crisp and scattered ticking sound. "Almost forgot, I'm running low on my meds. I need to buy another bottle." Wesley suffered from a condition wherein any form of stress or fright rendered him exceedingly anxious. His breathing rapid and heartbeat accelerated. To him, this was a malady, a peculiar form of anxiety and panic disorder with no discernible cause. He had consulted a physician, but no remedy was found. The most effective solution was to take special medication during each episode. Yet, Lin Chen was aware that this was not an ailment at all, but rather a unique ability. It allowed one's heart rate to soar in a remarkably short span, far surpassing that of an average person, resulting in a surge of adrenaline, enhanced strength, improved reflexes, and sharpened vision, among other benefits. In essence, it was akin to a comprehensive enhancement buff, transforming one's capabilities fundamentally. In the films, Wesley's ability to single-handedly annihilate an entire brotherhood was primarily attributed to this power. However, at this moment, Wesley remained oblivious, perceiving it merely as an illness. "Let us go. The supermarket is just ahead. I'll accompany you since I need to pick up a few things as well." After spending time together, Lin Chen had genuinely come to regard Wesley as a friend, and his words flowed naturally, giving a reassuring pat on the shoulder. They made their way to the supermarket together. However, what they failed to perceive was that not far down the street, a middle-aged man clad in an olive green coat was intently observing Wesley from a distance. His countenance bore a myriad of complex emotions, anxiety, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation, creating a conflicting tableau. Indeed, he was none other than Wesley's father, Klaus, one of the former elite assassins of the Brotherhood, codenamed Cross. Notably, he, along with Mr. X and Wesley, possessed a unique ability that allowed for a significant enhancement of their strength in a short span of time. Klaus's defection from the Brotherhood was instigated by Sloan. Initially, the Brotherhood was not a nefarious organization. On the contrary, its undertakings were fundamentally benevolent. The crux of the matter lay in a mysterious loom within the organization, which periodically wove the names of individuals destined to commit malevolent acts. Upon the emergence of a name, the leader of the Brotherhood would interpret it and subsequently dispatch a designated assassin to eliminate the threat, thereby quashing evil in its infancy, a hallmark of righteousness. However, one fateful day, the loom unexpectedly wove Sloane's name. Naturally, Sloane did not wish for his demise, so he promptly concealed this revelation and provided an alternate name in its stead. Had matters concluded there, all might have remained well, provided Sloan refrained from any egregious actions, for his heart still harbored justice. Yet, as time progressed, he discovered that the loom continued to weave the names of the Brotherhood's most formidable assassins. Most of these names belonged to the organization's core members, and should they all be eliminated, the Brotherhood would be rendered nearly extinct. Thus, Sloan chose to perpetuate his silence. And as time elapsed, his mindset began to shift, descending into what is colloquially termed as darkening. Coincidentally, Klaus uncovered this unsettling truth, prompting his defection from the Brotherhood and the commencement of his campaign against its members. As for Wesley, Klaus had long ago resolved not to let his son tread the perilous path of an assassin. Hence, he had sent him to an orphanage, hoping only for him to lead a peaceful life as an ordinary individual. Although this endeavor was executed with utmost discretion, traces remained, and particularly over the past 20 years. Klaus's intermittent surveillance increased the likelihood of exposure. Should the Brotherhood exert their full investigative capabilities, they could indeed uncover the truth. Since his departure from the Brotherhood, Klaus had primarily targeted ordinary assassins, eliminating only a few of the elite. However, just yesterday afternoon, through meticulous planning, he succeeded in slaying another ace assassin from the Brotherhood, Mr. X. This act had undoubtedly transgressed the Brotherhood's boundaries, and Sloan would undoubtedly become frantic, poised to take decisive action. Originally, he was supposed to meet with Wesley during the day, but to avoid detection by the Brotherhood, he could only remain in hiding until nightfall. Now, having been secretly observing his son, he resolved to confront Wesley. However, unbeknownst to him, a red sports car was quietly trailing behind Wesley and Lin Chen from another direction. Behind the wheel was a captivating woman with dark hair, her large eyes fixated on Wesley's silhouette, imbued with curiosity. Her code name was Fox, or phonetically Foxes, one of the Brotherhood's elite assassins. Yesterday, the only threat to Cross, Mr. X, had perished, leaving the Brotherhood bereft of any assassin capable of eliminating Cross. Even Fox, as a top assassin, could scarcely ensure her own survival before Cross. Sloan understood that if this continued unchecked, Cross's annihilation of the Brotherhood was merely a matter of time. Naturally, Sloan would not permit such an eventuality. He swiftly conceived a plan to approach Wesley. As Cross's son and his sole concern in this world, Cross could never harm him. Thus, the only person capable of ending Cross's life was Wesley. Fox's mission was straightforward: to concoct a narrative that would lead Wesley to believe his father was Mr. X, turning him against Cross, and subsequently bring him into the Brotherhood for training. To avoid premature detection of the Brotherhood's intentions by Cross, only Fox would appear publicly today. She had to exercise utmost caution. Failure in her mission could cost her life. In the supermarket, Lin Chen was alone in the produce section, genuinely selecting items rather than using it as a pretext. For the past 6 months, he had been preparing his own meals, a necessity born from his commitment to fitness. Cooking nutritious meals had become his habit. Presently, Lin Chen was shopping for 3 days' worth of groceries, while Wesley had gone to the pharmacy within the supermarket to purchase medicine. Moments later, as Lin Chen finished selecting his vegetables and prepared to check out, he glanced over and felt his heart skip a beat at the sight before him. Cross, Fox, and Wesley were all present, positioned with remarkable precision. Wesley stood at the pharmacy counter, seemingly checking out, while Cross observed from a distance, partially concealed behind a shelf. To Wesley's right, Fox, whether intentionally or not, leaned against the counter, effectively hiding behind Wesley, leaving Cross unable to reach her. The three formed a near-perfect line. Chapter 5. The supermarket shootout. Lin Chen's original plan was to remain close to Wesley, ensuring that if the Fox approached, she would encounter both of them, thus granting him the opportunity to engage. However, circumstances shifted unexpectedly. The two individuals had struck up a conversation that seemed to have been ongoing for quite some time. With his father observing nearby, the risk of a gunfight erupting at any moment heightened the danger of Lin Chen approaching. After some contemplation, he resolved to retreat further, opting to observe the situation from a safer distance. The supermarket was rather chaotic, and as he stepped back, Lin Chen attempted to eavesdrop on their dialogue. But he could discern nothing. Just as he found a suitable vantage point to scrutinize the unfolding events, gunfire erupted. To his astonishment, despite the supermarket's vastness, the echoes were resounding. As it was Lin Chen's first experience with gunfire, it felt as though his ears were about to burst, leaving him utterly startled. He shielded his ears and instinctively crouched behind a shelf, his nerves on edge. Soon after, more shots rang out, though not in rapid succession. The volume was still considerable, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. After a brief moment, when Lin Chen felt prepared to rise and assess the situation, the gunfire had ceased. The supermarket now appeared desolate. Cautiously, he peeked from behind the shelf and spotted Wesley fleeing towards the exit, while the two adversaries remained locked in confrontation. Bang! Bang! The standoff did not endure for long. After a few breaths, the fox seized an opportunity and fired first, unleashing two shots aimed not at a person, but at various plastic and wooden items beside Klaus. The angles were remarkably precise, as the two whirling bullets shattered the objects with a loud crack. In an instant, debris flew throughout the supermarket, forcing Klaus to retreat and disrupting the opponent's line of sight. Seizing the moment, she darted for the exit, determined to locate Wesley and drive him away. On the other side, Klaus, witnessing the fox's escape, chose not to pursue her immediately. Instead, he cast a glance towards the produce section before sprinting towards the supermarket's rear entrance. He recalled a delivery truck that had been unloading when he arrived, and he surmised it would still be there. As the two departed, the supermarket fell into a profound silence, save for the distant sounds of chaos outside. At this juncture, Lin Chen realized that according to his earlier plan, he should follow suit and rush out to find Wesley. Yet, mere seconds ago, Klaus had glanced back at him, and in that moment, their eyes met. His gaze was met with a pair of indifferent eyes, although devoid of hostility. The aura emanating from Klaus made Lin Chen break into a cold sweat, rendering him utterly drained of energy, incapable of pursuing anyone. Was this truly the legendary super assassin? Such acute observational prowess. Having merely stolen a few glances, Lin Chen was unexpectedly discovered, and the aura around him was undeniably formidable. After a brief moment of recovery, he slowly rose to his feet and made his way outside. Upon stepping out of the supermarket, he was met with the cacophony of honking cars and the clamor of voices, while the figures of the three individuals had vanished from sight. The initial plan had thus met with utter failure, yet Lin Chen remained unperturbed, for he had a second plan in mind. He recalled that in the film, Wesley returned to the company once more, which was to occur the following day, marking the beginning of a profound transformation in his life. Tomorrow, as long as Lin Chen closely followed Wesley, he was certain to encounter members of the Brotherhood. The individual in question was likely the fox, and whether she would allow Lin Chen to accompany her inside depended solely on her discretion. However, if Wesley maintained a resolute demeanor, the probability of success was significantly heightened. Lin Chen simply needed to subtly convey his desire to join him. He felt somewhat confident in this regard, but those matters were for tomorrow. For today, he resolved to indulge in a hearty meal to soothe his nerves. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Lin Chen headed towards a restaurant around the corner. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a burly black man with a goatee sat in a car a little over 10 meters behind him, placing a walkie-talkie to his lips. Target B has not made contact with the cross. There is no need to eliminate him. Let him leave. Understood. As this conversation concluded, a lone assassin, tasked with monitoring Lin Chen, stealthily departed from the path he had taken. Brotherhood assassins typically operated solo, rarely in pairs or groups, except for this mission concerning Wesley, which was of utmost importance, necessitating the attention of the Brotherhood, who dispatched 6 assassins for the task. Aside from the fox, who was to retrieve Wesley, the other 5 remained concealed, undertaking various tasks to ensure the operation's success. The mission required that Wesley not be coerced, but rather guided, indicating a possibility for his return home and to the company. As someone close to Wesley, Lin Chen's potential contact with the formidable killer, Cross, could lead to unforeseen complications. The Brotherhood could not afford such eventualities. They would preemptively quash any disruptions. Fortunately, Lin Chen was blissfully unaware of any of this, thus narrowly escaping danger. Meanwhile, on the other side of the story, the fox, driving a sports car, picked up Wesley, heading towards the Brotherhood's location. In hot pursuit was Cross in a truck, resulting in a breathtaking chase unfolding between the two. In truth, the truck's speed was rather sluggish. Were it not for his exceptional driving skills and the legendary marksmanship that allowed him to fire curved bullets, which incapacitated half of the sports car's tires, he would have been left far behind by the truck's lackluster velocity. Ultimately, however, due to the police's intervention, Klaus was unable to catch up with the two individuals, and Wesley was taken away by the fox to the Brotherhood. The following morning, Lin Chen rose early and, after a hasty wash, stood before the mirror to rehearse the words he intended to speak. Based on his understanding of Wesley, if he expressed the appropriate desire, Wesley would undoubtedly take him along. Yet, to be on the safe side, Lin Chen felt the need to practice a bit more eloquently. After more than half an hour of preparation, Lin Chen stepped out of his home. His residence was not far from the company, and he arrived swiftly, with still a few minutes to spare before work. He recalled that, based on previous experiences, Wesley should still be en route. However, upon arriving at the office, he discovered Wesley already seated at his desk. His eyes fixed intently on the computer screen, exuding a serious demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen hurried over and whispered in his ear, "Wesley, I'm so relieved to see you're okay. I was worried sick when you disappeared at the supermarket yesterday, and I couldn't reach you by phone." Chapter 6. Venting frustration. "I'm fine," Wesley replied, turning around with an expression of excitement. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he asked, "Marlon, you didn't report it to the police, did you?" Under normal circumstances, after a friend encountered a gunfight and went missing, Lin Chen should have gone to the police station to file a report the previous night. However, Lin Chen was not foolish. He had no intention of alerting the authorities. To be honest, he had indulged a bit too much while eating the previous day and had completely forgotten about the incident. Upon hearing Wesley's question, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, that's good," Wesley sighed in relief. "Let me tell you, Wesley, am quite exhilarated," he began, his mouth opening as if to say more. Yet, he was abruptly interrupted by a piercing voice. "Good heavens, I still haven't received the settlement report. And you two are here chatting instead of working." Can you envision a 200-pound woman, resembling a tank, approaching with the expression of someone who feels owed money, her mouth spewing expletives? Lin Chen did not need to imagine, for this scene unfolded before him. Janice, the financial manager at the company, held a position of moderate authority, overseeing accountants like Lin Chen and Wesley. She was known for her acerbic nature and had a reputation for exploiting employees within the company. Just a week prior, Wesley had been unable to hold his head high in her presence, as being reprimanded often triggered significant anxiety for him. During this past week, due to Lin Chen's indifference towards her, Wesley gradually began to shift his perspective. Although he still harbored a fear of Janice, he no longer became anxious to the point of distress when reprimanded. Following the events of the previous night, a new realm of understanding had unfolded before him. His outlook had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, as he observed Janice berating them, he remained unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. He realized just how powerless he had once been to allow himself to be scolded by such a person. "What? Are you planning to revolt?" Upon noticing their unyielding demeanor, Janice momentarily faltered but quickly resumed her tirade. "Next week, the company will evaluate your performance. Guess what? Your work attitude is poor. Your performance is lacking. Your management skills are inadequate. Collaboration with others?" At this point, she scoffed. "If idling at the office counts as collaboration, then I might reluctantly grant you a passing grade. Would you kindly shut up, you fat cow?" Lin Chen could no longer endure her incessant chatter and interrupted her. Although his voice was not loud, the words were sharp, drawing the attention of those around them. Janice looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Seeing this, Lin Chen was about to say more. But Wesley spoke up first. "Janice, I understand that your life must not be particularly pleasant, but that does not grant you the right to treat your employees like beasts of burden. We all know that everyone is mocking you, and we are aware that you've hidden numerous donuts in the top drawer of your desk. Honestly, if you weren't so utterly detestable, I might feel sympathy for you. However, considering your actions, I believe I can speak for the entire office when I say this." Wesley's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet following Lin Chen's bold remark, nearly everyone in the company was now watching them, admiring Wesley's courage. "Eat shit," as his words echoed. The room fell silent for a brief moment. Some admired Wesley's bravery, while others viewed him as a mere jester, foolishly courting trouble that would surely lead to his dismissal. Yet, who was truly the jester remained an unanswerable question. After the events of yesterday, Wesley had stepped into an entirely new world, one that was unlikely to intersect with the old. These words, once unutterable, now flowed from him, stirring emotions that he found difficult to quell. "Well done, Wesley." Lin Chen clapped him on the shoulder and raised his right hand. Wesley was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a brilliant smile, joining Lin Chen in a triumphant high five. Without regard for the myriad expressions of those in the company, Wesley grasped Lin Chen's arm and made for the exit. "Marlon, I have something to discuss with you. Last night, I was taken away by someone. The two walked briskly out of the building, descending the stairs as Wesley recounted the events of the previous night. Lin Chen occasionally expressed his astonishment and conveyed his curiosity about the Brotherhood. Thus, after approximately 10 minutes, as they emerged from the office building, Wesley declared his intention to join Lin Chen in the Brotherhood. The handyman had been trailing them and now reached the stairway on the first floor, observing targets A and B exiting together. The Fox was prepared to assist. Across from the office building, at the second-floor window, stood the same burly African-American man from the previous night, a hitman for the Brotherhood known as the Gunsmith, who was currently communicating through a walkie-talkie concealed within his clothing. Received, the Fox responded, then continued, Scarface has spotted the cross to the west. Be cautious and intercept him. Retreat once I signal. With that, the Fox abruptly switched off the radio and drove the vehicle she had recently acquired towards the front of the office building. After bringing Wesley back to the Brotherhood last night, her plans had proceeded smoothly, successfully implanting an idea into Wesley's mind. Although he had returned last night, it would not be long before he felt compelled to join the Brotherhood. Such a tantalizing glimpse into a new world was an irresistible allure. They had been shadowing Wesley since yesterday, as the cross might still come into contact with his son, necessitating their vigilant watch. Oh, Wesley, look over there. Doesn't the newspaper mention yesterday's events? As they exited the office building, Lin Chen pointed toward a newsstand. He had noticed the stand earlier when he arrived at work, which reported on the supermarket incident from the previous night. The newspaper identified both Wesley and the Fox as suspects in the crime. We cannot be seen by the police. We need to find a way to contact the Brotherhood, Wesley concluded after glancing at the paper. While he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a vehicle slowly approached them. Through a gap in the newsstand, Wesley caught sight of a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Could it be the Fox? Chapter 7. Entering the Brotherhood, it is her. Marlin, she is one of them. Quickly, let us go, Wesley exclaimed with delight, quietly urging Lin Chen as he hurried toward the vehicle. They opened the car door and swiftly slid into the back seat in unison. However, once inside, the Fox did not immediately start the engine. Instead, she turned to Lin Chen, a smile gracing her face, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Lin Chen was not Wesley. He was acutely aware of the formidable presence before him. Although he had mentally prepared for this moment, he still felt a twinge of anxiety under the Fox's gaze. Fortunately, Wesley quickly intervened, declaring, "This is Marin, my dearest friend. I shared everything that transpired last night with him, and he has chosen to accompany me." Upon hearing this, the Fox cast a fleeting glance at Wesley before returning his focus to Lin Chen, his smile unwavering and unaffected by Wesley's assertion. Truth be told, that gaze unsettled Lin Chen deep within. Nevertheless, this hurdle had to be crossed, and so Lin Chen took several deep breaths to quell his apprehension before speaking. To be frank, I am utterly weary of the monotonous routine of daily commutes to work. Since fate has bestowed upon me a key to unlock the door to a new world, should I not seize this opportunity, I would undoubtedly regret it. Upon hearing these words, the Fox finally ceased his scrutiny of Lin Chen and turned his attention to the road, initiating the drive. Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, having successfully navigated the first challenge. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. After some practice, if he had been caught off guard by his earlier anxiety, he surely would have been rendered speechless. The Fox drove swiftly, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at the headquarters of the Brotherhood. It was a sprawling textile factory, bustling with workers transporting goods. At first glance, it appeared quite legitimate, had one not known the underlying truths. It would be hard to associate this place with an assassin organization. After dropping them off, the Fox departed, leaving them in the company of a burly Caucasian man who silently gestured for them to follow and then turned to lead them deeper into the factory. The interior was filled with the cacophony of machinery, and Lin Chen and Wesley walked quietly, their eyes darting around in astonishment. After a few minutes, the muscular man brought them before Sloan and then exited the scene. Contrary to Lin Chen's expectations, Sloan was not seated in a grand hall awaiting their arrival, as one might anticipate from a dramatic television series featuring a villain. Instead, to Lin Chen's surprise, he found the notorious antagonist engaged in a discussion about textile machines amid the factory's operations. This stark contrast bewildered both Lin Chen and Wesley, who exchanged puzzled glances, utterly at a loss. What was this protocol? Was this some form of disguise? After observing for some time, Wesley could no longer contain himself and raised his voice to inquire, "What do you mean by disguise?" Sloan turned his head towards Wesley. casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, his expression remaining inscrutable. I am uncertain, akin to some form of assassination. Wesley seemed to have uncovered a secret. His excitement barely contained, his tone imbued with certainty. Sloan offered a slight smile, gesturing for the two to follow before turning and making his way into the depths of the factory. As he walked, he remarked, "You might believe this place serves as a mere facade to mislead, but I assure you, it is simply a textile factory, and quite decent at that." "Oh, quite decent indeed, but those are mere illusions. They are all assassins, aren't they?" Wesley glanced at the back of Sloane's head and then at Lin Chen, his face a mask of curiosity. Sloane did not respond, instead choosing to march ahead with increased pace. Lin Chen, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders, wearing an expression of helplessness. Thus, the group swiftly ascended a staircase, arriving at the dining area on the second floor. "I believe you ought to answer a few of my questions," Wesley said impatiently as he entered the cafeteria, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Sloane, eager for answers. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, less carefree, sought to evade the multitude of scrutinizing gazes while surveying his surroundings. The cafeteria was modest in size, roughly 100 square meters, housing about 40 individuals at that moment. Lin Chen quickly spotted the fox seated in the northeast corner, partaking in breakfast. Beside her sat a person clad in red, whose name eluded Lin Chen, though he had made an appearance in the film. To the left, there was a large man who had also been featured. Additionally, in the northwest corner, a lean black man caught Lin Chen's eye. A long scar marred his face, rendering his appearance particularly fearsome and memorable. As Lin Chen observed the scene, Wesley, in his obliviousness, spoke up again. "I clearly do not comprehend. Are you engaged in knitting sweaters or in the business of assassination?" Upon hearing this, Sloane remained silent, instead filling a cup with coffee from the machine nearby. Simultaneously, the gaze of every individual in the cafeteria converged on Wesley, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. In that moment, even if Wesley was slow to react, he sensed the atmosphere had shifted. He glanced around, then at Lin Chen. His lips pressed together in a slight panic, and wisely chose to remain silent. Fortunately, this tense ambience did not linger for long. Sloane approached, coffee cup in hand, a gentle smile gracing his features as he remarked that such inquiries bore a heavy weight. With that, he turned and made his way toward the fox. Upon reaching her, he pivoted, holding his coffee as if engaged in casual conversation, and inquired of Wesley, "Are you truly prepared to hear the answer?" "Absolutely. I can no longer turn back. The life I once knew is irretrievable," Wesley replied hastily. "And what about the other?" Sloane sipped his coffee, casting a glance at Lin Chen, his expression perpetually inscrutable. "I am in the same boat." Upon entering the textile factory, Lin Chen uttered his inaugural words, "Speak less, observe more, and learn abundantly," a motto he adopted for himself. Sloane nodded approvingly and gestured towards Wesley, casting a glance at the Scarface, declaring, "He is yours." Meanwhile, another Sloane turned his attention to the northwest corner, stating, "Scarface, he belongs to you." As the words resonated, 3 individuals simultaneously rose from their seats. The fox and the one clad in red advanced towards Wesley, whilst the muscular Scarface approached Lin Chen. "Wait, aren't we supposed to be together?" Wesley interjected hastily. Lin Chen, too, looked towards Sloane, awaiting an explanation. Chapter 8, The Devil's Training. Upon hearing this, Sloane furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he had underestimated the bond between the two. It appeared the original plan required alteration. After a moment's contemplation, he signaled to Scarface. Once the latter nodded, he spoke, "Some of our training is conducted separately. You may meet during firearms practice and meal times." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged nods before following their respective companions. The Brotherhood's assassins are typically nurtured from a young age, most being orphans, with few exceptions of non-orphans or adults joining their ranks. Wesley was a rare case, while Lin Chen was even more exceptional. Although their inquiries into Lin Chen's background revealed nothing particularly alarming, suggesting that, with proper management, his inclusion in the Brotherhood posed no significant risk. Sloane was not one to tolerate uncertainties. Initially, his plan was straightforward, to subject Lin Chen to casual training for a period, and then seize the opportunity to eliminate him stealthily. He would explain to Wesley that his friend had tragically perished during his first external mission. At that point, embroiled in vengeance for his father and the peril of his friend's life, Wesley would undoubtedly choose the former. However, from a mere utterance and Wesley's countenance, It became apparent that Lin Chen held considerable significance for him. Should Lin Chen die, unforeseen repercussions could arise. Consequently, Sloan resolved to amend his strategy, postponing Lin Chen's demise. Thus, they would proceed with standard training. Like Wesley, they would eventually be assigned to undertake tasks together. Ultimately, they would meet the same fate. After all, when departing, it was only fitting that they did so in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wesley commenced his training. Indeed, it was akin to something out of a film, as Wesley endured relentless beatings and hammering, undergoing a grueling regimen of training that seemed designed to push him to his limits. In truth, the Brotherhood's training was not inherently so brutal. However, the pressing circumstances dictated otherwise, as the Cross had been relentlessly pursuing them, and if they did not hasten, they would soon find themselves besieged at their very doorsteps. If Wesley were to be trained in the same manner as before, by the time he matured, there would scarcely be any members left in their Brotherhood. As for Lin Chen, his circumstances were somewhat better than Wesley's, yet not by much. The scar-faced man had severely battered Lin Chen's head. The first day of devilish training proved to be the most arduous, to the extent that Lin Chen lost all sense of time during the afternoon and evening. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. What is happening? Why can I not move? Lin Chen felt as if he were welded to the ground, akin to being trapped in mud, utterly immobilized, his face seemingly covered. This predicament caused a flicker of anxiety within him, as he vaguely recalled losing consciousness the previous evening due to the multitude of injuries he had sustained. Where am I now? A miraculous medicinal bath that can expedite recovery, as depicted in films? Such a concoction is indeed remarkable. It can facilitate rapid healing, provided one is not on the brink of death. Lin Chen was well aware of this remedy. Otherwise, he would not have previously accepted beatings without protest. In truth, the method of training through punishment is one of the most efficient means of enhancing personal strength. Martial arts are divided into internal and external practices. The former emphasizes self-cultivation and refinement, requiring the passage of time for mastery. The latter, focused on combat, necessitates rigorous training. To inflict pain upon others, one must first be relentless towards oneself, honing both sinew and skin. Perhaps there is no method to temper the bones in this world, yet external training is relatively straightforward. By consistently enduring blows, one's flesh and resilience naturally strengthen. Moreover, this serves as an excellent means of fortifying one's will, yielding multiple benefits. However, this training is excruciating, and Lin Chen had fainted on the first day. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. He was certain he could persevere. The challenges ahead would undoubtedly be more formidable, and if he could not surmount the initial hurdle, the subsequent ones would be unimaginable. Relax, you are in the recovery room. It seemed as though the voice that explained his situation had detected Lin Chen's awakening, while the white gel-like substance on his face was being peeled away. This is our specially formulated medicinal bath, designed to stimulate the rapid proliferation of white blood cells, enabling swift recovery from gunshot wounds, knife injuries, and even fractures, often healing significantly within a few hours. Really? Lin Chen stared incredulously at the individual before him. Although he was already aware, it was essential to maintain a facade of disbelief. You will understand shortly. You should take a nap. This medicinal bath will dissolve on its own in 2 to 3 hours, and by then, you will be able to rise. The individual seemed to possess little desire for further conversation, offering a brief explanation before turning to leave. Lin Chen recognized this person from a film, who, if memory served, was subsequently mistakenly killed by the protagonist. He was a Russian. Disregarding his departure, Lin Chen, though awake, felt quite fatigued mentally and soon succumbed to slumber once more. The Brotherhood's assassins primarily focused their training on 4 key areas: physical conditioning, combat techniques, firearms proficiency, and methods of assassination. Additionally, there are numerous secondary subjects such as psychology, linguistics, and etiquette, all serving the ultimate purpose of facilitating more efficient assassinations. During this particular period, training had to be both rigorous and rapid. Therefore, the Brotherhood refrained from teaching Wesley and Lin Chen these ancillary topics, concentrating instead on the 4 paramount areas. Typically, they would train 2 aspects a day, alternating in half-day sessions. Under this relentless and devilish regimen, both individuals experienced a swift enhancement of their abilities. There was no alternative. If they did not strive to improve, they would face punishment. In such circumstances, human potential is boundlessly unleashed, making it nearly impossible not to progress. Thus, More than 2 weeks passed quietly. Throughout this time, Wesley approached Lin Chen multiple times, expressing his struggle and desire to retreat. Yet, witnessing Lin Chen's earnest dedication to training, he ultimately summoned the courage to persist. Moreover, it seemed that Sloan had a heart-to-heart conversation with Wesley, which subsequently invigorated Wesley's enthusiasm for training. That night, while Lin Chen was preparing to soak in a medicinal bath in the recuperation room, Wesley rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Marlin, look." He held aloft a rectangular object with pointed ends, which Lin Chen recognized as a shuttle from the textile machines. A shuttle? For what purpose? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. The fox exclaimed, "If I can retrieve the shuttle from the textile machine and learn how to use arc-shaped bullets, I will be ready for missions. And now, I have succeeded in retrieving the shuttle." Wesley's face radiated with uncontainable joy. Chapter 9. Arc-shaped bullets. A week prior, the fox had imparted this training method to him. After a week of relentless effort, he had finally managed to extract the shuttle today. The sense of accomplishment was indescribably exhilarating for Wesley. "You managed to catch the shuttle at such speed." Lin Chen's eyes widened with astonishment. "Is there a scene like this in a movie?" "Perhaps there is. Yet, this is simply too incredible. Is this even within the realm of human capability?" As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle while experts discern the subtleties. Previously, when watching films, one might have thought it impressive, but upon entering this field, one truly comprehends the magnitude of the extraordinary. To elucidate the speed of the shuttle, the textile machine in this factory operates 2 to 3 times per second, and with each operation, the shuttle traverses back and forth within it. The shortest textile loom measures at least 2 meters, taking this as a baseline. With an average operation frequency of 25 cycles every 0.4 seconds, the shuttle can traverse this 2-meter length back and forth. In other words, this shuttle, measuring approximately 10 centimeters, moves at a minimum speed of 10 meters per second. To further conceptualize, the relative time the shuttle remains stationary is merely 0.01 seconds, which means Wesley must seize the shuttle within this fleeting moment. It is noteworthy that the human reaction speed reaches its limit at around 0.1 seconds. Yet Wesley astonishingly manages to grasp the object in just 0.01 seconds, a tenfold difference. Even accounting for predictive elements, this reaction is simply beyond human capability. Wesley's extraordinary ability is undeniably remarkable. Previously, I was unable to achieve this. It took me a week of practice to succeed. By the way, don't attempt it yourself. As you know, my unique ability makes it feasible, otherwise, it would be impossible. Not that I wish to dwell on it, but mentioning it does leave Lin Chen feeling a touch disheartened. Nevertheless, it is a talent rooted in one's lineage, something to be envied yet unattainable. I am well aware that attempting to catch the shuttle would be a futile endeavor. Shaking his head, Lin Chen continued, "Tomorrow morning is again the gunsmith training. Speaking of which, how is your practice with the curved bullets coming along?" I remain utterly clueless. Recalling the first day of firearms training, Lin Chen's memories were vividly etched. To foster their courage, the Brotherhood had them practice shooting at suspended corpses. That afternoon, Lin Chen vomited his entire lunch. Fortunately, subsequent training was relatively normal, involving suspended pork instead. After 2 weeks of practice, although he could not guarantee a bullseye every time, he achieved a hit rate of around 60 to 70%. This level of proficiency is already quite impressive, surpassing the majority. However, compared to Wesley, the disparity is immense. This fellow achieved a perfect score within just a week. The act of shooting and hitting the target's vital areas has almost become instinctual for Wesley. The difference between a perfect score and a hit rate of 60 to 70% is staggering. Scarface once mentioned that, given his training pace, it would take approximately 5 months of continuous practice to reach perfection. Yet for Wesley, in terms of actual firearms training, it has hardly been 2 days. Furthermore, both were simultaneously taught gunfighting techniques, and after several days, Lin Chen found himself utterly at a loss, while Wesley had already grasped some subtle techniques, enabling him to produce slightly curved trajectories. It is crucial to recognize that such progress typically requires at least half a year of training for assassins in their Brotherhood. Wesley truly embodies the protagonist's essence, his aura formidable. With my special ability activated, I can deviate by about 20 degrees, but that still falls short of our standard, which requires a deviation of over 30 degrees. There remains some distance to cover. In recent days, I have been diligently honing my shooting skills. Yet I find myself confronting an insurmountable barrier. Each time I attempt to adjust the angle of the bullet's deviation, it results in a stray shot that I cannot control. Keep pushing forward. I believe in your potential. Observing Wesley's insatiable demeanor, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, resorting to mere encouragement. Beneath this encouragement, however, lay a profound sense of envy. Indeed, the vendetta against my father's murderer awaits my retribution. I am certain I can succeed. I am unaware of the nature of the conversation that Sloane previously had with Wesley, but ever since, he has frequently mentioned that false paternal figure, exuding confidence. I perceive that Wesley has firmly convinced himself that Klaus is the one responsible for his father's demise. Lin Chen opened his mouth, hesitating to reveal the truth to Wesley, but ultimately swallowed his words. The moment was not yet ripe, and patience was required. What is the matter? Nothing, just these injuries on my face are excruciating. I shall take a medicinal bath and then rest. See you at the cafeteria in the morning. All right, see you tomorrow. The following day, after a hasty breakfast, Lin Chen and Wesley made their way toward the gunsmith, followed closely by Fox and Scarface. The convenience, manageability, and compactness of handguns have solidified their position at the pinnacle of weapons in the assassin's realm. The duo primarily trained with handguns. You two have performed admirably. You've grasped the fundamental knowledge of firearms and have practiced the arc-shaped bullets for several days. Today, I shall focus on teaching you this particular type of ammunition. Marlon, step forward and take a shot. The gunsmith swiftly entered his training mode, initiating the formal session upon their arrival. At his command, Lin Chen promptly approached and positioned himself 20 meters away from the target. However, a dead pig hung in the center, effectively obstructing the target from view. It was evident that the gunsmith intended to evaluate their proficiency with arc-shaped bullets. Without further ado, Lin Chen flicked his wrist, his arm swaying slightly at the last moment before he pressed the trigger. Bang! As the shot rang out, the bullet erupted in a blaze, propelled by a formidable spiral force toward the left side of the deceased pig. The bullet missed the pig entirely, soaring past it and striking the target directly. Thud! It hit the left side of the target, landing more than 2 meters away from his intended mark. Still, it was insufficient. Lin Chen shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. The arc-shaped trajectory proved to be exceedingly challenging. Despite the gunsmith and Scarface providing thorough explanations and even several demonstrations, he still felt utterly lost. No matter how much his hands trembled or how wide his arms swung, the bullet simply refused to curve, not even a little. He is acutely aware that this is quite normal. Typically, it takes individuals a year or two of rigorous practice to master the arc-shaped bullet technique, and he has barely trained for a few days. It would be wise for him to focus on honing his foundational skills. Only someone as extraordinary as Wesley could achieve such remarkable progress in just 2 weeks. Chapter 10. Progress. Wesley, your turn. The onlookers, already anticipating Lin Chen's performance, displayed expressions of indifference. In their eyes, Lin Chen's efforts were inconsequential. The true focus was on Wesley's arrival. After gently patting Lin Chen on the shoulder, Wesley stepped into the position Lin Chen had occupied earlier. After a brief moment of contemplation, he abruptly flicked his wrist, transforming his arm into a fleeting shadow, and fired a shot in an instant. It was evident that he had now activated his special ability. The bullet traced a slight arc through the air, ultimately striking the edge of the pork before piercing through to hit the bullseye. Witnessing this, the fox's face blossomed with a hint of satisfaction. Achieving in 2 weeks what others might take a year to accomplish, Wesley was indeed a prodigy. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. The pork's position was quite favorable, approximately at a 30-degree angle, meaning that if the bullet could bypass the pork and still hit the bullseye, it would be deemed a success. In today's attempt, Wesley had performed exceptionally well, but the bullet had deviated by about 25 degrees. He merely needed to exert a bit more effort to succeed. Without pausing, seizing the moment, Wesley fired a second shot. However, in his eagerness, although the arc was as required, the shot became astray, veering off course. Bang! The third shot passed through the pork and struck the target behind, but it failed to hit the bullseye, landing only in the 7 ring. No need to continue. Just as Wesley was poised to fire again, a voice halted his actions. Following the sound, he noticed that, at some point, Sloane had positioned himself beside Scarface and the fox. Your mind is scattered. This is a significant hindrance, Sloane remarked as he approached Wesley, taking the gun from his hands and giving it a slight wave. Bang! A flawless arc trajectory. The bullet glided past the edge of the pork, striking the bullseye behind. At this moment, Wesley, having activated his special ability, could perceive the bullet's path with crystal clarity. Observing Wesley still savoring the memory of that previous shot, Sloane returned the gun to him. Wesley, find your center, calm yourself, and then take another shot. He had discerned that Wesley stood at the threshold of mastering this arc trajectory, merely lacking that final push. His words and demonstration served as that impetus, at least in Sloane's estimation. Nodding in agreement, Wesley took several deep breaths and then suddenly flicked his wrist. Bang! Once again, the shot was fired, and Sloane held high hopes for success. Yet, reality often disappoints. The bullet veered off course, striking the other side of the pig. However, this time fortune did not favor him as it had before. The bullet hit the pig's bone, causing it to deflect wildly, failing to hit the target altogether. This outcome was even worse than the previous shot, leaving Wesley's composure slightly frayed as he tossed the gun onto the table, visibly perturbed. Observing this, Lin Chen prepared to offer some words of encouragement, but before he could, the fox exchanged knowing glances with Sloane and stepped forward. She did not come to speak, but instead walked directly towards the hanging pig. Turning around, she gazed at Wesley with a calm demeanor. Shoot at me. Wesley glanced back at Sloane and then at the others, his expression one of disbelief. He understood that his parabolic trajectory had reached an impasse. Should he manage to surpass it, he would master this technique. There were two paths to breaking through this barrier. The first was relentless practice. How long had he been training? His fundamentals were still somewhat lacking. Perhaps with another week or two, he could succeed. The second method involved applying intense pressure to compel him to break through. Clearly, the fox opted for the latter, utilizing her own life as the source of pressure to drive Wesley past his limits. Remarkably, none of the onlookers voiced any objections. Are you mad? The question hung in the air, yet the fox merely smiled in response. Faced with this, Wesley fell silent, stepping back to lean against the wall. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation of the Brotherhood. The cross was nearly at their doorstep, and time was of the essence. The Brotherhood was wagering a life on his potential success, and he had to attempt it. He felt a sense of assurance that, even if he failed, he would not cause harm, thus justifying the endeavor. After taking several deep breaths and casting one last glance at the group, Wesley inhaled sharply and, with a swift motion, swung his arm in a wide arc. Bang. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet spiraled rapidly through Wesley's line of sight. A graceful arc cut through the air, ruffling the fox's hair beside her ear before striking the target behind her, dead center. Rather than joy, Wesley quickly focused on reliving the sensation he had just experienced, committing that feeling to memory. After several seconds, Lin Chen stepped forward to congratulate him. You did it. Truly remarkable. Nearby, Sloane approached and clapped him on the shoulder, welcoming him into the Brotherhood. With that, he turned and departed, while the fox exhaled a sigh of relief and followed suit. When Wesley turned around, he could only see the scarred face and the gunsmith. Upon witnessing the scene, he smiled at Lin Chen and said, Marlin, I must take my leave now. I should receive my first task by this afternoon. Do your best, and I will teach you when I have the time. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words. Previously, Wesley had mentioned that once he captured the shuttle and could fire curved bullets, he would be able to commence his tasks. Calculating the time, it wouldn't be long before Wesley faced his father. Lin Chen had little time left for training. He needed to seize the moment. 1 week later, in the evening, Lin Chen was practicing shooting. It must be said that the members of the Brotherhood were rather opportunistic. When Wesley was present, they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to teaching both of them. However, after Wesley's departure, their efforts in instructing Lin Chen diminished significantly, and just a few days later, they ceased teaching altogether. Nevertheless, prior to this, the foundational skills had been imparted, and Lin Chen had diligently learned. At this moment, what he lacked was continuous practice and real combat experience. He had to rely on himself. Bang, bang, with a rapid succession of 10 shots. Aside from 2 hitting the 9 ring, the rest were all in the 10 ring. At this point, Lin Chen's marksmanship had reached a commendable level. This was largely thanks to the miraculous medicinal bath. Otherwise, for an ordinary person, even a day of shooting would lead to sore and fatigued hands. Not to mention the ear-splitting noise. Yet, this medicinal bath strengthened his physique, allowing Lin Chen to recover to his peak condition daily, leaving him eager for more practice. With a practiced motion, Lin Chen ejected the magazine and replaced it with a new one. Just as he prepared to continue his practice, he heard a series of vehicles screeching to a halt. Chapter 11. An unexpected turn of events. It was common for vehicles to approach the vicinity of the Brotherhood. Typically 1 or 2 cars returning from assassins completing their missions. However, the sounds now indicated at least 4 vehicles were arriving. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Contemplating this, Lin Chen promptly secured his handgun and ventured outside. Not far into his journey, he spotted Wesley, injured and trailing behind a group of people who were carrying someone toward the recovery room. A glance revealed that the individual being transported was the same person who had previously overseen the recovery room, a Russian with whom Lin Chen had conversed. The situation appeared dire. The man had been shot in the chest. Although the bullet had not struck his heart, the amount of blood loss suggested that he was beyond saving. "Wesley, what happened?" Lin Chen rushed to Wesley's side and inquired. Later, Wesley replied, his face etched with urgency as he hurried inside. Seeing this, Lin Chen said nothing more and followed closely. Ultimately, the Russian succumbed to his injuries, despite attempts at resuscitation in the recovery room. The excessive blood loss proved fatal before they could even staunch the bleeding or immerse him in the medicinal bath. 10 minutes later, the recovery room was left with only Lin Chen and Wesley, aside from the pool of blood that stained the floor. Wesley, nursing a gunshot wound to his shoulder, sat in a medicated bath, staring vacantly at the bloodstains nearby. Noticing this, Lin Chen approached and took a seat beside him. "Speak, what transpired?" Wesley turned his head to Lin Chen, his previously unfocused gaze gradually sharpening. After a brief pause, he spoke with a complex expression. "I accidentally killed him." "Oh." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Wesley continued gravely. "Today, I returned home to retrieve the gun I had left behind, and shortly after stepping out, I encountered Cross nearby and immediately pursued him. The Brotherhood places great importance on Wesley, and knowing he was heading home, several members discreetly followed him to prevent a private meeting with Cross. When they noticed Wesley was missing, they followed as well, with the Russian being the closest and arriving first. However, by that time, Wesley had reached a secluded area and lost sight of Cross, mistaking the approaching footsteps for enemies. He reacted swiftly, firing a shot and inadvertently hitting the wrong person. Shortly thereafter, the repairman and gunsmith arrived, chasing after Cross. Amidst the chaos and Wesley's distraction, Cross shot him in the shoulder with a curved bullet before making a hasty escape. Unable to catch up, the Brotherhood returned with their injured member, leading to the earlier scene. "Ah!" Wesley exclaimed, forcefully extracting the bullet from his shoulder. "This is the very bullet that struck me." Observing the hatred in Wesley's eyes, Lin Chen realized it was time to take action. If he delayed further, the side mission would remain unfulfilled, and according to the unfolding narrative, he might very well meet his demise here. After contemplation, Lin Chen spoke. "Based on this bullet, we should be able to find a clue. I will accompany you in the pursuit." "No," Wesley rejected without hesitation. "You are not yet fully trained. Your strength is insufficient, and it is too dangerous." However, Lin Chen leaned closer to Wesley's ear and whispered, "I have a secret." "What secret?" "I will tell you if you promise to take me with you tomorrow." Ultimately, Lin Chen managed to persuade Wesley. The following morning, the two of them, armed with the bullet analysis report, sought out Sloan. They entered a hall lined with bookshelves, where Sloan typically assigned tasks. At that moment, 2 individuals, Fox and Sloan, were engaged in discussion, but upon Lin Chen and Wesley's entrance, they promptly fell silent. Without further contemplation, Wesley stepped forward. "We traced the origin of this bullet to its source, and it was manufactured by this individual." As he spoke, Wesley produced a photograph of an elderly Caucasian man named Pikowski, who worked at the East Moravia Monastery, the very birthplace of the Brotherhood. At this juncture, Wesley remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Sloan's demeanor, while Lin Chen had already noted the unnatural pallor that crept across Sloan's face upon hearing this revelation. "This is a provocation directed at me. I must teach him a lesson," Wesley declared vehemently. It was evident that this was a trap. The Fox cast a sidelong glance at him. Sloan cautioned, "This is a deliberate attempt to lure you into his snare. I am well aware of that. But was I not trained for precisely this purpose?" Sloan shook his head, insisting, "You cannot go alone. Marin will accompany me. He is a newcomer, entirely unfamiliar with the cross, and can easily masquerade as a tourist." Wesley responded promptly. "Thus, it appears that I shall be the only one visibly present. He should make an appearance." "Marin?" Sloan chuckled, noting that he had not even completed the basic training. Going would be tantamount to a death sentence. "When I came here, I promised Wesley that I would aid him in avenging his father's murder." Lin Chen patted Wesley on the shoulder, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Listen, just yesterday, a member of the Brotherhood lost his life because of me. The old grievances compounded with the new. I must seek retribution. Under Wesley's intense gaze, Sloane's mind raced, contemplating the feasibility of the plan. After several seconds, he finally nodded. Very well, you may go. Thank you. Wesley glanced at the two of them before seizing the documents on the table and exiting with Lin Chen. Once the door closed, the fox remarked coolly, I do not believe this is a wise course of action. Now is not the time to send Wesley out, if he truly encounters Klaus and clarifies matters. All their schemes would be rendered futile. However, Sloane remained silent and handed her a mission sheet, stating, your next task. The fox scrutinized the document, which bore Wesley's name. At this moment, she comprehended Sloane's intentions. This was a directive for her to follow along and adapt. Should Wesley eliminate Klaus, or come close to uncovering the truth? She was to eliminate Wesley. In response, the fox said nothing further, securing the mission sheet before turning to depart. The hall now fell into a profound silence. Leaving Sloane alone, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in contemplation. Chapter 12. The Moravian Monastery. Moravia lies in the eastern part of the Czech Republic. To expedite their journey, Lin Chen and Wesley opted to fly there. As for firearms, they would find a way to procure them upon disembarking. On the plane, observing Lin Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, Wesley inquired, Marlin, I have brought you out. May I now learn the secret you mentioned? There are too many people around. Let's discuss it after we disembark, Lin Chen replied with a sidelong glance at Wesley, then resumed his repose. Oh, Wesley glanced around, conceding that this was indeed not an appropriate venue for conversation. During the past month and a half, Lin Chen had been intensely training, his mind perpetually on edge. Now, having finally secured a moment of tranquility, he was determined not to squander it and indulged in a restorative slumber. The Moravian monastery stood as an iconic edifice, easily recognizable. Upon exiting the aircraft, Lin Chen and Wesley hailed a cab from the street and proceeded towards their destination. Lin Chen, unable to drive, occupied the passenger seat while Wesley took the wheel. Once they had distanced themselves from the throngs of people, Lin Chen spoke up. Wesley, what I am about to disclose may astound you, but it is the truth, so please remain calm. Wesley drove on, not sparing Lin Chen a glance. A hint of skepticism evident in his demeanor. Your father is not Mr. X, he is Klaus. With a sudden jolt, Wesley slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. Caught in the inertia, he turned to Lin Chen, disbelief etched across his face. Do you understand what you are saying? Klaus is my father's murderer. He cannot possibly be my father. I anticipated your disbelief. I, too, was incredulous at first, but the reality is as stated. Sloane is manipulating you to eliminate Klaus, your own father. Lin Chen continued earnestly. Just 2 days after your departure, the Brotherhood abandoned me, leaving me to train alone. 3 days ago, by chance, I overheard a conversation between Scarface and the gunmaker. They mentioned that you would soon be able to kill your father, that the plan was nearing fruition. It struck me as peculiar, so I stealthily infiltrated the archives and discovered a record pertaining to you. What record? Wesley asked eagerly. 23 years ago, there was a note regarding your adoption by the orphanage, stating that you were the son of Klaus, who specifically placed you in foster care at the orphanage. Impossible. This cannot be true. Wesley struggled to accept, or perhaps simply refused to believe. Do you know why I am revealing this to you now? Without waiting for Wesley's response, Lin Chen continued, because I uncovered another piece of vital information. Our target, Piekarski, is well acquainted with your father. They must still be in contact. If we can locate him, we should be able to ascertain the truth. Though Lin Chen spoke with conviction and rationale, in reality, these were mere fabrications he had conjured from his imagination. He had neither overheard any conversations nor dared to examine any documents. It was all a premeditated act. I remain unconvinced. You cannot comprehend. The cross has always sought my demise. It cannot possibly be my father. Lin Chen shrugged, asserting that belief or disbelief would soon be clarified. Moreover, if my conjecture is accurate, Sloane undoubtedly intends to eliminate you. Soon, members of the Brotherhood will arrive. I have a strong suspicion that this individual is a fox. Thus, should the fox appear, seize the opportunity to subdue her. Do you understand? If she intends to kill me, how can I possibly subdue her? Wesley's emotions gradually settled as he took the wheel. That one T happened. Until you have slain Klaus or uncovered the truth, the fox will not harm you. In fact, she may assist you, so seize your chance. Upon hearing this, Wesley focused intently on driving, remaining silent, likely still processing the information relayed by Lin Chen. The monastery perched atop a small hill, and after half an hour, Wesley brought the car to a stop on the street at the mountain's base. The two exited simultaneously, exchanging a glance before proceeding toward the monastery. The plan had been devised, now it merely awaited execution. The monastery was vast, and Wesley and Lin Chen entered with vigilance, wandering for several minutes without encountering any peril. Eventually, they inquired with a nun inside for directions, finally learning the whereabouts of Pekvarsky. It was a chapel, and upon entering, they immediately spotted Pekvarsky seated before a loom not far away. Hearing the door open, he glanced back at them. "Pekvarsky?" Lin Chen called out tentatively. At this, Pekvarsky rose and took a few steps forward. Just as the duo anticipated he would pause to speak, he abruptly quickened his pace and dashed deeper into the chapel. Observing this, Lin Chen swiftly signaled to Wesley, who immediately pursued him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen chose not to follow but instead opened the door behind him and exited. In a manner reminiscent of a film, Pekvarsky rounded a corner within the chapel, while Wesley, unfamiliar with the terrain, followed him in and was promptly confronted with a gun aimed at his head. "What are you doing here? Where is your other friend?" Before an answer could be given, Pekvarsky felt a chill at the back of his head. Decades of experience informed him that a gun was trained upon him. "Lower your weapon." Indeed, a voice echoed from behind. It was the fox. She had arrived earlier, her timing impeccable. Due to their positions, she remained unaware of the complexity in Wesley's gaze. Soon, Wesley regained his composure, and upon witnessing Pekvarsky disarmed, he swiftly retrieved a bullet from his pocket. "Do you recognize this?" "I do." As for the situation inside the chapel, outside, a gun silently pressed against the back of Lin Chen's head. "Who exactly are you?" The voice was utterly unfamiliar to Lin Chen, yet he could surmise it belonged to Klaus. This individual had been attentive to his son even during their time in the Brotherhood, and since departing, he had remained close to him. With his son present today, it was reasonable to deduce that Klaus was nearby. Lin Chen had ventured out, partly to prevent Pykwask's escape, and partly to encounter Klaus. A slight smirk graced his lips as he declared, "I am a friend of your son." How do you know this?" "Who are you?" Klaus exclaimed, lowering his weapon and approaching Lin Chen. Chapter 13. Side quest completed. Stealing a glance at Klaus, Lin Chen noted the latter's watchful demeanor, even with his gun holstered. His posture suggested he was poised for action. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed and replied with a smile, "How I know is of little consequence. What matters is that I have already informed Wesley. There should be 3 individuals in the church: Fox, Wesley, and Pykwask. I advised Wesley to seize the opportunity to subdue Fox. This is your territory. You must be aware of Fox's arrival. Are there any other members of the Brotherhood coming?" Klaus shook his head. "No." "Then the plan is straightforward. Wesley is somewhat skeptical at the moment, so I will enter first, and you act accordingly." "Understood." Despite harboring numerous doubts, Klaus deemed this approach feasible. He had contemplated the possibility that this was all part of Sloane's scheme, and that Wesley was entirely oblivious. Everything Lin Chen had stated could potentially be fabricated. However, Klaus was familiar with Lin Chen. He had been Wesley's colleague long ago and believed the chances of him being sent by Sloane were slim. Moreover, even if it were a conspiracy, Klaus was confident in his ability to extricate himself unscathed. With that thought, Klaus gradually faded from view, preparing to act near the church. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Lin Chen calculated the time before knocking on the door, stating, "I am coming in." "Come in. The situation is under control." Upon hearing Wesley's voice, Lin Chen pushed the door open. Before him lay a scene of 3 figures in a line. Fox, gun trained on Pykwask's head, while Wesley remained alert, covertly watching Fox, his expression hidden due to the angle. "Fox, what brings you here?" Lin Chen feigned surprise. "Had it not been for her, I would have been captured," Wesley responded. "What is the situation outside? Any anomalies?" "There are no anomalies." Lin Chen's gaze briefly met Wesley's. "Have you clarified things? Where is the person who killed your father?" Lin Chen stepped forward slightly. "He mentioned he could arrange a meeting. Marlon, keep an eye on him. I will search the vicinity for any clues." As he spoke, Wesley surveyed his surroundings for a few moments before beginning his search. Meanwhile, Lin Chen drew his firearm, aiming it at Pykwaski. The fox, seemingly overlooked, paused for a few seconds, scanned the area, and then holstered her weapon, joining Wesley in the quest for clues. Lin Chen could discern that the fox remained quite vigilant, her left hand resting near her handgun, ready to react at any sign of trouble. However, Wesley's acting skills were commendable, coupled with his formidable unique abilities. Seizing a fleeting moment of distraction from the fox, he swiftly snatched the handgun from her waist, directing it at her head. Simultaneously, his other hand produced his own weapon, aimed towards the window, for he had just caught sight of Klaus's presence and was still on high alert. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen immediately called out, "Klaus, toss your weapon inside, then raise your hands and enter through the front door." After issuing the command, Lin Chen turned to Wesley. "Wesley, stay alert. The mystery is about to unravel. Do not let your guard down." Upon hearing this, Wesley nodded, and shortly thereafter, a gun was thrown in through the window. Before long, the door behind Lin Chen creaked open, revealing Klaus at the threshold. He first nodded at Pyquaski before turning his gaze to Wesley. "Wesley, I know you may find it hard to believe, but I truly am your father. Sloan intends to use you to kill me. I need not elaborate further." Wesley interrupted Klaus's words. In truth, from the moment Klaus entered unarmed, Wesley had realized Lin Chen's assertion was valid. If Klaus were indeed the cold-blooded assassin Sloan described, he would have ambushed them from outside the window moments ago. At this moment, Wesley's heart was in turmoil. "You knew all this beforehand, didn't you?" Wesley suddenly directed his gaze at the fox. "Yes," she nodded, acknowledging that any further concealment was futile. "Ah, Sloan truly is a master strategist," Wesley remarked. But Lin Chen had ceased to pay attention to what he was saying, for at that moment, his side quest had registered as complete. Side quest conditions met, task completed. Reward, 20 points. With this system notification, Lin Chen discovered a panel materializing in his mind. Name, Jacqueline Current. Marlentov level, E points, 20. This was the character information panel. He glanced at it casually, and the system provided a detailed explanation. The name represented his identity in the Marvel Universe, how others perceived him, while the current status denoted his role within these realms, assigned by the system, differing across each dimension. Regarding the rankings, they are classified from lowest to highest into 5 tiers, E, D, C, B, and A, with each tier further divided into 3 sublevels, such as E, E, E. Over 90% of humanity possesses E-level strength, and Lin Chen's attainment of E-tier capabilities is attributed to his extensive training. At the E level, one encounters top assassins like Fox and Sloan, who have mastered the art of arched ballistic trajectories. As for Wesley and Klaus, they have transcended the ordinary, boasting at least D-tier strength. The C, B, and A levels far exceed the realm of human capability. However, these considerations are beyond Lin Chen's current focus. He must concentrate on devising a means to eliminate Sloan. "Marin, thank you," he mused when he was approached by Klaus, who patted him on the shoulder. "Without you, I would have expended considerable effort to relay this news to Wesley." Klaus had a plan. He intended to create a private space for himself and Wesley, seizing the opportunity to inform him of the situation. In the film, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Otherwise, there was a significant chance of success. "No need for thanks. It was the least I could do." Lin Chen smiled, and then inquired, "What do you intend to do now?" While Lin Chen was observing the system, the two had already engaged in conversation for quite some time, and Wesley had begun to genuinely believe that Klaus was indeed his father. Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Klaus and Wesley exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Eliminate Sloan." The Brotherhood is no longer what it once was. Several years ago, after Sloan discovered his name on the loom, he transformed the Brotherhood into his personal domain. Such a Brotherhood poses a grave threat. We must eradicate it. Are you aware of this matter? Suddenly, Lin Chen directed his inquiry towards the bound Fox nearby. Chapter 14. The plan. Wesley's emotions towards Fox were now complex. Having been subjected to training for so long, he had developed feelings for her. According to Klaus's design, her fate was to be terminated, yet Wesley found himself unable to follow through, compounded by the prior plan with Lin Chen, leading to her current state of captivity. At Lin Chen's question, Fox's gaze shifted towards him with interest. "I do not know," she replied, maintaining her usual composure, even in the face of peril. "How do you perceive this situation?" Without waiting for a response, Lin Chen continued. "Sloan is capable of concealing his name. It is possible that others within the Brotherhood have also had their identities obscured by him. Furthermore, even your own name may have been concealed. If I am not mistaken, you came here because Sloan assigned you a task, did he not? To kill Wesley?" Noticing the flicker of acknowledgement in Fox's eyes, Lin Chen realized that his words had resonated with her. With a faint smile, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Wesley and simply said, "Let her go." Without hesitation, the latter nodded in agreement. Observing this, Klaus swallowed his dissent. Recognizing that it was merely an adversary, the absence of one less enemy was inconsequential. After untying the fox, the group proceeded towards the main entrance. However, as they reached the threshold, the fox spoke up. "It was Sloan who ordered me to kill you. He provided me with a task list." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Wesley exchanged knowing glances, aware that their plan had succeeded. Nevertheless, this revelation did not halt their advance. Klaus, however, turned back to utter, "Before long, we shall descend upon the Brotherhood. I hope you make the right choice then." With that, he, along with Pyquask, departed without further delay. Meanwhile, within the Brotherhood, Sloan stood before the loom of fate, deciphering the latest fabric of destiny in his unique manner. One by one, letters were inscribed upon the paper, culminating in the name, Marlentov. Upon recognizing this name, Sloan was taken aback. The previous assignment he had fabricated for the Fox to eliminate Wesley was entirely his own invention. The loom had not revealed that name at all. Yet this Marlin was undeniably a target of fate, which piqued his curiosity. What extraordinary qualities might this seemingly unimposing Marlin possess? Just then, news from the Fox arrived. The mission had failed, and Wesley was now aware of the truth. This was indeed a dismal turn of events. A mere cross could gradually erode their brotherhood, and now with the addition of Wesley, the situation appeared increasingly dire. There was no time to waste. While the Brotherhood still had sufficient manpower, a strategy to encircle and eliminate those two was imperative. With this thought, Sloan immediately mobilized all available members of the Brotherhood to search for the whereabouts of the group led by the Cross. There was no room for delay. It was either the demise of those two or the downfall of their Brotherhood. As for Marlentov, even if fate deemed him a target, Sloan could no longer afford to concern himself with that individual. Meanwhile, in a contrasting atmosphere brimming with tension, Lin Chen and his companions spent an entire day meandering until they found themselves opposite Wesley's residence. Situated beside the railway tracks, Wesley's home was quite noisy, and the building was rather dilapidated, much like the one they were heading towards. Treading upon the creaking wooden floorboards, the group entered the room. "It's perfectly safe here. Make yourselves comfortable," Klaus announced upon entering. Since that day, the father and son had engaged in extensive conversation, and Wesley had shed his initial wariness towards Klaus, resulting in a significant thawing of their relationship, which brought a constant smile to Klaus's face. No one responded. Both Lin Chen and Wesley were attentively surveying their surroundings. A mere glance was enough for Lin Chen to discern the depth of Klaus's affection for Wesley. The walls were adorned with countless photographs of Wesley from childhood to adolescence, alongside treasured memorabilia such as books and paintings, items that Wesley had once discarded but had been salvaged by Klaus. Overwhelmed by emotion, Wesley felt tears welling in his eyes. "Earlier, you mentioned a plan to infiltrate the Brotherhood. Do you have a strategy in place?" Lin Chen interjected suddenly, disrupting the delicate mood that Wesley had been cultivating. With the side quest completed, Lin Chen was now eager to uncover what lay ahead in the main quest, particularly regarding the intriguing analytical function. His curiosity heightened. He felt a twinge of impatience. "Indeed, I have a plan," Klaus affirmed with a nod. "Follow me." He took a few steps forward, approaching a wardrobe, and with a swift motion, he revealed a hidden space beyond it. "Come in, this is my plan." The space was modest, and the four of them felt somewhat cramped within, but it was of little consequence as Klaus began his explanation. He retrieved a document from the table. "This is the plan I have been formulating over the past few months. It is the key to our incursion into the Brotherhood." The document contained schematics for small remote-controlled explosives. The plan involved attaching bombs to mice and luring them with peanut butter. Mice are particularly sensitive to peanut butter. My strategy is straightforward. Capture thousands of mice, affix plastic explosives to them, and release them into the Brotherhood's lair. Once the mice swarm the textile factory, I will detonate them. However, the explosives are not particularly powerful and are unlikely to cause fatalities. Yet, in the cotton-filled environment of the factory, they will easily disrupt visibility. I intend to infiltrate amidst the chaos. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The plan was indeed feasible. Reminiscent of how Wesley had dispatched a significant number of the Brotherhood's members in the film. Yet, in the climactic scene, had it not been for the protagonist's aura and the Fox's sudden betrayal, Wesley would have perished within those walls. This time, however, Wesley was not alone. With the formidable Klaus joining forces, the likelihood of success was significantly bolstered. Moreover, Lin Chen's involvement could yield unexpected advantages, such as utilizing a sniper rifle from an elevated position to assist in covering any oversights. Should Sloan attempt to escape alone, Lin Chen might even seize an opportunity. Of course, before that, Lin Chen needed to diligently learn from Klaus how to wield the sniper rifle. Klaus, once the most formidable assassin of the Brotherhood, has now found himself in a position where he has rendered significant assistance to others, merely requesting to impart some of his skills in return. A request that is unlikely to be declined. Chapter 15, The Assault on the Brotherhood. The counteroffensive plan against the Brotherhood is now officially underway. In films, such moments can be conveyed in mere snapshots. However, in reality, the preparatory work alone consumed a week's time for the group. Naturally, this week was not solely dedicated to strategizing. During their spare moments, Klaus imparted a wealth of knowledge to Lin Chen and Wesley, including various essential techniques that an assassin must master. Among these lessons was, of course, the art of using a sniper rifle. Klaus, being the premier assassin, possessed unique insights into these matters, enabling both students to learn with remarkable swiftness. Thanks to his extraordinary abilities, Wesley experienced a significant enhancement in strength during this week. While Lin Chen, though less impressive, still made notable progress due to his foundational weaknesses. Nevertheless, in terms of overall prowess, Wesley surpassed Lin Chen by a considerable margin. On the day when preparations were complete, the plan commenced. The first step involved Lin Chen, Klaus, and Wesley approaching the Brotherhood's vicinity, where they utilized the sniper rifle to scout the area and eliminate the sentries. The second phase saw Lin Chen remain in position with the sniper rifle, while Wesley and Klaus operated a refuse truck to crash through the textile factory's gates. The following day, upon their return, Fox reappeared at the Brotherhood, delivering the news of Klaus's impending assault. Upon learning this, Sloan immediately rallied his forces, fortifying the textile factory with an intricate web of defenses, bracing for the impending strike. As the gates were breached, a hail of bullets rained down upon the truck. Fortunately, Klaus had meticulously selected this vehicle, its exterior fortified with steel plates several centimeters thick, rendering it impervious to rifle fire. At this juncture, the plan advanced to its third stage. Thousands of rats were unleashed from the truck, scuttling into the textile factory, while the two assassins seized the opportunity to eliminate the enemies stationed at the entrance. Once the gunfire subsided, they began timing their assault, anticipating the explosion of the bomb before charging in to wreak havoc. Inside the textile factory, a group lay in wait, poised to ambush the two intruders and turn them into a veritable hornet's nest. However, a minute passed without the anticipated arrival of their foes, but rather, an overwhelming swarm of rats emerged. Lured by peanut butter, these creatures scurried with astonishing speed, chaotically darting about, revealing only a fraction of their number to the defenders. Unfamiliar with such a sight, the majority were bewildered, with only a few registering the imminent threat. As most began to grasp the situation, the countdown on the bombs affixed to the rats was nearing its conclusion. As the countdown approached its conclusion, Wesley and Klaus exchanged a knowing glance, poised for action. At the moment the timer hit 0, a cacophony of explosions erupted within the textile factory, and simultaneously, the two surged forward into the fray. Their extraordinary abilities reached a crescendo, wielding 4 handguns with lethal precision. Whenever their ammunition ran low, they seamlessly acquired weapons from fallen adversaries, continuing their relentless assault. The factory resonated with the sounds of chaos, akin to a festival of firecrackers, as the atmosphere grew increasingly frenetic. Within a minute, the duo had traversed the premises, dispatching nearly 100 foes. Aside from themselves, no other soul remained to draw breath in the grand hall. After a brief respite, during which they secured several fully loaded handguns, they ventured deeper into the facility. Inside the hall, the majority of adversaries were merely average assassins. None of the individuals who had previously trained Wesley were present. They understood that the true battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Chen observed as figures fled the factory, mirroring a sniping game as he eliminated several foes with precision shots. The enemy remained oblivious to Lin Chen's position, a location meticulously chosen by Klaus. Utilizing a specially modified sniper rifle with exceptional silencing capabilities, ensuring he remained undetected due to the distance. This marked Lin Chen's inaugural experience with taking a life. Yet he felt no discomfort. It seemed entirely natural. Whether this was due to his cold-blooded nature, the rigorous training from the Brotherhood, or simply the distance obscuring the reality of his actions, he felt no significant emotional response. Returning to the interior of the factory, Klaus, well acquainted with the layout, led Wesley forward cautiously. He understood Sloane's temperament all too well. He would not remain idle, and danger awaited them ahead. However, united in strength, the father and son duo remained undaunted, prepared to confront any challenge head-on. Be cautious. This is the butcher's territory, and his blades are swift, Klaus warned as they entered an area replete with carcasses. The butcher was an unconventional figure within the Brotherhood, while not particularly adept with firearms. His prowess with knives was formidable. His speed was such that he could slice through bullets, making him a formidable adversary. In open spaces, Klaus had several strategies to eliminate the butcher, but within this confined environment, it was the butcher's domain. Should he emerge while other assassins lay in ambush, the situation could quickly become dire. Yet, Klaus was far from foolish. He swiftly devised a plan to counter the impending threat. Wesley, stand guard at the door while I investigate here. With a nod, Wesley proceeded towards the inner door, vigilant against any potential ambush, while Klaus began his search within. Although this territory belonged to the butcher, it was possible that their adversaries were not present at all. They were merely verifying the situation. Just as Wesley approached the door, a cleaver surged toward the back of his head. Having been observant, he activated his special ability and swiftly dodged to the right the moment danger loomed. However, Klaus was even quicker. As the blade lunged forward, he fired a shot. Bang! The bullet spun and struck the blade, diverting its trajectory. In that instant, Wesley rolled to find cover, preparing to retaliate, but he caught a glimpse of the main door swinging open. The gunsmith rushed in and immediately fired a shot at him. Reluctantly, Wesley returned fire, deflecting the bullet mid-air, while simultaneously shifting to another position for cover. Behind him, Klaus had already engaged the butcher in combat. Assessing the situation around him, Wesley's gaze sharpened as he grasped both guns firmly. After a deep breath, he charged forward. One shot forced the gunsmith to hesitate, while the other released a curved bullet that arced toward the half-open door. In Chapter 16, the main quest was accomplished. A scream echoed from within the door. It seemed Wesley had indeed made the right call. There were indeed ambushers lying in wait, hoping to strike while they battled the butcher. However, Wesley had seen through their ruse, and before the second assailant could rush in, he fired a preemptive shot that struck true, yielding remarkable results. He had calculated the height accurately, aiming for the chest, though he could not ascertain whether he had hit a vital area. Yet, Wesley had no time to dwell on that. He had to focus all his efforts on the gunsmith. Gunfights differed significantly from hand-to-hand combat in martial contests. Unless one was overwhelmingly outmatched, combatants could exchange several blows, and those of similar strength could engage in extensive duels. Gunfights, however, determine life or death in mere seconds. Klaus, familiar with the butcher, dispatched him within 5 breaths. Wesley, on the other hand, took slightly longer, primarily due to the necessity of defending against 2 directions. Had his special ability not been continuously active, he would have perished. Nonetheless, he ultimately succeeded in eliminating the gunsmith. It was a fleeting moment, devoid of pain, and he departed in tranquility. With the deaths of these 2 formidable adversaries, only a handful of the Brotherhood's skilled assassins remained. Approaching the door, Klaus sensed that behind it lay 7 or 8 assassins, all aiming their weapons in this direction. Although the 2 individuals were confident in their ability to handle various situations, Klaus opted to adhere to the original plan and threw a flashbang into the interior. While the flashbang was not a traditional stun grenade, it produced a somewhat diminished effect akin to one. As long as one did not face it directly, the impact would be minimal. Its primary function, however, was to unleash a deafening noise that could induce disorientation, dizziness, and temporary hearing loss, making it nearly impossible to shield oneself from its effects even when concealed behind an obstacle. In essence, aside from the absence of direct lethality, it acted as a versatile explosive device. With a decisive click, Klaus released the safety and tossed the flashbang inside, followed by a resounding explosion mere seconds later. Without hesitation, the 2 charged in simultaneously, flanking left and right, racing toward the corner. Upon spotting any adversaries, they opened fire. The rapid succession of gunfire echoed through the space, resulting in all but a couple of those quick enough to find cover perishing. Truth be told, it was not that these individuals were particularly weak. Rather, Klaus and Wesley were exceptionally formidable. Once their unique abilities were activated, They operated as if enhanced, rendering even the Brotherhood's elite assassins inadequate in their presence. In fact, Sloan had established 4 lines of defense within the textile factory, one at the main entrance, another in the factory's front hall, a third near the butcher, and the final line in the circular hall filled with bookshelves. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality was stark. The entrance was effortlessly breached, while the nearly 100 individuals in the factory's front hall posed a significant challenge. Yet, the mouse bomb caught them off guard, disrupting their formation, enabling a swift incursion. Meanwhile, Wesley cleverly outmaneuvered the butcher, deploying a preemptive shot that intimidated the oncoming reinforcements. Otherwise, a horde charging in would have forced them to retreat momentarily amidst the butcher's chaos. As for the last line of defense, under immense psychological pressure, Cross resorted to using the flashbang, an unconventional choice for assassins, which caught them completely off guard. The outcome was nearly inevitable. The Brotherhood was doomed. At that moment, only 2 individuals remained in the hall, cowering behind cover and engaging in futile bravado. Yet, such bravado was merely the prelude to their demise. Within a minute, the 2 boastful figures had succumbed to their fate. Subsequently, the duo meticulously searched their surroundings. They found no sign of Sloan or the Fox, though they encountered the bodies of several other formidable opponents. Ahead lay the location of the looms. They decided to investigate further. As they approached, they entered what was once a grand hall, with the fabled loom of fate positioned majestically at its center. However, after the bombardment by the mouse bombs, this place, lacking load-bearing columns, suffered the most severe collapse, transforming into a desolate ruin. The 2 searched around, but found no trace of Sloan. Where was Sloan at this moment? Just a few minutes prior, when Wesley fired his gun, hitting a target, he realized that the 2 were outmatched. Cautiously, he did not believe that the 4th line of defense could eliminate them, so he fled early. As for now, indeed, he was right in the crosshairs of Lin Chen's scope. Ever since Sloan exited the textile factory, Lin Chen had been tracking him. He refrained from firing prematurely, knowing that Sloan moved swiftly, and he was waiting for the opportune moment, such as the instant he got into a vehicle. Fortune seemed to smile upon Lin Chen. As this opportunity soon presented itself, Sloan quickly approached a car, entered from the passenger side, and then slid into the driver's seat. Just as he started the engine, Lin Chen pulled the trigger. He did not aim for the elusive head, fearing that this fellow might be sharp enough to sense danger and crouch down to evade it. Thus, Lin Chen aimed not even for the chest, but directly for the abdomen. The sniper bullet, possessing immense power, traversed the mere distance of over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Bang! The bullet pierced through the car's hood, slicing through layers of thin metal, and struck Sloan in the abdomen. Even so, the bullet's momentum hardly diminished. It penetrated through the seat, once again breaching the car's undercarriage, and ultimately ricocheted off the ground. Inside the car, upon being hit, Sloan felt a sudden chill in his stomach, an overwhelming weakness coursing through his body. Trembling, he lowered his gaze, only to behold a gaping wound in his abdomen. Who fired the shot? From where was it fired? These questions flashed through his mind, but before he could grasp the answers, Sloan met his demise. Thus, the main quest was finally accomplished. Main quest conditions met. Task deemed complete. Rewards, 50 points and 1 chance for a lottery in this dimension. As this message appeared, Lin Chen also received another notification. He could remain in this dimension for another year, during which he could choose to return at any time. If he opted not to return, the system would automatically transport Lin Chen back to the main world after a year. At this moment, Lin Chen certainly had no intention of leaving immediately. There was still so much for him to learn. The Marvel Universe was fraught with danger, and he desired to reach his utmost potential before departing. Moreover, the technology of parabolic trajectories was something he could not acquire in the Marvel realm. If Lin Chen did not seize this opportunity to learn, would he not allow this technique to gather dust? Chapter 17. The Lottery Name. Jacqueline Identity. Malantov Level. E-Points. 70. Having completed the main quest, there were no significant changes aside from the addition of 50 points. The analysis shop would only become available after leaving this dimension, so it was not worth contemplating at this moment. But there remained one opportunity for a lottery within this dimension. This lottery did not imply that it could only occur in this realm. Rather, the items drawn would be sourced from this dimension. Lin Chen was undeniably intrigued by the lottery, and upon realizing he had an opportunity, he immediately initiated the draw. As this thought emerged, The mark representing a single lottery chance within the system quietly shattered, transforming into a spinning wheel that materialized before Lin Chen's eyes. The wheel featured 6 equally sized segments, divided into sixths. Within each segment, instead of the typical first prize, second prize, or thank you for participating, there were no textual descriptions, only images, a loom, a formula, a bullet, a knife, a dagger, and a heart. At first glance, this array was perplexing, yet as Lin Chen focused his thoughts upon it, he discerned their meanings. The loom represented the fateful loom from the Brotherhood, possessing limited foresight into the future, albeit with considerable constraints. The formula referred to a unique concoction for a white medicinal bath, employing common herbs in an extraordinary combination to yield remarkable effects. The bullet symbolized the technology of curved bullets, and should he draw it, Lin Chen would instantaneously master this skill. The dagger similarly represented the expertise of an assassin. Acquiring it would endow Lin Chen with extensive experience in that realm. The knife signified the butcher's swift blade technique, capable of slicing through bullets with astonishing speed. Lastly, the heart was an enigmatic symbol, representing the unique abilities of Wesley and Klaus. Without a doubt, Lin Chen's greatest desire at this moment was the special ability, followed closely by the curved bullet technology, the swift blade technique, and assassin proficiency. As for the loom and the medicinal bath formula, the former held little utility for him, while the latter he had already gleaned from Klaus. Thus, with eager anticipation for the special ability, Lin Chen set the wheel in motion. Under Lin Chen's command, the wheel spun rapidly like a carousel, blurring the images, and in the following instant, the pointer halted upon the heart. Although he had drawn the very object he most desired, inexplicably, Lin Chen felt no joy. Instead, he was left in a state of bewilderment. Was it that the surprise had arrived too swiftly for his emotions to catch up? What manner of lottery was this? From the beginning to the end, it was but a fleeting moment. Shouldn't it transition from swift to slow, with his emotions fluctuating accordingly, followed by an internal struggle? However, Lin Chen soon found himself too preoccupied to ponder such thoughts, for as the lottery concluded, the heart on the spinning wheel transformed into a stream of light, soaring into his mind. Ahem, although the wheel resided within his mind, visually, Lin Chen felt as though that entity was approaching him. In the next instant, he sensed his breath quicken, his heartbeat racing, and everything around him slowed to a crawl, while his brain processed surrounding information at an accelerated pace. This abrupt transformation left Lin Chen feeling quite uncomfortable, a physical unease born from the stark contrast. After a brief moment, he gradually began to acclimate to this newfound ability. Yet, perhaps due to it being his first attempt, this power waned swiftly and vanished on its own. Unfazed, Lin Chen focused his mind, soon immersing himself back into that state. He raised his sniper rifle, directing his gaze toward the Brotherhood. In just a moment's absence, several stragglers had emerged from within. And astonishingly, they did not flee but rather crouched in some blind spot, poised to launch a surprise attack. Upon spotting these individuals, Lin Chen wasted no time, dispatching them with a single shot each. Moreover, while aiming, he noticed a fox and, after a moment's contemplation, refrained from pulling the trigger. Wesley may have taken a liking to her, thus granting her a reprieve. Wow, this ability was truly formidable. Once the power ebbed away, Lin Chen could not help but exclaim in awe. How to articulate it? Previously, when Lin Chen wielded a sniper rifle, it was akin to using a 4x scope M24 to target someone hundreds of meters away. Now, however, he was equipped with a 15x scope, one that was even unlocked. As soon as he aimed, the enemy's head would align with his crosshairs, requiring only the pull of the trigger. With a good rifle in hand, he could unleash 17 shots in 2 seconds, executing moves akin to a 15x scope sweeping across a vehicle. Nonetheless, maintaining this state proved quite taxing, lasting merely a few minutes, by which point Lin Chen felt hunger gnawing at him, despite having eaten not long ago. He believed that with prolonged practice, this situation would gradually improve, but he would certainly need to keep high-calorie food on hand in the future. Once again, he peered through his scope at the Brotherhood, finding no more stragglers, and noted that Wesley and Klaus had already emerged. Thus, the plan had been successfully executed, and Lin Chen's mission was complete. Reflecting for a moment, he retrieved an envelope from his pocket and placed it beneath the stock of his sniper rifle. Having accomplished this, Lin Chen turned and departed. The letter had been prepared in advance. Unsure whether he would leave immediately after completing the main quest, he had taken the precaution to have it ready. allowing him to leave it behind at his convenience. After a year had passed, Lin Chen could have chosen to remain with Wesley and the others, especially considering that there was still much he yearned to learn from Klaus. However, having drawn a unique ability from a lottery, his capacity for learning surged exponentially. Although Klaus still held some relevance to his development, it was exceedingly limited. Lin Chen found that with a modicum of effort, he could master skills independently, and remaining in proximity to Wesley and the others would render his extraordinary ability conspicuously apparent. While it might not be immediately recognized, over time, Klaus was likely to discover it, leading to potential complications. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to distance himself from them, seeking to put as much space between them as possible. Half an hour later, after Wesley and Klaus had eliminated the surrounding assassins, they finally arrived at the sniper's vantage point where Lin Chen had been stationed. "Marlin, Sloan has been killed. Was it you?" Wesley exclaimed upon discovering the deserted gathering place and the note beneath the sniper rifle. Realization dawned upon him as he rushed forward, opening the letter to read its contents. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was already driving towards the airport. The Brotherhood has branches in numerous locations. It is a vast organization. Although its headquarters had been eradicated, many affiliates remained active. Lin Chen's next endeavor was to refine himself through these branches, swiftly augmenting his prowess. Chapter 18. Departure time swiftly passed. 5 months later, in a room in Iraq, Lin Chen sighed softly, acknowledging that it was time to depart. Name: Jack Lin. Identity: Marlin. Tov. Level: D points, 70. From the moment he acquired his unique ability, Lin Chen's power had already reached level E. Within a fortnight, as he began to master this extraordinary skill, his level rose to D. After several months of diligent practice, he finally attained level D. At this point, the assassins of the Brotherhood appeared as mere sheep before him, posing no threat whatsoever. The sharpening of his skills had lost its previous efficacy. It was then that Lin Chen made the decision to venture onto the battlefield. This journey would last over a month, and by now, he recognized that his growth in this world had reached its zenith. Continuing to linger would be futile. He had learned all he could, and it was time to leave. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen equipped himself with 2 handguns, a sniper rifle, and some ammunition before mentally activating the departure from this dimension. This was a test for Lin Chen to ascertain whether he could transport items from this realm. In addition to firearms, he also took gold, food, and small animals. Detected living entities, quantity, 2, levels, EE. Would you like to spend 2 points to bring them out? Upon encountering this prompt, Lin Chen immediately chose to decline. He possessed a snake and a sand rat. Why would he expend points for these items? Lin Chen was no fool. Following his decision, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the room, leaving only the snake and the sand rat behind. In New York, on 7th Avenue, there lay a residential street, and at number 216 stood a duplex, Lin Chen's abode. At that moment, in the hall on the 2nd floor, a flash of white light appeared, and the fully armed Lin Chen reappeared before the computer he had left. Clatter and crash ensued, for the multitude of items he carried, guns, bags, and more, struck the table and the computer screen, producing a heart-wrenching cacophony. Disregarding these minor details, Lin Chen hastily secured his sniper rifle before methodically placing each bag down. A cursory glance at his belongings revealed his satisfaction. He had brought many items, and aside from the 2 living creatures, everything else had been successfully transported, including the corpse of a sand rat. At this juncture, Lin Chen could reasonably conclude that living beings could not be brought out directly unless he expended points. As for the other items, he had yet to discover any prohibitions. Moreover, in the previous system prompt, Lin Chen noticed an intriguing detail. The system designated levels to the creatures. Thus, he surmised that the cost in points to transport beings from one dimension might vary according to their strength. However, at that moment, Lin Chen had no means to test this theory. He could only await his next traversal. Yet, would the next journey be akin to the first, requiring another year of waiting? During his year in the Marvel Universe, Lin Chen had attempted numerous methods to accelerate the percentage in his mind. Yet, constrained by the limitations of an ordinary human, his efforts had been finite. Now, however, he could no longer be classified as an ordinary person. The previously inaccessible places and unattainable items were now within reach, ripe for exploration in hopes of hastening his dimensional travel. Of course, these were matters for another time. At present, Lin Chen's foremost desire was to indulge in a luxurious hot bath. The battlefield conditions had been unbearable, and he had endured enough over the past month. After discarding his belongings in a corner, Lin Chen stripped down, armed with a handgun, and stepped into the bathroom. Over the past 5 months, he had developed the habit of never being without a gun, always carrying at least one. Submerged in the bathtub, his left hand rested near the gun, while his right hand glided through the air. Indeed, Lin Chen was perusing the shop. Upon his departure from the dimension, this so-called analytical world feature had activated. In the wanted notice, certain items were extracted by the system, cataloged as merchandise and laid out before Lin Chen, who could exchange them for points, essentially transforming the scenario into a makeshift system store. There were 6 items in total, precisely those 6 previously drawn in the lottery. The designs were identical, save for the addition of points and levels beneath each illustration, rendering them unremarkable. Among these 6 items, the most prestigious and expensive was not Wesley's special ability, but rather the Fate Loom, boasting a level of C and requiring 220 points. The special ability followed closely, with a level of D and necessitating 125 points. The Quick Blade technique also held a level of D, requiring 50 points, while the Mastery of Assassination was rated E and called for 25 points. Gunplay technique was rated D and required 70 points. And the Medicinal Bath formula was also rated D, needing 50 points. After casting a cursory glance at the store, Lin Chen lost interest. As none of these items were of use to him, the loom held no utility for him. He already possessed the special abilities and the Medicinal Bath formula, had long surpassed the mastery in assassination techniques, and was well versed in the art of curved bullets. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Quick Blade technique, he was not far from it, his blade being exceptionally swift. As for the notion of slicing bullets, Lin Chen felt no need for a blade. His firearm could effortlessly strike down bullets fired by others. He decided to save the 70 points for now, as his foremost priority was to discover a method to expedite the accumulation of traversing energy. Gazing at the reset progress bar in his mind, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. That evening, Lin Chen gathered the useless items he had brought from the realm and stowed them in the trunk of his car. Cautious of the sudden appearance of these items and wary of discovery, he drove to a desolate suburb before discarding them. Given the distance from the suburb, he returned home late at night. Without engaging in any other activities, he collapsed into slumber. The following morning, his biological clock roused him promptly at 7. After a brief workout, Lin Chen ventured outside. His purpose was simple: to purchase a substantial amount of fabric, for he intended to craft a set of uniforms, more accurately, a suit for nocturnal endeavors. Aesthetics were of no concern, nor was high technology. Lin Chen had 2 fundamental requirements: practicality and the ability to conceal his face. Naturally, these were the 2 criteria achievable through his own craftsmanship. Lin Chen possessed considerable manual dexterity, completing the design and creation within 2 hours. However, upon viewing the final product, he grimaced in dissatisfaction at its unsightliness, deciding it warranted alterations. An hour later, after slight modifications, the uniform appeared somewhat more palatable, yet Lin Chen still shook his head, deeming it unattractive. He was certain that a complete redo would yield a more visually appealing result. Thus, as midnight approached, after 5 or 6 revisions, Lin Chen finally crafted the uniform that resonated with his vision. Chapter 19. Hawkeye Barton. This attire bears resemblance to that of Deadpool, yet predominantly cloaked in black. Suitable for nocturnal escapades, as the dark hue seamlessly melds with the shadows of the night. A striking dual-gun insignia adorns the rear, and the overall proportions are remarkably harmonious, both aesthetically pleasing and delightful to behold. Each thigh features a holster for a sidearm, while the waist accommodates ammunition, and pockets for daggers reside on the calves. As for the back, it remains unadorned. After all, were it to bear any embellishment, it would obstruct the emblem, thus diminishing its visual allure. However, aesthetics are secondary. Lin Chen invested considerable effort in modifying the suit for practicality and concealment. Particularly regarding the headpiece, he dedicated significant thought to ensure comfort, breathability, and unobstructed visibility. Upon completion, he preserved this masterpiece, retaining the previous iterations as well, cherishing them as a memento of his inaugural endeavor in crafting something with his own hands. On the 3rd night post-return, gazing at the flickering 1% in his mind, Lin Chen grasped the situation. This traversal mirrored the previous experience, barring unforeseen circumstances. A second journey would necessitate another year of waiting. With such a lengthy interlude ahead, he was not inclined to remain idle. he resolved to seek alternative solutions. Thus, he donned his uniform with alacrity. After ensuring he was equipped with the necessary items, Lin Chen leapt from the window, stealthily making his way through the night towards a museum located 2 streets away. The museum housed numerous antiquities Lin Chen had previously visited, but at that time, he was merely an ordinary individual, rendered powerless by the extensive daytime security. As for nighttime, he couldn't even gain entry, let alone employ any special tactics. However, the circumstances had shifted. He was now agile and perceptive. Skillfully evading the guards at the entrance, Lin Chen soon found himself within the museum's confines. Although patrol officers roamed the halls, their footsteps lacked the cautiousness of silence, allowing Lin Chen to detect their approach from afar, thus ensuring he remained undetected. Within the museum, Lin Chen traversed as if in a realm unoccupied by others, freely searching for his desired artifacts. Yet, after half an hour, he emerged empty-handed. He had thoroughly examined all accessible items, and the fully secured relics were not of interest at this juncture. Do not misconstrue his hesitation. It was not fear, but rather a calculated choice. This was merely the first museum. New York City harbored countless locations, and he felt compelled to explore them all before causing a stir that might fortify security measures across the board. Resolving this, Lin Chen departed, setting his sights on the next destination. The following day, during daylight hours, Lin Chen began to explore various museums and exhibition halls. This was not merely a leisurely endeavor. He was, in fact, scouting for opportunities. After visiting 3 museums the previous day without any success, Lin Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Today, his sights were set on a nearby exhibition hall and 2 planetariums. He had devised a plan for himself. Within 1 month, he would visit all significant exhibition venues in New York City. Naturally, he intended to visit these places by night, while using the daytime merely for reconnaissance. Should he continue to encounter a lack of fruitful discoveries, Lin Chen was prepared to resort to more drastic measures, unperturbed by any commotion it might cause. Thus, over the course of more than a week, Lin Chen had come up empty-handed. He had handled over 1,000 items, yet none had elicited a response from the system. Was his initial approach flawed? Was it not sufficient to merely touch objects, but rather necessary to consume them? He quickly shook his head, dismissing this unsettling thought. The mere idea of ingesting a meteorite was enough to send shivers down his spine. Nonetheless, during this week, he had thoroughly explored all the major venues in the vicinity. And today, he was set to venture towards Queens. Driving leisurely across the bridge, Lin Chen marveled at the sights of New York. The scenery was indeed splendid, especially while traversing the bridge, with the vast river sprawling on either side. However, as he neared Queens, he noticed a figure clad in black on the riverbank, engaged in a transaction with another individual. From a distance, it appeared they were exchanging a white briefcase, capturing Lin Chen's attention. Instinctively, he activated his special ability, enhancing his vision significantly, akin to peering through a telescope, bringing the scene into sharp focus. Wait a moment, is that not Hawkeye Barton? What is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing here? What are they trading? Curiosity piqued, Lin Chen found himself intrigued. In truth, he was not eager to provoke S.H.I.E.L.D. In the near term, his objective was to develop quietly and accumulate experience through multiple crossings before engaging further. However, after a week of searching for items that could augment his crossing energy, he had found nothing. By this point, he had formed some hypotheses. Ordinary objects were likely of no use. He would need something extraordinary. Yet, discovering such specialized items on his own proved exceedingly difficult. The most expedient course of action would be to observe specific agencies, take calculated risks, and thereby secure opportunities for earlier crossings. This risk was deemed worthwhile. Otherwise, enduring a year for a single crossing could lead to dire consequences, such as being turned to dust by Thanos. Just moments ago, Lin Chen made a resolute decision. His inaugural venture into risk would commence with the box he had recently acquired from Barton. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen abandoned his previous leisurely demeanor, pressed the accelerator, and sped towards his destination. Due to the intricate layout of the streets, it took Lin Chen 5 minutes to arrive in the vicinity. Without delay, he parked the vehicle in a crowded area that was out of sight from the cameras, then seized a few tools and ventured into a nearby alley. After a minute of evading surveillance, Lin Chen had sprinted nearly 100 meters and finally reached the riverbank. At that moment, Barton's presence had vanished. Yet fortune smiled upon Lin Chen. Activating his special ability to survey the surroundings, he spotted Barton's silhouette at the left corner, carrying the box. Without hesitation, Lin Chen dashed towards that direction and soon caught sight of Barton once more. This task seemed to require a degree of secrecy, for Barton bore no bow and only a handgun at his waist, skillfully navigating a route that avoided all cameras. This worked to Lin Chen's advantage. He merely needed to shadow him. During this pursuit, Lin Chen remained cautious, recognizing that the timing was not yet right and that the location was not conducive to an attack. Minutes later, Barton gradually approached an uninhabited street before abruptly veering left into a narrow alleyway. Chapter 20: Confrontation and Gain. Scanning the area, Lin Chen deemed the location satisfactory. If this were merely Barton's transit point rather than his destination, he might seize the opportunity to strike. After all, faced with Barton alone, Lin Chen felt confident in his ability to handle the situation, but the emergence of any accomplice would necessitate a hasty retreat. Determined, Lin Chen donned his gloves and mask, following cautiously to assess the situation. He had opted against wearing a uniform, as it would be too conspicuous in daylight, and now had to make do with his current attire. Positioning himself against the wall, his right hand resting on the handgun at his waist, Lin Chen activated his special ability and turned to peer into the alley. What? He was gone. This was unexpected. The sounds of footsteps persisted. And given Barton's pace, he should not have exited the alley yet. Had he been detected? Quickly scanning his surroundings, Lin Chen noted 4 doors and 2 large trash bins side by side in the alley, the only potential hiding spots. Focused on these points, Lin Chen refrained from any probing actions and hastened towards that area. Indeed, Lin Chen's suspicions proved correct. At some point, Barton had become aware of his presence. As Lin Chen approached the first door, it suddenly swung down towards him. Instantly, he rolled forward to evade the impact while raising his gun, preparing to fire. However, Barton moved with even greater speed, launching a kick aimed at Lin Chen's wrist. At that moment, Lin Chen realized it was too late to fire his weapon. He could only evade while simultaneously counterattacking with his right hand. However, Barton's assault was as fierce as a tempest, leaving Lin Chen a half-step behind, forcing him into a defensive stance for the time being. After several fruitless attempts to shoot, Lin Chen decisively stowed his firearm and formally engaged Barton in close combat. Upon activating his special ability, Lin Chen experienced a significant surge in strength, his reflexes sharpening and his punches becoming both rapid and powerful. Apart from initially being at a disadvantage due to Barton's preemptive strikes, he now poured all his energy into the fight, ultimately gaining the upper hand. Yet, Barton was no slouch. His reflexes were equally swift, and his keen eyesight allowed him to deftly parry Lin Chen's rapid blows. To be frank, Lin Chen's fighting skills were not particularly strong, primarily due to a lack of practical experience, although he possessed greater strength than Barton. Conversely, Barton was rich in combat experience, but lacked the same degree of power. Thus, their exchange was a back-and-forth battle, each delivering and receiving blows with considerable force. After several exchanges, Barton's hands began to show signs of bruising, yet he remained resilient for the moment. Fearing the exposure of further clues, Lin Chen refrained from responding and increased the ferocity of his attacks. Aware that Barton would likely call for reinforcements, Lin Chen knew he could not linger and needed to vacate the premises swiftly. His objective, as he had glimpsed during the skirmish, lay just beyond that door. It was no longer feasible to subdue Barton completely. Time was against him, and he needed to drive Barton back before acquiring what he sought and making his escape. With this in mind, Lin Chen's fighting style became increasingly audacious. After a few more exchanges, seizing a moment of opportunity, he executed a flying kick that sent Barton crashing to the ground. In that instant, Lin Chen swiftly raised his left hand, aiming his gun at Barton's head. The palpable sense of imminent danger compelled Barton to crouch down, choosing not to rise again. "Who are you?" he inquired, realizing Lin Chen had not immediately struck him down. Receiving no answer, Lin Chen retreated towards the interior, grabbing the box before moving towards the alleyway. Throughout this, the muzzle of his gun remained steadfastly trained on Barton, showing no sign of relaxation. After their earlier exchanges, Lin Chen had gained a clear understanding of Barton's capabilities. He was weaker, but not by a wide margin. This presented a potential threat to Lin Chen's life, necessitating his caution. As he rounded a corner and spotted Barton still crouched, Lin Chen hastily reholstered his weapon and turned to flee. Simultaneously, Barton surged towards him, his right hand poised near his holstered pistol. However, He did not anticipate that Lin Chen would suddenly turn back after only a few steps. Gauging Barton's approximate position from the sound of his footsteps, Lin Chen swiftly released a curved bullet in that direction. Bang! With a muffled thud, a bullet shot from the silencer of a handgun, tracing an elegant arc through the air towards Barton, who was sprinting into the alley. The sound of gunfire, even that of a silenced weapon, reached his ears. At first, he assumed it was the backup from SSS, arriving amidst the ongoing skirmish. However, a sudden wave of intense danger washed over him. In his line of sight, a bullet inexplicably curved at the mouth of the alley, heading directly for him. In that fleeting moment, Barton had no time to marvel. Instinctively, he rolled sharply to the right. Yet, the bullet came too swiftly, and his movement was a fraction too late. It grazed the outer edge of his left thigh, taking a small chunk of flesh. Though the injury was minor and would hardly impair his combat abilities, he stood frozen, refraining from pursuing further. He understood that this shot was merely a warning. Should he continue the chase, the next bullet would not be aimed at his thigh, but rather at his heart. Thus, he halted in his tracks. A bullet that could curve, an extraordinary skill, had seized his mission item without intending to kill him. Who was this individual? Just as Barton pondered this, SSS reinforcements finally arrived. Observing the approaching agents, Barton spoke in a grave tone. White shirt, black pants. Approximately 6 feet tall. Investigate the surrounding surveillance for his whereabouts. Having issued his command, Barton departed. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, within an unoccupied residential house, Lin Chen positioned the box and swiftly shattered the lock with a single shot. With a few clicks, the box sprang open. Staring at its contents, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was that a handgun? No, this was no ordinary firearm. Its metallic sheen and the deep blue glow emanating from its energy source revealed it to be a handgun infused with the power of the Tesseract. Although it appeared quite new, aesthetically it resembled relics from the previous century. Had it been manufactured by Hydra? Filled with curiosity, Lin Chen picked up the handgun. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it? He stared at the prompt in his mind, momentarily stunned, before promptly selecting yes. The instant the thought crossed his mind, the blue energy source within the gun rapidly dimmed, while the progress bar in his mind, previously at 3%, began to surge. Within mere seconds, the energy source within the handgun faded completely, and the progress bar climbed to 37%. Each 1% of energy required 3 days to recharge, while 34% equated to over 100 days. Just this small fragment of energy had saved Lin Chen more than 100 days of time. Indeed, risk and opportunity coexist. This was an extraordinary gain. Chapter 21. Speculation in the New York division of SSS. Natasha was engaged in identity fabrication. She had received a mission from Nick Fury, requiring her to approach Tony Stark and conduct a risk assessment. Her initial strategy was to establish contact through Pepper Potts, who was close to Tony. Once her identity was successfully forged, she intended to report to the archives on the first floor and simultaneously request funding for the mission. As she made her way, she unexpectedly encountered Barton, who appeared to be returning from a mission. Had it failed? Was everything all right? Noticing the subtle change in Barton's demeanor and the fresh bandage on his thigh, Natasha's curiosity was piqued. I'm fine, Barton affirmed with a nod, offering no further explanation. Natasha paused, recognizing Barton's prowess. His personal involvement in a task that had evidently gone awry, leaving him injured, struck her as peculiar. She was aware that this mission was of a high classification, accessible only to agents rated level 6 and above. It was exceedingly discreet, to the extent that only Barton was dispatched for the operation. How could such a classified mission have been compromised? If he had been ambushed by a larger force, she would surely have been notified. It seemed there must be another explanation, and Natasha's insatiable curiosity compelled her to uncover what sort of individual could have led to Barton's failure. On the 23rd floor, as they entered the elevator, Barton leaned against the railing, lost in thought as he stared at the surroundings, oblivious to Natasha's presence accompanying him. However, when the elevator ascended without hearing Natasha announce her intended floor, Barton turned to inquire, "Are you also heading to see Nick Fury?" "Of course. My funding hasn't been approved yet, and it will take an additional day to process through the usual channels. Visiting him will expedite matters," she replied. Oh, Barton nodded, but an inkling of something amiss lingered in his mind. With the elevator chiming, They arrived at the 23rd floor, leaving him little time to ponder further. This level served as Nick's office in New York and housed some significant documents. The two swiftly approached Nick's office door, knocking before entering upon receiving permission. From a distance, Barton glimpsed Nick holding the very dossier pertaining to his recent mission. To the left of the office, a small projection screen displayed surveillance footage from the vicinity of his combat location. The footage captured only a blurred image of him, and despite attempts at restoration, the result was still subpar. "I have already sent this to the team below for extensive data comparison," Nick commented. "Yet, I have little hope. The likelihood of finding anything is exceedingly low. Agent Barton, what more specific information can you provide me?" As Nick uttered this inquiry, he remained focused on the documents in his hands, only raising his gaze to fixate on the two individuals when he concluded his sentence. He appeared quite youthful, likely in his 20s, possessing a robust physique that surpassed my own, coupled with remarkable speed. Most notably, his reflexes seemed to exceed mine. It was evident that he had undergone specialized training, albeit with limited practical experience, as his combat and tracking skills appeared rather rudimentary. After a brief pause, Barton continued, "By the way, I suspect this individual possesses some form of advanced technology. The bullets fired from his handgun are capable of curving." The notion of curving bullets intrigued Nick, who raised an eyebrow. Natasha, too, stroked her chin, displaying a keen interest in the revelation. Disregarding their musings, Barton pressed on. "The bullet he fired has been recovered and analyzed. It is a standard issue round used by the U.S. military, identifiable as one brought from the battlefield in Iraq. The individual was exceedingly cautious, leaving no fingerprints behind. Thus, this lead has been exhausted." Having said this, Barton cast a peculiar glance at Natasha, as if to convey, "Aren't you here to request funding? Standing silently for so long seems like you're relishing my predicament." Natasha responded with a smile. "Indeed." Barton attempted to convey further expressions, yet Nick interjected, "His combat prowess surpasses yours. He operates alone, refraining from lethal action against you. And he seemingly possesses advanced technology, with the intent to seize your mission assets." Reflecting upon these clues, Nick summarized, "Considering the timing, if he were aware of our mission, he would have acted before your transaction. After all, pilfering from others is undoubtedly easier than taking from you. Thus, it is likely that he stumbled upon your exchange by chance. In terms of identity, there are two plausible scenarios. The first, he could be an agent from another nation, though the likelihood of this is rather slim. The second possibility is that he is a local prodigy in New York." "A prodigy? Are you suggesting he has created some form of advanced device and enhanced himself?" Natasha probed further. Receiving no answer, Nick countered, "Barton, when did you first notice he was tracking you?" "Actually, it wasn't me who noticed. It was Comer, the individual I was trading with. He observed someone approaching as he was leaving. Due to his own circumstances, he didn't take a closer look, but merely alerted me before departing. I initially assumed it was a coincidence, yet I remained vigilant. When I crossed the street for the second time, I seized the opportunity to glance around, and indeed confirmed that I was being followed. Initially, I intended to deal with him alone. Then I sought to lure him to a less populated area. However, I was unprepared for his capabilities, which exceeded my expectations, resulting in him stealing my belongings and injuring me." Nodding thoughtfully, Nick remarked, "The location of your transaction offers a broad perspective, beyond the surrounding corridors and the nearby heights. The only sight would be the bridge linking Queens and Manhattan. It is unlikely that the individual was spotted within the corridors. Otherwise, that person would not have been so careless as to be discovered by Comer. They must have observed this area from the bridge or a nearby high-rise before making their way here. Search the towering buildings by the river and review the surveillance footage, eliminating all vehicles present during the suspicious time frame on the bridge. Identify the perpetrator." As he spoke, Nick turned to Barton, stating, "This will be your next assignment. Upon locating him, do not engage or confront him directly, but inform me first, and I shall dispatch someone to make contact." "Understood." Barton nodded and departed. Natasha, too, followed suit, not out of obligation to a task, but simply driven by her curiosity. With her curiosity now satiated, it was time for her to attend to her own duties. Chapter 22. The suspect in the afternoon, having changed into a fresh set of clothing, Lin Chen returned home in his vehicle. Through this recent escapade, Lin Chen's most significant gain was not merely the energy source itself, but rather the understanding of what could amplify the traversal energy. Indeed, it is the energy source. However, The term energy source here does not refer exclusively to one singular entity. It is a broad definition. Anything that embodies energy can be absorbed by the system, thereby enhancing the traversal energy. Naturally, while this is the definition, the reality is that specific criteria must be met concerning the energy sources. Previously, Lin Chen had encountered numerous items, and while he had come into contact with various energy sources, the system had shown no reaction. Reflecting upon it now, it appears that the energy contained in those sources was too minimal, likely not even reaching 1% of the traversal energy, hence the absence of any prompts from the system. At this moment, Lin Chen's objective became distinctly clear. He must seek out items rich in energy, those capable of augmenting the traversal energy by at least 1%. With this newfound direction, his efforts were far more efficient compared to aimlessly wandering about. Time would also be saved, otherwise, who knows how long it would take for Lin Chen to stumble upon this insight. In summary, this adventure had proven to be quite rewarding. As for any ensuing troubles, upon careful reflection, Lin Chen realized he had left behind no significant clues. Even the SHIELD would find it challenging to trace him. Relaxing, Lin Chen decided to peruse stocks on his newly acquired computer while also researching where in New York he might discover unique items, preferably those rumored to be associated with sorcery. As he sifted through information, an idea struck him. The increase in traversal percentage relies on energy, and sorcerers also wield energy for their spells. Could he perhaps enlist a sorcerer to recharge him? Alternatively, could he embark on learning spells himself to energize the system? Nonetheless, Lin Chen merely entertained the thought. He could hardly believe he possessed the same extraordinary talent as Doctor Strange. It was likely he would require several years of diligent study to achieve any meaningful progress. Mastering magic in a short span was an unattainable aspiration. Capturing a mage for energy replenishment? Given his current capabilities, he was still far too weak to confront a mage without trepidation. Thus, this notion remained a mere fantasy. Seeking out energy sources proved a far more pragmatic approach. After an afternoon of diligent research, Lin Chen identified 3 potential energy sources within New York City by evening. One resided in Manhattan, while the other 2 were located in Brooklyn. Coincidentally, the one in Manhattan was situated not far from his home, within a historical museum he had visited just the day prior. However, due to its encasement in glass, he had refrained from any violent destruction at that time. Yet today, Lin Chen felt little hesitation. Having already explored the exhibits in Manhattan, any commotion would likely only affect that area. Brooklyn, across the river, would probably remain largely unaffected. With this in mind, Lin Chen calculated the timing and, once darkness enveloped the city, he set out in his meticulously prepared uniform. As expected, everything proceeded smoothly. It wasn't long before he infiltrated the museum. Without hesitation, he navigated with practiced ease to a display case. Inside lay a meteorite, rumored online to be a royal stone, accompanied by tales of strange phenomena from 2 centuries prior. Although the narrative seemed far-fetched, it was relatively credible compared to other claims. Confirming it was indeed the object of interest, Lin Chen wasted no time. He raised his hand and fired. The muffled sound of the shot shattered the glass. While the silencer mitigated the noise, the piercing alarm triggered by the shattering glass was unavoidable. Remaining composed, Lin Chen swiftly grasped the stone. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. The stone did not activate the system prompt, indicating this venture had been in vain. Undeterred, Lin Chen resolved to press on. Before the guards arrived, he shattered several other glass-encased items, reaching out to touch them. Surprisingly, this approach proved remarkably effective. 2 minutes later, as the sound of approaching guards grew nearer, Lin Chen decided to make one final attempt before departing. However, when his hand made contact with the object for the 13th time, he was taken aback. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb? Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose to absorb it, finally taking a moment to examine what he had encountered. This is a piece of yellow jade, exhibiting an ancient style and exuding an air of antiquity. Upon closer inspection, one can faintly discern a luminous glow within the jade, though it swiftly dissipates. Meanwhile, the transmutation energy within Lin Chen's mind surged from 37% to 42%. It is commendable that a single piece of jade could augment his transmutation energy by 5%, although it pales in comparison to his previous gains. It is still quite satisfactory. Once he absorbed the energy, Lin Chen did not linger and promptly departed from the site. Given that his presence had already raised the museum's alertness, it was reasonable to assume that by the following day, the major institutions in Manhattan would bolster their defenses. This night, however, represented a period of relative laxity and security, making it the opportune moment to act. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen wasted no time and hurried towards the next prominent establishment. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Chen finally returned home, breathless from his escapades. Throughout the night, he had visited 5 locations, yet aside from the first, none yielded significant results. Although he felt a tinge of regret, he was nonetheless elated to have acquired that 5% increase in transmutation energy. Cumulatively, his extraordinary abilities had been activated for nearly 2 hours that night. Despite the intermittent energy replenishment, he felt mentally exhausted. Upon arriving home, he collapsed onto his bed without even taking a shower and fell into a deep slumber. Despite the late hour, his biological clock roused him promptly at 7 in the morning. After freshening up, Lin Chen's first order of business was to prepare breakfast while watching the morning news. As he suspected, due to the previous night's events, all the exhibition halls in Manhattan had heightened their security measures, and he had no intention of lingering in Manhattan that evening. Instead, he planned to scout Brooklyn during the day. Agent Barton, these are the filtered suspects. A cloaked operative handed a dossier to Barton before turning away. Alone, Barton scrutinized the documents, his eyes narrowing. Based on Barton's description and through technological means of extensive data comparison, 5 suspects were ultimately identified. Lin Chen was among them. Yet fortuitously, his probability of suspicion was the lowest at merely 37%. The individual with the highest suspicion probability was a man named McClaws, employed at a company located in a high-rise building by the river. This particular location afforded a clear view of Barton's transaction site, and his physical attributes closely matched Barton's description. Most crucially, during the window of suspicion, he had visited the restroom, leaving no one to corroborate his whereabouts during that interval. Consequently, his suspicion probability soared to 71%. The likelihood of suspicion for the second to fourth candidates is considerably lower, ranging between 40 to 60%. As for Lin Chen's 37% probability, it arises from 2 key factors. Firstly, his dark hair and similar age, and secondly, the more pivotal reason, his vehicle was last seen heading in the direction of Barton, precisely within the time frame of suspicion. Were it not for this, he would not have been included in the list of suspects. After reviewing the profiles of these 5 individuals, Barton refrained from taking any impulsive actions and instead handed the documents over to Nick. I will have personnel reach out to all 5 of them. Remain on standby. We should have results within 3 days. Be prepared to adapt as necessary. I want them alive. Upon hearing the directive, Barton nodded in silence and turned to depart. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Chen returned from Brooklyn. He had visited 4 museums that day, 2 of which contained his targets. Although the distance between them was slightly inconvenient, their locations were strategically favorable. Lin Chen calculated his pace and timing. In one evening, he could feasibly cover these 2 alongside 2 others nearby. Most importantly, the museums in Brooklyn exhibited no sense of tension. The events of the previous day in Manhattan had not affected that area at all. Thus, it seemed that the operation for that night should proceed smoothly. Attention! The target has returned. Prepare for contact. As Lin Chen drove back, a man in a suit in a black sedan across the street from his house spoke into a walkie-talkie. Received. We will initiate contact in 5 minutes. In the adjacent room 217, a casually dressed woman with brown wavy hair responded, her eyes fixed intently on the scene outside the window, where Lin Chen was parking his car in his garage. Indeed, they were agents from SSS, conducting an investigation. Due to Lin Chen being the least suspicious, Nick had only dispatched a 5-member team. The leader among them, who would be the one to approach Lin Chen, was named Sharon Carter. They had arrived around noon, but after confirming that the house was empty, they did not recklessly intrude. On one hand, they feared Lin Chen might return unexpectedly. On the other, they were concerned for their safety. If he truly were a suspect, entering would likely be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, they opted to wait in the vicinity and temporarily commandeered a neighboring villa. Lin Chen's residence, naturally, was also a villa, the kind featuring a garage, front yard, and backyard, characteristic of American 2-story homes. After 5 months of training, Lin Chen's perceptiveness had become quite acute. While he may not have yet reached the level of Klaus, he was certainly not far off. As he drove into the garage, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He felt as though he were being watched. Such feelings did not arise from a mere glance. Only prolonged scrutiny could evoke such an instinct in Lin Chen. The gaze he sensed bore no malice. Thus he refrained from retaliating with lethal force. He smoothly maneuvered his vehicle into the garage, adhering to his usual routine of closing the garage door and entering his home. Upon stepping inside, he was relieved to discover that his apprehensions were unfounded. He had strategically placed subtle measures around his home to detect intrusions, which also served as a precautionary alert during the night. At that moment, Lin Chen observed that none of these devices had been tampered with, confirming that no one had yet entered his abode. A minute later, he casually tended to some houseplants by the window, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction from which he had felt the scrutiny. Although nothing appeared amiss, the absence of any activity was peculiar. The residents of apartment 217, a family consisting of a couple and their 2 children, should have been bustling about, as it was nearly 4 o'clock and, according to their usual patterns, the children ought to have returned home from school and been creating a ruckus indoors. The silence, however, suggested otherwise, leading Lin Chen to conclude that he was indeed under surveillance, rather than merely the object of casual curiosity from his neighbors. Could it be SSIELD, the FBI, or perhaps the police? After all, an organization capable of silently occupying a family's residence could hardly be a minor entity. Recently, Lin Chen had committed 2 notable acts. He had pilfered from Barton, thereby incurring the ire of SSIELD, and had vandalized a display case at a museum, which could have prompted a police report, while he had taken considerable measures to conceal his involvement. The current situation indicated that at least one party had discovered his actions. Through a process of elimination, Lin Chen dismissed the notion of police or FBI involvement. Given their typical modus operandi, he should have been apprehended the moment he exited his vehicle. The prolonged inaction suggested that SSIELD was indeed behind this. How swiftly they had traced his activities. Within a day, it seemed he had underestimated their capabilities. He had been meticulous in leaving no trace at the scene, and logically, they should not have been able to connect him to the incidents. Yet, the reality was undeniable, and Lin Chen could only marvel at SSIELD's extensive reach. For the time being, they were merely observing him and had not yet taken any overt action, indicating that they might only harbor suspicions. Alternatively, they may have already ascertained his involvement but were not inclined to confront him as an adversary. Rather, they might be seeking to recruit him. Regardless of the circumstances, it is inconceivable that the SSIELD would remain inactive indefinitely. Contact would inevitably occur in the near future. At this juncture, Lin Chen's course of action is not to strike preemptively, but rather to await developments. He must ascertain the situation from the representatives of SSIELD. If their suspicions are merely superficial, it would suit him to feign compliance, perhaps allowing the matter to pass. However, should they seek to recruit him, he must meticulously prepare his words. After all, joining is out of the question, at least for the present. With such a colossal organization, one that devours its own without remorse, lacking the prowess of figures like Thor or Iron Man, one merely becomes a subordinate, akin to Hawkeye or Black Widow, toiling daily for others. Particularly since he had previously appropriated an item from them, he absolutely cannot admit to it. Otherwise, Nick would undoubtedly brand him a traitor, leaving him with no choice but to serve SSIELD during this period. Chapter 24. A battle of wits. As Lin Chen had anticipated. Just as he finished arranging his belongings, the doorbell rang. A twinge of anxiety surged within him. He wished to evade the encounter, yet he understood that evasion was futile. He must confront the situation and do so with an air of nonchalance, lest he arouse undue suspicion. In truth, when his special abilities are activated, his control over himself amplifies significantly, allowing him to manipulate even the minutiae of his facial expressions. It could be said that should Lin Chen choose to act, his performance would eclipse that of any actor. Yet, in this state of heightened ability, the rapidity of his heartbeat would undoubtedly betray him to the agents, leaving him to rely solely on his own faculties. A test of his acting prowess has arrived. After several deep breaths, Lin Chen approached the door and opened it. "Who are you?" he inquired, his gaze scrutinizing the woman at the threshold. Clad in casual attire with short, wavy brown hair, she exuded a sense of competence and vigor. strikingly familiar to Lin Chen. A discreet glance at her hands confirmed his suspicions. She was likely a seasoned agent. My name is Linda, your neighbor from next door. I've just arrived and wanted to meet the local residents. She replied with a subtle smile, gesturing toward room 217 with a hint of shyness. Isn't that the Allen family? I don't believe I've seen you before, Lin Chen remarked, his expression a blend of curiosity and caution. Uncle Allen has been away on vacation recently. I am his distant cousin, here to look after his house for a few days, she hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen scratched his head in realization. Oh, I see. Please come in. As she was led to the sofa in the living room, Linda surveyed her surroundings and casually inquired, Are you home alone? Where are your parents? I'm an orphan, living alone, Lin Chen replied as he poured tea. I sincerely apologize. I must express that Sharon's acting is commendable. Her astonished expression portrayed with remarkable finesse. Lin Chen placed the tea before her, offering a gentle smile. It's quite all right. By the way, my name is Lin. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He raised his cup, indicating the tea was delightful, and took a generous sip. I feel the same. Sharon replied with a smile, lifting her teacup slightly, taking only a modest sip. Exercising caution despite having witnessed Lin Chen pour it, and noting that he had consumed a significant portion. Upon entering, she had meticulously observed the first floor, finding nothing particularly remarkable. I am majoring in architectural design and am nearing graduation, needing to complete a thesis that entails comparing various residential properties and drawing conclusions. I came to my uncle's house partly to look after it and partly to visit different homes in New York to discern their distinctions. Lin, you are my first stop. May I explore a bit? Sharon set down her teacup, smiling as she spoke. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The agents were exceedingly clever, crafting such a flawless excuse for their search. Is it inconvenient? Sharon raised an eyebrow slightly. According to the intelligence, Jack Lin was merely an ordinary orphan, and Sharon was well aware of his circumstances, including his personality, assets, and experiences. Based on Jack's intelligence, she had conducted specialized situational simulations, and at this moment, given her identity, such a request should not be met with refusal. If he could not provide a reasonable explanation, it would indicate a problem. Convenient. How could it be inconvenient? It's just that I have never encountered such a situation before, so I momentarily failed to react. Lin Chen feigned a look of embarrassment. According to his recollections, Jack Lin was quite introverted and had rarely conversed with girls, so his slight awkwardness was indeed reasonable. Is that so? May I take some photographs? I will need them for my thesis. Smiling, Sharon took out a phone from her pocket. Of course. Lin Chen's face broke into a genuine smile. Through their conversation, he had come to grasp the current situation. Her words were merely probing into his residence, with no inquiries regarding his circumstances, suggesting that S.H.I.E.L.D. merely harbored suspicions and had not definitively concluded anything. This was a positive development. As long as he assuaged their doubts, he could rest easy. With this thought, Lin Chen rose. Come, I shall show you around. My home is quite simple, consisting of just 2 floors, along with a front and backyard and a garage. As this was merely a test of identity, Sharon refrained from engaging in any outrageous behavior. She simply toured the premises, taking photographs at various locations. In truth, the photographs served as a ruse. Concealed within her cuff was a miniature camera that captured every corner of the room, transmitting the footage in real time. From the moment she entered, individuals outside began their analysis. A mere 15 minutes later, Sharon had completed her tour of Lin Chen's residence. As anticipated, this low-suspicion target revealed no incriminating evidence. The wireless earpiece nestled in her ear had not relayed any useful information. Everything appeared normal, although she had internally concluded that Lin Chen was not the target. The necessary procedures still had to be observed. With a smile, Sharon addressed Lin Chen, stating, I consider my task today accomplished. Thank you immensely. How about I treat you to dinner? The invitation for dinner was merely a pretext aimed at luring Lin Chen out, thereby allowing others to investigate the premises. After all, they had only superficially observed the surroundings, failing to open cabinets or verify the existence of a basement. As long as it was confirmed that Lin Chen was not present in the house, they could conduct a thorough search of the interior. Should they observe no anomalies over the subsequent days, his suspicion could be entirely alleviated. Lin Chen was certainly aware of this as well. His belongings were relatively well hidden. Even a detailed tour would not reveal much. However, should a search be conducted, his secrets would be exposed. It was evident that the SHIELD agents would not come alone, as this department favored teamwork. Lin Chen could easily surmise that as soon as they left, his home would be searched. As for why a search had not occurred earlier, it was likely due to some reservations, but those reservations had likely dissipated now. He could not allow himself to be led astray. He needed to devise a strategy, lest he risk exposure. Chapter 25. A daring strategy. The term to think on one's feet was one Lin Chen had only encountered in television shows or novels. However, he now truly felt the gravity of the phrase. In this moment of tension, he indeed conceived a brilliant plan. "You wish to treat me to dinner?" Lin Chen exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. "Since you have come to my home, you are the guest. In Huabua, it is unheard of for a guest to treat the host to a meal. This dinner is certainly on me. I suspect you have yet to experience Huabua cuisine. I am quite adept at preparing it, having recently learned. Come. Today, allow me to showcase my culinary skills." Lin Chen spoke with remarkable speed. Akin to a League of Legends player recounting their impressive maneuvers, his tone brimming with pride. As he spoke, he unceremoniously guided Sharon to the sofa, instructing her to wait there and watch some television, assuring her that he would prepare the meal swiftly. She would surely be satisfied. Sitting on the sofa, Sharon appeared bewildered. Wasn't he at merely a meal? Why the sudden insistence on cooking himself? And what was with this overwhelming enthusiasm? Was this how all Chinese people were? Perhaps Lin Chen's fervor was simply too intense. At that moment, Sharon did not feel repulsed. In fact, she mused that since Lin Chen's likelihood of being a suspect was so low, and given his warm demeanor, he should not be considered a suspect at all. She contemplated that even if the search were to be abandoned, it would be acceptable. Yet, she reminded herself that the task must be completed. As it was a rigid requirement, failure to do so would constitute a violation. After approximately half an hour, Lin Chen presented a fragrant array of Chinese dishes on the table. To her surprise, even though Sharon was unfamiliar with authentic Chinese cuisine, the aroma alone suggested that this food was far more genuine than what she had encountered in Chinatown. With 3 dishes and a soup, it was a standard home-cooked meal. After serving Sharon a bowl of rice, Lin Chen began to eat. While seated on the sofa earlier, Sharon had contemplated leaving several times, but gazing at Lin Chen's earnestness in cooking kept her silent. Now that the food was served, she found herself swept up in his enthusiasm and joined him in the meal. About 20 minutes later, the two finished eating and settled back on the sofa for casual conversation. After a while, Sharon took her leave. She had intended to invite Lin Chen out, even crafting an excuse, but during the meal, Lin Chen had effectively thwarted her intentions with a single remark. He stated that the evening was a time for joyful study and that he would be occupied with learning, leaving her to her own devices. With such a declaration, Sharon felt it would be inappropriate to insist on his company, so she graciously departed. She harbored no suspicions. After all, the intelligence indicated that throughout the year, Jack Lin had been remarkably studious and passionate about fitness, embodying the qualities of a well-rounded citizen. As Sharon left, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. This house was not a place that could be searched. Should certain items be discovered, it would expose his prior theft of Barton-S belongings. Moreover, moving them out was impractical. He was under surveillance. While he could manage to leave alone, transporting items in a vehicle would lead to immediate capture if pursued. As for discreetly smuggling items out bit by bit, Lin Chen had considered it, but it proved unfeasible. Other items might be manageable, but the sniper rifle was altogether impossible to transport. It was non-disassemblable and far too lengthy for him to carry. Additionally, every instance of transport bore a degree of risk. With each attempt, the chances of detection would multiply. After much contemplation, the notion of carrying the items out had become a futile endeavor. Currently, the only viable solution is to remain indoors, concocting a plausible excuse to stay home for a few more days. With time, he will lose faith, and the agents of SHIELD will eventually tire of the standoff. However, it is imperative that the reasoning is sound, otherwise it may backfire. That night, Lin Chen endeavored to embody the essence of a model citizen. Initially, he had intended to venture to Brooklyn, but it appears that plan must be postponed for quite some time. Meanwhile, Sharon was meticulously analyzing Lin Chen's intelligence, pondering what excuse she could employ to lure him out the following day. Her original strategy dictated that all processes be completed today. She had not anticipated a second day. Now, with unexpected developments, she must carefully recalibrate her plans for tomorrow. Fortunately, It is still 2009, and surveillance cameras are sparse. SHIELD has yet to undergo the transformative influence of Chitauri technology, leaving certain technological limitations in place. Even if Lin Chen had donned a mask and altered his appearance while frequently visiting the museum this week, big data would still be capable of tracking his every move. Thankfully, such capabilities are lacking, and the information Sharon possesses about Lin Chen consists merely of basic data and analyses. The following day, Lin Chen rose at his usual time. However, he had not slept well the previous night, plagued by the knowledge of being watched. Despite implementing some precautionary measures, he could not find peace, remaining in a state of light slumber. This was not a significant concern for Lin Chen. The real source of his frustration was the constant surveillance. After breakfast, he settled down to watch television at home when, before long, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found, as expected, Sharon, who was using the alias Linda. To his surprise, she held 2 tickets to a Broadway show. With a beaming smile, she said, "Lin, I cannot thank you enough for yesterday. You even cooked for me. To show my appreciation, here are 2 tickets to a Broadway show. Let us go together tonight." Just as he was about to decline, Sharon thrust a ticket into his hand and dashed away, not looking back despite his calls. Goodness, the methods of SHIELD are truly remarkable. What is this? Coercion? These individuals are excessively bold, and Lin Chen felt his plan to remain holed up was on the verge of collapse. He realized that a defensive strategy could only hold for so long. He needed to devise an alternative method to divert his watchers, allowing him to transport his belongings safely. However, throughout the day, aside from seizing the fleeting moments when he was unobserved to stow his possessions in the trunk of his car, he could only conceive of a desperate last resort. This plan was simple: directly abscond with his belongings, fully aware that exposure was a possibility, but trusting in his ability to escape successfully. After observing for an entire day, he discovered that only 5 individuals were monitoring him, making a forceful escape entirely feasible. However, this plan was rather dismal. He would be condemned to a life of evasion, potentially transforming into a rogue. It was only when he amassed sufficient strength to define his own identity that he could dare to emerge into the open. Chapter 26. Abomination. A suboptimal strategy is still a suboptimal strategy. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Chen would refrain from executing it. Yet, after contemplating for an entire day, he found himself utterly at a loss. He knew no one in the Marvel Universe, and being alone, creating a diversion to draw away his watchers necessitated his exit, which would inevitably attract their attention. It was an inescapable cycle, truly vexing. How he wished Wesley were here. Together, they could operate in tandem, one overt and the other covert, rendering most issues trivial. Why had he not simply experimented to see if he could bring someone back alive? In this system, it failed to inform him how to re-enter a dimension he had already traversed. Regret was futile. This emotion ranked third from the bottom in Lin Chen's mindset, surpassed only by anxiety and impotent rage. Shaking his head in dismissal of these futile feelings, he sought to cast them aside swiftly. At this juncture, only external assistance could resolve his predicament. Otherwise, he would have to prepare for his escape. Ding dong, ding dong. As dusk approached, the doorbell rang with an urgency akin to a death knell. After a day of fruitless contemplation, he concluded that rather than waiting to be gradually suspected and ultimately discovered, it would be better to take the initiative now. A suboptimal strategy was still preferable to negotiating with that one-eyed scoundrel. He had no desire to become a mere pawn stripped of his freedom. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen opened the door. "Lin, I brought my uncle's car. Let's go. The show starts in half an hour." As soon as he opened the door, Sharon smiled and gestured toward the car door that stood wide open behind her. However, Lin Chen did not enter the vehicle. Instead, he replied, "I'm not particularly fond of riding in other people's cars. How about this? I'll drive my own car and follow you, or you can ride with me." Upon hearing this, Sharon paused, then recalled that Lin Chen had scarcely used public transport or the subway in the past year. Nodding, she said, "All right. I'll ride in your car. Just wait for me while I park this one." "Okay, I'll bring my car out too." Turning away, Lin Chen's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a serene composure. 3 minutes later, Sharon climbed into the car that Lin Chen had just retrieved from the garage. His plan was both simple and audacious: to drive westward, entering the inland areas of New Jersey. The vast, sparsely populated lands would provide ample opportunity for concealment. As long as he did not linger in one place for too long and remain vigilant in hiding his whereabouts, even SSS would find it exceedingly challenging to apprehend him. Why is this plan deemed insane? Because Lin Chen intends to abduct an agent of SSS. The adage "know thyself and know thy enemy" rings true. He must extract crucial information from the agent's lips to evade pursuit more effectively. Indeed, Lin Chen is now officially declaring that the agent, who refers to herself as Linda, has been taken captive by him. Of course, Lin Chen has yet to express this outright. As he makes his way toward New Jersey, he finds it fortuitously convenient to pass by Broadway, intending to address matters after leaving the theater behind. According to Lin Chen's conjecture, if he were the commander, there would be 5 individuals involved, one accompanying him to Broadway, while the other 4 would split into 2 groups. 2 would search the house, and the remaining 2 would follow his car to Broadway, searching his vehicle while he attends the show. And indeed, that is precisely how Sharon has orchestrated things. Once the searches are completed without incident, they can withdraw. Broadway is not far off. After a brief drive, they arrive at Broadway Street, although the theater itself remains a considerable distance away. At this moment, everything unfolds as Lin Chen had anticipated. Mere minutes into their journey, they notice a vehicle trailing them, none other than the one parked diagonally across from his home. During the drive, amidst several sudden stops, Lin Chen activates his special ability, revealing the small devices on Sharon and the handgun at her waist. After discreetly noting these details, Lin Chen resolves that at the moment of a turn, he will incapacitate Sharon and dispose of her belongings. What play is set for tonight? What is happening ahead? Sharon, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly adopts a grave expression. Before them, vehicles are inexplicably gridlocked, and distant explosions resound, flames leaping into the sky. Faintly, Lin Chen discerns the sound of rapid gunfire. Something significant is certainly unfolding ahead, prompting even the military's involvement. Lin Chen hastily rolls down the car window, leaning out to observe the distance with his activated special ability. At first glance, he spots a hulking, bald man several hundred meters away, with grayish-white skin and a towering stature of approximately 3 meters, adorned with bony protrusions. He wreaks havoc. Could it be the Abomination? Just as he finishes his observation and returns to the car, he catches sight of Sharon preparing to exit the vehicle. Linda, what are you planning to do? Lin Chen inquires hastily. Lin, something dangerous is unfolding ahead. You must return. I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to, Sharon replies, stepping out of the car without hesitation. Linda, Linda. He feigns calling after her, but as soon as she departs, a smile breaks across Lin Chen's face. Fortune truly favors him. He had initially prepared to execute a rather desperate plan, but now, with the Abomination's appearance, the SSS agents have been conveniently diverted. What was once a poor strategy has transformed into an advantageous one. What a delightful turn of events. After approximately 2 minutes of waiting, Lin Chen observed Sharon stealthily approach the vehicle that had been following him through his rearview mirror. The car remained stationary, presumably to assess his reaction in the face of danger. However, Lin Chen offered them no opportunity. He pressed the accelerator and, after colliding with several vehicles, veered in another direction. The destructive power he wielded was undeniable. In merely 2 minutes, he wreaked havoc across dozens of meters of roadway, leaving a multitude of wrecked cars in his wake. With such formidable strength, Lin Chen found himself no different from an ordinary person in the face of the threat. He had no intention of getting involved. His best strategy was to flee. But wait, if memory served him correctly, at this moment in the film, Banner should be seeking a university professor to resolve his Hulk dilemma, only to find himself surrounded and captured by the military after his transformation. The captors were a product of General Ross's experiments, an incomplete super soldier. After apprehending Banner, they compelled the professor to inject him with Hulk's genetic material, ultimately resulting in the creation of the Abomination. The Abomination was indeed a being of formidable strength, rivaling that of the Hulk. Lin Chen had no desire to engage directly on the battlefield. However, within that university lay the source of Hulk's genetic material and various blood samples. With such a plethora of unique specimens, the likelihood of encountering an energy source was considerably high. Realizing this, Lin Chen deemed it imperative to investigate. Otherwise, once the conflict concluded, the military or other organizations would likely seize control, and he would miss his opportunity. Chapter 27. The laboratory understood. If the target is lost, You are to withdraw from that area. As for the situation there, it is none of our concern at SHIELD, Nick said, hanging up the phone after Sharon's report. He was aware of the situation regarding Lin Chen and the abomination. In truth, SHIELD had known about the Hulk's circumstances from the outset, but the military had consistently barred their involvement. Even now, despite the unexpected emergence of the abomination, the military forbade any intervention from SHIELD. True to the film, shortly thereafter, Banner plummeted from a helicopter, transforming into the Green Giant and engaging in battle with the abomination. Simultaneously, on another street, Lin Chen, now clad in a uniform, resembled a specter in the night, leaping and rolling across rooftops as he advanced towards the university laboratory. His speed was remarkable, with a clear objective in mind. He arrived beside the laboratory in just a few minutes. The laboratory was in disarray. The abomination had emerged from here, having smashed a large hole in the adjacent wall. This turn of events actually facilitated Lin Chen's entry. Instead of taking a detour, he leaped through the gaping hole and, after performing a roll, steadied himself within the laboratory. To his astonishment, the laboratory was not deserted. A large-headed creature was rummaging through the space, seemingly intent on absconding with Hulk serum. Upon noticing Lin Chen, clad entirely in black, the creature momentarily froze, but swiftly pressed a button and darted towards the staircase with remarkable speed. Inside the laboratory, as Lin Chen rose to his feet, he witnessed an array of glass vials shattering around him, sending shards flying in all directions. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, rolling to the left in search of cover to shield himself from the debris. Meanwhile, the large-headed creature had successfully provoked Lin Chen's ire. With no words exchanged and an apparent intent to eliminate him, Lin Chen would not hold back. Drawing his firearms, he unleashed a barrage of 2 curved bullets that navigated past multiple obstacles, aiming for the creature's head and chest. With a sharp crack, both shots found their mark, and the creature collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This creature was, in fact, the university professor who had inadvertently become infected with the Hulk's genes during a prior experiment, resulting in its grotesque transformation. Just a mere ordinary man moments ago, he was now freshly mutated and utterly oblivious to his newfound powers, making him an easy target for Lin Chen. After a cacophony of explosions subsided, Lin Chen emerged from his hiding spot. The laboratory lay in disarray, strewn with shards of glass, Hulk's genetic fluid pooling on the floor, accompanied by the disconcerting crackle of electricity. Without pausing to survey the chaos, Lin Chen proceeded to the staircase to verify the creature's demise. As expected, it lay lifeless, a testament to Lin Chen's unwavering accuracy. To his surprise, the creature bled a putrid green, a sight that nearly turned his stomach. Resisting the urge to recoil, Lin Chen scavenged 2 intact vials from the creature's person. Although the creature had originally carried numerous vials, most had shattered upon impact, leaving only these 2. They were not a source of energy, as Lin Chen received no system alert regarding them. Nevertheless, they held potential value. If a biological expert were to acquire Hulk's genes, who knew what monstrosities could be conjured? After securing the vials, Lin Chen turned to search for other potential sources of energy. However, a fleeting glance towards the rear of the laboratory revealed that the recent explosion had damaged the circuitry, igniting a fire. The presence of the genetic fluid only exacerbated the flames, causing them to swell rapidly. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Lin Chen knew he could not linger and sprang into action, fervently searching for a source of energy. A minute later, a third of the laboratory was engulfed in fierce flames, rendering the environment exceedingly perilous. Just as Lin Chen prepared to depart, his hand inadvertently brushed against a device. "Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it?" he silently affirmed, and to his astonishment, the energy percentage in his mind surged from 42 to an astounding 81. A remarkable increase of 39%. What on earth is this, so extraordinary? He yearned to activate the device to investigate its contents. But the encroaching flames and intermittent glass shattering posed a significant threat. Regardless, he had already acquired the energy, and he thought it prudent to leave the matter be as he hastily exited the premises. Upon exiting the laboratory, the sounds of the conflict, neither the abhorrence nor the Hulk's roars, had dissipated. It seemed the battle had concluded or had shifted to a more distant locale. Paying little heed to the situation, Lin Chen evaded the surveillance cameras and swiftly made his way to his vehicle. Although the sudden influx of traversing energy was undeniably exhilarating, Lin Chen remained focused on his primary objective. In a nearby alley, he shed his uniform and hurried to his car, steering clear of the cameras as he drove towards an abandoned factory not far off. By the time Lin Chen returned home, the clock had struck past 9 in the evening. There were only 2 individuals monitoring the vicinity, and he noted the absence of Linda's presence in the neighboring villa. This was the situation he had observed prior to his return. Shortly after entering his room, he noticed subtle displacements in his previous arrangements, prompting a slight nod. Indeed, his home had been searched. The 2 individuals outside were likely the ones left to scour his residence, while the other 3 were either searching for him or engaged in other matters. However, it would not be long before Linda came looking for him. Speaking of which, Lin Chen realized he ought to call her, yet he had seemingly forgotten to ask for her phone number. If he had no means of contacting her, should he perhaps enact a scenario? For instance, knocking on the neighbor's door or even reporting to the authorities. It would at least be normal to express some degree of concern. 5 minutes later, just as Lin Chen was preparing to knock on the neighboring door, Linda arrived. Upon opening the door, they exchanged pleasantries regarding safety, engaging in a mutual display of theatrics, before Linda inquired about Lin Chen's earlier activities. In response, Lin Chen claimed to have been startled and taken refuge nearby, and once the situation had calmed, he had gone to purchase groceries. Sharon appeared somewhat bewildered. Was Lin Chen truly so unconcerned? Chapter 28. The Second Traversal. I forgot to retrieve the groceries. With that, Lin Chen made his way to the garage and retrieved the specially prepared groceries from the trunk. In doing so, he not only affirmed the veracity of his statements, but also unveiled the circumstances within the vehicle. At this juncture, Lin Chen's actions were deemed necessary. As he was aware of being under surveillance, he had intentionally left the garage door ajar, signifying that he had not returned home with any items. By orchestrating this scenario, he effectively laid bare his entire situation before SSIELD. The impact was notably significant. Shortly thereafter, Linda's father contacted her. Before long, Lin Chen found himself bidding farewell to Linda. She conveyed that, due to the recent events, her father deemed New York too perilous, urging her to return home immediately, which implied they might not meet again. To this, Lin Chen displayed a facade of reluctance, yet inwardly, he was elated. Given the circumstances, it seemed SSIELD had relinquished their suspicions regarding him, granting him a temporary reprieve. Moments later, watching the surveillance vehicle escort Linda away, Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon returning home, he maintained his vigilance, naturally surveying his surroundings. During this time, he activated his special abilities, intent on detecting any hidden cameras. Ultimately, it turned out his apprehensions were unfounded, as there were no such devices present. Earlier, he had noticed the miniature camera concealed in Linda's sleeve. However, it was rather large for discreet placement in someone else's home. It was also plausible that his low level of suspicion led them to believe there was no need for surveillance. Regardless, these considerations were now inconsequential. Lin Chen had already profited immensely from his recent escapades, and he was merely 19 units of energy away from transcending. Even a brief wait would not be detrimental. Within a maximum of 2 months, if he could maintain a normal lifestyle to diminish SSIELD's suspicions, he deemed it worthwhile. Thus, he resumed a seemingly ordinary existence, akin to his initial year in this world, spending nearly 2 months in a tranquil manner. However, it was not entirely mundane. The Stark Group's stock had surged, rendering Lin Chen a millionaire, substantially elevating his standard of living. Throughout these 2 months, Lin Chen led a normal life, effectively erasing any suspicion in Nick's mind. Additionally, other potential suspects had also been cleared, prompting Nick to redirect the investigation of Barton's last mission towards operatives in other nations. On the news, Tony's presence was ubiquitous, while reports concerning the Hulk, after an initial surge of interest, gradually faded from public discourse. In summary, as the Marvel Universe began to unfold, Lin Chen recognized the urgency to enhance his own abilities. Despite extensive training over the past 2 months, maintaining peak performance, he acknowledged the difficulty of further advancement. He had reached a plateau. At this point, the only avenue for his power to transcend lay in the next realm. That afternoon, according to the usual sequence, in about an hour, Lin Chen's traversal energy would increase by 1%, thus reaching a total of 100%. At that moment, He was driving directly towards a dilapidated factory located on the left side of Broadway. Ever since he concealed his possessions there 2 months ago, Lin Chen had been wary of exposure. This was only his second visit. Fortunately, everything remained intact, including the 2 vials of Hulk's genetic serum, which were undamaged. Remarkably, despite the passage of 2 months, the liquid inside still brimmed with vitality. If only he were a Ph.D. in biology, he could significantly enhance himself using this serum, provided he mastered it sufficiently. Alas, he was not. For now, these vials would serve as bargaining chips for future transactions when he became more powerful. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen began to arm himself. There was no need for a uniform. He simply donned a complete black outfit and carried a modest amount of silver and gold, for these currencies held universal value across dimensions. He equipped himself with all available weapons, even strapping a sniper rifle to his back. Although the system indicated that the second world would not be particularly difficult, given that the first world, deemed entirely safe, featured gunplay, Lin Chen harbored his own concerns about the second world, which was not expected to be overly challenging. The power of 2 handguns did little to assuage his anxiety. Only the sniper rifle represented Lin Chen's most formidable offensive capability. Once adequately prepared, the time drew near. Dimensional traversal will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. Thus, filled with anticipation for the next dimension, Lin Chen traversed. Shanghai in the 1940s was rife with chaos, rife with gangs and fraught with vendettas and conflicts. It was a tumultuous era where human life was as expendable as grass. However, after a bloody upheaval, the Axe Gang restructured all factions, ultimately seizing the position of the dominant power, monopolizing nearly all lucrative enterprises in Shanghai, compelling every shop to pay them protection fees. Fortuitously for Lin Chen, he had traversed into the identity of a member of the Axe Gang, a novice lacking parents. Known as Wang Jia, currently serving under the small leader Yang Fei. A glance at the task list revealed the true nature of this world. Main task: annihilate the Axe Gang. Task reward: 50 points and 1 opportunity for a lottery draw in this dimension. Side task: eliminate Tian Kandi Quebec. Task reward: 50 points. Lin Chen had watched Stephen Chow's classic film Kung Fu several times, and its plot remained vividly etched in his memory. The main quest requires little elaboration. The Axe Gang, currently the most formidable gang in Shanghai, is notorious for its ruthless and violent nature, embodying the quintessential antagonists found in films. Although the Axe Gang may not possess exceptional strength, their vast numbers are intimidating, even if lined up for execution. It would take Lin Chen a considerable amount of time to dispatch them. Moreover, these individuals are not foolish. They will undoubtedly flee and employ cunning strategies. While Lin Chen might expend significant effort to inflict serious damage on the Axe Gang, perhaps even eliminating their leader, complete annihilation is an exceedingly daunting task. Thus, he must deliberate on this primary mission, as he cannot accomplish it single-handedly. As for the secondary mission, Heavenly Scar and Earthly Deficiency, Lin Chen recalls that it involves 2 assassins hired by the Axe Gang, whose martial prowess is formidable. Judging by their portrayal in the film, even 10 Lin Chens working in unison might struggle to defeat them. Superficially, both tasks appear exceedingly challenging. However, Lin Chen perceives them as remarkably straightforward. For even if he takes no action, merely waiting for the plot to unfold will allow him to complete these tasks with ease. In Chapter 29, the Axe Gang has already suffered considerable losses, as depicted in the film where they are vanquished by the protagonist, a Xing. Following this, the gang's leader is slain by the primary antagonist, Huiyun Xieshen, who is then defeated and subdued by a Xing. By this juncture, the Axe Gang has been severely weakened, and Lin Chen need only persist in his efforts against them. Within a month's time, he could either bring about their complete downfall or witness other gangs emerge to take advantage of their weakened state. Remarkably, he would expend minimal effort in accomplishing these 2 tasks and subsequently depart. Nonetheless, this is far from Lin Chen's desire. Should he pursue this course of action, aside from gaining 100 points and a chance to draw a lottery, he would obtain nothing of substance. In this cinematic realm, extraordinary martial arts exist, enabling practitioners to cultivate inner strength. Heavenly Scar and Earthly Deficiency can kill from several meters away using inner energy, while Huiyun Xieshen can catch bullets with his bare hands. The protagonist A Xing is a legendary martial arts prodigy, possessing the formidable Rulai Divine Palm, capable of obliterating anything in his path. Mastering any of these techniques would significantly enhance Lin Chen's capabilities. However, all of this necessitates careful consideration, having just entered this world. Lin Chen must first familiarize himself with his surroundings. Surveying the area, he finds himself in a modest two-room apartment on the second floor, adjacent to a bustling street. The nostalgia of the era envelopes him as he glimpses through the window. Turning his attention back to the room, he observes a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and chairs, all quite complete. On the wall nearby hangs a mirror, and an object in front of it captures Lin Chen's attention. It is a table adorned with a black suit, which he recognizes as the uniform issued to him by the Axe Gang. After organizing his belongings, Lin Chen donned a tailored suit and armed himself before proceeding towards a small stronghold of the Axe Gang. However, Lin Chen was not there to engage in violence. He was reporting for duty. Yang Fei awaited him in the stronghold, as today marked his inaugural mission. Within a few minutes, Lin Chen arrived at the location. It was a spacious room, where Yang Fei was engrossed in reviewing account books in the innermost office. Yang Fei possessed a rather menacing appearance, resembling a notorious figure at first glance. Nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. After greeting him with a call of Brother Fei, Lin Chen began to observe his surroundings. The appointed time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, yet there were still a few minutes to spare before everyone gathered. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the expected individuals had arrived. Noticing Lin Chen lost in thought before the map in the hall, Yang Fei called out, "Ajia, why are you daydreaming? It's time to go." "Coming, Brother Fei," Lin Chen replied, promptly following him. Shanghai was a place Lin Chen had never set foot in during his 2 lifetimes, let alone the bustling city of the 1940s. Therefore, he did not hastily depart from the Axe Gang. Rather, he intended to leverage their resources to ascertain his surroundings. Otherwise, searching for locations reminiscent of cinema would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Today marked his first mission alongside Yang Fei, which involved collecting protection fees on 3rd Street in the southern part of the city. A single small leader was responsible for gathering the protection fees for an entire street, demonstrating the unyielding strength of the Axe Gang, which was indeed at the zenith of its power in the city. The task was rather straightforward, as these shops dared not exhibit any resistance. After all, the notorious reputation of the Axe Gang preceded them, with previous defiant establishments making headlines for their grim fates. Notably, these reports were far from flattering, often detailing tragic deaths occurring in the streets. Under such circumstances, it took merely over 2 hours to collect the protection fees for the entire street. Upon returning to the stronghold, Yang Fei submitted 80% of the collected funds to the gang, while he retained half of the remaining 20%, with the other half distributed among their subordinates. Even so, Lin Chen received a sum of $50. Although this amount might seem trivial in the future, where casual part-time work could yield over $100 a day, it was equivalent to a substantial portion of a person's salary for half a month in this era. Remarkably, this was merely what Lin Chen earned in an afternoon accompanying the gang. They truly profited handsomely. However, such fortunate opportunities were not a daily occurrence. Today happened to be the designated day for collecting protection fees, and the next opportunity would not arise for another month. With their earnings in hand, the gang's younger members planned to go out for an evening of revelry, extending an invitation to Lin Chen. Yet, he chose to remain at the stronghold, dedicating time to familiarize himself with the available information. That night, he aimed to familiarize himself with the surrounding situation, necessitating a thorough understanding beforehand. After dinner, Lin Chen swiftly returned home, shedding his suit in favor of a more casual attire, and began to wander through the city. In this era of Shanghai, the urban area was not particularly vast. Within merely half an evening, Lin Chen had become quite familiar with its layout. He also gathered information indicating that to the west lay the Commoners District. However, it was too late to venture there now, as it was already past midnight. He could always explore it the following day. Members of the Axe Gang operated much like employees at a workplace. Each morning, they would report to their base. Should there be special tasks, such as collecting protection fees, they would coordinate a time to depart. In the absence of specific duties, they simply patrolled the streets. Furthermore, if a prominent figure within the gang required assistance, individuals from nearby outposts, regardless of their current activities, would be obligated to lend a hand. Should anyone ignite the fireworks specifically used to summon members of the Axe Gang, those in the vicinity were expected to respond immediately, while those farther away would first gather at the headquarters. Beyond this, there was little else to be concerned about. It is worth noting that the Axe Gang had largely moved past the bloodshed of earlier times. Although sporadic violent incidents still occurred, they were considerably more merciful compared to the tumultuous past. The following day, with little to occupy the gang, Lin Chen patrolled for the day before dispersing. After changing into casual attire, he set his sights westward. According to maps and the accounts of others, if he was not mistaken, the cylindrical building depicted in the film lay about 5 miles to the west. In this age, automobiles were a rarity, primarily owned by the affluent or influential, and typically required supervision. Lin Chen chose not to take the risk of acquiring a vehicle and opted to walk instead. As the distance was manageable, he could reach his destination within half an hour. Before long, Lin Chen arrived at the vicinity of the cylindrical building. From a distance, he cast a glance, and despite the darkness, his unique abilities allowed him to identify a familiar figure, the young man from the film who had called the landlady after the water was cut off mid-shower. With this realization, Lin Chen confirmed that he had indeed arrived at the film's setting. Aware of this, he chose not to take any action, simply turning away to depart. Chapter 30. Lin Chen desired to learn martial arts, yet he understood that such knowledge could not be acquired simply by wishing for it. He recalled the landlady and her husband, who, after witnessing their son's death during a duel, had become disillusioned and vowed to withdraw from the martial world, concealing their skills henceforth. The remaining 3, Hong's iron wire fist, Wu's 8 trigram staff, and the 12 paths of Tan Leg, had also grown weary of the martial arts world and retreated from it. In light of these circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Chen to approach them for instruction. The timing was far from opportune. Lin Chen was methodical in his approach. He recalled a scene from the film where the 3 formidable masters were vanquished, and it was only when the landlord and landlady could no longer bear the sight that they intervened, driving the 2 into madness. However, their intervention came too late, and the 3 ultimately succumbed to their injuries. At that moment, the landlord and landlady were at their most vulnerable, and Lin Chen believed that a visit to seek apprenticeship would have a decent chance of success. Naturally, he would not approach them without a carefully crafted excuse. Yet, at this juncture, these were merely hypotheses. The outcome remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had a contingency plan. He could seek to learn from Xing. In the film's climax, Xing had attained enlightenment with the Buddha's palm, awakening a profound sense of compassion within him, allowing him to show forbearance even in the face of formidable adversaries like the fire cloud evil god. Should Lin Chen succeed in becoming his disciple, the likelihood of success would be significantly heightened. If that did not pan out, the landlord and landlady's mindset had already shifted. He could attempt to seek their mentorship as well. With a strategy forming in his mind, Lin Chen felt no urgency and chose to remain in the Axe Gang. Although he had contemplated leaving, he realized that doing so would bring about numerous inconveniences, so he decided to stay put. 3 days swiftly passed. On one particular morning, Lin Chen happened to overhear Yang Fei mention that all places in the city requiring protection fees had paid, except for some civilian tenement buildings in the western part of the city. The Axe Gang intended to commence collecting fees from that area today. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood that the time for his plan was drawing near. Indeed, it was not long before he witnessed a distress signal from the western side of the city that afternoon. A firework in the shape of an axe illuminated the sky clearly despite the overcast weather. As soon as the signal appeared, the gang members from the west hurried toward it, while Lin Chen and his companions headed to the headquarters. They received word that no action was required on their part. They merely needed to remain on standby as their leader, Chen Go, had already taken a capable team to address the situation, confident that it would soon be resolved. However, Lin Chen knew that those sent would struggle against the 3 masters. The outcome was all but predetermined. Not dwelling on the matter further, Lin Chen's attention was fixated on Xing. Over the past few days, he had made concerted efforts to locate Xing. But whether due to ill fortune or some other reason, he had been unsuccessful. It was reasonable to assume that Xing was currently within one of those tenement buildings, and it would not be long before the Axe Gang apprehended him to demand an explanation. Regardless of the reasons for his previous inability to find Xing, Lin Chen was undeterred. He would soon lay eyes on him. Why was Lin Chen so eager to seek out Xing? The answer was simple. He wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. In the previous realm, had it not been for his amicable relationship with Wesley, Lin Chen would not have honed the impressive skills he possesses today. He might still be languishing in the Marvel Universe. However, Lin Chen's sentiment does not imply that one must necessarily maintain a favorable rapport with the protagonist. Rather, his intention is to cultivate associations with those who can confer benefits. Should a villain offer him substantial advantages, Lin Chen would not hesitate to join forces with them against the protagonist. Yet, it is evident that, in this dimension, the individual who can provide the greatest benefits to Lin Chen is none other than the protagonist, Xing. The afternoon's events unfolded much like those in the film. Due to the antics of Xing and his companion Fatty Song, who impersonated members of the Axe Gang, conflict arose between the gang and three formidable fighters. This incident left the Axe Gang in a state of utter disarray, and predictably, Xing and Fatty Song found themselves captured by the gang. At that moment, a scene reminiscent of the movie was playing out, with Xing and Fatty Song suspended and the gang members intent on executing them. Unexpectedly, Xing's remarkable lockpicking skills enabled him and Fatty Song to escape the clutches of death. This spectacle did not escape Brother Chen's notice. And given Xing's evident admiration for the Axe Gang, Brother Chen surmised that he might find use for him in the future, thus granting them their freedom. Meanwhile, as Xing and Fatty Song traversed their escape route, Lin Chen, clad in a sleek black suit, suddenly materialized before them. Run. Instinctively, Xing assumed this was another ploy by the Axe Gang to eliminate them, and he shouted before taking off. Deep down, he had contemplated that the Axe Gang would not pursue their lives any longer. If they intended to kill them, they would have done so already. Yet, upon encountering Lin Chen's imposing figure, coupled with the prior fright, his subconscious leapt to the conclusion that they were in peril once more. However, only a few paces into their flight, both were seized by Lin Chen's hands, immobilizing them. What are you afraid of? I'm not a ghost. Observing their sudden cessation of struggle, Lin Chen continued, I am aware of the earlier circumstances, as well as those from this afternoon. Who are you? What do you want? Xing queried, turning to face him. Lin Chen, sensing the urgency of the moment, released his grip, stating, Who I am is of little consequence. It is clear that you two are not malevolent. The Axe Gang is a perilous place. It would be wise to steer clear of it. Just as Xing was about to retort, Lin Chen slipped something into his hand. Looking down, Xing was astonished to find over $100. What is this? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. Find yourselves a legitimate job, Lin Chen advised. This sum is what I earned over the past few days with the Axe Gang. It should suffice to support you until you secure work. With that, Lin Chen turned and departed. Why are you doing this? Xing called out, regaining his senses only when Lin Chen had already traversed several meters. One good deed at a time, Lin Chen waved casually, disappearing around the corner. Establishing a rapport with an individual requires a certain finesse. Approaching them without reason may prove ineffective or even counterproductive, engendering feelings of resistance. At this moment, Lin Chen's actions are the result of meticulous planning. He adopts the guise of a member of the Axe Gang who still possesses a flicker of conscience, engaging in a straightforward yet impactful dialogue to leave a favorable impression in Xing's mind. Of course, this is merely the initial step. Subsequently, when Xing finds himself ensnared by the Axe Gang, it will provide Lin Chen with the opportunity to execute his second phase. Chapter 31. Side quest completed. Xing harbors a suppressed memory linked to a little girl clutching a lollipop. This recollection, though marked by unfriendliness, profoundly resonates within him. As an inconspicuous figure struggling for survival at the lowest echelons of society, it is this memory that inspires him. In the film, Xing will encounter that girl within the next few days, triggering a deep-seated awakening that gradually shifts his mindset and dispels the presence of Fatty Kong unexpectedly. During his moment of despondency, he is sought out by the Axe Gang, who take him to a mental institution to extract the Fire Cloud evil god. Lin Chen's intervention at this juncture may prevent Xing from meeting the girl. However, this is inconsequential. The persona he has crafted as a person with a lingering conscience serves the same purpose. After the first phase of the plan is executed, Lin Chen ceases to concern himself with the two individuals. This afternoon, he caught wind of developments regarding the commoner tenement. Brother Chen has already dispatched someone to enlist the services of the top assassin on the leaderboard. If all goes according to plan, they should arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Lin Chen estimates that by tomorrow night, the fearsome duo known as Tian and DK will set out to eliminate the three targets, and he must be prepared. On the following evening, Lin Chen arrived early at a vantage point adjacent to the tenement, meticulously cleaning his sniper rifle while he awaited the unfolding events. After approximately half an hour, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the Axe Gang's vehicle arrived, transporting Tion and DK to the scene. The performance was about to commence. Through the scope, Lin Chen observed quietly. Tion and DK, seasoned veterans of the perilous fringes of life, possessed an acute sense of awareness. Lin Chen dared not approach, remaining concealed over a kilometer away, observing through the lens of his rifle. Such masters could channel their inner strength into sound waves, effortlessly dispatching foes from dozens of meters away without leaving a trace. An awe-inspiring display of power. Lin Chen would never dare provoke them, even should they descend into madness. He was prepared only for a long-range strike, never contemplating a reckless confrontation. Through the sniper scope, the events transpiring at the tenement unfolded as if they were occurring right before Lin Chen's eyes. The duo, Tion and DK, displayed remarkable intelligence, refraining from recklessly confronting three adversaries simultaneously. As an assassin, the foremost principle adhered to throughout history is to leverage one's strengths against the weaknesses of the enemy. This is a well-known truth. The two individuals acted separately, with DK transforming into a street performer outside, continuously tuning his instrument. Although it was somewhat peculiar to play music late at night, it was still somewhat acceptable. Li Chen, who was practicing the 12 routes of Tan Leg, noticed DK adjusting his instrument as he departed. Though puzzled, he harbored no suspicions, for he had long since withdrawn from the martial world. Despite retaining his martial prowess, he lacked the vigilance of his former self. As Li Chen finally grasped the situation, it was already too late, and he met his demise. Meanwhile, Tion engaged in a skirmish with another individual, prompting DK to rush over and assist, inflicting severe injuries upon his opponent. At that moment, a third party finally discerned the chaos and joined the fray. Simultaneously, the landlady opened a window and shouted down, scolding those making noise late at night. In truth, she and the landlord had been aware of the situation since Li Chen's death, yet due to their oath, they refrained from intervening. However, upon witnessing the second individual grievously wounded, the landlady's compassion was stirred, compelling her to voice her discontent. The landlord swiftly pulled her back from the window and secured it tightly. The battle continued below, but it wasn't long before the landlady opened the window again to shout. Unbeknownst to her, the landlord pulled her back once more, leading to a quarrel between them indoors. Meanwhile, Tion and DK had already inflicted serious injuries upon the two combatants, poised to deliver the final blow. At last, the landlady could no longer contain herself, unleashing a fierce roar within the confines of their room, issuing a warning to the combatants below. However, instead of deterring Tion and DK, her roar piqued their interest, inciting them to seek trouble. Both prepared to ascend using their lightness skills, but as they attempted to rise, they were abruptly brought back down. The landlord, having quietly placed his hands on their shoulders like a specter, gradually lowered them to the ground. The disparity in strength was palpable. If Tion and DK were first-rate masters, then the landlord and landlady were superlative experts. Ultimately, under the landlady's formidable roar, Tion and DK succumbed to madness. Is this the lion's roar technique? Who is practicing Tai Chi? They shouted frantically, gradually retreating into the distance. Meanwhile, the landlord and landlady boarded the vehicle of the Axe Gang, sitting beside Brother Chen as they threatened the others. They understood the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain, yet after living a mundane existence for so long, they found themselves unaccustomed to the violence and softened in their resolve. Not to mention the residents of the tenement building emerging in response to the conclusion of the battle. At that moment, on the elevated ground to the right, Lin Chen activated his unique ability, peering through his sniper scope at the two staggeringly insane individuals below. He unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The bullets whizzed by, and within mere breaths, both individuals fell to the ground. Side quest conditions met. Task completed. Reward: 50 points. Name: Jacqueline. Identity: Wang Jia. Level: D points. 120. With the sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, Lin Chen swiftly approached the two. These two could be considered elite foes, and he hoped they might drop a couple of martial arts manuals, which he eagerly anticipated. However, a few minutes later, Lin Chen, having found nothing, pouted in disappointment. Could they truly be so impoverished? Nothing at all. Dismissing his worries, he reminded himself that better prospects awaited him, and he quickly made his way toward the tube building. At that moment, Nearly half an hour had passed since the Axe Gang had departed. Unfortunately, of the 3 individuals, 2 lay dead, while the third was gravely injured and near death. The residents had gathered to mourn the deceased while deliberating on their next steps. During their discussions, overwhelmed by grief and due to his severe injuries, the third individual succumbed to his anguish. Ultimately, after much debate, the landlord and landlady resolved to disperse the crowd the following day, and they made a firm decision to eradicate the Axe Gang. The more timid souls began packing their belongings to leave that very night, while the majority opted to depart the next day. Inside the 2-building, chaos reigned. Observing the scene, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed that tonight was not an auspicious time for seeking a mentor. After some contemplation, he decided to leave and return the next day. After all, the individual would still be there, unable to escape. And coming back the following day would lend a more formal air to the encounter. Chapter 32. Basic Qi Cultivation Method. The next day, Lin Chen called in sick at the gang. Indeed, just like a regular job, taking a day off meant losing a day's pay. Such trivial matters were inconsequential to Lin Chen. He had a plan. If he successfully found a mentor, he would forego returning to the Axe Gang. Conversely, if he failed, he would promptly return to the gang. He surmised that a Xing would likely be apprehended by the Axe Gang that evening, as the landlord's route had proven unfruitful, leaving him with no choice but to pursue a Xing's path. Lin Chen had already visited the 2-building 3 or 4 times, becoming familiar with the surroundings. Around 9 in the morning, he arrived, carrying several large bags in both hands. The sight before him momentarily stunned Lin Chen. Everywhere he looked, people were moving. The hallways and open spaces were cluttered with bags of all sizes, with several small trucks waiting nearby, creating a cacophony of voices. The landlord and landlady stood at the center, directing everyone in their moving efforts. It became clear why the couple had chosen to wait a day before confronting the Axe Gang. They were waiting for these people to relocate. However, one must consider that had they ventured to the headquarters of the Axe Gang, they would have likely faced a surprise attack, resulting in the demise of a significant portion of the villagers. The current predicament indeed caught Lin Chen off guard, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Gripping tightly onto the item in his possession, he swiftly approached the landlady. Moments later, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen bowed respectfully before her, declaring, "Master, I beseech you, allow me to pay my respects." With that, he prepared to kneel. The onlookers were taken aback, even the landlady momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure, and with a mere wave of her hand, Lin Chen found himself standing upright, an invisible force preventing him from kneeling. "Who are you? Why do you wish to take me as your master?" the landlady inquired, prompting curious onlookers to gather around, while the landlord quietly appeared beside her. At that moment, Lin Chen's face reflected a hint of anxiety, and after a deep breath, he began, "My name is Wang Jia. I am the last of my family. I came to Shanghai to seek refuge with my uncle, but a month ago, he was brutally murdered by the Axe Gang. I yearn for vengeance. Yet my strength is insufficient. Thus I resolved to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and gather evidence. That is why I joined the Axe Gang." Noticing the skeptical looks from the crowd, Lin Chen hastily added, "I swear, I have committed no wrongdoing and have even aided several individuals. During my time within, I diligently amassed comprehensive evidence of a criminal stronghold, which I plan to present to the police in a few days, aiming to dismantle that den of iniquity." Upon hearing this, the landlady sighed. In this world, gathering evidence may prove futile, and the police, well, never mind. "Please, continue." "My original plan involved systematically collecting evidence from each stronghold and submitting it to the police. However, last night, I witnessed the 2 of you, masters of martial arts, from a distance. In that instant, an alternative path to vengeance unfolded in my mind, to become your disciple, to master the martial arts, and to exact my revenge personally. Hence, I have come to seek your guidance." Lin Chen again prepared to kneel. Yet again, an unseen force obstructed his descent. At this juncture, the landlord spoke. "You may leave. We do not take apprentices. Once everyone has moved, we will have no further concerns. Tomorrow, we shall personally confront the Axe Gang and bring them to justice. At that time, your revenge shall be realized." Lin Chen's plight evoked sympathy, fortifying the landlord and landlady's resolve to eradicate the Axe Gang. However, the present circumstances were not what Lin Chen desired, and after a moment's contemplation, he promptly spoke. "I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to avenge my uncle. However, I have since withdrawn from the Axe Gang and and find myself destitute. Moreover, I am profoundly enamored with martial arts and earnestly hope that the two of you will accept me as your disciple." Lin Chen's words were imbued with sincerity, and his eyes sparkled with fervent desire. As he attempted to kneel in reverence, an unseen force held him back, preventing him from doing so. Observing this, Lin Chen grew slightly anxious, imploring, "I beseech you, Master, accept me." Before either of the masters could respond, the onlookers began to chime in. "This child is so pitiable. Please take him in," exclaimed one. "Indeed, what a wretched child. If I possessed martial skills, I would certainly take him under my wing," remarked another. In truth, Lin Chen harbored a disdain for those who meddled in affairs that did not concern them, yet this time he found their concern endearing, relishing their words of encouragement. At last, the landlady spoke. "Alas," she sighed, "it is not that I am unwilling to take on a disciple, but rather that you have already surpassed the optimal age for martial training. Pursuing martial arts at this stage, unless one possesses extraordinary talent, is likely to yield little success and would merely squander time. Furthermore, martial training is arduous. The average person cannot endure it. As for your character, if what you claim is true, then you are indeed above average. However, at your age, it is simply too late." Had Lin Chen been merely in his early teens, with such temperament and a willingness to endure hardship, he would have been a promising candidate for martial arts training, potentially rising to the status of a first-rate master after 3 to 4 decades of diligent practice. With a keen sense of understanding, it is conceivable that he could achieve mastery within 20 years. Yet, Lin Chen's age was a significant hindrance, and his innate talent remained uncertain. To take on a disciple? Perhaps it would be best to refrain. After all, accepting a disciple is a monumental commitment. As the adage goes, once a teacher, always a father. One must be responsible for their disciple's journey. I can endure hardships. I have long admired the legendary martial arts and practiced in my childhood, and my physical condition remains quite good, Lin Chen hastily replied. Observing Lin Chen's fervent determination, the landlady contemplated and finally said, "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. I will impart to you a fundamental energy cultivation technique. If you can cultivate a sense of energy within 3 days, I shall accept you as my disciple." Her willingness was rooted in Lin Chen's earnestness, and she paid little heed to his claims of physical prowess. The foundational energy cultivation technique, as its name suggests, is the most basic method of energy training employed by martial practitioners before formally engaging with advanced techniques. The energy cultivated through this method, often referred to as internal power, is characterized by its balance and equanimity, making it universally applicable for any future martial practice. Most importantly, this technique also serves to assess an individual's aptitude and comprehension. Generally speaking, a typical person who undertakes this foundational technique can develop a sense of energy within a month. With a good level of aptitude, one can cultivate a sense of qi within 20 days. Those who can achieve this within 10 days are regarded as prodigies, with diligent practice. Their accomplishments will rival those of the two exceptional individuals. Chapter 33, Internal Force. To cultivate a sense of qi within 3 days? That surpasses mere genius. It is a phenomenon of unparalleled talent, a rarity that may not appear even once in centuries. The landlord's words ostensibly offer Lin Chen an opportunity, yet in truth, they serve to extinguish any lingering hopes. As dusk descended, the once bustling tenement fell silent, its emptiness accentuated by the setting sun, rendering it devoid of life. Yet, in the central courtyard, Lin Chen was immersed in his training, his exuberant punches echoing through the twilight sky. The landlord, despite her insistence on teaching only the foundational qi cultivation methods, had indeed imparted to him a set of basic boxing techniques. With these two elements, diligent practice could elevate him to a third-rate practitioner, if not a master. "Well, my dear, what are your thoughts on this lad?" The landlord inquired of his wife from the balcony on the 3rd floor. "His punches are powerful, and his movements are quite standard. It appears his claims of superior physical condition are not unfounded. With this foundation, if he can cultivate a sense of qi within 20 days, he will swiftly ascend to the ranks of third-rate fighters," she replied. "Then it seems we have a rough gem on our hands," he mused. "Indeed, he merits such a designation. I have only demonstrated the foundational boxing techniques 3 times, yet he has already mastered them to such a standard in just an hour. His comprehension is evidently commendable." After a pause, the landlord's wife continued, "However, as for taking him on as a disciple, perhaps we should refrain. At his age, Unless he is a martial arts prodigy, no matter how exceptional the techniques, it is unlikely he will achieve greatness. Without extraordinary encounters, becoming a top-tier master is nearly impossible. True, the landlord nodded. The hour grows late. It is unwise to overexert oneself in the initial practice. We should call him for dinner. Ajay, come up for dinner. He called out, and they turned to head back into the room. Coming, Lin Chen responded, ceasing his training and hurrying upstairs. Indeed, the foundational boxing techniques were remarkable. Initially, he felt little change, but after an hour of practice, his movements became increasingly precise. Upon completing a full set of standard foundational techniques, Lin Chen felt a surge of energy coursing through him. He was warm all over, as if his strength had amplified, akin to the exertion of an entire day's training. However, these techniques demanded considerable energy. While practicing, he had not noticed the fatigue, but now, having finished, his stomach growled ravenously, craving 10 bowls of rice. It is said that the affluent thrive on martial prowess, and there is truth to this. Martial practitioners possess insatiable appetites. Lin Chen speculated that if he could combine the boxing practice with the qi cultivation methods, the results would likely be even more profound. Yet, he had become so absorbed in his training that he had no time to contemplate the qi techniques. He would have to wait until after dinner to experiment further. Due to the abundance of movers today, the landlady was preoccupied for much of the day before she could spare a moment to teach him. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have grasped the concepts much earlier. During mealtime, the landlady reminded Lin Chen not to practice martial arts for prolonged periods during his initial attempts, advising moderation. Lin Chen readily agreed, preparing to delve into the intricacies of this energy cultivation technique later that evening. The principle of energy cultivation is quite straightforward. It involves a specialized method of refining inner strength from one's own vital energy. The term comprehension refers to the time required to master this method and the efficiency of its application. Cultivating a sense of energy entails refining the first thread of inner strength from one's vital essence. Under the influence of his unique abilities, Lin Chen's control over himself rivaled that of seasoned martial artists. With a calm demeanor, he quickly discerned the necessary steps within an hour. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, Lin Chen retracted his special abilities and commenced the refinement of his vital energy according to the method he envisioned. Cautiously, he began the process, meticulously transforming his vital essence. He sensed intangible, nearly imperceptible filaments flowing from his vital energy, coalescing into a stream no thicker than a hair, ultimately converging in his dantian. Is this inner strength? How marvelous! Armed with the knowledge gained from his initial experience, Lin Chen persevered in his cultivation. After developing 4 strands of inner strength, he decided to test his progress while activating his special abilities. After all, under the influence of these abilities, his physical attributes were significantly enhanced, and his vital energy would be substantially richer. Lin Chen surmised that in such a state, the refinement of inner strength would occur more rapidly and abundantly. With this hypothesis in mind, Lin Chen commenced his experimentation. Exercising caution, even more than during his first attempt, the results aligned with his expectations. The effects were remarkably positive, indeed. They exceeded his anticipations. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen could refine a single strand of inner strength from his vital energy with each attempt, but in this heightened state, he managed to refine 10 strands at once. This outcome was astonishingly tenfold, and the speed of refinement was significantly accelerated. However, this method bore its drawbacks as well, notably a dramatic increase in energy expenditure. After merely 3 rounds of refinement, Lin Chen found his stomach growling with hunger. Fortunately, he had prepared for this, quickly consuming high-calorie snacks. After a brief respite, Lin Chen contemplated sharing the good news of his newfound energy sensitivity with his companions, but ultimately decided against it. Unsurprisingly, that evening, a Xing would escort the fire cloud evil god from the psychiatric hospital, and the following day would mark the day of the epic confrontation between the landlady and the fire cloud evil god, coinciding with the Xing's awakening. While the notion of protagonist halos exists within these dimensions, and a Xing's opportunities should remain unaffected, Lin Chen still believed it prudent to exercise caution. Should he speak up and bring joy to the landlord and his companions, they might hastily arrange a master-apprentice ceremony for him, leaving him no choice but to abandon the Axe Gang. If, thereafter, the malevolent fire cloud evil god were to attack, wreaking havoc upon the tenement building, Lin Chen would surely feel overwhelmed. It would be far more prudent to allow events to unfold according to the original narrative, as this would instill in Lin Chen a sense of control. Any deviation from expectation would introduce an element of surprise. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen calmed his spirit and commenced his energy cultivation technique, simultaneously experimenting with basic martial arts while practicing his energy manipulation. Thus, 2 hours later, Lin Chen, exhausted and weary, soon succumbed to slumber upon his bed. After half a night of experimentation, he arrived at several conclusions. Primarily, refining one's vital energy is immensely taxing on the mind. One must exert control over oneself. Gradually refining inner strength, a meticulous endeavor requiring utmost focus. Conversely, practicing martial arts is a physically demanding task, depleting one's stamina. When his unique abilities are activated, the efficiency of his endeavors is greatly enhanced, yet this also leads to a correspondingly higher consumption of energy. Additionally, the notion of practicing martial arts while cultivating energy may sound simple, yet it is, in reality, exceedingly challenging. Lin Chen had never succeeded in doing so under normal circumstances. Only when activating his special abilities could he manage both tasks simultaneously. However, the energy expenditure was horrifying, and after a brief trial, he ceased further attempts. Chapter 34, Realm. On the following morning, the trio shared breakfast together. The landlord's wife had anticipated numerous inquiries from Lin Chen, yet he remained silent. Although puzzled, she refrained from questioning him further, offering a few reminders before departing with the landlord. Once they left, Lin Chen wasted no time. Hastening to the grove south of the tenement building, he disregarded the Axe Gang's hideout, having concealed his belongings within a hollowed tree. Alongside his weapons, he had stashed a selection of medicinal herbs. Indeed, these herbs were the very materials for a restorative bath that hastens healing. Retrieving 3 portions and 2 handguns, Lin Chen swiftly returned to the tenement to prepare them. His proficiency in concocting the restorative solution was evident, having done so numerous times on the battlefields of Iraq. After all, even with special abilities, one can easily be injured amidst the chaos of bullets. Lin Chen's quick reflexes merely allowed him to evade critical strikes. In a matter of minutes, he prepared the restorative liquid, which he had personally named. Each small vial contained approximately 200 milliliters. Typically, one would simply pour this quantity into warm water for a medicinal bath. With the restorative liquid secured, Lin Chen began practicing his martial arts in an open area while awaiting the return of his companions. Initially, he believed they would return promptly. However, as noon approached, no sign of them had appeared. Was there some sort of mishap? Lin Chen resolved to investigate the situation. However, before he embarked on his journey, he had spent the entire morning practicing martial arts and was utterly famished. He needed to satiate his hunger first. There was an abundance of ingredients available, mostly left behind by the neighbors who could not take them, and Lin Chen was not one to deprive himself. Eschewing elaborate culinary creations, he simply washed and peeled the ingredients, tossing them into a pot to stew haphazardly, with a dash of oil, salt, vinegar, and sauce, accompanied by rice. The aroma was simply divine. As fate would have it, just as Lin Chen was indulging in his hearty meal, the landlord and landlady returned. However, they did not enter the building. Instead, they hurried towards the southwest corner where a temple resided. The commotion was so loud that Lin Chen, even while dining indoors, could hear it. Had they brought Ah Xing back? Pondering this, Lin Chen carried a large bowl of rice and rushed toward the source of the noise. As anticipated, inside the temple were 3 individuals: the landlady, the landlord, and a disheveled man in a suit, who was none other than Ah Xing. The scene was undeniably gruesome. Yet Lin Chen was no ordinary person. He had witnessed far more harrowing sights, and this hardly fazed him. Taking a bite of rice, Lin Chen inquired, "Who is this?" "Our savior," the landlady explained, despite Lin Chen's peculiar manner. "Today, we went to confront the Axe Gang, only to unexpectedly find that they had summoned the infamous Fire Cloud Evil God to intervene. The Fire Cloud Evil God is a renowned master in the martial arts world, of exceptional caliber. He had retreated from the world of martial arts a few years ago due to the scarcity of worthy opponents. But to our astonishment, after years of absence, he has nearly stepped into the realm of innate mastery. Even together, we were no match for him, just as we managed to reach a stalemate. It was he." The landlady gestured towards Ah Xing. "Had it not been for his selfless act of drawing the Fire Cloud Evil Goddess' attention, we would not have escaped. Thus, he is indeed our savior. Strange, this man looks familiar. Lin Chen mused as he leaned in closer. This remark left both the landlord and landlady bewildered. How could he recognize someone who was nearly unrecognizable after such a brutal beating? Lin Chen did not respond, but gradually crouched down, placing his hand on Ah Xing's wrist. He then examined his arm and body, and to his astonishment, he realized that he was still alive. Lin Chen had self-studied a bit of medicine. While he was not an expert, he could manage ordinary situations. As he felt Ah Xing's wrist, he was taken aback. The veins on this fellow's body were nearly reduced to a pulp, a term known in the martial arts world as broken meridians. Moreover, he was riddled with fractures and his internal organs were severely damaged, with an exceedingly faint pulse. To be frank, injuries of this nature would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago, yet Ah Xing was still clinging to life. One could not help but acknowledge the protagonist's extraordinary aura. Still alive, exclaimed the landlord, astonished, as he had assumed the man was dead. The landlady paused for a moment, as if sensing something, before speaking. His constitution is extraordinarily unique. It seems there is an inexplicable energy coursing through his body, granting him immortality and continuously repairing his injuries. Truly unprecedented. After saying this, she cast a glance at Lin Chen and inquired, "Do you possess any medical skills?" "Just a little," Lin Chen replied. "I have an exclusive formula, a remarkably miraculous medicinal bath for his injuries. A soak of 5 or 6 hours may not lead to complete recovery, but he will certainly improve significantly." Could it truly be that wondrous? The landlord expressed both astonishment and skepticism. "You'll know once you try," Lin Chen said, offering no further explanation as he retrieved a vial from his waist. Half an hour later, observing Ah Xing immersed in the medicinal bath, Lin Chen declared, "His unique physique allows for rapid self-recovery, and with the aid of these herbs, he will be healed within an hour at most." As he spoke, the wounds on Ah Xing's body were visibly healing at a remarkable pace. An astonishing sight indeed. The landlady marveled. Such a constitution is that of a legendary martial arts prodigy. Who would have thought that the fire cloud evil god indirectly opened his meridians, unleashing the long-suppressed potential within him? This fellow has turned misfortune into fortune. This rebirth could very well lead him to the fabled innate realm. Is opening the meridians sufficient to attain the innate state? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. And what exactly is the innate realm? Opening the meridians allows the internal energy to circulate more efficiently, significantly enhancing one's power. However, achieving the innate state is generally deemed impossible. It has been centuries since an innate master has appeared. This lad possesses an unparalleled physique, likely having practiced martial arts recklessly since childhood, accumulating internal energy within him. Now, having forcefully opened his meridians, he is poised to soar. For others to attempt to forcefully open their meridians would almost certainly lead to death. With a disdainful smirk, the landlord continued, "As for the innate realm, let me explain. Martial arts are generally categorized into 6 levels, from low to high: beginner, third class, second class, first class, super first class, and innate. A practitioner with internal energy in their dantian, having successfully cultivated qi, is considered a beginner. If their internal energy is the thickness of a pinky finger, they are a third-class practitioner. 3 fingers wide denotes a second-class practitioner. An individual whose internal energy is the size of an arm and has opened the 12 primary meridians is a first-class master. As for super first class, that refers to those who have opened their governing and conception vessels. Above super first class lies the innate realm, a legendary stage where it is said one can walk upon waves without a ripple, with internal energy circulating throughout the body, perpetually rejuvenating. I have only heard tales of this. I have never witnessed it myself. However, this fellow possesses the potential to break through to the innate realm." Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen gained a comprehensive understanding of the realm of martial arts. He now classified himself as being in a somewhat transitional state. Oh, but now that Ah Xing has returned, it seems the plot will not undergo any significant upheaval. The landlord and landlady are also free from concern. Therefore, it is time for him to express his desire to take on a master. While the fundamental qi cultivation techniques and basic fist techniques may aid in enhancing his strength, they ultimately remain mere foundations. Perhaps dedicating a few years could yield a noticeable improvement in power, yet for Lin Chen, this pace is far too sluggish. He yearns for authentic martial arts techniques. A systematic approach to learning is essential for rapid advancement in strength. However, such techniques cannot be acquired through mere words. The only viable method for Lin Chen to learn Tai Chi and the Lioness Roar technique at this juncture is to take on a master. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen spoke. Master, last night, when I attempted to practice the basic Qi cultivation technique, I already sensed the flow of Qi. What? Last night? Both individuals were taken aback. The landlord swiftly approached Lin Chen, placing a hand on his abdomen to sense the energy. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by this action. He thought to himself that since the requirement to become a disciple was 3 days, and considering his age, a normal person might take about a week, while a genius could manage it in 3 days. Now, stating that he had grasped it in half a day should mark him as relatively intelligent among geniuses. Yet, why were the two not rejoicing but rather shocked? Could it be that his speed was too rapid? As this thought crossed his mind, the landlord murmured, "Incredible, an extraordinary genius." No, genius is no longer sufficient to describe you. Ajia, you possess monstrous talent. For an ordinary person to cultivate inner strength in a week is a testament to their martial prowess. Yet not only had Lin Chen cultivated inner strength, but the quantity was also substantial. Ajia, your foundational physique is remarkably solid. The speed of refining Qi is not only related to comprehension, but also to one's physical constitution. For ultimately, the source of inner strength lies in Qi and blood. Those with poor health, attempting martial arts, do not benefit their bodies, but rather engage in self-destructive behavior. Master, what about the matter of apprenticeship? Lin Chen promptly inquired. Words once spoken must be honored. Moreover, Ajia, your innate talent is truly exceptional. We could not be more pleased to have you as our disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was filled with joy. Bowing deeply, he proclaimed, Disciple Wang, Jie pays respects to master and mistress. Very well, very well. Cough, cough, cough. They exclaimed thrice in approval, suppressing their coughs as they hurried to assist Lin Chen to his feet. Just moments ago, they had engaged in combat with the fire cloud evil god and had sustained considerable injuries, yet their strength allowed them to suppress the pain. In this moment of intense emotion, I found myself unable to contain it, even coughing up blood. Observing this, Lin Chen hurriedly assisted both individuals to a nearby chair. Master, mistress, this medicine is meant solely for external application. If it were an external injury, I could simply apply it directly to the wound. However, you both have internal injuries. I will prepare 2 buckets of hot water for you to soak in. By tonight, you shall feel much better. The reason Lin Chen had previously concocted 3 vials of restorative liquid was precisely for this occasion. Do not concern yourselves with us. We can manage this minor injury. The landlord's wife grimaced. Though I have been wounded by your lion's roar technique, it won't be long before he comes after us. If Xing awakens before he arrives, even without advancing to the innate level, he will undoubtedly be a half-step innate being. At that point, the 3 of us together will surely be able to defeat the fire cloud evil god. The landlord interjected. We shall first cultivate to heal our injuries. Ajia, you remain on the rooftop and alert us if anything arises. Understood. Lin Chen replied succinctly, nodding before departing the room. With the completion of his apprenticeship, Lin Chen felt a tremendous sense of relief. His primary goal had been achieved. Now, he merely needed to wait for Xing to defeat the fire cloud evil god, and then learn the Tathagata palm from him. These 2 objectives were Lin Chen's main focus. As for the main storyline tasks, they were trivial matters that required little thought. Holding the remnants of his meal, Lin Chen sat atop the rooftop, consuming his food while practicing his Qi cultivation method, all the while observing the distant happenings. Multitasking, even to the extent of trifecta engagement, is something that every individual can manage, albeit with significant difficulty. It is merely a struggle, allowing one to attend to minor tasks. But any endeavor requiring deeper concentration may easily lead to mistakes. Mastery of such a skill necessitates prolonged practice, transforming actions into instinctual responses. Much like playing an instrument, a novice either focuses solely on playing or singing. Attempting both simultaneously often results in errors, rendering progress impossible. However, with sufficient practice over time, one adapts, and it eventually appears quite effortless. When his special abilities were activated, Lin Chen could fully engage in dual or even triple tasks. Though such exertion quickly drained his mental resources and could not be sustained for long. Yet, this was not Lin Chen's desire. He aimed to cultivate the ability to multitask without relying on his special powers. This was a skill he needed to hone diligently. Approximately 50 minutes later, The anticipated arrival of the fire cloud evil god did not transpire, but the commotion within the tenement building piqued his interest. The pharmacy door swung open, and in the next moment, his master, mistress, and the martial arts-clad Ah Xing emerged together. "Ah, it's you," Ah Xing exclaimed from a distance, recognizing Lin Chen on the opposite rooftop. As he spoke, he unexpectedly leaped, soaring over a distance of 20 to 30 meters, landing gracefully upon a clothesline before tumbling onto the rooftop in a rather undignified manner. Ah Xing quickly sprang to his feet, his face alight with exhilaration. "Can you believe it? I actually flew over here," he exclaimed. "They just told me I am an unparalleled master, that I possess extraordinary strength. At first, I was skeptical, but having leaped here, I feel they must be right." Then, as if recalling something, Ah Xing inquired, "By the way, how did you end up here? I searched for you at the Axe Gang yesterday for quite some time, but to no avail. I never expected to find you here." Chapter 36. The duel. Upon awakening to his newfound prowess as a supermaster, it was impossible for Lin Chen not to feel a twinge of envy, particularly at the sight of Ah Xing's graceful leap of 20 to 30 meters. It was evident that Ah Xing had suddenly acquired formidable strength, and as he became more accustomed to it, his power would only escalate to an astonishing degree. Suppressing his envy, Lin Chen gestured with a distant hand. "I have severed ties with the Axe Gang. Those two are my mentors, my master and mistress, whom I pledged allegiance to yesterday." "Really? That was fast." "I also wish to take on a master. They are indeed martial arts experts." "You are so strong," Lin Chen began. But his words were cut short as he caught sight of a dozen or so vehicles approaching in the distance. It seemed that the fire cloud evil god had arrived with his men. Thinking quickly, Lin Chen shouted downwards, "The Axe Gang members are coming." Before the landlord and landlady could respond, Ah Xing declared, "Leave it to me. I feel incredibly strong now. I could easily take down a bull with a single punch. Allow me to handle these intruders." With that, Ah Xing leaped down, landing in the open space of the building, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Axe Gang. The landlord and landlady, however, chose not to follow suit, not out of pride, but because it was unnecessary. The momentum Ah Xing exhibited upon awakening had far surpassed their own. He was undeniably a true innate master. Though perhaps his experience may limit his capabilities, he was already in an invincible position, and the defeat of the fire cloud evil god was merely a matter of time. Moreover, with the fire cloud evil god as a sharpening stone, Ah Xing's strength would rapidly increase. With these thoughts, the two remained unperturbed, even bringing out 2 chairs from the adjacent room to sit on the balcony and quietly observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Lin Chen hastily descended from the rooftop, making his way toward them. Along the way, he detoured to the cafeteria, filling a pot with food before emerging with dishes, rice, and bowls in hand. A minute later, upon seeing the table laden with food, the landlord and landlady were momentarily taken aback. "Master, mistress, you must be hungry. The food is still warm." "Let's eat while it's hot," Lin Chen said, before helping himself to the meal. Upon witnessing the scene, the two individuals began to partake in their meal, having just emerged from a fierce battle that had left them undeniably famished. Simultaneously, vehicles belonging to the Axe Gang began to arrive at the open ground. The doors swung open, and the formidable fire cloud evil god stepped out first, followed closely by nearly 100 elite members of the Axe Gang and a legal advisor clad in a gray suit. Is it truly possible? Fire cloud evil god was taken aback at the sight of Ah Xing, who appeared unscathed. He recalled having struck this fellow several times. Ordinarily, a single blow would suffice to fell an average person. Yet here stood Ah Xing, not only alive but seemingly restored to his prime, a most peculiar occurrence. As the adage goes, extraordinary situations often herald the presence of the uncanny. Ah Xing remained silent, standing alone, undoubtedly concealing something beneath his calm demeanor, suggesting the possibility of an ambush lurking nearby. Instead of approaching directly, Fire Cloud evil god cast a glance at the legal advisor. The latter, understanding the cue, immediately shouted, "You traitor, you're still alive. Brothers, seize him." At the command, dozens of gang members brandished their axes and charged at Ah Xing, while the remaining members encircled the area. However, in a mere minute, under Ah Xing's chaotic yet effective fighting style, the 70 or so assailants found themselves kneeling. The remaining few attempted to retreat to their vehicles for firearms, but Ah Xing denied them the opportunity, swiftly closing the distance and delivering several blows that sent them tumbling to the ground. In an instant, Only 3 remained standing: the legal advisor, Xing, and Fire Cloud Evil God. The legal advisor, nearly paralyzed by fear, staggered backward, seeking refuge within the vehicle. Observing this, Xing slowly approached Fire Cloud Evil God, smiling as he spoke. "Old man, you have marred my visage. This grudge must be avenged." "Avenged, you say? Come forth then." Fire Cloud Evil God maintained an outward appearance of composure, yet internally, he was in a state of panic. Given Xing's prowess and the palpable aura he exuded, it was evident that he had reached the innate realm. His only hope lay in the fact that Xing possessed mere power, lacking the finesse, experience, and techniques to match, merely engaging in chaotic strikes. As this thought crossed his mind, Xing made his move. His actions were remarkably swift, seizing the initiative and gaining the upper hand against Fire Cloud Evil God. Yet, the latter, being a seasoned veteran, quickly adapted to Xing's rhythm and managed to hold his ground. Nevertheless, Xing's internal strength ultimately proved superior. After exchanging blows for a brief moment, Fire Cloud Evil God found himself on the receiving end of several punches before being sent sprawling a considerable distance by a powerful kick. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed the frog technique, channeling his half-step innate strength to its fullest potential. As he gathered his energy, Fire Cloud Evil God took advantage of Xing's momentary distraction and struck decisively, sending Xing soaring. The Kunlun Sect's frog technique was now proving troublesome. At this juncture, the landlord muttered a remark under his breath. However, it was merely a murmured remark, devoid of any semblance of panic, and soon enough, the eating resumed. Lin Chen observed with great interest. Naturally, it would have been preferable if the Fire Cloud Evil God were not careening around the house, wreaking havoc. The destruction of the structure displayed a complete lack of civic responsibility. The battlefield was ever-changing, and just as Lin Chen turned to serve himself some food, Xing was unexpectedly propelled into the air by the Fire Cloud Evil God. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Xing soared into the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. The redefine palm was about to manifest before him. Moments later, Lin Chen gazed upwards, his special abilities activated. He beheld Xing plummeting from the heavens, hands pressed together in prayer. Due to the rapid descent, his garments ignited from the friction with the air, gradually dissipating. Suddenly, Xing extended his right palm, and an overwhelming aura emanated forth. Despite the considerable distance, that aura stirred the hearts and minds of those present. "Darling, do you remember the palm technique that descends from the sky?" The landlady abruptly laid down her utensils and looked skyward. "Indeed, that is the long-lost redefine palm." The landlord could no longer remain seated and joined her in gazing upwards. Unlike the exhilarating aura felt by onlookers, the Fire Cloud Evil God, the intended target of Xing's assault, felt an immense pressure as he remained grounded. He attempted to rise, yet this force held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. The sheer magnitude of the pressure had even left an impression of a hand on the ground beneath him. As Xing drew closer, a palpable sense of impending doom enveloped the Fire Cloud Evil God entirely. "I surrender," he shouted just as Xing was about to strike him. Chapter 37. Junior brother. Had this been a minute earlier, Xing might not have been able to restrain that palm strike, but while in the air, a sudden epiphany had struck him. Now, he wielded his power with effortless control, smoothly retracting the technique, and he elegantly circled in the air, coming to rest beside the handprint in the ground. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Xing was unsteady, the Fire Cloud Evil God swiftly drew a concealed weapon from his waist and lunged towards Xing. In response, Xing remained expressionless, lightly swiping his palm. This strike was not aimed at the face of the Fire Cloud Evil God, but rather at his ear. A formidable inner strength surged from his hand, coalescing into the shape of a palm, and the mere force of the gust rendered the Fire Cloud Evil God unable to move. Behind him, an invisible hand shot forth, wielding an unmatched might, creating a palm-shaped cavity in the nearby apartment building, soaring to a height of 4 stories. This palm strike not only astounded the Fire Cloud Evil God, but also left Lin Chen and the others on the balcony utterly shocked. Is this the prowess of a congenital master? Is this still human? Such strength is truly terrifying. Although he had anticipated this moment, the reality before him was still utterly incredulous. The Fire Cloud Evil God was overwhelmed to an unimaginable degree. Even when Xing took away the hidden weapon in his hand to play with, he exhibited no reaction. After a prolonged moment of stupor, he mumbled, "What kind of palm technique is this?" At that instant, he posed the question with a resignation to his fate, having finally encountered a true master. He accepted his defeat without grievance, yearning to understand the nature of the technique that had bested him. Various conjectures swirled in his mind regarding Xing's response, ranging from a revelation of the technique's name followed by his demise to a complete silence. However, none of his speculations bore fruit. Xing simply replied, "Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, the fire cloud evil god felt a tremor within, an inexplicable emotion welling up from his heart. The once formidable half-step innate master found himself weeping openly. "I have lost," he lamented, collapsing to his knees, covering his face with his hands. While he had anticipated losing in martial prowess, at that moment, he realized he had lost not only in skill, but also in spirit. Thus, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Xing ultimately spared his life, and the fire cloud evil god retreated into seclusion, vowing never to step into the martial world again. However, Lin Chen believed this was misguided. One must eradicate the root of the problem, and the fire cloud evil god should have been eliminated. Yet, the decision was beyond his control, leaving him powerless to intervene. Soon, an hour passed. After tidying up, at 3 in the afternoon, under Lin Chen's witness, Xing formally became a disciple. To his astonishment, Xing was not jesting. He genuinely sought to learn. In the hall, observing the capable Xing, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. This was excellent. Having entered the fold early, he would now be addressed as senior brother, making it much more convenient to learn the Tathagata palm from Xing, speaking of which, while Xing possessed considerable strength. Apart from the singular technique of the Tathagata palm, he lacked knowledge of various martial arts principles and techniques. There remained much for him to learn. Following the initiation, the formal teaching session commenced. In the hall, Lin Chen and Xing sat side by side, while across from them sat the landlord and landlady, creating a somewhat serious atmosphere. After a while, the landlord spoke up. "My wife and I possess a diverse array of martial arts. Yet if one were to trace our lineage, it would be rooted in the Wudong school. The technique we practice is called innate skill, a method that directly points to the innate realm. However, due to our limited aptitude, we have been unable to penetrate the innate state. Nevertheless, I believe that with your talents, both of you will surely master this technique to its highest echelon, especially you, Xing, who has encountered great fortune and achieved the innate state. This innate skill is indeed well suited for you. Ajay, too, although you have only just embarked on your martial journey, your innate talent may indeed surpass that of Xing. Though you commenced your training later, with a decade of diligent effort, you may very well attain the realm of innate mastery. At this moment, I shall impart the innate skill to both of you." With that, the landlord and landlady rose simultaneously and approached from behind, each channeling their internal energy into the two of them, guiding the flow according to the prescribed route of the innate skill. As they guided, they recited the accompanying mantras. There are no martial manuals. Such advanced techniques are taught directly by the master to the disciple through personal guidance. After approximately 10 minutes, Xing concluded first, while Lin Chen took a little longer due to his meridians being unawakened and his internal energy insufficient. Half an hour later, the landlord finally withdrew his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked, "Ajay, I have just unblocked your 12 primary meridians. Your future training will progress significantly faster. Moreover, do you remember the route and the mantras of the innate skill?" "I do." Lin Chen rose and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." The act of unblocking someone's meridians demands a considerable expenditure of internal energy and mental focus, and it requires a certain level of prowess. The master's willingness to perform such a task for him clearly indicates deep affection. After helping the master to sit back down, he rested for a while before continuing. "The technique has been imparted, and now I shall discuss the combat styles with you. Throughout my life, I have learned nearly 20 different martial arts, encompassing various forms of fist techniques, lightness skills, leg techniques, and body techniques, and your mistress has learned nearly the same. Combined, we possess almost 40 distinct martial arts. However, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. I cannot teach you all at once, as it would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Nevertheless, Xing, your strength is already sufficient, and your control over your body is commendable. You may learn without issue. As for you, Ajay, do not aim too high. Advanced martial arts are beyond your current grasp. You must start with the basics. Your mistress has already imparted to you the foundational fist techniques. I shall now teach you the Taizu Changquan. Once you have mastered both, I will then teach you a body technique and a lightness skill. Ajay, come here. I will teach you the fist techniques. With that, the master walked toward the doorway, and Lin Chen hurried to follow. Meanwhile, the mistress began imparting techniques to Axing. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, in the hall, Lin Chen was demonstrating the Taizu Changquan with remarkable proficiency. Each movement was executed with impeccable precision, enhanced by internal energy, exuding an impressive aura. The landlord, astonished yet thoroughly satisfied, exclaimed, "Well done. To master the fist technique to such a degree in just 3 days is truly extraordinary, Ajay. Master, what about the body technique and lightness skill?" "Very well. I shall teach you immediately." Chapter 38. The Nine Yang Divine Art. 3 months later, Lin Chen was effortlessly leaping up and down the cylindrical building, relying not on the stairs, but on his own agility. He was diligently practicing the vertical cloud ladder, a sophisticated lightness skill recently imparted to him by his master. Through 3 months of arduous training, Lin Chen had ascended to a third-rate realm, reaching the pinnacle of that level. With the inner strength in his dantian now measuring 2.5 fingers wide, soon to transition into a second-rate martial artist. To date, Lin Chen had mastered 5 martial arts: the Grand Ancestor Long Fist, the Flying Goose Technique, the 8 Trigram Steps, the Fierce Wind Leg, and the Vertical Cloud Ladder. The Grand Ancestor Long Fist, though simple in execution, was a powerful technique capable of both offense and defense, proving to be exceptionally versatile. The Flying Goose Technique was a lightness skill designed for swift travel, allowing one to leap nearly 10 meters with a single bound, and when perfected, it could even enable brief moments of flight. Albeit with a hint of exaggeration, it remained formidable. The 8 trigram steps embodied an advanced footwork method, with the practitioner stepping upon the trigrams and moving like the 7 stars, exhibiting immense power in its fluid transitions. The Fierce Wind Leg was characterized by its rapidity, devoid of fixed forms, embodying an essence of ceaseless variation, aligning perfectly with the truth that speed conquers all in martial arts. The Vertical Cloud Ladder, akin to the Flying Goose Technique, was not merely for travel. Its essence lay in the act of leaping. When executed, it allowed the practitioner to feel as light as a feather, soaring several meters high, and at its peak mastery, one could even cross rivers with a single reed. In truth, aside from the Grand Ancestor Long Fist, which was rather foundational, the other 4 martial arts Lin Chen had learned were quite sophisticated. Among the skills possessed by his master and mistress, these were considered among the finest, aside from Tai Chi and Lion's Roar, which had yet to be taught. Originally, following a gradual teaching approach, these advanced skills should not have been imparted so soon. However, Lin Chen's extraordinary aptitude made such progression inevitable. He could master a martial art in merely 3 days, and combined with his charming demeanor, his master willingly shared these techniques with him. Upon achieving minor success with the Vertical Cloud Ladder, Lin Chen was set to learn Tai Chi and the Lion's Roar, as per his agreement with his master. His eagerness stemmed from a pressing concern. The Axe Gang was on the verge of collapse, with the leader gone and the elder lacking authority. Coupled with the elite members severely injured, ambitious individuals within the gang began vying for power. Amidst internal strife, the Axe Gang rapidly fell into decline, and during this tumultuous period, rival factions began to emerge. In just a month's time, the Axe Gang had become a mere shadow of its former self. Logically, it should have perished by now. However, the main quest had yet to indicate completion. Lin Chen speculated that a small number of members must still be clinging to survival, preventing the gang's complete dissolution, hence the system's failure to mark the task as finished. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an alert from the system abruptly sounded. The main quest conditions have been met, the task is deemed complete, and rewards have been granted. 50 points and 1 chance for a lottery draw. Name: Jacqueline. Identity: Wang Jia. Level: D points, 170. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Naturally, Lin Chen aspired to complete the main quest. Yet he did not wish to accomplish it so soon. Despite Lin Chen's extraordinary talent and comprehension, he believed that attaining a state of innate mastery would require at least 1.5 years of diligent effort. However, only 3 months had elapsed, and he had already completed his main quest. Although he still had 1 year of remaining time, it felt insufficient. He might only reach an elite level, and the path to achieving innate mastery seemed daunting. Nevertheless, an elite status is formidable enough to ensure survival in the Marvel Universe. Oh, and there was also a lottery opportunity. Based on his previous experience, the system's lottery prizes were likely to consist of extraordinary items from this realm. And Lin Chen was filled with anticipation for this second draw. He promptly initiated the lottery. A spinning wheel materialized before him, reminiscent of the last time, with 6 segments. Glancing at it, Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement. It was truly exhilarating. This dimension truly lived up to its name of Kung Fu, as all 6 segments were dedicated to martial arts. Not merely the first-rate techniques like Iron Wire Fist, 12 Paths of Tan Tue, or 8 Trigram Staff, but rather the pinnacle of martial arts. The first 4 were the Frog Skill, Buddha-S Palm, Tai Chi, and Lioness Roar, while the latter 2 made Lin Chen tremble with excitement. They were none other than the legendary 9 Yang Divine Skill and the solitary 9 Swords. Among these 6, apart from the Frog Skill, Tai Chi, and Lioness Roar, which Lin Chen could learn independently, the other 3 were highly coveted. While the Frog Skill was undeniably powerful, its appearance was rather unappealing, and its efficacy paled in comparison to innate techniques. Tai Chi and Lioness Roar were skills he could easily master on his own, rendering any acquisition of them through the draw somewhat redundant. As for Buddha-S Palm, his master had taught him several times. He had practiced diligently without a single misstep, yet curiously, he was unable to unleash any power. Strangely, neither his master nor his mistress could master it either. It was likely due to the high requirements of this martial art, which necessitated reaching an innate state before it could be wielded effectively. However, if he were to draw it, the system would grant him mastery, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Contemplating all this was futile. It was best to proceed with the draw. Lin Chen understood the nature of this lottery system. There would be no prolonged suspense. It would happen in an instant. Hence, he wasted no time and swiftly made his selection. A mere second later, the pointer of the wheel deftly landed on the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Splendid. In a moment of exhilaration, the 9 Yang Shingong transformed into a stream of luminous energy, merging seamlessly into Lin Chen's heart. Instantly, a plethora of unfamiliar yet familiar knowledge flooded his mind, and his internal energy began to flow autonomously along the pathways of the 9 Yang Shingong. Sitting cross-legged atop the rooftop, he instinctively entered a meditative state and commenced his cultivation. The hours slipped away as he traversed the realms of the minor and major circulations, and soon, an entire afternoon had passed, plunging Lin Chen into profound enlightenment. It was not until dusk that he gradually awakened from his trance. Upon sensing his internal energy, he discovered it had not only expanded to 3 fingers in width, but had also surpassed half a finger beyond that. Remarkably, a single moment of enlightenment had propelled him into the ranks of second-rate masters, just as a smile of joy began to grace his features. A protest from his stomach prompted Lin Chen to dash toward the kitchen. Without taking a detour, he activated his cloud ladder technique. Floating down from the rooftop with the lightness of a feather, gliding effortlessly toward the dining hall. Unbeknownst to him, his cloud ladder had already reached a minor level of proficiency. That night, Lin Chen sat upon his bed, practicing the Nanyang Sengong. Truly, this technique was extraordinary, once mastered. It operated instinctively, rendering him impervious to toxins, with internal energy that was both robust and radiant, perpetually renewing. Although his realm was merely second-rate, with the aid of the Nanyang Shingong, Lin Chen could stand toe-to-toe with first-rate experts in terms of internal energy alone. Indeed, the prowess of this technique surpassed that of innate skills by a considerable margin. Chapter 39. A year the following day, Lin Chen's face radiated joy. The effects of the Nanyang Sengong were remarkable, allowing him to cultivate internal energy in a shorter time than with innate techniques. Coupled with his previous surge in internal energy, he felt confident that within 3 months, he would ascend to the rank of a first-rate master. With over half a year remaining, he envisioned the possibility of achieving innate mastery. However, those were thoughts for another time. Lin Chen's immediate goal was to seek his master and mistress to learn Tai Chi and the Lion's Roar technique. Additionally, a Xing was currently not in the tenement. He had opened a candy store in the city and found a girlfriend, the mute girl from the movies. During their last encounter, he mentioned plans for marriage, and Lin Chen felt it would not be long before he could partake in their joyous celebration. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed. At this juncture, Lin Chen had just entered the ranks of first-rate masters. Within 6 months, He had transformed from an ordinary individual with no martial arts experience into a first-rate expert, an unprecedented feat achieved through self-cultivation, aside from the guidance provided by masters. This astonishing progression was so remarkable that Lin Chen chose to keep it hidden within his heart, in the eyes of his master and mistress. He was still merely a novice stepping into the realm of second-rate warriors. Nevertheless, this rapid advancement astonished both of them, eliciting genuine surprise. However, none of this held significance compared to the fact that today was Xing's wedding day. As his senior brother, Lin Chen, along with his master and mistress, had to attend the celebration. Xing's biological parents are no longer alive. Now, his master and mistress have assumed the role of his guardians, having wedded in their honor. Lin Chen, as the senior disciple, also offered a respectful bow. After a few days of festive celebrations, Lin Chen resumed his rigorous martial arts training. His motivation for such relentless practice is rooted in a singular belief, the desire to take charge of his own life. The sense of powerlessness that accompanies a lack of strength is an experience Lin Chen has endured. Merely being suspected by the SHIELD agency forced him into a hasty escape. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter with the Hulk incident, he might still be on the run. This feeling of helplessness is utterly dreadful, fueling Lin Chen's yearning for power. Thus, 8.5 months swiftly passed, leaving only 13 days until the final return. Lin Chen was currently attempting the last segment of the 8th challenge to open the Ren and Du meridians. Indeed, despite his extensive efforts, he had yet to achieve success. Previously, he had somewhat naively estimated the time required solely based on the rate of his internal energy growth and the corresponding levels of mastery, neglecting one crucial factor, the Ren and Du meridians themselves. The Ren and Du meridians, which govern blood and energy respectively, are the primary conduits of the human body. The Ren meridian begins beneath the central point of the body, traversing upward to the throat and facial region, while the Du meridian originates from the lower abdomen and connects to the central bone structure. These two major channels are not merely a collection of acupuncture points. They are extensive pathways that permeate the entire body. Lin Chen took only 2 days to effortlessly clear the lower part of the meridian network beneath his skull. In fact, he could have been more reckless, pushing through in just 2 minutes, disregarding his injuries, and relying on a lengthy medicinal bath for recovery. However, the meridians in the cranial region are intricately linked to vital areas such as the brain and eyes. A single misstep could result in blindness or madness. In television dramas, characters who succumb to their own power or meet untimely ends often do so due to failed breakthroughs that destabilize their internal energy and wreak havoc on their minds. Xing, shielded by the halo of a protagonist, endured a catastrophic blow from a fiery deity, yet fortuitously opened his Ren and Du meridians. A lesser individual would have perished. Lin Chen has no desire to suffer a similar fate, thus he has approached this endeavor with utmost caution. Over the past few months, he has attempted to penetrate the Ren and Du meridians with meticulous care, avoiding any recklessness. Having engaged in numerous trials, he has gained significant confidence. Now, he is fully focused, employing dual concentration to simultaneously challenge both meridians. At this moment, Lin Chen has not activated his special abilities. Although doing so would enhance his physical control, it would also significantly amplify his vitality. The flow of blood surged through his body, accompanied by an increase in the pressure within his meridians. Thus, it became evident that the challenge of unlocking his special abilities had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified considerably. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen found his breakthrough so arduous after the sudden withdrawal of his extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, it was time for him to advance. With 7 attempts behind him, he had amassed sufficient experience, allowing his inner strength to steadily progress as he gradually opened up his channels. Minutes turned into half an hour, then an hour, until suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes. There was no flash of brilliance, yet his gaze was significantly brighter, a manifestation of the flow of his inner energy. At the moment of his breakthrough, an invisible aura spread around him. But as his inner strength circulated in a complete cycle, this aura swiftly dissipated. At this juncture, Lin Chen had successfully opened his Ren and Du meridians, allowing his inner strength to permeate throughout his body, greatly enhancing his power and officially elevating him to the realm of the superlative. Glancing at the system, he noted that his strength level had finally ascended from D to C. However, he was still far from the innate realm. The concept of the innate was rather nebulous. When Lin Chen inquired with Xing, he too struggled to articulate it clearly. Yet, through numerous inquiries and his own conjectures, Lin Chen developed a rough understanding. The innate realm was an enigmatic threshold, necessitating personal enlightenment, devoid of any discernible patterns. With just 13 days remaining, Lin Chen realized that the pursuit of achieving the innate level, given his current state of confusion, was nothing short of a delusion. At this moment, his focus should not be on martial arts training, but rather on contemplating how to manage his impending departure. Aware that he would ultimately leave, Lin Chen had deliberately distanced himself from everyone over the past year. Apart from seeking guidance on martial arts, he had seldom conversed with his master and mistress. His intention was to avoid entangling deeper emotions, hoping that when the time came to part, he would feel less reluctance. However, some matters are not easily reconciled. And despite his internal admonishments to remain detached, a year of companionship could hardly allow for a departure without attachments. Though reluctant, time continued its relentless march, and all Lin Chen could do was devise a plausible excuse for his departure. The excuse was simple and entirely reasonable. He had long contemplated the notion of venturing out to experience the world. After a year of martial training, it was indeed time for him to seek practical experience. Upon voicing this excuse, his master and mistress's initial reaction was one of opposition. Their son had tragically lost his life due to affairs of the martial world. And now that they had painstakingly nurtured a promising disciple, they were understandably anxious. However, after Lin Chen demonstrated his mastery of the flying goose technique and assured them of his promise to retreat in the face of overwhelming odds, they eventually relented. With such a refined skill in his arsenal, he was more than capable of fleeing should the need arise. Chapter 40. Return and test. On the morning of his departure, Lin Chen received a lengthy admonition from both his master and mistress. Ultimately, he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and resolutely left. At that moment, Lin Chen fervently wished for a function within the system that would allow him to return to this realm, yet alas, such a capability was not available. Having left the dilapidated apartment building where he had survived for a year, Lin Chen's first course of action was to retrieve the sniper rifle hidden within the gnarled tree. At this juncture, his strength had become formidable. He could effortlessly evade bullets and had no fear of the sniper rifle. Unless he faced a barrage from multiple heavy machine guns in an open area, he would not shy away from confrontation, ready to engage head-on. His prowess in close combat was exceptionally strong, though he found his long-range capabilities slightly lacking. The sniper rifle, however, would perfectly compensate for this deficiency. Otherwise, with his current level of power, he would have no need for such a weapon. After acquiring the rifle, Lin Chen swiftly made his way to the city, where he lay in wait for an entire day until he found a third-rate martial artist, whom he promptly incapacitated and abducted. Without a moment's hesitation, he then sought out a member of a gang, swiftly knocking him unconscious and dragging him toward the hospital's morgue. This realm had little of value to offer. Lin Chen's intention for this return was to conduct a test, attempting to take individuals of varying strengths with him to ascertain the requisite points needed. Oh, and the corpses, he needed to determine if they could be taken as well. Thus, in the hospital's morgue, Lin Chen held the unconscious gang member and the third-rate martial artist in his left hand, while his right grasped the lifeless body. Once prepared, Lin Chen selected the option to depart the realm within his mind. Detected living entities, 2, with ratings of E and D respectively. Would you like to spend 72 points to take them out? Upon glancing at this information, Lin Chen recognized that the gang member was rated E, requiring 12 points, while the third-rate martial artist was rated D, necessitating 60 points. Since this was merely a test, he had no intention of taking them with him. Upon learning the circumstances, he naturally selected no. However, prior to making that selection, Lin Chen promptly released the lifeless body from his grip. The test revealed that corpses did not trigger any prompts, indicating they could indeed be taken, though he had no intention of doing so. Interestingly, Lin Chen then attempted to set the 2 living individuals down, only to find that the notification in his mind vanished, and he himself was not transported away. Oh, how intriguing to discover such an operation. During his initial return, selecting no had immediately sent him back. He had assumed that a choice was mandatory. Now it appeared that abstaining from a selection would yield no action, necessitating a reinitiation of the return command in his mind. With this newfound understanding, Lin Chen could directly assess the points required for any individuals he wished to bring back in the future, utilizing this method to test their worthiness. However, In terms of strength levels, both the Master and Mistress are top-tier experts, likely on par with him, all classified as C-grade. As for Aixing, it goes without saying that he possesses at least C-grade strength. Lin Chen discovered that the points required to bring individuals of varying strengths differ, and this standard should be comparable to the pricing set in the systems analysis shop. In the shop, a C-grade Fate Loom is priced at 220 points, while a D-grade special ability costs 125 points. Estimating further, it seems that C-grade items must be at least 200 points, whereas Lin Chen only has 170 points, making it impossible to bring anyone out of this realm. Nonetheless, he had no intention of taking anyone with him. Aixing had just established a family and was basking in happiness, while the Master and Mistress were also enjoying their lives. Departing alone suited him perfectly. After some contemplation, Lin Chen ventured out once more to capture a gang member, needing to conduct a final test of the system's mechanism for bringing individuals along. First, Lin Chen placed his left hand on the gang member without lifting him, contemplating taking him out. Meanwhile, with his right hand, he lifted a third-rate martial artist, thinking about not bringing him along. As for the last individual, Lin Chen did not touch him at all, remaining a meter away, yet he envisioned bringing him out. Thus, Lin Chen chose to return. Detected living entity, quantity, 1, level, E. Would you like to spend 12 points to bring it out? Upon seeing this prompt, Lin Chen had already formed a judgment. The system's determination mechanism is quite simple. Although he was lifting the third-rate martial artist with his right hand while thinking of not bringing him, the system did not generate a prompt for that individual and thus would not take him out. It appears that only by physically touching and mentally intending to take something out will the system comply. Understanding this, Lin Chen smiled slightly, released his hands, and directly opted for a return. Half an hour later, the three individuals awakened, trembling in the eerie and foreboding morgue. In the Marvel world, Lin Chen materialized within an abandoned warehouse. Just a moment prior in this world, he had been quite fearful of SHIELD, knowing that once targeted, his only option was flight. Yet, in the next moment, having been tempered by traversing a realm, he may still not be a match for the formidable SHIELD, but he no longer felt intimidated. This was the confidence that came with enhanced strength. After gathering his belongings, Lin Chen packed everything and drove homeward. Having not returned to this lifestyle for over a year, it took him a day to reacquaint himself. By the following day, he had regained that familiar feeling, and that evening, he set out once more, initiating a heist at the Brooklyn Museum. However, after an entire night, he had yielded nothing. Even the two highly probable targets he had previously marked within the Brooklyn Museum showed no sign of response. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled the advanced device he encountered during the Hulk incident in the laboratory. After conducting some research online, he discovered that it was an exceptionally sophisticated energy conversion apparatus, and what he had interacted with should have been the energy reservoir. It was undoubtedly filled with some form of energy source. Otherwise, he would not have been able to absorb it. Such energy conversion devices are currently found only in high-tech companies and elite university laboratories across the globe. Online sources indicate that there are only 7 known locations. However, it is certain that there are more than just these 7. For instance, the Stark Group undoubtedly possesses one, and perhaps even Tony Stark's residence holds such a device. Yet, the security measures in these places are exceedingly stringent, making it difficult to gather information, and any attempt to enter could easily lead to detection. Therefore, Lin Chen could only consider the 7 documented locations. Apart from the one destroyed in New York City, the remaining 6 are situated in different countries, with the closest one located in Canada. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen promptly booked a flight to Canada for the following day. By the afternoon of the next day, Lin Chen arrived at his destination, a high-tech energy company in Canada. However, he did not rush into action. Instead, he chose to wait until nightfall before beginning his infiltration. Chapter 41, Learning. According to online resources, the energy conversion device was located in the laboratory on the 7th floor of this company, and there were even videos of students touring the lab, from which Lin Chen gleaned a wealth of information. After conducting several reconnaissance circles around the company in the afternoon, he utilized his exceptional vision to ascertain the general layout from a distance of a couple of hundred meters. This energy company was initially considered an emerging force within the energy sector, but it faced severe market pressure when Stark Industries suddenly ventured into clean energy and achieved astonishing results. As a consequence, Other companies within the energy industry began to experience significant market contraction and gradually fell into decline. In just 2 months, this energy company, eager to engage in research and develop more efficient energy models, invested substantial funds to grasp core technologies. However, this endeavor proved to be a bottomless pit. After 2 months, the research outcomes were far from satisfactory, and with the financial chain nearing collapse, they were forced to halt their development efforts. To conserve expenses, the company also initiated widespread layoffs, reducing its security personnel by nearly half. Previously, each floor of the company was patrolled by guards equipped with advanced weaponry, and the surveillance cameras provided 360-degree coverage without blind spots. Now, however, their defenses had significantly weakened. That night, Lin Chen utilized his lightness skill to arrive outside the window of the third-floor monitoring room. Glancing inside, he confirmed that, as in the afternoon, only 2 individuals were manning the monitoring station. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen placed one hand on the window, channeled his internal energy, and instantly shattered the glass while enveloping the shards to prevent any sound from escaping. Immediately, Lin Chen gracefully leaped behind the 2 individuals and deftly struck their acupoints, rendering them unconscious. Without further ado, he swiftly approached the control panel, memorizing the positions of the patrolling guards displayed on the screen. Subsequently, he disabled all surveillance equipment. Wasting no time, Lin Chen hastened towards the laboratory on the 7th floor, effortlessly evading all patrolling personnel and staff along the way, reaching his destination with remarkable ease. The laboratory was still operational, bustling with 7 or 8 staff members, and someone was actively manipulating the energy conversion device. The main door was securely locked, requiring an access card for entry. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Chen. With a surge of internal energy, he unlocked the door with finesse. Upon entering, Lin Chen, masked and enigmatic, instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The sound of the door closing behind him echoed like a signal. As the onlookers pondered the identity of this intruder, in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen transformed into a blur, weaving effortlessly among them. In less than 10 seconds, all were incapacitated, lying on the ground. At that moment, Lin Chen found himself beside the energy conversion device. He scrutinized it intently, his demeanor akin to that of a treasure hunter discovering a priceless artifact. However, moments later, he gasped in surprise. Something was amiss. Why was the system unresponsive? Undeterred, he attempted once more, yet the device remained silent. Not one to easily concede defeat. Lin Chen closed the door behind him and began to contemplate the differences between this device and the one he had previously encountered. Delving deeper into his thoughts, he activated the device for experimentation while simultaneously consulting online resources to navigate its operation. When faced with uncertainties, he awakened one of the nearby researchers, requesting hands-on guidance and posing inquiries as needed. Thus, after half an hour of diligent inquiry, Lin Chen arrived at a tentative conclusion. The device he had last interacted with contained a special energy source infused with the genes of the Hulk, replete with immense gamma energy, a hybrid energy source. In contrast, this device merely housed a standard energy source, incapable of generating the required energy. Creating the previous hybrid energy source was, in essence, a straightforward task. It merely required the fusion of 3 specific materials in precise proportions. Fortunately, aside from the 2 vials of Hulk gene serum he possessed, the other 2 components were readily obtainable. However, the precise ratios remained a mystery to him. Regardless, although this venture did not yield any energy absorption, it provided invaluable insight into a method. The 2 vials of Hulk gene serum now had a potential application, albeit they were concealed in New York, rendering immediate use impractical. After some contemplation, Lin Chen promptly booked a flight back to the United States that very night. The following day, Lin Chen did not venture anywhere. Aside from his daily martial arts training, he dedicated himself to acquiring knowledge related to energy. Indeed, Lin Chen aimed to independently derive the required ratio. From his inquiries the previous day, he discerned that the issue of proportion was not particularly challenging. He was not embarking on a comprehensive study of an entire subject. Rather, he focused solely on a specific aspect, supplemented by some related knowledge. Given Lin Chen's current capacity for learning, he estimated that he would require 3 days. In fact, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Within merely 2 days, he had firmly engraved this series of theoretical concepts in his mind. What remained was simply the practical application. To practice was straightforward. Under the cover of night, Lin Chen stealthily infiltrated the chemistry laboratory of a nearby high school. He resolved to commence with the fundamentals, and the high school provided an adequate venue. Thus, in the pitch-black night, within the confines of the school laboratory, a masked figure manipulated unknown chemical reagents, which emitted a ghastly green glow due to the reactions, casting an eerie ambience. Occasionally, the room echoed with chilling laughter. The following day, Lin Chen reflected upon the 372 experiments conducted the previous night. As evening fell, he donned his mask once more and set out again. This time, however, his destination was not the high school, but rather Columbia University nearby. The high school laboratory, albeit functional, was somewhat lacking in sophistication and equipment. He sought to further his endeavors at the university. Thus, 3 nights passed, and Lin Chen had a clear understanding of the energy fusion ratio. To achieve this, he sacrificed 1/10 of a tube of Hulk gene liquid. After erasing all traces of his activities, Lin Chen booked a flight to Germany. The Canadian company, having reported the previous incident to the authorities, was now under stringent security. While Lin Chen anticipated no unforeseen complications during this visit, at worst, he could incapacitate everyone. The repercussions would undoubtedly be significant. In light of this, Lin Chen opted for a technological university in Germany. The campus had lacked security, and generally, there were few individuals conducting experiments in the laboratories at night, making it exceedingly convenient for Lin Chen to gain entry. With his plans meticulously laid, Lin Chen prepared the necessary items and awaited the next day's flight. Chapter 42. Nick's speculation: transporting liquids and firearms onto an airplane presents considerable challenges for the average individual. However, for Lin Chen, endowed with inner strength, it posed little difficulty. During his previous trip to Canada, he had conducted a test by carrying a small piece of iron, enveloped in his inner force, to ascertain whether it would be detected by security machines. The results were exceedingly favorable, as it went unnoticed entirely. Certainly, the primary objective is to find a passage with lax security. Otherwise, if discovered, one would be forced to flee. Lin Chen remained composed, and without incident, successfully boarded the aircraft with the items in his possession. By the time the plane arrived in Germany, it was already afternoon. Matters such as visas and protective gear were trivial. After all, Lin Chen was a high-stakes player with several $1 million to his name. In a capitalist society, wealth is omnipotent, rendering such issues easily resolvable. Upon arriving in Germany, Lin Chen resided in a 5-star hotel and indulged in lavish dining. By day, he mingled among the societal elite, and by night, he traversed the streets in splendid attire. The adage that what one possesses is truly one's own resonated with him. Lin Chen had no affinity for procrastination. Having just arrived, he set off directly to the technological university that very evening. Due to the distance, it was impractical for him to run masked from the hotel. He feigned the demeanor of a tourist, strolling leisurely towards his destination. The journey was smooth, and he soon reached the vicinity of the university. However, he felt a slight discomfort, perhaps due to his Asian features. He was frequently scrutinized in Germany, with eyes often lingering upon him. This phenomenon had persisted since his arrival at the airport. Lin Chen paid little heed to it. In this era, Asians were a rarity abroad, and even more so in Germany. If he attracted attention, so be it. A few extra glances would not cost him anything. Upon nearing his destination, Lin Chen found an unoccupied alleyway, masked his face, and employed his light-footed skills to venture towards the university. He was unaware of its name, as it was entirely in German and beyond his reading capabilities. Once inside, the lack of security was as he had imagined. Following a rough map of the campus, he swiftly made his way to the experimental building. His first task was to disable the surveillance within this building. Subsequently, he focused his internal energy in his ears, meticulously sensing his surroundings. Within seconds, Lin Chen discerned that there were no more than 10 individuals inside the structure. With over 100 rooms in the building and so few people, as long as he did not deliberately raise his voice, he would remain undetected. After a minute, Lin Chen arrived at the laboratory housing the energy conversion apparatus. The lab was modest in size, seemingly dedicated solely to energy conversion experiments. A cursory glance revealed no equipment capable of emitting gamma rays. It appeared he would need to retrieve such devices from other laboratories. After several busy minutes, Lin Chen had everything organized. Just as he was about to commence the energy conversion process, 3S, H, I, E, L, D, agent teams gradually encircled the experimental building, with none other than Hawkeye Barton leading the charge. Indeed, SHIELD had set its sights on Lin Chen once again. The reason is quite straightforward. The surveillance program of SHIELD includes a covert follow-up feature. This is a trigger-based function, meaning that if a task remains unresolved, this covert follow-up continues unabated until the task is completed. Unfortunately, the investigation concerning the robbery of items from Barton has yet to conclude, other than the discovery of a task box devoid of any fingerprints in nearby residences. No further leads have emerged. After more than a month without results, this task has been placed on hold. However, on hold does not equate to abandonment. It simply implies that the intensity of the investigation has waned. On one hand, new suspects are being sought, while on the other, previous suspects are under ongoing surveillance. A professional practice referred to as the covert follow-up feature. This function varies by individual. Those deemed highly suspicious or exceptional may be monitored by an entire team. In the case of Lin Chen, he is merely subject to online surveillance, which does not require extensive resources for follow-up. Online monitoring means that if Lin Chen engages in any unusual activities on the internet, it will once again capture SHIELD's attention. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, within a week, he has taken multiple flights and traveled abroad twice, which is indeed considered anomalous behavior. Initially, the agent responsible for this matter thought it insignificant. He had reviewed Lin Chen's profile and noted his profitable investments in Stark Industries stocks. Although traveling abroad twice in a week was somewhat surprising, it was still justifiable. However, upon further examination, he grew increasingly suspicious. He discovered that Lin Chen might be connected to a Level 3 incident within the agency. Indeed, that incident pertains to an occurrence at a Canadian energy company. The surveillance was disabled, leaving no frames capturing the suspect, and surrounding cameras yielded no clues. No one was killed at the company, nor was anything stolen. Only a doctor had conversed with the suspect, aware that the objective involved a particular hybrid energy and was deeply interested in the theory of energy conversion. This event was utterly perplexing, casting a veil of uncertainty over the suspect's intentions. Such matters swiftly attracted the attention of SHIELD, categorizing it as a Level 3 incident and dispatching personnel from the local bureau to investigate. Now, by correlating Lin Chen's itinerary, the agent overseeing online surveillance found that Lin Chen had spent only one day in Canada, coincidentally in the very city where the company is located. Upon his return to New York, the company experienced the Level 3 incident. Thus, this agent speculated that Lin Chen might indeed be connected to this incident. And recognizing its significance, he promptly reported the matter. The news swiftly reached Barton, who was responsible for the matter, and Nick was, of course, also informed. Although the incident in Canada was merely a Level 3 event, the suspect behind it had managed to infiltrate a secured company with apparent ease. While the company's security was not exceptionally robust, the capabilities of this suspect should not be underestimated. Moreover, given that this individual might be the one who previously stole items from Barton, Nick regarded the situation with utmost seriousness. Upon making a decision, Nick instructed Barton to lead 3 teams to apprehend the suspect, one of which included Sharon's team, who had previously interacted with Lin Chen. However, just as they prepared to depart, they discovered that Lin Chen had booked a flight to Germany. This prompted Nick to immediately halt the capture plan. The combination of the German flight, the intercepted energy source from the Tesseract, and the energy conversion device from Canada led Nick to formulate a bold hypothesis: Hydra. This Jacqueline was likely a covert agent of Hydra lurking in the shadows. Chapter 43. Law-abiding and exemplary citizens. If his suspicions were correct, Lin Chen's journey to Germany was likely aimed at either a secret Hydra base or a meeting with a significant Hydra figure. Contemplating this, Nick resolved not to pursue Lin Chen immediately, but rather to wait for him to arrive in Germany, using him as bait to ensnare larger prey. This strategy would enable SHIELD to capture more Hydra operatives. Given the gravity of the Hydra situation, Nick kept his conjectures to himself, revealing nothing even to Barton. He still instructed Barton to proceed with the capture, albeit with a slight alteration to the mission's content. Nick informed Barton that the target might meet with the mastermind behind the scenes, advising them to refrain from immediate capture and instead to monitor the situation, waiting for any actions from the target before moving in. Furthermore, during the execution of this mission, they were to provide real-time updates to him. And in the event of any exceptional circumstances, they were to await his directives. Thus, from the moment Lin Chen disembarked in Germany, SHIELD maintained a vigilant watch over him. As night fell, when Lin Chen exited his hotel, the surveillance intensified. However, after approximately half an hour of tracking, Lin Chen suddenly darted into a narrow alley and vanished without a trace. When they rushed in to investigate, the area was already deserted, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. Nick immediately issued orders to search outward from that point, while also commandeering all nearby cameras to locate Lin Chen's whereabouts. Within mere minutes, they soon discovered an anomaly. All the cameras in a nearby university's experimental building were rendered inoperative. The surveillance cameras are all registered, and logically, they should all be operational. However, at this moment, none of them are connectable. It is evidently implausible that they have all malfunctioned simultaneously. Rather, it is apparent that they have been deliberately disabled. Based on this observation, Lin Chen's presence within the building seems highly probable, prompting Barton to immediately lead his team toward that direction. 3 teams have been formed. One, led by Barton, cautiously ascends from the ground floor, while another, under Sharon's command, has ascended to the rooftop of an adjacent building, utilizing equipment to enter the experimental building from its highest point. The final team remains stationed outside, prepared to adapt as circumstances evolve. Earlier, they had conducted reconnaissance of the school, uncovering no anomalies. Nick speculated that the adversaries were likely executing a specific mission. He was aware that the experimental building housed an energy conversion device. This task appeared to be of particular significance, marking the second location he had encountered with such a device. Could they be attempting to manufacture an exceedingly potent energy source, or perhaps develop a unique weapon? With such conjectures in mind, Nick recognized that Lin Chen's mission could be perilous. He resolved to act without delay and apprehend him. He felt an urgent need to discern the purpose behind this operation, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Had Lin Chen been privy to Nick's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested, exclaiming that he merely sought to absorb some energy, deriding Nick's wild assumptions and asserting that if anyone were a Hydra agent, it would be the SHIELD operatives, though he would jest that they should be called Snake Shield. However, Lin Chen remained oblivious to these musings. Inside the laboratory, having completed the adjustments and prepared the materials, Lin Chen activated the gamma rays and set a value for injection. Subsequently, he poured in the pre-measured energy liquid. For the final step, he added the Hulk gene serum. Within moments, the apparatus emitted a thunderous sound, signaling the onset of a vigorous reaction. Simultaneously, less than 20 meters from his laboratory, Barton and Sharon, each leading a team, advanced cautiously toward him. Both groups, equipped with specialized gear, moved silently, their footsteps inaudible to the untrained ear. Had Lin Chen not been captivated by the device before him, he would have sensed their approach merely by the sound of their breathing. Regrettably, his focus remained fixated on the apparatus's reaction. Just seconds later, as the gamma rays ceased to penetrate, the energy reaction reached completion. Energy source detected. Do you wish to absorb? The moment he selected yes, Barton and Sharon, accompanied by a cadre of agents, burst into the room. 9 handguns and a fully drawn powerful composite bow were all aimed squarely at Lin Chen's back. Lin. Sharon was the first to call out. Lin Chen remained still, observing the traversal energy bar in his mind as it surged from 35 to 38. Initially nodding in satisfaction, he then unexpectedly turned around. To be candid, he was quite astonished by the presence of SHIELD here. In the preceding 2 months, he had felt no sense of being monitored, leading him to believe that SHIELD had abandoned him. However, now that they had arrived, it indicated that SHIELD was employing some unknown methods to keep him under surveillance. Had this been earlier, Lin Chen would have certainly fled without hesitation, but at this moment, he felt no panic. Instead, he casually remarked, "Linda, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again. How is your graduation project coming along?" This reaction clearly took everyone by surprise. Even Nick, who was monitoring the situation in real time, was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Such a nonchalant tone suggested he had anticipated their arrival and was confident of his escape. Or did he possess such formidable strength that he dismissed them entirely? Or was there some other reason? Nick's mind was in disarray, and he found it difficult to grasp the essence of Lin Chen. "Ahem, Lin, is it?" Barton inquired casually on the surface, though internally he was already on high alert. Countless missions had taught him that the individual before him was unyielding and must have some contingency or trump card. This man had not exuded such confidence before. What had transpired in these 2 months? Steal what? Please refrain from making baseless accusations. I am a law-abiding and virtuous citizen. How could I possibly take your belongings? It was imperative for Lin Chen to deny any theft, for upon SSS discovery of him, a plan had begun to form in his mind. The Hulk serum was no longer available, and the Hulk himself was nowhere to be found. The genetic fluid from that laboratory had been incinerated. Lin Chen was unable to produce such a fusion energy source in the short term. Therefore, to swiftly transition to the next dimension, he had set his sights on acquiring the cosmic cube from SSS. Chapter 44. The Deal Ahem. Such a superlative item as the cosmic cube would undoubtedly not be relinquished easily by SSS. In fact, Nick had no intention of handing it over at all. Lin Chen's immediate objective was to procure some energy blocks generated from the cosmic cube. The previously consumed energy blocks could augment his traversal energy by 34, and if they were intact, they would likely provide at least 40 more. A small fragment would surpass the energy yield of the fusion energy liquid he had painstakingly developed over several days. Desiring energy blocks, Lin Chen currently possesses little more than his own formidable abilities and intelligence on Hydra. Selling himself is out of the question. His primary consideration is to trade the intel on Hydra. However, as Lin Chen contemplated, Barton spoke up. Setting aside whether you have stolen anything, just a few days ago, you infiltrated an energy company in Canada, and now you've come to Germany to unlawfully appropriate laboratory equipment from a school. These 2 offenses alone are sufficient grounds to issue a warrant for your arrest. As he spoke, 4 agents beside Barton began to advance towards Lin Chen, intent on apprehending him. Observing the situation, Lin Chen clapped his hands together. Wow, agents of SSS, so imposing. Seizing someone on a whim, the 4 agents remained undeterred, continuing their approach, while others aimed their weapons at Lin Chen to prevent any retaliatory actions. At this moment, Lin Chen had confirmed that there was no support around. He was entirely alone. In Barton's view, under such circumstances, Lin Chen had no choice but to comply and surrender, lest he wished to taste the bullets. However, just as this thought crossed Barton's mind, Lin Chen sprang into action. Bang, 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 bang. With a fierce kick, he unleashed a series of powerful strikes, sending the 4 agents flying. Simultaneously, Barton and others began to shoot arrows and fire guns, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon Lin Chen. Bang, bang. Contrary to expectations, Lin Chen did not evade. He stood resolutely, his hands moving like shadows before him. As a series of gunshots rang out, he remained unscathed, still standing there with a smile, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in his hands, he held 3 arrows and a collection of bullet casings. Releasing his grip, he turned his palms downward, allowing the bullet casings and arrows to fall from his hands, creating a delightful tinkling sound as they struck the floor. This sound was quite pleasant, yet it did not bring joy to anyone else present. Instead, it quickened their heartbeats and brought forth cold sweats. Enough pretense, I'm laying my cards on the table. Have your leader, Nick Fury, come speak with me. Lin Chen said leisurely as he fetched a chair and sat down, exuding an air of nonchalance that deterred anyone from firing at him. Barton, recognizing the situation, even sheathed his bow and signaled for everyone to lower their weapons. His keen perception told him that Lin Chen bore no ill intent. It seemed he had something to discuss. Otherwise, given Lin Chen's earlier display of extraordinary prowess, none of them would have escaped. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Barton quickly pulled out a phone from his pocket, tapping a few buttons before switching it to speaker mode. Soon, Nick Fury's deep voice resonated. Who exactly are you? Why do you know my name? Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and replied, I simply know you. My identity is of no concern to you. Just understand that my strength is formidable, and these individuals cannot detain me. I shall not indulge in trivialities. I wish to propose a transaction. What kind of transaction? Nick inquired. Lin Chen did not rush to respond. Instead, he extended his hand, drawing on his internal energy to pull the phone from Barton's grasp. This was a minor application of his internal power. Within a distance of 3 to 4 meters, it was manageable, but beyond 5 meters, such feats became impossible. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Lin Chen calmly stated. Are you certain this phone is untraceable by others? Wait. After a few seconds, Nick continued. Now? Apart from the people in your room and myself, no one can overhear our conversation. That is reassuring. I assure you, only I will hear your voice. With that, Lin Chen switched the phone to speaker mode and enveloped the surrounding air with his internal energy to prevent sound from escaping. Having prepared everything, Lin Chen began. Hydra has infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D., and I believe their numbers are considerable. I know who their leader is, and I wish to exchange this intelligence for something. What do you seek? Nick's breathing quickened. The Tesseract. That is impossible. Not only the list of Hydra members, but even the list of Leviathan agents is out of the question. Nick rejected immediately, aware of the immense power of the Tesseract. Such a relic could never be relinquished. Lin Chen had not anticipated Nick's acquiescence. He continued, then I shall exchange it for the energy cubes derived from the Tesseract. Nick pondered for a moment and agreed. That is acceptable. I want 10. Impossible. Those energy cubes are the product of advanced technology developed by Hydra during World War II, derived from the Tesseract. We currently do not possess the means to replicate them, and our stock consists of only the final cube. Nick's claim was, of course, a fabrication. They had already mastered the extraction technology and possessed more than one cube in reserve. However, due to the strategic significance of the energy cubes, Nick had refrained from mass production, carefully controlling their supply. He was aware that the items from Barton's previous mission had likely been seized by Lin Chen, and granting him additional energy cubes could lead to unpredictable consequences. This risk was something Nick would not overlook. He would only offer one for trade. Lin Chen accepted this as truth and refrained from further comment, stating, in that case, I will not reveal the leader's identity to you. One energy cube will yield one high-ranking name, and perhaps an additional name of someone not affiliated with Hydra. Very well. But how can I ascertain the veracity of your claims? I can provide you with the names first. You may conduct your own investigation before delivering the energy blocks to me. However, I must caution you against acting impulsively. It is likely that nearly half of the Hydra operatives are embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. One such individual is Sitwell, while Hawkeye Barton is someone you can trust. With that, Lin Chen ended the call without further ado. He stood up, tossed the phone to Barton, and stated, the transaction is complete. I hope to receive what I desire within a week. May our collaboration be fruitful. With that, Lin Chen utilized his agility to leap through the window, swiftly departing the scene. Chapter 45. The Cowardly Nick in Washington, within the Tricorders building. Nick scrutinized the two names laid before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He refrained from blindly trusting Lin Chen's words. He intended to dispatch individuals he had personally trained to investigate the truth of the matter. In addition to the names, there was also a dossier on Lin Chen atop his desk. He had recently summoned Barton and the others back, and he had received the report from this operation. The analysis revealed extraordinary abilities, telekinesis, the capacity to catch bullets with bare hands, an unknown method to quell sound waves, and curved projectiles. All indications pointed to Lin Chen being extraordinarily powerful, almost beyond human. Fortunately, this individual possessed a commendable character, exercising restraint and refraining from any antisocial behavior, having only ever rendered people unconscious. Nonetheless, the question loomed, what precisely was Jacqueline's identity? Previously, Nick had speculated that Lin Chen might be affiliated with Hydra, but that now seemed implausible. If an operative possessed such formidable power, Hydra would have already conquered the world. Nick's current quandary was how Lin Chen had acquired knowledge of his name and was also aware that the Tesseract was in their possession. Most perplexing was Lin Chen's insight into Hydra's infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. He was indeed shrouded in mystery. A fresh intelligence report indicated that Lin Chen had already purchased a plane ticket back to New York, likely arriving home the following day. This display of confidence suggested an unwavering belief in his own capabilities, as he appeared unperturbed by the thought of breaching their agreement. Nick concluded that once the results were in, he would need to personally engage Lin Chen in conversation. Of course, he would not do so alone. That would be far too perilous. He would require several formidable bodyguards to accompany him. The next day, Lin Chen returned home as if nothing had transpired, devoid of any presence of S.H.I.E.L.D., as if the events of the previous day had never occurred. It was precisely this absence that assured Lin Chen that his transaction was likely to succeed. Otherwise, had Nick been disinclined to proceed, Lin Chen would have found himself besieged by forces immediately upon disembarking the plane. At that juncture, he would have opted for immediate flight rather than resistance. Although he bore no fear of SHIELD, it was certainly preferable to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially considering Nick possessed contact information for Captain Marvel. In the event that Nick becomes agitated and summons Captain Marvel, Lin Chen would not dare to utter a sound. Although the likelihood of such a scenario is quite low, it is prudent to remain cautious, for desperation can lead to reckless actions. Thus, instinctively, Lin Chen prefers not to become adversarial with SHIELD. By the way, would mentioning Hydra in advance alter the course of events? This is a matter Lin Chen is uncertain about, and it is not his concern to fathom. He does not particularly care for the intricacies of the Marvel narrative in the multiverse. His interest in the plot stems from a desire to enhance his control over the world and to fulfill his tasks without unforeseen complications. In the Marvel universe, the chaos of the storyline is irrelevant to him, as the sole means by which Lin Chen can augment his dominion is through relentless self-improvement. As long as he grows formidable enough to defeat Thanos' legions, or strong enough to guard multiple Infinity Stones single-handedly, he would fear nothing. Of course, this is contingent upon Lin Chen's ability to continually strengthen himself in subsequent realms. Otherwise, all aspirations are mere illusions. Upon returning home, Lin Chen did not venture elsewhere, but rather practiced in the courtyard as usual. He was waiting for Nick to deliver the energy blocks he desired. Given Nick's capabilities, he believed that a week would suffice. In reality, he did not have to wait an entire week. Within just 3 days, Nick's phone call arrived. This fellow is quite timid. Lin Chen had initially assumed Nick would visit in person. Yet he ended up inviting Lin out to a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown for a meal. Before arriving, Lin Chen speculated that Nick must have cleared the area of onlookers and prepared a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting his arrival. This would be the epitome of a powerful figure's demeanor, if he were a tad more cautious. Even bringing Barton along with a cadre of agents would have sufficed. Lin Chen wouldn't have minded. However, upon arrival, Lin Chen discovered that the situation was entirely different from his expectations. There were no hidden agents, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons, utterly ordinary. Nick was seated at a table, awaiting his arrival, with Barton to his left and, surprisingly, Tony Stark to his right. Lin Chen realized that Nick had undoubtedly analyzed him, deliberately choosing this particular venue among many Chinese patrons to minimize the likelihood of conflict. Indeed, in such a setting, the chances of Lin Chen taking action were remarkably low, thereby enhancing Nick's security in an understated manner. Nevertheless, having 2 illustrious bodyguards flanking him seemed rather extravagant. As Lin Chen entered the restaurant, the trio noticed him immediately and waved him over. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Tony Stark, and you have previously met Clinton Barton." As Lin Chen took his seat, he nodded slightly. "Jacqueline, you may call me Lin." "Lin, I must confess that I have a penchant for speaking candidly, so I hope you do not take offense." Tony leaned forward, his demeanor somewhat confrontational. "Nick informed me today that he would introduce me to a rather extraordinary friend. In deference to his reputation, I declined a lucrative business deal worth $50 million and hurried here to occupy this seat." As he spoke, he glanced at his watch and continued, "It is now precisely 13 minutes and 8 seconds. A minute ago, I was quite eager to see if this special friend possessed any remarkable abilities. Yet having surveyed the situation, I failed to discern anything particularly noteworthy." Upon hearing these words, Barton showed no reaction, remaining tense and poised for any eventuality. Nick, on the other hand, wore a broad smile, his hands resting on the table, clearly ready to mediate should anything arise. Observing this, Lin Chen felt no irritation at Tony's disdain. He merely smiled faintly and uttered a single word: "Palladium poisoning." "How could you possibly know?" Tony's expression shifted dramatically. Palladium poisoning was his closely guarded secret, one he had never disclosed to anyone. The fact that Lin Chen was aware left him astounded. "Were you not curious about what makes me special? Now you have witnessed it firsthand." With that, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Nick. "Where is it? Are you surveilling me? Or perhaps stalking me?" Before Nick could respond, Tony pressed on. In that brief moment, he could conceive of only this possibility, suspecting that Lin Chen must be employing some sort of advanced technology. Otherwise, his poisoning condition could not have been known to another. Upon hearing this, Nick hesitated momentarily in his reach for the item, intrigued by the notion of palladium poisoning. What does this mean? Is Tony poisoned? Or does it signify something else? Chapter 46. Tony's curiosity regarding Tony's inquiries. Lin Chen chose to disregard them, coolly stating, Director Nick Fury, I have little patience for repeating myself. Do you grasp my meaning? At these words, Nick's hand trembled slightly before he quickly replied, Tony, let us discuss this later. With that, he retrieved a white metallic case from behind him and set it before Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, the item you requested is within. May our transaction be fruitful. Upon receiving the case, Lin Chen wasted no time in opening it, revealing an energy core approximately the size of a thumb. A smile crept across Lin Chen's face as he reached out to touch it. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it? After selecting yes. A couple of seconds later, the energy bar in his mind surged from 39, ultimately stopping at 83. Calculating at a rate of 1% growth every 3 to 4 days, even without further energy absorption. Lin Chen would only need to wait 2 months before he could traverse dimensions once more. In a moment, Lin Chen's spirit soared. Glancing at Tony, who was fixated on him, Lin Chen found him considerably more agreeable. After a brief pause, he spoke with a smile. I can assist you in completely eliminating the toxins from your body without the need for surgery. It is both safe and swift. However, I cannot extend my help without a compelling reason. You must present something of interest to me. Upon hearing this, Tony was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had resolved to investigate how Lin Chen had discovered his poisoning. Now, upon learning that Lin Chen had a solution, his initial reaction was not joy, but skepticism. No surgery, yet safe and rapid? He could scarcely fathom how such a feat could be accomplished. Otherwise, he wouldn't be troubled by his predicament. Nonetheless, despite his doubts, bolstered by recent events and Nick's prior words, he refrained from outright refusal and inquired, So, what piques your interest? Energy sources. A myriad of them. Anything that is not overly mundane. Something extraordinary would suffice. Of course, if you could procure something akin to the Tesseract, that would be even better. As he spoke, Lin Chen retrieved a piece of paper, inscribing his phone number upon it. He handed it to Tony, saying, If you have any ideas, feel free to call me or visit. My address is 216 7th Avenue, Manhattan. With that, Lin Chen picked up his case, preparing to depart. However, Nick interjected, Mr. Lin, the dishes will be served shortly. May we discuss further? Are there any similar energy sources? Lin Chen retorted, No, there aren't any more energy blocks available. Nick replied, knowing he could not offer Lin Chen anything further. Then there is no need for further discourse. My time is quite valuable. Farewell. With those words, Lin Chen exited the premises. Nick dared not attempt to persuade him to stay, especially given Lin Chen's earlier remark about his aversion to repeating himself without cause. He had no desire to provoke ill fortune. Meanwhile, Tony gazed thoughtfully at the phone number written on the paper. After a while, he suddenly turned to Nick and said, I didn't quite catch everything earlier. I would like to hear more about this Jack Lin in as much detail as possible. Additionally, I wish to learn more about the term palladium poisoning. Lin Chen's time was precious. His words were not spoken lightly. The realms traversed by the system were bound to grow increasingly formidable, and to accomplish his tasks safely, Lin Chen's own strength must keep pace. Presently, it appeared that the system's transitions were automatic, meaning that once the energy bar was filled, the system would transport Lin Chen without the option to refuse. This indicated that Lin Chen had at most 2 months to cultivate his abilities. He needed to intensify his training within this time frame, striving to see if he could break through to the innate realm. Although this innate breakthrough primarily relies on understanding, the strength of one's abilities still holds significant influence. As Lin Chen's internal energy becomes increasingly robust, his prowess will invariably grow stronger. Although this enhancement may not equate to the qualitative transformation brought about by a rise in realm, it is certainly better than no improvement at all. Thus, Lin Chen embarked on a diligent regimen of cultivation. Before long, a week had elapsed. Lin Chen's days were remarkably tranquil, spent in meditation, practicing martial arts, and engaging in training. During his leisure moments, he would even play hide-and-seek with those assigned to monitor him, leading a rather leisurely existence. However, Nick and Tony found themselves in a state of considerable distress. Ever since Lin Chen acquired the energy block, Nick had been apprehensive about potential repercussions, prompting him to discreetly assign personnel to surveil Lin Chen. Throughout the past week, Nick believed that his operatives had remained undetected by Lin Chen. Daily reports indicated a favorable situation. Lin Chen simply sat in the courtyard, soaking up the sun with his eyes closed, practicing his punches. and maintaining a regular sleep schedule at night, exhibiting no unusual behavior. While this brought a sense of relief to Nick, it also stirred a peculiar unease within him, amplifying his inner doubts. Why was this so? Because Lin Chen's demeanor was strikingly ordinary. For such a mysterious individual, his daily life was astonishingly mundane, which in itself was quite peculiar, yet Nick could not discern the reason, leaving him feeling quite helpless. As for Tony, ever since their parting in the restaurant, he had become almost obsessive, canceling all engagements and fervently searching for alternative elements to palladium in his underground laboratory. However, a week had passed, and despite conducting thousands of experiments, the results remained consistently disappointing, either failures or elements that proved to be even more toxic when substituted. One day, seated in his home, he gazed at the piece of paper left by Lin Chen, enveloped in silence for a considerable time. Ultimately, he dialed the phone number. Tony was, in truth, a person loath to concede defeat, proud, arrogant, and an avowed atheist who believed that all matters could be resolved through science. His mindset was akin to that of the current Doctor Strange. After hearing Nick's description of Lin Chen, he remained unconvinced of Lin Chen's uniqueness. The feats of telekinesis and catching bullets barehanded were surely manifestations of advanced technology unknown to him. Indeed, several concepts swirling in his mind could accomplish similar feats. It merely required a certain amount of time to actualize. As for Lin Chen's proposed method of treatment, he was skeptical. Having previously visited a hospital, he had concluded that even the most elite surgeons faced risks of failure. The notion of achieving a cure without surgery, so conveniently and swiftly, seemed implausible to him. Tony had not only failed to encounter such technology, but found it difficult even to entertain the thought. Therefore, making this phone call was born out of genuine desperation, as he was at a loss for solutions. On the other hand, he found himself intrigued by Lin Chen. Chapter 47. The Vibranium Reactor. Note: Tony's villa and company headquarters are actually located in Los Angeles, but for the purposes of this narrative, they have been placed in New York. Tony's villa is extraordinarily opulent, filled with an array of advanced technologies. Upon reaching the entrance, the grand door automatically swung open, accompanied by the voice of Jarvis. "Mr. Lin, welcome. Mr. Stark is awaiting you in the living room." Although it was said that he was in the living room, the moment one stepped inside, it was indeed the living room, and Lin Chen immediately spotted Tony seated on the central sofa. "What would you like to drink?" Tony inquired as Lin approached. "Tea will suffice," Lin Chen replied, taking a seat opposite Tony. "Jarvis, please serve Mr. Lin a cup of tea. And bring me a cup of coffee," Tony instructed, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. Once Jarvis acknowledged the command, Tony continued, "Jarvis is my butler, a nascent artificial intelligence. Although he still possesses numerous flaws, I can assure you that I am the only one of his kind in the world. However, you seem completely unfazed." Jarvis operated with remarkable efficiency. Within moments, a small robot delivered a cup of tea to Lin Chen's side. He accepted the tea, took a delicate sip, and smiled. "What is there to be surprised about? But you do seem rather haggard. Have you not slept in days?" After taking a sip of coffee, Tony grimaced. "It's been 3 days." He had initially intended to gauge Lin Chen through conversation, but after the first exchange, he felt defeated. Opting for directness, Tony rose to his feet. "Come, I have what you seek in my laboratory downstairs." Understanding Lin Chen's capabilities, one might expect others to approach him with trepidation or caution. Yet Tony was unperturbed, partly due to his own mental disposition, and partly because he had been poisoned, an incurable toxin that would claim his life within 6 months. What, then, was there to fear? "I am curious. You brought nothing with you. How do you intend to treat me? Or do you expect me to accompany you somewhere? If so, I shall not comply. Treatment must occur here. You will find out soon enough," Lin Chen replied. "I have reviewed your dossier. It is quite ordinary and does not suggest any extraordinary qualities. However, I have heard that you have crossed paths with Barton and even taken something from him." "I did not steal anything. Some individuals speak nonsense, making claims at will. You must learn to discern for yourself. Are you suggesting that your offer of treatment is also mere fabrication? I lack that device in my chest and will soon perish. If your intention is solely to expel the toxins from my body, that would merely address the symptoms, not the root cause, and I will not accept that." As they walked and conversed, upon hearing Tony's last remark, Lin Chen refrained from responding directly. Instead, he remarked, "That depends on the value of what you provide." At this moment, Tony brought Lin Chen to the underground laboratory. Upon entering, Tony cast a quick glance at Lin Chen before hastening a few steps to a laboratory table. The surface was impeccably tidy, adorned only with 3 transparent containers, starkly contrasting with the other tables cluttered with tools, clearly having been meticulously cleaned. Here, I possess 47 types of energy sources, but only 3 are distinctly different. The others are mere derivatives of these 3. Tony explained as he picked up the first transparent box, revealing a delicate green cube that appeared quite exquisite. This is a bioenergy source recently developed by Stark Industries. Utilizing microbial technology. With a mere cost of $50, it can generate approximately $1,000 worth of electricity. Lin Chen, upon receiving it, merely lifted the lid to touch it before setting it down, as the system provided no indication of its utility for him. Observing this, Tony's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly grasped the second transparent box, which contained an arc reactor identical to the one embedded in his chest. This is a super-concentrated energy source created through arc generation technology, which I refer to as the arc reactor. There is a larger version in the company, and this one is a miniaturized variant. Lin Chen, already familiar with the arc reactor, eagerly accepted it. Yet, mere moments later, the smile that had graced his face vanished entirely. Is this a joke? No system prompt. I can't absorb it. Lin Chen remained perplexed about the system's criteria for evaluating energy sources, unable to discern which could be absorbed and which could not. With a slight frown, he set the arc reactor aside, and without waiting for Tony to elaborate, he directly opened the third box. To his astonishment, it too contained an arc reactor, albeit with a slightly different hue. Without scrutinizing it further, he instinctively grasped it in his hand. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb? Just when I thought there was no way out, a glimmer of hope appears. Lin Chen had assumed no opportunity would arise, yet the last item surprised him. What is this third one? How does it differ from the second? Lin Chen promptly inquired. He had no intention of absorbing it right away. He had already resolved that he would refrain from absorption until after his next traversal. He planned to store it for the time being, intending to absorb it once he emerged in the next realm. With just over a month remaining, he aimed to cultivate further, striving for a breakthrough into the innate stage, thereby entering the next dimension with greater confidence. Noticing Lin Chen's interest in the third energy source, Tony exhaled in relief and added, "This is something I inadvertently created. Previously, I sought a substitute for palladium, conducting over 1,000 experiments, and this emerged as one of the results. Due to its uniquely peculiar energy form, I decided to isolate it. It utilizes a rare metal known as vibranium, of which I possess only a small quantity inherited from my father. Once this is depleted, there will be none left. This reactor is indeed singular in its existence. If it is vibranium, Lin Chen feels reassured. Although this material is scarcely circulated outside, in Wakanda, it is as abundant as dust. However, given Lin Chen's current abilities, he cannot provoke Wakanda and must wait until he becomes stronger to procure some vibranium, subsequently seeking Tony's assistance in constructing such a reactor. For the time being, acquiring the Tesseract appears to be a comparatively less arduous task. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Chen nodded. This item is quite valuable, and he resolved to claim it. As for your poison, I shall assist you in alleviating it now. While the method for permanent resolution involves substituting the palladium element with a new element. As for the whereabouts of this new element, your father had already conceived it, albeit constrained by the technology of his time, rendering it merely theoretical. Now, I believe you are capable of bringing it to fruition. Chapter 48. Preparation. As Lin Chen spoke, Tony was still contemplating whether Lin Chen was merely boasting, for he had brought nothing with him to facilitate immediate detoxification. However, the latter part of Lin Chen's statement left Tony utterly stupefied. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about my father in such detail?" Lin Chen placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, offering a faint smile. "It's a secret." In that instant, Lin Chen's internal energy, known as Juyang Qi, flowed from his hand into Tony, swiftly circulating within his body. As the energy emerged, the toxins within Tony were expelled. With a flick of his wrist, a few drops of black liquid splattered onto the ground, and he remarked, "The poison has been cleared. The new element should be among the relics your father left behind. Do take a careful look." Without granting Tony the opportunity to inquire further, Lin Chen swiftly departed with the arc reactor in hand. Observing Lin Chen vanish in an instant, Tony's mind was a tempest of confusion. Nothing seemed to have transpired. Yet the poison was indeed resolved? Am I being toyed with? However, upon measuring with his instruments, he stood astonished. The poison had truly been neutralized. When did this occur? What exactly happened? Tony was bewildered. Regarding Iron Man, Lin Chen harbored a considerable admiration, particularly for his selfless sacrifice in Avengers Endgame, where he had attained a fulfilling life, yet chose to risk everything to save others. Such noble self-sacrifice is deserving of respect. In the long run, Lin Chen would undoubtedly interact with these superheroes. He does not harbor any aversion toward them. However, in this current phase, cultivating his abilities remains paramount, and he is reluctant to expend time on social engagements. Everything will be addressed once this dimension returns. Otherwise, should misfortune befall him and he lacks just a modicum of strength within the realm, he may never return. Thus, upon returning home, Lin Chen resumed his arduous training regimen. Tony, discerning the situation, refrained from seeking him out immediately and instead heeded Lin Chen's advice, fervently rummaging through his father's relics. Being a clever individual, he quickly unearthed a new element after a few hints. After 2 more days of relentless effort, he successfully synthesized the new element, only to succumb to exhaustion and fall into a deep slumber. He awakened a full day later and, after another day's rest, he finally constructed the new arc reactor on the 3rd day. By this time, 2 weeks had elapsed since Lin Chen's return from Tony's abode. One afternoon, as he meditated in the courtyard, Tony descended from the sky, clad in his battle suit, landing squarely in the yard. "Mysterious, sir, your takeaway has arrived," he quipped. Lin Chen, maintaining his composure, chose to disregard the jest, replying coolly, "What brings you here?" "I have successfully located the new element, and the palladium poisoning issue has been resolved," Tony stated. "Oh, I see. You may leave now," Lin Chen replied, not even bothering to glance his way. Taken aback by the curt dismissal, Tony felt a twinge of frustration but pressed on. "There's a charity gala in New York the day after tomorrow. Here's the invitation. Will you attend?" As he spoke, Tony produced a red invitation card from his armor, extending it towards Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen interjected, "I want to be available for the next month. There's no need to give it to me." Tony paused, his gesture halted, and without further ado, he departed from Lin Chen's presence. Prior to arriving here, Tony had intended to cultivate a closer acquaintance with Lin Chen, as the latter's enigmatic nature piqued his curiosity. He had long been perplexed by how Lin Chen had managed to extract the toxins from his body and yearned for answers. Nevertheless, his pride prevented him from immediately approaching Lin Chen. Thus, he devised a plan, orchestrating a charity gala and personally delivering the invitation, hoping to bridge the gap between them. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared his scheme had been thoroughly thwarted. Upon returning home, Nick awaited him. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "He claims to be unavailable for a month, which is rather peculiar. Isn't he out in the courtyard basking in the sun daily? What could possibly keep him busy? Experiencing the life of the elderly?" Upon hearing this, Nick pondered for a moment before responding. "I have taken the time to delve into the intricacies of Huagua, examining it from various perspectives. Ultimately, I discovered a fascinating genre within their television dramas known as martial arts dramas, wherein the characters cultivate a form of energy within their bodies. They seem to refer to it as inner strength. I speculate that Lin may be cultivating this very essence." "Is there any evidence for this?" Tony retorted. "I do not possess definitive proof at the moment, but certain ancient texts from the East allude to the concept of qi, which is why I entertain such conjectures." Upon hearing this, Tony erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I have seen aliens on television. Can you conjure one for me? Furthermore, ancient texts? How utterly absurd. Do we not also possess ancient writings? They speak of deities, such as Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the god of mischief. Are these entities real?" Tony scoffed at Nick's rationale. On the contrary, Nick remained unfazed, his conviction in his hypothesis only strengthening. Just as Tony once disbelieved in extraterrestrial beings, Nick had also harbored skepticism, yet he had ultimately encountered them and even forged friendships. As for deities, he had yet to witness one, but that did not negate their existence. Perhaps one day he might behold them. Similarly, Lin's inner strength might indeed validate Nick's conjecture. Having gleaned no valuable information from Tony, Nick soon took his leave. Regarding Lin, Nick felt quite helpless. Through analysis, he discerned that Lin disliked disturbances, possessed formidable power, and posed no threat. In recent days, the situation felt akin to a bomb poised to detonate in New York. He dared not approach or make any moves, nor could he attempt to ally with Lin. This predicament weighed heavily on Nick's mind. At most, he could only gather useful information through subtle inquiries, yet unfortunately, this time yielded no insights. After Nick's departure, Tony, not one to remain idle, quickly immersed himself in his endeavors. By the way, Pepper seems to have recently hired a striking new assistant named Natalie. I must devise a way to entice her. Meanwhile, on Lin's end, due to his prior declarations, an entire month passed without any disturbances. Moreover, this tranquility extended further, as no one dared to intrude upon him. During this period, Lin became engrossed in his cultivation, unable to extricate himself. In the blink of an eye, only half an hour remained until his next crossing. Within his chamber, Lin prepared his weapons and belongings, awaiting the moment in quiet anticipation. Chapter 49. The third crossing, interdimensional travel, will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10. 9. As the countdown concluded, Lin merely closed and opened his eyes, and an entire world had elapsed. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an ancient, rustic room. A glance around revealed wooden furniture, brass mirrors, and wooden basins. While looking out the window, he beheld more wooden structures, black tiles, and pristine white walls. The unmistakable style of antiquity suggested he was either in ancient China or an alternate realm. Contemplating this, Lin hastened to review the information and tasks left by the system. The introduction is rather straightforward. His current identity is that of Zhou Ming, the esteemed tutor of Liu Yi, the third son of the Liu family in southern Ming, and he presently resides in the guest quarters of the Liu estate. This detail may seem inconsequential, but Lin Chen swiftly redirected his focus towards the task at hand. Main quest: ascend to the innate realm. Quest reward: 100 points and 1 opportunity for a lottery draw in this dimension. Side quest: ensure the survival of Teng Zijing. Quest reward: 50 points. Side quest: challenge any grandmaster. Quest reward: 100 points. This time, unlike before, there are 3 tasks, with an additional side quest compared to previous experiences. The main quest requires no elaboration. It seems the system desires him to significantly enhance his strength in this world. The concept of the innate realm is both profound and elusive. Despite 2 months of arduous training, Lin Chen has yet to grasp even the rudiments of this state, remaining utterly perplexed. However, he has gleaned some insights regarding the innate realm from Xing, particularly the crucial point that one's true energy can liquefy. This does not imply a literal transformation into water, but rather that the true energy becomes exceptionally solidified, manifesting as a tangible essence. Currently, Lin Chen struggles to comprehend this realm, yet he endeavors to compress the internal power within himself, seeking to solidify it. As for the second task, ensuring Teng Zijing's survival, who is he? Is he akin to Klaus in the first dimension, a person fated to perish? Regarding the third task, challenging any grandmaster, the title alone suggests an individual of formidable martial prowess, potentially indicative of a particular level of martial arts mastery. In summary, Lin Chen has a clearer understanding of his circumstances. This is an ancient world replete with martial arts experts. However, he has no vivid recollections of the specifics of this world. He is utterly at a loss. He surmises that he either has not watched any films or dramas set in this world, or if he has, it was so long ago that his memories have faded, necessitating further exploration to ascertain the details. Among these possibilities, Lin Chen leans towards the former. Given the patterns from the previous 2 worlds, the tasks issued by the system typically relate to the protagonists of the respective realms, yet he finds himself bewildered by the 2 side quests this time. Thus, it is evident that he knows little about the storyline. This predicament is disheartening. Without knowledge of the plot, Lin Chen lacks the commanding control he previously enjoyed, meaning that fulfilling the tasks this time will demand significantly more effort than before. Nevertheless, Lin Chen is somewhat prepared for this eventuality. He had anticipated such circumstances long ago. After all, the sights he had witnessed were ultimately limited. The myriad of novels, films, television dramas, and comics from his past life were as countless as the stars scattered across the sky. Lin Chen had already experienced considerable fortune by consecutively entering 2 familiar realms. Now, faced with the anticipated circumstances, the first task at hand for Lin Chen was to gather as much information about this world as possible. Contemplating this, he resolved to explore the Liu residence, hoping to discover a study or similar space. However, after taking just a couple of steps, his expression shifted slightly. Was there poison? When had it been released? The toxic gas infiltrated his body through his mouth and nose, albeit faintly. It took Lin Chen some time to realize it. But with a single breath of the 9-yang true qi, he swiftly neutralized the poison. Yet, this toxin was colorless and odorless, seamlessly blending into the air, truly a remarkable poison. If present in sufficient quantity, it could instantly prove fatal to an ordinary person. With this in mind, Lin Chen began to search for the source of the toxic gas within the room. In mere seconds, he deduced that the poison emanated from the direction of the window, having likely drifted in from outside. He carefully placed his sniper rifle aside, disregarding the need to don ancient attire, and hastily exited with 2 handguns secured at his waist. However, just a few minutes later, he returned to the room, his face a mask of astonishment. During his brief excursion outside, he had even employed his lightness skill to traverse a considerable distance. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a most astonishing revelation. The poison was not introduced by anyone else, but rather, the air itself was inherently toxic. In other words, the ordinary people outside had grown accustomed to this environment. This meant that the air was toxic only to Lin Chen, while it remained normal for everyone else. To illustrate this differently, it was akin to the humans on Pandora. Although they could walk on that planet, they could not breathe in the local atmosphere without succumbing to death. Lin Chen found himself in a similar predicament, but with the protection of the 9-yang divine art. This minor toxicity posed no threat to him. Having grasped this situation, Lin Chen calmed his mind, donned a long robe befitting the local attire, and proceeded outward according to his earlier plan. From the information he had gathered, Lin Chen understood that he was a teacher, a role that held considerable standing in ancient society. As expected, as he strolled through the residence, some servants greeted him with respectful salutations of "Good day, sir." After a while, Lin Chen realized the Lu residence was rather expansive. Initially, he had thought he would quickly locate a study or similar area during his exploration. Yet, after several minutes, he had yet to find such a place. Pondering this, he waved over a nearby servant who was sweeping the floor. "What can I assist you with, sir?" the servant inquired, bowing slightly as he approached. Lin Chen replied discreetly, "Please lead me to the study. I need to retrieve several books, and I would appreciate your assistance in bringing them back." "Please, this way, sir." Without a hint of suspicion, the servant raised his hand and led the way. After weaving through several turns for a few minutes, Lin Chen finally arrived at the door of the study. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of an ancient noble family. The distance he had traversed was a straight line of 50 or 60 meters, and that was merely a portion of the courtyard. This illustrates the immense scale of the Lu residence. However, the study itself was not particularly large, perhaps around 40 to 50 square meters. The door to the study was ajar, and from a distance, Lin Chen could sense the presence of a person within. Their breathing slightly lighter than that of an ordinary individual, indicating they were likely trained in some manner, yet posed no significant threat, likely of modest strength. Chapter 50. The Kingdom of Qing and the Kingdom of Qi. As Lin Chen approached the entrance, the individual inside promptly emerged and stood before him, slightly bowing. "What brings you here, sir?" A glance at the young man's attire revealed fine clothing adorned with intricate patterns, and he appeared to be quite young, perhaps around 15 or 16 years of age. Observing the interior of the study, Lin Chen had already formed a conjecture. This fellow must be Lu Yi, the third young master of the Lu family. Originally intending to borrow a few books to read, he reconsidered and thought it would suffice to simply peruse them here. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand at the servant behind him. The servant, understanding the cue, bowed slightly. "Sir, young master, I shall take my leave." Once the servant departed, Lu Yi promptly guided Lin Chen into the study. The room was elegantly appointed, featuring an open space at its center surrounded by bookshelves filled with volumes, while a rectangular wooden table about half a meter high stood in the middle. On the table lay an open book, several teacups, and a steaming teapot. On either side of the table were intricately carved cushions, accompanied by various decorative items, all arranged in a remarkably simple and clear manner. As they entered, Louis spoke. "Sir, I just had tea brewed, finest quality sent from the capital. Please, have a seat." He then knelt on a cushion to the left. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this how one sat? Where were the chairs? What era was this? Was it before the Tang dynasty? Lin Chen knew that such formal kneeling was characteristic of much earlier times. "I'll pass on the tea for now. You enjoy it. I'll take a look at the books," he replied, disregarding Lu Yi, and immediately began searching the nearby shelves, eager to uncover information about this world. Observing this scene, Lu felt a tinge of confusion. It was peculiar for someone who typically relished tea to refuse such fine offerings from the capital. Nevertheless, he thought little of it, sipping his tea as he delved into his own reading. However, after a short while, he found himself captivated by the sound of Lin Chen rapidly flipping through the pages of the books. He picked up a book and swiftly flipped through its pages, completing the reading of a tome of several dozen pages in approximately a minute. Immediately thereafter, he seized another volume, continuing at the same rapid pace. Initially, Lu assumed that the gentleman was merely searching for specific texts. However, upon reaching the second, third, and ultimately the seventh book, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "Sir, are you in pursuit of a particular type of book? Might you share its title so that I may assist in the search?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused in his perusal, turned his head toward Lu, and gestured toward the bookshelf on the opposite side of the study. "That would be beneficial. Please retrieve the books on history, geography, and essays from over there." Understood. Lu, being a man of action, promptly arranged more than 10 books on the table. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had nearly finished examining the historical texts on the right shelf. "You've worked hard," he encouraged Lu, before resuming his rapid flipping of the books. "Sir, may I be so bold as to inquire, are you truly reading with such swiftness?" Lu could no longer suppress his bewilderment and posed the question. It had been nearly half an hour, yet Lin Chen had flipped through each book with such speed that Lu remained perplexed about his intentions. Indeed, without lifting his gaze, Lin Chen continued, "This method of reading is known as quantum fluctuation speed, a legendary technique. Although I appear to be flipping through the pages at breakneck speed, I have actually retained a substantial portion of the knowledge contained within." Lin Chen was not deceiving. With his unique abilities activated, coupled with his current prowess, he managed to absorb nearly 90% of the knowledge from each book he hastily scanned. Despite having only read them once, do not dwell on it. After finishing another book, Lin Chen remarked to the still-dazed Lu, "This extraordinary skill necessitates an eidetic memory and extensive practice. Otherwise, it cannot be mastered. Your talents are remarkable. Thank you for your guidance." Lu offered a respectful bow. Grasping the implied meaning of Lin Chen's words, his mastery signified that he possessed an exceptional memory. Indeed, Lu was filled with greater admiration for the gentleman's prowess. Disregarding Lu's flattery, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, sipped his tea, and continued his reading. Thus, after a span of several minutes, he completed the examination of the necessary texts. By this point, a vague outline of the world's circumstances began to form within Lin Chen's mind. It was a completely fictional era, distinct from any dynasty familiar to him. Qi and Qing were the two most powerful nations in this realm, with one situated in the north and the other in the south. Comparatively, the southern kingdom of Qing was notably more formidable. Additionally, there was Dongyi City, a seemingly insignificant locale that gained prominence due to the presence of a Grand Master. The Grand Masters are the unparalleled martial forces in this world, akin to human nuclear weapons, of which only 3 exist. One in Dongyi City, known as the Four-Gaze Sword, a name that unmistakably suggests a swordsman. Another in the state of Qi, the enigmatic national master Ku He, and the final one being Yi Luyun of the Yi family in the state of Qing. However, Lin Chen discovered in a book that there might be a 4th Grand Master hidden within the imperial palace of the state of Qing, though this remains a mere ethereal conjecture without any substantiating evidence. In this world, martial arts are categorized into 9 ranks, with the 1st rank being the weakest and the 9th the strongest. Furthermore, above the 9th rank exists a specialized realm known as the upper 9th rank, designated for those who have transcended the 9th rank yet have not attained the status of a Grand Master. It is essential to note that the upper 9th rank does not compare to a Grand Master. The disparity between them is immense, to the extent that a mere encounter could result in the annihilation of those in the upper 9th rank. The difference in their capabilities is indeed a qualitative transformation. Beyond these 3 powers, there lies the southern Zhao kingdom to the south of the state of Qing, along with several minor nations to the west. Additionally, further west past the western Hu, there may exist foreign realms, though the book provides only a cursory mention of this. As for historical knowledge, that encompasses the extent of it. Regarding geography, Lin Chen currently resides in Nanjing City, which is situated within the state of Qing, to the southwest of the capital, a journey of half a month's travel away. The book does not specify the exact distance, only the duration of the journey. There may be some approximate data elsewhere, but Lin Chen currently has no access to it. Additionally, There is the Liu family, the most prominent family in Nanjing City, with connections to the royal court through a member who is a favored concubine, thus securing their esteemed position within the city. Chapter 51. Entering the capital at this moment. Lin Chen has formulated a rough plan. His primary objective is to travel to the capital of the state of Qin, the imperial capital. The intelligence available there is undoubtedly far more abundant than that in Nanjing City, and as the epicenter of power in the state of Qin, the people there will best reflect the essence of the current era. This constitutes his first reason for heading to the capital. The second reason pertains to the Grand Master. He has a side quest that requires him to challenge a Grand Master, and the Yi family, home to Yi Luyun, is located in the capital. Of course, he would not recklessly rush to confront them. The book describes the Grand Master as a terrifying entity capable of suppressing an entire nation, a human nuclear weapon, and he would refrain from acting impulsively until he has discerned further details. Moreover, the study contains martial arts manuals. Lin Chen had previously perused several books and discovered an intriguing point. The techniques here were entirely different from those he had learned before. The martial arts he practiced emphasized extracting inner strength from one's own vital energy, thereby enhancing oneself, relying solely on one's intrinsic capabilities. In contrast, the techniques in this realm also utilized inner energy, often referred to as true qi, which involved absorbing a certain energy from the air and transforming it within the body to bolster strength. With the intention of understanding and borrowing from these practices, Lin Chen endeavored to apply the techniques of this world and attempted to cultivate them. However, merely a second into his practice, he abruptly halted, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Could it be that the toxic substance he had previously identified in the air was, in fact, the true qi absorbed during cultivation in this world? This was rather astounding. It implied that the martial arts of this realm were utterly ineffectual for him. Nevertheless, the inner strength he possessed bore significant similarities to the true qi practiced here, and while the techniques might be futile, he could still glean insights from the martial arts moves of this world. "Sir, do you have any worries?" Liu Yi inquired promptly upon noticing Lin Chen's sudden odd demeanor. "Nothing at all," Lin Chen replied, snapping back to reality. He rose from his seat, feeling fatigued. "I shall return now. Please tidy these books." After reading, Lin Chen recognized the weight of a teacher's authority in this world. Despite Liu Yi being the third young master of the Liu family, the teacher could chastise him at will for any transgression. Thus Lin Chen felt no psychological burden in issuing commands. "Yes, sir," Liu Yi responded. As Lin Chen approached the door, a thought struck him. "Have you been diligent in your studies recently?" "In response to your inquiry, I have not been negligent. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, and within a fortnight, I shall ascend to the 4th rank," the student answered. "Understood," Lin Chen said swiftly, departing while muttering, "The pinnacle of the 3rd rank is so weak, it barely surpasses the capabilities of a third-rate warrior, at best resembling a tall figure among the mediocre." Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Chen intended to set off immediately for the capital. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from committing such an unethical act and instead sought out the head of the Liu family, Liu Yi's father, to bid farewell. Initially, the elder attempted to persuade him to stay, but once Lin Chen spun the tale of a gravely ill relative in the capital, the man's demeanor shifted instantly. Not only did he consent to Lin Chen's departure, but he also gifted him a horse and provided double the monthly stipend. In truth, Lin Chen had arrived in this world with a small amount of gold and silver and had originally contemplated finding a pawnshop to exchange it for money. But now that was unnecessary. After securing a sniper rifle wrapped in cloth, along with provisions and water, Lin Chen mounted his horse and set forth towards the capital. The travel time mentioned in the books referred to daytime journeys by carriage, with no travels undertaken at night. If traversed on foot, the journey would require approximately 23 to 24 days, while riding a horse would reduce the duration to about 10 days. However, all of this is only feasible when one is familiar with the route. As for Lin Chen, although he possessed a map, the ancient cartography was exceedingly rudimentary. He struggled for quite some time to decipher it. After enduring numerous trials over the course of more than half a month, he finally reached the city of Sanshui, having traversed only half the distance. Though the journey took longer than anticipated, the presence of some highwaymen along the way allowed Lin Chen to gain insights into the comparative strengths of various martial practitioners. In this realm, warriors of the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers were deemed to be of third-rate caliber, while those of the 7th tier were considered second-rate. Lin Chen was uncertain about the 8th tier and above, as he had only encountered a single 7th tier bandit. Nevertheless, he could surmise that 9th tier warriors might barely equate to first-rate masters, while those above the 9th tier would also likely be regarded as first-rate. With his extraordinary prowess, Lin Chen was likely invincible beneath the Grand Master level. Of course, these were merely estimations. The true nature of the situation would only be revealed through combat. The journey from Nanming City to Sanshui City took over half a month, predominantly due to the sparsely populated roads. Lin Chen traveled largely alone, and even when he encountered relay stations along the way, he often took wrong turns. However, the path from Sanshui City to the capital would not present such difficulties. Being in close proximity to the capital, the thoroughfare was bustling with travelers. Lin Chen arrived near the capital in just 3 days. The capital, as the esteemed seat of the Qing nation, boasted city walls far grander than those of the 2 previous cities he had seen, and its defenses were significantly more stringent. Soldiers patrolled the walls, and the city gate was heavily guarded. Those exiting the city faced little scrutiny, while entrants were thoroughly questioned. As for Lin Chen, his appearance was unremarkable, save for the imposing sniper rifle exceeding a meter in length strapped to his back, which would undoubtedly bar his entry. Thus, he resolved to enter discreetly under the cover of night, waiting until curfew to scale the walls under the moonlight. As the afternoon waned, the foot traffic at the city gate gradually diminished, and once darkness enveloped the sky, the gate was firmly shut, prohibiting any ingress or egress. It was at that moment that Lin Chen seized his opportunity. He released the horse he had ridden and was left with only his weapons and a few personal items. The evening was overcast, with the moon obscured by clouds, casting only the faintest glimmer of light. Lin Chen moved with remarkable swiftness, leveraging the cover of night as he employed his lightness technique, silently approaching the base of a wall. After a brief interval, he took advantage of the momentary lapse in the patrols above to ascend the wall and leap into the city with grace and speed, executing the entire maneuver without attracting a single gaze. Upon landing, Lin Chen sought refuge in a shadowy corner, remaining utterly still, attuned to the sounds of his surroundings. Minutes later, he suddenly burst forth, heading westward before leaping into the courtyard of a nearby residence. The courtyard was deserted, yet it served as a temporary refuge for Lin Chen that night. However, it was not entirely secure, despite having set up a few alert mechanisms. Lin Chen remained exceedingly vigilant as he prepared to rest, merely allowing himself a light slumber. Chapter 52. A visit to the fan residence in the early hours of the following day, before dawn had graced the sky. Lin Chen arose to practice martial arts in the courtyard. After consuming a modest meal, he tidied up the area and departed the small courtyard once the curfew was lifted. Prior to arriving in the capital, Lin Chen had done a modicum of research and gleaned some information about the city. The most significant tidbit was that the renowned Grandmaster Yi Luyun was not present in the Yi family of Kyoto, but rather was away on travels. Another crucial piece of intelligence concerned the sources of information. Lin Chen was aware that there were only 2 places in the entire Qing nation where one could acquire substantial intelligence: the Imperial Palace and the formidable organization directly under the Emperor's command, known as the Inspection Institute. The Inspection Institute was akin to the Jinyui, operating without restriction and solely following the Emperor's orders, wielding immense power and influence. Lin Chen's first objective was to reach Kyoto, which he had successfully accomplished. His second aim was to seek out further intelligence. Undoubtedly, he intended to visit both the Imperial Palace and the Inspection Institute. However, he would not approach these places recklessly. He needed to first ascertain the circumstances surrounding them. Rumors suggested that a Grand Master resided within the palace, and he would not dare to enter such a place without certainty. Indeed, if he confirmed such information, he would be even less inclined to proceed. The same reasoning applied to the Inspection Institute. If formidable figures were present or if danger loomed, Lin Chen would refrain from entering. He would take a step back and begin his inquiries with the 3 prominent families, the Yi, Fan, and Lin families. Should he discover that these families also housed powerful individuals, he would further retreat to investigate smaller families or academic institutions. Thus, this was his plan. But before embarking on it, Lin Chen needed to familiarize himself with the particulars of Kyoto. Contemplating this, he strolled around the outskirts of the city, committing to memory the locations of various families, minor clans, educational establishments, and influential entities, including the Inspection Institute and the Imperial Palace. After completing his circuit, he gained a clearer understanding of the city. In the afternoon, Lin Chen sought out an inn within the city, paying a week's rent to secure a room. After the attendant escorted him to his quarters, Lin Chen did not hasten to dismiss him. Instead, he offered a modest gratuity, prompting the attendant to divulge recent significant occurrences in Kyoto. True to form, the well-connected innkeeper proved to be a wellspring of information, and their conversation revealed a wealth of happenings in the city over the past few days. Among various matters, a certain individual named Fan Xian piqued Lin Chen's interest. Through meticulous inquiry, it became evident that this man is likely the protagonist of this world. Even if he is not the central figure, he must certainly be a significant supporting character. This conclusion was swiftly reached due to the remarkable exploits associated with him. Recently arriving in the capital, he began to stir the political landscape of Kyoto immediately upon his arrival. His poem Ascending High garnered considerable acclaim, and he bested Guobaoquan, the son of the Minister of Rights, ultimately leading to his exoneration with witnesses attesting to his innocence. Furthermore, he had an affair with the renowned courtesan, Miss C. Lily, from the illustrious establishment, Zue Xianju. Such occurrences are quintessential of a protagonist's journey. However, it appears that the historical context of this world is a fabricated one. Many literary works and ancient poems here are unfamiliar to Lin Chen. Yet, certain phrases resonate with him, akin to the saying one is influenced by their surroundings, which he overheard during his travels. When he inquired further, he was informed that it is an ancient saying with no known origin. In any case, the culture of this world is rather peculiar, but he distinctly remembers the lines from Ascending High. Amidst the endless falling leaves, the Yangtze River rolls on unceasingly. He recalled encountering this during a middle school examination. This was penned by Du Fu, but how could it have been uttered by Fan Xian? Is it possible that he is a pseudonym for Du Fu, or perhaps a time traveler? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Chen could not suppress his curiosity and promptly made his way to the Fan residence. Though not far, the numerous skilled individuals in Kyoto made it imprudent for Lin Chen to traverse the rooftops carelessly using lightness techniques. He opted for a more conventional approach. After a brief walk of several minutes, he arrived at the grand entrance of the Fan estate. The imposing gates stood closed, typically opened only for collective outings or visits from distinguished guests, while a side entrance remained ajar, guarded by 2 sentinels. Lin Chen sensed the presence of several formidable individuals within the Fan residence. Although none posed a direct threat to him, a reckless intrusion could lead to complications. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the 2 guards, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I am the scholar Zhou Ming, seeking an audience with Fan Xian." Upon hearing this, one of the guards cast a cursory glance at Lin Chen, noting his white attire and refined appearance, which bore a certain scholarly aura. However, since the emergence of Ascending High, numerous literati had come to pay their respects. Initially, Fan Xian received them, but eventually ceased all audiences. Thus, the guard responded, "Young master has declared that he will not receive visitors today." Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he produced 2 taels of silver from his hand, offering one to each guard. He then stated, "Please inform him that Du Fu has sent me. I believe he will be inclined to meet with me." Tightening his grip on the silver, the guards found it difficult to maintain their refusal. "Very well, please wait a moment, sir." Upon finishing his words, a guard stepped inside. It was no jest. The gentleman had been summoned by Du Fu, a name that resonated with grandeur, undoubtedly belonging to a figure of considerable repute. Moreover, Lin Chen, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, had arrived with pressing matters to discuss. Their entrance was expedited by the urgency of the situation. Entirely unrelated to monetary concerns, this had nothing to do with silver. Standing at the threshold, Lin Chen appeared remarkably composed, yet his mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Was he truly a transmigrated? If so, how should he greet a fellow compatriot upon encountering them in a foreign realm? He found himself anxiously pondering these vexing questions. If he were not, how might he proceed? As Lin Chen mulled over these disparate thoughts, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching from within the Fan residence. Indicating that more than one person was in a rush, there were at least 3. The foremost individual called out from a distance, Who has been sent by Du Fu? Come quickly." As the voice drew nearer, a dashing young gentleman clad in resplendent attire burst through the side door, appearing before Lin Chen, closely followed by a man in black, his face alight with curiosity. Trailing behind them was the guard who had previously rushed in to announce their arrival, now utterly astonished and relieved by the decision to notify them. What manner of person was Du Fu, that merely mentioning his name caused such a transformation in the young man's demeanor, prompting him to dash over with such fervor? Chapter 53. Encountering the transmigrated you. You are the one sent by Du Fu. Do you know who Du Fu is? Fan Xian exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he addressed Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen remained silent. Inwardly acknowledging that this fellow was likely the protagonist, his visage was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of a celebrity from his past life. Although he had seen this person's performances, the name eluded him. Regardless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was Fan Xian's reaction, which strongly suggested he was indeed a transmigrator. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen spoke jovially. The poet sage Du Fu, the poet immortal Li Bai. Who does not know them? Who is not aware? What a delightful proclamation. Who does not know? Who is not aware? Fan Xian erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face from the sheer joy of it. Witnessing this spectacle, the two surrounding guards exchanged bewildered glances, while the man in black, who had accompanied him, wore an expression of perplexity. The poet sage Du Fu? The poet immortal Li Bai? Who were they? Their names were utterly unfamiliar. What nonsensical conversation was this? How could one laugh so heartily that tears flowed? Fan Xian, are you all right? The man in black inquired, drawing closer. I am perfectly fine. Ha ha. Fan Xian wiped his tears, continuing to laugh, his face radiating excitement. Observing the seemingly ecstatic Fan Xian, Lin Chen understood. He comprehended that exhilarating sensation. A person departs from home, toiling for years. A single phrase from a fellow townsman, "You have suffered," can bring tears to their eyes. Another ventures abroad, far from familiar shores. A simple inquiry from a compatriot, "Are you well?" can evoke a flood of emotions. Yet, for one who resides in a realm entirely incomprehensible to others, having endured such solitude for an extended period, even a familiar utterance can stir profound sentiments. At this moment, the appearance of an individual who fully comprehends him is nothing short of exhilarating. After a minute had passed, Fan Xian's emotions finally stabilized, and he embraced Lin Chen warmly. Lin Chen uttered not a word, merely smiling as he patted Fan Xian's back. Moments later, they parted, and Fan Xian promptly said, "Come, let us enter and sit. Standing at the door is hardly appropriate." With that, he led Lin Chen into the mansion. After taking a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead and gestured toward the man in black beside them, saying, "In my excitement, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Fan Xian, and this is my friend Teng Zijing. May I inquire your name?" Overwhelmed with joy upon hearing Du Fu's name, Fan Xian had not caught the guard's announcement, leaving him unaware of Lin Chen's name. "I am Zhou Ming," Lin Chen replied with a smile, then turned to Teng Zijing, feeling fortunate. This statement held a double meaning. On one hand, it expressed his good fortune in encountering a target for a side quest, and on the other, it pertained to Teng Zijing himself. Now that he had not perished and had met Lin Chen, it was imperative to ensure his safety. Fan Xian, being perceptive, deduced from the earlier exchange that Lin Chen was undoubtedly a fellow traveler. After all, the names Li Bai and Du Fu had never graced his ears in this world, let alone the esteemed titles of Poet Sage and Poet Immortal. Once the initial excitement subsided, his mind began to race with thoughts regarding Lin Chen's identity and intentions. Had he similarly traversed time for many years, only to suddenly awaken to his purpose? If so, were there other travelers? Or had some temporal device emerged in the future? Had Lin Chen arrived through such a mechanism? Countless hypotheses flooded Fan Xian's mind, compelling him to seek answers later. By the way, during their embrace, the fabric on Lin Chen's back felt unusually rigid. Upon reflection, it seemed not to be a mere book bag or travel pouch, but rather a weapon of some sort. Just as he pondered these matters, Lin Chen casually remarked to Teng Zijing about his good fortune, leaving Teng Zijing perplexed, while Fan Xian was taken aback. "What good fortune?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Chen replied, shifting the topic. "I have just arrived in the capital and currently have no place to stay. Would it be acceptable to reside in your fan residence?" Among the three current tasks, the one most likely to be accomplished is ensuring Teng Zijing's survival. The other two are not pressing. Hence, Lin Chen has decided to reside by Fan Xian's side. "That is absolutely no problem," Fan Xian exclaimed joyfully. "There happens to be an empty room beside me. You may stay there for as long as you wish." "That is splendid." Nodding slightly, Lin Chen continued walking, soon arriving at the room Fan Xian had mentioned. As they walked, the two engaged in lively conversation, discussing various topics such as ascending heights, Danzhou, and the southern Ming city, exchanging a wealth of information. Of course, these were merely the basics. The true dialogue had yet to commence. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Chen discovered that the empty room Fan Xian referred to was a small courtyard, comparable in size to the residence he had in the Marvel Universe. "I shall stay in this left room. What do you think?" Lin Chen inquired. "If that doesn't work, there is another one at the back." "That will do. I am quite satisfied with this choice." Lin Chen nodded in approval. Observing this, Fan Xian turned to Teng Zijing and instructed, "Stand guard at the door. Do not allow anyone to enter." "Understood," Teng Zijing replied, casting a glance at Lin Chen before departing. Lin Chen's profound cultivation and the unique nature of his training rendered him undetectable to both Fan Xian and Teng Zijing, who, despite being 7th-tier martial artists, perceived him merely as an ordinary individual. Otherwise, Teng Zijing would never have so readily permitted Fan Xian and Lin Chen to be alone. Once Teng Zijing departed, a quiet settled over the room, and both individuals found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Fan Xian who broke the silence, expressing, "For over a decade, I have lived in this world without anyone understanding me. Everything here feels so out of place. I never expected to encounter a second person today. Considering your age, may I address you as Brother Zhou?" "Certainly," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. "How long have you been here?" "Less than a month." Lin Chen admitted without hesitation. "Less than a month? Such a short time. How did you arrive? What era? Did you soul travel or use a time machine?" Fan Xian inquired eagerly. Having arrived much earlier, in the early 2000s, Fan Xian found it hard to fathom Lin Chen's situation, as the concepts of infinite flow and system novels were still obscure back then. "Neither. I traversed here in my original form, around the year 2010. "How fascinating. Are you here to undertake a specific task, or did you accidentally cross over?" After a pause, Fan Xian posed the most crucial question, "Can you return?" "I came bearing a particular mission, and once it is fulfilled, I shall be able to return." "Can you bring someone back with you?" Fan Xian's voice rose a pitch, his excitement palpable. Chapter 54. The Celebration Emperor in the room. Gazing at Fan Xian's eager countenance, Lin Chen ultimately chose not to conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation that he could indeed take someone along. However, before Fan Xian could express his delight, Lin Chen continued, "There are 2 conditions for this. First, I must complete all my tasks. Second, the person brought along must not possess excessive strength. Moreover, the world in which I reside may not be the same as yours. For you, it could be an entirely new realm. Although it resembles modern society, you will not find anyone familiar to you there. Are you certain you wish to abandon everything in this world to follow me?" At these words, Fan Xian fell into a deep silence, the exhilaration he had felt moments ago dissipating significantly. The notion of forsaking all to venture into a potentially unfamiliar world sounded deceptively simple. Yet the reality of such a decision was profoundly daunting. Family ties, friendships. How could one sever these bonds so easily? Additionally, just last night, Fan Xian had finally met his beloved, the chicken leg girl, Lin Wanner. "You will have time to contemplate this until I complete my tasks, which should take about a year or 2. There is no need to rush," Lin Chen reassured him, gently patting the frowning Fan Xian before turning towards the bedroom. The primary reason Lin Chen disclosed everything was to leverage Fan Xian's capabilities. Moreover, there was little concern in sharing this information. Lin Chen had previously learned that Fan Xian was a bastard, raised in Danzhou, and only recently arrived in Kyoto, devoid of connections or influential ties. He was unfamiliar with the powerful elite, alleviating any worries that Fan Xian might summon formidable allies to pursue him. Most importantly, Fan Xian was simply too weak. Lin Chen could easily suppress any issues that might arise with a mere flick of his wrist. In the bedroom, as Lin Chen began to remove his belongings, Fan Xian entered just as Lin Chen set down a sniper rifle. "First, tell me what your task is, and I shall assist you. After all, I am a young master of the Fan estate. My words carry weight in the kingdom of Qing." Before he could finish, Fan Xian's gaze fixated on the cloth bundle in Lin Chen's hands. "What is that? It feels like a weapon?" Lin Chen remained silent, slowly unwrapping the bundle before Fan Xian, revealing its contents bit by bit. Initially, Fan Xian speculated it to be a knife or sword, but when he caught sight of the barrel, his heart skipped a beat. As the body of the gun emerged, he stood frozen. By the time Lin Chen fully unveiled the bundle, Fan Xian was utterly astonished. "Wow, incredible. Brother Zhou, this is astonishing. You even managed to bring a sniper rifle, complete with a silencer. This is an assassin's weapon. At that moment, Fan Xian was at a loss for words, his mind flooded with thoughts. But all he could utter were exclamations of awe, unable to articulate the depth of his emotions. It is merely a means of remote attack. Lin Chen turned around and withdrew 2 handguns from his backpack. These 2 pistols are for you, and that Tung Zijing outside. They serve as a fitting token of our first meeting, a means of self-defense. As he spoke, Lin Chen also produced approximately 80 rounds of ammunition, handing them over. These bullets are for your practice. Including the 2 magazines and the handguns, there are over 100 rounds in total. You need not possess exceptional marksmanship. A casual practice to familiarize yourselves with their use will suffice. Isn't this simply astonishing? Fan Xian exclaimed, gripping the handguns with a hint of excitement. With these weapons, I could take down even those above the 9th grade. Lin Chen paused at this remark. Is it truly so feeble above the 9th grade? Can one be eliminated with a handgun? He did not doubt Fan Xian's words. After all, he was a 7th grade expert who had survived in this world for a considerable time, and his judgment regarding formidable opponents was undoubtedly more accurate than Lin Chen's. Yet, to think that handguns could defeat those above the 9th grade seemed rather absurd, considering Lin Chen's own extraordinary prowess. He could sense the danger of sniper bullets and evade them, while he could dodge a small number of rifle bullets, taking cover from a larger barrage. However, with handgun bullets, he could catch them barehanded without much difficulty. Previously, Lin Chen had speculated that those in the 9th grade and above should be comparable to first-rate experts. Yet, against handgun bullets, a first-rate expert, while unable to catch them barehanded, should still be capable of evasion. Had he overestimated the caliber of this world? If this were the case, it was possible that Lin Chen could complete the task of challenging the Grandmaster without needing to advance to a higher innate level. However, those were matters for another time. Lin Chen's immediate priority was to ensure Tung Zijing's survival. You've given me the handguns, but what about yourself? Rest assured, I have more. Lin Chen replied, turning to reveal 2 handguns strapped to his thigh, equipped with silencers, which looked considerably more sophisticated. In total, Lin Chen carried 4 handguns, 2 for regular use and 2 as backups. Brother Zhou, did you bring a sniper rifle? Is the mission particularly perilous? There is some risk, but it is not overly dangerous. The rifle is merely a precaution. Upon hearing this, Fan Xian smiled. Brother Zhou, do not worry. As long as there are no natural disasters during the mission, the greatest threat in this world is the Grandmaster. With a sniper rifle, you need not fear them. Oh, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about the Grandmasters, Lin Chen remarked, raising an eyebrow. The mission was to challenge the Grandmaster. Thus, if he were to engage in long-range sniping, it would not truly count as a challenge. Ultimately, Lin Chen would still need to confront the Grandmaster directly. Therefore, he was quite interested in any intelligence regarding them. I know a bit about the Grandmasters and their capabilities, Fan Xian said, as Lin Chen and he continued their conversation. Meanwhile, within the Inspection Institute, personnel were swiftly organizing information concerning Zhou Ming. The organization known as the Inspection Bureau is divided into 8 major departments, one of which is specifically responsible for overseeing various affairs in the capital, particularly under the orders of Emperor Qing. They have been especially attentive to any news regarding Fan Xian. Not long after Zhou Ming was welcomed into Fan Xian's residence, all pertinent information about him was gathered and dispatched to the Imperial Palace by carrier pigeon. At that moment in the palace, Eunuch Ho, standing beside Emperor Qing, retrieved the letter from the pigeon and approached the Emperor. Your Majesty, he began. The Inspection Bureau reports that a scholar named Zhou Ming arrived at the Fan residence just 15 minutes ago. Young Master Fan went out to greet him, and after a brief exchange, he suddenly burst into laughter, appearing quite exhilarated. Subsequently, the gentleman was invited inside and has yet to emerge. The Inspection Bureau had uncovered Zhou Ming's identity. He was a successful scholar from 5 years prior. However, due to the passing of his elderly father, whom he had cared for, he had not pursued an official career but returned to his hometown of Nanming City to observe filial piety. In the past year, he had been teaching the 3rd young master of the Liu family in Nanming City. Chapter 55. Fan Ruro for reasons unknown. This Zhou Ming had suddenly appeared in the capital and had established a connection with young Master Fan. The Inspection Bureau was still investigating the specifics. Having delivered the message, Eunuch Ho fell silent, awaiting the Emperor's command. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Qing, dressed in white and reclining on a couch, set down the memorial he had been perusing. What remarkable prowess did this individual possess? The letter made no mention of it. Perhaps he had never practiced martial arts or was of a rank below the 7th grade. Otherwise, the Inspection Bureau should surely have records of any expert above that level. Eunuch Ho quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, it seems that the Inspection Bureau has more news." A rustle of wings from nearby birds interrupted him. "Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. It appears the Inspection Bureau has sent further information." Shortly thereafter, Eunuch Ho returned with another message. "Your Majesty, the letter states that young Master Fan has taken Zhou Ming to the adjoining room for a private discussion, and he has stationed a guard at the door to prevent anyone from entering. This guard is a 7th grade expert, and our scouts have dared not approach too closely. Thus, they have been unable to overhear their conversation. This is quite unusual," Emperor Qing remarked, his brow furrowing. "What could a mere scholar desire that warrants such secrecy?" Given Fan Xian's earlier demeanor, it was evident he paid little attention even to renowned talents such as He Zongwei in the capital. So why did Zhou Ming elicit such a reaction? This situation felt unsettling and peculiar, suggesting that Zhou Ming harbored undisclosed secrets. Pondering this, Emperor Qing inquired, "Eunuch Ho, what is your perspective on this matter?" "Your Majesty, given young Master Fan's grand treatment of him, I suspect that there is indeed something amiss with this Zhou Ming." Eunuch Ho considered. This morning, the heir of Prince Jing visited the Fan residence, and then Zhou Ming arrived in the afternoon. Could there be a connection between these events? Without uttering a word, Emperor Qing cast a fleeting glance at Eunuch Ho, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. After a brief pause, the Emperor finally spoke. "Instruct the Inspection Institute to thoroughly investigate this Zhou Ming. When did he arrive in the capital? Why is he here? What are his intentions? Additionally, send someone from Nanjing to inquire about Zhou Ming's detailed background." "Yes," Eunuch Ho responded as if granted a reprieve, promptly turning to dispatch a message to the Inspection Institute. Meanwhile, Emperor Qing's brow remained slightly furrowed. He harbored a lingering apprehension that this Zhou Ming might disrupt his plans. At the Fan residence, Lin Chen and Fan Xian engaged in conversation for over half an hour. After such an extensive dialogue, Lin Chen had gathered a rough understanding of the prowess of a Grand Master. According to Fan Xian's own words, a Grand Master surpasses the 9th rank and even the upper 9th rank by an immense margin. In a confrontation, a Grand Master could easily dispatch an upper 9th rank expert within mere exchanges, while a 9th rank individual would be eliminated with a single strike. This aligned closely with what Lin Chen had gleaned from his readings, yet presently, the Grand Master's strength was merely an impression to him. He needed to engage in combat with someone of upper 9th rank to grasp the reality of their capabilities. Only through actual combat could Lin Chen acquire a direct understanding. Otherwise, theory would remain just that, mere theory. Of course, their lengthy discussion had encompassed more than just the Grand Master's strength. Lin Chen sought confirmation regarding the number of Grand Masters. There were 4 in total, in addition to the 3 documented. There indeed existed another concealed Grand Master within the Imperial Palace, though their identity remained a mystery to all. Furthermore, Fan Xian mentioned an uncle named Wu Zhu, who possessed formidable strength and could rival a Grand Master, albeit his name was not widely recognized and remained obscure. "Brother Zhou, my uncle Wu Zhu's existence is a secret. Please do not disclose it to anyone." "Understood. But where is he now?" Lin Chen inquired, intrigued by this Wu Zhu, wishing for an opportunity to spar amicably. If they were allies, there would be no need for life and death struggles, allowing him to experience the might of a Grand Master. Completing such an endeavor would certainly be advantageous. "I do not know. After parting ways with my uncle Wu Zhu in Danzhou, he mentioned he would arrive in the capital first. However, it has been a while, and I have yet to see him. I wonder where he has gone." "Oh," Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "Let us not dwell on that matter for now. Regarding these 2 handguns, you and Tung Zijin should familiarize yourselves with them quickly, since they are somewhat loud. It would be best to venture outside the city to test their feel." "All right," Fan Xian exclaimed, his affection for the handguns evident as he touched them eagerly. Just then, a bright voice echoed from a distance, "Brother, your guard is not allowing me to enter. My sister, Fan Ruru, has arrived. Additionally, I have a younger brother named Fan Xixia." After a brief pause, Fan Xian added in a low voice, "My younger brother is not the sharpest. If you encounter him, please do not hold it against him." Lin Chen smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, the 2 emerged from the bedroom and made their way outside. At the entrance stood Tung Zijing, resembling an iron tower, before whom was a lady clad in a white silk gown. "This must be Fan Ruo. Is there something amiss?" One could discern a camaraderie between Fan Xian and Fan Ruo, as their conversation flowed casually, exuding a sense of intimacy. Nothing of consequence. I merely found myself bored and thought to seek your company. Upon saying this, she noticed Lin Chen behind her and promptly inquired, Brother, who is this? This is my esteemed guest. Quickly, greet Brother Zhou. In terms of age, Lin Chen appeared to be in his mid-20s, while Fan Xian was merely 17. So addressing him as brother was hardly disadvantageous. Greetings, Brother Zhou. Without further inquiry, Fan Ruo offered a polite bow, displaying her obedient demeanor. Lin Chen nodded in return, hello. He then rummaged through his pocket, producing a piece of chocolate, which he extended towards her. It's a specialty from my hometown, particularly delectable. Consider it a gift. Chocolate. So smooth. Fan Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Zhou, do you have any more? I haven't tasted this in over a decade. Observing his enthusiasm, Lin Chen chuckled heartily and retrieved a handful of chocolates from his pocket, placing them into Fan Xian's hands. This is all I can spare. Savor it slowly. Chocolate, being a high-calorie delight, was something Lin Chen always kept on hand, both on his person and in his backpack, though he couldn't afford to part with too much. Thank you, Brother Zhou. This will certainly satisfy my cravings. With a beaming smile, Fan Xian received the treat. Brother, is this chocolate really that delicious? Fan Ruo inquired, puzzled by Fan Xian's fervor. You'll understand once you taste it. He first offered a piece to Teng Zijing, then broke off a section for himself, savoring it with evident bliss. The two, witnessing his delight, followed suit, and soon, three faces were adorned with expressions of ecstasy. Chapter 56. Ninth rank ascendant. Seeing the trio's exuberance, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you should make haste out of the city. If you delay too long, it will be dark upon your return. Are you not coming with us, Brother Zhou? Fan Xian mumbled. I shall refrain from joining. You all may go, Lin Chen replied. He had only completed his morning exercises and had yet to commence formal training, leaving him no time for leisure. Out of the city? For what purpose? Fan Ruo asked curiously. Follow me, and you shall find out. Without further ado, Fan Xian led Fan Ruo and Teng Zijing away. As they departed, he called back, Brother Zhou, rest assured, I will instruct the servants accordingly. In the palace, Steward Ho had just received news from the Examination Institute. Your Majesty, we have just received word from the Institute that Master Fan Xian, along with his bodyguards and Miss Fan Ruo, has suddenly departed the city, while that Zhou Ming remains at the Fan residence. The letter also mentioned that young Master Fan regarded Zhou Ming as a distinguished guest, instructing the household to treat him with the same reverence. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qing did not linger on words, but instead directly commanded, send Yi Zhong to discreetly visit the Fan residence and bring Zhou Ming to me without drawing attention. Yi Zhong, being a master of the 9th rank, seemed an excessive choice for capturing Zhou Ming. Although perplexed, Chief Eunuch Ho concealed his doubts and nodded in acquiescence. Your Majesty, I shall convey your orders at once. Meanwhile, at the Fan estate, in the courtyard where Lin Chen resided, an unusual figure made his entrance. Noble guest, come forth. The audacious individual swaggered into Lin Chen's courtyard, calling out loudly even before crossing the threshold. Lin Chen, having just dismissed a throng of servants and maidens, declared that he should not be disturbed except for meals. He had only just begun his cultivation when he was unexpectedly interrupted. Hearing the boisterous voice and observing the bold demeanor within the Fan residence, coupled with Fan Xian's prior warning, Lin Chen quickly deduced that this must be Fan Xija. Ceasing his practice, Lin Chen emerged from his chamber. Just then, Fan Xija, clad in a purple long robe, stepped into the entrance hall. Though the house was spacious, it lacked a grand door. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Lin Chen exiting from the bedroom. You are the esteemed guest that Fan Xian spoke of? Fan Xija exclaimed, pointing a finger at Lin Chen as he approached with a lively gait. I had higher expectations. You're not even as handsome as I am, nor do you possess extraordinary abilities. Fan Xian claims you are a distinguished guest. How could I possibly believe that? Suddenly, Fan Xija's expression shifted, and he inquired, did you bestow upon Fan Xian some treasure, or perhaps a significant sum of money? Otherwise, how could he possibly treat you with such honor? Observing Fan Xija circling him and speaking with a mix of indignation and naivety, Lin Chen found amusement in his folly. In a moment of mischief, he replied, what do you think I should have given Fan Xian? At least 10 taels. No, a minimum of 100 taels of silver. Otherwise, Fan Xian would not be so foolish. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen abruptly turned and walked back to his room. Hey, where are you going? Fan Xizha immediately followed. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen emerged from the chamber holding a rectangular piece of gold, weighing approximately 5 or 6 taels, and extended it toward Fan Xizha. Will you acknowledge me as your noble guest if I give you this piece of gold? Absolutely. Of course. You are undoubtedly a noble guest. Fan Xizha's eyes sparkled with greed as he gazed at the gold bar, a broad grin spreading across his face. Lin Chen had previously inquired about the value, knowing that 1 tael of gold equated to approximately 15 or 16 taels of silver. Thus, the gold piece he presented was worth around 100 taels of silver. Even due to the aesthetic appeal and rarity of this gold ingot, its value could exceed the original price significantly, leaving Fan Xizha utterly elated. Henceforth, should anyone in the Fan household dare to question his esteemed status, I, Fan Xizha, shall be the first to object. So be it. Suddenly, I, Lin Chen, furrowed my brow slightly and remarked, all right, you may leave now. Refrain from disturbing me in the future. Of course, now Lin Chen was regarded as an esteemed guest, and whatever he said was to be taken as gospel. With the gold ingot securely in hand, Fan Xizha departed with a look of profound satisfaction. Meanwhile, he mused to himself that Lin Chen was indeed a benevolent soul, showering him with riches upon their first encounter, a truly magnanimous individual. As Fan Xizha receded into the distance, Lin Chen did not resume his cultivation in the bedroom. Instead, he took a few steps forward and stood quietly at the entrance, as if awaiting something. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had sensed a peculiar feeling of being watched. Upon careful scrutiny, he discerned that the observer possessed considerable strength. Aware that he had drawn attention, Lin Chen instructed Fan Xizha to vacate the premises and now awaited the intruder's approach. His anticipation was soon rewarded. In less than half a minute, the figure emerged, entering Lin Chen's courtyard. You noticed me? Yi Zhong inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. Without an answer, Lin Chen retorted, Who are you? What brings you here? At this, Yi Zhong furrowed his brow, clearly acknowledging that he had been detected. He had been dispatched by the emperor to apprehend Zhou Ming, and given the covert nature of his orders, it was imperative that he incapacitate Lin Chen before he could react. However, upon closer observation, he noted that Lin Chen merely stood at the entrance, his gaze calmly fixed in his direction, silent and composed. This demeanor unmistakably suggested that he was aware of Yi Zhong's presence, prompting him to probe further. Yet, was it not reported that this individual had no martial training? Even if he concealed his strength, he should not exceed the 6th tier. How could someone of such a level perceive him? Clearly, this could not be, at the very least. One would need to reach the pinnacle of the 8th tier to detect him. The only conclusion was that the intelligence had been flawed. Nevertheless, with the emperor's mission at hand, Yi Zhong had no choice but to fulfill his duty, erroneous information notwithstanding. With these thoughts in mind, he remained silent and launched his attack. After all, he was a formidable practitioner of the 9th tier, skilled in the art of capture. As long as Lin Chen had not attained the same level, he was confident he could subdue him within 10 moves. Come at me. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, ready to engage. This opponent exuded considerable aura, at the very least a 9th tier expert. Lin Chen had been contemplating a spar with someone of that caliber, and now, unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. Since he had sensed the presence of this individual, Lin Chen had prepared himself for a confrontation. Even if the opponent refrained from attacking, Lin Chen would have made his move. A rare chance to duel with a master was not something he would easily let slip away. It is impossible for him to escape. This serves as a benchmark for Lin Chen's familiarity with the martial prowess of this world, and escape is simply not an option. Chapter 57. Slaying Yi Zhong from the formidable aura emanating from Yi Zhong's initial strike. Lin Chen surmised his strength to be approximately on par with that of a top-tier expert. Thus, Lin Chen refrained from exerting his full power, instead opting to suppress his abilities in their duel. Before long, the two had exchanged over a dozen blows. Throughout this exchange, Lin Chen gradually gained a deeper understanding of the martial arts in this world and began to grasp the general scope of Yi Zhong's capabilities. After subduing him, he intended to inquire further about his level of mastery. Meanwhile, Yi Zhong's initial confidence began to wane, gradually transforming into a sense of trepidation, culminating in sheer astonishment. Yi Zhong realized that Lin Chen's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Initially, when he employed grappling techniques, his opponent easily evaded them, rendering his efforts futile. After several exchanges, Yi Zhong recognized that his attempts were ineffectual, mistakenly perceiving Lin Chen as an adversary of equal standing. Consequently, he resorted to his lethal techniques, channeling his full strength in an attempt to vanquish Lin Chen. To his dismay, he discovered that even with his utmost effort, Lin Chen effortlessly dodged his attacks, exhibiting no difference from before. It is worth noting that the speed of his lethal strikes was astonishingly swift, below the Grandmaster level. It was nearly impossible for anyone to evade them, leaving only the option to defend. Yet, Lin Chen managed to elude them entirely through sheer speed and agile footwork. Could this individual be a new Grandmaster? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen calmly declared, "It is time to conclude this." With that, he unleashed his full power, employing the 8 trigram step and executing Tai Chi moves, activating his special abilities. In but a breath, Yi Zhong found himself subdued on the ground. Lin Chen promptly sealed his acupoints, rendering him immobile for a short duration. "You are not without merit. You possess some strength. Tell me, are you a 9th rank or a 9th rank upper?" Lin Chen inquired as he crouched beside him. "What sort of martial art is this? Why can't I move? Who on earth are you?" Yi Zhong felt a sense of panic upon realizing that this man had merely poked him twice before rendering him unable to move. Encountering such an unorthodox martial art for the first time left him flustered. "First, divulge your identity, and then reveal your strength to me, and I shall tell you who I am." Yi Zhong, 9th rank upper, he replied with remarkable candor. He had initially believed this mission would be straightforward. Hence he did not even bother to disguise himself. Given his notoriety, his appearance would make it easy for anyone to investigate him, so he opted for honesty instead. "Very well, you are quite forthright." Lin Chen scrutinized Yi Zhong's gaze and subtle expressions. From a psychological standpoint, he appeared to be truthful. "Thus, I shall share my name as well. I am Zhou Ming." "This is impossible. Zhou Ming is merely a scholar. How could he possess such strength? Who are you really?" Yi Zhong felt as though his intellect had been insulted. With his remarkable intelligence, an idea had already begun to form in his mind. The information provided by the Inspection Institute should not be erroneous. Rather, this individual was likely not the genuine Zhou Ming, but perhaps a master of the 9th rank in disguise. The intent behind this charade was undoubtedly to draw close to Fan Xian and scheme for some grand endeavor. This is why His Majesty had commanded the apprehension of this person. Failing now merely meant missing an opportunity for strength. Stop with the trivialities. You must comprehend your current predicament. Lin Chen gently patted Yi Chong's head and said softly, "From this moment on, I shall ask, and you shall answer. I do not wish to hear what I do not want to hear. Otherwise, next year on this day will mark your demise. Do you understand?" Yi Chong remained silent, utterly unprepared for the predicament he found himself in today, leaving his mind momentarily disordered. Without further ado, Lin Chen proceeded to question him. "In terms of your strength, do you consider yourself strong or weak among the 9th rank?" Yi Chong was taken aback. He had contemplated numerous queries, but he had not anticipated that Lin Chen's first question would be of such trivial nature. Though puzzled, he recalled Lin Chen's threatening words and replied, "Not the strongest, but certainly among the upper echelons." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Chen continued, "Have you ever battled with a Grandmaster? If so, describe your experience. If not, estimate how you believe you would fare against one. What level of power does a Grandmaster possess? How could I ever engage in combat with them? I would likely be dispatched in a single move." Yi Chong had witnessed the prowess of a Grandmaster. Even with his own 9th rank strength, he would not be able to withstand a single strike. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring, "I have only recently arrived in the capital and have not provoked anyone. Why, then, would you come to kill me?" This was a perplexing point for Lin Chen. Having only just arrived, he had not antagonized anyone. Why would someone suddenly seek his life? Was it merely because he had entered the Fan residence? Did Fan Xian send someone to eliminate him? That should not be the case. He was aware of his own weapons. 2 guns, in fact. If someone intended to kill him, a 9th rank alone would not suffice. It would be more prudent to dispatch a battalion armed with crossbows to surround him. "I am not here to kill you. Do not misunderstand," Yi Chong hastily asserted. "Then what is your purpose?" Observing Yi Chong's sudden silence, Lin Chen smiled, feeling satisfied. "Very well, if you are unwilling to speak, then you shall face your end." Perhaps Yi Chong spoke the truth. He did not intend to take Lin Chen's life, but regardless, the mere fact that he sought to act against him made him an enemy. And when it comes to enemies, Lin Chen never shows mercy. With that, he swiftly struck towards Yi Chong's nape, Stop! Yi Chong exclaimed in alarm, attempting to utter something, but it was too late. Lin Chen preferred a direct approach. Had Yi Chong's response been satisfactory, Lin Chen might have spared him, confining him instead until all matters were clarified before releasing him. Regrettably, having previously been granted an opportunity, the failure to seize it warrants a dire consequence. Observing the lifeless body on the ground, Lin Chen dragged it to the rear of the house and retrieved a peculiar type of fuel from the bedroom. He meticulously drizzled this fuel over the corpse. The obliteration of evidence had long been a consideration for Lin Chen, prompting him to concoct this specific fuel himself. This extraordinary fuel ignited swiftly, requiring but a few drops to reduce a body to ash, rendering it remarkably convenient. At that moment, Lin Chen merely employed his internal energy to strike two stones together, producing a minuscule spark that ignited the fuel. Instantly, flames engulfed Yi Chong's entire form, consuming it with fervor. Within mere minutes, all that remained was an expanse of darkness. Moreover, as Lin Chen's internal energy surged, the blackened ground reverted to its prior state. Thus, this ambush was effectively resolved. Naturally, a place capable of dispatching a master of the 9th rank would not acquiesce easily. Lin Chen surmised that, given the individual's name, Yi Chong, the forces behind him could either be the Yi family or the royal lineage. Chapter 58. The Emperor's speculation: should it be the Yi family? The Grandmaster Yi Luoyun was absent from the capital, and Lin Chen felt no trepidation. Should further pursuers arrive, he would eliminate them as well. There were rumors of another Grandmaster concealed within the palace, and Lin Chen recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant against this formidable presence. However, since this individual remained hidden, their likelihood of exposure was minimal. Furthermore, even if a Grandmaster were to engage, Lin Chen believed he could retreat if necessary. In his previous experiences within the martial arts realm, he had discovered that when employing the full force of his flying goose technique, even the likes of a Xing could only barely keep pace, and once he unleashed his extraordinary abilities, even a Xing would be left behind. In this world, following his confrontation with Yi Chong, Lin Chen noted the rudimentary nature of these practitioners' martial arts. They possessed mere realms without substantial skill, resulting in relatively low corresponding strength. The previous lethal move had been somewhat intriguing, yet with his bagua steps, he could effortlessly evade it. Moreover, he had merely struck an acupoint, and this individual had remained oblivious, mistakenly attributing it to some sinister technique. Were the martial artists here truly unaware of acupoints? Previously, he had not given this detail much thought, but upon reflection, it seemed that not only were acupoints neglected, but even meridians were absent from the martial manuals. Given Yi Chong's status as a 9th rank master, Lin Chen concluded that his own strength should rightfully place him as the foremost beneath a grandmaster. Overall, Lin Chen surmised that he faced little threat to his life in this world. Nonetheless, he could not afford to grow complacent. Diligent cultivation remained imperative as he sought to accomplish his mission expeditiously. A sense of urgency compelled Lin Chen to traverse through multiple worlds in rapid succession, not solely due to the enhancement of his abilities, but rather a significant concern looms: the matter of lifespan. The time experienced within these realms counts against Lin Chen's lifespan. Should his main quests become increasingly arduous and time-consuming, might he one day succumb to old age in one of these dimensions? Lin Chen is resolute in avoiding such a fate. Thus, he must traverse numerous realms to ultimately encounter elements that could augment lifespan or vitality. At this juncture, Lin Chen remains utterly perplexed regarding the innate realm. He possesses no justification for complacency. Within the fan residence, after eliminating Yi Zhong, Lin Chen continued his cultivation as though unaffected. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Emperor Qing wore a slight frown. He inquired of the waiting eunuch Ho. "It has been nearly half an hour. Why has Yi Zhong not yet returned with his men? Perhaps delayed by unforeseen circumstances." General Yi is a master of the 9th rank. Capturing an individual should be effortless. "Rest assured, Your Majesty," eunuch Ho replied, well aware of Yi Zhong's prowess, which ranks among the top 10 in the realm, barring masters. Just as he finished speaking, a carrier pigeon arrived. "Your Majesty, news has arrived," eunuch Ho exclaimed, his expression brightening as he turned to retrieve the message. However, moments later, he entered, visibly flustered, clutching a letter. "What is it? Could the mission have failed?" Emperor Qing remarked coolly. "Your Majesty," eunuch Ho suddenly knelt, his voice trembling. "The Inspection Institute reports that General Yi entered the fan residence, but has not emerged. Upon dispatching someone to investigate, they found no trace of him, as if he had vanished into thin air. It appears dire. Reflecting on his earlier reassurance to the emperor, Eunuch Ho was nearly overcome with fear. Yet, Emperor Qing did not express reproach. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Instruct that no one is to approach the fan residence." Yes, Eunuch Ho promptly wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to convey the order. Once Eunuch Ho had distanced himself, Emperor Qing murmured, "Wuzhu has finally reappeared." Within the fan residence, Lin Chen was diligently practicing, having devoted an entire afternoon to his cultivation. During this time, he sensed a couple of attempts to probe his courtyard. However, the intruders were of insufficient strength to warrant his attention. They likely came to investigate the previous news concerning Yi Zhong, affording Lin Chen the perfect opportunity to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Lin Chen noticed no further incursions. As evening approached, he dined in his room. It must be said, life in the ancient aristocracy is opulent. He was served dishes exclusively delivered by the fan residence's maidservants. Without any request for extravagance, he received a feast comprising 5 dishes, a soup, a jug of wine, and a bowl dedicated to rice. During mealtime, there were dedicated maidservants in attendance. Whenever the food was insufficient or the wine was depleted, these maidens would promptly replenish the supplies. It was an experience akin to that of an emperor. Dining had been elevated to an art form, and this was Lin Chen's first encounter with such indulgence. The dishes were reasonably palatable, though the wine was rather mild, possessing a sweetness reminiscent of a beverage. The rice, however, was quite delightful, and Lin Chen consumed a staggering 8 bowls, which left the maidservants beside him in profound astonishment. There was no alternative. Lin Chen had been engaged in rigorous training, and to sustain his vitality, he needed to consume ample sustenance, lest his training falter and his progress stagnate. Previously, in the Marvel world, Lin Chen had to partake in 6 to 7 substantial meals a day to maintain his strength for intensive cultivation. Yet, it seemed that in this realm, martial arts were practiced by absorbing a unique gas from the air, thus not requiring such voracious appetites. Practitioners of martial arts merely needed to ensure their physical strength during combat. Although they ate more than the average person, it was at most double the amount, far from Lin Chen's exaggerated consumption. Shortly after finishing his meal, while Lin Chen sat in meditation to recuperate, Fan Xian returned. The sky was nearing dusk, and he and Fan Ruo headed straight for Lin Chen upon entering the courtyard. As soon as they stepped inside, Fan Xian spotted Lin Chen seated cross-legged at the entrance. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, this firearm is exhilarating. After an afternoon of practice, I've achieved remarkable accuracy, hitting the bullseye consistently." Admittedly, Fan Xian's enthusiasm was somewhat embellished. He could only achieve such precision by concentrating intently while aiming, and to hit the bullseye again would require considerable focus. His proficiency stemmed from his martial arts training, granting him exceptional control over his body, allowing him to reach this level in just one afternoon. This marksmanship could easily secure a gold medal at the Olympics. Yet in combat, his skills were far from sufficient. Lin Chen had taken nearly a month of relentless practice and fired thousands of rounds to attain true bullseye precision. Fan Xian had yet to reach such heights. "Brother Zhou, this weapon known as a gun is truly formidable," Fan Ruo added, equally exhilarated. Chapter 59. Composing poetry in the afternoon. While Fan Xian and Teng Zijing engaged in firearms training, Fan Ruo observed intently throughout, even managing to fire a shot or two with Fan Xian's assistance. At that moment, she held a deep reverence for the handgun. It is indeed impressive. But within the capital, firearms should only be used in times of dire need. Lin Chen cautioned. The capital was rife with hidden talents. During his previous circumnavigation of the city, he had sensed the presence of formidable individuals in multiple locations. Estimating based on the weight of the leaves, Lin Chen surmised that there were at least 10 ninth-grade masters within the capital, with 2 or 3 more of a superior rank. Although these experts might be lacking in strength due to their techniques, their realms and physical prowess were undeniable. Were Lin Chen to discharge a firearm, the sound would undoubtedly attract the attention of masters within a 5-mile radius. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from using guns within the capital. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, the capital is quite safe. I am the son of the Fan family, and I have a feeling that I may never need to use this gun in my lifetime. Receiving no reply, Lin Chen inquired, "Why have you returned so late?" "We dared not venture too close to the city for fear of detection. So we practiced in a remote valley, which took some time, came the response. And what of your friend, Teng Zijing? He has returned home from work. After this, Fan Xian added reassuringly, do not worry, Brother Zhou. I provided him with a handgun, so he should be safe. He recalled how Lin Chen had remarked on Teng Zijing's good fortune upon first meeting him. And now he suspected there might be a connection between Teng Zijing and Lin Chen's mission. Fan Xian. At that moment, a commanding voice called from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Fan Xian promptly concealed his firearm and whispered to Lin Chen, my father has arrived. He may be here for you. Fan Xian always felt his father. Fan Jian was no ordinary man. The way he had publicly honored Lin Chen today suggested he might be probing into Lin Chen's background. For me, just as Lin Chen was about to inquire further, Fan Jian entered the courtyard. Greetings, father. Both Fan Ruo and Fan Xian bowed in unison. Noticing this, Lin Chen followed suit, saying, good day, uncle. Fan Jian nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but did not immediately approach Lin Chen. Instead, he engaged Fan Xian in conversation. I heard you ventured out of the city this afternoon and took Ruo with you. Why have you returned so late? We went hunting. It was exhausting after a whole afternoon, Fan Xian replied, glancing at Fan Ruo. Isn't that right, Ruo? Indeed, father, we had a splendid time hunting all afternoon. Fan Ruo chimed in. The trio had been exceedingly cautious during their outing, traveling a considerable distance and ensuring their surroundings were clear before commencing their training. On the return journey, they had synchronized their story, fearing no inquiries. And where is your catch? Fan Jian inquired, his expression a blend of authority and concern. It has been sent to the kitchen, 2 rabbits and a deer. You shall feast well tomorrow, Fan Xian replied with a smile. He had indeed gone hunting as a pretext, utilizing the gun with remarkable swiftness. Such foolishness. The capital is fraught with peril. It is far too dangerous for 3 individuals to venture out alone. Next time, you must take guards with you, understood? Fang Jian's visit this time is driven by genuine concern for the 2 individuals, particularly for Fan Xian, who is betrothed to the daughter of the Grand Princess and is destined to oversee the Royal Business Council and Treasury. There are numerous individuals who wish to eliminate Fan Xian, and his sudden departure from the city today carries a degree of peril. However, as nothing adverse has occurred, it can be considered a past concern. Vigilance is warranted in the future. On another note, he has heard that Fan Xian has taken a scholar as a distinguished guest. He previously instructed his servants to observe the man for a while to gauge his character, but aside from his prodigious appetite, no other information was gleaned. Thus, he has come specifically to assess the situation. The 2 gentlemen promptly lowered their heads in acknowledgement. At this juncture, Fan Jian turned his gaze towards Lin Chen, inquiring about the gentleman's identity. Father, this gentleman's name is Zhou Ming. He has come to my residence today, and his poetic talents are remarkably high. I felt an instant rapport with him, hence I refer to him as a brother and have honored him as a guest of the Fan household. Oh, remarkably high poetic talent? Fan Jian expressed mild astonishment. Can it be compared to your recent composition, Ascending the Heights? Though not quite on par, it is not far behind. Fan Xian replied, winking at Lin Chen as he spoke. This was entirely improvised by Fan Xian, as during their previous conversation, Lin Chen had mentioned a fabricated identity. Therefore, as long as they coordinated well, there should be no issues. Uncle, young Master Fan speaks the truth. I indeed felt an immediate kinship with him. Lin Chen smiled. As for poetry, I, Zhou, possess a modicum of talent. Allow me to compose a verse as a token of my gratitude for today's hospitality. Excellent. Someone, fetch ink and paper for Mr. Zhou. Fan Jian declared with a hearty voice, his face alight with smiles. Lin Chen's confidence in undertaking such a task indicated he possessed considerable poetic skill. If, as Fan Xian asserted, Zhou Ming could indeed craft a commendable poem, it would be a fortuitous development. In the perilous landscape of the capital, while having numerous acquaintances is of little consequence, gaining a friend of genuine merit would be most advantageous. As the servants hurried to procure the necessary materials within the palace, Eunuch Ho was reporting to Emperor Qing regarding intelligence from the Inspection Institute. Your Majesty, this afternoon, young Master Fan left the city, and the Institute dispatched 2 individuals to follow him. However, they moved with remarkable speed, seemingly aware of being pursued, and quickly vanished from sight. After searching for over an hour, the Institute's personnel located the 3 individuals, but they were in a peculiar valley. A guard named Teng Zijing was stationed at the valley's entrance, and the Institute's members dared not approach. They were oblivious to what transpired within the valley. But from a distance, they heard a thunderous noise echoing, reminiscent of celestial thunder. Such sounds emanating from within the valley? Qing Di waved his hand, intrigued. The letter states as much. Eunuch Ho replied, understanding the emperor's curiosity, and promptly presented the letter for the emperor's perusal. Your Majesty, please take a look. The Emperor Qing received the letter, glancing over it with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. This matter reminded him of events long past, specifically when Fan Xian's mother, Yi Qingmei, was still alive, and a substance known as gunpowder was introduced. This substance was exceedingly fearsome, almost divine. Yet, Yi Qingmei had asserted that such a thing ought not to exist in the world. It vanished shortly after its appearance, leaving no trace. But today, could the thunderous claps of heaven be connected to this gunpowder? Chapter 60. A journey to Xishan village. Fan Xian, the son of Yi Qingmei, was accompanied by the enigmatic Grandmaster Wuzhu. It was highly likely that Wuzhu had appeared at the Fan residence today and eliminated the intruder, Yi Chong. Shortly thereafter, Fan Xian had employed a substance resembling gunpowder a dozen miles outside the city. And then there was the scholar Zhou Ming. It was his arrival that instigated the series of events we witnessed today. Could it be that this Zhou Ming is merely a guise for Wuzhu? Or is there some other reason at play? Upon contemplating this, Emperor Qing felt an insatiable curiosity. He must uncover the secrets entwined in this affair. Tomorrow, host a banquet, and you shall personally invite Fan Xian. The emperor declared with a smile, I am quite fond of his poetry. In truth, had it not been so late, past mealtime, he would have eagerly hosted Fan Xian that very day. Yes, Your Majesty. At the Fan residence, the atmosphere was quite lively. In Lin Chen's courtyard, Fan Xian, Fan Ruo, Fan Jian, Fan Xija, and Xija's mother, Lu Ruyu, along with the entire Fan family, gathered in anticipation of Lin Chen composing poetry. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood before a table, brush in hand, gazing contemplatively at the paper before him, as the eyes of the crowd focused intently upon him. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. During my recent travels, I was profoundly moved. I shall now compose a poem inspired by those sentiments. With that, Lin Chen set his brush to paper. Though it was his first attempt at calligraphy, his physical control allowed him to produce elegant characters. Upon completing the poem, Lin Chen lifted the paper, blew gently on it to dry the ink, and then stepped forward to present it to Fan Jian. In that instant, everyone gathered behind Fan Jian, even the maids nearby straining their necks in eager curiosity. Fan Xian was particularly keen to discover what Lin Chen had penned. At this moment, Fan Ruo began to recite softly, Do not mock the rustic's murky wine, for in abundance, guests find ample fowl and swine. Mountains heavy, waters deep, no paths in sight. Yet amidst the willows, blossoms reveal a new light. The drums and flutes herald the spring festival near. In simple garb, the ancient customs we revere. From now on, should I chance to wander by moon's glow, with staff in hand, I shall knock upon your door. What a splendid line about mountains and waters. Where no path is found, yet willows conceal a village anew. Truly, Mr. Zhou is a man of great talent. Fan Jian exclaimed with delight. Pray tell, Mr. Zhou, what shall you name this poem? Let it be titled A Journey to Xishan Village. Lin Chen replied with a smile. I wonder if my uncle shall approve? With a hearty laugh, Fan Jian stroked his beard, exclaiming his delight. Fan Ruo praised. Brother Zhou, this poem is truly exquisite, I dare say. Apart from your own ascending the heights, there exists no other work that could surpass it. You flatter me, dear lady, Lin Chen interjected, waving his hands dismissively. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter, and Fan Jian had achieved his purpose for coming, departing with a sense of fulfillment. In the end, only Fan Xian and Lin Chen remained. Brother Zhou, tomorrow morning, the second prince has invited me to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Will you accompany me? Drunken Immortal Pavilion? A dining establishment? Fan Xian whispered, No. It is a brothel, though meals are served. I shall not go. I need to cultivate, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Cultivate? Fan Xian regarded Lin Chen with astonishment, exclaiming, What kind of cultivation do you practice? I perceive you as an ordinary man. That is merely because you are too weak, Lin Chen retorted, casually unleashing a surge of true energy that severed a branch from a tree several meters away. Wow! Fan Xian gasped, Brother Zhou. What kind of martial arts do you possess? That is astonishing. I had thought you were unskilled. Do not dwell on it. You cannot learn it, Lin Chen stated. Not out of reluctance to teach, but because he realized that after practicing the martial arts of this world, a toxic energy would accumulate within, which is the native true energy of this realm. However, Lin Chen's technique relied on cultivating inner strength from one's own vitality. And this inner strength clashed with the true energy of this world, rendering Fan Xian unable to learn. Is there truly no way? Fan Xian lamented. There is a method, and it is rather simple. What method? You must abandon your current martial arts, ensuring that no trace of true energy remains within you, and then start anew with the techniques I will teach you. Only then can you practice. Then forget it. I shall not pursue it. Fan Xian quickly retreated. To abandon his martial arts meant discarding the fruits of over a decade of hard work, which he was loath to do. Moreover, Lin Chen's prowess surely could not be achieved overnight. Even if he learned it, it would require an extensive period of time. Actually, the techniques you have learned are not without merit. They are simply rougher due to the nature of this world's styles, leading to generally weaker abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen suggested, how about this? Upon your return from the appointment tomorrow, I will teach you some techniques to help you utilize your true energy more efficiently. Your strength should significantly increase. Alas, today I lack the time. I must continue my cultivation. Very well, Fan Xian replied. As if recalling something, he inquired, by the way, Brother Zhou, how strong are you? Not particularly strong. I likely could not contend with a Grand Master, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Fan Xian was left speechless, for this implied that he could indeed surpass a 9th-rank master. In his perception, there existed only 5 Grand Masters in the world, and Lin Chen's prowess was already considered that of the 6th strongest. His assertion that he was not particularly formidable reflected a remarkable humility. Brother Zhou, you may proceed with your affairs. I have matters to attend to this evening as well. So I shall take my leave, he stated, sensing that there was little more to discuss. That night, Fan Xian had an appointment with his fiancée, Lin Wanner, and he could not afford to be tardy. Without further contemplation, Lin Chen commenced his solitary training in the courtyard after Fan Xian departed. The following day, Lin Chen rose early as usual to engage in his morning exercises. Perhaps aware of Lin Chen's substantial appetite, breakfast was prepared in quantities sufficient for 3. However, Lin Chen still found himself unsatisfied. Rather than voice his discontent, he exited the Fan residence to indulge in some local delicacies around the city. Arriving in this ancient setting, everything felt refreshingly novel, particularly in the early morning when the air was crisp, making his stroll quite enjoyable. Yet, he did not dawdle. After a brief half-hour of eating and walking, he returned to the courtyard to resume his cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Fan Xian approached him, announcing that he was about to keep his appointment and inquiring if there was anything Lin Chen wished him to bring back. Lin Chen, having no particular desires, pondered for a moment before requesting, please bring back some food. The more, the better, as I typically consume enough for 5. Understood, Fan Xian replied, having been informed by the maid of Lin Chen's considerable appetite. Hearing it directly, however, still astonished him. Without further ado, Fan Xian made his way to the front gate, where Teng Zijin awaited him. Chapter 61. Wang Qinian. Before long, Fan Xian departed, and Fan Ruo did not accompany him, for it was inappropriate for a lady to frequent such a place of revelry. Initially, she had contemplated visiting Lin Chen, but recalling Fan Xian's earlier admonitions, she refrained from interrupting him. However, after approximately 10 minutes of continued practice, Lin Chen abruptly halted his exercises, suddenly glancing towards the west. That direction corresponded to the location of Zui Xianju. The reason for his sudden cessation was that he had distinctly heard the sound of a gunshot. Shortly thereafter, another shot rang out. Though faint due to the distance, Lin Chen was acutely sensitive to the sound of gunfire, and with his abilities, he discerned it clearly. Something significant had undoubtedly transpired with Fan Xian, as he would not resort to firearms without grave cause. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen activated his lightness skill and swiftly made his way towards the source of the commotion. Along the way, he attentively monitored the situation in that direction. Yet he did not hear a third shot, suggesting that the matter had likely been resolved. Soon enough, Lin Chen arrived at the scene of the incident. It was an empty street, evidently cleared in advance, with the occurrence having taken place in the central section. A powerful crossbow lay in a corner, its bolt having brutally pinned a horse to the wall, where a substantial hole marked the point of impact. Through the large opening, one can glimpse a courtyard where Fan Xian, clutching his chest, and Teng Zijing, gripping a pistol, stand within. Beneath their feet lies a robust man, sprawled in a pool of blood, with 2 gunshot wounds to his chest. Not far away on the street, 2 female corpses lie lifeless. From this scene, Lin Chen can surmise the unfolding events. This was a premeditated assassination. The 2 women had initiated an attack on the 2 men, marking the first step of their murderous scheme, only to be easily retaliated against. The second step involved a powerful crossbow, which propelled the duo's carriage against the opposite wall, allowing the man in the courtyard to seize the opportunity to pull Fan Xian inside and subsequently eliminate him. Clearly, this was a sequential assassination plan, and the man was undoubtedly a skilled fighter, for he was the final link in the scheme. However, they did not anticipate that their target possessed a revolutionary firearm. The so-called expert was swiftly dispatched with just 2 shots. "Are you both unharmed?" Lin Chen floated quietly to their side and spoke softly. Teng Zijing instinctively raised his pistol, but, upon realizing it was Lin Chen, immediately retracted it. "Brother Zhou, this man attempted to assassinate me. Thankfully, I had the pistol you provided. Otherwise, today would have spelled disaster," Fan Xian remarked, still shaken. He was incredibly strong. With just 1 grasp, he tossed me like a mere doll, flinging me over 10 meters away. Had it not been for the pistol, we might both have perished today. At that moment, Teng Zijing interjected, "This man is named Cheng Jiushu, a renowned 8th-rank master from Beiki. His prowess lies entirely in his external techniques. His body is hard as iron, impervious to ordinary blades. He is well known even within the Inspection Institute. No wonder he is so formidable. He casually injured me with just a throw." Fan Xian coughed lightly. To clear an entire street in the capital and orchestrate such an assassination indicates that the orchestrators hold significant power and influence. "Fan Xian, what do you intend to do?" "What to do?" Fan Xian scoffed. "I do not strike unless provoked. If one dares to confront me, I shall ensure their demise. Yesterday, my father warned me of the grave dangers in the capital, and I did not heed his words. Now, I realize that the capital is indeed a treacherous beast. To encounter such a premeditated assassination, employing Beiki's assassins right here on the streets, is chaos, absolute chaos." Originally, Fan Xian's aspiration was to live peacefully as a gentleman of the Fan family, marry Lin Warner, and enjoy a blissful life. Matters of power and intrigue were far from his thoughts. However, he had been overly idealistic. While he harbored such ambitions, others certainly did not share his perspective. There would always be those wishing for his demise. Today's assassination was a stark example, and it was only due to Brother Zhou's pistol that he had narrowly escaped death. Without it, facing an 8th-rank martial expert, their fates would have been all but sealed. Where there is one, there shall be 2. The first encounter brought mere fortune, resulting in only an 8th-tier opponent. Yet, should the second encounter present a 9th-tier adversary, or perhaps even higher? In direct combat, Fan Xian harbored no fear, armed with a pistol capable of eliminating them. However, should the ambush mirror the previous one, an 8th tier might inflict injury, while a 9th tier could potentially dispatch him in an instant, depriving him of any chance to retaliate with his firearm. The mere contemplation of this scenario sent tremors of dread through Fan Xian. "No, I cannot remain passive. I must take the initiative to unearth the culprits behind this and crush them." In Kyoto, devoid of any influence, with a father who merely serves as an undersecretary, it is impossible to uncover the truth, let alone seek vengeance. Teng Zijing held a rather pessimistic view on this matter. At that moment, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, "Someone approaches." And in considerable numbers, several skilled individuals, both 8th and 9th tier, drew near, yet they remained hidden, observing from the shadows. Additionally, from the street, another contingent was hastening towards them. However, before this group could arrive, a markedly weaker presence made its way into the vicinity, unmasked and heading directly towards them, allowing Lin Chen to detect him from a distance. Curiously, this individual, possessing around 7th tier prowess, displayed a speed that rivaled that of a 9th tier, suggesting the mastery of commendable lightness of foot. Soon, he vaulted over the surrounding wall, standing before the trio. Clad in a black ornate robe, the slightly portly middle-aged man bore a somewhat naive and honest appearance, intriguing to behold. "Wang Qinian." Fan Xian expressed mild surprise, then turned to Lin Chen. "Brother Zhou, is this the multitude you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. "Lord Fan, this young gentleman is indeed correct. The Inspection Institute is dispatching personnel, expected to arrive within 2 minutes. I merely hastened my pace to arrive first." Oh, so you choose to act independently rather than join the main force, Fan Xian jestingly reproached. Oh dear, you have misunderstood me, Lord. I, Wang, am merely concerned for your safety. Hence I took the initiative to come forth and lend you my support, he replied, glancing at the lifeless body of Cheng Jushu on the ground. Your prowess is commendable, Lord. To have vanquished an 8th-tier expert like Cheng Jushu, I am truly impressed. Might I inquire about the circumstances surrounding that encounter? Wang Qinian inquired, his curiosity piqued. In response, Fan Xian chuckled. What 8th-tier expert? So feeble. My friend and I dispatched him with ease. However, the silent emergence of this 8th-tier master from Beiki in Kyoto intrigues me greatly. Alas, I possess no knowledge of this either. We must await the results of the investigation. Chapter 62. The second prince is packed as the two exchanged inquiries. The personnel from the Inspection Institute arrived in close proximity, soon to enter the courtyard. At that juncture, Lin Chen sprang into action, first locating 2 bullet casings within the courtyard, absorbing them into his grasp. Subsequently, he approached the towering figure of Cheng Jushu, and with a tremor at its chest, 2 bullets were expelled from the wound. Lin Chen reached out, capturing the bullets in his grasp the moment they emerged, and then, with a swift motion, he converged his chi between his palms, reducing both the bullets and their casings to mere dust. With a gentle flick, the powder scattered into the wind, leaving not a trace behind. At that precise moment, a throng of personnel from the Inspection Institute surged in, encircling the courtyard with over 10 individuals. Observing this, Fan Xian refrained from idle chatter, directly retrieving a black token from his waist. As the inspector, I command that all of you stand guard outside. No one is permitted to enter without my express permission. The position of inspector within the Inspection Institute is somewhat unique. Theoretically on par with the heads of the 8 major departments, yet lacking substantial authority. However, it can prove invaluable in certain situations, such as this one. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly bowed in respect, retreating to the entrance to maintain their vigil. The members of the Inspection Institute were familiar with Fan Xian's role as inspector. Their encirclement was merely instinctual. Now that the inspector had spoken, they immediately withdrew. My lord, have you driven them away because you have made a discovery? Wang Qinian inquired, puzzled. Logically speaking, the arrival of the Inspection Institute personnel should be a positive development, as they were professionals who might quickly uncover crucial information beneficial in identifying the mastermind behind the incident. I have made no discoveries, but this is the primary crime scene, and there may be significant clues here that must not be compromised. As he spoke, Fan Xian gestured to the left, addressing Teng Zijing. You start your search from that side, and see if any clues emerge. Wang Qinian, you take the other side and thoroughly scour the courtyard. After the two complied with his instructions, Fan Xian approached Lin Chen and whispered, Brother Zhou, who do you think is attempting to kill me? The previous day, Fan Xian had shared some personal circumstances with Lin Chen, including the antagonistic relationship with the second prince and the crown prince. So he sought Lin Chen's perspective now. Who would want to kill you? Doesn't it stand to reason? Who invited you out? The second prince. Then there you have it. It must be the second prince who seeks your demise. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. However, that doesn't add up. The second prince invited me to Zui Xianju today, a fact known to many. If I were to perish, everyone would suspect the second prince, placing him under the greatest suspicion. Surely, he wouldn't be so foolish. What do you think? Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. Both the crown prince and the second prince have motives to kill me. And if this were the work of the second prince, it would be too obvious. Therefore, I suspect it is the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head. I believe it is indeed the second prince. Looking at the perplexed expression on Fan Xian's face, Lin Chen continued. Fools commit crimes in a straightforward manner, and most can discern their intent and reasoning. However, the cunning perpetrator operates quite differently. They often employ a method of reverse thinking in their criminal activities. That is to say, the less likely something appears, the more it may indeed hold the truth. One must engage in reverse reasoning to ponder the matter. For instance, one might dismiss the second prince as a suspect since he is presumed dead, and thus, he would seem the most incriminated. This is also the prevailing sentiment among the masses. However, what if the second prince is cleverly exploiting this very notion to orchestrate a diversion? Moreover, I suspect that the perpetrator is neither the crown prince nor the second prince, but rather another individual altogether. After all, this person has audaciously plotted murder within the capital, unafraid to cast blame upon both the crown prince and the second prince, which indicates a remarkable intellect. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Fan Xian, inquiring his thoughts. Fan Xian found merit in this reasoning, yet expressed his confusion. But currently, the only factions intent on my demise are those of the second prince and the crown prince. The princess royal may also wish me dead, as she opposes my union with Wanda, but she is allied with the crown prince, so by your logic, she should not be a suspect. That makes it simpler. Lin Chen replied with a smile. We can apprehend the crown prince and the second prince and interrogate them. Fan Xian was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion. You intend to arrest the crown prince? The second prince? Do you truly dare to undertake such actions? This is the capital city. If this news reaches Emperor Qing, an army will swiftly encircle the Fan residence. This is perilous. We cannot proceed with such a plan. If Emperor Qing learns of this, our family would face annihilation. Oh, I forgot that I am not a lone wolf, Lin Chen said, having momentarily lost sight of the implications of their connection to the Fan household. He realized that before they could be assured of triumph over a grandmaster, it was unwise to act recklessly, especially considering that a concealed grandmaster lurked within the palace. Let us do this. We are set to visit Zui Xianzhu to meet the second prince, correct? I shall accompany you to gauge his reaction. Very well. Fan Xian's face brightened at the prospect. At that moment, Wang Qinian and Teng Zijing approached, scanning their surroundings, but finding nothing. However, the bodies of the two female assassins lay outside, and personnel from the Forensic Institute were in the process of examining them, perhaps uncovering something significant. It has only been a short while. They cannot possibly have discovered anything pertinent. Let us leave and meet the second prince. Lin Chen was eager to depart, feeling uncomfortable standing there under the scrutiny of numerous onlookers. Hearing this, Fan Xian addressed Wang Qinian. You remain at the Forensic Institute. Should any news arise, come directly to the Fan residence to inform me. My lord, this information is surely confidential and can only be investigated by a select few, Wang Qinian began. But Fan Xian interrupted him. Enough with the chatter. He pressed a silver note into Wang Qinian's hand. Come to me with any news. If I am not at the Fan residence, seek me at Zui Xianzhu. Upon seeing the silver note, a warm smile spread across Wang Qinian's face. My lord, I assure you I will fulfill this task. Let us be off, Brother Zhou, Fan Xian said as he stepped towards the exit. Meanwhile, Lin Chen cast a lingering glance at Wang Qinian, contemplating the peculiar nature of a superior requiring payment from a subordinate for carrying out tasks. This fellow indeed seemed to embody a rather humorous character, reminiscent of a comedic figure from a novel. Niulan Street is not far from Zui Xianzhu. Just a short stroll through 2 streets will lead you there. Nestled by the riverside, Zui Xianzhu features flower-laden boats upon the water. As night falls, this place transforms into a vibrant den for the affluent young scions of Kyoto, bustling with activity. However, Zui Xianzhu typically remains closed during the day, only commencing its operations in the evening. The meeting arranged by the second prince is not inside Zui Xianzhu itself, but rather in a pavilion situated in the river. From a distance, Lin Chen can discern 4 figures within the pavilion, 3 men and 1 woman. Among the 4, 3 are seated beneath the pavilion, while 1 stands at its entrance. The standing figure wields a long sword, a swordsman undoubtedly recognized as Xie Bian, famed in Kyoto for his unparalleled swordsmanship. Inside the pavilion, one of the men, clad in immaculate white attire and possessing a tall stature, is likely the heir to the Jing Wang, Li Hongqing. Another man, dressed in a brownish-gray silk robe and perpetually adorned with a faint smile, is presumably the second prince, Li Qingze. The final figure, a long-haired woman draped in a golden-black silk gown, is likely the courtesan, Si Lily. As Xie Bian notices Fan Xian and his companions, he promptly turns back and utters something to those within the pavilion. Subsequently, all eyes within the pavilion shift towards Fan Xian. With his unique ability activated, Lin Chen's vision sharpens, allowing him to observe the initial reactions of the 3 upon seeing Fan Xian. Li Hongqing displays surprise, Si Lily exhibits astonishment, while the second prince, Li Qingze, appears utterly shocked. Although their expressions quickly morph into smiles, Lin Chen captures their first reactions distinctly. I was not mistaken, Lin Chen mused. The second prince indeed harbors something amiss. However, does Si Lily bear a grudge against you? Not at all, Fan Xian replied, taken aback. Yet, I discerned surprise upon her countenance. Evidently, she must be aware of the assassination attempt against you. That shouldn't be the case. After I dealt with Guobaoquan, she even testified on my behalf. She had no reason to betray me, Fan Xian argued. Perhaps there are underlying circumstances. We shall inquire directly later, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. At this juncture, the three had also arrived beside the pavilion. Tung Zijin instinctively halted, understanding that as a guard, he held no right to take a seat. Meanwhile, Fan Xian approached with a friendly greeting, his face alight with a smile, entirely unfazed by the earlier assassination incident. Lin Chen followed closely behind, but just as he neared the pavilion, Xie Bian raised a hand to stop him. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen cast a discreet sidelong glance at him. Without uttering a word, he concentrated his energy, exerting an imposing presence towards Xie Bian. Ah! Xie Bian suddenly let out a low cry, as if he had encountered some unspeakable horror, collapsing partially to the ground, rendered momentarily unable to rise. This scene startled the three seated individuals, prompting the second prince to approach with concern, inquiring, Xie Bian, are you unwell? I am fine, Xie Bian replied. Yet he remained crouched, one hand shielding his eyes. The second prince turned to Lin Chen, his expression fraught with uncertainty. Fan Xian, who is this behind you? Nothing had occurred moments prior, and Lin Chen had not moved an inch, yet Xie Bian had inexplicably cried out and crouched, unable to stand. If this were unrelated to Lin Chen, none of those present would believe it. This is Fan Xian, he began to introduce, but Lin Chen stepped forward, settling himself in the pavilion, and leisurely stated amidst the expectant gazes, I am Zhou Ming, a humble scholar. I have come today merely to clarify one matter. Your Highness, why have you sent someone to assassinate Fan Xian? What? Fan Xian has been attacked? What is the meaning of this? The second prince, having helped Xie Bian to his feet, turned back, astonished. While speaking, he glanced at Lin Chen, then at Fan Xian and the heir, Li Hongcheng, convincingly portraying an unknowing demeanor. Observing this, Li Hongcheng inquired of Fan Xian, what exactly has transpired? Why does your friend believe the second prince seeks to assassinate you? Fan Xian, adept at playing along, understood Lin Chen's intentions from the moment he spoke. Ignoring Li Hongcheng, he smiled and recounted, the 8th grade master from Beiki, Chengjiushu, silently infiltrated the capital and ambushed me in the street along with 2 other swordsmen. They conspired with individuals from Beiki to orchestrate my demise. Whoever masterminded this scheme has committed an act of treason. As he spoke, Fan Xian cast a piercing gaze at the second prince, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Fan Xian, we are well acquainted. How could it possibly be me? I am entirely unaware of this matter. The second prince replied, maintaining his composure, even smiling as he patted Fan Xian's shoulder. One must admit, the second prince's acting was exceptional, deserving of accolades. Were it not for Lin Chen's intervention, Fan Xian would still be in the dark. However, with the reminder, it became increasingly apparent that something about the second prince was amiss. Subtly evading the second prince's hand, Fan Xian remarked, I hold considerable skepticism regarding your involvement, Your Highness. It could be true or it might not. Who can say? Nonetheless, I am confident that as I continue my investigation, the truth will eventually surface. Indeed, the second prince affirmed with a smile, continue your inquiries. You shall uncover the truth. At that moment, Lin Chen abruptly turned to the previously silent Miss Si Li. Miss Si Li, what is your perspective on this matter? It must be said that Si Lily is indeed quite attractive, though she does not align with Lin Chen's preferences. This question, posed rather abruptly, interrupted the second prince's intention to continue speaking, yet it captivated the attention of those present. Internally vexed, the second prince refrained from voicing his frustrations. Having observed Xie Bian's earlier demeanor, he recognized Lin Chen as a formidable expert, a true master of at least the 9th tier. Confronted with such a powerful figure, combined with Fan Xian's imposing presence, he felt compelled to remain silent. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Si Lily's hand trembled slightly around her wine glass, her heart racing. However, she swiftly composed herself and replied, as a mere woman, how could I presume to comment on such significant matters? Oh, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Then why did you remain unperturbed when we discussed Fan Xian's attempted assassination? This is a matter that could reverberate throughout the capital, yet it seemed to have no effect on you. Could it be that you were already aware of this incident? How could that be? Si Lily insisted. I merely saw that young Master Fan arrived safely and assumed there was nothing to worry about, hence my demeanor. Ah, I see. Lin Chen responded, suddenly rising and striding towards the pavilion's exit. Having asked all that needed to be asked, he understood that the answers would not be forthcoming. He would have to await further investigation. Fan Xian, it is time to depart. Today's banquet has come to an end. Without a glance back, Lin Chen departed, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the prince and the young master. Here we come. Fan Xian greeted the two with a bow and promptly followed suit. Chapter 64. The Emperor's Imperial Edict. Overall, this probing yielded favorable results. Lin Chen had nearly concluded that the assassination was undoubtedly linked to the second prince. However, in the absence of evidence, there was little he could do but leave. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. Had Lin Chen possessed the might to confront even the Grand Masters, capturing a mere prince would have been trivial. But as things stood, he adhered to the rules. The reason he sought to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes was straightforward. Lin Chen understood that his task of ensuring Teng Zijing's survival was intertwined with this matter. Logically speaking, without the gun, Fan Xian and Teng Zijing would have met their demise at the hands of Cheng Jushu. Yet, considering the protagonist's halo, it was likely that Fan Xian would survive while Teng Zijing would perish, which would invoke Fan Xian's explosive retaliation. If one were to follow this theory, Teng Zijing's task should have been deemed complete by Lin Chen. However, the reality was different, and Lin Chen surmised that he needed to assist in identifying the true culprit, which was why he was so invested. Brother Zhou, your deductions are remarkably accurate. I have noticed that both the second prince and Si Lily are suspicious. The second prince would never have spoken to me in such a manner before. Today, he seemed agitated. Therefore, you must uncover the evidence. Only with proof can you defeat him. I am aware that the clues at my disposal are exceedingly limited. All I know is that Cheng Jushu hails from northern Qi. As for the information regarding the other two assassins, I must await news from Wang Qinian. Speaking of Wang Qinian, who exactly is he? Previously, Fan Xian had not mentioned this individual to Lin Chen, but after today's encounter, Lin Chen's interest has piqued. He is quite a cunning fellow. During my conversation with Teng Zijing, our group returned to Fan Manor. After hearing Fan Xian's account of the events, Lin Chen formed a rough impression of Wang Qinian, a man driven by greed, yet possessing a sense of loyalty, and with commendable lightness of foot. The assassination attempt on Fan Xian has sent shockwaves throughout the capital. In the heart of the imperial city, beneath the emperor's very feet, a master from northern Qi managed to infiltrate undetected, which is a terrifying thought. While the interior of Fan Manor remains tranquil, the outside world is rife with undercurrents. Particularly within the Investigation Bureau, where personnel are fervently pursuing the truth behind the incident. Various noble families are engaged in discussions about this matter, and the skilled individuals who had been covertly investigating on Yo Lane are pondering the deeper implications behind it. Within the palace, upon hearing of the incident, Emperor Qing summoned both the crown prince and the second prince for a reprimand. He is acutely aware that one of the two must be involved, yet he refrains from openly acknowledging this knowledge. On the surface, he cannot allow the investigation to implicate the royal family, for they are the royal family. Regardless of their actions, they cannot be truly held accountable. At most, a facade of truth will be presented, while discreet measures will be taken behind the scenes. Observing the two princes deflecting blame, they ultimately attributed the incident to a northern Qi spy, and Emperor Qing acquiesced to their narrative, instructing the Investigation Bureau to thoroughly investigate the matter of the northern Qi infiltrators. Although the assassination attempt has occurred, Emperor Qing's curiosity about Fan Xian has only intensified. After all, Cheng Jushu is a master of the 8th rank, possessing formidable skills that could rival a 9th rank expert in a short span. Remarkably, the two lesser 7th rank individuals managed to defeat him with minimal injury and in a remarkably brief time. Reports from the Investigation Bureau indicate that Cheng Jushu sustained merely 2 small, deep wounds to his chest. Analyzing the nature of these injuries suggests they were inflicted by a powerful arrow, imbued with true energy that caused a spiral destruction of his internal organs. However, the perplexing question remains, if it was indeed an arrow wound, where is the arrow? At the time, aside from the military longbows wielded by the 2 female assassins, no other bows were present, and no evidence was found in the courtyard. The arrow has seemingly vanished without a trace. Thus, it is evident that there are secrets at play that remain unknown to me, secrets that lie with Fan Xian or the individual known as Zhou Ming. It is quite a coincidence that previously, the emperor had not found an opportunity to bring Zhou Ming along, but after the incident at Zhuixianju, he now had the chance. Furthermore, Zhou Ming's recent composition, wanderings in Shishan village evoked deep emotions within him. This individual possesses remarkable literary talent. He is certainly no match for Wu Zhu, yet who could he be? The emperor's curiosity was piqued. Contemplating this, he turned to the side and spoke. For tonight's banquet, let Fan Xian bring along the one named Zhou Ming. Yes, your majesty, replied Eunuch Ho, taking note of the command. In the afternoon, while Lin Chen practiced his martial arts, Fan Xian hurried over. Brother Zhou, Wang Qinyan just shared the latest findings with me. Can you guess what he revealed? Oh, have you learned the art of suspense? Lin Chen continued his Tai Chi, undeterred. Cough, how could that be? Fan Xian laughed. Brother Zhou, Wang Qinyan said the 2 female assassins who attempted to kill me today are under the command of Si Gu Jian, and the longbows they wielded are military grade. Is it that Grandmaster from Dongyi City? Indeed, it is he. Moreover, the military supplies have always been procured by the City Patrol Department, and recently, a batch of bows and crossbows went missing, managed by one of the deputy generals. So, this deputy general from the City Patrol Department must be connected to the assassination attempt. Where is he? He is located on the west side of the city. But given that it is daytime and the streets are crowded, we cannot investigate discreetly. Lin Chen glanced sideways. Isn't it frustrating to hold the position of the inspectorate? It seems to me that the inspectorate resembles the Jinui from the dramas. Do they need a reason to apprehend someone? While this statement bore a hint of jest, in ancient society, power was paramount. Perhaps apprehending the head of the City Patrol Department would require some evidence. But capturing a mere deputy general within the department could happen at will. Brother Zhou makes a valid point. Let us go and apprehend him. Fan Xian, realizing his previous caution stemmed from his lack of strength, felt emboldened with Lin Chen, a formidable expert surpassing even the 9th rank, by his side. However, just as the two prepared to leave, Fan Ruo rushed over. Brother, Eunuch Ho has arrived. No sooner had she spoken than a stout-faced elder eunuch stepped in behind her. Young Master Fan, Mr. Zhou, I bring a decree from His Majesty. After a brief pause, Eunuch Ho was taken aback to see that none of the 3 had knelt. Fan Ruo intended to kneel, but Fan Xian held her back, while Lin Chen had no such inclination, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Is this fellow stuttering? Why isn't he reading? Chapter 65, The Assault on the Deputy General's Residence. A decree from His Majesty, and you do not kneel? Eunuch Ho, alarmed, had never encountered such audacity. As Fan Xian was about to offer an excuse, Lin Chen interjected. Why the delay? Speak quickly. I am in haste to apprehend someone. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Ho intended to rebuke him for his audacity. However, a mere glance from Lin Chen quelled his indignation. His Majesty has decreed that at the hour of the dog tonight, a banquet will be held in the side hall, summoning young Master Fan and Mr. Zhou to the palace for a small poetry gathering. With that, and with no desire to linger for even a second longer, Eunuch Ho departed post-haste. The courtyard fell into a brief silence before Fan Ruo, her face brimming with admiration, exclaimed, Brother Zhou, you are truly formidable. It is merely a disdain for dilly-dallying. Lin Chen retorted, Come, Fan Xian, we must go and apprehend the suspect. Should we tarry too long, we may miss our chance. Brother, I wish to accompany you. Fan Ruo insisted eagerly. No, Fan Xian replied, Brother Zhou and I are going to capture someone. It would be perilous for you to follow. After imparting a few words of caution, Fan Xian took Teng Zijing and followed Lin Chen toward the western part of the city. The residence of the deputy general was a fair distance from the Fan Manor, and the group took a good 10 minutes to arrive. During the day, 4 guards stood sentinel at the entrance of the deputy general's residence, while 7 or 8 more patrolled the vicinity, creating a notably tight defense. After all, it was part of the capital's protection, and such security was to be expected. The trio had no intention of entering through the main gate, as that would surely raise alarm. Instead, they opted for the back courtyard, which offered both expedience and concealment. With a swift and silent movement, they leapt into an unoccupied area within the courtyard. Brother Zhou, the deputy general should, Fan Xian began, but Lin Chen cut him off. No. There is a scent of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen dashed toward the central part of the deputy general's residence, drawn by the sounds of a struggle. With remarkable speed, he unleashed the flying goose technique, soaring over 10 meters in a single bound, and soon found himself atop the roof of a central building within the estate. As he traversed the grounds, he was met with a gruesome sight. The deputy general's estate was littered with corpses, all freshly slain, the blood still warm to the touch. Upon reaching the rooftop, he beheld three masked assailants besieging a middle-aged man clad in armor. If his conjecture was correct, this man was indeed the Deputy General of the City Patrol. The three masked figures were likely dispatched by those behind the assassination on Yolande Street, their intent clear: to silence the Deputy General. Lin Chen yearned to rescue him. Yet as he reached the rooftop, he realized that the Deputy General had already sustained a fatal wound. 3 blades had pierced his chest simultaneously, and even divine intervention could not save him now. Let us go. Upon noticing Lin Chen, the 3 masked figures prepared to flee. According to their original plan, they should have departed a minute ago, but to their surprise, the Deputy General had exhibited sufficient strength to withstand them for a brief moment. Moreover, with the unexpected appearance of Lin Chen, a formidable expert, none could have anticipated his swift arrival at the residence of the Deputy General, which ultimately led to their discovery. However, being seen was inconsequential. As long as their identities remained concealed, they would be safe. Yet, having finally grasped the lead, how could Lin Chen possibly allow them to flee? Like a hawk descending upon its prey, he gracefully descended from the rooftop, heading straight for the trio. Split up. One of them shouted, evidently taken aback by Lin Chen's astonishing speed. Without hesitation, the 3 scattered in different directions. Little did they realize that Lin Chen's prowess far surpassed their own. 3 mere 8th-tier practitioners dared to act so recklessly? Within a mere 5 seconds, Lin Chen caught up with the one who had suggested their escape. This individual, cunning as he was, attempted to launch a sneak attack with a concealed weapon. Yet, Lin Chen's reflexes were unparalleled. He effortlessly evaded the projectile and incapacitated the assailant with a swift strike. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, Lin Chen subdued the second individual, who was on the verge of escaping the Deputy General's residence. The third, having already exited the premises, appeared either foolish or overly cautious, for he chose to dart into deserted alleyways instead of mingling with the crowd. Such actions proved futile had he blended into the throngs. Lin Chen might have expended more effort tracking him down. However, within merely a minute and a half, Lin Chen apprehended him as well. Upon returning to the Deputy General's residence, Lin Chen found Fan Xian and Teng Zijing had already bound the other 2 captives together. Observing this, Teng Zijing took the third individual from Lin Chen, binding them together back to back. Fan Xian promptly inquired, "Brother Zhou, who are these people? Were they the ones who attacked the Deputy General's residence?" Having scrutinized the faces of the 2 captives earlier, he realized they were unfamiliar to him. Lin Chen, having arrived before them, was believed to possess some insights. They must be connected to the mastermind behind the assassination on Yolande Street. Let's awaken these 3 and interrogate them. They should provide the answers we seek. At this, Teng Zijing promptly delivered a resounding slap to each of the 3 captives. The sound was so striking that one could almost feel the pain from merely hearing it. Despite this, the captives displayed remarkable resilience. Upon regaining consciousness, they remained silent, scanning their surroundings as if searching for an escape route. Sensing their intentions, Lin Chen calmly declared, "Do not even think about escaping. As long as I am here, you will never succeed." This proclamation drew their attention, and upon recognizing Lin Chen, they recalled the events leading to their incapacitation. This individual is truly terrifying. The 3 of them had no strength to resist, swiftly vanquished in an instant, at least of the 9th rank. In the face of such power, they realized that all schemes and machinations were futile. The fluctuations in the eyes of the 3 were captured entirely by Lin Chen. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I shall not resort to torture. If one among you reveals the mastermind behind you, I will grant all of you a chance at survival. Save your breath. We will not speak." The one who had previously called for them to flee was the first to respond, evidently the small leader among the trio, who had been the one to voice their thoughts. "If you don't speak, death is the only outcome," Fan Xian threatened. "Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to kill, do it quickly," the small leader retorted, his tone resolute. Today, they had encountered a master, and it was clear they had met their match. As assassins, they had long anticipated such a day. However, regarding the identity of their superior, they were not unwilling to disclose it, but rather too fearful to do so. For it was of the utmost nobility. They could accept their own demise, but revealing the identity of their superior would endanger not only themselves, but also their families. Chapter 66. The Captain of the Imperial Guards, Yin Shaoyi, Brother Zhou. These 3 are remarkably obstinate. What shall we do? This was the first time Fan Xian encountered such a situation. Had Lin Chen not spoken earlier, he might have ordered Teng Zijing to employ torture. However, since Lin Chen had declared against such measures, the situation had become complicated. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not respond, but instead gazed at the three individuals. You three are quite loyal to your superior, are you not? Are you death warriors? None of your business. The three, knowing their end was near, had shed their fear of the strong. Lin Chen remained unperturbed. So, you are not death warriors then. Perhaps your families have been threatened? Or if you reveal the identity of your superior, your families will also perish? As soon as these words fell, the middle-aged man to the left of the small leader expressed disbelief. How could you possibly know? Silence. The small leader reprimanded, then shouted, We will not speak. If you wish to kill us, do it swiftly. In the midst of his sentence, Lin Chen flicked his finger, and a surge of true energy shot forth, striking the small leader's acupoint, rendering him unconscious. Lin Chen then shifted his stance, crouching before the previously speaking middle-aged man. Should you choose to speak, I will ensure the safety of you and your family. Observing the indecision in the man's demeanor, Lin Chen gently patted his face. Rest assured, regardless of who this superior may be it the second prince, the crown prince, or even the emperor of Qing, I can guarantee your safety if you divulge their identity. Though Lin Chen's words were delivered with a calm demeanor, the unwavering confidence behind them was undeniably persuasive. How can you prove it? The middle-aged assassin was swayed, yet remained apprehensive. I have no proof. However, if you speak, I assure you that you shall live, and your family will have a significant chance of survival. You must speak, or face death. Perhaps your family will meet the same fate. You have 10 seconds to contemplate your choice. After 10 seconds, if neither of you utters a word, you shall both perish. With that, Lin Chen commenced his countdown. 10, 9. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, save for Lin Chen's voice. As time slipped away, each passing second felt interminably prolonged. The middle-aged assassin's breaths grew heavier, his mind engaged in a fierce internal struggle. 6, 5. As the countdown reached 5, the middle-aged assassin's lips parted several times, yet no sound emerged. Observing this, Lin Chen summoned his vital energy, and the blood-stained longsword beside the general's corpse soared into the air, landing firmly in his grasp. The sight astounded the two assassins, their hearts racing. What kind of technique was this? To manipulate objects from a distance was truly formidable. Fan Xian and Tung Zijing looked on, green with envy. They had witnessed this feat before. Earlier that day, upon returning from the Zue Xianju, Lin Chen had taught Fan Xian a martial art known as Taizu Chongquan. After practicing for over an hour, Fan Xian had yet to master the moves. During the demonstration, Lin Chen had showcased this very skill, prompting Fan Xian's desire to learn it. However, Lin Chen had cautioned him that while the technique appeared simple, it required exceptional control. Given that Fan Xian had yet to proficiently execute Taizu Chongquan, mastering this technique was a distant prospect. As Lin Chen's countdown approached its conclusion, 3, 2, he lifted the bloodied sword slightly, imposing tremendous pressure upon the two men. In this final second, think of your family. If you do not speak, you will be consigned to the afterlife, and your family may also suffer the same fate. Fan Xian shouted from the sidelines. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's voice trailed off into the final syllable, the sword inching closer to the two. Under the immense psychological strain, at last, the middle-aged assassin spoke. It is Captain Yen, the leader of the palace guards. Captain Yen? Lin Chen questioned, glancing at Fan Xian, who shook his head in response, indicating he was unfamiliar with the name. His full name is Yen Xiaoi. He is the one who sent us three to the general's residence to commit murder. The middle-aged assassin insisted, You promised, if we divulged this information, you would ensure the safety of the three of us and our families. Seeing the intense desire for survival in the assassin's eyes, Lin Chen surmised that he was likely speaking the truth. After a moment's reflection, Lin Chen inquired, Where are your families? In a village 5 li north of the city, the middle-aged assassin replied earnestly. At that moment, the other assassin, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. My family is also in that vicinity. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen curled his lip and pointed at the middle-aged assassin, declaring, While I have promised to spare the lives of the three of you, I shall only ensure the safety of his family member. With that, he granted them no further opportunity to speak and swiftly rendered the two unconscious. Fan Xian, arrange these three accordingly. I shall go and capture this fellow named Yen Xiaoyi. At this pronouncement, Fan Xian nodded, affirming, Very well, leave it to me. After a brief pause, he continued, Brother Zhou, How did you deduce that their motivations stemmed from familial matters? Is it so difficult to guess? Such scenarios are frequently depicted in television dramas or films. I merely took a chance, and, to my surprise, hit the mark. Beside them, Teng Zijing had grown immune to such inexplicable remarks. Having often heard Fan Xian utter peculiar phrases, and Lin Chen was no exception, he simply listened without comprehension. However, upon hearing Lin Chen's intent to capture Yan Xiaoyi, Teng Zijing cautioned, Yan Xiaoyi is the commander of the palace guards, holding a position of considerable authority and typically remaining within the palace, heavily guarded. Are you truly contemplating a brazen incursion into the imperial residence? He is, after all, the only archer of the 9th rank in the world, possessing formidable strength. An arrow from him, should it strike, could injure even a grandmaster. Moreover, there is a concealed grandmaster within the palace. If you lack the power of a grandmaster, attempting to forcibly enter the palace to seize someone is akin to courting death. Are there many masters within the palace? Lin Chen inquired. In truth, his intention to capture Yan Xiaoyi stemmed from the belief that, as a commander of the guards, he would likely be patrolling the palace. He had planned to seize the opportunity to abduct him during such a patrol. As long as the chance presented itself, he felt confident that he would encounter no difficulties. However, based on Teng Zijing's words, it seemed this individual remained deep within the palace. If that were the case, he could not proceed with his plan by day, but would have to wait until nightfall. Indeed, there are many, at least 3 masters of the 9th rank, and even more of the 9th rank. Not to mention, there is a hidden grandmaster. Teng Zijing stated gravely. Is that so? Then let us delay. I shall not pursue this for now, and will reconsider upon our return. Lin Chen resolved, recalling that he and Fan Xian were scheduled to visit the palace that evening. He would seek an opportunity then. Chapter 67. Banquet in the side hall. In the subsequent hours, Lin Chen returned to the Fan residence and resumed his training. Meanwhile, Fan Xian attended to matters concerning the 3 assassins, confident that with his capabilities, he would handle the situation with finesse. As evening approached, Fan Xian returned. How did it go? Have they all been sent away? Lin Chen inquired. I only managed to escort the middle-aged man and his family. The other 2 attempted to resist midway, and I had to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen made no visible reaction, merely patting Fan Xian on the shoulder. As he prepared to demonstrate the Taizu long fist once more, Fan Xian said nothing further, nodded, and began to practice the martial art. Not long after they began their practice, the esteemed eunuch Ho arrived. Ordinarily, when summoned by the emperor, the summoned individuals should arrive promptly to await the royal audience. However, these 2 gentlemen exhibited no such awareness. As darkness enveloped the sky, they remained conspicuously absent. Consequently, eunuch Ho, in a state of urgency, came specifically to fetch them. He did not impose any difficulties upon them, and thus, Fan Xian and Lin Chen followed him, while Teng Zijing, not having received an invitation from the emperor, took his leave to return home. The imperial palace, after all, stands as the most magnificent and opulent location in the realm. Even a mere section of its expanse dwarfs the Fan residence by an immeasurable margin. To reach the banquet hall, one must traverse a vast courtyard and then proceed along a long, open path after entering through the grand gates. Following this, they stepped onto a wooden pavilion, navigating a series of twists and turns until they finally arrived at their destination. Along the way, Lin Chen and Fan Xian surveyed their surroundings. Fan Xian, primarily out of curiosity, took note of the environment, pondering the possibility of a clandestine visit in the future, while Lin Chen aimed to assess the palace's formidable strength. Indeed, it must be said, the palace lived up to its reputation. Its grandeur was unparalleled. The guards stationed at various posts possessed abilities of the 5th or 6th rank, while the imperial troops were composed of individuals of at least the 7th rank. Lin Chen even observed several individuals of the 8th rank, though he did not encounter any of the 9th rank, likely due to the vicinity. However, before the banquet hall, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a man who appeared to be no less formidable than Yi Zhong. This individual, approximately in his 30s, wielded a heavy bow and stood at the entrance of the hall, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing Fan Xian and Lin Chen, his gaze lingered for a considerable duration. What was this fellow's name? Lin Chen pointed directly at him and inquired of eunuch Ho beside him. Although he had formed a conjecture in his mind, Lin Chen sought confirmation. His name is Yan Xiaoyi. Eunuch Ho, quite exasperated by Lin Chen's unrefined manner and lack of decorum, felt quite helpless. Throughout their journey, Lin Chen had shown no restraint, openly questioning everything he encountered. Eunuch Ho dared not withhold answers, for if he did, Lin Chen would undoubtedly retort, "Do you look down upon me?" Indeed, this fellow was Yin Xiaoyi. Nodding discreetly, Lin Chen, disregarding Eunuch Ho's presence, boldly stated, "Fan Xian, remember this. It was Yin Xiaoyi who once sought to take your life." Lin Chen's intent was deliberate. Being a confidant of the emperor, Eunuch Ho would surely relay this information, and thus, Lin Chen could gauge the emperor's reaction following the banquet to determine whether to apprehend this man thereafter. Remember this. Fan Xian nodded in complete agreement. What? Upon hearing this, Eunuch Ho's mind momentarily faltered, leaving him utterly bewildered. Fan Xian and Lin Chen did not wait for him and swiftly entered the side hall. However, before stepping in, Fan Xian exchanged a deep glance with Yin Xiaoyi. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, this fellow might possess slightly greater strength than Yi Chong, yet he remained feeble. Even without activating any special abilities, Lin Chen was confident he could subdue this person within 10 moves. Should he choose to activate his special abilities, he could achieve victory in merely 3 moves. If his intent was to kill, it would be even simpler. 1 move would suffice. After all, capturing and killing are 2 distinct concepts. The latter merely requires the full exertion of one's strength, whereas the former demands a more refined control of power, which is considerably more challenging. Young Master Fan. Young Master Zhou, this way please. At that moment, Eunuch Ho followed closely behind. They did not foolishly inquire about anything, but instead guided the two into the hall. The side hall was spacious, with ample space on both sides, while the center featured a remarkably classical hall, separated by supporting pillars. At the far end was the main seat, with a large table and chairs, which would soon accommodate the emperor during the celebration. In front of the main seat was a slightly smaller table, which caught Lin Chen's attention. Whose position is this? To sit beside the emperor. The identity must be significant, perhaps the Princess Royal? On either side of the hall, there were 2 tables, behind which lay square cushions, the status of which differed from that of the tables above. Clearly, there were 5 guests today, one of whom held a relatively noble status. However, at this moment, Lin Chen had only seen himself and Fan Xian. After leading the 2 to the seats on the right, Eunuch Ho departed. Fan Xian wished to converse with Lin Chen, but Lin Chen had already closed his eyes in meditation, prompting Fan Xian to wisely refrain from speaking and instead survey his surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was utilizing this moment of tranquility to cultivate, keenly sensing the environment around him, eager to detect if any Grand Masters were nearby. Before long, a loud proclamation echoed from outside the side hall. The Crown Prince has arrived. Just before the Crown Prince stepped foot into the hall, another announcement rang out. The second prince has arrived. Both entered the side hall in unison. This suggested that the Crown Prince was not particularly formidable. As the Crown Prince, he ought to overshadow the other princes, yet the second prince showed no deference, openly competing with him. On the surface, they appeared equally matched, but in truth, the Crown Prince was already at a disadvantage. However, this did not capture Lin Chen's attention. When the 2 entered, he merely glanced their way and then returned to his focus. Upon their entrance, both princes directed their attention towards Lin Chen and Fan Xian. But upon realizing Lin Chen's disinterest in conversation, they wisely refrained from making themselves uncomfortable. They simply greeted Fan Xian, then took their seats opposite him. It is rather amusing how the upper echelons of society are so hypocritical. Despite their shared desire for Fan Xian's demise, both wore smiles and exuded warmth in their words, revealing the intriguing nature of their facade. Although Fan Xian did not display any disdain towards the 2 individuals, he found it impossible to smile in the presence of those who sought his demise. He greeted the Crown Prince and the second prince with a bow, merely out of respect for their status. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Shortly after the 2 took their seats, a loud voice echoed from outside the hall. The Crown Princess has arrived. Everyone turned their heads, yet no one appeared at the entrance. At this moment, Lin Chen's ears perked up slightly as he sensed Yin Xiaoyi conversing with the Crown Princess. However, Yin Xiaoyi, being a cautious individual, spoke in a deliberately hushed tone, rendering Lin Chen unable to catch the words, save for the Crown Princess's final remark, "I understand." With that, she stepped forward into the hall. The Crown Princess, with her striking long black hair and flowing white attire, exuded an air of grandeur. Even amidst such a remarkable presence, Lin Chen merely cast a glance before turning his attention back, quietly awaiting the arrival of Emperor Qing. Nevertheless, he mentally noted the significance of Yan Xiaoyi's connection with the crown princess. Meanwhile, behind the barrier of the main seat, Emperor Qing squinted his eyes as he observed Lin Chen, listening to the report from Eunuch Ho. The report was succinct, detailing the actions of the two as they entered the palace. Among the most significant was the statement that Lin Chen claimed Yan Xiaoyi intended to kill Fan Xian. This revelation caused a slight furrow in Emperor Qing's brow, yet he remained silent. Once the crown princess took her seat at the table beside the main throne, Emperor Qing gestured for Eunuch Ho to withdraw. Understanding the cue, Ho stepped out and proclaimed, "His Majesty has arrived." Emperor Qing had been intently watching Lin Chen, taking note of every expression, change in countenance, and glimmer in his eyes since his entrance into the hall. Coupled with Eunuch Ho's report, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. If Lin Chen were to realize this, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for he perceived Emperor Qing as an ordinary individual, leading him to regard the imperial family with little significance. His focus had been on the hidden Grandmaster. Yet now, the Emperor's prolonged gaze upon him went unnoticed, which was profoundly unsettling. Such a concealed aura of power was not something a mere 9th rank could achieve, if all went as anticipated. The Grandmaster concealed within the palace must indeed be Emperor Qing. Regrettably, Lin Chen remained oblivious to this revelation. Adorned in a black robe embroidered with golden dragons, with a hairpin crafted from pure gold, Emperor Qing emerged with an imposing presence that captivated all. The servants had long since knelt upon the ground, and the crown prince and second prince also rose in respect. Observing this, Fan Xian quickly whispered, "Zhou Gu, if they kneel, should we kneel as well? Kneeling to heaven, to earth, to parents, to the emperor? What nonsense!" Lin Chen pursed his lips slightly, considering that he had treated us to a meal. A courteous bow would suffice. However, it was merely a banquet of a private nature, devoid of the rigid protocols of the court. Neither the crown prince nor the second prince knelt, but merely offered a respectful gesture, while Lin Chen and Fan Xian also clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Observing this, Emperor Qing chuckled softly, urging them not to be restrained and to take their seats, as he primarily wished to meet two distinguished talents, inviting everyone to indulge in food and drink freely. As these words were spoken, the well-prepared attendants and eunuchs began to present an array of beverages, dishes, and fruits. Lin Chen, unreserved, promptly requested 5 portions from a serving girl and commenced to feast. The palace cuisine was indeed quite delectable and ample, and Lin Chen had no qualms about indulging. He would not feign elegance for the sake of it. As for poison, with the protection of the 9-yang divine art, Lin Chen harbored no fear, and Fan Xian, having been raised in a toxic environment, was equally well-versed in poisons and felt no trepidation. In the grand hall, the two savored their meal with great enthusiasm. Emperor Qing attempted to engage them in conversation several times, but the pair remained engrossed in their repast, scarcely lifting their heads, leaving him without an opportunity to speak. However, Fan Xian, less gluttonous than Lin Chen, eventually raised his gaze. Seizing the moment, Emperor Qing inquired, "Fan Xian, is the food truly that delicious?" "Indeed, it is palace fare, far superior to what we have at the Fan residence," Fan Xian replied, his words slightly muffled by his food. "That is reassuring," Emperor Qing chuckled, the conversation now flowing more easily. "I heard that this morning, you encountered an assassination attempt by a Northern Qi assassin on Yolan Street, and you managed to turn the tables on him. Is that true?" At this, Fan Xian paused mid-bite and, with a subtle bow, replied, "Your Majesty, it is indeed the case." "Oh, could you elaborate on the specifics? I did not anticipate that you, Fan Xian, possess not only literary talent, but such formidable prowess to vanquish an 8th-rank expert from Northern Qi. Your Majesty, it was not just me. I was accompanied by my friend, Tung Zijing. Together, we managed to slay him," Fan Xian stated with calm confidence. "Yet, I have received word from the Investigation Institute that it took you both no more than half a stick of incense to dispatch Cheng Jushu, and you emerged virtually unscathed. For 2 7th-rank individuals to encircle and eliminate an 8th-rank expert in such a brief span is ordinarily implausible, unless aided by some potent external force. Fan Xian, you must understand that deceiving the sovereign is a grave offense. I shall grant you an opportunity to reconsider your words. Speak with care." With that, Emperor Qing raised his wine cup with a single hand, not to drink, but rather to fixate his narrowed eyes. a smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized Fan Xian. At this moment, all eyes in the hall turned toward Fan Xian, who, in turn, glanced sideways at Lin Chen, who was still voraciously devouring his meal. In a hushed tone, Fan Xian murmured, "Zhou, what do we do now?" Burp. A mere belch was his response. Lin Chen then dabbed his mouth with a handkerchief and turned to Emperor Qing, saying, "Your Majesty, it was indeed I who dealt the fatal blow." "Oh, you are the one who committed the act?" Emperor Qing had received a comprehensive report from the Investigation Institute earlier that afternoon regarding this matter. The intelligence indicated that Fan Xian had left the house only with Teng Zijing, while Lin Chen was still within the Fan residence at the time of departure. However, after the incident, Lin Chen inexplicably appeared at the scene, with no witnesses to account for his departure from the Fan residence. From this, Emperor Qing discerned that Lin Chen possessed considerable strength, a fact he had already observed previously. Thus, he felt compelled to test Lin Chen's capabilities. "You claim to have slain an 8th-rank master. Do you possess any evidence?" "I do not have evidence, but that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies with the individual behind this heinous act. We have unearthed some clues." The old rascal, Emperor Qing, seemed intent on steering the conversation towards the method of the murder, probing into the matter of firearms. Lin Chen, however, would not allow him to succeed and deftly diverted the topic. After speaking, Lin Chen cast a glance at Fan Xian and resumed his meal. The latter, understanding the cue, quickly added, "Upon investigation, we discovered that this assassination is related to a certain Deputy General of the City Patrol. When we visited the Deputy General's residence this afternoon to seek information and evidence, we found that assassins had infiltrated the premises, but fortunately, Brother Zhou's strength was formidable enough to capture all 3 of the attackers." Chapter 69. A single blow. When Fan Xian announced that all had been apprehended, Lin Chen noticed the second prince tighten his fists, while the Princess Royal's heartbeat quickened slightly. As for Yin Xiaoi, who stood guard at the door, Lin Chen observed that he had subtly shifted his stance towards the entrance. No one interrupted Fan Xian's narrative, not even Emperor Qing, whose eyes gleamed with interest. After capturing these 3 men, we began to interrogate them about their instigator. Initially, they remained silent, but in the end, they revealed the identity of the mastermind. At this point, Fan Xian deliberately paused, his gaze shifting towards the crown prince and the second prince. Noticing this, Emperor Qing promptly inquired, "What is this? Does this matter involve both the crown prince and the second prince as well?" The 2 were about to defend themselves, but upon seeing the emperor's raised hand, they suppressed their words and awaited further developments. "Not for the time being," Fan Xian replied, shaking his head, and then looked towards the entrance. However, the 3 assassins claimed that the mastermind behind this was none other than the commander of the palace guards, Yin Xiaoi. "Commander Yin?" Emperor Qing feigned confusion, then elongated his tone as he called out, "Commander Yin, did you hear what Fan Xian just said?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Yin Xiaoi stepped forward, unstrapping his bow and entering the hall. After a respectful bow, he proclaimed, "Young Master Fan, we are not acquainted. Why would I wish you harm? Perhaps it is those assassins who have deliberately fabricated my name to divert attention." The emperor remarked, "Fan Xian, Commander Yan's words hold merit. Do you possess any evidence that the assassin identified Commander Yan?" "Of course, I have no evidence. I have promised to spare the assassin's life and have arranged for him to reside in a concealed location," Fan Xian replied. "Oh." The emperor suddenly gestured towards the entrance of the grand hall. "Is the assassin you mentioned this individual?" Following his pointed finger, they beheld a middle-aged man being escorted into the hall by the guards. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the middle-aged assassin Fan Xian had previously sent away. Upon entering, the man displayed an expression of indifference, his eyes as stagnant as a still pond. Even upon seeing Lin Chen and Fan Xian, his countenance remained unchanged. "It is he." Both Lin Chen and Fan Xian exchanged astonished glances, rising to their feet. Fan Xian distinctly remembered escorting this man and his family to a desolate path, returning only after several miles. Logically, there had been no one in that vicinity, and had they assumed new identities, they would have been living under entirely different personas. Yet, here was the assassin, inexplicably present. He had been apprehended by the Inspection Bureau, and after interrogation, he disclosed that he was a covert agent from Beiqi. "This is the result of the interrogation. You may take a look," the emperor stated, producing a document which he handed to Eunuch Ho to present to Fan Xian. After reading it, Fan Xian placed it before Lin Chen. With just a cursory glance, Lin Chen could not help but marvel at the adeptness of the Inspection Bureau. Originally, based on the man's demeanor and his heartbeat during questioning, Lin Chen was certain he had spoken the truth, implicating Yin Xiaoyi as the mastermind. Yet, according to the Bureau's report, this individual had transformed into a spy infiltrating the capital for Beiqi. His mention of Yin Xiaoyi was merely an attempt to incite discord and chaos within the capital. As for the murder of the Vice General's household, it was suggested that the Vice General himself was also a spy for Beiqi, merely a pawn destined for elimination. Who are you really? Who is behind you? Fan Xian demanded of the middle-aged man. As anticipated by Lin Chen, the man's response mirrored the report's claims. He indeed was a spy for Beiqi, asserting that mentioning Yin Xiaoyi was a strategy to incite turmoil in the capital. Upon hearing this, Fan Xian grasped the situation. Some individuals possess the power to manipulate the truth, dictating what others say and how events unfold. The genuine truth remains a privilege reserved for the powerful, inaccessible to the weak. Fortunately, Lin Chen did not consider himself weak. Amidst this impasse, he paused his ongoing consumption and remarked coolly, "What the assassin claims now is of little consequence to me. I only acknowledge the words I heard earlier. Yin Xiaoyi, I must inquire. Why did you send someone to assassinate Fan Xian? Who are you? Are you aware that falsely accusing the commander of the guards is a grave offense?" Yin Xiaoyi stepped forward, positioning himself directly opposite Lin Chen. Casting a sidelong glance at Emperor Qing, Lin Chen realized that the old man showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, he wore an expression akin to that of a spectator. Lin Chen understood that this was deliberate on Yin Xiaoyi's part. He sought to test Lin Chen. Feeling no desire to engage in further banter, Lin Chen resolved that if the Grand Master did not appear today, he would demand an explanation for himself. For this matter would not conclude otherwise. With that thought, Lin Chen abruptly stood up without any movement of his hands. This maneuver startled Yin Xiaoyi slightly. The precision of control was remarkable. Though he could achieve similar feats, he believed he could not attain such a refined level. Earlier, he had overheard Lin Chen's words about being able to kill an 8th grade master. Yin Xiaoyi speculated that Lin Chen was merely a 9th grade practitioner. However, it now appeared that he might be of a higher caliber, perhaps even a 9th grade upper. Though perplexed, Yin Xiaoyi knew that if Lin Chen were indeed of the 9th grade upper, he would not have gone unnoticed or unrecorded by the Inspection Institute. Yet, the reality was before him, and he could only proceed with caution. It was rumored that a Grand Master resided within the Imperial Palace. Lin Chen adjusted his attire and spoke casually. Yin Xiaoyi felt blatantly disregarded, which incited his anger. He retorted sharply, "You are a nameless nobody. How dare you discuss a Grand Master?" Without engaging in further debate, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he launched a punch directly at Yin Xiaoyi's chest. Yin Xiaoyi, however, remained unperturbed. He had been closely monitoring Lin Chen, and as the punch approached, he immediately placed his hands before his chest to brace for the impact. Simultaneously, he devised his next move. After blocking the punch, he intended to counterattack. Yet, when Lin Chen's fist made contact with his arm, Yin Xiaoyi realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The punch felt as heavy as a mountain, akin to a charging carriage colliding with his arm. And the force was merely secondary. The fist also carried a peculiar energy that not only shattered the true qi clinging to his arm, but sought to penetrate his body. It was irresistible. Yin Xiaoyi attempted to use the force of the blow to retreat, but he was a moment too late. Lin Chen pressed forward, and the energy erupted violently. This strike not only sent Yin Xiaoyi flying, but also allowed the internal energy to surge into his body, causing his true qi to become chaotic. After being propelled 7 or 8 steps backward, Yin Xiaoyi clutched his chest and expelled a mist of blood. Chapter 70. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? In a single blow, Yin Xiaoyi, possessing the strength of a 9th grade upper, sustained internal injuries. This scene astonished all present, including Emperor Qing and Fan Xian. While Fan Xian was aware of Lin Chen's formidable strength and had even stated that he could contend with those of the 9th rank, witnessing it firsthand was still a source of great surprise. Emperor Qing shared a similar sentiment. He recognized that this individual was not Wu Zhu, yet intelligence suggested he possessed exceptional power. In his mind, Lin Chen was merely a peak 9th rank, likely a product of Wu Zhu's clandestine tutelage. Initially, Emperor Qing had intended for Yin Xiaoyi to engage him in combat as a means of gauging his strength. However, the reality of his capabilities far exceeded his expectations, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Although Lin Chen's strength still paled in comparison to his own, he could undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost practitioner beneath the Grand Master. Lin Chen observed the reactions of the crowd before proclaiming, "Bring forth the Grand Master. The 9th rank cannot match my prowess." His recent strike had already disrupted Yan Xiaoyi's internal energy. While the injury may not be grave, it rendered him incapable of combat for the foreseeable future. This was, in fact, a clever maneuver on Lin Chen's part, striking with intent while feigning nonchalance, compounded by the unique internal force that had never before graced this world, resulting in extraordinary efficacy. Should a subsequent encounter arise, the outcome would be drastically different. An overwhelming surge of internal energy would likely result in a fatal blow. The disparity in martial arts between this world and his own was akin to a collision of eras, the steam age versus the electric age. While steam engines could achieve many tasks that electric motors could, the efficiency gap was staggering. In the absence of any mental preparation on the opponent's part, Lin Chen's full-force close-range strike, while not guaranteed to slay every 9th rank practitioner, would assuredly prove lethal with a follow-up blow. After several seconds of shouting, the anticipated Grand Master did not emerge. Instead, palace guards rushed in, encircling Lin Chen. Observing this, Lin Chen refrained from further words and approached Yan Xiaoyi, declaring, "If you, Commander Yan, do not provide me with an explanation regarding Fan Xian's assassination today, I shall take your life." With a swift motion, the guards drew their blades, aiming them at Lin Chen. At that moment, the expressions of those present varied greatly. The Crown Prince displayed unabashed astonishment, even showing signs of fear. Meanwhile, the second prince maintained an outward calm, though his grip on the wine cup turned pale, and his gaze betrayed inner turmoil. Above them, the Grand Princess toyed with her gown, a serene smile gracing her features, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. In the setting, Fan Xian's face radiated excitement at Lin Chen's display of support, looking quite dashing. Had it not been for the decorum of the occasion, he would have stood up to cheer enthusiastically. Meanwhile, on the dais, the Emperor seemed to have exchanged a few words with Eunuch Ho, who promptly departed. Leaving the Emperor to gaze leisurely at Lin Chen, his demeanor calm, and even taking the time to sip his wine. Lin Chen, observing the guards, remarked nonchalantly, "This place is rather exquisite. It would be a pity if it were stained red." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the Emperor on the dais and inquired, "Your Majesty, what do you think?" The Emperor remained silent, giving Lin Chen a penetrating look before gesturing for the guards to withdraw. Seizing the moment, Yan Xiaoyi was fervently attempting to stabilize the chaotic energy within him. At this juncture, Lin Chen disregarded the Emperor's intent to speak and turned to Yan Xiaoyi, stating coolly, "Commander Yan, I consider myself a reasonable man. If you recount in full the events leading to the assassination attempt on Fan Xian, including the mastermind behind it, I shall let you off the hook." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiaoyi erupted with fury, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you display such audacity within the palace and slander me? I shall ensure your demise here today." Filled with indignation, Yan Xiaoyi was far from placated. As an archer, his prowess lay predominantly in his skill with the bow. And though his close combat abilities were not insignificant, they paled in comparison to his archery. Having been caught off guard by Lin Chen's sudden attack, he had only just regained his composure, especially since the guards had now returned his bow and arrows. Now, with his weapon in hand, Yan Xiaoyi felt capable of turning the tables on Lin Chen. Humph! With a cold huff, Lin Chen prepared to make his move. It was astonishing how Yan Xiaoyi, a captain of the palace guards, could betray his duty to the Emperor and align himself with either the second prince or the crown prince. Such a betrayal was utterly ludicrous. As for the possibility of the Emperor being behind this plot, it existed, albeit with a very low probability. One must consider that a sovereign of a great nation would not employ such convoluted methods to eliminate Fan Xian, a mere 7th-rank official's illegitimate son, whom he could easily dispatch with a flick of his wrist. Thus, the likelihood of the Emperor being the orchestrator was exceedingly slim. At this point, Yan Xiaoyi had evidently chosen his allegiance. Given Lin Chen's brazen interrogation, even if he were to spare Yan Xiaoyi in the end, the latter would find no favor with the Emperor. However, these considerations were secondary. Lin Chen's boldness in the palace stemmed chiefly from his mission to ascertain the details surrounding the assassination attempt on Fan Xian. Without clarifying this matter, he could never fulfill his obligation to ensure Teng Zijing's survival. In the second aspect, as he mentioned, Lin Chen truly aims to provoke the Grand Master. After his encounters with those of the 9th rank, Lin Chen felt that his strength surpassed theirs significantly. It seemed that only a Grand Master could truly engage him in a serious battle. Perhaps he might not emerge victorious, but when it came to retreating, Lin Chen was quite confident in his abilities. The task required him to challenge any Grand Master, and merely engaging in combat, even if he fled afterward, should suffice. The ideal scenario would be for Lin Chen to compel Yan Xiaoyi to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, subsequently executing the assassination, and then forcing the Grand Master out for a duel, only to escape afterward. Completing 2 side quests in one fell swoop would be exhilarating. Most importantly, upon accomplishing these tasks, Lin Chen would be left with only one main quest that required him to elevate his abilities to the innate level. At that point, he would no longer need to concern himself with anything else, focusing solely on enhancing his strength. Such were his thoughts. Yet, just as Lin Chen prepared to inflict more harm upon Yan Xiaoyi to extract information, the Emperor Qing, seated in the main position, spoke up. When a Grand Master enters the fray, bloodshed is inevitable. It would be a pity to taint this beautiful hall with crimson. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Zhou? Chapter 71. The Man in Black and the Overbearing True Qi. Do not be deceived by Lin Chen's singular focus on Yan Xiaoyi. In reality, most of his attention was directed toward his surroundings. After all, the hidden Grand Master posed a significant threat, and as soon as Emperor Qing spoke, Lin Chen discerned the menace embedded in his words. Interestingly, he had previously employed similar rhetoric to threaten others, only to find it turned against him by this old man. It seems the concealed Grand Master must be nearby. Otherwise, Emperor Qing would not have suddenly adopted such a bold demeanor. Contemplating this, Lin Chen remained vigilant while responding with a smile. Your Majesty speaks true. This hall is indeed beautiful, and it would be a shame to stain it with blood. However, my dear brother Fan has suffered injustice, and as his elder brother, it is my duty to stand up for him, is it not? Today, Commander Yin must provide me with an explanation. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Emperor Qing, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In previous instances, regardless of the status of those present, anyone daring to address Emperor Qing in such a manner would undoubtedly face reprimand, or even death, without a second thought. Even if Emperor Qing were in a good mood and chose not to pursue the matter, the aftermath would not be pleasant. However, remarkably, it seemed that whether it was due to the Emperor's intervention or the imposing aura exuded by Lin Chen, no one dared to challenge him, allowing him to express himself freely in the hall. Oh, an explanation? Emperor Qing chuckled. If you seek an explanation from Commander Yin, you may as well step outside to demand it. Here, you shall not receive it. By the way, weren't you keen to meet the Grand Master? Perhaps you will encounter him upon your exit. As Emperor Qing uttered these words, Yan Xiaoyi nodded in understanding, promptly turning to dash toward the hall's exit. Lin Chen discerned this fact, yet he refrained from intervening. Instead, he cast a penetrating glance at Emperor Qing. Lin Chen surmised that the Grand Master must be situated outside the palace. The Emperor's words seemed to indicate a final attempt to probe Lin Chen's intentions. Concealing a Grand Master for many years, it was evident that the Emperor wished to keep this secret hidden. Today, however, Lin Chen had disregarded the Emperor's face. The Emperor had offered him an avenue of retreat, which clearly indicated the paramount importance of this Grand Master to him. Nonetheless, Lin Chen's objective today was precisely this Grand Master. As for the Emperor's probing, Lin Chen paid it no heed. He first cast a restraining glance at the fidgety Fan Xian, then resolutely strode toward the palace exit. No sooner had Lin Chen approached the threshold than a furrow formed on his brow. He had been attuned to the aura of Yan Xiaoyi. But as he neared the door, that aura suddenly surged away into the distance. With no time to waste, Lin Chen swiftly exited the grand hall. There, in the open space to his right, Yan Xiaoyi was sprinting towards a cluster of palatial halls at an astonishing speed. Lin Chen did not rush to pursue. Instead, he meticulously sensed his surroundings, aware that the Grand Master was nearby and that he must proceed with caution. Moments later, Lin Chen detected no formidable presence nor any hint of danger. Peering into the distance, he saw Yan Xiaoyi paused at a corner, quietly observing him, clearly awaiting Lin Chen's approach. Casting one last glance at the assorted expressions of those within the hall, Lin Chen exchanged a smile with Fan Xian before unleashing his flying goose technique, propelling himself towards Yan Xiaoyi. In the distance, Yan Xiaoyi remained motionless. After Lin Chen had covered a considerable distance, Yan Xiaoyi suddenly dashed inside, vanishing from Lin Chen's sight. Thinking to escape? It was too late. In this world, martial artists, while circulating their internal energy, inevitably emit a trace of it into the environment. Although this energy dissipates quickly, it is reliable for tracking within a short time frame. At this moment, Lin Chen needed not to see his quarry. By following the trail of this dispersed energy, he could capture Yan Xiaoyi. However, just as Lin Chen rounded the corner, a dark shadow suddenly lunged toward him. The assailant moved with remarkable speed, employing a fierce palm technique. The force of the strike enveloped Lin Chen even before it arrived, exuding immense power. In an instant, Lin Chen deduced the identity of this individual, the hidden Grand Master within the palace. Without a hint of underestimation, he activated his special abilities. The 9 Yang divine skills surged to life as he assumed a Tai Chi stance, preparing to confront the black-clad figure's palm with all his might. Simultaneously, the black-clad figure closed the distance, his face obscured by a black scarf, revealing only a pair of malevolent eyes that locked onto Lin Chen. His withered, yellowed hand reached ominously forward, reminiscent of a specter demanding retribution, truly terrifying. Lin Chen did not wait for the assault to come. Instead, he took the initiative, sidestepping to grapple with the assailant's hand. Yet before he could exert himself, a flying kick from the man in black struck, compelling Lin Chen to adapt his approach. In no time, the two exchanged 7 or 8 vigorous moves, their combat sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding fences and pillars. Not far away, Yan Xiaoyi stood atop a roof, observing the skirmish since its inception. As the battle intensified, he drew back his bow, the arrow aimed squarely at Lin Chen's chest. After a moment of careful aim, he chose the opportune moment to release, and the arrow, infused with his vital energy, soared through the air. At that instant, alarm bells rang in Lin Chen's mind. He had anticipated a potential ambush from Yan Xiaoyi, remaining vigilant all along. As the arrow hurtled towards him, he immediately summoned his vital energy and engaged the man in black with a palm strike, creating distance between them while simultaneously evading the arrow. Glancing at Yan Xiaoyi on the rooftop and then at the man in black before him, Lin Chen felt a wave of seriousness wash over him. Yan Xiaoyi, without doubt, was the world's preeminent archer, and the power and speed of his shot were formidable. From this distance, it rivaled that of a rifle. The man in black, too, displayed remarkable strength, likely bordering on that of a grandmaster. However, Lin Chen sensed that this grandmaster was not as formidable as he had imagined. He initially thought such a master would effortlessly overpower him, especially with Yan Xiaoyi watching from the sidelines, prompting Lin Chen to prepare for a hasty retreat. Yet, as he engaged the man in black, he realized that this adversary was indeed stronger than a 9th-tier practitioner, possibly even surpassing his own strength. Still, Lin Chen discerned that this individual's prowess did not stem from a superior realm, but rather from a particularly unique and domineering form of vital energy. Each palm and punch unleashed by the man in black sent waves of overpowering energy coursing through Lin Chen's body, which he could not fully repel, forcing him to endure the blows. Fortunately, Lin Chen's own 9 Yang vital energy was robust enough to counteract this oppressive force. Otherwise, he would have sustained injuries after just a few exchanges and would have been compelled to flee. Ultimately, however, the man in black relied solely on his overwhelming vital energy. Much like the 18 dragon-subduing palms, a second-rate expert could contend with a top-tier one through sheer force. If Lin Chen could discover a method to specifically counteract this domineering vital energy, he could still emerge victorious against this foe. Not to mention, if Lin Chen were to master Tai Chi to perfection, he would be confident in besting this adversary. Chapter 72. Probe as it happened. This form of vital energy seemed familiar to Lin Chen. Previously, when he was instructing Fan Xian within the Fan estate, Fan Xian's vital energy had exuded a similar sense of forcefulness and dominance. At that moment, I inquired, and Fan Xian disclosed that the martial arts technique he practiced was called the overbearing technique, with the resulting true energy referred to as overbearing true qi, imparted to him by his enigmatic uncle Wu Zhu. The figure before me, clad in black, might also be cultivating overbearing true qi. Furthermore, his prowess presumably ranked at the upper echelon of the 9th tier, vastly superior to Fan Xian, thus enabling him to contend with Lin Chen. According to the conventions of novels, films, and television dramas, the protagonist's martial arts should not only be among the finest in this realm, but likely the very best. It is no wonder that this individual exceeds the typical ninth-tier practitioner. The ability to master such a technique implies remarkable strength. Given the current predicament, the situation has become rather precarious. In front of me stands the black-clad adversary, while in the distance, Yin Xiao lurks with malicious intent, poised to unleash a lethal arrow at any moment. Lin Chen felt a sense of frustration. The treacherous Emperor Qing had orchestrated a scenario where two opponents assail him. And there could be even more formidable experts poised to join the fray. In this murky darkness, the circumstances are utterly obscured, suggesting a genuine intent to inflict fatal harm. It appears that Lin Chen's aspirations for the day are in jeopardy, unless he resorts to firearm usage, which seems unnecessary. This black-clad figure is likely merely a formidable upper-tier ninth practitioner. At this juncture, the Grand Master has yet to make an appearance, remaining deeply concealed. Should Lin Chen press too far, he might inadvertently provoke the Grand Master into revealing himself. If that occurs, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, as I pondered, another arrow from Yin Xiao flew toward me, coinciding with the black-clad adversary's offensive move. Evading the incoming arrow, Lin Chen swiftly resolved that further confrontation was futile. He must flee. However, a direct escape would not be wise. Should a Grand Master intercept him midway, he could very well find himself obliterated. The only prudent course is to retreat to the main hall, where the Crown Prince, Emperor Qing, and the Princess reside. As long as he refrains from any outrageous actions, he should remain unharmed. With this in mind, Lin Chen engaged in a brief exchange with the black-clad assailant before pivoting towards the side hall, activating the flying goose technique, which propelled him forward with remarkable speed. He deftly incorporated the 8 trigram step, weaving gracefully, evading all arrows shot by Yin Xiao. As for the black-clad figure, he seemed ill-equipped in lightness skills and was quickly left behind. The distance from the skirmish site to the banquet in the side hall was approximately 200 meters. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen arrived at the hall's entrance. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the black-clad figure had vanished, leaving only Yin Xiao approaching from afar. Observing the system devoid of any notifications, Lin Chen mused, as expected, this black-clad individual is certainly not a Grand Master. Had he been one, a task completion notification regarding the challenge would have manifested by now. Reflecting on Emperor Qing's prior comments, coupled with the black-clad figure's sudden disappearance, further solidified his suspicions. Lin Chen could not help but marvel at the depth of concealment exhibited by the Grand Master within the Imperial Palace. Even now, he remained oblivious to the identity of this formidable figure. Although he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the broader dynamics of this world, the existence of such a hidden Grand Master indicated that Emperor Qing was far from ordinary. He had underestimated this sovereign, who had so effortlessly led him into a situation where he could have been severely reprimanded. Were it not for his own formidable strength, he might have met a grim fate by now. As he entered the side hall, Lin Chen quickened his pace, remaining silent as he seated himself cross-legged. The atmosphere in the main hall was exceedingly peculiar. No one uttered a word, not even Fan Xian dared to inquire of Lin Chen. It was only when Yin Xiao made his entrance that the tension began to dissipate. "Your Majesty, I have delivered the instructions to Master Zhou," Yin Xiao announced, kneeling in reverence. At this, Emperor Qing displayed a glimmer of interest, turning his gaze towards Lin Chen. "Master Zhou, are you satisfied with these arrangements?" When Lin Chen had entered, despite Emperor Qing's outward calm, there was a flicker of surprise within him. How could Lin Chen have returned alive? He had faced the combined might of Hong Xixiang and Yin Xiao. Hong Xixiang, a close attendant to the Empress Dowager, was a 9th-rank expert who cultivated the formidable dominant true qi. This unique form of energy could significantly amplify one's power, enabling a practitioner of the 8th rank to contend with a 9th-rank opponent for a brief period. A 9th rank could withstand others of the same caliber, while Hong Xixiang, being a superior 9th rank, could even withstand several strikes from a Grand Master, though he was still far from equaling a Grand Master. With a 9th-rank sharpshooter like Yin Xiao by his side, it seemed improbable that they would fail to eliminate Lin Chen, who was beneath the Grand Master's level. Yet, the reality was as it stood. Whether he believed it or not, it was undeniable. Based on the current circumstances, it appeared that the two had indeed triumphed over Master Zhou, albeit he had managed to escape. "Certainly, I am satisfied," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Rising to his feet, "Your Majesty, today I found a kindred spirit in the Crown Prince," who is quite fond of poetry and literature. I wish to invite His Highness to the fan residence for an evening of discourse. What are your Majesty's thoughts on this proposition? In the Grand Hall, Lin Chen felt a sense of security, yet he understood that this was not a place to linger indefinitely. He yearned to depart alongside Fan Xian, but he needed to hold something of value in his hands before doing so. Leaving empty-handed might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he sought to gauge Emperor Qing's sentiments regarding the Crown Prince's involvement. The Crown Prince appeared utterly perplexed. Fond of poetry? While he indeed enjoyed it, he felt he paled in comparison to the second prince. Why was he being singled out? An entire night of discourse at the fan residence? Emperor Qing glanced between Lin Chen and the Crown Prince, a sudden smile breaking across his face. The fan residence belonged to Fan Jian, the Minister of Revenue. One was the Crown Prince, and the other was the Minister of Revenue. Emperor Qing gestured towards Fan Xian. Why not ask Fan Xian if he finds this arrangement agreeable? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned his head to glance at Fan Xian, who responded with a subtle shake of his head. It was likely a matter of identity, and Lin Chen did not dwell on it further. He reiterated, the second prince and I share a close friendship. As the banquet is nearing its conclusion, I would like to invite the second prince to the fan residence for a discussion. Emperor Qing understood Lin Chen's intentions, fearing that he might take action against him, thus seeking a protective talisman. Truthfully, Emperor Qing harbored thoughts of ambushing Lin Chen on his return journey, even contemplating direct involvement. However, he was not prepared to act hastily, lacking the assurance of a decisive strike, and was unaware of many factors. For instance, the presence of Wu Zhu in the capital, the mysterious thunderous noise from the gorge, and the peculiar wounds on the northern Qi assassin from before. Emperor Qing suspected that this Zhou Ming might be concealing his true strength or possessing some extraordinary weapon. To err on the side of caution, he would refrain from taking action without certainty. Chapter 73. Speculation. Your Majesty, Brother Zhou is correct. Our ties with the second prince are indeed close. Recently, I acquired some calligraphy and paintings, and this evening I wish to invite the second prince to appreciate them together. Fan Xian announced, rising to his feet with a resonant voice. He was not foolish. Noticing Lin Chen's demeanor, he had begun to sense something amiss. Thus, despite being a mere illegitimate child without significant standing, he felt compelled to lend his support. Lin Chen silently acknowledged Fan Xian's loyalty, yet he knew it was of little consequence. What influence could an unremarkable illegitimate son wield to affect Emperor Qing's decisions? If it were only Fan Xian present, he would undoubtedly escape unscathed, for Emperor Qing's assertiveness suggested that a formidable master was concealed nearby. Lin Chen, on the other hand, would find it difficult to leave alone without the intervention of a grandmaster. Even with a 9th grade skill level, he was hardly a match. However, Lin Chen desired to depart alongside Fan Xian, as there were those within the palace who sought his life. Should he remain behind, his very existence could be in jeopardy. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was not particularly anxious. With dual pistols at his waist, he was confident he could eliminate all 20 or so individuals in the Grand Hall, including maids and eunuchs, within 5 seconds. In that eventuality, the only ones left standing would be Fan Xian and himself, along with a hidden grandmaster. However, such a scenario was not what Lin Chen wished to witness, as it would not only expose his trump card, but also irrevocably sever ties with that grandmaster. If a grandmaster were to pursue him relentlessly, Lin Chen would indeed feel a pang of unease. Offending an entire nation might not pose a threat to his life, given his capabilities, but it would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of troubles. In summary, Lin Chen chose to proceed with caution. At that moment, Emperor Qing, absently polishing his wine cup, contemplated and remarked, "In that case, let the second prince accompany you on your visit." As the words left his lips, a momentary silence enveloped the gathering. No one had anticipated that Emperor Qing would acquiesce. "What? Are you displeased?" The emperor cast a sidelong glance at the second prince. The latter, startled, rose to his feet and respectfully declared, "Father, your son is indeed quite fond of it. I was merely taken aback by the unexpectedness." Outwardly, he maintained composure, yet inwardly, the second prince felt on the verge of tears. What had come over his father? Wasn't his relationship with Fan Xian rather amicable? If the matter had not been exposed, there might have been a chance for reconciliation, but once revealed, they would become sworn enemies. Moreover, the suspicion was already festering. Accompanying Fan to the fan residence would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Thus, it was decided they would go now. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Qing signaled for them to depart, exuding an air of urgency. "Very well, father," the second prince replied. Though somewhat perplexed, he complied. After all, Fan Xian had not yet presented any evidence. As the illustrious second prince, his safety was still assured. Nearby, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He struggled to fathom the emperor's intentions. When it came to testing the crown prince, Emperor Qing had promptly shut him down. Yet he had readily given his consent to the second prince's probing. Was the second prince not his biological son? Shaking his head, Lin Chen dismissed this far-fetched notion. Upon reflecting seriously on the emperor's earlier demeanor, it was evident that he should have refused. So why did he acquiesce the moment Fan Xian spoke? Did Fan Xian possess some alternative identity? Or did Emperor Qing harbor ulterior motives? Lin Chen had no time to ponder further, for the emperor had issued a dismissal, instructing them to take the second prince along. This was their best opportunity to exit gracefully, should they overstep their bounds and voice further objections. The emperor might very well change his mind yet again. As the second prince approached, Lin Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Fan Xian. The latter, understanding the cue, respectfully took his leave from Emperor Qing, and soon, the two exited the side hall, with the second prince trailing closely behind. During their return, Fan Xian engaged the second prince in light-hearted banter, while his bodyguard, Xie Bian, joined them. Fan Xian said nothing in objection, tacitly accepting the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained silent. Although the second prince was a protective talisman at his side, he remained vigilant, ever aware of his surroundings. Human hearts are inscrutable, and who could truly comprehend Emperor Qing's thoughts? Caution was the better part of valor. Fortunately, upon reaching the Fan residence, no unusual occurrences were noted, suggesting that Emperor Qing would likely spare them for the time being. Yet, it was not merely a reprieve for them. It was Fan Xian who had been granted clemency, while Lin Chen himself remained in peril. Previously unclear, upon further reflection and recalling the ninth-rank master, Yi Chong, who had come to investigate his family, Lin Chen surmised that Fan Xian's identity was certainly not ordinary. Consider this. A master at the ninth rank is among the elite in the entire kingdom of Qing. Yet, he has only just arrived at the Fan residence and has had intimate interactions with none other than Fan Xian. Shortly thereafter, another master of the ninth rank comes to investigate his situation. A master of such caliber, merely for a humble countryman? It is evident that the true focus is Fan Xian. As the protagonist of a grand tale, how could his identity be so mundane? According to the conventions of such narratives, it is not out of the realm of possibility that Fan Xian is the son of a great grandmaster, or even the offspring of the Emperor of Qing. Of course, this is merely Lin Chen's speculation. It is equally possible that Fan Xian is an ordinary illegitimate child, destined to rise against all odds. Regardless, Lin Chen cannot remain at the Fan residence, yet he cannot stray too far either. After all, the subplot involving Teng Zijing remains unresolved, necessitating his proximity. After some contemplation, Lin Chen resolves to conceal himself within the capital and arranges a means of communication with Fan Xian. Thus, shortly after returning to the Fan residence and engaging in a brief confidential discussion with Fan Xian, he departs. Staying at the Fan residence would render Lin Chen akin to a living target. Should anyone wish to eliminate him, they could do so effortlessly. However, once he hides away, even a grandmaster would first need to locate him before any harm could be done. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, the banquet hall has been vacated, leaving only two figures, the Emperor of Qing seated regally and a eunuch standing before him, none other than the black-clad man, Hong Sihong, who previously clashed with Lin Chen. He is reporting the earlier events to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I have reviewed the intelligence from the Inspection Institute regarding this individual. It is clear that it is nothing but a fabrication. A master of such prowess could not be so easily summarized. In our encounter, Zhou Ming exhibited an extraordinary reservoir of true energy, searing and potent, and his martial arts skills were exceptionally refined, something I have never witnessed before. His lightness skill was also remarkably advanced. I could not keep pace with him, and after several attempts, I could not discern his footwork. I suspect he may be a secret protege of a great grandmaster, or perhaps he hails from the western regions. Chapter 74, The North Qi Spy. See Li the Western Regions? The Emperor mused, shaking his head. I find it unlikely. However, this individual is indeed protective of Fan Xian. To attempt an assassination in the Grand Hall and audaciously call for a grandmaster to reveal themselves What do you think his belief in your grandmasterly prowess amounts to? Perhaps less than 3 parts, Hong Sihong replied. Upon hearing this, the emperor pondered for a moment before waving his hand. You may leave. Yes. Hong Sihong said no more and promptly exited the hall. Shortly after his departure, Eunuch Ho hurried in. Your Majesty, news from the Investigation Institute has arrived. The second prince and young master Fan are engaged in lively conversation. However, Zhou Ming has already departed from the Fan residence. Where has he gone? Inquired the emperor with urgency. It is said he headed west, yet this individual possesses formidable strength. Upon leaving the Fan residence, he vanished without a trace, and currently, there is no information regarding his whereabouts. Whether he exited the city remains unknown. Eunuch Ho expressed a slight unease. The Investigation Institute was typically infallible, capable of uncovering information within days, even about grandmasters. Yet, Zhou Ming's elusive presence was indeed astonishing. What of Si Gujian, Ku He, and Yi Luyan? Any updates on their status since I had the Investigation Institute look into them? The emperor pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. As you wish, Your Majesty. The situation remains unchanged. Both Si Gujian and Ku He have shown no unusual activity, while Grandmaster Yi Luyan continues to be unpredictable, the last sighting still being at the border. With a soft hum, the emperor fell into deep contemplation. He had been wavering on whether to personally ambush Fan Xian and eliminate him entirely. Now, it seemed the opponent was quite astute, having fled, leaving him unable to act. However, this individual posed a significant threat. The sudden connection with Fan Xian, if mishandled, could disrupt his meticulously laid plans of over a decade. Chen Pingping, the head of the Investigation Institute, ought to return soon to engage with Fan Xian and gather all pertinent information on Zhou Ming. If there were indeed consequences, even a slight revelation must be dealt with. Zhou Ming must be eliminated. With this in mind, the emperor publicly directed Eunuch Ho to summon Chen Pingping back to initiate contact with Fan Xian, while covertly dispatching a group to prepare an assassination plan for Zhou Ming. Although Zhou Ming's whereabouts were currently unknown, as long as the preliminary preparations were thorough, the moment he reappeared would be his last. Nightfall enveloped the capital, with currents of intrigue swirling beneath the surface, yet none of this pertained to Lin Chen, who slept soundly in an unoccupied chamber. Given Lin Chen's prowess, concealing himself within such a vast city as the capital was remarkably effortless. The following day, after completing his morning training, Lin Chen visited a noodle stall in the southern part of the city. This was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Fan Xian. He would come here daily at noon to check if Fan Xian had matters to discuss. If not, there would be no need for his presence. Originally, Lin Chen had assumed that since it was merely the first day, Fan Xian would likely not show. However, to his astonishment, Fan Xian was indeed seated at the stall, enjoying a bowl of noodles, and across from him sat Teng Zijing, also partaking in the meal. This was intriguing. It was only the first day, and yet they had come. Was something significant afoot? As Lin Chen, now adorned in a completely new guise, casually passed by the noodle stall, he approached Fan Xian and uttered, "After you finish, proceed straight ahead, then turn right at the 3rd Street. I shall be waiting for you there." Having mastered the lion's roar technique to a modest degree, he effortlessly transmitted his words directly into Fan Xian's ear. Fan Xian, being astute, displayed no sign of surprise upon hearing the message. After finishing his meal with Teng Zijing, he naturally made his way to the designated location. The alley was deserted, and upon entering, they found Lin Chen waiting in a courtyard where a large door stood ajar. All the spies around have been rendered unconscious. They will not awaken for at least an hour. Speak your mind, Lin Chen stated succinctly, without beating around the bush. Fan Xian got straight to the point. Brother Zhou, regarding the assassination at Nyolan Street, we have uncovered a new lead, provided by Teng Zijing's son. Teng Zijing's son? Lin Chen was taken aback. That is of little consequence. Fan Xian continued. We discovered a token belonging to a North Qi spy in a courtyard. And Wang Qinian informed me that the deputy general previously had ties with North Qi. Coupled with the incident at Zue Xianju, I suspect that Si Lily may also be a North Qi spy, and this assassination is undoubtedly linked to her. Si Lily? The one who was quite beautiful last time? Lin Chen recalled. Indeed, the courtesan from Zue Xianju. Have they captured her? Lin Chen inquired. That is precisely the issue. We inquired at Zue Xianju and learned that Si Lily's ship was burned down just yesterday afternoon, and her entourage has departed. Are you implying that she has escaped, and we can no longer apprehend her? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Sea Lily left yesterday. If they are fleeing, they must have traveled through the night. If they rode swiftly without rest, they could have covered at least 100 kilometers. Given the uncertainty of direction, this range becomes rather extensive. It is evident that without the intervention of a formidable force, Sea Lily is virtually impossible to capture. This notion was clearly understood by Fan Xian. We alone cannot seize her, but if we could enlist the aid of the Inspection Institute, there might still be a chance. However, as a mere figurehead, I lack the authority to command those within the Institute. Currently, the only ally I have is Wang Qinian. He claims to be an expert tracker and believes that with sufficient time, he should be able to locate her. The dilemma lies in the fact that the Inspection Institute is also pursuing her, and we cannot possibly outpace them. Isn't your position sufficient to directly summon people? Lin Chen asked. In truth, Sea Lily herself is not the focal point. Rather, it is the intelligence she possesses that holds significance. The assassination at Nyolan Street is undoubtedly connected to her. That token was most likely procured from her, which means she must be privy to the identity of those behind the scenes. Thus, this news must reach them. This is unacceptable. Sea Lily is a spy for Beiki. And coupled with the assassination of Cheng Jushu, the matter has escalated to a national affair. Thus, I lack the authority to name individuals. Then we shall resort to direct action. Lin Chen inquired. Do you possess a method to ascertain Sea Lily's itinerary once she is apprehended by the Investigation Institute? This seems implausible. If Sea Lily were to be captured, her itinerary would undoubtedly be classified, known only to a select few. Certainly, Fan Xian would not be among them. Nor would Wang Qinian possess any knowledge. Hence, we must undertake the search ourselves. Lin Chen sighed. Please summon the master tracker, Wang Qinian, to me. I shall await your return here. Chapter 75. A glimmer of hope. 15 minutes elapsed, and by now, individuals had gathered in the courtyard. Wang Qinian brought forth some news. Yesterday afternoon, soldiers stationed at the North Gate witnessed Sea Lily departing the city. Shortly thereafter, several horses appeared outside the city gates, all clad in black and wearing conical hats, dispersing towards the north in similar attire. After deliberating on this information, the group reached several conclusions. Firstly, Sea Lily had evidently prepared for her escape, with support from Beiki en route, and the use of smoke bombs to obscure her trail significantly increased the difficulty of her capture. Secondly, it was certain that Sea Lily was fleeing towards Beiki, and there were only a few routes from the North Gate, with the most probable being the Eastern Stronghold. Thirdly, the Investigation Institute would undoubtedly pursue Sea Lily, and Wang Qinian was aware of several locations for the Institute's carrier pigeons, allowing them to intercept messages. However, as Lin Chen reflected upon these conclusions, he felt an underlying discord. After a moment's thought, he turned to Wang Qinian and asked, if one were to travel from the capital to Beiki, are you certain that only these few routes exist? Indeed, there are only 4 routes, and the Eastern Stronghold is the most likely passage for Sea Lily. Wang Qinian promptly replied, holding Lin Chen in high regard. Having learned from various sources of Lin Chen's formidable prowess, he felt compelled to show basic respect for such a powerful individual. Is it possible to reach Beiki by sea? Lin Chen posed a question that had previously gone unexamined. Wang Qinian, being a man of ancient times, had a somewhat narrow perspective and had not considered maritime routes. In contrast, Lin Chen was unbound by such limitations. He had experienced various modes of transportation, including subterranean subways. Certainly, it is possible by sea. There are several ports to the east of the capital, all with vessels capable of reaching Beiki. Wang Qinian exclaimed. However, he quickly added, yet, Sea Lily has been heading north. If she attempts to divert to the eastern ports, the time required would be considerable, and the number of checkpoints encountered along the way would significantly increase. Given the Investigation Institute's intent to capture her, her journey would be fraught with peril. Thus, she would surely not choose the maritime route. What if she suddenly returns and exits through the eastern gate? Fan Xian suddenly remarked. Currently, we all believe that Sea Lily has departed via the northern gate, heading towards northern Qi. This includes us, the Investigation Institute, and various prominent families. However, what if she is merely feigning such a departure? At that moment, all eyes turn northward, and seizing this opportunity, she might stealthily return to the capital and then escape through the eastern gate to take a ship at the port. Initially, Fan Xian had not considered this possibility, but upon hearing Lin Chen speak of maritime routes, the thought suddenly struck him. I think there is a chance. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Let's pursue her now. Though it may be futile, we can guard the 4 city gates. If C. Lily indeed fled north, we can only wait for the Investigation Institute to apprehend her. However, if Fan Xian's speculation holds true and she intends to return to the capital, we may have the opportunity to capture her first. The group conferred again, and they deemed this plan feasible. After some contemplation, Lin Chen allocated their roles. Fan Xian, you guard the northern gate. I will take the eastern gate. Tung Zijing will oversee the western gate, and Wang Qimian, you will man the southern gate. C. Lily had left the previous afternoon, and shortly after her departure, the city gates were closed, making it impossible for her to re-enter that night. It was now only midday the following day. Even if she found an opportunity to return in the morning, she was likely still within the capital. After all, escaping unnoticed under the scrutiny of the Investigation Institute required considerable preparation. Furthermore, even if she had managed to slip away, it was of little concern. For Lin Chen had mentally prepared himself. He decided to exit through the eastern gate and travel outward for an hour. Even if the other party was riding at full speed, covering a morning's distance, it could not possibly match the swiftness of his lightness skill. Thus, under Lin Chen's directives, the 4 dispersed, each to their designated gate. Upon arriving at the eastern gate, Lin Chen's first task was to venture forth and walk eastward. After exiting the gate, a long stretch of road lay ahead, leading to a fork, and beyond that, yet another bifurcation. Estimating the distance a horse could cover, Lin Chen traversed 7 forks in total. However, after more than an hour had passed, he had not encountered any suspicious individuals along the way. It seemed that C. Lily was still within the capital, or perhaps had never entered it at all. With this thought, Lin Chen promptly turned back and resolved to remain in a location where he could observe the eastern gate, intending to monitor the area for C. Lily's emergence. Yet, as he walked, a sudden brightness flickered in his eyes. For, approaching along the main road was a woman on horseback. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than C. Lily. It was indeed a moment of unexpected fortune. Elated, Lin Chen swiftly advanced, and before she could react, he struck her unconscious and seized her. Lin Chen held a person aloft, his speed undeterred. Instead of heading directly back to Kyoto, he casually sought out a dilapidated, uninhabited house by the roadside, where he unceremoniously tossed C. Lily inside. Ahem, let us not misconstrue this. It was merely an interrogation. With a swift motion, he struck 2 acupoints, and C. Lily soon stirred awake, still dazed. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, Lin Chen spoke in a deep voice. You now face 2 choices. The first is death. The second, reveal the identity of the mastermind behind the Nyolan Street assassination, and I shall grant you your freedom. At first, C. Lily was bewildered, but she quickly regained her composure. With a note of caution, she inquired, who exactly are you? This man was someone she had encountered before, leaving a profound impression, and she had even investigated his identity. He was merely an ordinary talent named Zhou Ming, currently serving as a guest scholar at the Fan residence, with an estimated strength of the 9th rank upper tier. Clearly, such a facade did not instill confidence in C. Lily. After all, she was a target of the Inspection Institute, while this Zhou Ming claimed he would let her go. It was inconceivable that Fan Xian possessed such audacity. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. One was that this fellow was deceiving her, and regardless of her response, she would inevitably be captured. The second, a perplexing notion, was that his true identity must be far more profound than he let on. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you wish to preserve your life. C. Lily did not respond directly to his question, but rather retorted with an air of calmness. How am I to ascertain the truth of your words? What if I divulge what I know, and you either kill me or return me to custody? Do you believe you have a choice? Lin Chen's tone turned icy as he withdrew a piece of dark chocolate from his pocket and extended it towards her. Eat this. Chapter 76. The final doubt faced with the ominous offering, C. Lily resolutely declined. However, the circumstances were beyond her control, and Lin Chen effortlessly compelled her to consume it. Do you find it sweet, quite delectable? And after finishing, do you feel a slight heaviness? As she savored the taste, C. Lily instinctively nodded. Exactly. Lin Chen's smile turned sinister. This is a most peculiar poison. It imparts no initial sensation, yet once activated by my true energy, it will lead to your untimely demise. With that, Lin Chen made a sweeping motion, channeling a surge of Jiang true energy into C. Lily's body, igniting an intense heat within her and leaving her parched. She emitted a low, anguished moan. Do you feel it now? I merely stirred the poison within you. and it brings you such suffering. Lin Chen continued, moreover, this toxin has a unique trait. No matter where you flee, I shall always be able to locate you as long as it remains within you. I need not worry about your deceit, for should you utter a falsehood, your demise would be inevitable. Observing the flicker of uncertainty in Sea Lily's gaze, Lin Chen spoke in a measured tone. Do not harbor any illusions, unless a Grand Master stands vigil over you without pause. I can extinguish your life with the utmost ease. Sea Lily fell silent, a reaction that satisfied Lin Chen, indicating that his words had penetrated her consciousness and prompted contemplation. However, if you divulge the entirety of the circumstances surrounding the assassination in Yolande Street, even if you are the perpetrator, I shall spare your life. I cannot speak. She protested. If I do, I shall never return to Beiki. Death awaits me on the road. The mastermind behind this is of high status and great influence, and I dare not betray them. Then remain here in the capital. As long as a Grand Master does not personally come for you, I can ensure your safety. Lin Chen declared. In this world, he was destined to ascend to a higher realm, where he would confront the forces of the mundane without fear. Until that time, he found the notion of protecting an individual for the sake of a mission acceptable. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Sea Lily fell into silence once more, her eyes betraying a flicker of disbelief. Even if Lin Chen possessed the prowess of a ninth-tier master, such claims lacked credibility. As a spy for Beiki, she was acutely aware of the distribution of skilled fighters in the capital. A mere ninth-tier master could not guarantee her survival. Do you doubt me? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. You may be unaware of the events that transpired last night within the palace. With a single strike, I injured Yin Xiaoyi. I held back, for otherwise I could have ended him in an instant. Impossible. Unless you are a Grand Master, it is unthinkable that you could kill a ninth-tier master with one blow. Sea Lily exclaimed, her face a mask of incredulity. In the eyes of martial artists in this world, although there are disparities among ninth-tier masters, an instant kill was inconceivable. Only a Grand Master could achieve such a feat, yet Lin Chen did not respond to her disbelief. He merely gazed into the distance, seemingly indifferent to her faith or lack thereof. After half a minute, as Sea Lily regained her composure, Lin Chen finally spoke again. I wish to cease this idle chatter. I present to you one final opportunity. Choose between death or revealing the truth, and I shall grant you your life. Speak now. You have 10 seconds to contemplate. After this time, should you fail to make a choice, I shall activate the poison within your body, leading to your explosive demise, leaving not a trace behind. From the moment Sea Lily regained consciousness, Lin Chen was confident he could compel her to speak. Her intense will to survive was evident in her micro-expressions, heartbeat, and various utterances, all reflecting her desperate desire for life. Thus, throughout their conversation, Lin Chen continuously applied psychological pressure and subtle suggestions. And this final 10 seconds was her moment of decision. Unless she could summon the resolve to end her own life, she would undoubtedly speak. As Lin Chen anticipated, not even 10 seconds had passed. Within merely 3 seconds, she uttered a name, Lin Gong. Lin Gong. Lin Chen was unfamiliar with this name. The current Prime Minister, Lin Gong, the second son of the Lin family. Sea Lily repeated the name, her expression tinged with anxiety. At that moment, her fate lay firmly in Lin Chen's hands, and her calmness was nothing short of a facade. She had contemplated fleeing, but that notion was swiftly dismissed. Having come to the capital as a spy, Sea Lily was exceedingly astute. In the face of overwhelming power, she understood that her only hope for survival rested in placing her trust in Lin Chen. Lin Gong. Is it? Lin Chen remarked, casting a glance at Sea Lily. The horse you rode is not far from here. Let us return to the capital, and along the way, recount the details of this matter. Yes. Sea Lily complied and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the eastern city gate, the two spent half an hour, during which Sea Lily elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Lin Gong. With this information, Lin Chen was beginning to see through the entire assassination plot. The origins of this assassination lay with Lin Gong, who first discovered Sea Lily's identity as a spy from Beiki and subsequently blackmailed her into surrendering her spy token. On the other side, Lin Gong's associates had apprehended the Beiki master Cheng Jushu, using the token as a signal to ultimately orchestrate the assassination plan. And behind this conspiracy, none other than the Crown Prince himself was orchestrating it, as Lin Gong was indeed under his command. Thus, it seemed that the Crown Prince aimed to eliminate Fan Xian. However, several Yidan emerged. The first was Yin Xiaoyi, who appeared to be reclusive and distant, Why would he dispatch someone to the general's residence to commit murder? Could it be that he secretly served the crown prince and was there to clean up? The second point concerned the second prince from their last encounter. Lin Chen discerned that he was likely aware of the assassination scheme. Yet, it was said that the second prince and the crown prince were adversaries. They should not share intelligence, nor would they conspire to eliminate Fan Xian together. In fact, if they were aware of each other's plans, they might even turn against one another, as they were indeed fierce rivals. This matter was perplexing. Nevertheless, the individual's intent on killing Fan Xian could only be the crown prince and the second prince. The evidence gathered thus far pointed towards the crown prince as the perpetrator. Yet Lin Chen surmised that the true culprit was more likely the second prince. Therefore, capturing the crown prince for a thorough interrogation would illuminate the entire affair. It was Lin Chen's audacity and strength that afforded him the courage to undertake such a task. Otherwise, one would hesitate to even contemplate such actions. Even a grandmaster would harbor reservations about engaging in such endeavors. Chapter 77. Infiltrating the imperial palace. Having thoroughly surveyed the capital, Lin Chen now felt ready to infiltrate without delay. He swiftly located a secluded corner and leaped in with Sea Lily. By this time, Sea Lily had regained her composure. Understanding that her life was no longer in peril, Lin Chen would not backtrack. After all, given his formidable prowess, if he had intended to retract his agreement, he would have done so on their return journey. Sea Lily had come to fully trust Lin Chen's capabilities. While she had ridden a horse on their way back, Lin Chen had traversed the path on foot, yet astonishingly, he had outpaced her. Such martial prowess could only be deemed extraordinary. She was acutely aware that achieving such speed was beyond the capabilities of a mere ninth-tier practitioner. Were it not for Lin Chen's own admission of not being a grandmaster, she might have suspected him to be a newly emerged one. Even if he were not, possessing such strength at a young age assured his future ascendance to grandmaster status. After ensuring Sea Lily was settled in an unoccupied room within the city, Lin Chen emphasized that she could be found no matter where she ran. He then quickly fetched Fan Xian. Upon his return, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had set several minor traps around the area before leaving. Although they posed no risk of harm, they would alert him to any movement in or out. Clearly, the traps showed no signs of being disturbed, confirming the area was secure and Sea Lily had been obedient, not wandering off. Once Fan Xian arrived, the two conferred and decided to infiltrate the imperial palace that very night to confront the crown prince for clarification. If it had been solely Fan Xian's decision, he would not have dared to proceed, even with his ninth-tier strength. However, with Lin Chen by his side, everything seemed to fall into place, and Fan Xian felt this was the rightful course of action. Yet, prior to their palace incursion, Lin Chen apprehended Lin Gong in the afternoon. Indeed, he seized him without hesitation, even though he was the second son of the prime minister. Strength afforded one the liberty to act as one pleased. After an interrogation, although Lin Gong attempted to conceal the truth, Lin Chen extracted substantial information. Ultimately, he confirmed that Sea Lily had spoken truthfully. Lin Gong was indeed the mastermind behind the assassination plot, though he remained tight-lipped about the true instigator. Initially, Lin Chen contemplated executing such a deceitful individual, but Fan Xian interjected, revealing that Lin Gong was his uncle. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Chen remarked on the absurdity of the situation. He rendered Lin Gong unconscious and entrusted him to Fan Xian before returning to his training. The night was reserved for action, and in the meantime, Lin Chen dedicated himself to rigorous practice. Last night, the figure cloaked in black at the palace sounded a warning to Lin Chen. Initially, he believed that apart from the grandmasters, there was nothing to fear in this world. Yet, as it turns out, beyond the mountains lie more mountains. And beyond humanity exist greater beings. This black-clad individual, clearly a ninth-grade master, possessed strength that surpassed his own. Fortunately, Lin Chen was forewarned and only suffered a minor setback. Had he been blinded by arrogance in a moment of life and death, he would have had no opportunity for regret. Now awakened, though not too late, Lin Chen understands the necessity of maintaining a humble heart at all times, lest pride obscure his vision. Have we not seen in novels how antagonists, out of disdain for the protagonists, underestimate them, only to be vanquished like mere wild beasts? In dramas and films, who among the arrogant and complacent ultimately meets a favorable fate? These are living examples that Lin Chen must learn from diligently. In the evening, after enjoying the dinner prepared by Sea Lily, Lin Chen felt a twinge of reflection. This female spy from northern Qi is quite adept. not only intelligent, but also possessing commendable culinary skills. While her dishes may not be gourmet, they are certainly palatable. Later, I will enter the palace to capture the crown prince. You stay here and do not wander. If the Inspection Institute discovers you, no one will be able to save you. In truth, Lin Chen had brought a walkie-talkie with him. But this world is peculiar. Its effective range, originally 5 to 6 kilometers, diminishes drastically here. Beyond 100 meters, the signal weakens significantly, and at 200 meters, it is entirely lost. Otherwise, he could have left a walkie-talkie here and returned at the first sign of trouble. What? Capture the crown prince? See, Lily was taken aback, feeling a mix of shock and intrigue. The shock stemmed from Lin Chen's audacity to attempt such a feat, while the intrigue arose from his candidness in sharing this with her. Was he not afraid of her betrayal? Without further ado, Lin Chen cast a glance at C. Lily and departed. His statement was, in fact, a test. Should C. Lily disclose this matter to others, Lin Chen would honor his commitment until the mission's conclusion, after which he would no longer concern himself with her. Conversely, if she remained silent, he would ensure her safe exit from the capital once the affair was resolved. Without further contemplation, Lin Chen soon arrived at the Zhuke gate of the palace, where he had arranged to meet Fan Xian. Fan Xian had been waiting there, clad in black, and upon their meeting, he approached eagerly. Brother Zhou, I must tell you, since employing the method you taught me, I have broken through to the 7th grade today and am now an 8th grade master. Lin Chen chuckled. So that's why you were so insistent on joining me. Your strength has increased, and now you feel emboldened. All thanks to your guidance, Brother Zhou. Fan Xian replied with a grin. No more idle chatter. You know where the Crown Prince's palace is, right? Indeed. I visited Wanda this afternoon, and she sketched it out for me. She grew up in the palace and knows it well. Wanda, Lin Chen teased. It sounds rather affectionate. He chuckled as Fan Xian smiled foolishly, stroking his head. Without further ado, the two swiftly scaled the wall and made their way towards the Crown Prince's palace. The palace's defenses were formidable. However, the strictness lay primarily in the abundance of patrolling guards, including Yan Xiao Yi and another 9th-rank vice commander who took turns overseeing the area. As for those stationed in place, apart from the main hall entrances, there were very few elsewhere. Utilizing his light-footed agility and remarkable speed, Lin Chen effortlessly guided Fan Xian towards their destination without attracting any attention. Fan Xian, being carried along, felt helpless. Skilled individuals above the 9th rank possessed exceptionally acute hearing. If he were to walk alone, any nearby patrols would undoubtedly be drawn to him. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, Lin Chen had no choice but to carry Fan Xian. In less than 15 minutes, under Fan Xian's guidance, Lin Chen finally reached the vicinity of the Crown Prince's palace. Sensing his surroundings, he confirmed that there were no formidable opponents nearby. This made things simpler. The two swiftly slipped through an unguarded window. Fan Xian then proceeded to control the Crown Prince, while Lin Chen quickly incapacitated the palace maids and eunuchs in a matter of moments. Chapter 78. The Inquiry Without Masks or Any Pretense. The two confronted the bewildered Crown Prince, directly voicing their inquiries. However, upon hearing their questions, the Crown Prince appeared even more perplexed. Impossible. Lin Gong's assassination plan. This cannot be. He wouldn't dare act without my permission. No, I am completely unaware of this matter. I have never even contemplated killing you. The Crown Prince's words were somewhat disordered, yet his expression was one of genuine shock. Lin Chen deduced that he was not feigning ignorance. He truly did not know of the plot. If he were deliberately acting, his performance would be astonishingly adept. To instantaneously immerse himself in a role without any psychological preparation, embodying a panicked individual while exhibiting shock over a particular event, with not a single flaw in his demeanor, was something even the finest of actors might struggle to achieve. Thus, it became clear, if the Crown Prince was unaware, the second prince must be the one behind it. Additionally, there was the matter of Yan Xiao Yi to consider. Crown Prince, allow me to pose one final question. What is Yan Xiao Yi's true identity? The captain of the palace guards, the Crown Prince replied without hesitation. Taken aback, Lin Chen pressed further, do not feign ignorance. I ask whether he has secretly come under your command. The Crown Prince quickly affirmed, yes, indeed. He is considered to be under my command. Fully aware of Lin Chen's prowess, the Crown Prince showed no resistance and cooperated willingly. What do you mean by considered to be under your command? Fan Xian questioned. My aunt supports me and has developed a close relationship with me, while Commander Yan is affiliated with her, thus I am under his command. Suddenly, A spark of insight illuminated Fan Xian's mind. He had previously viewed the Crown Prince and the Princess as a united front, considering them to be of the same faction. However, upon hearing the Crown Prince's words and piecing together the earlier clues, he felt a disquieting sense that the princess might not be as she appeared. Ostensibly aligned with the Crown Prince, she could very well be siding with the second prince. After all, the second prince was undoubtedly aware of the assassination case, and Yin Xiao was implicated in it, while the Crown Prince remained oblivious. This led Fan Xian to his conjecture. Understanding this, Fan Xian and Lin Chen did not linger within the palace, recognizing the inherent dangers. Should a patrol discover their unusual presence, their escape would be significantly hindered. Upon exiting the palace, the two swiftly devised a plan. The following day, Fan Xian would present a memorial to the throne. Why, you may ask? Because that afternoon, Eunuch Ho had delivered an imperial edict announcing that Emperor Qing had rewarded him for eliminating the 8th-rank master Qingju Shu of Beiqi, thus granting him a minor official title as the assistant to the Taichung. Although a lowly post, it carried enough prestige to warrant the submission of a memorial. When summoned to court, Lin Chen would escort Lin Gong into the palace to ensure that the matter was thoroughly addressed. This approach would compel those wishing to harm Fan Xian to tread more cautiously, perhaps even face punishment, thereby allowing the task of safeguarding Teng Zijing to be accomplished. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would adapt accordingly. Having formulated their strategy, the two parted ways, awaiting the dawn of the memorial. Lin Chen swiftly returned home to resume his training, while Fan Xian, on the road, unexpectedly encountered his enigmatic uncle Wu Zhu. Elated, Fan Xian recounted all that had transpired since meeting Lin Chen. Initially, he had harbored concerns regarding the plan for the next day. But with the arrival of the formidable Uncle Wu Zhu, his apprehensions dissipated entirely. On the following morning, Fan Xian submitted the memorial. His modest rank did not grant him the privilege to attend court, and even for presenting a memorial, he could only wait for Emperor Qing's summons. After an hour of waiting, instead of an audience, he was visited by Eunuch Ho. The eunuch informed him that he was to bring Lin Chen to the palace at noon, directing them to the side hall from 2 nights prior, subtly alluding to the memorial. Though not explicitly stated, the implication was clear. Emperor Qing had not made this matter public and intended to resolve it privately at the upcoming banquet. Given the assassination case's connections to both the second prince and the crown prince, and with Fan Xian possessing evidence, the need for discretion in order to preserve reputation and face necessitated a private settlement. On the surface, this is the meaning. However, in reality, the emperor summoned the two into the palace with the intent of ambushing Lin Chen. Yet, at this moment, only he and Hong Sihong are privy to this information, while the others remain blissfully unaware. After bidding farewell to Eunuch Ho, Fan Xian promptly made his way to the adjacent courtyard. As he approached, the continuous sounds of a fierce duel reached his ears. Upon entering, he discovered Lin Chen engaged in combat with Wu Zhu. Early in the morning, Lin Chen had stealthily infiltrated the Fan residence. Fan Xian immediately introduced Wu Zhu to Lin Chen, who exhibited great interest in him. From Wu Zhu, Lin Chen sensed not a trace of true energy. Such a person could either be an ordinary individual devoid of martial prowess, or an unparalleled master. Clearly, Wu Zhu belonged to the latter category. Without hesitation, Lin Chen began to inquire about martial arts knowledge from him, only to be met with a statement that astonished him greatly. Wu Zhu claimed that true energy does not exist in this world. What Fan Xian practiced could hardly be considered true energy. This left Lin Chen perplexed. He had noticed that the cultivation methods of individuals in this world seemed rather peculiar. Yet they bore a certain resemblance to the internal power within him. However, Wu Zhu's assertion that it was not true energy was quite baffling. As Wu Zhu could not elaborate further, Lin Chen chose not to pursue the matter and soon engaged in sparring with him. After all, Fan Xian had mentioned that Wu Zhu was a figure capable of rivaling a grandmaster, and Lin Chen wished to test his skills in a competitive setting. However, after several rounds of sparring, it became apparent that the task was unfulfilled, indicating that Wu Zhu was not recognized as a grandmaster by the system. Nevertheless, his prowess was unequivocally validated by Lin Chen. This individual was truly formidable. Without even employing true energy, he relied solely on his physical strength and an exquisite level of muscle control. He could effortlessly dominate Lin Chen. Indeed, it was domination. He avoided inflicting any injuries, yet could easily subdue him. Each strike was merely a notch above Lin Chen's own strength. creating an illusion that he could triumph with a little more effort, yet the ultimate outcome was always defeat. After several sparring sessions, Lin Chen faced repeated failures, yet he gained a profound understanding of Wu Zhu's terrifying abilities. Remarkably, these defeats had no adverse effect on Lin Chen. Instead, with Wu Zhu, a master of such caliber, assisting him, his grasp of martial arts significantly improved. Concurrently, the level of Grandmaster's strength provided Lin Chen with a clear comprehension of his own capabilities. Chapter 79. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. Wu Zhu openly acknowledged that his strength could rival that of a Grandmaster. In Lin Chen's estimation, Wu Zhu's power surpassed that of the fire cloud evil god, equating it to that of a Xing at the moment of his awakening. In the realm of martial arts, as the moment for departure approached, Lin Chen sought out a Xing for yet another bout. The disparity in a Xing's prowess compared to a year prior was nothing short of staggering. To speak of nothing else, merely in the realm of physical fortitude, a Xing had activated his innate energy, rendering bullets from handguns incapable of penetrating his skin, while rifle rounds merely left faint white marks. With a casual leap, he could soar to heights of 20 to 30 meters, and a single punch could puncture steel plates several centimeters thick. Undoubtedly, he had attained a superhuman level, and to refer to him as an earthly immortal would not be an exaggeration. Transcending the mundane is the essence of the innate. In Lin Chen's eyes, such strength epitomized true innate mastery. Thus, Lin Chen gained a lucid understanding of the power dynamics within this world. A half step into the innate realm could be likened to the status of a grandmaster in this realm. Do not underestimate the half-step innate. Lin Chen still had a considerable distance to traverse, and when confronted, his only recourse was flight. Brother Zhou, Lord Ho has sent word that Emperor Qing wishes to settle this matter privately, Fan Xian announced upon entering the courtyard. Let it be settled privately then. As long as we can resolve this affair, I am indifferent to the method, Lin Chen remarked, caring little for the means of resolution, focusing solely on the final outcome. Very well, we must return to the palace at noon. With Uncle Wu Zhu discreetly safeguarding us, we need not fear even if a grandmaster intervenes. Wu Zhu had initially intended to remain hidden, but after being persuaded by Fan Xian and witnessing Lin Chen's capabilities, he resolved to follow in secret. With Senior Wu present, our assassination case will surely yield a favorable outcome. Lin Chen felt remarkably at ease. With such formidable support as Wu Zhu, it would be odd if he were not relaxed. At noon, Fan Xian and Lin Chen entered the palace punctually. As before, no one searched them. During daylight, the secondary hall lacked the vibrant atmosphere of illumination, appearing rather desolate from a distance, with only a sparse presence of soldiers stationed, yet they were indeed formidable. Each a master of the 8th rank. Upon reaching the steps of the grand hall, before they could even approach the entrance, a soldier obstructed Fan Xian's path. His Majesty has decreed that only Mr. Zhou may enter to speak privately. Young Master Fan must await the summons. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the palace. Straining his ears, he could only discern the resounding notes of musical instruments within, their volume completely drowning out all other sounds. Despite the prior agreement to summon both of them, the sudden insistence on a private audience was suspicious. However, reassured by Wu Zhu's covert presence, even the prospect of deceit did not instill fear. Nodding to Fan Xian, Lin Chen proceeded calmly towards the secondary hall. Standing at the entrance of the grand hall, he observed that no maidservants or eunuchs were present. Only Emperor Qing occupied the main seat, with no one else in sight. There was no need for further contemplation. This was undoubtedly a trap, yet Lin Chen walked in with an air of tranquility. Bold indeed, to dare to enter alone. The Emperor of Qing smiled faintly and inquired, "Pray tell, what is your true identity, and why do you seek to approach Fan Xian?" The Emperor remained deeply curious about Lin Chen's identity and yearned to uncover the truth before the latter's impending demise. Yet, Lin Chen offered no response. Instead, he boldly declared, "Great Master, reveal yourself. I shall state this plainly. Even if the Great Master appears, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this assassination attempt." "Oh, the Great Master must account to you?" The Emperor chuckled, though internally he pondered why Lin Chen suddenly exuded such confidence. Could he possess some hidden advantage? Or perhaps Wu Zhu had arrived as well. The Emperor was well aware of Wu Zhu's formidable prowess. If he had truly come along, the Emperor would have to abandon his meticulously laid ambush. Alternatively, could it be that Lin Chen had no backup and was merely attempting to bluff him? Regardless of the scenario, he needed to probe further to ascertain the situation. Otherwise, after all this preparation, the emperor would be loath to swallow his pride without action. Contemplating this, he discreetly transmitted a message to the hidden Hong Sihong, instructing him to intervene. Simultaneously, the emperor leisurely rose and made his way toward the screen. Just as Lin Chen intended to call out to him, the masked figure he had encountered the previous night suddenly lunged from behind, forcing Lin Chen to the center of the grand hall. With no other recourse, Lin Chen was compelled to engage in combat. After a morning of rigorous training with Wu Zhu, Lin Chen's abilities had indeed improved, although he still could not overpower the cloaked assailant. He managed to defend himself with relative ease. As the skirmish continued, the emperor, now clad in a new set of dark attire and concealed behind the screen, observed with keen interest. Given the duration of their conflict, Lin Chen had yet to reveal any hidden tactics. How remarkably composed he was. As their duel drew perilously close to the entrance, the emperor felt his patience waning. A decision loomed: to strike or refrain from action. Should he choose to intervene, it might provoke Wu Zhu or unveil Lin Chen's hidden cards. Conversely, refraining would mean a failure of this assassination plot, and opportunities like this would be scarce in the future. In a fleeting moment, the emperor made his choice. He resolved to attack, regardless of Lin Chen's potential resources. This man must be eliminated. With that thought, the emperor swiftly maneuvered from Lin Chen's blind spot to his rear, seizing the opportune moment to draw his sword and strike suddenly. At that instant, Lin Chen felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure before him unleashed a dual assault, restricting Lin Chen's movements on both sides. With no time to dwell on the cloaked figure's offensive, Lin Chen recognized that compared to the looming threat of death, sustaining a blow from the assailant would result in but a minor injury. He was acutely aware of what needed to be done. At that moment, the ceiling above Lin Chen suddenly shattered, and a shadow, cloaked in darkness and blindfolded, plummeted down, thrusting an iron spike directly at Emperor Qing. Wu Zhu, with remarkable speed, intervened, blocking the attack and forcing the emperor back. Meanwhile, Lin Chen exchanged a punch with the cloaked figure, using the force to propel himself to Wu Zhu's side. Wu Zhu, I never expected it to truly be you. A raspy voice echoed, enigmatic in its tone. Lin Chen turned to gaze at the speaker. Another figure shrouded in black, whose voice suggested he was an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s. Sensing the formidable presence from earlier, Lin Chen realized that this was indeed the hidden grandmaster from the palace. Wu Zhu offered no reply but calmly addressed Lin Chen, saying, I will hold him off. You should flee. With that, he prepared to engage Emperor Qing once more. However, Lin Chen retrieved 2 silenced handguns from his waist and stated nonchalantly, There's no need for that. I'm done pretending. It's time to reveal my cards. In the midst of the bewildered gazes from all present, Lin Chen swiftly pulled the triggers of both guns. Within a second, 8 bullets erupted from the barrels, spiraling through the air towards Hong Sihong. Given the Grandmaster's reflexes, Lin Chen's handguns should not pose a threat, as only someone of Hong Sihong's caliber, above the 9th rank, could potentially be slain. Therefore, Lin Chen unleashed all his strength, firing 8 bullets in quick succession, several of which were curved, effectively sealing off all of Hong Sihong's escape routes. With a series of hissing sounds, Hong Sihong attempted to evade the onslaught, managing to avoid critical hits, yet ultimately, 2 bullets struck him, one in the left arm and another in the right shoulder. Without allowing his opponent a moment to recover, Lin Chen fired another volley of 8 shots. Now, having been injured and shaken, Hong Sihong found it nearly impossible to evade. With a cacophony of hissing, he barely dodged 3 of the bullets, while the remaining 5 found their mark, 2 of which impacted his chest. Moments later, Hong Sihong collapsed to the ground, the thud of his body resonating off the floor. If an ordinary person wielded the handgun, Hong Sihong would have remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to dodge bullets. However, it was Lin Chen who fired, his full power rendering the weapon extraordinarily lethal. Even a grandmaster could do little but flee, let alone someone of Hong Sihong's rank. At this juncture, Lin Chen leisurely turned around, reloaded his magazine, and aimed his gun at Emperor Qing. It's time for your majesty to come forth and provide an explanation. Should your account be satisfactory, I shall spare your life. Lin Chen's words were undoubtedly intended to intimidate. However, Emperor Qing did not share this sentiment. He firmly believed that this Lin Chen possessed a divine artifact capable of wielding gunpowder. Faced with such a formidable entity, and with the Grandmaster Wuzhu by his side, he had no intention of lingering any longer and swiftly fled the scene. There is no need to pursue. This individual is no less powerful than I, and I cannot catch up, Wuzhu remarked immediately. Lin Chen, however, made no move to chase after him. Instead, he returned to the side of the cloaked man, unveiling the mask to discover an elderly eunuch, whom Lin Chen did not recognize. Subsequently, Lin Chen proceeded to the rear of the secluded hall, only to find it deserted. The Emperor Qing, who had entered previously, was nowhere to be seen. It appeared he had been taken away by that Grandmaster, for had Lin Chen captured him directly, the matter would have been resolved. Just as Lin Chen lamented this, a notification from the system suddenly resounded in his mind. Side quest conditions met, task deemed complete. Reward obtained, 50 points. The 50 points likely indicated the completion of the task, ensuring Teng Zijing's survival. Lin Chen speculated that the events that had just transpired had altered Emperor Qing's mindset in some manner, thus sparing Teng Zijing from danger and leading to the task's completion. At that moment, Fan Xian entered, and it seemed the guards outside had received some orders and had completely withdrawn. The three did not linger within the imperial palace and quickly departed. Shortly after returning to Fan Manor, a message from His Majesty was conveyed by Eunuch Ho, stating that the second prince was placed under house arrest for a year, while the crown prince and the princess were confined for 3 months, forbidden from stepping outside the palace walls. Furthermore, Yan Xiaoyi was stripped of his command and demoted to the position of a guard captain. Lin Chen found this punishment rather lenient. It was merely house arrest, not imprisonment, and thus felt insufficient. Fan Xian also considered it mild, but upon reflection, recognized the royal family's emphasis on reputation. They could not truly imprison someone. Such a lengthy house arrest was only a marginal improvement over exile. With this resolution, and primarily due to the completion of the task, Lin Chen did not dwell excessively on the matter. For the ensuing period, he resided in Fan Manor, dedicating his time to daily training while shamelessly seeking out Wuzhu for sparring sessions. Speaking of which, the Grandmaster Wuzhu possessed an extraordinary mastery over his strength, akin to an unyielding iron figure, seemingly in perfect control of his power at all times, an unparalleled force indeed. However, Lin Chen did not approach Wuzhu for practice without purpose. He had assisted Fan Xian on numerous occasions. For instance, he had ventured outside the city to retrieve items from a place called Taiping Courtyard, and that very night, he had stealthily procured a key from the Empress Dowager's chambers within the palace. Engaging in such activities was quite enjoyable, and Lin Chen understood that Fan Xian undertook these endeavors to unlock a chest left behind by his mother. It is worth mentioning that Fan Xian's mother, Yi Qingmei, is likely another traveler. The various items such as soap and glass were products of her ingenuity. At this moment, Lin Chen had already encountered the peculiar box, constructed from a unique metal. The complexity of the box's lock was astounding. Even with his internal energy, Lin Chen hesitated to unlock it, as within lay a rather intricate safety mechanism. Any misstep would result in a complete lockdown, rendering it impervious to keys. Thus he refrained from taking action. However, that evening, Fan Xian had procured the key. In the privacy of his chamber, he retrieved the box and, with a gentle turn of the key, opened it. Upon gazing inside, Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. A Barrett. Fan Xian could not contain his astonishment, for it was indeed the most formidable sniper rifle in the game, capable of inflicting over 400 damage points with a headshot in the biohazard mode. Wuzhu, ever composed, appeared unfazed by the duo's astonishment. In his eyes, even a hint of curiosity was absent. Observing this, Lin Chen could not help but marvel at Wuzhu's remarkable self-control. Brother Zhou, did you and my mother originate from the same realm? You brought a firearm, and so did she. Not quite. Lin Chen dismissed Fan Xian's query with a cursory glance at the weapon. The firearm bore no traces of production nor any identifying marks, indicating it was not manufactured by a state or organization, but rather possibly crafted by an individual. As Lin Chen pondered these matters, Fan Xian discovered 2 letters beneath the rifle, one addressed to Wuzhu and the other inscribed with the words Little Bamboo, do not open. Little Bamboo? Such an unusual moniker. Despite its peculiarity, Fan Xian began to read the letter. Meanwhile, Lin Chen leisurely extracted the sniper rifle's components from the box, assembling them with meticulous care. This rifle utilized large-caliber ammunition, and fortune smiled upon Lin Chen. It matched the caliber of his own sniper rifle, alleviating any concerns regarding ammunition. He had prepared several dozen rounds for this sniper rifle. After making slight modifications to the Barrett's muzzle, Lin Chen affixed the suppressor from his own sniper rifle. Then, standing atop the eaves, he took aim at the city walls and fired. In the past, Lin Chen had to find a stable position to mount his sniper rifle, fully supporting it before pulling the trigger. Yet now, he stood upright, effortlessly firing one-handed with remarkable steadiness, virtually no recoil to contend with. With a resounding thud, the bullet soared forth, striking the city wall over 500 meters away. The rifle's power was impressive, its speed formidable, even for an ordinary person. It would be a one-shot kill at the 9th rank. The words of the Grand Master should be dismissed, unless one possesses an impeccable sense of timing or is fortunate enough to have opportunities created for them. Otherwise, hitting the mark is nearly impossible. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to take a second shot to gauge the distance, a phrase uttered by Fan Xian captured his attention. The letter stated that there are no parallel worlds and no time travel. This notion piqued Lin Chen's curiosity, compelling him to listen intently. Fan Xian cast a peculiar glance at Lin Chen before continuing to read. Minutes passed, and Fan Xian had completed reading 2 letters. The first letter was addressed to Wu Zhu, containing reflections on Yi Qingmei and their relationship, accompanied by some heartfelt sentiments. The second letter was directed to Fan Xian, detailing his arrival in this world and elucidating the nature of this realm, alongside the secrets of Taiping Courtyard. The letter declared that this is not a different world but rather Earth, albeit many years into the future. Long ago, due to certain human actions, a great ice age was triggered, burying countless souls beneath layers of ice. As time elapsed, the old era faded into oblivion, giving rise to a new humanity that traversed through tribal periods and slavery, ultimately arriving at the current feudal dynasty. The reason this world speaks Chinese and retains many customs from the bygone era is due to the occasional survival of individuals who awaken from their frozen slumber, thus disseminating civilization. Yi Qingmei was one such survivor. In contrast, Fan Xian was a unique case. He was an experimental subject in a project that digitized memories, successfully transmitting them to an infant. He was the sole success of this endeavor. Furthermore, the letter revealed that beneath the pond of Taiping Courtyard lies a concealed door obstructed by a mechanism, housing secrets of the Forbidden Gateway and the truth behind the extinction of the old humanity. The letter concluded with an assertion that this world lacks true energy, echoing Wu Zhu's sentiments, yet it did not elaborate on the reasons. To be candid, the second letter profoundly impacted Lin Chen. He had believed Fan Xian and his mother to be time travelers, but now he understood the reality. Similarly, Lin Chen's revelations astonished Fan Xian. If, as his mother claimed, there are no parallel worlds, how could Lin Chen explain his existence? Thus, Fan Xian remained somewhat skeptical of this concept. However, both were intrigued by the secrets concealed beneath the pond of Taiping Courtyard, eager to explore. To be honest, Fan Xian had always prided himself on his intellect. But after spending considerable time with Lin Chen, he discovered the joy of setting his mind aside and acting on impulse. This time was no different. With thoughts of exploring Taiping Courtyard, they prepared for a nocturnal adventure that very night. Soon, the night descended upon them. Lin Chen, Fan Xian, and Wu Zhu, all clad in dark attire, stealthily approached the tranquil courtyard outside the city. This location was heavily guarded. During their previous visit, Lin Chen had encountered over 30 sentinels, led by a formidable 9th-tier expert. However, such a defensive force had posed little challenge to Lin Chen at that time. Today, the security had intensified, and among the guards, Lin Chen spotted a familiar face, Yin Xiaoyi. Additionally, the 9th-tier expert they had previously encountered was present, along with 3 more 8th-tier guards. Nevertheless, this did not significantly impede the trio, who effortlessly infiltrated the area. Upon reaching the pond's edge, the 3 did not hesitate to plunge into the water. Though it was night and the water appeared slightly murky, their exceptional abilities allowed them to see clearly beneath the surface. Wu Zhu, despite being blindfolded, could easily sense the location of the mechanism he sought. Following Wu Zhu, Lin Chen and Fan Xian soon arrived before the mechanism, which was a vast pit. Looking up, they observed a large floating rock above the pond. A quick comparison confirmed that the rock corresponded perfectly with the mechanism they had discovered. It seemed that this floating stone was indeed the key. With this realization, Lin Chen approached and tugged at the floating rock. However, the noise attracted Yin Xiaoyi. who quickly gathered his men upon noticing the disturbance at the pond, preparing to unleash a barrage of arrows into the churning water. In the water, one's capabilities were inherently limited, making evasion considerably more challenging than on land. The arrows, imbued with true energy, could pierce through the water with ease. And given the pond's shallow depth, they maintained their lethality. Imagining the onslaught of arrows, Lin Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed the stone towards Fan Xian and, alongside Wu Zhu, leapt from the pond to intercept the archers, allowing Fan Xian to focus on activating the mechanism. Confronting these 7th and 8th tier guards, the two moved with the grace of wolves among sheep, easily breaching their defenses. Yet, they refrained from lethal force. Recognizing these were subjects of the reigning emperor, who had even sent Yan Xiao Yi to oversee the area, indicating the significance of the tranquil courtyard. To avoid creating unnecessary complications for Fan Xian, they opted to incapacitate the guards instead. Thus, within a minute, the sentinels lay neatly on the ground. While Yan Xiao Yi had been driven away, they chose not to pursue him, waiting until he had retreated to return to the pond's depths. There, they discovered a hidden door at the bottom, adorned with intricate designs, though the murkiness of the water and the dim light made it difficult to discern the details clearly. However, none of this holds significance. What truly matters is that Fan Xian has successfully deciphered the mechanism and is now in the process of opening the hidden door. As the two approached, Fan Xian managed to unveil the door just in time. Without hesitation, the three of them swiftly entered. Upon their entrance, the concealed door promptly shut behind them, and a powerful suction emerged, drawing away the surrounding water. This was a balance chamber, akin to the airlock of Sandy's home in SpongeBob SquarePants, serving as a buffer zone between the external environment and the interior. Submarines, spacecraft, and similar vessels utilized such balance chambers. Once the water within the chamber had been completely drained, the darkness before them suddenly dissipated, revealing an incredibly bright underwater chamber. Chapter 82. Secrets and journeys. Before them stood a vast hall, exuding an air of advanced technology, filled with an array of peculiar objects. Both Lin Chen and Fan Xian found themselves intrigued. However, after exploring, Lin Chen felt a profound disappointment. It was merely a collection of flashy items that appeared impressive but offered no real enhancement for him. In his view, the black technology from the Marvel Universe on Earth far surpassed these artifacts, not to mention the advancements of alien civilizations. Yet, Fan Xian was astounded. For him, these items represented true high technology. The era of his memories was comparable to Lin Chen's past life, while the technological level of this hall seemed to exceed that time by a century or two. At the very least, the early 21st century technology could not have produced such a sci-fi-like underwater base. While Lin Chen examined a particular weapon, Fan Xian called out, "Brother Zhou, over here. It speaks of the secret behind human extinction." Intrigued, Lin Chen approached. After a few minutes, he grasped the truth behind humanity's demise. It was a nuclear war that triggered a new ice age, leading to the extinction of the old era's humans. In fact, humanity had reached a technological threshold at that time. Perhaps in another century or two, they would have entered the interstellar age. However, fate was unkind, and the nuclear conflict spawned a cataclysmic ice age. Aside from the causation, the information also indicated that to prevent human extinction from recurring, these high-tech elements should not be disseminated further, ensuring that the entire world remained in a feudal state. Regarding this, Lin Chen felt little. However, Fan Xian seemed to inherit something profound, solidifying a certain resolve within him. Additionally, there was an explanation about true energy. This world indeed lacked true energy. What they absorbed as true energy was, in fact, nuclear radiation. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen was utterly astonished. This world was undeniably remarkable. Upon closer inspection, further details were provided. Through the course of evolution over the years, humanity has indeed adapted to nuclear radiation and devised methods to harness it for their own advantage, leading to the emergence of martial artists classified into 9 ranks. The Grand Master is a relatively recent phenomenon, attainable only by those who have mastered a unique set of techniques disseminated by Yi Qingmei. Furthermore, the text alludes to a temple, suggesting that all things originated from it. However, it merely indicates a vague location in the north without specifying further details. Lin Chen chose not to express any opinion on this information and its artifacts, recognizing their significance to Fan Xian, who should make his own decisions. In truth, Fan Xian was keen to discern Lin Chen's thoughts, yet given Lin Chen's stance, he refrained from further discussion. After a period of contemplation, Fan Xian resolved to secure the area and disguise it, intending to revisit it later. Thus, the trio swiftly departed from the pond and returned to the Fan residence. Shortly after their departure, Emperor Qing arrived with his entourage, and that very night, the pond was thoroughly searched by his men. This was not the end. The search continued the following day. However, due to Fan Xian locking the secret door and the careful concealment employed during their exit, Emperor Qing found nothing. At that moment, he was exceedingly frustrated. Recently, he had lost a crucial subordinate, and now even the secrets beneath his very nose eluded him. Draining the water? Impossible. That would require an immense amount of labor. Additionally, more pressing matters demanded his attention, compelling him to leave the search to continue at a slow pace. Meanwhile, within the Fan residence, Lin Chen felt an urge to embark on a journey, not to return to the real world, but to traverse this realm more extensively. Remarkably, despite having practiced martial arts for merely over a year, he had attained extraordinary prowess, a source of great pride. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. His rapid ascension in strength had left his mindset struggling to keep pace. Most crucially, during his recent training sessions, he sensed that his power had reached an apex, seemingly unable to ascend further, a classic bottleneck. To be candid, throughout his lengthy training, bolstered by his exceptional abilities, Lin Chen had rarely confronted such a limitation. Thus, encountering this bottleneck felt rather novel. Nonetheless, he understood that mere relentless training would not suffice to transcend his current level. He had already achieved the state of enlightenment spoken of by his master and mistress. The fiery cloud evil god, having claimed countless lives, had reached the brink of innate mastery. Aixing was sent soaring through the air, his heart encountering the divine, wherein he comprehended the profound essence of the Buddha's palm. This understanding, however, is not merely a matter of time, but rather hinges on one's ability to pierce through the veil of ignorance. Ultimately, Lin Chen has yet to traverse enough of life's paths. Now, confronted with a bottleneck, he finds himself utterly perplexed by the concept of innate, completely at a loss for how to proceed. It is akin to an ordinary individual suddenly tasked with constructing a time machine, utterly clueless as to where to begin. Thus, after some contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to explore this world, to immerse himself in the intricacies of human experiences. In novels and on television, protagonists, especially disciples of great sects, invariably gain strength through their trials in the mundane world. Lin Chen sought to learn from this principle. Fan Xian, too, wished to accompany Lin Chen on his journey. Having grown up, he had yet to truly observe the world around him. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. The investigation into Yi Qingmei's death. Thus, he remained in the capital to continue his inquiries. Without any grand ceremony, akin to a normal departure, Lin Chen left Kyoto. His first destination was the state of Qi. Previously, he had promised Si Li that he would ensure her safety, and now, during his travels, he could escort her back to Qi. Si Li herself was quite an intriguing character. After everything had settled down, Lin Chen had cured her poison and told her she was free to leave. Yet, she chose to stay until today, when she learned of his impending departure from Kyoto, prompting her to follow him. This added an amusing twist, though it was merely a minor episode. After spending several days journeying to deliver Si Li to Qi, the two parted ways, and thus commenced Lin Chen's formal journey of exploration. He had no specific goal and did not consult a map. Instead, he wandered based solely on instinct, often straying from established roads, letting fate dictate his path. When confronted by mountains, he scaled them. When faced with water, he waded through it. Utilizing nothing but his physical strength, he ambled along, relishing the novelty of it all. However, as 2 weeks passed, the novelty began to wane, and Lin Chen found himself grappling with a singular sentiment: tedium. Chapter 83. Half-step innate. Despite the monotony, Lin Chen was not one to surrender easily. During his travels, he had maintained a rigorous training regimen, dedicating a significant portion of his time to cultivation. Now he shifted his approach, employing his internal energy while walking, thus allowing him to practice his skills in the wilderness. Trekking through the mountains and fields enhanced his lightness of foot. Furthermore, when encountering wild beasts or mountain bandits, Lin Chen could temper his strength to engage in combat with them, honing his techniques. Experiencing his martial arts from various perspectives proved to be immensely rewarding for Lin Chen. A month has elapsed, and Lin Chen, amidst the enchanting landscape, has not significantly enhanced his prowess. However, he has cultivated a deeper understanding of the natural world. As he ventured into the second month, he traversed a vast forested region, encountering a multitude of towns, and consequently, an influx of people. Where there are people, a world of intrigue and complexity arises. In these locales, Lin Chen garnered a wealth of experiences. He witnessed marauding bandits assaulting a merchant caravan. By the time he arrived, not a single soul had been spared, not even the innocent children. Although Lin Chen avenged the tragedy by vanquishing the bandits, the lives lost could never be restored. Moreover, he encountered beggars with sorrowful faces pleading for alms, servants suffering for their transgressions, innkeepers who counted their profits with gleeful smiles at dusk, and vendors who tirelessly shouted their wares at dawn. Such is the tapestry of human existence, rich and varied. These occurrences and individuals were foreign to the former Lin Chen. Not that he had never seen them, but perhaps he had merely glanced past them, allowing them to fade from memory. Now, upon reflection, they reveal a unique and profound richness. In the third month, Lin Chen ventured into a land inhabited by barbaric tribes. This characterization arises from his southwestern trajectory, where he encountered tribal societies devoid of a unified state, steeped in chaos, and speaking an unfamiliar tongue. The inhabitants were scantily clad, reminiscent of primitive tribes, presenting a vividly distinct culture. Furthermore, these people were fiercely combative. Lin Chen frequently found himself under attack. On one occasion, a tribal chief, accompanied by his entire clan, sought to capture him. Ultimately, their endeavor was thwarted as Lin Chen defeated the most formidable warriors among them, causing the rest to disperse, leaving him bewildered. Despite their lack of internal energy, these individuals possessed immense physical strength. A confrontation without Lin Chen's inner power would have rendered him vulnerable. It is noteworthy that Lin Chen's physical capabilities were exceptional. Even without activating his special abilities, he could easily overpower mere mortals. Should he choose to unleash his extraordinary powers, he might rival the likes of Captain America in a contest of strength. Yet, against these tribesmen, he found himself at a disadvantage without his abilities, only overcoming them once he activated his special powers. Truly, they were an extraordinary group. In the fourth month, after a winding journey, Lin Chen returned to the kingdom of Qing. His initial impression upon returning was one of relief at having re-entered human society. His second observation was the stark contrast in development. Qing surpassed Qi in both agriculture and industry, boasting a significantly more stable environment. It is no wonder that when war broke out between the two nations, Qi hastily sought terms of peace. Indeed, although Lin Chen was journeying alone, he was still able to glean significant news from various taverns in the towns he visited. The most momentous piece of information was the outbreak of war between the Qing kingdom and the Qi kingdom. After enduring a fierce conflict for over 10 days, the Qi kingdom could no longer withstand the pressure and sought peace. More than 2 months prior, a delegation from the Qi kingdom had arrived in the capital for negotiations, an event that should have been celebrated by the Qing kingdom. However, for reasons unknown, no word of the negotiations emerged, and shortly thereafter, the capital dispatched its own envoy to Qi. The leader of this envoy was none other than Fan Xian. Considering the timeline, Fan Xian must have reached Qi kingdom over a month ago, and by now, he should have returned to the capital. Yet, Lin Chen did not rush to act. Instead, he leisurely continued his exploration towards Dongyi City. One morning, atop a mountain, Lin Chen gazed into the distance. Before him, water coalesced into mist, which then transformed into vapor, only to revert to water again, and so on, ultimately forming clouds. The clouds, shifting and undulating, appeared dark and inky nearby, while further away, they manifested as substantial and weighty mountains. As the sun rose, a faint purple haze radiated from afar, enveloping Lin Chen in its ethereal glow. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of purple light before him. A profound sensation filled his heart, and Lin Chen realized that the opportunity he had awaited for over 4 months had finally arrived. He promptly seated himself cross-legged, allowing the 9-yang divine art to circulate rapidly within him, drawing in the purple aura. As it coursed through his meridians, Lin Chen felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, experiencing unparalleled comfort. With each complete cycle of the great circulation, a portion of the purple aura was consumed, while Lin Chen's internal energy began to coalesce and solidify. Time slipped away unnoticed until the last vestige of the purple aura was finally absorbed. Within his dantian, a droplet of liquid energy had formed, no longer merely internal energy, but rather, it had transformed into true essence. Innate true essence. From dawn until dusk, Lin Chen remained seated atop the mountain. Even as night fell, he did not awaken. Eyes still closed, diligently cultivating. At last, with the dawn of the following day, Lin Chen opened his tightly shut eyes. Just then, another wave of purple energy approached from the east. Instinctively, he activated the 9-yang divine art with all his might, and a tremendous suction emanated from within him, drawing the purple energy into his body. Moments later, he refined it completely, exhaling a long stream of essence. Thus, Lin Chen's internal energy had entirely transformed into liquid true essence. However, he was aware that his current realm was not truly innate. Rather, he stood at the threshold. Akin to the fire cloud evil god, a half-step into the innate realm. The realm of innate prowess is a realm of entirely different dimensions. Lin Chen aspires to reach such a state, yet he still lacks a certain degree of refinement. Fortunately, he is aware of the precise element that eludes him. Indeed, akin to the fire cloud evil god, what he truly requires is a vigorous and exhilarating battle. Why does the fire cloud evil god seclude himself in a psychiatric hospital? It is because he is too formidable, unable to find a worthy opponent. It is worth noting that the fire cloud evil god is also a prodigy. Although he does not possess the extraordinary abilities that Lin Chen wields, his attainment of a half-step innate status speaks volumes of his astonishing talent. That fateful day, had he triumphed over a Xing, he might have shattered the shackles of the acquired realm and stepped into the innate. Alas, he ultimately faced defeat. Yet, his loss was not without merit, for it has bestowed upon the present Lin Chen a worthy aspiration to challenge the 4 Grand Masters. Lin Chen has a premonition that if he can vanquish even one Grand Master, the probability of stepping into the innate realm will significantly increase. If all else fails, he shall confront each of the 4 Grand Masters. Chapter 84, Journey to Mount East. Using the 4 Grand Masters as stepping stones, Lin Chen is resolute in his belief that he will touch the threshold of innate mastery. After more than 4 months of worldly experience, Lin Chen has achieved a half-step innate status. The novel has not deceived me. Now, having reached this level, the fruits of his training are evident. It is time to return to the capital to engage in combat with the Grand Masters. Gazing at his character panel, Lin Chen noted an elevation in his power level. Ascending from C to C. Name, Jack Lin. Identity, Zhou Ming. Level, C. Points, 220. The system's ranking is quite ambiguous. Do not underestimate the significance of a minor increment. For each small level represents an entirely new echelon. The current Lin Chen is several times stronger than before. Through over 4 months of rigorous training, Lin Chen's lightness of foot has seen the most substantial enhancement. Now, as a half-step innate master, his comprehension of lightness skill has reached a consummate level. The cloud ladder technique renders Lin Chen as light as a feather, while the flying goose technique imparts swiftness akin to a shooting star. When these 2 techniques are combined, Lin Chen can even glide through the air. Thus, his speed of travel has significantly increased, allowing him to return to the capital in merely 2 days. It is noteworthy that he had previously been over 1,000 kilometers away. 2 days. Over 1,000 kilometers. And he felt scarcely fatigued. Lin Chen himself could hardly believe this spectacle. It was truly extraordinary. Upon returning to the capital after more than 4 months, Lin Chen observed a rather peculiar atmosphere. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, starkly contrasting with the usual vibrancy. Soldiers patrolled everywhere, exuding an air of vigilance. The gates of prominent families were shut tightly, as though a great terror lurked outside. Quietly arriving at the Fan residence, Lin Chen found the gates firmly shut, enveloped in an unusual stillness. Devoid of even a single guard, there was no need for further contemplation. A significant upheaval had occurred in the capital, and it was no ordinary one. After a meticulous scan of the vicinity, Lin Chen discerned that within several miles, not a single 8th-tier expert could be found, let alone a 9th tier. Swiftly traversing the Fan estate, Lin Chen ultimately located Fan Ruo in a courtyard, her expression marked by concern as she perused a letter. Ruo, where is Fan Xian? Lin Chen floated down from the rooftop. Having spent some time in the Fan household, he had become relatively familiar with Fan Xian's siblings. Fan Ruorua was initially startled and quickly tucked the letter away. Upon recognizing Lin Chen, her face brightened. "Brother Zhou, you have finally returned. My brother instructed me to remain here at the Fan residence to ensure you are informed of the circumstances. What is the situation now?" Lin Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued. "A grave incident has transpired." Fan Ruorua began, her words spilling forth for over half an hour as she recounted the events. After listening and posing a few additional questions, Lin Chen grasped the unfolding drama. In essence, Fan Xian had uncovered a significant conspiracy involving the second prince and the eldest princess while investigating in Beiki. Upon returning to the capital, he had been preoccupied with confronting these two figures and had also dealt with the relatively unruly crown prince, who, despite being under house arrest, still posed a threat. Soon after, Emperor Qing was the target of an assassination attempt orchestrated by the personnel of the Inspection Bureau. In the subsequent period, Fan Xian traveled to Jiangnan to reclaim the financial authority that rightfully belonged to him. He had only recently returned to the capital, but was soon on the move again. The emperor had expressed intentions to visit Mount Dazhong for a ritual, and Fan Xian accompanied him, taking the opportunity to revisit his grandmother in Danzhou. The capital's desolation stemmed from the assassination attempt on Emperor Qing, resulting in a state of martial law. Consequently, the current situation was that both Emperor Qing and Fan Xian were absent from the capital, having gone to Mount Dazhong, along with the hidden grandmaster within the palace. Thus, 3 grandmasters remained, one in Beiki, one in Dongyi City, and the other with an elusive whereabouts. Disregarding the unpredictable one, Beiki was too distant. But upon calculating the proximity to Dongyi City, Lin Chen realized it was roughly comparable to the distance to Mount Dazhong. Traveling to Dongyi City would require seeking out the elusive Si Gujian, whereas going to Mount Dazhong would not only facilitate finding Fan Xian, but also make locating the Grandmaster considerably more manageable, allowing for a direct confrontation with Emperor Qing to compel his appearance. Moreover, Wu Zhu was likely still by Fan Xian's side. He had previously mentioned knowing the whereabouts of Ku He and could guide Lin Chen there when the time came. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to head to Mount Dazhong. Upon realizing his intent, Fan Ruorua quickly cautioned, "Brother Zhou, my brother once warned me that after the assassination attempt on Emperor Qing, his journey to Mount Dazhong may expose him to further danger. According to his speculation, it is likely that there will be Grand Masters present, which poses a significant danger. It would be wise for you to refrain from attending. Is everything all right? Did I take the firearms with me?" Before departing, Lin Chen had left 2 handguns and a sniper rifle at the Fan residence, prioritizing Fan Xian's safety. "They have been taken. Besides providing me with a handgun for self-defense, all the other weapons were taken away." He mentioned the possibility of a fierce battle. Hence, he brought the 2 large guns for precaution. The Barrett and Lin Chen sniper rifle were taken by Fan Xian. Then there's no need for concern. "I was actually worried he might forget to take them." Lin Chen chuckled and inquired, "Could you tell me the approximate location of Dongshan?" Fan Ruorua contemplated. "It's roughly 100 miles south of Danzhou." As she spoke, she retrieved a handgun from her pocket. "Brother Zhou, if you are going, please take me along. Uncle Wu Zhu has trained me. With a handgun in hand, I am more formidable than a 9th-tier fighter. If a Grandmaster appears, I am confident I can assist." "No need. I returned specifically to confront the Grandmaster." Lin Chen replied with a calm smile, his tone imbued with self-assurance. "Do take care in the capital and ensure your own safety." With that, he ceased further conversation and swiftly made his way toward Dongshan. Based on Fan Ruorua's account, the emperor had set out about a week ago. Considering the pace, he should have arrived at Danzhou by now. Furthermore, it was mentioned that Fan Xian still needed to visit his grandmother, indicating there was ample time. Lin Chen was not in haste, and as he journeyed toward Dongshan, he tested his martial prowess. After more than 2 days of travel, on the 3rd day at noon, Lin Chen finally reached Dongshan after numerous inquiries. True to its name, Dongshan was indeed grand, towering approximately 1,000 meters high, stretching for several dozen miles, and presenting a majestic and imposing sight. The main peak of Dongshan loomed amidst the surrounding mountains. From a considerable distance, Lin Chen could discern the vast assembly at the foot of the mountain. Nearly 1,000 guards had encamped below, and in addition, several hundred guards formed a lengthy procession from the mountainside to the foot. From afar, he spotted a large clearing at the mountainside, where an altar was set up, and before it stood the emperor and his entourage for the sacrificial rites. However, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate, as Lin Chen observed Wu Zhu and 3 unfamiliar men clad in conical hats. Chapter 85. Battle with the Four Gaze Sword. The sacrificial event at Dongshan was, in fact, a trap set by the emperor, a grand scheme. Concealing his Grand Master powers for over a decade, he aimed for this day to eliminate all Grand Masters who posed an obstruction, thereby unifying the entire world. Grand Masters possess an existence akin to nuclear weapons in this world. Consider it. If other nations were devoid of nuclear arms while only the kingdom of Qing possessed them, then it would be the strongest nation who would dare to defy it. Just moments ago, everything had been proceeding smoothly, and the 3 Grand Masters had appeared successively atop the Dongshan. In the northern Qi dynasty, Master Ku He, along with the swordsmen of Dongyi City, and Yi Luyun from the Yi family, played pivotal roles. Among them, Yi Luyun was a mere pawn of Emperor Qing, ostensibly detached from any faction, yet secretly aligned with the emperor. The plan was straightforward. While the 3 launched an assault on Emperor Qing, Yi Luyun would suddenly betray them and ambush one of the others. In that moment, Emperor Qing would reveal his formidable mastery, turning the tide to a 2v2 scenario. With one adversary caught off guard, regardless of the circumstances, Emperor Qing's chances of victory would significantly increase. However, at this critical juncture, Wu Zhu unexpectedly appeared, transforming the battlefield into a stalemate. Simultaneously, Lin Chen effortlessly leaped over the obstructing guards, catching the attention of several masters with their mild astonishment, and soared into the fray. He nodded towards Fan Xian and Wu Zhu, then boldly called out to Emperor Qing, demanding the old man who had ambushed him in the side hall to be summoned. "I have come here today to settle the score." Upon hearing this, the 3 men in conical hats looked at him with astonishment. Before Emperor Qing could respond, Fan Xian swiftly approached Lin Chen. "Brother Zhou, the one on the left is Ku He, and the 2 on the right are Sigu Jian and Yi Luyun. All masters of the highest order." "All masters?" Lin Chen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the trio. The presence of the 4 great masters was indeed surprising, yet it was fortuitous. A grin spread across his face as he declared, "Wonderful. With all 4 great masters here, I need not waste time searching for you. I, Zhou Ming, hereby challenge the 4 great masters today. Who among you will face me first? Or shall you all come at me together? I have no objections." Lin Chen had a clear assessment of his own abilities. Under normal circumstances, he could contend with a single master. If he activated his special powers, he could likely overpower a master, and even against all 4, he believed he could withstand their onslaught. Thus, he felt emboldened to utter such grandiose words. "Brother Zhou, are you out of your mind? They are all great masters," Fan Xian exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Previously, when he was at the 8th rank, he understood the great masters were formidable enough to kill him with a single strike, yet lacked a concrete grasp of their power. Now, having reached the 9th rank with formidable true energy, he could contend with the upper echelons of the 9th rank. Yet, against a great master, he still felt that he could be easily dispatched with one blow. It was at this moment that Fan Xian developed a clear understanding of the great master's prowess. Great masters cannot be trifled with, and yet, Lin Chen was daring enough to challenge all 4 at once. This left Fan Xian at a loss for thought. Lin Chen's audacity echoed through the air as he provocatively proclaimed, "I am here to face the great masters. Well said, I stand with you." As Wu Zhu approached, he uttered a remark. Lin Chen turned around and noticed subtle changes in Wu Zhu. If he had previously resembled a rigid automaton, he now appeared somewhat more animated. His tone enriched. "Uncle Wu Zhu," Fan Xian began, but Wu Zhu interjected, "Zhou Ming is exceptionally strong." This proclamation was heard not only by Fan Xian, but by all present. They understood Wu Zhu's prowess. For someone of his caliber to declare another strong signified Lin Chen's genuine strength. It was surmised that Lin Chen must be a newly ascended Grand Master, arriving to seek guidance. No sooner had Wu Zhu's words settled than Sigu Jian stepped forward, brimming with arrogance. "Let me test your skills," he declared, lunging at Lin Chen with his sword. Lin Chen smiled faintly, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and executed the Bagua step, effortlessly evading the thrust and entangling the sword. Lin Chen did not engage in combat with these Grand Masters merely to defeat them swiftly. Rather, he sought to refine his own abilities through this exchange, to elevate his strength and gain personal insights. Thus, he refrained from unleashing his unique powers. opting instead for a responsive style of combat. Within moments, Lin Chen and Sigu Jian exchanged more than 10 blows. Initially, onlookers presumed that even a newly minted grandmaster like Lin Chen would not withstand Sigu Jian for long. Yet, after 10 exchanges, Lin Chen not only remained unperturbed but grew increasingly audacious, his defenses becoming ever more relaxed. Feeling his pride wounded, Sigu Jian decided to unleash his full strength, escalating the ferocity of the duel. But Lin Chen seemed unfazed, his defenses impenetrable. He parried with his stick with remarkable steadiness. While it was possible to imbue the wooden stick with internal energy for combat, such an approach could not be sustained indefinitely. Repeated clashes at equal levels would typically damage the weapon. However, Lin Chen defied this norm. After numerous exchanges, the stick showed no signs of wear, which was indeed perplexing. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen employed true essence, enhancing the stick's hardness to that of steel. Had it been a metal sword, one strike could very well have severed Sigu Jian's blade. After about 20 exchanges, Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment with Sigu Jian. The swordplay exhibited some finesse and considerable power, yet it was ultimately lacking. Lin Chen sensed no danger, which he found exceedingly disappointing. It was worth noting that he had yet to activate his special abilities. With this thought, Lin Chen called out, "Is this all the strength you possess? What are the remaining two waiting for? Join in." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at the Emperor Qing, urging him to summon the Grand Masters behind him, warning, "Otherwise, I shall come looking for you shortly." Amidst the mocking taunts and veiled threats, Emperor Qing maintained an impassive demeanor, uttering not a single word. Ku He and Yi Luyun tightened their grips on their weapons, were it not for the concern of tarnishing their reputation by overwhelming a lesser opponent. They would have struck long ago. At that moment, however, Sigu Jian let out a low roar, declaring the affront intolerable. As his words echoed, Sigu Jian's aura surged, sharpening his sword with newfound intensity. His inner energy erupted forth, seemingly without restraint, surging towards Lin Chen with fervor. At this juncture, Sigu Jian had adopted an all-out, reckless approach. Chapter 86. That sword, whether it was Lin Chen's cultivated inner strength or the nuclear radiance absorbed by the others, both would require a protracted period to replenish after such exhaustive use. The reason Lin Chen had never encountered the peril of overexertion was simple. His technique was the nine-yang divine art. His inner energy replenished at an astonishing rate, and unless one were to expend it recklessly, it would never be depleted. However, these esteemed masters had not honed such a profound technique. Their current rampant expenditure of true energy was indeed a life-or-death gamble. Yet, after several exchanges, Lin Chen remained unscathed, even managing to strike Sigu Jian twice with a wooden stick. Sensing the innate true essence within him gradually awakening, Lin Chen continued to taunt. "So you are the North Chi's national master, Yi Luyun? You dare not even make a move. It's all utter nonsense. You insolent wretch." Provoked by his words, Yi Luyun could no longer contain himself and finally made a move. Ku He, too, was decisive, saying nothing as he charged forward. In an instant, the three great masters engaged in a fierce battle against Lin Chen, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Fan Xian murmured, "Brother Zhou is truly formidable, able to contend against three great masters simultaneously. Uncle Wu Zhu, do you think Brother Zhou can prevail against all three?" "I do not know," Wu Zhu replied, shaking his head. At that moment, the four were embroiled in a chaotic melee, exchanging blows in a perilous flurry. Yes, this is precisely the sensation. The three, filled with fury, unleashed their full might, compelling Lin Chen to refrain from underestimating them. He had long activated his special abilities, engaged in a solitary struggle against three opponents. Lin Chen's true essence began to boil within him. He felt a premonition that if he could endure until the end, he would step into the realm of innate mastery. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, if the fourth master from Emperor Qing's side intervened, the immense pressure might propel him to a direct breakthrough. With this thought, Lin Chen began to draw the battlefield towards Emperor Qing. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of light flickered in Emperor Qing's eyes. As Lin Chen drew nearer, the Emperor suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Luyun, "Strike now." In an instant, Emperor Qing lunged towards Sigu Jian, while Yi Luyun simultaneously shifted his focus from Lin Chen to Sigu Jian. Previously, Sigu Jian had engaged in a fierce duel with Lin Chen, expending a considerable amount of his true energy. After exchanging over 10 blows, he was still fighting at full strength, yet his energy was significantly depleted, rendering him an ideal target. Had it not been for Lin Chen drawing the battlefield towards the Emperor of Qing, the Emperor would have bided his time, waiting for both Ku He and Sigu Jian to exhaust themselves further before intervening. Nevertheless, the timing was not entirely unfavorable. Both he and Yi Lu Yun launched a simultaneous assault on Sigu Jian. Particularly, Yi Lu Yun was positioned very close, and with Sigu Jian caught off guard. He struck a powerful blow to his chest. With a cough, Sigu Jian expelled a mist of blood and was sent hurtling backward. In midair, the Emperor intended to pursue, but was intercepted by the recovering Ku He. In truth, Lin Chen had paused to observe the unfolding situation. Otherwise, Ku He would have been unable to extricate herself, and Sigu Jian might have faced dire consequences. Even so, Sigu Jian's condition was precarious. He leaned against his long sword, half kneeling on the ground, gazing at the Emperor with astonishment, realizing how deeply the old man had concealed his true capabilities. However, the Emperor paid him no mind, instead dragging Ku He while shouting to Yi Lu Yun, "Come here, let us together vanquish Ku He." Afterward, he still had the energy to address Lin Chen. "Mr. Zhou, as long as you assist me in eliminating these two, no, as long as you do not interfere, once I unify the realm, I shall appoint you as Chancellor." Lin Chen's previously demonstrated prowess had genuinely unsettled the Emperor. A Grand Master is no mere trifling matter. The fact that Lin Chen could contend against three was indeed alarming. Although his defense was barely holding, such strength posed a significant concern. The Emperor contemplated striking first to eliminate Lin Chen with the combined might of the four, but with Wu Zhu nearby, he knew he would not be afforded the opportunity. Thus, he ultimately opted to adhere to his original plan. As for Lin Chen, he resolved to cultivate alliances of power, intending to strike later when the opportunity arose. Unify the realm? Lin Chen paused, recognizing the Emperor's considerable ambition. Had he been a native of this world, he might have been tempted, for the title of Chancellor is one of great prestige, second only to the Emperor himself. However, regrettably, Lin Chen was not of this world. His foremost desire was to engage in battle. His internal energy was still surging, and he had no intention of halting. With that, he directly entered the fray. Lin Chen did not confine his assault to the Emperor and Yi Lu Yun. He also targeted Ku He. Once again, he faced three adversaries alone, leaving them all bewildered, truly a madman. At that moment, the previously gravely injured Sigu Jian stood once again. Ha ha ha, what a grand East Mountain. What a cunning old fox is the Emperor of Qing. After years of scheming, to fall today into your hands is not entirely a loss. However, before that, you shall taste my sword. With that, Sigu Jian positioned his sword across his chest, elegantly twirled it with one hand, and then surged forth with great vigor. Though lacking an overwhelming aura, at this moment, Sigu Jian seemed to transform into a sword itself, thrusting directly towards Emperor Qing. This strike bore no brilliance, appearing quite subdued, yet the terrifying might it contained left Lin Chen astonished. This sword was indeed formidable. It was his final strike, Wu Zhu remarked casually. "What do you mean by final strike?" Fan Xian inquired hastily. Sigu Jian, whose swordsmanship's essence lay in focusing ahead while disregarding the past, left, and right. Now, with this final blow, he disregarded everything, condensing all his strength into it. It was immensely powerful, akin to the last blossom of a flower, exquisite, yet destined to wilt swiftly. Wu Zhu elaborated for the first time, seemingly lost in reminiscence. At that very moment, Sigu Jian's sword approached Lin Chen and his companions. In that instant, the sword's latent sharpness erupted entirely. Although aimed at Emperor Qing, the residual force pushed Ku He back several steps. Lin Chen was compelled to halt, standing aside. Of course, Yi Lu Yun could not allow Emperor Qing to perish. Thus he bravely advanced, his sword striking fiercely. However, before he could close the distance, his sword shattered inch by inch, and he was sent flying backward, collapsing onto the ground. In quick succession, the residual force of the sword continued its assault on Emperor Qing. Yet, Emperor Qing was not to be underestimated. His true energy surged mightily, his clothing expanding significantly. He thrust both palms forward, unleashing the royal true energy from within, sending forth an overwhelming force towards Sigu Jian's strike. The clash produced an immense shockwave, dust swirling and leaves scattering. When the dust settled, everyone beheld Emperor Qing lying on the ground, clutching his chest. Meanwhile, Gu Jin laughed thrice before succumbing to his injuries. Having defeated 2 grandmasters with a single sword, he had no regrets in death. Chapter 87. Finally entering the innate realm. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Gu Jin was truly a genius. That last strike had seemingly grazed the threshold of the innate realm. Had he not been gravely wounded prior, this strike might have slain Emperor Qing outright. In that moment, Lin Chen felt he had gleaned something, yet simultaneously, it felt elusive. Fortunately, he dismissed such thoughts and shouted, "Ku He, reveal your true abilities." With that, Lin Chen charged forward. The wooden stick had already been discarded, and now he unleashed a ferocious style of fist combat, though his movements echoed the principles of Tai Chi. The essence of Tai Chi lies in the balance of hardness and softness, yet Lin Chen, in this instance, acted contrary to that, showcasing unyielding ferocity devoid of any gentleness. His opponent, Ku He, found himself in an utterly lamentable predicament. The Emperor of Qing utilized an advanced version of the domineering true energy, the royal true energy. His audacity was to be expected, yet how could Lin Chen, who previously adopted a defensive style, suddenly become so formidable? As the battle unfolded, just when Ku He was on the verge of retreating, Lin Chen's fist technique abruptly transformed from extreme rigidity to extreme softness. The swiftness of this transition caught Ku He off guard, and he was soon struck down to the ground. Seeing his opponent defeated, Lin Chen did not linger. He swiftly turned to face the recently risen Yi Luyuan. However, Yi Luyuan, having sustained injuries and with his true energy waning, was quickly overwhelmed and brought to the ground by Lin Chen. Without pause, Lin Chen charged towards the Emperor of Qing. The old man had hidden his intentions well. He had aimed to kill Lin Chen in the side hall, and today, Lin Chen was determined to settle the score. At this moment, Lin Chen entered a peculiar state, where techniques and skills seemed to meld seamlessly in his hands. Each punch bore the style of the Taizu long fist, while simultaneously embodying the forms of Tai Chi, as if the two were harmoniously united. Every palm strike, every kick, every move was executed with spontaneity, drawing from Lin Chen's own teachings. The Emperor was formidable, even stronger than the 3 previous grandmasters, and although he had sustained minor injuries from blocking the Forgu sword, he was still capable of withstanding Lin Chen's assault. However, as time passed, Lin Chen's strength began to surge rapidly. His feet were gradually treading the path of the innate. At that moment, the Emperor recognized that he could no longer delay. He had to unleash his ultimate technique. With Ku He gravely wounded, the Forgu sword destroyed, and Wu Zhu refraining from intervention. Even if his true energy were to be exhausted, he believed he would face no significant danger. Thus, the Emperor gathered the majority of his true energy into his hands, a powerful aura emanating from him, causing Lin Chen's onslaught to momentarily falter. In this instance, Lin Chen did not rush to interrupt the Emperor. Instead, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers, feeling a surge within himself as his true essence erupted from his index finger, glowing brilliantly in purple light. This was something he had just learned from the Forgu sword. Today, he intended to use this innate sword to shatter the shackles of his acquired limitations. "Do not kill him." A loud shout from Fan Xian echoed from a distance, though at that moment, it was unclear to whom he was directing his words. The Emperor moved, unleashing a palm strike of overwhelming might that stirred a tempest towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained still, quietly standing in place. And as he faced the impending strike, he simply raised his sword and made a gentle slice. In an instant, the tempest calmed, and all oppressive force dissipated into nothingness. The Emperor stood before Lin Chen, stunned, unable to unleash his palm strike. Having heard Fan Xian shout, Lin Chen understood it was directed at him. Thus he spared the Emperor's life and refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Brushing off a speck of dust from the Emperor's shoulder, Lin Chen softly remarked, "Take care. Don't dirty your clothes." Having spoken, Lin Chen closed his eyes, and a faint purple radiance emanated from his body, accentuating his already unadorned demeanor, rendering him almost indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. Before him, the Emperor Qing seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the ground. Side quest conditions met. Task completed. Reward, 100 points. Main quest conditions met. Task completed. Reward, 100 points and 1 chance for a lottery in this realm. The consecutive system notifications prompted Lin Chen to instinctively glance at the character panel. Name, Jacqueline. Identity, Zhou Ming. Level, C points, For 120 at this juncture, Lin Chen had reached the innate stage, and there were no further advancements for him in this world. He also had one lottery chance remaining, which he promptly utilized. Following a brief whirlwind of colors, Lin Chen drew forth a small sword-shaped object. Upon closer examination, he discerned it was a sword technique, specifically the renowned swordplay known as the Four Directions Sword. Though this artifact held little value for Lin Chen, now that he had attained the innate level, it was better than nothing. Moreover, upon reaching this stage, the special ability he previously mastered had diminished in significance. He could now achieve the same results through sheer bodily control, rendering that ability merely a means of simplification. However, truth be told, Lin Chen at this moment felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, as though he had undergone a transformation. Even his breathing felt fundamentally altered. The sensation was ineffable. Yet, this also signified that his stay in this world had reached its conclusion. It was time to depart. Observing the Emperor Qing, who lay prostrate on the ground, and glancing at the crowd around him, Lin Chen conveyed to Fan Xian through thought, "I have completed my task and must take my leave. Would you care to join me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fan Xian resolutely shook his head. In truth, since he first read the letter from Yi Qingmei, he had relinquished any desire to leave. He was not a traveler, but rather a native of this world. Where could he possibly return to? Furthermore, he had significant responsibilities here, striving to fulfill Yi Qingmei's dying wish of fostering a more equitable world for all. Though such aspirations were daunting, he remained committed to pursuing that goal. On the other hand, observing the unwavering determination in Fan Xian's eyes, Lin Chen understood his choice. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen gestured with his hand, producing dozens of sheets of paper from his pocket, which he entrusted to Fan Xian. Without uttering a word, he patted Fan Xian on the shoulder and, in a few breaths, had vanished into the distance. Once out of sight, Lin Chen chose to return. At this moment, atop the towering Mount East, Fan Xian was perusing the papers bestowed upon him by Lin Chen, upon which several names were inscribed: Flying Goose Technique, Bagua Steps, Gale Kick, Cloud Ladder, Nine Suns Divine Art, Tai Chi, and Lion's Roar Technique. These were all creations of Lin Chen during his travels. After all, this realm was where he broke free from the shackles of the mundane. It was only fitting to leave behind a legacy. Thus, Lin Chen modified his acquired knowledge and passed it on. Surely, his master would be delighted to discover an unexpected influx of new disciples. Chapter 88. Return and System Upgrade. In a flash of white light, Lin Chen found himself back in his chamber. To be candid, after living in an ancient world for such an extended period, returning to the present felt quite disorienting, especially considering that he was clad in ancient attire. While the casual outfit he wore during his travels had long since been gifted to Fan Xian as a memento, having done nothing to prepare, he changed into modern garments and reclined in his courtyard, silently counting the aircraft soaring above, lost in thought. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled that he had acquired a vibranium reactor from Tony. Ascending to the second floor, he promptly absorbed it. Observing his energy bar, now at 21%, he nodded to himself appreciatively. Wait, something seemed amiss. Had the system undergone a transformation? Having neglected to examine it upon his return, Lin Chen was startled to discover that his system appeared to have upgraded. While no new templates were added, the primary enhancement pertained to the traversal functionality. Initially, once the traversal energy was amassed, it would trigger an automatic transition. Now, however, Lin Chen could accumulate traversal attempts. Once the energy reached its peak, it would generate a traversal opportunity, all while allowing the continued collection of traversal energy. With this feature, as long as he possessed ample energy sources, Lin Chen could enjoy countless controllable opportunities for traversal. He could traverse at will, even continuing to traverse after arriving in a new world. This feature was indeed remarkable. Wait a moment. Why was it suddenly possible to accumulate traversal attempts? It turned out that the worlds for traversal had been categorized by rank. Indeed, the systems that facilitated traversal began to classify worlds into tiers, mirroring strength levels, with worlds divided into 5 grades: A, B, C, D, and E. Each use of a traversal opportunity would draw from the C, D, or E ranked worlds, randomly selecting one to enter. Furthermore, one could designate an E-ranked world for a single traversal attempt, a D-ranked world for 2, and a C-ranked world for 3. Additionally, 10 attempts would grant access to a B-ranked world, while 100 attempts would unlock an A-ranked world for traversal. Of course, these occurrences do not involve the specification of a particular world, but rather a random selection within that level. In the previous 3 transfers, the system defaulted to a random selection from levels C, D, and E. Lin Chen was fortunate. His first destination was a level D world, followed by 2 visits to level C worlds. However, this fortunate turn has left Lin Chen in a rather uncomfortable position. Although the world levels do not entirely correspond to the strength levels, there remains a significant correlation. At this moment, Lin Chen possesses level C strength, and if he wishes to advance, it would be most prudent to venture into a level B world, or at the very least, another level C world. The number of crossings required to reach these 2 realms would necessitate a minimum of 3 attempts. It appears that Lin Chen must devise a method to establish a stable source of energy. Otherwise, the search will be interminably protracted. As Lin Chen pondered these matters, a shimmering orange-yellow portal abruptly manifested in the lobby on the 1st floor, rapidly expanding in size. Almost immediately, a woman with a shaved head emerged. The commotion on the 1st floor was considerable, awakening Lin Chen on the 2nd floor. "Who?" he exclaimed, swiftly descending to the 1st floor. The next moment, upon recognizing the visitor, Lin Chen stood in astonishment. Could it be? Gu Yi had come directly to his abode. Lin Chen had indeed contemplated this possibility. He knew that eventually, Gu Yi would seek him out, though he had not anticipated it would occur so soon. "Mr. Lin, do you recognize me?" Gu Yi inquired, her Mandarin impeccably fluent, accompanied by a hint of curiosity. Just moments ago, she had detected the emergence of another extraordinary being on Earth, one that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Consequently, she had employed the eye of Agamotto to glimpse this person's future. However, Gu Yi was astounded to find that she could not discern Lin Chen's future at all. She could only perceive scattered fragments of fluctuating energies, enshrouded in a veil of mystery. This piqued Gu Yi's interest immensely, prompting her to rush over to investigate the situation. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I do not recognize you. It is merely your attire and the manner of your entrance that astonishes me. Are you a nun from a temple? What brings you to my home so suddenly?" "Ah, I see." Gu Yi fixed her gaze upon Lin Chen's eyes, pausing momentarily before explaining, "I am not a nun. You may refer to me as Gu Yi, a sorceress." "A sorceress? The kind that cultivates magical powers and casts spells as depicted in novels?" Lin Chen feigned ignorance. However, Gu Yi did not respond to his jest. Instead, she continued, "Lin, you are quite enigmatic, and your vitality is remarkably vibrant. Would you be willing to share the story behind this?" Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly before he replied, "Since you have revealed your identity as a sorceress, I shall share my tale with you. In the land of Hua, there exists a clandestine group of martial artists who possess the extraordinary ability to cultivate a wondrous power within their bodies, akin to the magic of sorcerers, which we refer to as internal energy. I am one such practitioner. Hence, my vitality is remarkably robust." Gu Yi nodded slightly, neither questioning nor probing further into this matter, but continued, "I cannot foresee your future. It is shrouded in a dense fog. I yearn to uncover the truth, yet it is evidently elusive at this moment." "What future? Fog? Magic?" Lin Chen feigned ignorance, yet internally, he harbored profound disdain. With the system shielding him, his future shifts with each of his traversals. It would be absurd for Gu Yi to truly perceive it. He had come today to learn about Lin Chen, and since he divulged nothing, their next encounter would have to suffice. With a wave of her hand, a luminous portal re-emerged. After casting a meaningful glance at Lin Chen, she stepped into the portal and vanished. Once Gu Yi departed, Lin Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief. She had finally left, causing him great anxiety. It was no jest. She was Gu Yi, the supreme sorceress. Such a formidable figure could easily ensnare him in a mirrored space, leading to his demise. In her presence, his life was utterly precarious. It was only natural to feel apprehensive. Fortunately, he had managed to evade disaster this time, though judging by her earlier gaze, it seemed Gu Yi had taken an interest in him. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had no intention of engaging in any heinous acts that would provoke divine wrath, so he believed he would remain safe. For the moment, he should prioritize resolving the issue of the energy source. With the recent update of the system's traversal capabilities, it appeared to be beneficial, allowing Lin Chen to autonomously select the time and world tier for his journeys. However, the matter of how to swiftly acquire additional traversal opportunities posed a significant dilemma. In the New York sanctuary, Gu-E held the eye of Agamotto in her grasp, her eyes emanating a verdant glow. After a lengthy pause, she set it down with a sigh. Still, the future remained inscrutable. She had once more attempted to glimpse Lin Chen's fate, yet the outcome was unchanged, a mere fog, utterly opaque. It seemed that only time could reveal the truth of what lay ahead. Rubbing her throbbing temples, Gu-E entered a state of meditation. Peering into the future was not without its toll. It would leave one mentally fatigued, and continuous usage could lead to one becoming lost in the currents of time, never to awaken. In the days that followed, Lin Chen adapted to his newfound strength while acclimatizing himself to modern life. Most importantly, he diligently sought information regarding energy sources. By now, he had formed a general understanding that the energy sources capable of augmenting his traversal power were likely those unique energy items. The genetic serum of the Hulk, the vibranium reactor from extraterrestrial meteors, and the cosmic cube were all exceptionally rare. Ultimately, Lin Chen contemplated two potential sources of abundant energy. The first, undoubtedly, was Wakanda, a land renowned for its vast deposits of vibranium. A mere extraction from this wealth would significantly elevate his energy levels. In stark contrast to the considerable distance separating him from the first option, the second was considerably closer. Indeed, it was the Tesseract, safeguarded by SSS. Securing the Tesseract would grant him an inexhaustible supply of energy. Yet, acquiring either of these treasures proved to be an arduous challenge for Lin Chen. Wakanda, a bastion of advanced technology, was presently shrouded in isolationism and exhibited a marked aversion to outsiders. The prospect of obtaining vibranium through official channels was utterly implausible. As for thievery, without even knowing the location, how could one steal? Moreover, the technological prowess of Wakanda rendered infiltration exceedingly difficult. If discovered, Lin Chen would find himself facing an entire army. Until he could contend with such formidable forces, venturing into Wakanda remained a perilous gamble. Thus, acquiring vibranium through official means was out of the question. However, through unofficial channels, he might still procure a considerable amount. Lin Chen recalled a character from the film who specialized in stealing and selling vibranium from Wakanda. This individual not only knew the whereabouts of Wakanda but, given the current timeline, likely possessed a substantial stockpile of vibranium. Additionally, he remembered that a small fragment of vibranium was housed within a certain museum. Both avenues could potentially yield vibranium for Lin Chen. As for the Tesseract, the challenge for SSS did not lie in their strength. Lin Chen, with his current abilities, could easily breach a SSS base. Yet, even if he succeeded, how would he ascertain the Tesseract's location? Capturing a high-ranking official for interrogation seemed improbable, and it would only serve to provoke SSS, leading to a cascade of complications for Lin Chen. Hence, obtaining the Tesseract appeared to be a formidable task. In comparing the two, Lin Chen concluded that acquiring a batch of vibranium was, at least, somewhat more feasible, as he possessed a clear objective. With this determination, he began to scour the internet for various museums. He recalled that the museum featured in the film was located in Europe, though he was uncertain of its identity. However, there were not many museums, and after half a day of searching, he finally located it. The vibranium was housed within the British Museum in London. As for the vibranium dealer who appeared in both Avengers, Age of Ultron and Black Panther, Lin Chen had yet to uncover any information about him. After all, he was a figure who had eluded Wakanda for decades, displaying exceptional skills in concealment, leaving Lin Chen utterly baffled. Nevertheless, in the film, it seemed this mysterious character operated from an abandoned ship. Lin Chen found himself at a loss, unable to uncover any information online. It seemed he would need to seek some assistance. However, before that, he resolved to retrieve that small fragment of vibranium in London. Unfortunately, it was too late for any flights from New York to London, so he would have to book a ticket for the following day. Just then, a news alert on his computer captured his attention. Upon clicking it, he discovered that, moments ago, Tony Stark had been attacked by unidentified assailants during a press conference unveiling new energy technology. Accompanying the article was a brief video. Upon viewing the footage, Lin Chen immediately recognized the assailant. It was Whiplash. He recalled the villain's name was Ivan. He was the antagonist from Iron Man 2, originally appearing at a racetrack abroad. And now, unexpectedly, he had surfaced in New York. In the video, Whiplash brandished his glowing electric whips, scattering debris throughout the conference venue. However, Tony had developed a portable suit of armor, and with a few swift strikes, he had dispatched Whiplash with ease. The news report was only 5 minutes old, so by now, it was likely that Whiplash had been apprehended. Yet Lin Chen understood that Tony's troubles were only just beginning. Not long ago, during a hearing concerning the Iron Man suit, Tony had made a statement. At that time, both the government and military sought to compel him to relinquish the technology behind the suit, labeling him a potential threat. In a masterstroke, he countered by revealing the military's simulated experiments conducted in various countries to the public. He asserted that his suit would remain unreplicable for 5 to 10 years and declared his intention not to misuse it as a weapon. Yet, tonight, he had indeed employed the suit, although it was in self-defense and justified in saving numerous lives. The mere fact of using the Iron Man suit as a weapon could not be denied. With this undeniable fact, the military and government would seize upon it, attacking Tony and steering public opinion to compel him to surrender the technology. Should there be no positive response to this incident, Tony would undoubtedly face significant challenges. Moreover, after securing the vibranium, Lin Chen intended to bring it back for Tony to craft into a vibranium reactor. Thus, he would need to ensure that Tony owed him a favor. Assisting him in resolving this predicament would certainly constitute a substantial favor. Contemplating this, Lin Chen took out a notebook and began to jot down his thoughts. The solution to this dilemma was straightforward: enlist the help of SSS. At that moment, Lin Chen was engaged in creating a foundational internal cultivation method, one capable of generating inner strength. For someone like Lin Chen, who had already attained a natural state, this task was exceedingly simple. Nick, that old fellow, must be quite curious about why he possesses such formidable strength. Thus, he intends to use this entry-level mental technique as a bargaining chip to negotiate an opportunity for intervention from SSS. Ultimately, for the sake of Tony, Nick would indeed lend his support. However, Lin Chen would merely be the one to claim this favor for himself. Chapter 90. The transaction today was not urgent. Public sentiment had yet to fully ferment, making it an unpropitious moment for Lin Chen to negotiate terms. It was wiser for him to first retrieve the vibranium from London. Consequently, Lin Chen boarded a flight the following day and traveled to London. With his innate strength, he effortlessly acquired the piece of vibranium. After securing it and enveloping it with his internal energy, he boarded another flight back to New York. This round trip consumed over a day, and by now, it had already been 3 days since the press conference incident. Under the guidance of certain individuals, public opinion had completely spiraled out of control. Despite Tony's proactive responses, with Pepper working to suppress the media and his friend Rhodey navigating the military's concerns, the tide of public sentiment could not be halted. At this juncture, Lin Chen understood it was time for him to take action. SSS. Agents had been monitoring him continuously. Though their overt surveillance had shifted to a more discreet form, they had never evaded Lin Chen's notice. Thus, initiating contact with SSS was straightforward. Lin Chen crafted a sign that read, "Contact Nick Fury," drawing a crude depiction of a glowing egg beneath Nick's name, marked with 3 dots to signify its luminescence. After completing the sign, he promptly hung it at his door, confident that Nick would soon become aware of this and reach out to him. As anticipated, just a few minutes later, the phone in his home rang. "Hello? Who is this?" Lin Chen inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. "This is Nick Fury," came a calm voice from the other end. "What do you need? Who is looking for you?" Lin Chen asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, Nick furrowed his brow slightly. When he received the news that Lin Chen wished to contact him, several speculations crossed his mind. First, the individual must have been aware of his surveillance and was genuinely seeking assistance. Second, the individual had only recently realized they were being monitored or perhaps had not detected it at all and was merely testing the waters. Lin Chen's initial query left Nick puzzled, but upon hearing the second statement, he realized he had been discovered long ago. The implications were quite intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly replied, "Lin, I sent someone over to ensure your safety. This also facilitates our communication, as you can see. You have my contact now. You must understand, I am quite a busy person. By your logic, should I be thanking you then?" Lin Chen found the exchange amusing rather than infuriating. Indeed, these prominent figures possess an uncanny ability to weave elaborate deceptions, The Emperor of Celebration is no exception. Nor is this fool with an egg-shaped head. There is no need for gratitude. Merely elucidate why you sought me out. Nick's tone remained as unvarnished as ever, seemingly impervious to any emotional upheaval. Let us engage in a transaction. A transaction for what? Nick's vigilance heightened. If it pertains to those energy cores from our last encounter, I can assure you they are no longer available. Not that. Are you familiar with Tony Stark? A few days ago, he clashed with a lunatic wielding an electric whip. Correct? I have heard whispers of that incident. What transpired? Not only had Nick heard of it, but he had also begun preparations to recruit that madman into SSIELD. Naturally, not as an avenger. For a sinner, Nick would not extend privileges without substantial utility beforehand. Ivan Vanko may have successfully constructed a reactor, yet it pales in comparison to Tony's creation, and he is hardly the only one. Thus, Nick merely intended to place him under house arrest, allowing him to engage in research without any plans for reintegration. I wish to extend a favor to Tony, hoping he might assist me with a few tasks. Hence, I desire you to quell the public outcry and ensure Tony is aware of my involvement. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. What is your leverage? Ever since acquiring the name of that Hydra infiltrator from Lin Chen, he had commenced a discreet investigation. Following the trail led him to uncover a wealth of useful information. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, he refrained from taking any action, opting instead to bide his time. It is worth noting that, based on the potential intel provided by Lin Chen, the number of Hydra agents within SSIELD could far exceed Nick's expectations. Remaining inactive is currently the wisest strategy. Do you understand why I have grown so formidable? It is because I have mastered a form of martial arts that enhances one's strength. I now offer something akin to this martial prowess as a bargaining chip. Are you intrigued? Lin Chen had indeed contemplated trading the list of Hydra operatives, but he had only committed to memory the names of the immediate superior and the bald advisor from the film he had watched. The bald advisor had already been traded during the previous exchange, and this matter was too trivial to warrant using the superior's name in negotiations. As for the internal cultivation technique he pinned yesterday, it was merely an introductory level, pathetically weak. It merely enabled the cultivation of inner strength without any practical applications or techniques, and the progress was excruciatingly slow. If one were to assign a grade to this technique, it would likely be classified as E-grade. Dedicating a lifetime to it would yield no more than that of a third-rate master. Unless someone possesses a profound understanding of the body's meridians and is exceptionally gifted, capable of reformulating this technique to create their own styles. Only then might they transcend to mastery. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare, appearing but once in a century. In summary, Lin Chen harbored no fear regarding the formidable strength that SSIELD might attain through this martial arts manual. Deal. Someone will arrive at your residence within an hour to collect the items. I can suppress the situation concerning Tony right now. Nick, suppressing his excitement, spoke calmly over the phone. He had speculated extensively about Lin Chen's capabilities and had diligently researched numerous texts and documents from Huagua. Among his hypotheses, he believed the most plausible explanations involved a concept known as qi and something referred to as internal energy. Although Lin Chen had not explicitly stated it, it was highly likely that these were indeed the elements at play, which thrilled Nick immensely. All right. However, I must caution you not to rejoice prematurely. The attainment of such skills necessitates years of diligent accumulation, not results that can be seen in a short span, conservatively estimated at a decade or more, Lin Chen interjected, delivering a dose of realism. But how can you? Nick began, only to be cut off by Lin Chen. Director Nick, are you not aware that there exists a class of individuals known as geniuses? Please send someone to collect the items. I shall be waiting. With that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. On the other end, Nick placed the phone down with a hint of frustration. After a moment's thought, he dialed another number. Melinda, you have a new mission. Received, came a brisk voice from the other end. Chapter 91. Melinda May. Lin Chen did not have to wait long. Merely half an hour later, a knock resonated at his front door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find a face of Asian descent, as he had initially expected someone named Sharon from before. The woman was unfamiliar, with black hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a sleek black outfit, and sporting a small handgun at her waist. She was not someone Lin Chen had encountered in any film. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Melinda May, a level 7 agent of SSIELD. here to retrieve the martial arts manuscript. Her voice was straightforward, spoken in Mandarin, and coupled with her smile, it rendered her presence less intimidating. Just call me Lin, he replied, offering his name in return. A gesture of basic courtesy irrespective of whether she was aware of it. Please come in. I have tea, coffee, and juice available. Which would you prefer? As he spoke, Lin Chen turned towards the living room. Behind him, Melinda entered and closed the door. Tea will suffice, she replied. Externally, Melinda appeared calm, yet internally, she was acutely vigilant, even tinged with a hint of anxiety and fear. She had received information from Nick regarding Lin Chen, whose power assessment had reached level 3. What did this imply? Such individuals required the deployment of substantial forces to contend with them. Even the Hulk's strength level was merely level 3. However, the immense destructive power of the Hulk renders him exceptionally challenging to communicate with, as there are too many uncontrollable factors at play. Ultimately, his threat level is classified as a 4, indicating that even SHIELD finds it arduous to either recruit or neutralize him, for the time being. They can only observe. In contrast, Lin Chen has been assessed by the agency after careful observation over the past few weeks. Although his power level is rated at 3, his threat level is merely 2. It is pertinent to elaborate on SHIELD's classification system. Generally, there are 2 independent yet related classifications, one for power level and the other for threat level, each comprising 4 tiers. The concept of power level is straightforward. Level 1 signifies an ordinary individual, easily managed by SHIELD agents. Level 2 indicates a certain degree of danger, necessitating the involvement of a team led by agents of level 5 or higher. Level 3 denotes considerable danger, beyond the capacity of small teams to handle, requiring a large-scale deployment. Level 4, however, transcends conventional firepower, demanding the use of large missiles or even nuclear weapons. No individual or organization of level 4 has yet been encountered. The threat level, in essence, represents a degree of peril, encompassing a comprehensive assessment rather than a singular explanation. In summary, level 1 indicates controllability, level 2 suggests a tenuous control, while level 3 signifies that SHIELD can no longer maintain control. Level 4 is even more alarming, akin to a ticking time bomb. Previously, SHIELD's highest threat level was 3, but the emergence of the Hulk has introduced this 4th tier. Yesterday, I brewed a fine de Hong Pao and just reheated it. The temperature should be quite suitable. Lin Chen placed the tea before Melinda with a smile. Thank you, Melinda replied, taking a small sip before smiling back. It's delicious. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remarked, you needn't be overly anxious. As long as your organization, SHIELD, does not interfere with me. I am truly an ordinary person. You may approach this with a calm mind, no need for alarm. The reason for his words stemmed from Melinda's noticeably rapid heartbeat since her entrance. Lin Chen intended to alleviate her tension. Melinda's hand paused briefly around the teacup before she nodded. Lin Chen continued, there is an ancient saying in China, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. The latter part embodies my stance. With that, Lin Chen placed several sheets of paper he had prepared earlier onto the table. Here are the materials you requested. Take a look. All right, Melinda nodded, striving to conceal her eagerness as she slowly picked up the papers. After a few moments of perusal, she inquired, Lin, is this truly the type of internal cultivation technique depicted on television? The one that allows one to cultivate internal energy? Possessing internal energy, albeit not to a remarkable degree, Lin Chen elucidated, should yield significant results within a few years. Understanding this, Melinda nodded and continued her observations. Lin Chen, however, remained silent, pondering, how can this individual be so oblivious? The resources are already in hand, yet they linger. Could it be that they wish to stay for a meal? On the other side, Melinda felt a slight tension, silently awaiting Lin Chen to impart his knowledge. Prior to her arrival, Nick had specifically instructed her to learn personally before departing. Yet, given the current situation, it seemed Lin Chen had no intention of teaching her. After contemplating, Melinda inquired, Lin, how does one cultivate this? Isn't it clearly stated above? Just follow the instructions for cultivation. Melinda's expression showed signs of distress. Lin Chen suddenly realized, so you want me to teach you? However, he quickly shook his head, clarifying that the transaction only encompassed the technique itself, not the learning process. Yet, if you wish for me to instruct you, that is not out of the question. What must be done for you to teach? Melinda pressed on. If she could learn it herself, she could subsequently teach another, effectively disseminating the knowledge widely and saving considerable effort. Thus, she regarded it with utmost seriousness. A personal favor. U.S. H.I.E.L.D. Agents, you require a favor from your director. The S.H.I.E.L.D. organization is indeed quite resourceful, and currently, he was leveraging S.H.I.E.L.D. to secure a favor from Tony. By procuring another favor from Nick, it might prove beneficial in the future. I cannot make that decision at present. I must make a phone call. Please do, Lin Chen responded with a subtle smile. Melinda promptly contacted Nick to report the situation. Soon, she activated the speakerphone, and Nick's voice resonated through. Lin, I agree to your request. However, all actions must adhere to humanitarian principles and must not betray the nation. Agreed. With that, Lin Chen commenced teaching Melinda how to cultivate internal energy within her body. It was remarkably straightforward, and the speed was equally impressive. Under Lin Chen's innate guidance, it took merely a minute to establish the flow of her internal meridians. After a brief verbal explanation and some practice, Melinda was already capable of self-cultivation. Chapter 92. Tony's astonishment after departing from Lin Chen. Melinda promptly returned to Nick. Following over half an hour of discussion, she proceeded to a clandestine base for a comprehensive evaluation, enlisting experts from various fields to analyze the technique and internal energy. Nick was fully engaged in this matter, designating it as a special secret, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. had not been notified. These tests and studies were conducted discreetly by his trusted associates. After all, this matter can be regarded as a personal transaction between him and Lin Chen. Moreover, given the chaotic nature of S.H.I.E.L.D., private arrangements seemed far more secure. Setting aside the affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. for the moment, Lin Chen was currently monitoring public opinion on his computer when he suddenly heard the distant roar of a sports car engine approaching, culminating in a screeching halt right in front of his home. Who could it be? Pondering this, Lin Chen gazed out the window and spotted Tony, that flamboyant man, emerging from a convertible supercar. He removed his sunglasses and nodded toward Lin Chen, who was standing by the second-floor window. It had only been about 50 minutes since he concluded his transaction with the egghead, and Tony had arrived so quickly. Was Egghead really that efficient? Initially, Lin Chen had planned to contact Tony once the public sentiment had fully settled, but now that he was here, it was indeed better to act sooner rather than later. With this thought, Lin Chen seized the vibranium nearby, opened the window, and gracefully leaped from the second floor, landing softly before Tony. Wow! After a moment of surprise, Tony donned his sunglasses again and remarked, Your entrance deserves a score of 9 out of 10. It can't be higher. You only trail me by 1 point. To be honest, Lin Chen's sudden descent had astonished him. The window was 7 or 8 meters away and 3 or 4 meters high. Yet Lin Chen floated over like a leaf. Was this a scene from a movie utilizing air slides? Not wanting to engage in idle chatter with Tony, Lin Chen inquired. Did Nick Fury inform you? He did, Tony nodded. You mentioned not to disturb you for a month, and it's been 2 already. Suddenly, you appear to assist me. What's the matter? Dealing with an intelligent person is always a breeze, as Tony quickly deduced Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen tossed the piece of vibranium forward, prompting Tony to catch it and ask in bewilderment, What is this? This small shard of vibranium had been extracted from a hammer-like object, resembling a half-moon, palm-sized and glistening silver, quite exquisite. In terms of weight, vibranium is significantly lighter than iron, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. An equivalent volume of iron would likely weigh around 20 pounds. It's vibranium, Lin Chen replied. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Tony, though having heard the term clearly, instinctively found it hard to believe and removed his sunglasses. Lin Chen, maintaining his patience, reiterated, vibranium. The same substance from the reactor we traded last time. This is impossible. That metal is incredibly rare, in my estimation. The entire remaining quantity on Earth is merely what I have in my possession. Tony was somewhat incredulous. Vibranium was exceedingly rare. His father had only managed to collect a minuscule amount throughout his life, which he had serendipitously acquired from a tribe in Africa known as Wakanda. That scant quantity was the last remnant of the tribe. Yet now, he found himself in possession of a substantial piece, which felt almost surreal. The world was rife with unbelievable occurrences, just as I had experienced descending the stairs moments ago. Do you know how I made my way down? Tony fell silent, but soon declared, "Let us go to my house." Although the weight and hardness of this object bore a striking resemblance to the vibranium he had previously encountered, Tony remained skeptical until he could conduct a definitive examination. His estimations were based on a model that predicted the potential existence of vibranium, calculated by JARVIS, using exceedingly complex data. Generally speaking, if the object he held was not vibranium, then his model remained intact. However, if it proved to be vibranium, it would render his model entirely erroneous, simultaneously implying the existence of vast quantities of vibranium on Earth. Therefore, he was intensely eager to uncover the true nature of this item. Lin Chen entered Tony's vehicle, and they sped towards his residence, arriving in a mere 10 minutes. During their journey, Lin Chen revealed his purpose while also discussing the matter of the deceased whip. Before long, they reached Tony's home, driving directly into the basement. As soon as they emerged, Tony placed the piece of vibranium onto the workbench. JARVIS, scan this metal and analyze its composition and origin, he instructed. With a sweeping light display, JARVIS responded, "This is an alloy. Analysis indicates it contains 672 parts vibranium, 173 parts iron, and 42 parts of an unknown origin, likely from an African tribe. This is an ancient vibranium artifact from Wakanda, dated to the 7th century. At that time, Wakanda's technology was not as advanced as it is today and could even be described as quite primitive, resulting in some impurities in the material." "It is indeed vibranium," Tony exclaimed, astonished. Even if he was initially doubtful, the analysis results were an undeniable truth. After a moment's pause, he swiftly instructed, JARVIS, reverse simulate the previous vibranium reserve model, incorporating the definitions of 3, 4, and 8, and calculate accordingly. "Understood, sir." With that, JARVIS commenced the computations with full vigor. Lin Chen, intrigued, inquired, "What is this?" Tony replied, "It's a vibranium reserve model I previously constructed, which estimated the global vibranium reserves. However, upon seeing this piece, I have decided to overturn the model and remeasure. If all goes as anticipated, there should be a massive vibranium vein hidden somewhere on Earth. Otherwise, it would be implausible for such an abundance of vibranium to exist." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was quite astonished. Tony truly deserved his reputation as a mortal capable of rivaling deities. Merely by constructing a model and gleaning a few clues, he could deduce the truth of the matter, which left Lin Chen in awe. Meanwhile, within the palace of Wakanda, Okoye, the captain of the royal guard, was troubled by a pressing issue. They had received word that a Wakandan artifact had been stolen from the British Museum in London, a relic forged from vibranium and of immense significance. Previously stored there due to the obscurity surrounding it and their nation's conservative policies, they had refrained from overtly reclaiming it. However, to their dismay, it had now been pilfered. The theft of vibranium was a grave concern. The Wakandans would never permit such a precious resource to be exploited by others, and it was imperative that they retrieve it. Yet, herein lay the dilemma. They utilized technology to access all surveillance footage from the museum and its vicinity on the day of the theft. Alas, no useful leads emerged. Who was the thief? Okoye had an inkling. It was an individual cloaked in black, who had departed to the west after committing the theft. However, all cameras within several miles to the west had failed to capture this shadowy figure again. Consequently, aside from knowing the thief's height and build, the clue was of little utility. Considering the multitude of individuals resembling that description, let alone the entire world, even just those near the museum that day, there were tens of thousands, making identification impossible. Furthermore, such a vague clue bore a high margin of error. What if the thief had worn height-increasing insoles? Thus, the lead was effectively worthless. In addition to the surveillance footage, they sought vibranium through various means, but ultimately, they remained empty-handed. It was as if the black-clad figure had vanished into thin air with the vibranium. After several days of fruitless searching, Okoye could only attribute the incident to the long-evaded Ulysses' claw. Lin Chen remained entirely unaware of this turn of events. Had he known that this petty traitor was being unjustly blamed, he would have certainly found it amusing. Fortunately, he had been sufficiently astute, despite his enhanced abilities. He did not succumb to arrogance, remaining as cautious as ever and leaving no trace behind. Otherwise, he would likely have been summoned to Wakanda for a rather uncomfortable tea. At this moment, Tony, having accurately deduced the existence of a significant vibranium mine on Earth, was still uncertain of its location, but he was determined to seek it out. Current intelligence indicated that this vibranium could be processed, suggesting it had indeed been excavated by someone, most likely in some region of Africa. Since someone has discovered it, the search has become significantly easier. Tony is confident that as long as he is willing to invest, it won't be long before he locates the vibranium mine. However, before that, he must assist Lin Chen in constructing the vibranium reactor. 10 days. Is that really necessary? Lin Chen felt a tinge of frustration. Tony informed him that it would indeed take 10 days to complete everything. Upon hearing this, Tony elaborated. The last time I built a reactor, it took me over a day. The components were crafted by Jarvis, but I assembled everything by hand. Now, with this vibranium, I could create dozens of reactors. I can't possibly make them all by hand. That would take over a month. Hence, I need to establish a production line first. Oh, I see. Lin Chen chuckled. I'll await your good news then. With little else to discuss, Lin Chen prepared to leave. Just then, Tony called out to him, Lin, what did you use to float down from the second floor? If he had merely jumped, Tony could understand. But the act of floating down left him with the impression that Lin Chen had used some sort of harness. Inner strength, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What is inner strength? Tony felt as if he had encountered this term before. You may understand it as chi. As he spoke, Lin Chen waved his left hand, and the vibranium on the workbench inexplicably levitated. This astonished Tony. You must possess some sort of air compression device, Tony asserted confidently. Lin Chen smiled, rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing it to be completely empty. Noticing Tony's lingering skepticism, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively and exited. Left behind, Tony wore a puzzled expression. After a moment, he said, Jarvis, replay the footage from just now. Also, analyze the underlying principles. However, after a few minutes, Tony remained utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the principles involved, as if Lin Chen had conjured a force from thin air. At that moment, he recalled Nick mentioning something similar, stating that ancient texts from Huagua contained answers. Thus, Tony and Jarvis embarked on a quest for enlightenment. Initially, the search proceeded normally until he stumbled upon a video titled Master Chiao's Solo Adventure. The second and third brothers handle the sound system along with Black Tiger, off Fu's fatal combo. Tony. Jarvis. Meanwhile, in a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York City, Nick held Melinda's evaluation report, a broad smile illuminating his face. After several hours of detailed testing, it was confirmed that the practice methods provided by Lin Chen indeed enabled individuals to cultivate inner strength, while also slightly enhancing physical attributes. Most importantly, all these benefits were supplementary. Although the efficiency of cultivation is rather low and requires a greater consumption of food, such sacrifices are worthwhile when weighed against the potential enhancement of strength. Consider the physical training of agents, which is meticulously regimented. After reaching a certain threshold, further training may jeopardize one's health. However, engaging in internal energy training at this juncture alleviates such concerns. While the process may be inefficient, if initiated at an early age, a 10-year-old child who practices diligently for a decade will, by the age of 20, possess strength surpassing that of their peers. In terms of physical prowess alone, each individual could rival even the most elite agents. This method of internal energy cultivation is, for the nation, akin to possessing nuclear weaponry. In the enigmatic Eastern lands, where martial arts are ubiquitous, it is no wonder that within a mere 20 years, they have ascended to become the world's second-largest economy, a truly formidable feat. As Nick pondered these thoughts, a call from Coulson interrupted him. The mission had been accomplished. Ivan was securely detained as planned. You are fully responsible for this matter. Ensure that Tony remains oblivious, Nick instructed sternly before ending the call. With the public outcry quelled, the populace would soon forget the incident involving the deceased whip. Seizing this opportunity, he promptly directed Coulson to extricate Ivan from prison, not through direct means, but by employing a strategy. During Ivan's transfer, he would be eliminated, allowing for a clever substitution. Before long, the news would be rife with reports of the whip's demise. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself with little to occupy his time, primarily awaiting Tony's completion of the reactors. Previously, Lin Chen had inquired, and Tony indicated that if constructed similarly to the previous model, approximately 60 reactors could be produced. The former reactor had provided Lin Chen with 21 instances of traversal energy. Thus, 60 would equate to a staggering 126 opportunities for crossing over. This would enable him to embark on a journey to a B-grade world, alleviating any concerns he might have had. Chapter 94, New Mexico. While diligently cultivating each day, Lin Chen also kept an eye on the dealings of a certain unscrupulous trader. At this juncture, that individual possessed a substantial cache of vibranium, all illicit and ripe for the taking. However, given Lin Chen's current limitations, he could only wait until Tony completed the production line to revisit this matter. Regardless, the quantity of vibranium was assuredly sufficient. Even if he were to share half with Tony, it would be inconsequential, considering that in the films, that very individual had utilized vibranium to construct an apparatus spanning thousands of meters across Sokovia. At this juncture, Klau's primary identity is not merely that of a smuggler, but rather a clandestine arms dealer from Africa, who shares a past with Tony, as they were once colleagues. Should Lin Chen become aware of this connection, he could leverage Tony's resources to swiftly locate Klau and procure enough vibranium to facilitate his numerous interdimensional travels. However, due to Lin Chen's extensive traversing of myriad worlds, compounded by his somewhat muddled recollections from his previous life, he finds himself unable to recall these pivotal details. Otherwise, he could have approached the matter with far less complexity. The following day, news erupted regarding the demise of Whiplash, the assailant on Tony Stark, who allegedly perished during a prison transfer ambush. This piqued Lin Chen's interest in Hammer Industries, suggesting that the individual may have been rescued by them. That evening, he undertook a reconnaissance mission, intent on eliminating Whiplash should he be discovered. Yet, in the end, he found nothing, leaving him perplexed. Was it truly Hammer orchestrating this? Or had Whiplash indeed met his end? Or perhaps he had been rescued by another faction, such as SHIELD? Nevertheless, Lin Chen chose not to delve deeply into the matter. Considering Whiplash merely a minor character, whether alive or dead, he was unlikely to be of significant consequence. Days passed, and one night in New Mexico, a meteor plummeted to the earth, creating a colossal crater upon impact. At the center of this crater lay a hammer, adorned with peculiar runes, pulsating with faint arcs of lightning. The following afternoon, while indulging in a meal, Lin Chen was captivated by a news report. Approximately 50 miles west of Puente, New Mexico, a vast meteorite crater had emerged, drawing the attention of local residents, although no photographs had surfaced from the scene. It is worth noting that current news channels remain somewhat limited compared to the plethora of platforms available in his previous life. Nevertheless, from the report, Lin Chen swiftly deduced that this location was likely the impact site of Thor's hammer. Considering the timeline, it aligns with the events of Thor's narrative occurring concurrently with that of Iron Man 2. With Whiplash's emergence, Thor's arrival was also imminent. Yet at this stage, Thor retains his arrogant demeanor, perceiving humanity as mere mortals, while he considers himself a lofty deity. Their mindsets are entirely misaligned, and Lin Chen would not seek to engage in futile endeavors. However, the prospect of Thor's hammer intrigued Lin Chen greatly. It is crafted from the core of a star, utilizing advanced Asgardian technology and embellished with unique runes. The immense energy contained within is nearly boundless, and Lin Chen is eager to discover whether it can replenish his transdimensional energy reserves. Upon reflection, Lin Chen promptly booked a flight to New Mexico. However, due to the flight schedule and the remote location, by the time he arrived at the quaint town, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He thought it would be prudent to find an opportunity to negotiate with Tony for his suit of armor. During their previous discussions, Lin Chen sensed a flicker of gratitude from Tony. After all, he had saved his life. Although unspoken, Lin Chen felt that given the right circumstances, Tony would acquiesce to his request for an armor suit. Even if not an armor suit, a private jet modified by Tony would suffice for Lin Chen. Ultimately, what he desired was not sheer power, but convenience. The time wasted on flights was rather vexing. How he wished for the ability to fly. However, he dismissed such thoughts and swiftly drove the car he had rented from the second-hand market towards the western part of the town. 50 miles, approximately 80 kilometers. The roads here were narrow and rather uneven, compounded by numerous forks along the way. It took Lin Chen over an hour to arrive. In fact, had he been running, he would have covered the distance much more quickly, but the expanse of sandy terrain was daunting. If someone were to spot him running, it would not reflect well, and he would tire easily. Driving was certainly more appealing. Ahead, a section of the area was cordoned off, instructing vehicles to detour. At this moment, Lin Chen spotted a signpost, and, following its direction, he could see two agents from SHIELD stationed nearby. It was evident that SHIELD had arrived before him and had likely secured Thor's hammer. This was an anticipated scenario. He had prepared himself for the delay. Nonetheless, this did not conflict with Lin Chen's intentions. He was not there to stir trouble, but merely to ascertain whether he could lift Thor's hammer or absorb some transdimensional energy from it. He recalled that in the film, it was Agent Coulson who handled this matter, with Barton also present to lend support. With this in mind, Lin Chen drove towards the area. Confident that these high-ranking individuals would be aware of his circumstances, he merely needed to provide his name without fearing any conflict. As expected, he was halted at the checkpoint, where signs indicated that visitors were not permitted beyond this point. He could already see a considerable number of people gathered at the large crater, engaged in their research of the hammer. Without further ado, Lin Chen stated, "Contact your superior and inform them that Jack Lin has arrived." Upon hearing this, the agent seemed uncertain about Lin Chen's identity and promptly reported the situation via radio. However, he soon received a reply and stepped aside, permitting Lin Chen entry. A slight smile graced Lin Chen's face as he drove into the secured area. Before Lin Chen could approach, he spotted an individual at the entrance awaiting his arrival. It was not the anticipated Coulson, but rather Hill. This revelation surprised Lin Chen slightly, yet he held no particular thoughts on the matter. It was irrelevant who it was, as long as he could be recognized. As Lin Chen alighted from the vehicle, Hill approached him, extending her right hand. "Mr. Lin, I am Maria Hill. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Chen shook her hand, offering a slight smile. "Hello. New Mexico is quite distant from New York. May I inquire what brings you here, Mr. Lin?" Hill asked directly. Chapter 95. Thor as a subject of scrutiny by SHIELD. Lin Chen's movements were monitored, albeit classified under a Level 7 security clearance, accessible only to agents of that rank or higher. Hill evidently met this criterion, as she was aware of Lin Chen's previous trip to London as well as his current visit to New Mexico. The reason for Lin Chen's sudden arrival in New Mexico, particularly to this location, was unmistakably singular. That hammer. It was clear that Hill was somewhat feigning ignorance, yet she remained curious about Lin Chen's true intentions. "I heard a meteorite fell in this vicinity, and no one has been able to move it. I was curious, so I came to give it a try," Lin Chen casually remarked. "Ah, I see." Hill nodded in understanding, then led Lin Chen inside. As they walked, she elaborated, "It is a peculiar hammer, adorned with mysterious engravings. We have tested numerous methods, yet we have been unable to shift or damage it." Hill probed, "Given your enigmatic nature, perhaps you possess some knowledge?" "One must see it to understand," Lin Chen replied enigmatically. As they arrived before the hammer, Hill was about to say more when Lin Chen had already reached out to grasp the hammer's handle. The hammer bore unique runes, which Lin Chen could not decipher, and he sensed nothing extraordinary. Upon placing his hand upon it, he felt no distinct sensation, as if the hammer were utterly mundane. However, when Lin Chen exerted force to pull it, he discovered it to be as immovable as a mountain, refusing to budge even slightly. This sensation was peculiar. Despite its seemingly small size, one would think it could be lifted with ease, yet even with all his strength, he could not shift it. The contrast was profoundly striking. Naturally, one attempt was insufficient to quell Lin Chen's curiosity. Subsequently, he enveloped himself in his innate energy, activating the 9-yang divine art to its fullest extent. At that moment, his strength surged immensely. He had previously tested the limits of his power, finding that a 2-centimeter thick steel plate was as pliable as plastic in his presence, easily torn apart by his bare hands. A mere footfall on the ground could induce a tremor in the surroundings, and shattering boulders was child's play. Due to the absence of advanced instruments, Lin Chen was unable to ascertain the extent of his strength. However, he felt confident that he could vanquish an elephant with a single blow. Nonetheless, even such prodigious might, when fully exerted, could not budge the god of thunder's hammer in the slightest. Channeling his true essence into the hammer elicited no response whatsoever. After half a minute, Lin Chen relinquished his grip, finding the object exceedingly enigmatic and utterly immovable. He kicked at the earth beneath the hammer, yet it seemed that the soil, too, was rendered impenetrable by the hammer's formidable power, refusing to yield. We had previously attempted to lift it with a crane, yet to no avail, Hill interjected, inquiring if he could identify the object. I cannot recognize it, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Simultaneously, he pondered that the hammer was currently of no use. He could not shift it, and the system offered no indication of response. He could only await Thor's renewed recognition or perhaps bide his time for another 6 months to a year before seeking out Thor to assess the situation. With these thoughts, Lin Chen opted not to linger, engaging in brief conversation before departing towards the aforementioned town. He recalled that in the film, Thor regained his worthiness in that very town, where several of his Asgardian friends had also gathered. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to return to that town and wait for an opportune moment to encounter Thor. Meanwhile, shortly after Lin Chen's departure, Hill reported the findings and her speculations to Nick. Yet, she received no specific instructions, merely being advised to send someone to observe from a distance, with strict caution against provoking any conflict. Time swiftly passed into the evening, and the town was not extensive. Lin Chen quickly discerned the locations of several scenes from the film. For instance, the bar, Jane's laboratory, and notably, Lin Chen did not spot Jane in the town, but did see the doctor and another woman wearing glasses. If his conjectures were accurate, Thor should currently be with Jane, preparing to sneak into the spot where the hammer had fallen. The subsequent events were likely to involve Thor being captured, followed by Loki's revelation that Odin had died and that he had been permanently exiled. Shortly thereafter, the doctor would rescue him. From that point onward, it marked a pivotal moment for Thor, who had previously been deluded into believing that lifting the hammer would restore all his divine powers. Yet, in that moment, his godly might was utterly absent, and he was irrevocably transformed into a mere mortal. At that juncture, his mindset began to shift. Lin Chen awaited this very moment, the transformation of Thor, before the latter reclaimed the hammer. Only then could Lin Chen seize the opportunity to experiment with Thor's thunderous abilities after he regained his strength. Thus, Lin Chen silently stationed himself on the western side of the town, anticipating Thor's return. Approximately half an hour later, Jane returned home alone, driving directly towards her abode. After about 20 minutes, the doctor emerged from the town, steering his vehicle westward. As anticipated by Lin Chen, around 9 o'clock in the evening, the doctor returned, accompanied by Thor. However, trailing quietly behind their car were 2 black sedans, which Lin Chen instantly recognized as agents of SSS, likely tasked with surveilling Thor. Paying them no heed, Lin Chen observed as Thor and the doctor entered a bar, promptly following them inside. Upon their entrance, the two took seats at the bar and ordered 2 bottles of beer. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen casually approached and plopped down in the seat beside Thor. Casting a glance at the array of spirits on the bar, he called out to the bartender, "A deep sea bomb, please." The deep sea bomb is a concoction wherein beer is infused with a potent spirit, easily leading to inebriation. Yet for Lin Chen, it was no more formidable than a soft drink. He sipped while listening intently to their conversation, poised to interject at the opportune moment. "Everything I did was wrong," Thor lamented as Loki revealed that their father had perished due to his previous reckless actions, leaving Thor engulfed in guilt. Furthermore, with Loki informing him of his permanent banishment, Thor found himself in a state of confusion and remorse. Taking a hearty swig of beer, he bitterly confessed, "In my lifetime, this is the first instance where I am utterly lost, devoid of purpose." The doctor took a sip as well, adopting the tone of a seasoned mentor. "Everyone can find their path. It's just that they may not yet know where it lies." After another drink, Thor fell silent, subsequently expressing his gratitude to the doctor for rescuing him. "Do not thank me. All of this is merely for Jane," the doctor replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly lifted his second deep-sea bomb and downed it in one go. The bartender looked on in astonishment, while cheers erupted from the surrounding patrons. "Let us have 2 more." Lin Chen laughed heartily, his demeanor unflinching, as if it were a trivial matter. Thor, taken aback, observed him. In Asgard, their people drank in such a manner, and the familiar scene stirred a twinge of longing within him. Yet, he said nothing, merely casting Lin Chen a curious glance. However, Lin Chen's intention in drinking so boldly was to deliberately capture Thor's attention and initiate conversation, and he had no intention of letting the moment slip by so easily. As the bartender presented 2 shots of depth charge, Lin Chen, seemingly in search of amusement, pushed one of the drinks towards Thor. "Down it in 1. Tonight's expenses are on me." Thor chuckled. "That's what you said." In response, Lin Chen remained silent, merely raising his glass for a toast before resuming his drinking. Observing this, Thor wasted no time and joined him in the revelry. Both indulged in extravagant drinking, downing their large glasses in one go, which elicited cheers from the surrounding patrons. Another round. Another round. In this spirited atmosphere, Lin Chen called for 20 more depth charges. Anyone bold enough to finish one in a single gulp. "All expenses tonight are on me. Drink freely. The bartender will serve as the witness." Upon hearing this, the bar's ambience erupted with excitement. As eager participants sprang into action, Lin Chen smiled, reaching into his pocket to produce $500, which he handed to the bartender as a deposit. "If you fall short, come to me for more. Anything extra is your tip." In a small-town bar with only a handful of patrons, it was unlikely that more than 10 could finish the drink in one go. Thus, $500 would easily cover the evening's expenses. The bartender beamed with delight, aware that he would be receiving a substantial tip that night. At this moment, Lin Chen turned to Thor and the doctor, introducing himself, "Jack Lin." "Thor Odinson." Thor replied with a slight smile, sensing Lin Chen's generous spirit, which resonated with him. There was an enigmatic quality about Lin Chen that intrigued him. "Eric Selvig." The doctor also nodded in acknowledgement, although he couldn't discern Lin Chen's aura. The audacity of tossing around $500 indicated that Lin Chen likely came from a well-off background. After the introductions, Lin Chen cheerfully remarked to Thor, "I believe I overheard you seeking an exit strategy?" Thor paused, then nodded with a hint of bitterness. "What a coincidence. You seem quite formidable. And I happen to have a private bodyguard position available for you in New York. It includes meals and accommodation, with a salary of $6,000 a month. Interested?" Upon hearing this, Thor glanced back at Eric, clearly seeking his opinion. Eric's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that Lin Chen had a specific agenda, particularly aimed at Thor. However, Eric was also inclined to help Thor escape this place. Were it not for Jane, he would prefer to avoid any association with Thor, whom he had always found somewhat peculiar. Thus, upon hearing Lin Chen's offer, Eric nodded at Thor. $6,000 was indeed a commendable salary, surpassing that of most individuals. Moreover, New York is a bustling metropolis, offering a much higher standard of living than this place. "I believe you should seriously consider it." With this reference, Thor immediately nodded in agreement. At this moment, having been permanently exiled, he was still unfamiliar with Earth, lacking both money and connections. Finding employment was the swiftest way to acclimate to this society. "All right, we shall return by plane tomorrow afternoon. Tonight, let us indulge in a hearty revel." With a smile, Lin Chen clinked glasses with Thor. The latter laughed heartily. "Cheers." In a corner of the bar, 2 agents monitoring Thor promptly reported this interaction. He'll soon learn of Lin Chen's engagement with Thor. Lin Chen was under the close scrutiny of S.H.I.E.L.D., and now, entangled with this enigmatic figure, she felt compelled to consult Nick. However, as no extraordinary incidents had arisen and Nick was preoccupied, she ultimately issued only a directive for vigilant observation. That evening, the bar in the small town was abuzz with excitement. 2 individuals had consumed dozens of drinks without succumbing to inebriation, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Nonetheless, Thor, having lost his divine powers and reduced to mortal form, eventually succumbed to drunkenness, being effortlessly carried back to the hotel by Lin Chen. As for Dr. Eric, he departed while the 2 were still reveling. After a few hours and several $100s, securing Thor as a formidable bodyguard was a testament to Lin Chen's keen business acumen. Of course, this was merely jest. The more significant aspect was the burgeoning relationship, compounded by their engaging conversation over drinks. Thor would surely remember Lin Chen when he regained the powers of the god of thunder. The following morning, upon awakening, Thor found it hard to believe that he had been bested in drinking by another, particularly a mere earthling, especially as Lin Chen had maintained his composure until the very end, which earned Thor's admiration for Lin Chen's capacity. Reflecting on their discussions about work from the previous night, Thor felt a sense of anticipation for his forthcoming life, especially with such a capable boss. He expected his days would not be dull. After washing his face, Thor noticed a note on the door, instructing him to find Lin Chen in the restaurant downstairs. The restaurant was just across the street from the hotel, and upon descending, Thor discovered Lin Chen having breakfast. The timing was fortuitous, as Lin Chen had timed his descent perfectly. After a night of training, he arrived just as Thor awoke. "I ordered you a portion, still warm. Hurry and eat," Lin Chen said with a gentle nod as Thor entered. Once Thor was seated, Lin Chen continued. "Your job will be that of a personal bodyguard, with the primary responsibility of ensuring my safety. You will work 8 hours during the day and have the evenings free. Today marks your first day on the job. Do you understand?" "Understood," Thor nodded affirmatively. "By the way, what weapon do you wield? A pistol, perhaps? And can you drive?" Lin Chen inquired with feigned nonchalance. A hammer. I can wield a hammer." "A pistol? What is that? Some sort of weapon?" Sol pondered aloud. "As for driving, I cannot, but I am quite adept at horseback riding." After a brief pause, Lin Chen continued his questioning. Chapter 97. The Onslaught of the Destroyer. Meanwhile, on Hill S side, the detection device suddenly registered a significant energy fluctuation, located more than 30 miles eastward. This fluctuation bore a striking resemblance to the spectral wave produced when Thor's hammer had fallen, suggesting it might originate from the same location. This piqued Hill's intense interest, prompting him to swiftly mobilize 2 teams of agents toward the target area. However, upon their arrival, they found nothing but a unique circle of markings on the ground. In the small town, Lin Chen and Sol had finished their breakfast, thus concluding their conversation. "I've booked a flight for this afternoon. This morning, I'll take you into town to get you a new outfit. Once we return to New York, you will commence a series of training sessions," Lin Chen began. But before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head toward the outside. Noticing this, Sol followed suit. Not far down the main road, 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman, dressed in peculiar armor and wielding axes and shields, were hastening toward them. Sol stood up, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Lin, those 4 are my friends. I can't believe they've come to find me." With that, he dashed toward them. Meanwhile, Lin Chen leisurely wiped his mouth and strolled outside. By the time he approached, Sol had already learned from the quartet that his father was, in fact, alive. And he realized that all of this was orchestrated by his brother, Loki. Yet, he remained merely an ordinary mortal, powerless to act despite this newfound knowledge. "Sol, it appears that you and your friends have encountered some trouble. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. In response, Sol introduced Lin Chen to his 4 companions, before shaking his head. "Lin, this trouble is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even I am powerless to intervene." Just as Lin Chen was about to say something, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the distant sky, and a radiant beam of multicolored light appeared, shooting down toward the ground. Everyone recognized it as the teleportation light of the Bifrost. Following the earlier introductions, Lin Chen had learned the identities of the 4 individuals. The 3 men were the warriors 3, Volstagg, Hogan, and Fandral, and the woman was the fierce goddess, Sif. As soon as the rainbow bridge appeared, Sif's expression turned grave as she exclaimed, "It is the presence of the Destroyer." Upon hearing this, Thor's countenance shifted, for the Destroyer is immensely powerful. "Lin, you must leave this place swiftly. It is no longer safe here." Hogan interjected, "Thor, you have lost your divine powers, and you are also in danger. Come along with us. We 4 shall remain to confront the Destroyer." Thor shook his head. "I cannot depart just yet. This town will also be engulfed in peril, and innocent lives will be affected. I must ensure their safe evacuation. That is simple enough." Lin Chen snapped his fingers and gestured towards a figure clad in black lurking around the corner. Initially, the figure recoiled, but upon realizing he had been discovered, he stepped forward obediently. "There may soon be a fierce battle here. You must organize the evacuation promptly," Lin instructed. The figure did not act immediately, instead reporting to his superiors, and only after receiving their affirmative response did he begin to coordinate the evacuation. "Who are they?" Thor inquired with curiosity. "Just an organization," Lin Chen replied, casting a glance at the approaching destroyer in the distance. "That thing you spoke of is already on its way. Would it not be better to fight outside the town in those open areas?" Regardless of the circumstances, engaging the destroyer in an open environment would minimize destruction, Sif elaborated. Although their knowledge of the destroyer was limited, they understood that its attack method involved unleashing a devastating beam of energy. In an open setting, the destroyer's advantages would be exponentially magnified. Venturing outside would be akin to delivering themselves as offerings. Only by leveraging the terrain could they hope to prevail. The destroyer approaches swiftly. "Prepare for battle," Thor bellowed. observing the rapidly advancing threat. Sif and the three warriors of the Valkyries ceased their discussions, swiftly assuming combat stances, ready to ambush the destroyer. Meanwhile, Thor prepared to lead Lin Chen away from the immediate area. Although they would not stray too far, maintaining a safe distance was paramount. Lin Chen remained silent, following Thor to a corner, watching the unfolding situation from afar. To be candid, Lin Chen did not perceive the destroyer as particularly formidable in the films. Nor did the trio of Valkyries and the warrior Sif strike him as powerful based on their cinematic portrayals. Aside from their notable resilience and strength, they seemed lacking in other respects. Were the Asgardians truly so weak? Furthermore, to test his suspicions, Lin Chen focused on sensing the three individuals closely, ultimately concluding that they did not instill even a hint of pressure upon him. Was it that they were too strong for him to sense? Or was he simply too powerful? Answers to these two questions would soon reveal themselves to Lin Chen. Due to the four individuals, they have already engaged in battle with the destroyer. After 2 minutes, witnessing the four being sent flying like rag dolls, Lin Chen slapped his forehead. My eyes. This combat process is utterly excruciating to behold. From start to finish, aside from a fleeting glimmer of combat awareness and the initial ambush, the remainder of the skirmish lacked any semblance of skill. To summarize it in a single word, reckless. Soul's brawling style is characterized by his brute force, bolstered by his formidable power. Yet what were these four thinking, recklessly challenging the destroyer, fully aware of its superior strength? Nevertheless, Lin Chen gleaned one insight from this confrontation. These Asgardians do not appear to be exceptionally strong. However, it must be acknowledged that he himself is incapable of combating the destroyer. The nature of the materials from which the destroyer is constructed remains a mystery, as it easily withstands conventional damage, and even when breached, it possesses the ability to self-repair, rendering it nearly invincible. It seems that only Thor, armed with his mighty hammer, could hope to triumph over such a foe. True to form, Thor did not disappoint Lin Chen. Upon witnessing the defeat of his four comrades, he dashed into the fray. Then, a beam from the destroyer sent Thor hurtling away. Fortunately, he was not struck directly. Otherwise, this mortal frame would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Just as the destroyer prepared to deliver a finishing blow, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky. Simultaneously, 50 miles away in the western desert, under the vigilant gaze of SSIELD, the hammer of the thunder god took flight. Chapter 98. Struck by lightning, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, striking Thor directly upon his head. Indeed, he was struck by lightning. At that very moment, the hammer of the thunder god found its way into his grasp, deflecting the destructive beam aimed at him. Lin Chen internally remarked, "The hammer has arrived." From this point onward, the tide of battle shifted. Although the destroyer was immensely powerful, it depended upon who wielded it. If Odin were in control, even Thor's strength would likely falter. As for Loki, lacking familiarity with the destroyer and employing it for the first time, he was no match for Thor. Having regained his powers, Thor swiftly subdued the destroyer, rendering it ineffective in mere moments. Adorned in his crimson cape and silver armor, he landed gracefully from the sky, greeted by cheers from Sif and her companions. "Let us proceed. We must head to the Rainbow Bridge. I have some matters to discuss with Loki." Upon reclaiming his strength, Thor's thoughts were consumed with settling accounts with Loki, leaving no room for anything else. However, Lin Chen had awaited this moment. He could not allow them to depart so easily. He hurried over and called out, "Thor, wait." Before I could finish my sentence, Thor interjected, "Lin, I sincerely apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot serve as your bodyguard." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively and pointed to the hammer in Thor's grasp. "No, let me touch your hammer." Thor was momentarily taken aback, then reluctantly extended the hammer towards him. "Go ahead, feel it." However, upon touching it, Lin Chen discovered that there was no system prompt, prompting him to continue, add some special effects. Thor looked bewildered. He understood Lin Chen's metaphor, but realized that if lightning were to strike, it would leave nothing but ash. "Oh, this is divine power. You cannot withstand it," Thor exclaimed, retracting the hammer. "Do not release it. Simply channel the power within you into the hammer." Lin Chen skeptically inquired, "Can you not even manage that much control?" Truthfully, Thor found Lin Chen's assertion peculiar. Shouldn't an ordinary person be astonished or shocked by such a display? Yet, Lin Chen remained remarkably composed, which was indeed intriguing. However, The fact that Lin Chen questioned his capabilities did not sit well with Thor. Of course, I can do it. Thus, following Lin Chen's guidance, Thor infused his power into the hammer without releasing it. Yet, in the next moment, a bolt of lightning erupted, soaring into the sky. Thor held the hammer, a hint of embarrassment on his face. This was, after all, his first attempt to merely channel his divine energy into the hammer without releasing it. For many years since acquiring Mjolnir, he had always used it to unleash lightning and for flight. He had never contemplated such a nuanced manipulation of his internal power. Indeed, he possessed a vast reservoir of divine energy. Mjolnir served as a conduit for this divine might. It was only by wielding the hammer that he could freely unleash his power. Without it, he found it exceedingly difficult to summon his divine energy, rendering him as stagnant as a still pond. His strength significantly diminished. In the realm of the gods, had it not been for his eventual awakening, Thor would merely be a man of formidable physique. The crux of the matter lay with Mjolnir. It was the hammer that facilitated his mastery over divine power. Yet his excessive reliance on it meant that losing the hammer would result in a drastic decline in his abilities. Nonetheless, Lin Chen's words sparked a profound contemplation within Thor. Although he did not immediately grasp the significance of this issue, it ignited a question in his mind. Why was he incapable of achieving such feats? Slow down, steady yourself. Maintain control. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Thor tentatively attempted once more. This time, the outcome improved significantly, yet lightning still erupted forth. Observing the situation, it was evident that Thor would not master it in a short time. At that moment, Sif urged him with a question regarding Loki. Thor realized that it was not the time for learning. It was time to settle accounts with Loki. Sighing, Lin Chen decided to let them go, acknowledging that Thor would not be able to focus on the matter at hand for the time being. Moreover, whether he could enhance the traversal energy remained uncertain. It might be possible, or it could be utterly impossible. Rest assured, Lin. After I resolve this matter, I shall return. Thor smiled and departed with Sif and the others. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that, regardless of the circumstances, Loki would inevitably utilize the Bifrost to annihilate the frost giant race. To prevent Loki from doing so without resorting to killing him, Thor would have no choice but to destroy the Bifrost. It seemed that their next encounter would be delayed for quite some time. Thus, Lin Chen did not linger foolishly and promptly returned to New York. By the way, he had initially intended to examine the Destroyer-S remains, but when he approached, it had already vanished. It was likely that some form of teleportation magic had sent it back to Asgard. In the town, under Hill's command, S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearing up the aftermath, while she reported the situation to Nick. To ascertain the details of the events and Thor's situation, Nick sent Coulson to engage with Lin Chen. Consequently, when Lin Chen returned to New York the following noon, he discovered Coulson waiting at his doorstep. It was evident that he had come to inquire about Thor. Lin Chen had nothing to conceal and shared everything. As for when Thor would return to Earth, Lin Chen admitted he had no knowledge. Ultimately, Coulson gleaned a wealth of information from Lin Chen, which, when combined with the insights previously obtained by Hill from Thor, revealed to Nick that the gods indeed existed and possessed immense power. To avert a recurrence of such helplessness in the future, Nick resolved to officially initiate the Cosmic Cube Research Project, aiming to develop formidable weaponry to guard against similar occurrences. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Lin Chen received a call from Tony. It was splendid news. The production line for the special reactor had just been completed, and the components for those reactors were currently in production. The vibranium materials Lin Chen provided could yield 62 reactors, expected to be completed before 7 o'clock that evening. This was nothing short of excellent news for Lin Chen. Simultaneously, Tony mentioned that he had recently taken the time to study Chinese martial arts and felt he had gained a substantial understanding of internal energy. At that time, they could exchange insights to confirm the veracity of Lin Chen's claims. Despite Lin Chen's skepticism, Tony's confident demeanor piqued his curiosity. Chapter 99. Increased instances of time travel around 6 in the evening. Having finished his meal, Lin Chen hurried to Tony's residence, his anticipation palpable. Upon entering Tony's home, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter Pepper Potts, who had been absent on previous occasions. She greeted him with a courteous nod, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Tony's assistant. You may call me Potts." "Hello," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Tony is in the basement. Please follow me," she said, leading Lin Chen down the stairs. Upon reaching the basement, Lin Chen beheld Tony at his workbench, surrounded by an array of vibranium reactors, precisely what Lin Chen sought. Tony, toying with one of the reactors, turned to Lin Chen upon hearing his footsteps. Lin, you never mentioned what you intended to do with these before. Now that they've been created, I must ask you seriously, what is their purpose? The energy of a vibranium reactor is immense. For instance, it could power the entirety of New York City for a week. An entire city, such a colossal energy source. There are 62 of them. Although Tony had implemented multiple safety measures, he needed to clarify their intended use. I intend to use them for cultivation, Lin Chen stated candidly, without evasion. Having developed a certain degree of self-protection, he felt no need to conceal his intentions. Cultivation? The term was novel to Tony, who ventured. Is it akin to the dragon subduing palm, crows flying planes, or mice navigating mazes? Lin Chen was taken aback. While he could comprehend the reference to the dragon subduing palm, the other comparisons baffled him. Noticing Lin Chen's confusion, Tony clapped his hands. JARVIS. Display the content I annotated last time. In response, JARVIS projected an image. The next moment, a familiar piece of background music filled the air, followed by the appearance of a man, none other than the revered Xiao Bangzhu from the epic demigods and semi-devils. He soared through the air, employing the dragon's subduing palm to send a group of extras tumbling. The scene shifted to Jackie Chan Adventures, where Black Tiger Ah Fu unleashed his ultimate combo. Mantis Fist, two dragons playing with pearls, crows flying planes, and a tornado obliterating a parking lot. Seeing this, Lin Chen smacked his forehead, chuckling helplessly. Tony, you are correct. My cultivation is somewhat similar to that, though mine is more advanced. As for your concerns about causing destruction, rest assured, it is not an issue. I will not take them away. They can be disposed of immediately. As he spoke, Lin Chen approached the reactors before Tony's bewildered gaze, placing his hands upon them. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it? Lin Chen noticed that the interface for energy absorption had become more sophisticated following the system's previous upgrade. Before him appeared 62 options, each accompanied by a checkbox. Selecting the box indicated absorption, while leaving it unchecked signified the opposite. Each option bore a notation in parentheses, indicating the energy capacity in percentages, all uniformly marked at 21, signifying that each could provide Lin Chen with 21 units of traversing energy. It must be said, Tony's technology was indeed reliable, the production was streamlined, and each reactor was remarkably precise. With a swift gesture, Lin Chen selected all the options and absorbed every energy source in an instant. Name, Jacqueline level, C points. For 20 traversing energy, 28 traversing times, 13. His traversing count had surged from 0 to 13, filling Lin Chen with immense joy. With a casual wave of his hand, he declared, "All right, it's done. You can have these scraps." What just happened? Tony was perplexed. He had merely touched it and then discarded it? Is this what cultivation is? He blinked, finding Lin Chen's amusement at Tony's confusion quite entertaining. Cultivation. Tony examined the reactor, finding nothing amiss, and immediately commanded, JARVIS, scan. A few moments later, JARVIS reported, "Sir, all the energy within these reactors has been fully absorbed, and they require a replenishment of energy cells." The core of the reactors consisted of energy cells akin to batteries. After Lin Chen's touch, the reactors remained intact, yet the energy cells were entirely depleted, a feat that defied logic. Even if one could absorb all the energy in an instant, it would typically provoke a significant reaction. However, everything had vanished with eerie tranquility. This surpassed Tony's comprehension entirely. Is cultivation akin to consuming energy? Tony asked, bewildered. Not exactly. I am merely unique in this regard, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Would you like to learn? I could teach you. Learning isn't necessary. Tony quickly waved his hands. But could you share the underlying principle with me? I'll treat you to dinner. I've already dined. Then a late-night snack. This isn't about whether to eat or not. It's that I cannot explain the principle. Lin Chen shrugged, quickly shifting the topic. He added, by the way, regarding the vibranium matter we discussed previously, I have come across some information. There is someone who likely possesses a substantial amount of vibranium. Who? Tony was instantly intrigued. Unbeknownst to the name, only that he is a male, commanding a group of individuals, presumably operating in Africa, with a base on a rather large, decrepit vessel. Likely a cargo ship. No further information? Tony inquired, simultaneously prompting Jarvis to note the keywords. None. Lin Chen shook his head. He could only recall this scant information and had forgotten the appearance of the individual. However, he believed he could recognize him if shown a photograph. Tony furrowed his brow. Considering the multitude of ports across Africa, with such limited information, the search would be exceedingly time-consuming. Precisely for this reason, I sought your assistance. To leverage Jarvis for the investigation. Otherwise, if it were straightforward, I would have ventured out alone long ago. Collaborating with Tony was necessary not only due to the complications, as Lin Chen articulated, but also because he would ultimately need Tony's expertise for the reactor. Engaging in cooperation now would facilitate future endeavors. Are you aware of the precise quantity of vibranium? I cannot specify, but it is estimated to be around 1 to 200 kilograms. Given that vibranium is relatively lightweight, Lin Chen provided a conservative estimate. Rest assured, once we locate it, we shall embark together, and I shall share half. 1 to 200 kilograms. Tony scarcely paid attention to the latter half of the statement, as he was astounded by the weight measurement. Chapter 100. B-class world. The ports on the African continent are exceedingly numerous, and it is imperative to investigate the distribution of various factions within, even with Jarvis's assistance. Uncovering this information would not be an effortless task. Thus, after acquiring what he needed, Lin Chen departed promptly. Upon returning home, he gathered essential items and eagerly commenced his journey into another realm. At this juncture, with his C-class prowess, the enhancements within a C-class world were no longer markedly evident. He intended to venture into a B-class world for a change of pace. After all, although belonging to the same C-class category, there existed disparities in power levels within. Exploring stronger C-class worlds could potentially yield significant benefits for Lin Chen. Conversely, in weaker worlds, aside from the task-related rewards, the visit would be largely futile. On the subject of points, Lin Chen had indeed contemplated traversing to E-class or D-class worlds specifically to accumulate points. However, he had previously experimented with this notion at Tony's residence. When he chose to undertake the journey, the system would issue a notification indicating that if the world was below his current power level, no mainline tasks would be available, and thus, no points would be accrued. Naturally, Lin Chen would not be trapped in such worlds. He would possess a 1-year allowance to remain in these realms. He could return at any time within that year, and should he exceed that duration, the system would enforce a return. Therefore, these lower-tier worlds functioned for Lin Chen as a means of relaxation, lacking substantial utility. Only in worlds that match or exceed his own level of strength will the system issue tasks. At first glance, this feature appears to offer no advantage to Lin Chen, as it eliminates the possibility of accumulating points. However, upon deeper reflection, it reveals itself to be an immensely powerful capability. Once Lin Chen's strength reaches level B, he will no longer be troubled by main quests in level C worlds and can traverse them freely. At that point, as long as Lin Chen possesses a sufficient number of crossing opportunities, he can continuously journey through these lower-tier worlds. Not to mention levels D and E. Level C worlds can be considered low fantasy or mid to high martial arts realms. While they may lack supreme treasures, they likely contain items that can extend life or enhance strength. With this advantage, Lin Chen will be able to scour these level C worlds at will, utilizing his formidable power to seize treasures. However, that is a matter for the future. The most pressing concern now is to explore a level B world. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen expended 10 crossing opportunities and chose to traverse to the level B world. Confirmation successful. World level B. Crossing will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. After the countdown concluded, a familiar white light flashed, and Lin Chen found himself in a pig pen. This was not a modern pig farm, but rather one resembling those depicted in medieval films, enclosed by wooden fences. Before him, 2 pigs were grunting in his direction. Upon catching a whiff of the overwhelming stench, Lin Chen's expression changed, and he immediately bolted out of the pig pen. Once outside, Lin Chen discovered he was situated on a hillside, adjacent to a small brick house with a red roof and a large chimney, unmistakably the dwelling of an ordinary farmer. Surrounding him were similar structures, indicating a small village. However, peering down the slope, Lin Chen realized this was not merely a village but a port city, with these houses being at the city's edge. The true center of the city lay at the foot of the mountain, flanked by the sea on both sides, with a bay to the right and another urban cluster across the water. Overall, the entire city took on a semicircular form. with buildings cascading down the hillside like terraced fields, flanked by city walls and adorned with crimson maple trees. From a distance, it appeared remarkably picturesque. Furthermore, what caught the eye most was a magnificent castle in the southern part of the city, with grayish walls and an indigo roof, connected to the city by a stone bridge, exuding grandeur and splendor. Lin Chen also noted that the architecture here was distinctly European in style, and the passers-by donned similarly styled attire. Listening intently, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief as he realized that these people were conversing in English. It must be said that in the worlds Lin Chen traversed, the languages spoken were either English or Chinese, which evidently indicated his fortuitous circumstances. Otherwise, encountering an incomprehensible language would have rendered him quite distressed. Upon grasping a general understanding of his situation, Lin Chen directed his attention to the system's introduction and tasks. The introduction was rather straightforward. Lin Chen's name was Ma Luan, and in this realm, he held the identity of a farmer who inherited his family's trade. His parents had departed for distant lands not long ago, and it was estimated they would return in 1 to 2 years. Beyond this, there was scant information available. However, Lin Chen discerned that the pigpen and the adjacent house constituted his current assets. As for the fields, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered 2 plots of land behind the house, one cultivated with a variety of vegetables, and the other planted with fruit trees. Well, this information proved of little use to Lin Chen. His primary interest lay in the nature of the tasks assigned to him. Main quest: uncover the truth of the misty forest. Quest reward: 500 points and 1 opportunity for a lottery draw in this dimension. Side quest: subdue the wind elemental. Quest reward: 200 points. Side quest: subdue the fire elemental. Quest reward: 200 points. Side quest: subdue the water elemental. Quest reward: 200 points. Side quest: subdue the earth elemental. Quest reward: 200 points. Lin Chen. Upon reading these quests, Lin Chen wore a perplexed expression. What on earth were these tasks? The main quest was somewhat comprehensible, yet the side quests involved elemental spirits that he was expected to capture himself. Wasn't he that rather absurd? Truly, this was a B-grade world, where even such high-concept elements existed. Setting aside the side quests, which were far too vague, Lin Chen currently had no clue where to begin. As for the main quest, the truth of the misty forest intrigued him. The misty forest? It should refer to a specific location. As the name suggests, it was likely a forest enveloped in mist. The task required him to uncover the truth of the misty forest, implying that it undoubtedly concealed some secrets. Thus, Lin Chen's foremost priority was to gather all pertinent information regarding this misty forest. Contemplating this, he returned to his room to organize some usable items while simultaneously striving to collect useful information. After a brief period of about 10 minutes, Lin Chen became aware of certain details not mentioned in the system's introduction. For instance, the country he resided in was called Arendelle, a rather small nation. Additionally, he obtained a partial map of the world, revealing that the left half depicted the ocean, while the right half showcased the continent. The continent was not circular or square in shape, but rather irregular, resembling the left half of the European continent. The location of Arendelle lies at the heart of the map, a quaint coastal nation. In Chapter 101, 1,000 miles of frozen desolation, Lin Chen arrived during midday and spent over half an hour at home acquiring some fundamental information. With the entirety of the afternoon at his disposal, Lin Chen ventured into the city to gather further insights. The city boasts a library and a tavern, where Lin Chen uncovered a wealth of knowledge. To begin with, this city serves as the capital of Arendelle, sharing its name. The nation operates under a constitutional monarchy. However, the monarch is not a king but a queen, specifically a young queen, not yet 24 years of age, named Elsa. This name, transliterated as Arsab or simply Arsa, is not uncommon among foreigners, albeit not as prevalent as Zhang Wei. Lin Chen had no particular impressions of it. Moreover, Lin Chen had previously speculated that a B-grade Western world would possess elemental spirits and perhaps even powerful deities, if not at least the presence of wizards and elves. Yet, the reality starkly contradicted his assumptions. This world harbored no wizards, no elves, nor any extraordinary beings such as dwarves or centaurs, at least, none that were evident. After thoroughly investigating the library's resources, he found no explicit records of magic or supernatural creatures, aside from some literature that alluded to the power of magic. However, in the tavern, Lin Chen stumbled upon a crucial revelation. Queen Elsa of Arendelle possessed magical abilities and was immensely powerful a few years prior. She had conjured the breathtaking spectacle of 1,000 miles of ice and endless snow. How remarkable! While there may be an element of exaggeration, Lin Chen dared not underestimate it. After all, in a C-grade world, there existed innate masters capable of shattering buildings with a single blow. It was not beyond comprehension for such formidable wizards to emerge in a B-grade realm. Additionally, certain legends and tales recounted witches, magic, and demons, all of which Lin Chen learned through conversations in the tavern. Notably, the B-grade world marked a qualitative shift compared to the previous realms he had visited. The elemental energy of this world surpassed that of all others he had encountered. Upon ascending to innate mastery, Lin Chen could sense a potent energy flowing between heaven and earth. This energy was formidable, enabling him to harness it for cultivation and augmenting his power during attacks. Lin Chen referred to it as the elemental energy of heaven and earth, the very force that endowed the Rulai palm he learned from Ah Xing with its extraordinary might. At the very core lies the essence of the world itself. Under the amplification of this celestial energy, the power of this technique surged exponentially, enabling a mere slap to shatter an entire building. Although Lin Chen had only recently entered the realm of innate abilities and could not yet manipulate the heavenly energy with finesse, he was still capable of sensing and absorbing it to a degree. As for the world of Marvel, Lin Chen did not need to speculate on its classification. With the 6 Infinity Stones governing the rules, it was undoubtedly at least an A-grade realm. However, perhaps due to the constraints of its cosmic laws, the celestial energy in the Marvel universe was rather scarce, comparable to that of the world depicted in Kung Fu. In stark contrast, this world boasted a significantly higher concentration of celestial energy, likely doubling that of Marvel. In such an environment, the physical prowess of ordinary individuals was remarkably enhanced. Lin Chen had previously observed that women here were akin to adult males in the Marvel universe. The men, on the other hand, were all towering figures, robust as bulls, capable of effortlessly lifting hefty weights of around 200 pounds. Their resilience to physical blows was equally astonishing. Lin Chen witnessed a young stable apprentice, approximately 20 years of age, accidentally kicked by a horse with a force of at least 400 to 500 pounds. Yet, the apprentice merely brushed off his clothes and stood up swiftly, completely unscathed. Even more formidable were the soldiers. Lin Chen sensed that each one of them was comparable to a third-rate martial artist, clad in armor weighing nearly 30 pounds, wielding spears over 20 pounds and shields exceeding 10 pounds, totaling more than 60 pounds without any apparent strain. Their physical capabilities were truly fearsome. It is crucial to understand that bearing a load is entirely different from lifting an object. One may easily lift 30 pounds, but that does not imply that carrying it for even a minute wouldn't leave them exhausted. These concepts are distinctly separate. This serves to illustrate the extraordinary physical constitution of the soldiers who regarded 60 pounds as negligible. Throughout an afternoon in the city of Arendelle, Lin Chen had gathered a wealth of information. Now, his sole desire was to discover what the Queen truly looked like. In his pursuit of knowledge, he could not find a single memory pertaining to this world from any of the other sources, suggesting two possibilities. Either Lin Chen had never encountered television shows, films, or novels related to this realm, much like the previous world, or he had seen or heard of it, but had yet to uncover that knowledge. At this moment, Lin Chen could only hope that the Queen would bring him some delightful surprises. Otherwise, he would have to embark on a journey across this continent to gather useful information. The notion of infiltrating the castle crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Had he not heard that Queen Elsa was a formidable sorceress, reputed to be an ice mage? To dare to breach the castle at night would be tantamount to courting death. Caution and prudence are the true virtues. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to await the opportune moment. He had inquired and discovered that 3 days hence, there would be a festival in Arendelle. On that day, in the heart of the city, the Queen would host a grand banquet, where all would be welcome to partake in an abundance of food and drink, free of charge. Lin Chen decided to bide his time until that day, for there was no rush. In this vibrant world, his cultivation progressed at an accelerated pace, aiding him in the profound comprehension of the Buddha's palm technique. Although Lin Chen had diligently practiced this martial art, even upon reaching the innate level, he had yet to unleash its full potential. Fortuitously, the rich essence of this realm greatly benefited his mastery of the Buddha's palm, and he resolved to delve into its intricacies. Moreover, Regarding the Misty Forest, Lin Chen had come across information about it in an unsigned travelogue earlier that afternoon. The account spoke of a magical forest situated in the distant north, inhabited by a race known as the Northern Folk, who wielded magic. The Northern people were renowned for their hospitality and kindness, having aided many travelers, giving rise to numerous legends and tales. In times long past, they had maintained amicable relations with Arendelle, fostering mutual support. However, in recent years, news of the Northern Folk had nearly vanished. The magical forest had been enshrouded in an impenetrable mist of magic for over 30 years, rendering it inaccessible to all. To be frank, Lin Chen approached the information in the travelogue with skepticism. At first glance, the details appeared vague, yet upon deeper reflection, a mere handful of sentences encompassed a wealth of information. Given that news regarding the magical forest had largely dissipated, how could the author of this travelogue possess such clarity? Furthermore, the anonymity of the travelogue raised further questions. The entirety of the narrative seemed fabricated, as Lin Chen had never encountered any mention of the Northern Folk from others. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had no choice but to accept this information, for it was the only lead he had concerning the Misty Forest. The veracity of the account would require further discernment in due course. That evening, Lin Chen indulged in a sumptuous feast. Having dispatched the large pig that had previously grunted at him from the pen. "You grunted, now you shall be grunting in my belly," he mused. It is worth mentioning that after reaching the innate level, Lin Chen's cultivation primarily revolved around absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, rendering him less reliant on food. Yet, habits are not easily cast aside, and he continued to feast heartily. Lin Chen relished both eating and drinking, as the saying goes. To be able to eat is a blessing. The aroma of the simmering pork was utterly delightful, and Lin Chen, engrossed in his meal, emitted a series of satisfied hums. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, during which Lin Chen diligently engaged in his training, taking occasional breaks to gather information about the Misty Forest at the port. Arendelle, a nation thriving on trade, offered Lin Chen encounters with individuals from distant lands. However, they were all oblivious to the mysteries surrounding the Misty Forest. Nonetheless, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge from their conversations. For instance, a great war was unfolding on the Heimer Plains. There existed a flower known as the Golden Blossom that possessed rejuvenating properties. Giants roamed the eastern Loon Mountains, and a wizard resided 30 miles east of Sidon City, among other revelations. These were all details absent from any written record, much like the magic of Queen Elsa, which also remained undocumented. In addition to seeking information, Lin Chen kept a watchful eye on the castle. Whether due to his misfortune or the queen's absence, he had yet to encounter any notable figures, let alone the queen herself. Of course, this could also be attributed to his limited forays into the castle and his infrequent outings. However, with his keen eyesight, he discerned an intriguing detail. Although the castle gates stood wide open, civilians were generally barred from entry, with guards stationed at the entrance and sentinels keeping watch day and night. Yet, a golden-haired youth accompanied by a reindeer was able to enter and exit the castle freely, unimpeded by the guards. This was peculiar, for the youth's attire was unmistakably that of a commoner, and he carried nothing of significance. Determined to investigate further, Lin Chen uncovered that this youth was named Christopher and was in a romantic relationship with Princess Anna, the queen's sister. Upon learning this revelation, Lin Chen was taken aback. A princess and a commoner together in such harmony, without any opposition, seemed almost fantastical. Such a scenario would likely be deemed too implausible for a television drama, reminiscent only of fairy tales meant for children. Alternatively, perhaps Christopher's identity was more complex than it appeared. Could he be the illegitimate son of a noble or possess extraordinary abilities? These questions remained unanswered for Lin Chen, and he could only await the evening's banquet to discern the truth. The time was now around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and the people of Arendelle were bustling with activity in preparation for the evening's festivities. The square was adorned with tables and chairs, street lamps were festooned with decorations, and households hung colorful banners from their windows, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Although autumn had deepened, with the crimson leaves of maple trees swirling through the air, the warmth of the sun rendered the chill nearly imperceptible. Perched atop a large stone on the hillside, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, gazing down at the vibrant city below. This was indeed a splendid location he had discovered just yesterday. The expansive view here offered a glimpse of the entirety of Arendelle, with surrounding mountains and islets all visible. Most importantly, it provided a vantage point to observe certain happenings within the castle. However, Lin Chen's fortune seemed rather lacking after several hours of waiting. He had yet to witness any significant figures emerge. Was the queen a recluse? Or perhaps she was occupied elsewhere? After all, in Lin Chen's perception, the mages of the Western world were incredibly formidable, effortlessly soaring through the skies on their brooms, making travel exceedingly convenient. As Lin Chen pondered these scattered thoughts, a sudden commotion arose from the castle. A grand door swung open, and out stepped a lady clad in a pale yellow dress, her chestnut red hair cascading elegantly. In her right hand, she led a walking white dwarf, or perhaps a snowman. Given the distance of over 1,000 meters, Lin Chen could not discern the details clearly, but he sensed something peculiar about the white figure. Just then, another figure emerged from the castle, a woman dressed in a lilac gown. Her hair as white as freshly fallen snow. Although the distance rendered her features indistinct, Lin Chen could palpably sense an ethereal quality about her. A natural harmony with the universe itself. How terrifying that must be. It was astonishing that he could perceive her aura from such a distance. Her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Could she be Queen Elsa? Though unable to confirm, Lin Chen felt a compelling intuition that she was indeed the one. Fearing discovery, he dared not gaze any longer and quickly averted his eyes. After a few seconds, however, he could not resist stealing another glance. It appeared the two women had exchanged a few words. The chestnut-haired lady waved goodbye to Elsa and turned to lead the white figure out of the castle. Elsa, however, did not follow but instead retreated back inside. Seeing this, Lin Chen's countenance brightened, and he swiftly made his way down the mountain. When unobserved, he floated gracefully. Whenever someone was in sight, he refrained from levitating. Thus, after about 10 minutes, he arrived in the city. Chapter 103. The Ranger. Malin, this was an opportunity, not for infiltrating the castle, but to approach the woman who had just exited. Lin Chen pondered whether he might engage her and glean some information. After several minutes of navigating through the bustling streets, he finally spotted the lady in the pale yellow dress, accompanied by her little snowman. Indeed, a walking snowman. 3 irregular twigs atop his head served as his hair, while his nose was crafted from a carrot, and a single, gleaming white incisor sparkled in his mouth under the sunlight. His arms were slender branches, dexterously forked at the ends, and his belly adorned with 3 stones, mere embellishments. Overall, he bore an air of whimsicality. I had previously perceived that the diminutive figure, with his alabaster hue, was somewhat peculiar. It was clear now that he was indeed unusual. Moreover, he possessed the ability to speak, chattering incessantly about whatever caught his eye. What on earth was this creature? A magical being? Perhaps a snow sprite? At this juncture, Lin Chen found himself perplexed. The surrounding individuals exhibited no astonishment towards this enchanted creature, evidently already aware of its existence, yet there was no mention of it in the library's records. This defied logic, unless it had recently emerged, or it was a widely acknowledged fact that had become commonplace, rendering documentation unnecessary. Regardless, this world felt oddly strange to Lin Chen, not in a perilous sense, but rather in a purely bizarre manner. After observing for a minute or two, Lin Chen discerned the identities of the 2 figures. The woman with chestnut hair was none other than Princess Anna, the queen's sister, and the snowman, whose name was rather peculiar and seemingly uncommon, was transliterated as Olaf. They had ventured from the castle to enjoy a day in the hills, their path leading upward. The city to the left was adjacent to the city wall. Lin Chen had merely glanced at it earlier without scrutiny. As he followed, he discovered quaint establishments such as a photography studio and a cafe by the roadside, though devoid of electrical power, which rendered them significantly archaic compared to the modern world. These sights bewildered Lin Chen. Anna, accompanied by the little snowman Olaf, ambled along until they halted at a small pumpkin patch halfway up the hill. The name Olaf struck Lin Chen as somewhat odd, constantly reminding him of a brutish hero from a video game. The contrast was striking. He mused that such a small snowman, at times so endearing, might better be dubbed Snow Treasure. Upon arriving at the pumpkin patch, Snow Treasure spread a red and white checkered tablecloth on the ground. Just then, Lin Chen cleared his throat and stepped forth. He had previously ensured that no soldiers or other figures were nearby, and his timing for emergence seemed impeccable. Yet, his curiosity deepened. Had the societal security of Arendelle reached such heavenly heights that even a princess could venture out without a single guard in tow? Alternatively, could it be that Princess Anna is also a formidable sorceress? Yet, Lin Chen felt no sense of threat emanating from her. Contemplating this, Lin Chen positioned his left hand behind him, while his right clenched into a V shape across his chest, leaning slightly forward. Princess Anna. The Ranger male Lin extends his sincere greetings to you. In this world, the profession of a ranger indeed exists, thus Lin Chen adopted this identity. Moreover, his East Asian visage was quite rare in this locale, making his disguise exceedingly fitting. As for how Lin Chen came to understand the etiquette of rangers, it is quite simple. One would not presume that his mind was solely occupied with cultivation during his time in the Marvel Universe. Being an astute individual, he had long recognized the diversity of worlds and had taken the initiative to acquire a wealth of knowledge, with ranger etiquette being but one of his many studies. In future similar situations, there will be no cause for astonishment. A ranger? A flicker of curiosity danced across Anna's face. Is there something you wish to discuss? The ranger profession was nearly non-existent in Arendelle. Anna had only heard of it before, and this was her first encounter. Ah, rangers. I have heard of them. Their skills are remarkable, facing dragons without an ounce of fear, exclaimed Olaf excitedly. Observing the two, who appeared blissfully naive, Lin Chen smiled and replied to Olaf. I have yet to encounter a dragon, my little friend. He then turned his gaze to Anna. As for my purpose here, I have heard tales of a powerful sorceress residing in Arendelle and wish to witness her prowess firsthand. Oh, so you seek my sister, Anna explained. She is currently preoccupied with arrangements for the evening banquet and may not be able to meet with you at this moment. However, during the banquet, I would be delighted to introduce you to her. A glimmer of joy was unmistakable on Lin Chen's face. That would indeed be splendid. As Lin Chen prepared to take his leave, Anna interjected, Lord Maillan, as a ranger, you must have traveled extensively across the continent. Both Olaf and I are quite curious to hear about your adventures. Could you share some tales with us? Swayed by Anna's hopeful gaze, Lin Chen nodded, very well. Had he just arrived, he might have found it difficult to comply, but after days of inquiries, he had gathered a wealth of information. Now, he simply needed to embellish these insights and narrate them as stories. Drawing from his previous life as a reader of novels, Lin Chen possessed a vast reservoir of tales, making his narratives captivating enough to enthrall Anna and Olaf. Initially, he spoke rather perfunctorily, but as he continued, he became deeply engrossed in the tales he wove, even demonstrating elements of the stories as he spoke. As evening fell imperceptibly, the sun gradually descended in the distance, casting a warm orange hue that intertwined beautifully with the nearby crimson leaves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It seemed as though time had lingered too long here. For a group of soldiers approached directly. Only then did Anna and Olaf awaken to the realization that the banquet was about to commence. Malin, your tales are truly captivating. However, we should make our way to the banquet first. You must visit the castle tonight. Elsa, Kristoff, and Sven will surely delight in your stories. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and smiled, replying, certainly. Princess Anna, the queen is already at the banquet, one of the approaching soldiers urged. Understood, let us proceed. Chapter 104. The kick of the dog. During the storytelling session, Lin Chen did not merely speak. Through the interactive elements woven into his narrative, he gleaned much information from Anna. Most of it pertained to Queen Elsa. According to Anna, Queen Elsa's magical prowess was not the result of arduous training as Lin Chen had imagined, but rather an innate ability she had possessed since childhood. Moreover, her powers would only grow stronger with age, requiring no effort beyond the mundane routines of eating and sleeping for her strength to flourish. If this were indeed the case, Lin Chen could only feel envy, unable to comprehend such a phenomenon. Additionally, there were rumors regarding the fabled winter that blanketed the land several years prior, which Anna confirmed to be true. On that fateful day 3 years ago, Elsa had just undergone her coronation, and prior to that moment, her magical abilities had remained concealed, unknown to anyone. However, that evening, she lost control of her emotions, leading to a catastrophic release of her powers, freezing all the waters surrounding Arendelle. Despite it being spring and summer approaching swiftly, though the weather was not particularly warm, it was certainly not conducive to snowfall. Yet, from that night onward, a relentless blizzard ensued for over a fortnight, affecting not only Arendelle, but neighboring realms as well. Ultimately, after a series of tumultuous events, Elsa learned to accept and control her abilities, restoring Arendelle's weather to its former state. To be frank, after hearing all this, Lin Chen realized that Queen Elsa's magic transcended the ordinary. It could scarcely be called magic at all, Perhaps it deserved the title of a forbidden spell. The ability to freeze an expanse of land for over 10 days was no trivial feat. Had she not voluntarily retracted her magic, it might have persisted even longer. Such a power, wielded with the potential to invoke chaos akin to divine wrath, could only be termed a forbidden spell. Fortunately, he had refrained from sneaking into the castle previously. Otherwise, had Elsa discovered him, he would have met an untimely demise with ease. Yet, from Anna's descriptions, Elsa appeared to possess a remarkably gentle disposition, seldom displaying anger, suggesting she would be quite amiable. Upon Lin Chen's independent analysis, Anna's personality seemed rather childlike, despite her being 21 years of age. As for Elsa, based on Anna's descriptions, she also appeared to lack maturity and required time for personal growth. However, these observations were mere conjectures. Until he encountered Elsa in person, they remained unsubstantiated. Concurrently, Lin Chen gleaned some information regarding the misty forest from Anna. Essentially, it aligned closely with the travelogue, but he learned an additional detail. Arendelle had indeed engaged with the Northerners in the past, and the king at that time was none other than Anna and Elsa's grandfather. Due to the passage of time, Anna was unaware of the specifics. Today, Lin Chen's plans had been executed flawlessly. Not only had he gathered information about Elsa, but he had also learned a bit about the Misty Forest. Moreover, he had exceeded expectations by being invited into the castle by Anna. Initially, he believed that approaching would be a challenge, yet it turned out to be remarkably effortless, to the point that Lin Chen felt a tinge of disbelief. Thus, with a hint of apprehension, he followed Anna and Olaf toward the plaza. In the very center of the plaza stood a marble pedestal, upon which the Arendelle flag fluttered gracefully in the wind, adorned with a beautiful floral emblem. Surrounding the pedestal were the citizens of Arendelle, and there stood Elsa, beaming and singing alongside them. What perplexing sorcery was this? Lin Chen was utterly astonished. Although the lyrics celebrated the splendor of Arendelle, it felt somewhat peculiar for a sorceress, let alone a queen, to engage in such a manner. Even more curious was Anna's instant transformation upon arriving, as she seamlessly joined in the singing. Strangely, Anna did not sing a hymn in praise of Arendelle, but rather recounted the events that had transpired between her and Lin Chen that very afternoon. Olaf chimed in with a few lines as well. The melodies even brightened the evening sun. In this extraordinary atmosphere, Lin Chen found himself contemplating joining in the song. What was happening? Was this Arendelle's new rap? The queen and princess engaging in an online freestyle? At that moment, Lin Chen could ascertain with absolute certainty that this world was truly bizarre, incredibly strange. It was undoubtedly not a typical world. However, upon reflection, this Queen Elsa bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Lin Chen felt he had encountered her before. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Indeed, Princess Elsa, the one from that irresistibly catchy song, Let It Go. This world was the realm of Frozen. Why does everything feel so peculiar? In these past few days, everything around me seems remarkably beautiful. It appears I have entered a fairy tale world. I have yet to watch Frozen, nor have I seen its sequel, which seems to have been released subsequently. The only reason I recognized Princess Elsa is due to that catchy song that has been stuck in my head, leading me to view the music videos and various remixes multiple times. Had I known I would traverse into this realm, I certainly would have watched both films beforehand. Nevertheless, now that I am aware this is a fairy tale world, characterized by a clear distinction between good and evil, I find myself free from worry. For in such worlds, the virtuous are typically quite handsome, much like Elsa and Anna, the protagonists, who are undeniably beautiful. Thus, my earlier conjecture stands correct. These two are likely devoid of danger. Conversely, the villains tend to possess a more grotesque appearance and reside in dark, dreary places, which I can discern at a glance. Furthermore, while peril may exist in a fairy tale world, it generally culminates in a harmonious resolution. My tasks are often intertwined with the narrative of this world. Given the tranquility surrounding me now, it seems I have yet to enter the storyline, for in a magical fairy tale realm, one would expect at least one villain adept in sorcery to appear. Elemental spirits and misty forests are likely connected to these antagonists. Once the plot commences, I must keep pace. With Elsa's magical assistance, my task should become significantly easier. As I ponder these thoughts, Elsa and her companions conclude their song and quietly approach me. The surrounding townsfolk disperse, resembling mere background characters, busily preparing for dinner, leaving no one to observe. Admittedly, this lack of logic is rather perplexing. Yet, Considering this is a fairy tale world, I find solace in acceptance. I anticipate encountering many such situations in the future, and I must remain calm, allowing events to unfold naturally. Chapter 105. A strange voice. Queen Elsa, the Ranger Mylan extends his sincere greetings to you. I smile and bow slightly. Before me stand 4 individuals and a reindeer. Elsa, Anna, Kristoff, and Olaf, alongside Sven, Kristoff's pet, who possesses the remarkable ability to comprehend human speech, a truly magical phenomenon. There is no need for such formality, Mylan. Here in Arendelle, we do not adhere to strict etiquette. You may simply call me Elsa, she replies with a warm smile. I have heard from Anna that you are a seasoned ranger, and this afternoon you shared many tales with her and Olaf, which piqued our interest. Therefore, I formally invite you to our castle as a guest after the banquet. Certainly. I respond with enthusiasm. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, yet his heart brimmed with astonishment. Earlier, while on the mountainside, he had sensed an aura emanating from Aisha that resonated harmoniously with the very essence of the earth. Now, as he drew closer, that sensation intensified. He discovered that the ambient energy of the world around her had significantly thickened, enhancing one's comprehension of the cosmos. It was akin to being in a spirit-gathering formation. Cultivating in her presence would undoubtedly accelerate one's progress. Aisha could be deemed a favored child of nature, and it was no wonder her strength ascended effortlessly without any exertion. Such a constitution was something Lin Chen could only envy. As the banquet commenced, the group gathered around the meticulously arranged feast. During the dinner, Lin Chen swiftly bridged connections among the attendees with his lighthearted banter. Moreover, he witnessed the true extent of Aisha's magical prowess. With a mere flourish of her hand, streams of light soared into the sky, bursting into resplendent icy fireworks. She could effortlessly conjure an array of snow and ice creations, each imbued with exquisite detail. The vividness with which she rendered these objects exemplified her formidable mental fortitude, and the items she summoned, unless exposed to fire, would generally remain intact indefinitely. Lin Chen even learned from Aisha that she had crafted the snow creatures herself. What was this? This transcended mere magic. The ability to create living beings flirted with the very fabric of reality. Although this adhered to the rules of a fairy tale realm and may not apply elsewhere, Aisha's power in this world could indeed be likened to that of a world creator. However, Lin Chen observed that Aisha possessed a rather rudimentary understanding of her own abilities, seemingly unaware of her true strength, likely due to her never having actively practiced. Once their rapport deepened, Lin Chen felt he could guide her. After all, he had resolved to cling to Aisha's coattails, and should she grow stronger, his chances of accomplishing his mission would undoubtedly increase. Upon the conclusion of the banquet, the guests dispersed. Following the invitation, Lin Chen accompanied Aisha and her companions into the castle. At the behest of Princess Anna, and with everyone eager to hear, Lin Chen began recounting tales of sorcerers within the castle. Why this particular topic? It was, of course, an attempt to elicit more from Aisha. After more than an hour, Lin Chen not only gained a clear understanding of Aisha's magic, but also uncovered 2 intriguing new pieces of information. There existed a river named Adaholan, shrouded in mystery, said to contain the memories of all that has transpired in the world. Within its waters, one could find answers to all questions concerning the past. However, the exact location of Adaholan remains a mystery to all. It is merely rumored to lie in the distant north, obstructed by the towering waves of the Great Sea, rendering it inaccessible to anyone. The second piece of news pertains to the 4 elemental spirits. Aisha mentioned that the people of the north embrace magic, which emanates from the spirits of the 4 fundamental elements: wind, water, fire, and earth. These elemental spirits, or collectively referred to as the nature spirits, reside within the mist-laden forests of the north. Yet, with the arrival of the mist, the nature spirits fell into a deep slumber and have yet to awaken. Thus, Lin Chen's task is rather fortuitous. While fulfilling the main quest, he can simultaneously accomplish 4 side quests. The uncertainty of their difficulty remains. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chen concluded the 3rd tale. It was already quite late, although Aisha and Anna were captivated by the story. Snowball had begun to nod off. Contemplating this, Lin Chen prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed something amiss in Aisha's demeanor. Her gaze was unfocused, drifting towards the window, her brow slightly furrowed, betraying a sense of unease. Observing her, Lin Chen turned to look outside. From this vantage point, he could see the scenery beyond the left city walls, where a wide river flowed forth from the north, approximately 20 to 30 meters in width, flanked by steep cliffs. It appeared particularly eerie in the darkness, devoid of any vessels traversing its waters. Lin Chen carefully followed Aisha's line of sight, realizing she was fixated on this very direction. Yet there was nothing to behold. "What is it?" Lin Chen inquired. "Do you hear any sounds?" Aisha tentatively asked. For over a week, she had intermittently perceived a peculiar sound, reminiscent of a call or a chant, seemingly emanating from the north. Strangely, she discovered that no one else around her could hear this sound, as if it were calling out solely to her. However, Lin Chen's swift glance had led Aisha to believe he shared her experience, that he too could hear the melodic voice. Yet, he shook his head, indicating he heard nothing. Given Aisha's expression, it was evident she had perceived something, but Lin Chen listened intently and discerned nothing. It is worth noting that with his innate strength at this level, he should be able to hear sounds within a radius of 1 to 200 meters. Moreover, after practicing the lion's roar technique, Lin Chen had become particularly sensitive to sound. Yet, he truly heard nothing. If Aisha was not deceiving him, it could only mean that the sound was produced in an entirely unfamiliar manner. "Did you hear anything? If you articulate it, I might understand a bit more." Upon hearing these words, the crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Aisha, found myself momentarily speechless, first casting a glance at the others, before my gaze ultimately settled on Lin Chen. At last, I spoke. "I have heard a mysterious voice emanating from the north, calling out to me. To be precise, this voice began to manifest in my ears about a week ago, albeit initially infrequently, only once a day at most. However, from today onward, the calls have intensified, marking the third time I have heard it." Chapter 106, The Spirit of Nature. As Aisha's words fell, Lin Chen had yet to voice his opinion when Anna interjected seriously. "Wait a moment. You say you have been hearing a voice, but never thought to inform me." "I did not wish to cause you concern," Aisha replied, lowering her head. Given the enigmatic nature of the voice and the potential danger it posed, Aisha intended to uncover its origins before divulging anything. However, it was evident that Anna did not share this sentiment. We had promised to eliminate any barriers between us. "Have you forgotten?" Anna exclaimed with frustration. "Now you've succeeded in making me worry." "Anna, you know that was not my intention," I said, taking a minute or two to soothe Anna's distress. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had begun to formulate a clearer understanding of the situation and spoke. "Aisha, you mentioned that the voice comes from the north and calls to you. Can you discern what it truly is?" "I cannot pinpoint it precisely," Aisha contemplated. "However, I know it originates from far, far away in the north, and I can sense goodwill within the voice. My magic feels it as well. Can you respond to it?" Lin Chen inquired further. "It was impossible before, but now I feel I should be able to. However, it will not be a direct verbal exchange. I sense my magic will provide me with the answers." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remarked, "I have never encountered a situation quite like yours. But since you can sense goodwill, I believe you should follow your heart." Lin Chen had a premonition that the truth of the misty forest and the 4 elemental spirits were intertwined with the voice Aisha had heard. My heart. Aisha felt a turmoil within her. On one hand, she perceived her current life as remarkably stable, everything unfolding so naturally that it seemed unwise to venture into the unknown. Yet, on the other hand, Aisha sensed a dissonance with her mundane existence. Her magical prowess was growing stronger, and even she could feel that her life should not remain so ordinary. She felt compelled to uncover the truth behind the calling. Thus, her heart was in a state of conflict. At that moment, Christopher remarked, "Malin is correct, Elsa. I believe you should respond to him." However, before he could finish his sentence, Anna shot him a glare, prompting him to fall silent. "Elsa, listen to me," Anna said, firmly grasping Elsa's shoulders. "Regardless of your choice, you must promise me that you will not face this alone. I, Christopher, Olaf, Sven, and Malin are all your steadfast support." Upon hearing her own name and catching Anna's gaze, Lin Chen quickly nodded in agreement. Yet internally, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Although Arendelle was a small kingdom, its strength should not be underestimated. However, Anna seemed oblivious to this fact. Elsa took hold of Anna's hands, exclaiming, "All right, I promise. So, what is your final decision?" Lin Chen inquired with a smile. "I will find it," Elsa affirmed resolutely, then added, "The space in this room is too cramped. Let's go outside." With soldiers stationed in the castle's center, Elsa led the group through the left side of the castle, arriving at a grassy area to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Once they reached this spot, Elsa suddenly declared, "I can hear it again. It is calling me." After glancing back at the group and receiving encouraging looks, Elsa felt a surge of determination and began to use her magic to communicate with the voice. Sparkles of starlight manifested in her hands, which she dispersed around her, creating a sphere of shimmering light within a 3-meter radius. After a few moments, the starlight began to flow forward spontaneously, coalescing into a substantial mist 3 meters away. At the center of this mist, a small entrance appeared, clearly intended for Elsa. Without hesitation, Elsa stepped inside. Just as Anna intended to follow, the entrance closed behind her. Concerned for Anna's safety, Lin Chen grasped her arm, assuring her, "Nothing will happen." Indeed, after approximately a minute, the mist dissipated, revealing Elsa. Yet, this was clearly not the end, for the starlight suddenly darted away, even traversing the sea, until it vanished from sight. Elsa pursued it closely, her magic forming a staircase upon the water's surface, allowing her to chase far ahead. Once the light faded, she seemed to uncover something significant and waved her hands. In an instant, around the castle, throughout the city, and upon the hillside, wherever Lin Chen's gaze could reach, 4 distinct colors of diamond-shaped ice blocks floated in the air, each etched with mysterious patterns. The scene left everyone in awe. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed, his attention fixed on Elsa. As he could hear her whispering from a distance, the 4 natural spirits, wind, water, fire, and earth, have all appeared. At that moment, in the distant northern sky, 4 colossal rhombic crystals suddenly shimmered. However, Lin Chen observed meticulously and discerned that, in addition to those vividly colored rhombic crystals, there appeared to be a faintly colored square crystal nestled between them. Alas, the vision flickered and vanished before he could scrutinize further. Elsa, having witnessed something mysterious in the mist, was startled by the flickering of the northern crystals. Concurrently, the small crystalline ice fragments in the sky lost control and began to plummet, striking the castle and producing a melodious tinkling sound. "Elsa!" Anna called out, rushing towards her. The latter swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Anna, I understand now. I know where that sound originated." Upon their arrival, Elsa continued, "I just glimpsed something regarding the northern magical forest amidst the mist and discerned the forms of the 4 elemental spirits. That sound was emitted by the nature spirits, and I have awakened them." Observing the confusion on the faces of others, Lin Chen elucidated, "These are the spirits of wind, fire, water, and earth, each possessing immense power. I have encountered their descriptions in books." As his words echoed, a tempest suddenly erupted, extinguishing the candles within the castle and the city. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elsa urgently called out, "Quickly, you all must head to the back mountain. I shall ring the alarm bell to alert everyone to retreat." Given the potential for a tidal surge, Arendelle had established emergency protocols, the most urgent of which was to ring the castle's warning bell and have everyone seek refuge in the back mountain. Chapter 107, The Mountain Sprite. Happy now that Elsa had awakened the elemental spirits, though the circumstances were unclear, she could perceive the chaos unfolding. The fierce winds howled, flames were extinguished, and she sensed the absence of water. The fountains in the city had vanished, and the waterfalls in the mountains ceased to flow. Wind, fire, and water, next would surely be earth. Such a calamity would be catastrophic, compelling the people of Arendelle to evacuate swiftly. "Elsa, you must go? I will ring the alarm," Anna urged, panic-stricken. Ringing the alarm would undoubtedly delay their escape, a perilous decision Anna wished to prevent her sister from undertaking. "No, Kristoff, take Anna away from here quickly." Observing the deep bond between the 2 sisters, Lin Chen sighed, "Stop resisting. I will handle this. You 2 must leave at once." The group shifted their gaze towards him as Elsa opened her mouth to speak. Lin Chen interjected, "Do not linger. Go swiftly. As a ranger, I possess sufficient skills for this." Having spoken, Lin Chen effortlessly leaped to the edge of the castle amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, and then, harnessing the force of the raging wind, he glided towards the castle's watchtower. After a moment of stunned silence, Snowball exclaimed, "Wow, the ranger is truly remarkable. No wonder he remains unafraid even in the face of a dragon." With Lin Chen's impressive display alleviating their concerns, the group, aided by Elsa, swiftly made their way into the city to organize the evacuation of the civilians. Meanwhile, Lin Chen arrived at the watchtower. where a sentry archer stood momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. "Hurry to the back mountain," he urged, grasping a nearby hammer and delivering a sweeping strike to the great bell. In an instant, a resonant peal of the bell echoed through the howling wind, reaching every corner of Arendelle. Had anyone else struck it, the effect would have been far less impactful. Lin Chen infused the bell with considerable elemental energy. In a heartbeat, all who heard the bell's sound sprang into action, racing towards the back mountain. Anna and Elsa, too, were exhilarated, astonished by the clarity and volume of the bell's toll, which was truly uplifting. Remarkably, within less than half an hour, every single person in Arendelle, yes, every one of them, had retreated to the back mountain. Is this reasonable? Absolutely. If it seems implausible, do not question it. Simply consider it a fairy tale. The back mountain is not literally the rear of a mountain, but rather a sheltered valley. It is vast enough to accommodate over 1,000 residents of Arendelle. As they made their way there, Snowball incessantly peppered Lin Chen with questions, particularly about whether he had ever slain a dragon, which he asked multiple times. After all, Lin Chen's previous display had been so dazzling that Snowball, along with Elsa, Anna, and Kristoff, now regarded him with newfound admiration. Upon reaching the back mountain, the group's spirits began to settle, and Elsa initiated a discussion with Lin Chen about the spirits of nature. However, before they could exchange many words, a sudden tremor startled them, leading them to believe the wrath of the Earth Spirit had manifested. Yet, upon closer inspection, they saw a large cluster of rounded stones tumbling down from the distant hillside. Kristoff rushed forward, exclaiming, "It's the mountain spirits." Mountain spirits? Lin Chen recalled hearing someone mention them in a tavern. They are unique beings born from the great mountains, guardians of their territory, imbued with magical powers, and quite extraordinary. Judging by Kristoff's reaction, he clearly recognized them. The spherical mountain spirits swiftly approached Elsa, with one leaping onto a stone right before her. It was then that Lin Chen finally discerned the appearance of these mountain spirits. Standing approximately half a meter tall, with skin the color of limestone, this creature possesses a pronounced nose, large ears, and a wide mouth. Its hair is a vibrant green, with some strands forming only a small tuft while others are abundant. Adorning their chests are sparkling crystals, with some having 3 or 4, while others, like the one before Elsa, boast nearly 20 resplendent orange-yellow stones, creating a strikingly beautiful display. "Pabby!" Elsa exclaimed in surprise, clearly recognizing the being. The mountain sprite named Pabby appeared somewhat aged, and his voice bore the weight of years. "Elsa, I hope you are prepared to face the consequences of your actions. The wrath of nature's spirit is indeed formidable." Upon hearing this, Elsa lowered her head, realizing the unexpected turn of events. She had sensed goodwill from the spirit and could not fathom the reason for its fury. Anna, eager for understanding, inquired, "Why does the nature spirit remain enraged? What does this have to do with Arendelle?" "Let me unveil what I can discern," Pabby responded, gesturing with his hands as magical energy wove fragmented images in the air. Observing this, Lin Chen displayed an expression of intrigue. What sort of magic is this? A prophecy, or perhaps a means to seek answers? The images in the air shifted several times, first depicting a dam, then a handshake between two factions, followed by the exchange of weapons, and ultimately transforming into the visage of a castle. Meanwhile, Pabby explained, the past is not as it seems. A historical error must be rectified, or else Arendelle will no longer be safe. Elsa, you must uncover the truth of the past. Otherwise, I fear I shall not witness the future of Arendelle. Not see the future? Anna questioned, perplexed. Pabby spoke earnestly. When one cannot envision the future, the only course of action left is to pursue the next deed one believes to be right. The next right thing? Elsa murmured to herself. What I believe is right now is to venture into the enchanted forest and discover the source of that voice. With this thought, she turned to Kristoff. Kristoff, may I borrow your sled? And is Sven available? Elsa, I don't think that's a wise idea. Kristoff realized the implications in Elsa's tone. She intended to go alone. Anna interjected urgently. You cannot go alone. Kristoff and I will surely be of assistance. Oh, and there's Matthias. He is incredibly capable and can certainly help. At the mention of Lin Chen, Anna cast a hopeful glance in his direction. Technically speaking, Lin Chen was still a stranger to them, and Anna seemed aware of this, her tone laced with a hint of plea. However, Lin Chen had been awaiting this moment. Even if Anna had not spoken, he would have volunteered. Yet now that Anna had initiated the conversation, his response would come across as more natural and fluid. Thus, he smiled and said, "Of course, I shall certainly lend my assistance." Chapter 108. A sense of trepidation. The misty forest is undoubtedly fraught with peril. The wrathful spirit of nature is not something that ordinary individuals can contend with. Therefore, my presence alongside Elsa suffices. If you were to accompany us, I fear the encounter with danger. Lin Chen remarked that, although the inhabitants of this world possess robust physical prowess, they remain diminutive in the face of true power. Should he venture alongside Elsa, the difficulty of his task would likely range from simple to moderate. However, if he were to bring along these two burdens, Lin Chen sensed that his mission would transform into a challenging endeavor. Anna, Melon speaks the truth. I possess magic to safeguard myself, and Melon is an experienced and formidable ranger. Our collaboration is optimal. Moreover, the people of Arendelle require care, and as a princess, it is best for you to remain here with Kristoff. Elsa was resolute in her desire to shield her sister from danger, and she deeply appreciated Lin Chen's assistance. Nevertheless, Anna wished to voice her thoughts. Yet, she was interrupted by Elsa. "Anna, this matter is settled." Observing Anna's despondent demeanor, Elsa gently stated, "The people of Arendelle need their Princess Anna. Please ensure that they remain outside the city until our return." Anna replied softly. Noticing this, Elsa turned to Lin Chen. "Melon, thank you for your willingness to accompany me on this adventure." "It is my pleasure," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. "There is no time to lose. We shall depart tonight. However, prior to our departure, I must inform everyone of this decision." With that, Elsa hurried off to relay the news. Meanwhile, Anna swiftly approached Lin Chen. "Melon, I entrust Elsa to you." Lin Chen's expression grew serious, and with the honor of a ranger, he vowed, "I shall ensure Elsa's safe return." After offering some comforting words, they heard Elsa's voice calling, "Melon, it is time to set off." The sled can be converted for dual use. One simply needs to replace the sliding board beneath with wheels, which is quite simple for Lin Chen. Half an hour later, with the farewells of Anna, Kristoff, and Olaf, Lin Chen and Elsa set forth. The sled is akin to a carriage, with long seats in the front accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. The distinction lies in the rear, one being a compartment while the other is merely a rectangular box. The box contained provisions for nearly a month, along with various outdoor supplies, as the distance to the magical forest remained uncertain, thus requiring the two to plan for an extended duration. The journey proved rather monotonous, particularly when seated with someone still somewhat unfamiliar, leading to moments of awkwardness. Can you imagine? Just this afternoon, Elsa had not even known Lin Chen, and now they were to embark on an adventure into the perilous misty forest that evening, entrusting their very lives to one another. This sensation is truly enchanting. Merlin, as a ranger, do you often embark on such adventures? Lin Chen silently drove, absorbed in his thoughts, while Aisha, feeling bored, sought to engage in conversation. As for sleep, after the recent scare and with the impending adventure, slumber was elusive. In truth, Lin Chen was in a state of meditation, which accounted for his silence. Otherwise, the monotony of driving would have wearied him. Upon hearing her, Lin Chen turned his head slightly and replied, "Approximately so. I venture to new realms roughly once a year." He spoke no falsehood. Traversing a world indeed consumed such time. Although he appeared to be under 22 in the Marvel Universe, he was, in reality, 25. That must be perilous indeed. This journey to the misty forest is fraught with danger. I truly regret dragging you into this. Do not speak so. I find adventure to be a most exhilarating pursuit, offering glimpses into the wondrous unknown. It is simply marvelous. As he spoke, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something. Aisha, I've noticed that your magical proficiency appears rather rudimentary. Perhaps, during our break, I could enlighten you. Do you practice magic as well? Aisha inquired with curiosity. Not in the conventional sense, but all powers are interconnected. I have mastered a unique form of energy, which I can utilize to instruct you. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand, unleashing a surge of innate energy that shattered a stone the size of half a meter in the distance. Wow, how impressive! Aisha exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. I want to learn. Thus, Lin Chen commenced his instruction, albeit limited by their mobile setting. He focused on theoretical explanations, particularly on how to delicately manipulate her magic, encouraging Aisha to practice continuously along the journey. It must be said, Aisha was indeed a prodigy, despite the theoretical nature of the lesson. She made significant progress over the course of an hour. Observing her fatigue, Lin Chen eventually halted before a cave. Let us rest here for the night. We shall resume our journey at dawn. With that, he retrieved a bag of carrots from the back and unfastened the lasso from Swin. Swin, here are your carrots. After enjoying them, you can rest in the cave for the night. Swin responded with a couple of grunts. The cave, modest in size, was dry and devoid of unpleasant odors, suggesting it was seldom frequented by wildlife. Lin Chen first expelled the dust with his vital energy, then prepared a bed on the ground for Aisha to rest upon. Noticing that he had only arranged a single sleeping space, Aisha questioned, Merlin, won't you sleep? I can manage with a seated slumber. You should rest. We have a journey ahead in the morning. Aisha, too weary to ponder further, soon succumbed to sleep. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Chen could not help but marvel at the innocence of the fairy tale world. The people here are truly naive, as even a sovereign queen can fall into such a deep slumber without a trace of vigilance. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, Lin Chen knew he must take advantage of it. Thus, he silently approached Elsa, placing his hands before him to cultivate. Previously, he had been unable to concentrate on his practice while discussing theoretical knowledge with Elsa. Now, with such an exceptional opportunity at hand and the proximity to her ethereal presence, a harmonious aura of serenity enveloped him, compelling Lin Chen to diligently refine his skills. As he cultivated, the essence of the world converged around him, allowing Elsa to sleep soundly until dawn broke. Just as she was about to awaken, Lin Chen swiftly rose and floated to the entrance, exclaiming, Awake? If you are, let us set forth. Breakfast awaits in the carriage. Malin, you are up so early? I had a delightful dream last night, in which I mastered the control technique you mentioned. As she spoke, she experimented and was astonished to discover she could indeed manipulate her magical energy with precision. Ah, I have truly learned it. At this, Lin Chen fell into silence, acknowledging that there indeed exist individuals in this world who surpass him in talent. Learning in dreams, how astonishing. Chapter 109, Arrival at the Misty Forest with Lin Chen's further guidance. The fated child, Elsa, had absorbed nearly half of Lin Chen's abilities during their day's journey. Her application and experience with magic had evolved considerably beyond her previous state, particularly through the practical insights imparted by Lin Chen, which proved immensely beneficial. Several times, she had come to the realization that there were alternative methods available to her. This also allowed Lin Chen to regain some confidence in his own abilities. Although Elsa was a prodigy, she still required his instruction. This was not an act of forced pride, for Lin Chen had never truly compared himself to Elsa. This was simply the reality. On the following night, having failed to locate a suitable resting place, Lin Chen opted not to stop, instructing Sven to slow his pace while allowing Elsa to make do with the carriage for the night. The endurance of the reindeer was remarkable, and nightfall scarcely diminished their vision. Although their progress was slow, they managed to cover considerable ground. Thus, as dawn broke on the third day, with the sun just peeking over the horizon, Elsa was abruptly awakened by a distant call. I heard it, very close. That cry is near. Lin Chen urged, Sven, accelerate. With a gentle flick of the reins, Sven sprang into action. Soon, the carriage rounded a bend, and a vast expanse opened before them. Before them lay a small patch of wild grassland, approximately 1,000 meters wide, and at the far end, a shroud of mist loomed ominously, resembling a formidable barrier that instilled trepidation. Glancing left and right, there was no end in sight, leaving them uncertain of its true breadth. Thus lies the misty forest. Elsa exclaimed with excitement, Malin, let us hasten. With a graceful wave of her hands, a pathway of glacial ice materialized, bridging the distance of over 1,000 meters to the misty forest. Let us go. With a light laugh, Elsa glided effortlessly along the icy path. Meanwhile, Lin Chen shook his head in resignation, unbinding Sven from his restraints and retrieving provisions for 7 days before following suit with Sven. Elsa had consistently exhibited fortitude, leaving one to ponder whether it was a facade required by her royal persona or a reflection of her true nature. After a day of relentless travel, it seemed she had shed some invisible shackles, her spirit now radiating vivacity. Lin Chen was no stranger to Elsa's magic, yet as he traversed the expansive icy tunnel, he couldn't help but marvel at its sheer magnificence. Before long, Lin Chen and Sven approached the threshold of the misty forest. At that moment, Lin Chen was struck anew by the grandeur of the forest. The swirling mists above were nothing short of spectacular. Observing Elsa's intent to reach out and touch the mist, he stepped forward, asserting, "Allow me to test it first. Be careful," she cautioned. Indeed, nodding, Lin Chen enveloped himself in his true essence, extending a single hand slowly through the mist. The fog was thick and impenetrable. Even with his essence enhancing his vision, he could not see through it, necessitating a bold venture. With each inch he delved, his hand seemed to meld further into the fog. Just then, Lin Chen's hand grazed an unseen barrier, ethereal and colorless, standing resolute within the mist. As he prepared to discern the nature of this barrier, it suddenly radiated a pink luminescence, followed by an irresistible force. Lin Chen's reflexes were swift. In that fleeting moment, he braced himself and executed a light-footed maneuver, rendering himself as weightless as a feather. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward over 10 meters, landing softly on the ground. Elsa rushed to his side, her voice laced with concern. "Malin, are you unharmed?" "I am well. The mist bears no malice. It merely seems to inhibit entry," he replied. While the force was undeniably potent and overwhelming, it was equally gentle, devoid of any lethal intent. The travelogue had warned that the misty forest barred both entry and exit, and it appeared the warnings held true. "Allow me to try." Elsa felt an instinctual certainty that she could pass through. Lin Chen did not oppose this time, having discerned the absence of danger. He deemed it prudent for Elsa to test the waters. After all, they needed to ascertain the truth of their endeavor, lest their journey be in vain. Moments later, as Elsa's hand made contact with the mist above, a wondrous scene unfolded. The mist parted of its own accord, gradually revealing an opening. Before them stood 4 stone tablets, silently erect, each adorned with the diamond pattern that Lin Chen had previously encountered, symbolizing the 4 elemental spirits of nature. This must be the enchanted forest shrouded in mist. Lin Chen was resolute in his conviction. The entrance was modest in size, yet it appeared shrouded in a gray haze, rendering visibility nearly impossible. As it too was engulfed in mist, exchanging glances, both sensed an unwavering determination in one another's eyes. "Do not stray too far from me. I promised your sister I would ensure your safe return, and you mustn't underestimate me. I am no less capable than you." Elsa's brow arched defiantly. "Let us proceed." With a smile, Lin Chen and Elsa ventured into the passageway, followed closely by Swen. Just a few steps in, the mist behind them suddenly closed in on itself. Observing this, Lin Chen immediately urged Elsa to test their ability to exit. Moments later, the outcome did not disappoint him. They were unable to leave. However, the two remained unperturbed, their resolve strengthened as they pressed onward. The surroundings were cloaked in an impenetrable mist, visibility reduced to a mere 3 or 4 meters, making it impossible to discern directions. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was aware that they were generally heading toward the heart of the forest. After cautiously traversing for over a minute, covering approximately 50 meters, they found themselves still enveloped in the fog, suggesting that the mist might encompass the entire forest. At that moment, a peculiar wind surged from behind, powerful enough that even Lin Chen struggled to maintain his footing. Gripping both Elsa and Swen proved futile. It felt as though an invisible hand propelled them forward with great speed. In no time, they were thrust nearly 100 meters ahead, and in the next instant, the mist of the forest receded entirely, their vision dramatically clearing. Before them lay a vibrant sea of crimson foliage. The ground was carpeted in red leaves. The surrounding maple and camphor trees donned hues of red, and even the sky above was tinted crimson. Lin Chen noticed that there was no sun in the sky. It too was shrouded in mist. Turning back, he saw that an endless expanse of mist still loomed behind them. At that moment, Lin Chen realized that the misty forest was not entirely obscured by fog as he had previously imagined. Rather, the mist resembled a bowl, encompassing the entire forest within. Chapter 110. The wind spirit appears. Although captivated by the striking red scenery, Lin Chen soon regained his focus, as he faintly sensed a presence lurking nearby. Yet, this sensation was vague, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. "Elsa, be cautious. There may be someone nearby." Indeed, Lin Chen harbored uncertainties about the presence of another, as the sensation was exceedingly faint and elusive. Understood. Elsa promptly surveyed her surroundings with vigilance. Lin Chen had instructed her that upon arriving in unfamiliar locales, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate the vicinity and ascertain the absence of danger before allowing oneself to relax. However, after several minutes of scrutiny, neither of them discerned anything amiss. Occasionally, a sudden gust of wind would sweep through, causing the nearby trees to sway violently and leaves to scatter. Despite the lack of any discoveries, Lin Chen reiterated the importance of remaining alert. Although they found nothing in their immediate surroundings, even the sensation of being watched had dissipated. Lin Chen's vigilance intensified. If the entity or individual lurking in the shadows had departed, one would expect to hear some commotion. Yet, he had detected no unusual sounds. This only pointed to one conclusion. Either the observer remained stationary and undetected, or they possessed such formidable strength that they had vacated the area without Lin Chen's awareness. In either scenario, the news was not favorable for him. There are no signs of human habitation here. Let us ascend to higher ground and see what we can uncover. The misty forest was vast, a sprawling expanse of woodland. Typically, such grand forests feature intricate terrains, including gorges, mountains, cliffs, and slopes. Currently, having just entered the forest's periphery, Lin Chen had yet to encounter many such formations. However, he did spot a small hill ahead, which he believed would yield valuable insights upon ascending it. Perhaps due to their location at the forest's edge, the trees here were not particularly tall, and the light was quite bright. Although the sunlight did not directly penetrate, the radiance filtering through the mist retained its intensity, and everything appeared quite normal. Though the summit of the small hill seemed close, it was nearly 3 kilometers away. And due to their caution, they moved slowly, taking approximately half an hour to reach it. Find a suitable position to observe the surrounding terrain and commit it to memory, Lin Chen advised Elsa. Having said that, he sought out a sturdy tree, effortlessly climbed to its apex, and began to survey the area. Indeed, imparting one's knowledge to others is a gratifying endeavor. Before leaving the kingdom of Qing, Lin Chen had shared some of his techniques with Fan Xian. He had mused at the time that perhaps one day, his influence would permeate the entirety of the martial arts world. Such a sense of accomplishment was truly exhilarating. Now, with Elsa, although he would not attain the same recognition as he might on a grander scale, teaching a disciple, especially a bright one, was undeniably rewarding. Much like the diligent students in the classroom whom teachers favor, Aisha is particularly eager to learn and possesses the ability to draw inferences from what she has studied. Observing her continuous progress evokes in Lin Chen a sense of nurturing. At present, he is intentionally encouraging Aisha to put into practice the theories she has previously acquired. Upon reaching the treetop, Lin Chen was contemplating how Aisha would ascend when suddenly, a peculiar gust of wind swept through, causing him to plummet downwards. Lin Chen was certain that this was the very wind that had earlier propelled them into this predicament. Wait a moment. Could this tempest from the misty forest possibly be the wind spirit from the side quest? Aisha had mentioned that she awakened the 4 elemental spirits of the magical forest, and it has only been 2 days since that moment. These spirits had previously exhibited anger, and they must now be in a wild and untamed state. No wonder the quest is titled Subduing the Spirits. However, it must be noted that these side quests have prerequisite conditions. If Aisha had not awakened them, Lin Chen would be unable to complete the quest. It seems that Lin Chen's choices from a few days ago were quite astute. Nevertheless, the main quest, uncovering the truth of the misty forest, poses a significant challenge. The forest is vast, and Lin Chen is at a complete loss. With a long journey ahead of him, why did you suddenly fall? Aisha exclaimed, having just prepared to ascend herself. It was a strange wind. I sensed it was the wrathful wind spirit. Lin Chen replied after touching down. The wind spirit is formless and colorless. When it swept past, there were only a few fallen leaves to indicate its presence. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen continued, I noticed northern mountains. The terrain there appears complicated, likely with caves. We should head in that direction to evade the wind spirit. Although his time atop the tree was brief, Lin Chen managed to discern several key details. To the north lay towering mountains, and beyond them, he thought he spotted some coniferous plants. To the west, a grand fjord lay shrouded in mist, likely a mighty river, with a dam at the fjord's end. Lin Chen recalled seeing a similar scene in the magic of the mountain spirit, Pabi. However, due to the elevation, he could not glimpse what lay beyond the dam. The east was dominated by dense forest, gradually fading into obscurity. All right, Aisha nodded in agreement, having no objections. Just then, the bizarre wind reemerged. Yet this time, it was not merely a gentle breeze. It began to whirl in place, accelerating with alarming rapidity. Within mere seconds, the strange wind had morphed into a small tornado. Countless fallen leaves were swept into the maelstrom, rendering the scene utterly terrifying. Run! At this moment, Lin Chen cast aside all apprehensions, uttering a low command before swiftly grasping Swin with his left hand and pulling Aisha along with his right, dashing northward at an impressive speed. Even while bearing both a person and a deer, Lin Chen's velocity remained undiminished. However, the wind spirit's swiftness was astonishing, quickly closing the gap between them. After sprinting over 100 meters, Lin Chen realized evasion was futile. Aisha, counterattack. Releasing Aisha and Swin, Lin Chen immediately unleashed the still-developing Buddha's palm, striking forcefully behind him. In an instant, his true essence surged, and a tempest arose, manifesting a 1-meter-wide silhouette of a palm in the air, which then surged towards the wind spirit. Meanwhile, Aisha conjured her magic, unleashing a torrent of arcane energy in an attempt to freeze the tornado. Yet, the wind spirit's might was overwhelming. It embodied the very force of nature's winds. At the moment their attacks launched, the tornado suddenly expanded 5 or 6 times in size, its tremendous power sending trees flying. Lin Chen's Buddha's palm dissipated into nothingness upon contact, and even Aisha's magic proved largely ineffective. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the two and the deer were engulfed by the tornado. Chapter 111. Subjugation. Being caught in a tornado was a novel experience for Lin Chen. Initially, there was a hint of panic, but he soon found solace. For upon entering, he discovered that while the tornado appeared perilous from the outside, within, it resembled the intangible barrier of the previous mist, devoid of lethal force. In simpler terms, the wind spirit relied on its formidable power to intimidate, merely toying with them. However, the whirlwind contained branches and debris that, in such high-speed motion, could inflict harm if struck. With that in mind, Lin Chen steadied his stance and called out, Aisha, channel your magic. The tornado's strength diminished within, making it plausible for Aisha to freeze it. Understanding Lin Chen's intent, she immediately began to unleash her magic on either side. Just then, the wind spirit seemed to sense Aisha's plan. It rolled violently, causing Lin Chen and Swin to tumble out of the vortex. Meanwhile, the once formidable tornado had transformed into a rapidly spinning sphere, ensnaring Aisha within. Even so, the surrounding winds disoriented Swin, pushing him backward, while the sky darkened with swirling dust. Lin Chen felt a slight impact but, upon enveloping himself in true essence, remained unharmed. Witnessing Aisha's entrapment, Lin Chen leaped, delivering a forceful strike towards the sphere. Meanwhile, within the sphere, Elsa was fervently attempting to freeze the swirling vortex. Her magical energy transformed into ice, crystallizing within the inner layers of the whirlwind. However, the ice quickly melted into water, gradually forming a curtain of water. Amidst the rapid rotation, images and even sounds appeared within these water curtains. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's hand struck the exterior of the vortex. The clash of magical energy and his palm print unleashed an overwhelming force that reverberated through the air, halting the winds and clearing the skies. With a single blow, the wind spirit remained unscathed, yet with another strike, Lin Chen felt empowered once more. However, this was not the time for reflection. As the wind subsided, Elsa's figure emerged against the backdrop of the sky. Unfortunately, she was not in the best condition, having expended a considerable amount of magical energy, causing her to plummet. Observing this, Lin Chen extended his hand and caught her from the air. Upon landing, he inquired with concern, Elsa, are you all right? I'm fine, she gasped. Quickly rising to her feet, her cheeks flushed. This marked her first intimate contact with a male, inducing a sense of nervousness within her. Just then, Lin Chen noticed that, unbeknownst to him, several lifelike ice sculptures had appeared around them. Elsa, regaining her composure, softly remarked, I just witnessed some visions that may conceal certain secrets, which is why I manifested them. The act of manifestation had drained a significant amount of her magical energy, explaining her earlier weakness that led to her fall. Did you see similar scenes to those you encountered in the mist outside the castle 2 nights ago? On their journey, Elsa had vividly recounted to Lin Chen the sights she had observed within the foggy forest, scenes from many years past. Indeed, they are connected to what we saw last time. Elsa paused thoughtfully. I sensed that the voice that called to me was guiding me to uncover the secrets of the misty forest. Strangely, upon entering the magical forest, Elsa felt an inexplicable sense of belonging, as if she were destined to be there. Lin Chen scanned their surroundings and discovered a total of 4 ice sculptures, a pile of fire, a proud stallion, a soldier wielding a sword. and a particularly unique double sculpture. It featured a young girl cradling an unconscious boy, her eyes filled with concern. The uniqueness of the double sculpture captivated Elsa at first glance. After studying it closely, she exclaimed, "Is that my father?" The boy wore clothing that had once belonged to her father, prompting her belief. But who was the other figure? As she examined the girl's flowing cloak, her eyes brightened in recognition. "That is my mother's cape. Could this be my father and mother? So, your mother is a person from the northern lands?" Lin Chen had previously sought information regarding the misty forest and, in doing so, had learned a bit about the inhabitants of the northern lands. The attire of this young maiden clearly reflects that of the northern people, particularly the cloak she dons, intricately adorned with the emblems of the four spirits of nature, symbolizing the guardianship of these spirits by her kin. However, as Lin Chen gazed upon these designs, a flicker of uncertainty washed over him. He had encountered these symbols before. On the night when Aisha awakened the spirits of nature, in the northern sky, the grand insignia of the four spirits had momentarily illuminated the heavens. Alongside them, a rather ethereal square emblem had also appeared, which he now discerned upon this ice sculpture. What could this signify? Was it merely an aesthetic embellishment, or did it represent something enigmatic? While lost in contemplation, Aisha spoke, affirming, "Indeed, my mother must be of northern descent." Yet, a hint of confusion lingered as she continued. "However, I recall my father mentioning that it was the northern people who initially attacked them, provoking the wrath of the spirits of nature, ultimately shrouding this place in mist. Why then did my mother choose to save my father?" Observing Aisha's distress, Lin Chen offered reassurance. "This is precisely why we have come here, to seek the truth. Only by uncovering it can Arendelle have a future and Anna be at ease, while the spirits of nature can regain their balance. Yes, we must uncover the truth." Aisha emphatically nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a joyful sound approached from afar, and Lin Chen noticed a flurry of falling leaves dancing through the air, heading directly towards him. He remarked gravely, "It is the wind spirit. It has returned. Do not worry. I can sense its benevolence," Aisha replied as she stepped forward and waved at the wind spirit. Though formless, the scattered leaves revealed its location. In the next moment, to Lin Chen's astonishment, the wind spirit obediently circled around Aisha, fluttering about her in a graceful dance. What was happening? Just moments ago, it had exhibited ferocity. How had it suddenly become so docile? Side quest conditions met. Task completed. Reward: 200 points. The sudden system notification left Lin Chen even more bewildered. To be honest, he was struggling to understand what had transpired. How had the wind spirit been subdued so effortlessly? This seemed almost too easy. Chapter 112. Humanity in the Misty Forest. Although puzzled by the swift pacification of the wind spirit, Lin Chen chose not to dwell on it. After all, he merely needed to acknowledge that the task had been completed and the points awarded. Speaking of which, this B-level world is truly splendid. Merely a side quest had yielded such a generous reward of 200 points. How extravagant. The wind spirit circled around Aisha before drifting towards Lin Chen, spinning him around several times. It then flew off into the distance, playfully nudging Sven closer. This little creature was indeed a curious soul. Aisha chuckled and asked, "Do you feel better now?" The wind spirit seemed to comprehend her words, emitting an ethereal and joyful sound as it danced through the air. Observing this, Lin Chen felt increasingly prescient, tightening his grip around Aisha's leg. Without her assistance, he would never have been able to tame such a being endowed with the power of the heavens and earth. That force was overwhelmingly formidable, capable of conjuring a massive whirlwind in mere seconds. The power of nature was truly awe-inspiring. Although he had managed to bond with the wind spirit, this elemental being was not merely a pet. After some time with Aisha, it departed on its own. Seeing this, Aisha turned to Lin Chen and said, "Let us proceed northward. I have a premonition that the truth of the misty forest lies in that direction." "All right, but you should ride Sven for a while to rest and ensure optimal combat readiness." Lin Chen noted that Aisha had not fully recovered and still appeared somewhat fatigued. Engaging with an elemental spirit required contending with the forces of nature, and despite the brevity of Aisha's battle, the magical energy expended was substantial. Aisha said nothing further and complied, mounting Sven. Lin Chen had taught her that in the wilderness, maintaining peak combat readiness at all times was essential for effectively managing any situation. The terrain of the misty forest was exceedingly complex, necessitating frequent detours as they traveled north. Moreover, The sense of being watched had resurfaced, prompting Lin Chen to proceed with utmost caution. After a long day, they had barely covered 30 kilometers. Initially, Lin Chen had assumed the feeling of being watched was emanating from the wind spirit, given its formless and colorless nature, which aligned with his suspicions. However, he soon realized that it was not the wind spirit, as it frequently came to play with Aisha during their journey. Be careful. I have noticed signs of human activity in this area. To be honest, Lin Chen was somewhat astonished to see evidence of human presence. According to Aisha, the enchanted forest had been shrouded in mist for over 30 years. On that fateful day, the elemental spirits had been enraged, leading to catastrophic changes within the forest. Given the passage of time, Lin Chen had assumed that human activity would be sparse, so he was surprised to encounter such numerous signs of life. However, upon further reflection, he realized he was overthinking the matter. If the misty forest had indeed been sealed off, how had Aisha's parents managed to escape? Ultimately, it was Lin Chen who had been overly fixated on the situation. This is ultimately a fairy tale world. Lin Chen must deeply recognize this truth. Children should embody the essence of childhood, and a fairy tale world should undoubtedly reflect its own enchanting nature. It would be best to complete the task and return home promptly. Why bother with unnecessary seriousness? If there are any human activities, they must belong to the northern people. They are likely to possess some knowledge of past events, and we can inquire with them. You are absolutely correct. Lin Chen nodded. Instead of aimlessly searching without leads, it would be more prudent to seek out the northern people. Perhaps they could provide us with some valuable information. Traces can be found in the east, south, and north, with the western and northern areas showing a bit more activity, indicating that more people may reside in those regions. Ultimately, the two decided to head north, as that was their destination, allowing them to search for people while making progress on their journey. After approximately half an hour of walking, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a movement. There was a commotion. Sounds were emanating from both the east and west. Less than 100 meters away, quite close. Lin Chen should have noticed this sooner. However, the earlier ruckus caused by Feng Ling near Aisha had distracted him, and he only realized it after Feng Ling departed. We've been discovered. Brace yourselves. Just moments ago, Aisha had been laughing heartily at Feng Ling's antics, and the nearby groups had heard her laughter and were now hastening toward their direction. Consequently, Aisha followed Lin Chen to a slightly more open area and waited quietly. After about half a minute, a group of young men and women emerged from the dense forest on the left, clad in white cotton garments and wielding wooden spears and sticks. Led by a gray-haired grandmother in her 60s. Despite her age, her grip on the spear was firm, clearly indicating her combat prowess. Before they could utter a word, another group sprang forth from the opposite side. Their attire was markedly superior, all donned in identical Arendelle soldier uniforms, brandishing shields and sharp longswords, exuding an imposing aura. Wait a moment, how could there be Arendelle soldiers here? Their clothing is so pristine, and their swords and shields look brand new. As this question briefly crossed Lin Chen's mind, he quickly extinguished it. Such inquiries are unwarranted, as they are outsiders. Declare your identities and intentions. How did you arrive in the misty forest? The elder leading the northern people spoke up. No sooner had he finished than a middle-aged black soldier at the forefront of the other group shouted, Yelena, this is my territory. I should be the one asking questions. Yelena immediately retorted, Mathis. Strictly speaking, you two are considered an outsider. Upon hearing this name, Aisha stepped forward. Lieutenant Mathis, I recognize you. You are depicted in the second portrait on the left in the castle library. You were once my father's bodyguard. Is Egnar your father? A hint of surprise crossed Mathis's face. Indeed, I am Aisha. I am now the Queen of Arendelle. We have come here to the magical forest to uncover the reasons behind the wrath of the spirit of nature. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish. He had previously instructed that one should never reveal their intentions and identity to strangers without first discerning their own identity and purpose. Yet, it seemed that Elsa, upon seeing the soldiers of Arendelle, had become so overwhelmed with excitement that she blurted it out. The Queen of Arendelle. Matthias's countenance shifted dramatically, and he, along with the soldiers behind him, immediately bowed in deference to Her Majesty, the Queen. Indeed, such a simple statement was enough to garner belief. This was all quite typical of a fairy tale. Lin Chen suddenly recognized that many of his notions were inapplicable in this world. Everything was inherently straightforward. There was no need to complicate matters. Chapter 113. Witness my roar of the lion. After revealing her royal identity, Matthias's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. However, the Northerners remained skeptical. Witnessing this, Matthias was indignant, determined to defend their queen, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. At that moment, Elsa promptly declared that her mother was of Northern descent. Instantly, the previously charged atmosphere dissipated, and the Northerners, swayed by Elsa's words, began to accept her. Suddenly, both factions developed a favorable impression of Elsa. Perhaps even the enchantment of fairy tales could not elucidate such phenomena. One could only conclude that this was the essence of a protagonist. A few minutes later, Lin Chen began to comprehend the situation within the forest. Since the magical forest had been shrouded in mist years ago, the wrath of the spirit of nature had inflicted severe repercussions on the Northerners and the soldiers of Arendelle who were present at that time. Ultimately, the spirits of nature fell into a deep slumber, and many of them survived, enduring over 30 years of relentless struggle to remain alive. Presently, the forest is inhabited by two factions. One faction comprises the Northerners, who reside throughout the forest, while the other consists of the surviving soldiers from Arendelle, currently dwelling near the dam. Initially, conflicts frequently arose between the two sides, as they were once in a state of warfare. However, as time passed, the slumber of the spirits of nature and the encompassing mist allowed for a gradual calm to settle, leading to a delineation of territories where each side refrained from encroaching upon the other. Yet, just days ago, the spirits of nature within the forest were abruptly awakened, startling both factions into action as they began to investigate. Just half an hour ago, they had discovered traces of the fire spirit nearby, prompting their exploration, only to unexpectedly encounter Elsa and her companions. At this moment, Lin Chen was inquiring with the Northerners about the intricacies of the elemental spirits. Suddenly, the sensation of being watched returned, and this time it was more intense than ever. Be cautious. With a low growl, Lin Chen swiftly turned to the side. In that direction, he distinctly sensed something. It was a small cluster of red flames, moving with astonishing speed, darting directly into the midst of the crowd. It's a fire spirit, an inhabitant from the northern lands exclaimed. Following this cry, the fire spirit seemed to revel in its own existence, leaping from branch to branch, igniting everything in its path. The northern dwellers and the soldiers of Arendelle fled in terror. Even Elsa disregarded everything. Where is the promised glory of Arendelle? Where is the vow to protect the queen? While such thoughts echoed in his mind, Lin Chen did not immediately consider an attack. Instead, he prepared to evade. The spirit of nature was far too powerful. His meager strength was utterly insignificant. However, Elsa, with unwavering determination, declared, "Malin," just like the wind spirit. In an instant, Lin Chen grasped Elsa's intention. She wished to subdue the fire spirit as she had done with the wind spirit. Yet, the fire spirit was unlike the wind spirit. Its might was formidable. Wait, Elsa wielded ice magic, which could precisely counter the fire spirit. With this realization, Lin Chen promptly suggested, "Elsa, give it a try, and I shall assist you from the side." After a nod of agreement, Elsa's hands became like a magical machine gun, unleashing a flurry of ice arrows. The results were remarkably gratifying. The raging inferno ignited by the fire spirit in the forest was thoroughly suppressed and extinguished. However, the fire spirit was exceedingly swift, and Elsa's magic could not land a hit. At most, she could conjure a massive ice wall using her magical energy to block its path. Yet, the fire spirit was agile and slippery, making it difficult to capture. Consequently, as her magical energy depleted rapidly, Elsa began to breathe heavily. At that moment, Lin Chen also took action. He swiftly positioned himself in front of the fire spirit to intercept. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's chest swelled to at least 3 times its usual size. In the next instant, he opened his mouth, unleashing a wave of sound imbued with his true essence, resonating towards the fire spirit. The lion's roar technique, a culmination of soundwave mastery, was something Lin Chen had only practiced until now. This was the first time he employed it in actual combat. The effect was remarkable. With a mighty shout, the resounding sound wave stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, propelled by a fierce wind, charging towards the fire spirit. The fire spirit, sensing danger, suddenly intensified its flames, and in the next moment, a fireball hurtled towards Lin Chen. The fireball, like an unstoppable meteor, effortlessly shattered Lin Chen's sound wave and surged towards his face. Damn it! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim a curse and quickly dodged. This is truly an affront. Lin Chen's recent maneuver was executed with utmost effort, if not at the pinnacle of mastery, then certainly exceeding it. Even beings of semi-inherent strength, such as the Fire Cloud, Evil God, and Emperor Qing, would have been felled by such a strike. Yet, this formidable attack could not withstand even a mere fireball from the fire spirit. However, Lin Chen found solace in the fact that his efforts were not in vain. When a fireball was hurled towards him, the fire spirit hesitated for a moment. It was this very pause that allowed Aisha's icy arrow to strike true. Instantly, the flames were extinguished, revealing the true form of the fire spirit. It was an irresistibly adorable little lizard, with large, expressive eyes and a fiery aura that made it utterly endearing. Aisha had initially intended to launch another icy arrow, but upon beholding such a charming creature, her resolve melted away, especially as it tilted its head in curiosity, seemingly assessing Aisha. It was simply too precious to harm. "Come here, little one," Aisha said, crouching down and extending her hand. She sensed the fire spirit's curiosity towards her, prompting her to engage in tentative contact. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, poised to unleash an icy arrow at the slightest sign of danger. Fortunately, the situation unfolded smoothly. The natural aura that enveloped Aisha drew the elemental spirits to her without hesitation. As she reached out her hands, the fire spirit took a few cautious steps forward. Upon sensing the comforting energy emanating from her, it boldly leaped onto her palm. In an instant, mist enveloped them, and the flames surrounding the fire spirit were snuffed out, revealing a look of bliss on its face. It was evident that it relished this icy sensation. At that moment, Lin Chen approached with a smile and remarked, "This little creature is rather wild." He noted in his mind the ease with which it had pierced through his previous attack. It was merely frightened from its recent awakening. As he spoke, Aisha conjured several small ice flowers, sprinkling them atop the fire spirit's head. The little creature extended its tongue to taste them, joyfully spinning around several times. Chapter 114, The Earth Giant. Side quest conditions met. Task completed. Reward, 200 points. The quest to tame the fire spirit was accomplished with remarkable ease, yielding 200 points, a delightful sensation of effortless victory. The two played with the adorable fire spirit, and before long, the soldiers who had abandoned the queen returned, along with the previously warm-hearted northerners. Apart from their mild astonishment at Aisha's ability to tame the fire spirit, they showed little else, as if nothing had transpired. In Lin Chen's mind, they were marked as mere tools. Suddenly, Aisha and the fire spirit turned their gaze to the north. "Aisha, do you hear the call again?" Lin Chen inquired. The reason they continued their journey northward was that Aisha could consistently hear a calling from the north after entering the forest. Even after traveling such a distance, the sound remained audible. It seemed that the source of this call resided deep within the forest. Not only did I hear it, but it appeared that the fire spirit did as well, Aisha exclaimed in astonishment. She had just noticed that, the moment the sound emerged, the fire spirit tilted its head, implying that it too could perceive the call. "Do you have any suggestions?" Aisha playfully teased the little fire spirit. The little creature tilted its head, suddenly leaping from Aisha's hands and darting ahead, turning back to signal them to follow. Observing this, Lin Chen confirmed a suspicion in his mind. These elemental spirits could indeed comprehend their words. "Myron, I have a feeling that the elemental spirits can guide us to the answers we seek." After taming the two elemental spirits, Aisha discovered that her magical energy surged with greater vitality, and she could faintly sense that the calling was connected to these spirits. Thus, with the fire spirit leading them, Aisha felt compelled to follow. However, I must first clarify one matter. Just as Lin Chen was inquiring about the elemental spirits from the northerners, the fire spirit suddenly interrupted him, and he needed to ask again. Nodding, Aisha captured the eager little fire spirit once more, then settled onto Swin's back. Meanwhile, Lin Chen approached the northerners to continue his inquiries. The historical grievances were shrouded in mystery for these individuals, but Lin Chen sought to uncover a specific pattern. Rather than merely speaking, he directly illustrated the fleeting design he had witnessed in the night sky. As soon as he finished, a young man among the northerners gasped, exclaiming, "How do you know this pattern?" This is a symbol used by some ancient families among the northerners, typically engraved on garments or shawls. It has been a long time since we have seen it. Lin Chen, uninterested in the history of the northerners, promptly inquired. The four diamonds at the corners represent the elemental spirits of wind, fire, water, and earth. But what does the one in the center signify? What does this square, enveloped by the 4 elemental spirits, represent? Merely decorative? Certainly not. A young woman with dark skin responded, stating that according to legend, there are 5 elemental spirits in total. The one in the center is the 5th elemental spirit, serving as a unique bridge that not only stabilizes the 4 elemental spirits, but also connects nature with humanity. Have you encountered it? Or is there any record of it? Lin Chen sought confirmation. No, these tales have been passed down orally. The woman shook her head. I see. Lin Chen felt a slight disappointment, but at least gleaned an understanding of its significance. Within the mist-laden forest, it is possible that the 5th spirit of nature resides. Lin Chen sensed that his primary quest might be intertwined with this. At that moment, Elsa approached and declared, "Our purpose in coming here is to uncover the secrets of the misty forest and to understand the reasons behind the fury of the nature spirits." Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Elsa solemnly vowed, "I assure you, I shall do everything within my power to unravel the mysteries of this forest and restore the glory of Arendelle." Upon hearing her words, the onlookers momentarily fell into a state of stunned silence. Having lived within this shrouded forest for over 30 years, they had never ventured beyond its confines. The vastness of the sky outside was beyond their imagination, rendering Elsa's proclamation momentarily bewildering. "I have heard the call from the north. Mylan and I must continue our journey northward, so farewell," she stated. With Elsa's promise made, it was indeed time to fulfill it. However, just as they were about to depart, Mattis interjected, "Elsa, it is nearly evening. Every night, colossal earth giants roam the northern woods, posing great danger. Let us rest for the night before we set off." Earth giants? A previously encountered woman of color had explained, these are titanic beings composed entirely of stone, towering 30 to 40 meters high, possessing immense strength. They generally slumbered during the day, only to wander among the high mountains at night. They are a manifestation of the earth spirit. In truth, nature spirits are remarkably diverse, taking on myriad forms. For instance, the wind spirit can manifest as a gentle breeze, a gust, a tempest, or even a tornado. The fire spirit, though currently appearing as an adorable lizard, may transform into a fiery giant when provoked, capable of obliterating one with a single blow. The earth spirit is no different. The earth giant is but one of its many forms. Our camp lies not far from here. Let us rest there for the night and resume our journey come morning, proposed the northern folk. Upon hearing this, Elsa turned to Lin Chen, awaiting his decision. Are the earth giants numerous? Lin Chen inquired, rather than answering directly. The number of nature spirits is not uniform. Thus far, Lin Chen had encountered only the wind and fire spirits. If the earth giants were few, he felt confident in avoiding danger, but if they were many, it would be prudent to wait for daylight. We have scouted the area, and there are approximately 10 earth giants nearby. Then let us rest for the night. Lin Chen concluded, recognizing the wisdom and caution. With over a dozen towering stone giants, their mere footsteps would surely cause tremors, unless Lin Chen could fly. He would undoubtedly be affected. Ultimately, Lin Chen and Elsa arrived at Yelena's camp, where they would spend the night. Of course, it was only Elsa who succumbed to slumber, as her magical exertion had left her fatigued. As for Lin Chen, he naturally continued his cultivation. Although Aisha could not perceive her own ethereal aura, Lin Chen was acutely aware of it. Practicing in her presence not only accelerated his progress, but also allowed his mental strength to solidify further. Given Lin Chen's current prowess, he no longer needed to sleep nightly. Once a week sufficed. Moreover, his mental power continued to grow steadily, suggesting that he could manage with sleep once a month. Chapter 115, Desolate Lands. Once Aisha succumbed to slumber, the fire spirit vanished without a trace. Lin Chen observed this, but chose to disregard it. Confident that the fire spirit would return, much like the wind spirit, which frequently returned to check on Aisha and even guided them on multiple occasions. In the dead of night, while Lin Chen was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a subtle tremor. Though faint, it was an occurrence that should not transpire. This tremor quickly intensified, growing nearer and more pronounced. Before long, the northern tribesmen, who had yet to succumb to sleep, also felt the disturbance. How could the earth giant come to the south? Someone exclaimed. Yelena shouted, "Everyone, take cover." At her command, the northern tribesmen extinguished the campfires and snuffed out the candles within their abodes, hastily seeking refuge. The northern tribesmen's quarters were quite peculiar, constructed in a unique conical shape. Externally modest, the interior could comfortably accommodate 2 inhabitants. Aisha slept in one chamber, while Lin Chen sat cross-legged outside, engrossed in his training. The tremor caught Lin Chen's attention. Awakening Aisha, she opened the door, rubbed her eyes, and inquired, "What is happening?" Before she could finish her question, Lin Chen pressed a finger to her lips and gently ushered her back inside. "Shoo! Do not speak. The Earth Giant is approaching." The warmth of Lin Chen's breath reached Aisha, and she felt the comforting heat of his hand upon her face. This proximity made her body stiffen slightly, rendering her momentarily speechless. She could only nod in agreement. Noticing her reaction, Lin Chen promptly withdrew his hand, focusing intently on the sounds of the approaching Earth Giant. However, as he removed his hand, Aisha felt a fleeting sense of loss. After all, Lin Chen had been deeply immersed in his cultivation, practicing the nine-yang divine art, and his body radiated warmth, his hand exceptionally soothing. The sensation was akin to the cozy embrace of a winter blanket, utterly captivating. Yet, at that moment, Lin Chen was wholly absorbed in listening to the external commotion, while Aisha found herself entranced by the earnest profile he presented. Lin Chen sensed that Aisha was observing him, but he dismissed the thought, attributing it to her nervousness. In comparison to this, the colossal Earth Giants outside are far more captivating. Lin Chen listened intently, extracting information from the sounds. After approximately 5 minutes, the footsteps paused near the camp before gradually receding. At that moment, Lin Chen estimated that there were 9 Earth Giants, which aligned closely with the earlier assertion from the northern people of around 10. They were all heading eastward, drawn by an unknown allure or perhaps some other reason. Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed positive news, for it indicated that the Earth Giants to the north had likely departed, and even if a couple remained, Lin Chen felt no trepidation. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen turned to inform Aisha about their urgent journey. However, upon turning around, he found Aisha gazing at him intently. "What is the matter?" "The Earth Giants have already left," Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Aisha, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly averted her gaze and whispered, "In nothing." Lin Chen dismissed any concerns and promptly stated, "I listened carefully. The Earth Giants have all moved east. There should be no threats from the north now, so we must travel overnight. Let us head north before the Giants return." "All right, let us depart tonight." Aisha, somewhat dazed, merely nodded. After receiving her response, Lin Chen hurriedly stepped outside to relay the news to the northern people. No one opposed him, and they even provided him with some provisions, which he tossed onto Sven. The two then set off. Not long after, just as Lin Chen had anticipated, Fire Spirit returned to Aisha's side, and Wind Spirit joined them, adding a touch of merriment to their journey. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Chen could see clearly, though Aisha struggled, necessitating his role of holding a torch and leading the way. Fortunately, the earlier passage of the Earth Giants had frightened away any lurking beasts or wildlife. As the pair traversed the forest, their progress was remarkably smooth. As dawn approached, they emerged from the maple grove into a desolate expanse. What rendered this place desolate was the abundance of fallen timber and withered grass strewn across the ground. From where Lin Chen stood, it resembled a dividing line. Behind him lay the lush maple forest, while ahead stretched a barren landscape, seemingly infinite. How could such a scene exist within the forest? Aisha pondered, bewildered. "I don't know. Perhaps it has always been this way," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head, uncertain of the cause. Yet, from the air, he sensed another revelation. They were nearing the forest's edge. He could detect the scent of the sea. As he surveyed the surroundings, Lin Chen made another observation. With the morning mist enveloping the area, the scenery became somewhat obscured, rendering distant views unclear. However, 100 meters ahead, Lin Chen discovered a riverbed shrouded in morning mist. Why was it not called a great river? Because Lin Chen heard not a whisper of flowing water. Contemplating this, he hurried over and found, as he suspected, that it was indeed a desiccated riverbed. The traces suggested it had once been a mighty river, and upon examining the terrain, Lin Chen realized its source was not inland, but from the sea. This indicated that the river's waters had flowed from the ocean, and its current desiccation was likely due to a decrease in the sea's water level. With the source deprived of water, it naturally followed that the river had run dry. After observing for a while, Aisha also approached, her brow furrowed in mild confusion. "Malin," she said, "you mentioned we were nearing the edge of the forest, yet I feel that the call is still far away. Could it be the forest calling to me? Or perhaps the water spirit from the sea?" The notion of a water spirit calling out was perplexing. Lin Chen shook his head. The four elemental spirits were equal, each a distinct entity, with no hierarchy among them. At that moment, the fire spirit and wind spirit had already been tamed by Aisha. Thus, it seemed unlikely that it was the water spirit calling to Aisha. Could it be the fifth elemental spirit spoken of in the legends of the northern tribes? While lost in thought, the wind spirit suddenly appeared. It circled around the two as a greeting before darting ahead. Following its path, Lin Chen's keen eyes caught sight of a tattered flag billowing in the wind. Despite its ragged state, he discerned a portion of the emblem of Arendelle upon it. This was a ship from Arendelle. Chapter 116. Clue over there? There's a ship, and the insignia indicates it belongs to Arendelle. Let us investigate, Lin Chen exclaimed, making his way toward it. Behind him, Aisha stood in shock, murmuring, a ship from Arendelle? This is impossible, unless... With that thought, she mounted Sven and galloped toward the vessel. Upon reaching a vantage point, Lin Chen finally beheld the entire ship. It was a wreck stranded at the edge of the bay, its hull as dilapidated as the flag. A gaping hole marred its center, and its surroundings were tattered, evidently battered by relentless waves before reaching this place. Yet, how could it be that entry into the misty forest was forbidden? Did this ship drift in here with no one aboard? How tragic, to meet such a fate and be consumed by the sea. At that moment, Aisha arrived at Lin Chen's side, her expression one of disbelief, her emotions slightly askew. What is this? Lin Chen inquired. This was my parents' ship, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. They spoke of journeying to the southern seas in search of a way to dispel the magic that bound me. I never imagined they would not return. However, this is the north. How could a ship be here? Elsa is eager to comprehend why a vessel, originally bound for the southern seas, has found its way to the northern realm. The distance is akin to traveling in opposite directions, with numerous islands scattered in between. Even the most powerful ocean currents could not have swept it here. There must be clues to uncover within the ship. Lin Chen offered a brief word of comfort before following Elsa into the dilapidated vessel. Inside, the conditions were marginally better than outside, yet still exceedingly limited. Most items lay shattered, with only a few objects close to the ground having escaped ruin. After a thorough search, Elsa and Lin Chen found nothing of value. However, Elsa soon recalled an important detail. Every ship from Arendelle possesses a waterproof compartment dedicated to safeguarding crucial documents. They must search for it. Armed with this clue, their task became significantly more manageable. Having a clear objective is far superior to aimlessly rummaging about. In less than a minute, Lin Chen uncovered a round metal barrel within a cabinet. Elsa immediately hurried over. Lin Chen opened the lid and retrieved a parchment map along with a piece of sheepskin inscribed with peculiar symbols. Upon unfolding the sheepskin, Lin Chen noted that the writing resembled strange patterns, reminiscent of some decorations found in the dwelling of the Northerners. It likely belonged to them. It was perhaps left behind by Elsa's mother. The Northerners had previously mentioned that such markings of nature spirits were exclusive to certain ancient families. This implies that Elsa's mother was a Northerner from an ancient lineage, and these inscriptions were probably archaic in nature. Nonetheless, Lin Chen realized he could not decipher these writings at present. However, in the upper left corner of the sheepskin, a few fragmented English phrases were inscribed in a familiar handwriting. Her mother-s. Elsa felt a surge of excitement and read aloud. When the Ice Age concludes, rivers are both gained and lost, the source of magic, the source of Elsa. The meaning of this statement was straightforward. Coupled with previous information, Lin Chen could surmise that it referred to the emergence of a river at the end of the Ice Age, which serves as the wellspring of magic and, correspondingly, of Elsa herself, though it has since vanished. It is likely that Elsa's parents set sail in search of this river to alleviate Elsa's profound fear of magic. After reviewing this clue, Lin Chen immediately unfurled the map to examine the second piece of evidence. This map bore a resemblance to one Lin Chen had seen in the Arendelle library, yet it featured an additional marked route and a specific destination. The route led directly from Arendelle to the destination. As for the destination, it was marked at the northernmost tip of the continent, beyond the Dark Sea, and was named Adaholan. The Dark Sea, a tumultuous expanse of towering waves and surging currents, is rife with storms and tempests. No vessel that has ventured upon its waters has ever returned. They have all been shattered by the ferocity of the storms. It is a realm of death, a place where no soul dares to tread. Yet, in a desperate bid to resolve Elsa's magical dilemma, her parents boldly set sail into the Dark Sea. To spare Elsa and Anna from worry, They even deceitfully claimed to be heading to the Southern Sea. Ultimately, it was painfully clear that they met with failure. Like countless pioneers before them, they were mercilessly consumed by the waves, and even their ship was swept into the misty forest. Adaholan, does it truly exist? Elsa furrowed her brow. Is it not the magical river you mentioned, one that harbors all the answers from the past? Lin Chen had dismissed it as mere legend. Yet now it seems to hold truth. After all, Elsa's mother hails from an ancient family of the north, undoubtedly privy to such secrets as Adaholan. Suddenly, a thought struck Elsa, and she exclaimed, "My mother once said that water has memory. When the wind spirit imprisoned me, I glimpsed fragments of the past within the water curtain. Now aboard this ship, I yearn to uncover what truly transpired back then." With that, Elsa knelt down, her hands resting upon the wooden planks of the vessel. In an instant, countless images from the depths of the water emerged, ultimately coalescing under Elsa's command into a tableau of ice. It depicted her parents embracing upon the deck, surrounded by towering waves. Even as the ice sculpture formed, sounds echoed from the surroundings. Adaholan must surely be the source of Elsa's magic. For her sake, we must press onward. Alas, the waves are too great. Turn, turn. With the roar of a colossal wave, all sounds faded into silence. Witnessing this scene, Elsa could no longer contain the emotions she had suppressed upon seeing the broken ship, and she wept openly. "It is all my fault," Elsa lamented, knowing that had it not been for her, her parents would not have ventured into the sea and met their demise. Their death was a consequence of her existence. Overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow, she wept bitterly. Lin Chen, taken aback by the unfolding situation, found himself at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a scene and struggled to offer comfort. His mind momentarily clouded. After a brief moment, as Elsa's sobs echoed through the air, Lin Chen resolved to offer some consolation. He placed a hand upon Elsa's shoulder and said, "Elsa, you are the queen of Arendelle. You must find the strength to rise. If you falter, your castle will surely fall." Slowly, Elsa lifted her gaze. Chapter 117. Adaholan Lin Chen's method of comforting was remarkably straightforward. He redirected Elsa's attention. The outcome was quite gratifying. Elsa was successfully distracted and inquired, "Why is there no castle?" He urged her to consider that if she did not rally herself, the issues plaguing the misty forest would remain unresolved, and our return would be impossible. The spirit of nature remains unsettled, and thus Arendelle faces a bleak future. If Arendelle has no future, what remains of your castle? It too shall be lost. Elsa nodded vacantly, finding Lin Chen's words to be profoundly reasonable. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen pressed on, reminding her of her earlier commitments to the Northerners and Mattis to dispel the fog of the misty forest and rejuvenate Arendelle. "Have you forgotten all of this? Most importantly, your sister Anna is still waiting for your return." Yes, Anna is waiting for me." Elsa immediately ceased her tears, her gaze slightly resolute. The secrets of the misty forest remain unsolved. Now is not the time for sorrow. I must gather my strength. Yes, that's the spirit. This is the Elsa I know. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Now, let us organize our clues and determine our next course of action. Elsa agreed. Moments later, Elsa had regained her composure, and together with Lin Chen, they meticulously analyzed the current clues. According to the map, the voice calling to me should emanate from Adaholan. All the answers of the past are concealed there, hence I must journey to Adaholan in search of the truth. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Heading to Adaholan is indeed the right choice, and I sense that it is the mysterious fifth spirit of nature calling you, for otherwise, the wind spirit and fire spirit would not have aided us. Throughout this journey, the wind spirit has provided the most assistance, consistently guiding them in the right direction. They were now on the forest's edge, not far from the dark sea, and hastened their pace, aiming to arrive before noon. Having made their decision, the two continued heading northward. Though the terrain of this desolate land lacked the complexity of the forest, it was littered with rubble and obstacles, significantly impeding their progress. By around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, they finally reached the northernmost point of the continent, right at the edge of the Dark Sea. Upon arrival, Lin Chen understood why it was named the Dark Sea. Although it was still afternoon and should have been bright, an inexplicable enchantment seemed to shroud the area, casting a shadow over the sky. The ocean roared with towering waves, each reaching over 10 meters high, crashing relentlessly against the shore. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder intermittently rumbled, creating an intimidating atmosphere. In such waters, sailing was impossible. We must rely on ourselves. Lin Chen observed for a while before arriving at this conclusion. The tumultuous sea, to an ordinary person, represents a realm of peril. Yet for Lin Chen, it merely signifies a challenging obstacle to overcome. Alone, he harbors no fear of the ocean. With his innate cultivation and true essence shielding him, he remains unscathed by the crashing waves. His exceptional agility allows him to traverse the water effortlessly. Even if engulfed by the waves, he can comfortably hold his breath for hours, advancing through the depths. Should he be in close proximity to Elsa, he could survive solely on his true essence, without the need for breath. What truly unnerves him, however, are the water spirits. In the vast expanse of the sea, where water reigns supreme, the spirits command their domain. Should a colossal sea titan emerge, their combined might could easily prove overwhelming. Nonetheless, these elemental beings tend to be quite amicable towards Elsa. Accompanying her should present little challenge. I shall attempt to freeze a path, Elsa declared, swallowing hard as she positioned her hands at the water's edge, intent on conjuring ice. However, the sea here differed vastly from that of Arendelle. The waves were far too powerful. Although Elsa's magic could freeze, it failed to extend beyond 30 meters before being shattered by the relentless surf. After several futile attempts, she found herself at an impasse. Lin Chen approached, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Elsa, do not squander your magic. The Dark Sea's power is far too formidable for complete freezing. We can only traverse the surface or plunge into the depths. Let us rest for a moment. And once we regain our strength, we shall proceed. No. It is sufficient for me to go alone. In the ocean, without a vessel, survival is impossible. I possess magic to shield myself, but should you venture forth, I would be unable to safeguard you. In Elsa's eyes, Lin Chen was merely a formidable ranger. Against the raging sea, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Elsa, do not underestimate my abilities. With that, Lin Chen astonishingly began to run atop the water, swiftly covering 30 to 40 meters before retreating just as a wave surged towards him. How is this possible? Can it be that you wield magic too? Elsa struggled to comprehend Lin Chen's spoken power. She had assumed it merely referred to immense strength. This is not magic, as I previously explained. It is the harnessing of the forces between heaven and earth, akin to the nature spirits, yet entirely distinct. Rest assured, I shall not hinder your progress. Moreover, two individuals traversing the sea are far safer than one alone. Indeed, Elsa nodded. The fire spirit had opted not to accompany them, disliking the Dark Sea's aura and departing midway. As for Sven, Lin Chen had left him in the maple woods upon realizing they would venture into the ocean. Thus, only Elsa and Lin Chen remained along the shoreline. After resting for a brief while and regaining their strength, the two embarked on their official journey across the sea. Lin Chen glided across the surface of the sea, resembling a delicate feather. His essence enveloped his body, rendering him impervious to water and effectively insulating him from the chill, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Beside him, Aisha was not as fortunate. However, her resilience to the cold rendered her less vulnerable. Had she been susceptible, the frigid waters would have certainly thwarted her progress. At that moment, she sprinted with all her might, her feet touching the water's surface and forming crystalline flowers of ice, allowing her to avoid a perilous fall. As monstrous waves surged toward them, Lin Chen had previously cautioned against attempting to leap over them, advising instead to forge straight ahead. Aisha adhered to this wisdom and plunged directly into the oncoming waves. Lin Chen, moving at a significantly faster pace, entered the tumultuous waters ahead of her. Observing her struggles, he realized it would be best to assist her. Aisha, on her own, would not only exhaust her magical energy, but also deplete her physical strength. While she could manage briefly, prolonged exertion would surely lead to her downfall. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen swiftly swam to her side and communicated telepathically. Hold on to me. Your pace is too slow and tiresome. I shall carry you. In the water, Aisha, unlike Lin Chen, was unable to speak. After a moment's hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him. Chapter 118. The Escape. How warm. It felt as though she were seated beside a crackling hearth. This was Aisha's immediate thought upon embracing Lin Chen. It was no jest. Lin Chen was consuming double the essence to envelop her in warmth. It would be odd if she felt cold. Nevertheless, traversing underwater rapidly drained his essence, and he soon surfaced, one arm securely around Aisha, racing forward in silence. Just then, Lin Chen sensed a presence lurking beneath the waves, fixated upon him. Be cautious, he cautioned sharply, swiftly shifting several meters to his right. The spot where he had stood moments ago erupted as a majestic horse, formed entirely of flowing water, burst forth, poised above the surface and locking its gaze upon the two of them. It's a water spirit, Aisha exclaimed in alarm. Almost immediately, she conjured a floating ice slab beneath her feet. It does not appear friendly. We must subdue it. Otherwise, it will likely obstruct our path. Before she could finish her thought, the water spirit dove back into the ocean, launching itself toward the seabed with astonishing speed. At that moment, Aisha could not even discern its whereabouts, yet it was targeting the ice block upon which she stood. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Chen leapt into action, tackling Aisha just before the water spirit could shatter the ice. However, a towering wave crashed upon them, plunging both into the depths. In the next instant, the water spirit materialized above them, its powerful form descending upon the pair. Lin Chen had not a moment to react before the ethereal horse trampled them, dragging them inexorably toward the dark abyss of the ocean floor. An extraordinary force confined Lin Chen, rendering him utterly immobile, leaving no hope of escape. Indeed, the water spirit has transformed into a formidable entity. Lin Chen had previously surmised that the water spirit possessed great power, likely serving as their most significant obstacle in this endeavor. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for its overwhelming strength, leaving him bereft of any capacity to resist. Fortunately, in this critical moment, his ally Aisha intervened. With her hands placed firmly upon the horse's legs, she unleashed a surge of magical energy, instantly encasing the water spirit in ice. However, in the blink of an eye, the water spirit morphed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Nevertheless, the oppressive force dissipated along with it, allowing Lin Chen to swiftly ascend to the surface of the sea with Aisha. The depths below were terrifying, and the sensation of helplessness left Lin Chen filled with dread. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Chen noticed the water spirit emerging once more from the abyss. He attempted to evade, but that previously felt oppressive force reemerged, albeit less terrifying than before. Nonetheless, Lin Chen's movements were considerably hindered, rendering him unable to escape. With a resounding crash, the water spirit burst through the water, colliding with the two of them, and sending Lin Chen flying over 10 meters away. While Aisha was similarly flung apart, the distance between them growing vast. The impact was considerable, yet Lin Chen, having fortified himself with his energy, emerged with nothing more than a slight pain in his abdomen. Aisha likely fared even better, as he had shielded her with his body just prior. Quickly regaining his footing on the surface, Lin Chen prepared to search for Aisha, when suddenly, the horse charged directly towards her, biting down on her hand and dragging her across the water's surface. Alarm surged through Lin Chen, prompting him to pursue immediately. Aisha could not be harmed. She was not only his steadfast ally, but had also become something akin to a disciple. Lin Chen was determined to ensure her safety. However, the water spirit's speed across the surface was astonishing, and despite pushing his lightness technique to its limits, Lin Chen could only trail far behind, unable to catch up. Yet, Lin Chen observed that Aisha seemed to have discovered a strategy. She concentrated her magical energy to form a rope, which she deftly looped around the water spirit's head. Utilizing the rope's strength, Aisha skillfully maneuvered herself onto the back of the water spirit. Like a skilled equestrian, she clung tightly to the rope as the frenzied water spirit thrashed beneath her, determined to unseat her. "Hold on," Lin Chen shouted as he rushed towards them. The water spirit remained stationary, allowing Lin Chen to quickly close the gap. After a few moments, seizing the opportunity as it leaped from the water's surface, Lin Chen executed a roll and positioned himself behind Aisha. "Steady now," he urged, wrapping his arms around her shoulders while grasping her hands and tightening the rope. In that instant, Lin Chen poured a significant amount of his true energy into Aisha, intent on bolstering her strength. The latter also felt the assistance of Lin Chen. From the moment she mounted, Aisha sensed her entire being infused with vigor. Particularly, the warmth enveloping her made every challenge seem less daunting. Though the water spirit was fierce, it ultimately succumbed to Aisha's relentless magical influence. Now remarkably docile, it behaved like an ordinary steed, allowing the two to ride northward. In fact, due to the water spirit's presence, the once tumultuous sea gradually transformed into a placid expanse. Side quest conditions met. Task deemed complete. Reward, 200 points. Aisha, are you alright? Noticing Aisha suddenly slumping on the horse, Lin Chen immediately expressed his concern. I'm fine, just a bit drained from expending too much magic. I'll recover shortly. That rope served as a conduit for my magical energy. On the surface, it appeared as though I had tamed the water spirit through sheer will. But in reality, it was through the rope that I channeled a significant amount of magic to achieve this feat. The water spirit's power was formidable. This was indeed the most challenging taming she had undertaken. Then you should rest well. I will keep watch. At this point, reaching Ataholan required merely proceeding north, eliminating any risk of losing their way. Indeed, the water spirit will guide us to Ataholan, Aisha nodded, yet found herself uncertain about how to relax while seated atop the horse. After a moment's contemplation, she gradually leaned her somewhat stiff body against Lin Chen's chest. However, she evidently overlooked the dynamics of being on horseback. With each stride of the water spirit, she swayed, causing her head to repeatedly bump against Lin Chen's torso. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he gently enveloped her in his embrace and softly said, "It will likely be a while until we arrive. You should take a nap." The dark sea was vast, not smaller than the previous misty forest, and it would take approximately half an hour to reach Ataholan. A brief rest would be just right. Aisha's round face flushed a rosy hue, and she emitted a soft murmur akin to a whisper. Had it not been for Lin Chen's keen hearing, he might not have caught it. Before long, exhausted, Aisha fell into slumber, her relaxed form half slumped against Lin Chen's chest. At that moment, as Lin Chen glanced down, he beheld Aisha's exquisite features. In conjunction with her natural aura, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a painting, and as he gazed, he became entranced, losing sight of the path ahead. In this instant, Lin Chen silently resolved to take Aisha away. Chapter 119. Aisha awakens. As they continued their journey, the duration became uncertain. The surrounding environment gradually darkened to an extent where one could not see their own hand. The waters around them were as black as ink, with only a glimmer of starlight illuminating the distant horizon. For reasons unknown, when the starlight emerged, a single word surfaced in Lin Chen's mind: Ataholan. Lin Chen was utterly convinced that this was indeed Ataholan. It was an inexplicable intuition, akin to how Aisha could sense the benevolence in that calling. There was no need for Lin Chen to utter a word, for Aisha, as if attuned to a deeper frequency, opened her eyes. I heard it again, the call, so near. It was right before us. Moreover, Aisha discerned a strangely familiar warmth in that voice, a sense of endearment. Within, I sensed the essence of the fifth nature spirit. Filled with anticipation, the duo was led by the water spirit to Ataholan. Contrary to Lin Chen's imaginings of a flowing river, they encountered a towering ice mountain. It stood alone, resembling an ice castle upon the sea, untouched for countless years, now welcoming visitors once more. As they descended from the water spirit, they stepped onto this frozen edifice, soon discovering a small entrance ahead. This was Ataholan, the dwelling place of the fifth nature spirit, the one that had called to me. Whispering softly, Aisha began to approach the entrance, with Lin Chen closely following her. However, just as he was about to reach the threshold, an invisible barrier suddenly separated Lin Chen from Aisha, preventing him from entering. Myron, how could this be? Aisha turned back, her expression fraught with urgency. Sensing her distress, Lin Chen reassured her. It's all right. You should go in. Find the truth of the misty forest. I will wait right here. I won't go anywhere. Okay. Wait for me. I'll be out soon. Aisha nodded and swiftly dashed inside. Remaining at the entrance, Lin Chen silently watched Aisha enter, then settled down cross-legged, patiently awaiting her return. The main quest was to uncover the truth of the misty forest, and all clues ultimately led to Ataholan. He believed that Aisha would surely discover the truth within. Meanwhile, within the icy cavern, Aisha followed a beam of light deeper into the void. This was an inky expanse, where 4 colors of nature spirit seals floated, seemingly waiting for something. The moment Aisha stepped into this realm, the 4 seals slowly converged, descending gently to the ground. Seamlessly, they embedded into the surface. In their midst, a translucent star-shaped seal gradually materialized. Viewed from afar, it resembled a square, which was the very seal of the fifth nature spirit that Lin Chen had previously encountered. Yet now, the surrounding space was barren, and the seal appeared semi-transparent. Suddenly, Aisha entertained a bold hypothesis. Was she, in fact, the fifth nature spirit? With determination, Elsa stepped onto the 4-star mark. In an instant, the mark radiated a brilliant glow. Simultaneously, the other 4 marks emitted streaks of light shooting towards the heavens, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks that adorned this extraordinary space. Fragments of memories from the river of time emerged from all directions, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds that enveloped Elsa's ears. These were scenes from her past, intricately linked to her existence. Whenever Elsa focused on a particular fragment, the sounds emanating from it would suddenly amplify, drowning out all other noises. The river Adaholan, a vessel of all past secrets, indeed lived up to its reputation. Elsa immediately commenced her search, the first thing she sought being the source of the voice that called out to her. Initially believed to be the 5th spirit of nature, it had now become evident that it was something entirely different. That familiar call resonated in her ears, and before long, she discovered its origin. It was her mother, in her youth, calling out as she rescued her father. Adaholan summoned Elsa here, beckoning her to this moment. In that instant, Elsa understood everything. She comprehended it all. Adaholan was the very wellspring of all magic, and her summoning here was to awaken the power that resided within her. Simultaneously, she needed to address the issue of the mist shrouding the enchanted forest. It was precisely due to the disturbances within the magical forest that the fog had descended, causing the spirits of nature to fall into slumber. Otherwise, the uncontrollable spirits would wreak havoc upon the entire world. Thus, Elsa's immediate task was to uncover the roots of the mist enveloping the forest from the past and resolve this dilemma. As this thought arose, the 4 marks of the spirits of nature surrounding Elsa gradually faded, transforming into glimmering starlight that enveloped her. In the next moment, Elsa's formerly pale blue gown transformed into a radiant white, and 2 flowing ribbons appeared upon her arms. She appeared ethereal, radiating an exquisite beauty. Within her, Elsa's magical prowess surged forth as if shackles had been broken, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. However, there was no time to revel in her newfound strength. Uncovering the truth was of utmost importance. With that in mind, Elsa enveloped all the memory fragments with her magic, conjuring a phantom ice sculpture to vividly illustrate them. As a mist of ice enveloped the surroundings, the world around her became animated. Various scenes unfolded around her, moments of her and Anna building snowmen in their childhood, their mother reading bedtime stories to them, and images of her parents at play in their youth, among others. While these memories held profound significance for Elsa, they were not what she sought at this moment. However, it wasn't long before she glimpsed the scene she yearned for at the periphery. It was her grandfather, the king of Arendelle at that time, Leonard. He was conversing with a general, expressing disdain for the Northerners who embraced and wielded magic, declaring that such allegiance rendered them perpetually untrustworthy. Magic, he contended, instilled arrogance in the Northerners, fostering a delusion that they could defy a king's will. Upon hearing these words, Elsa felt her perception of her grandfather diminish considerably. Magic does not corrupt, that is merely your fear. Fear is the most treacherous of all. Elsa murmured quietly. At that moment, Leonard and the general suddenly moved aside, traversing the thick ice layer into a deeper expanse. In pursuit of the truth, Elsa employed her magic to break through the ice and followed them. What lay beyond was a realm shrouded in impenetrable darkness, as if an inexplicable force enveloped it. Even Elsa, standing at the precipice of the abyss, could feel the biting cold emanating from within. Peering downward, she could discern nothing, yet the voices of King Leonard and the northern leader echoed from below. Chapter 120, The Destruction of the Dam. This dam siphons the power of the soil within the forest, thereby stifling the flow of magic, rendering them weaker, ultimately forcing them to seek our aid. They will attend the dam's completion ceremony, at which point we shall ascertain the scale and strength of the Northerners. Soon after, the voices of King Leonard and the northern leader resonated within the abyss. Elsa understood that the truth of the matter would soon be revealed, and she must descend to witness it. However, the depths below were steeped in ancient memories and an eerie chill, making her apprehensive that she might become a mere fragment of time, forever encased in ice, unless the issues plaguing the misty forest were completely resolved. In truth, Elsa had already grasped the essence of the misty forest's dilemma. The dam severed the lifeblood of the north, obstructing the flow of magic, causing the prevailing circumstances. If the dam were to be destroyed, the issues of the misty forest would be resolved. But what of the truth behind the conflict between the Northerners and the soldiers of Arendelle? Elsa was determined to uncover it. Resolutely, she leaped into the abyss. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. This was Elsa's immediate sensation upon descent. Such frigidness could even freeze thought. Glancing at her hands, she noticed snowflake markings had already begun to appear. She realized her time was fleeting. She must quickly uncover the truth, lest she become frozen in this place. Surveying her surroundings, Elsa recognized that she was witnessing scenes from the enchanted forest of yore. Leonard was arguing with the leader of the Northerners over the issues surrounding the dam. While the Northerners had discovered its flaws, yet Leonard was evading responsibility with various excuses. After a mere 10 seconds, the scene froze, giving way to another. The chieftain of the Northerners knelt on the ground, drinking water, entirely unarmed and defenseless. Yet, behind him stood King Leonard, sword in hand, poised to strike. Witnessing this, Aisha finally grasped the truth of the matter. It was not the Northerners who instigated the conflict. Rather, it was her grandfather Leonard, driven by selfish motives, who had wrought this dire situation. Contemplating this revelation, Aisha prepared to depart. However, it was too late. As she sought the truth, she began to be slowly encased in ice. First her feet, then her legs. Gradually, the frost spread throughout her entire body. At that moment, Aisha found herself unable to escape unaided. Her only recourse was to destroy the dam. Only then would the magic of the forest fully revive, and she would be liberated. Thus, before being entirely encased in ice, Aisha, with the last vestiges of her magic, sent a message to Lin Chen. The next instant, she was completely frozen in place. At the entrance of Athaloran, Lin Chen sat with his eyes closed, though a sense of urgency gnawed at him. It had already been an hour or two. Why hadn't she emerged? Just then, a flash of light streaked before him, crystallizing into an ice sculpture. It depicted a male northerner, kneeling to drink. While behind him, a middle-aged man clad in Arendelle attire brandished a sword, poised to strike. Simultaneously, a dialogue and Aisha's cries reached Lin Chen's ears. The dialogue seemed to emanate from the two figures, discussing how the dam impeded the magic of the forest and disrupted its ecology. Aisha's pleas urged Lin Chen to destroy the dam. There was no doubt, Aisha was in trouble, or she wouldn't resort to such a means of communication. In a flurry of concern, Lin Chen attempted to rush in, only to find an invisible barrier steadfastly blocking his path. No matter how he tried, he could not gain entry. Even detouring was futile. After wandering several hundred meters in either direction, he realized he could not advance. Ultimately, Lin Chen decided not to linger any longer and hastened towards the forest. Was he worried? Certainly, but that was one of the most futile emotions. He merely acknowledged it before casting it aside. His primary objective was to return swiftly to the forest and dismantle the dam. Initially, Lin Chen's task had been to tame 3 spirits of nature, evidently having gained their approval. Yet, without magic of his own, he could not summon them. Otherwise, he could simply call upon the wind spirit to carry him back directly. However, Lin Chen could only return to the shore after finding nothing. Without the suppression of the water spirit, the sea near Adaholan was manageable, but as he ventured further, the waves became tumultuous and the winds howled. Lin Chen struggled across the ocean, taking over an hour to reach the land. Once ashore, freed from Aisha's burden, he employed his lightness skill to its fullest. Gliding almost effortlessly, what had taken the two of them half a day's journey, he accomplished in merely an hour, reaching the edge of the maple forest. Without seeking out Sven, Lin Chen pressed on at full speed towards the dam. The time was approximately 6 o'clock. The misty forest darkened earlier than Arendelle, and the sky was now pitch black. The earth giants had begun to roam the high mountains, so Lin Chen needed to tread carefully on his way back. However, he could also exploit the earth giants to demolish the dam. Just as he was troubled by how to destroy such a massive structure on his own, he realized that with the earth giants' formidable size, they could likely bring it down with just a few strikes. With this thought, Lin Chen swiftly ran toward the mountains. On his way here, he had observed the habitat of the earth giants, a river filled with large footprints and numerous depressions. He surmised that these giants slept in the river during the day and awakened at night to wander the nearby woods. Heading directly toward the mountains, he was certain he would find the earth giants. His predictions were accurate. Soon he encountered a number of these giants in the forest, spotting 3 of them at once. Without any intent to evade, Lin Chen charged directly towards them, maintaining a safe distance to attract their attention. He was not foolish enough to approach them too closely, as he had no idea what abilities they possessed. What if they wielded magic? To ensure his safety, He merely tossed stones from afar. Fortunately, the earth spirits, particularly the earth giants, were the slowest of nature's entities. Lin Chen's remote distraction posed little danger, and it quickly yielded results. The enraged giants, akin to a snowball fight, hurled stones back at him. This revelation sparked an idea in Lin Chen. He originally intended to lead the earth giants closer to the dam, but now realized that merely drawing them a short distance would suffice. Once in place, they could hurl stones from afar and effectively demolish the dam. Chapter 121. All is well. The dam was not far from the earth giants' habitat, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers away. The giants possessed immense strength, capable of flinging a stone several hundred meters. It is indeed due to Lin Chen standing here. Had he distanced himself, they would have thrown their projectiles even farther. Who can fathom the sheer strength of these giants? Regardless, Lin Chen intends to lure them a distance of 3 or 4 kilometers. When it comes to drawing the attention of monsters, one must provoke them as much as possible. Lin Chen refrained from running along the ground, fearing that the trees would obstruct their line of sight. Therefore, he unleashed his agility, leaping above the treetops as he advanced. As he ran, he frequently turned back, shouting loudly to ensure these giants relentlessly pursued him. The commotion he created was considerable. It was not yet deep into the night, and both the northerners and the soldiers of Arendelle heard the uproar. However, Lin Chen moved with remarkable swiftness. By the time they grasped the situation, he had already reached the top of the dam. Under the control of his lion's roar technique, every shout he uttered reached the ears of the giants with precision. "Come here, you fools." Upon hearing his taunts, the dim-witted giants roared in fury and hurled stones in Lin Chen's direction. Yet, to Lin Chen, the speed of these stones was painfully slow. He effortlessly dodged them, allowing the projectiles to crash against the dam, creating numerous gaping holes. At that moment, Lieutenant Matisse rushed out from the left side of the dam, exclaiming, "What are you doing? If the dam is destroyed, such a deluge will surge down the gorge. The river leads directly to Arendelle. It will obliterate the entire city." Lin Chen was already aware of this impending disaster before he initiated the destruction of the dam. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment. On one hand, this was likely the only way to rescue Elsa. On the other hand, Arendelle was currently a desolate city. Even if the flood were to ravage Arendelle, it could always be rebuilt, provided there were no casualties. Moreover, as the river lay to the left of Arendelle, it would at most devastate half the city. A pity if the castle were to be swept away, but it was a necessary sacrifice for the sake of saving Arendelle. For Elsa's sake, Lin Chen responded affirmatively and continued to bait the earth giants to hurl stones in his direction. Meanwhile, the group, led by Matisse, had the dam not already been battered extensively, would have rushed forth to thwart Lin Chen. After all, their original mission was to staunchly defend the dam and prevent any destruction. However, with the damage already inflicted, they could only stand by helplessly as the structure crumbled. Stones flew from the earth giants one after another, and Lin Chen, fearing the dam would remain partially intact, stood resolutely atop the heavily damaged structure, persistently taunting. He aimed for a complete collapse. 2 minutes later, observing the dam in ruins, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he was not idle, having drawn the earth giants. He knew he must lead them away, for the gathering of too many people here could lead to unnecessary casualties. Thus, Lin Chen took a considerable detour, retracing his original path. Meanwhile, within the enchanted forest, the dam lay in ruins. The magic of the forest rejuvenated, and the mist began to dissipate. Elsa awakened from her icy slumber, exclaiming, "Malin, he has succeeded." However, this was not a moment for reflection. She recalled from her discussions with Matisse that the river's end led directly to Arendelle. With the dam shattered, it was certain that a deluge would inundate Arendelle. Elsa's task was to repel the waters before they could reach the town. With determination, she shattered the ice beneath her feet and plunged into the sea. At her call, the water spirit swiftly appeared by her side. Summoning the spirit, Elsa raced towards Arendelle. The water spirit moved with remarkable speed, rivaling Lin Chen's utmost agility. Once Elsa harnessed her magic, their velocity became akin to a streak of light. Ultimately, before the tide could engulf Arendelle, Elsa arrived, utilizing the water spirit's power to repel the oncoming waves. In this moment, Elsa felt her inner strength awaken. Although she could not directly wield the powers of the other 4 elements, with the aid of the spirit of nature, she could still employ them indirectly. The might of the spirit was formidable, representing the strength of the earth and sky, and Elsa effortlessly pushed back the tide. Though night had fallen, her attire, twinkling like starlight, remained dazzling, capturing the attention of the people of Arendelle. Initially fearing that the overwhelming tide would bring devastation, their hearts were gripped with anxiety. To their amazement, their queen, Elsa, arrived just in time to avert disaster, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Anna, from above, called out Elsa's name in exuberance. Elsa had intended to seek out Lin Chen first before returning, yet sensing an urgency, she decided to find Anna first. It turned out that since Elsa had been encased in ice, Olaf had lost his source of magic and had transformed into a pile of snow. Realizing this, Elsa revived him before proceeding to search for Lin Chen. At that moment, all the spirits of nature resonated with Elsa, reigniting the extinguished candle flames in Arendelle, restoring the flowing waters, and leveling the ground. Everything returned to normal, and the people were safe once more. However, Elsa had one final mission: to return to the enchanted forest, find Lin Chen, and bring back Mattis and the others. After exchanging a few brief words with Anna and the others, Elsa immediately set off towards the enchanted forest. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Lin Chen was advancing towards the edge of the maple grove in search of Sven. As the mist began to lift, the earth giant suddenly froze in place, unresponsive to Lin Chen's provocations. Thus, Lin Chen chose to disregard everything else and directly sought out Sven. Upon finding him, Lin Chen continued his journey northward, arriving at the shores of the Dark Sea, the very place from which they had previously embarked, where he patiently awaited. At that moment, Aisha had just exited the forest and was hastening toward this direction. Initially, she assumed Lin Chen would be at the forest's edge. However, upon her arrival, aside from the joyous expressions of the Northerners and Mathis's group, Lin Chen was nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, from Mathis, she gleaned the clue that Lin Chen had ventured northward to divert the earth giant. Consequently, Aisha swiftly mounted the water spirit she had encased in ice and raced toward him. As she traveled, her heart brimmed with words she longed to share with Lin Chen. Yet, after more than half an hour, when she finally glimpsed the solitary figure waiting by the shore, she found herself at a loss for words. Dismounting from her horse at a distance, she quickly approached Lin Chen's side. As long as Lin Chen remained unharmed, no words were necessary. However, before he could finish speaking, Aisha suddenly lunged toward him. Instinctively, Lin Chen caught her, momentarily stunned, before wrapping her in a tight embrace. Everything was conveyed in silence. Chapter 122. Main quest completed. When Lin Chen and Aisha returned to the edge of the misty forest, they discovered hundreds waiting quietly for their return. As Aisha, riding her horse, and Lin Chen, mounted on a deer, appeared, the crowd surged forward. In the presence of the Arendelle soldiers and the Northerners, Aisha revealed the truth of the past, admitting the king's errors and extending her apologies to the Northerners. In response, Yelena reassured everyone that the past was behind them, emphasizing the importance of seizing the present. The Northerners then erupted into song, expressing their gratitude toward the two. The fog of the forest was dispelled, and the spirit of nature found tranquility, an immense blessing for the Northerners. They could hardly fathom it. 30 years, living beneath the shroud of mist for 30 long years. Some had never even seen the true sky since birth. Now, gazing upon the breathtaking night sky, their hearts swelled with gratitude. Main quest conditions met. Task deemed complete. Rewards: 500 points and 1 chance for a local dimension lottery. The B-grade world truly lived up to its reputation, boasting such generous rewards for the main quest. Most importantly, Lin Chen eagerly anticipated that lottery opportunity. Typically, the items drawn from such lotteries belong to the most formidable entities of a world. And in this realm, were not magic and nature spirits the epitome of strength? Whichever he might randomly acquire would undoubtedly enhance his own prowess immensely. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he activated the lottery. The familiar disc emerged, adorned as always with 6 patterns: wind, fire, water, and earth, the 4 primordial spirits of nature. In addition, there was a relatively unfamiliar 4-star radiant symbol and a dragon-shaped mark. A glance at these 2 symbols enlightened Lin Chen to their significance. The 4-star radiant symbol signified the 5th spirit of nature, wielding the power of ice magic while harnessing the energies of the other 4 spirits. The dragon-shaped mark was self-evident, representing a dragon. Should he draw it, Lin Chen would acquire a dragon companion, albeit a fire-breathing dragon, reminiscent of those from Western lore synonymous with malevolence. Nevertheless, it would be a formidable ally, granting him a flying mount, which would undoubtedly elevate his stature. Yet, in comparison, Lin Chen yearned to draw the 4-star radiant symbol, akin to Elsa's powers, vastly superior to a mere fire-breathing dragon. With these thoughts, Lin Chen hesitated no longer and initiated the lottery. As before, the speed of the draw was exhilarating, outpacing his emotions. Before he could gather his thoughts, the pointer of the spinning wheel halted on the wind spirit. In an instant, the wind spirit transformed into a stream of light and soared into Lin Chen's mind. While not the coveted 4-star radiant symbol, the power of the wind spirit was formidable in its own right. At that moment, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable connection to the world around him. The winds seemed to become an extension of his will, shifting in accordance with his desires. Before long, the wind spirit approached, first swirling around Elsa before darting to Lin Chen, reluctant to depart, as if enchanted by this newfound bond. Sensing something, Elsa inquired, "Malin, what is this?" "This is the reward bestowed upon me by Adaholan," Lin Chen replied with a smile. With a mere thought, he felt as light as a feather, slowly rising into the air amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. With a wave of his left hand, miniature tornadoes danced across the sky, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. With a flick of his right hand, fallen leaves below seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, ascending before being torn apart by the wind, cascading down like confetti. In that moment, Lin Chen embodied the essence of the wind god. Everything related to the wind was at his command. It was nighttime, and the darkness veiled his grand display, yet he reveled in the experiment. Soon, he descended from the sky, where the discussions below had reached their conclusion. Elsa stood before the soldiers of Arendelle, awaiting Lin Chen's return. Smiling, he declared, "Allow me to show you what it means to fly." As the words fell, Lin Chen summoned a gentle breeze, lifting the multitude into the sky. Except for Elsa, who remained undisturbed upon her watery throne, the others were engulfed in fear, with Sven letting out terrified cries. Observing this, Lin Chen uttered nothing but laughed heartily before taking a seat behind Elsa. The speed of the wind was astonishing. While it had taken Lin Chen and Elsa nearly 2 days to arrive, the return journey consumed barely half an hour. This was still under Lin Chen's deliberate restraint of speed, mindful of the soldier's physical capabilities. Otherwise, his velocity could easily have doubled. Soon, they returned to Arendelle, where the soldiers were settled before Elsa and Anna retreated to a room for an extensive discussion. Upon their return, Elsa confided in Lin Chen that she had become the 5th spirit of nature, unable to remain in Arendelle for long. Compared to this place, she was better suited to dwell within the enchanted forest. Thus, she would entrust Arendelle to Anna's care. This, however, did not imply that Elsa would never return, nor would it alter the bond between her and Anna. She simply would not be present frequently. The conversation, though tumultuous, culminated in joyful news. Anna was to assume the role of Queen of Arendelle in half a month's time. Meanwhile, Elsa would reside in the magical forest in the north, living alongside the people of the north, ensuring that both realms would lead lives of happiness and joy. Ahem, this was, of course, how things were supposed to unfold. With Lin Chen's presence, however, monotony was far from assured. The first task Lin Chen set for himself was to venture into the magical forest to subdue the earth spirit, which promised 200 points. Following that, he sought to explore this world, especially the dragon that had appeared in the lottery pool. He was determined to investigate. Additionally, he was intrigued by the rumors he had heard regarding wizards, golden flowers, and giants, all worthy of exploration. Had it been before, without the ability to fly and with slow travel speed, Lin Chen might not have contemplated such adventures. He envisioned spending some time with Elsa in the magical forest, seizing an opportunity to share tales of the Marvel Universe and eventually leading her out. However, now things were different. Possessing the power to command the wind significantly enhanced Lin Chen's mobility. Although he had merely a year, he was confident in his ability to traverse the entire world with Elsa, seeking treasures and acquiring knowledge along the way. Moreover, and most importantly, he aimed to nurture his relationship with Elsa and devise a plan to bring her out. Chapter 123. The dimension lock mechanism. Lin Chen was acutely aware that the primary challenge of bringing Elsa out did not lie with her, but rather with Anna and Arendelle. Elsa's concern for Anna was profoundly deep. If Elsa were to be informed that she would be transported to another realm, possibly forever separated from Anna, She would undoubtedly resist such a fate. Moreover, it would be impractical to bring everyone Elsa has ever known along. They cannot simply abandon Arendelle. Furthermore, transporting so many individuals would serve no purpose for Lin Chen. The primary reason for bringing Elsa along, aside from his profound affection for her, lies in her formidable abilities, which would significantly enhance Lin Chen's cultivation due to her unique traits. As for the others, Lin Chen is not particularly inclined to include them. In fact, Lin Chen is confident that he can return to this world, setting aside the question of whether the system will upgrade. As he continues to traverse through realms, he will inevitably evolve into a being capable of crossing into other worlds by his own strength. Take the Ancient One, for instance, the guardian of the multiverse, who certainly possesses the knowledge of traversing to other universes. Lin Chen merely needs to attain that level of power. However, the pressing concern is Lin Chen's uncertainty regarding the passage of time in this world. After his departure, has time remained suspended, continued normally, or even accelerated? Time is relative, and different worlds operate under distinct rules. Thus, time discrepancies are inevitable. If time flows normally, remains static, or varies only slightly, Lin Chen believes he can reach that level within 5 years. What he fears is that if time flows exceedingly fast here, 5 years outside could translate to 50 or even 500 years in this realm. At that moment, it seemed the system understood Lin Chen's thoughts and presented a new interface. The interface displayed a description that filled Lin Chen's face with uncontainable joy. It was incredibly timely. The information contained within the interface was precisely what Lin Chen needed to address his current predicament. It turns out that the last system upgrade not only enhanced the traversal mechanism, but also established a dimensional locking mechanism. Previously, as Lin Chen had not entered a dimension, the system had not provided any proactive notifications, and he only now comprehends its functionality. The dimensional locking mechanism, as its name suggests, allows one to lock a world by expending points corresponding to the world's level. Locking an E-level world requires 10 points, a D-level world 50, a C-level world 200, a B-level world 1000, and for the highest A-level, one must spend 10,000 points to secure a lock. Once a world is locked, time becomes synchronized with that of the real world. It remains motionless, preserving the state it was in upon departure. Lin Chen need only expend one traversal opportunity to stay for a year, with the freedom to leave at any time. Additionally, individuals brought from these locked worlds, by spending points, can enter and exit freely without consuming traversal opportunities, while enjoying the same temporal privileges as Lin Chen. The concept of temporal authority refers to the notion that if Lin Chen were to transport Elsa out of this world, time within this realm would come to a standstill. Conversely, if Elsa were to return but Lin Chen did not, time would resume its flow. For instance, if Elsa entered this world 3 months prior to Lin Chen, by the time Lin Chen arrives, 3 months would have already elapsed in this realm. However, this phenomenon does not operate in reverse. Should Lin Chen enter this world first, time in the real world would appear frozen for him, preventing Elsa from entering. This is an intrinsic rule of the system, which Lin Chen cannot violate, at least for now. Future system upgrades may alter this, but for the time being, this mechanism of realm locking has proven immensely beneficial to Lin Chen. Moreover, securing a B-level world requires merely 1,000 points, a sum Lin Chen can readily procure. However, the points required to transport Elsa may be substantial and potentially insufficient at this moment. Regardless, the priority is to secure this world first. Locking world name, Frozen, level, B. Required points, 1,000. Confirm lock? Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose to proceed with the locking. Name, Jacqueline. Identity, Myron. Level, C. Points, 520. Transdimensional energy, 28. Transdimensional attempts, 3 with only 520 points remaining, yet a 200-point side quest still pending. It is anticipated that Lin Chen will retain 720 points upon departure from this world. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, having resolved a significant dilemma. With the major issue addressed, the subsequent challenges appeared minor in comparison. After spending 3 days in Arendelle, primarily to reassure the populace and clarify matters, on the 4th day, Lin Chen and Elsa ventured into the enchanted forest to tame the earth giant, securing 200 points in the process. They then lingered in the magical forest for a few additional days, during which Elsa utilized her earth spirit powers to assist the Northuldra in constructing a new homeland. Subsequently, under Lin Chen's persuasion, they embarked on a journey across the continent. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Chen traversed numerous locales and gained a deeper understanding of this world. It is a realm inspired by the medieval period of Europe, essentially a parallel dimension to Earth. Arendelle is situated on the European continent, approximately near the borders of England and Germany. The places Lin Chen explored were confined to this continent. The other lands remained untouched primarily due to their remoteness and, more importantly, the lack of rumors regarding treasures from those regions. Only on this European continent had Lin Chen encountered a plethora of tales concerning magic and various wondrous phenomena. He had encountered mountain giants, colossal and robust, yet not as grand as the earth giants, measuring approximately 15 meters in height. He had also met wizards, and to be honest, they slightly disappointed Lin Chen. Although they possessed a modicum of magic, it was merely a trifle. As for dragons, Lin Chen had yet to locate one. Nevertheless, the journey for the two was primarily about experiencing life, and during this time, Lin Chen imparted his martial skills to Aisha, training alongside her. Initially, Lin Chen believed that achieving an extraordinary level within a year was quite impressive. However, upon witnessing Aisha's progress in her training, he was utterly astounded. Indeed, in a mere 3 months, Aisha had already reached an extraordinary level, and she was perilously close to the innate realm. Why, you may ask? Because Aisha seemingly had no bottlenecks. She was born with an openness to all meridians, requiring no effort to clear her pathways. As for her understanding of the innate realm, given her natural affinity with the cosmos, her perception was akin to that of one already in the innate state. At this juncture, all she needed to do was accumulate internal energy and compress it into true essence. With Lin Chen, a seasoned mentor, guiding her, Aisha was on the brink of stepping into the innate realm. It was anticipated that within a month, she would ascend to that level. Chapter 124. Lothan pressed during the 3 months. Lin Chen frequently instructed Aisha in martial arts, which inevitably led to moments of physical contact. The result was a gradual warming of their relationship. Initially, Aisha would blush at the slightest touch. Gradually, they could hold hands, then embrace, and now, when in high spirits, they could even steal gentle kisses on the cheek. It must be said, this was indeed a significant progression. On this day, Lin Chen had heard new news. Within the heart of the Octos Mountains, traces of a malicious dragon had been discovered. Such news was common, and Lin Chen would invariably investigate. This time was no exception. He invited Aisha, and they set off toward the Octos Mountains with determination. Before reaching the center, Lin Chen heard a thunderous roar. Goodness, they had finally found it. From a distance, they beheld a gorge at the mountain's heart, where a nearly 20-meter-long black dragon was unleashing flames in all directions. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a group was provoking the dragon, prompting its fiery wrath. One could not help but admire their audacity. Fewer than 30 individuals dared to approach with shields and swords, intent on slaying the beast. Whether they were foolish or simply seeking a thrill, Lin Chen observed with dismay as the dragon claimed the lives of 4 of them within moments. However, their shields were specially crafted, coated with an unknown substance, allowing 2 of them to combine their shields and withstand the dragon's breath. Maurin, they are about to be defeated, Aisha exclaimed anxiously. Very well, let us go to their rescue. With that, Lin Chen swiftly took to the skies alongside Aisha, heading towards their destination. In but a breath, they found themselves hovering above the dragon. Without needing a word from Lin Chen, Aisha leapt into the air, her hands unleashing a torrent of icy arrows, aimed directly at the head of the black dragon. Whoosh! The arrows struck true. The perfectly timed magic caused the black dragon to stagger momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Aisha extended her hand, and a 3-meter-wide void palm descended upon the dragon's head. Thud! The impact resonated with a dull thump. In the next instant, an immense force overwhelmed the creature, sending the black dragon crashing to the ground. Shaking its head, the dragon attempted to rise. However, Aisha was swifter, landing atop its head, her fists flying. Aura, aura, aura. Moments later, to the astonishment of all present, the black dragon succumbed and fell unconscious. At this moment, Lin Chen had just rescued a man engulfed in flames. Stunned, he turned back, wondering how such a mighty dragon could be so feeble. Truth be told, Aisha had employed a clever tactic, launching a surprise attack from the air, catching the black dragon completely off guard. It had sustained blows to the head continuously, unable to recover before losing consciousness. Otherwise, had they engaged in a frontal battle, Aisha would have needed to exert considerable effort to subdue the dragon. "Ah, I'm hitting. I'm hitting." Aisha continued her barrage, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the dragon had already fainted. Observing this, Lin Chen swiftly dashed to her side and grasped her hand. "Stop. It's already unconscious." "Oh." Aisha looked down and, upon realizing the dragon lay still, quickly descended to stand beside Lin Chen. He regarded her with a slightly perplexed expression. How had he not noticed her ferocity before? Earlier, he had refrained from intervening, believing it would be beneficial for her to gain experience. Lin Chen had anticipated Aisha would struggle against the black dragon due to her lack of combat experience, possibly resulting in a stalemate before he would have to step in to subdue it. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Aisha had proven to be so formidable. It had taken less than 10 seconds for the dragon's head to be struck askew. "Dragon Slayer! Hero! Hero!" Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, the crowd erupted in excitement, rushing toward the pair. In response, Aisha waved her hands, transforming the ground within a radius of several dozen meters into a slick, polished ice surface. Those charging forward found themselves slipping and tumbling to the ground. "Ah, it's a witch. Run. They must be in league with the evil dragon. Quick, flee," someone shouted in terror. Under such remarks, most were so frightened that they fled in haste, while some, lacking in wit, even shouted threats to slay Aisha and Lin Chen. To be frank, witnessing this scene left Lin Chen utterly astonished. What bizarre logic governed these individuals? "Ah, never mind. There is little to discuss with a bunch of fools." With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Chen summoned a sudden gust of wind that swept these individuals, along with several corpses, over 100 meters away into the forest. To impart a lesson, he did not simply drop them to the ground. Instead, he released them from a height of 3 to 4 meters, allowing them to tumble down. There would be no real danger, for the inhabitants of this world possess remarkable physical resilience, sustaining at most minor injuries. Once he had dealt with this lot of imbeciles, Lin Chen turned his attention to the imposing black dragon before him. Stretching nearly 20 meters in length, the dragon appeared awe-inspiring from a distance, yet was even more formidable up close. 20 meters, imagine that height, equivalent to 5 or 6 stories. The dragon's head alone towered over 2 meters, its eyes as large as basketballs, and its teeth thicker than Aisha's arm. Despite Aisha's earlier display of sheer violence against the dragon, now, having subdued it, she seemed intimidated by its head. "Step aside." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, then pointed at the black dragon with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Behold, I, the ranger male Lin, shall conquer this black dragon today. I shall ride it into Arendelle, where Olaf can witness my triumph and cease his incessant chatter about my never having encountered a dragon." With that, Lin Chen delivered a resounding slap to awaken the bewildered dragon. It shook its head and finally stood upright, glaring at Lin Chen as it roared, "Insignificant insect. How dare you provoke the great Lothenpress? I shall incinerate you." Before the dragon could finish its threat, Lin Chen leaped and delivered another powerful slap, sending the creature spinning in place. "What is wrong with you, dragon? Have you lost your wits? Have you forgotten the situation you were just in? Why do you not learn from your mistakes?" Lin Chen was not surprised that the black dragon could speak. In this world, even beings with a modicum of intelligence could articulate words. However, this dragon was as foolish as those he had just expelled, seemingly oblivious to its predicament. For a fleeting moment, Lin Chen considered abandoning this dim-witted dragon. Yet, envisioning the grand spectacle it would create, he patiently delivered another forceful slap. "You call yourself Lothenpress, do you? I am Maelland, and I present you with 2 choices, perish or submit." Chapter 125. The sorrowful number 2998. Lin Chen offered no tactical maneuvering for the dim-witted dragon. He demanded an immediate decision. Unsurprisingly, under Lin Chen's overwhelming presence, the black dragon opted to unleash a torrent of dragon fire. In response, Lin Chen merely waved his hand, causing the dragon flames to retreat, leaving the foolish dragon wailing in distress. Subsequently, with a swift motion, Lin Chen delivered a resounding slap, questioning, "Will you perish or submit? How dare it insult the great?" Another slap followed, "Will you perish or submit? How utterly lowly." With yet another slap, he reiterated, "Submit or submit." After a series of 7 or 8 exchanges, the foolish dragon finally comprehended the gravity of its situation and chose to surrender. Therein lies the benefit of such simplicity. Once it made the choice to submit, betrayal would no longer be an option. 3 days later, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Lin Chen and Elsa returned to the skies above Arendelle, riding upon the dragon. With no suitable landing spot available, Elsa conjured an expansive ice plaza upon the surface of the sea, complete with walls to prevent alarming onlookers, and the foolish dragon, Lodon, was placed there. Elsa's magic has always defied conventional boundaries. Though manifesting as ice, the dragon lying upon the icy plaza found itself enveloped in warmth. Truly remarkable. Lin Chen's visit to Arendelle had two purposes. One was to allow Anna, Olaf, and the others to behold the dragon. And the other was a message from Anna via Gale, the wind spirit they had previously tamed in the misty forest. Gale, often tasked by Anna to deliver letters to Lin Chen and Elsa, had summoned Lin Chen with a request for stories. Upon receiving the letter, Lin Chen promptly made his way to them. After a delightful reunion and a day's stay, Elsa chose to remain, while Lin Chen ventured out alone. He intended to bring Lodon into the real world, necessitating a method to either shrink or contain the dragon, for the sudden introduction of such a creature could wreak havoc upon a house. The presence of such a colossal being in New York would undoubtedly cause chaos. Thus, Lin Chen embarked on a quest across the continent. Fortune favored his persistence, and after a month, he discovered a druid in a southern forest of the continent. Indeed, the kind capable of shape-shifting. However, Lin Chen was not there to learn any transformation spells. Rather, he uncovered an ancient contract. This contract allowed him to bond with a creature, establishing a connection that influenced their powers mutually. The relationship bore a master-servant dynamic, with control firmly in Lin Chen's grasp. Yet, it was not this aspect that captivated Lin Chen. He was drawn to the contract's ability to create a separate space where the bound creature could be contained. It was for this reason that he chose this particular path. The B-level world, true to its nature, while appearing formidable on the surface, harbored many undisclosed secrets beneath. As Lin Chen was lost in thought, Gale delivered yet another letter from Aisha. The message began with warm greetings, followed by inquiries about his delayed return, and concluded with questions regarding the progress of certain matters. For a month now, Lin Chen had been receiving a letter from Aisha every 3 days, to which he would typically respond with explanations. However, this time, he chose not to write back, but to return directly instead. In just over half an hour, Lin Chen transformed into a streak of light and arrived back in Arendelle. Lorton had not remained by the castle. From the letters, Lin Chen learned that Lorton had flown to a nearby island to escape the noise of Arendelle, seeking solace in slumber. Dragons, by nature, are rather lethargic creatures, primarily indulging in eating and sleeping. They feast abundantly and then sleep for prolonged periods. Presumably, Lorton had been asleep for over half a month now. Upon reaching the island, Lin Chen called out to Lorton several times, yet he remained unperturbed, truly embodying the essence of a lazy dragon. To be honest, Lin Chen harbored doubts about whether this creature was indeed the sixth most powerful being in the world. He had previously posed this question to Lorton, who had firmly declared that it was the only dragon in existence. No further explanation was provided. It simply was born of heaven and earth. Thus, despite his skepticism, Lorton was undoubtedly the dragon that had appeared on the prize wheel at that time. After calling out 7 or 8 times, Lin Chen finally roused Lorton. Without hesitation, he immediately entered into a contract with him. The contract was intriguing. It established a connection between Lin Chen and Lorton, allowing for a form of communication at a deeper level, while also significantly enhancing Lin Chen's strength. However, the effects were not as extraordinary as one might expect. Perhaps it was due to their recent bond that the true power of the contract had yet to manifest. Without dwelling on it for too long, Lin Chen swiftly summoned Lorton into the contracted space. The contracted space was a realm of thought, capable of transforming into any shape according to Lorton's will. Within this space, Lin Chen could converse with Lorton, which added a layer of fascination to their interaction. After exploring the basic functions of the contract for a few minutes, Lin Chen decided to move on and quickly made his way to the castle. It was time to depart from this world, as there were likely many hidden secrets still undiscovered. However, the pursuit of these treasures would require an excessive amount of time. Much like the elusive golden flower Lin Chen had intended to find for Aisha, but had never located. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to leave. After all, he had already secured access to this world. In the future, if he wished to seek treasures or reunite with Aisha, he could simply use an opportunity to return. With Lorton safely stored, Lin Chen met with Aisha and the others in the castle before choosing to return to his own realm from a designated room. He did not venture to bring Aisha back, for he had previously attempted it and was acutely aware of the points required for her return. That number weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart, 2998. It was a profoundly sorrowful figure, one he wished never to encounter again. Hence, he departed alone. Achieving this would necessitate traversing 2 B-tier worlds at the very least, and that was predicated on the assumption that the tasks in these B-tier worlds were sufficiently abundant. Otherwise, the number would likely be even greater. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Amidst these reflections, Lin Chen returned to the real world. Immediately, he touched the contract mark on his wrist and sensed the presence of that foolish dragon in his spatial domain. Goodness gracious! How long had it been since he returned from the small island to the castle? Not even half an hour, and yet this creature was sleeping like a log, truly hopeless. Lying on his bed in the bedroom, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. This journey through realms had yielded bountiful rewards. Among them, the most significant was undoubtedly the plane-locking mechanism, a feature of remarkable merit. It was a pity, however, that it could not lock onto the previously designated planes. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have liked to return and see a Xing and his master. Nonetheless, he believed that opportunities would surely arise in the future. Chapter 126. Unfavorable luck beyond the plane-locking mechanism. The second noteworthy aspect was the ability of the wind spirit. Upon arriving in the real world, although his powers were significantly diminished due to the constraints of the rules, Lin Chen had long anticipated this reduction. Such a diminishment was within his expectations. And even the residual strength he retained was formidable, ranking somewhere between levels 4 and 5 on the mutant scale. This indicated that under normal circumstances, he operated at level 4, but with full exertion, he could potentially reach level 5. Of course, this world lacked mutants, making direct comparisons impossible. Yet he felt he surpassed Storm by a considerable margin. Thirdly, there was the lazy and foolish black dragon, Lotan please. Lin Chen sensed its power and found it had not been weakened, which brought him considerable solace. Despite having been thoroughly defeated by Lin Chen and Aisha earlier, when both wielded near-level powers, this was entirely understandable. In the Marvel Universe, a dragon of nearly 20 meters in size was undeniably powerful. Without a doubt, it was at least on par with the Hulk. Most importantly, should Lotan make an appearance, the sheer presence and spectacle would far surpass that of the Hulk. How magnificent and impressive it would be. Additionally, the fourth significant gain was Lin Chen himself. During merely 3 months of cultivation alongside Aisha, combined with the vastly superior concentration of elemental energy in that realm compared to the Marvel Universe, it equated to nearly 2 years of training in the Marvel world. During this period, Lin Chen had nearly refined his innate strength, his internal innate true essence now brimming. If one were to assess his current state, he could be considered as having reached the pinnacle of innate perfection. The next step for Lin Chen was to compress his true essence to its utmost limit, thereby achieving the realm of supreme innate perfection. As for the path that lay ahead, to be honest, Lin Chen was uncertain at this moment. However, such matters seemed trivial. In the future, he was confident that he would discover the way forward. By the way, over the past few months, Lin Chen diligently practiced the ultimate technique, the Buddha's palm. And a month ago, he finally mastered it. Not only did he reach a Xing's level, but he also surpassed him by a considerable margin. At this point, if Lin Chen were to channel all of his true essence into the Buddha's palm, a single strike could likely obliterate a modern skyscraper. Name, Jack Lin level, B points, 720 transmigration energy, 28 transmigration attempts. 3 through this journey in the B-level world, Lin Chen successfully attained B-level strength. Now, he could freely seize opportunities in C-level worlds. He could go whenever he wished, without any restrictions. Furthermore, if the opportunities in a particular world were abundant, Lin Chen could even lock onto it and continue to explore. With that thought, Lin Chen began his attempts. After all, he still had 3 chances for transmigration. So why not give it a try? 1 transmigration opportunity consumed, successfully drawn from the C, D, E worlds. World level, E. The transmigration will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. It seemed that Lin Chen had exhausted his luck in the B-level world, as his draw this time was the lowest E-level. However, since it was his first entry into an E-level world, Lin Chen decided not to exit immediately, but to explore a bit. An hour later, he exited the dimension, somewhat speechless. This was actually the realm of Home with Kids, a nostalgic memory from his childhood, yet utterly useless. Nevertheless, he did have a bit of fun teasing Lu Xing upon seeing him, which was quite amusing. Upon returning to the Marvel world, Lin Chen wasted no time and initiated his second transmigration. One transmigration opportunity consumed, successfully drawn from the C, D, E worlds. World level, E. The transmigration will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. Once again, it was E level. After entering this time, Lin Chen only wandered for a few minutes before returning. He didn't even grasp where this world was. It was simply a world that was as ordinary as could be. For the third attempt, Lin Chen did not rush. He first washed his hands and face before commencing his transmigration. Although washing his hands and face held little practical significance, as he was already untouched by dust in his innate realm, seeking psychological comfort and a touch of mysticism remained necessary. Indeed, after this mystical cleansing, Lin Chen found himself traversing into a D-grade world for the third time. While it was not a C-grade, at least it was no longer the most dreadful E-grade realm. After wandering for half an hour, Lin Chen departed. This was a low martial world of Huagua, utterly useless. It seemed that only a C-grade world would yield results. Otherwise, D and E-grade worlds were a futile endeavor. Contemplating this, Lin Chen resolved to amass a plethora of traversal opportunities before sweeping through these worlds. As the incremental lottery system was quite vexing, it was akin to a card-drawing game. The probability of obtaining desired results varied significantly between 10 draws and single ones. To amass substantial lottery chances, the crux lay in vibranium. Regarding Wakanda, Lin Chen felt he could venture to test the waters. However, he suddenly recalled the profound glance Ancient One had cast before her departure. It seemed to convey a subconscious warning, "I am watching you." Merely pondering this caused Lin Chen to shudder. At this moment, he was not confident in defeating Ancient One, so it would be wise to maintain a low profile. His immediate priority was to uncover the individual from Avengers 2 who was selling vibranium. The reserves on that side were sufficient for Lin Chen to traverse hundreds of times. With this thought, Lin Chen refrained from seeking Tony. Instead, he meticulously cataloged all ports, large and small, across the African continent, marking them on a map. Subsequently, he drove to the outskirts and ventured deep into the forest. Seizing a moment of solitude, Lin Chen soared into the sky, spending over an hour reaching the African continent. Thereafter, he began to circle the edges of the continent in search. Previously, Lin Chen had considered acquiring a set of armor from Tony, but now, endowed with the power of the wind, he found no need for such contraptions. The sensation of free flight surpassed the discomfort of Tony's iron shell. As for why he personally sought out that individual in Africa, on one hand, Lin Chen believed Tony's efforts would be slow, and on the other, he had little to occupy himself with in the Marvel world. Training? It was far more advantageous to use an opportunity to return to Aisha for training. Time spent there equated to 7 or 8 years here, a stark comparison. Currently, if Lin Chen wished to enhance his prowess, he could either seek out Ancient One for specialized magical studies or capture the villain selling vibranium, utilizing his vibranium to traverse and earn points, opportunities, and more. As for becoming a villain and engaging in nefarious deeds, such as seizing the Tesseract, in a fleeting moment, Lin Chen found himself hesitant. For the piercing gaze of Ancient One commanded a formidable presence. With the inherent risks and scant rewards looming large, one might ponder the wisdom of such ventures. Surely, a more prudent approach would suffice. Thus, during the subsequent fortnight, Lin Chen devoted his time to seeking individuals within the bustling ports. Save for a solitary occasion when he accompanied Lawton to the sea in pursuit of whales for sustenance. The African continent, after all, was vast, adorned with countless port cities along its coastline. Even if he were to scour for just a mere 10 minutes at each locale, working tirelessly around the clock, he could scarcely cover over 100. After 2 weeks of relentless searching, Lin Chen had yet to uncover any leads. However, on this particular day, a call from Tony pierced through the monotony. "Lin, regarding that individual dealing in vibranium, I have some leads. Hurry to my residence. Breakfast awaits." "Understood," Lin Chen responded promptly, making his way to New York. Meanwhile, in the depths of his basement, Tony, astonished, inquired, "Jarvis, what did you just say?" "Repeat that." "Sir." The signal source of this call is traced back to Guinea, Africa. Confirming the clarity of the information, Tony nodded and commanded, "Jarvis, pinpoint the exact coordinates, and suit me up with the armor. Also, investigate the next available flight from Guinea to New York. I must intercept him. Sir, the coordinates have been marked. The fastest flight from Guinea to New York will depart at 10:15 a.m. New York time, which is 3:15 p.m. local time, giving us 2 hours and 3 minutes until departure. 2 hours is ample time. Tony donned his armor with a smirk, exclaiming, Jarvis, let us prepare a delightful surprise for this enigmatic Mr. Lin. Yet, scarcely had he soared into the sky when a phone rang in his ear. Mr. Lin has arrived. Upon hearing Jarvis's announcement, Tony donned a knowing expression. The timing of the call surely indicated a pretext for his visit. After all, a flight from Guinea to New York required a full day. Unless Lin Chen possessed magical abilities, it was inconceivable for him to arrive in just half an hour. Wait, a visit? As he pondered, an image materialized on Tony's screen, revealing Lin Chen being welcomed into his living room by Pepper. Confusion enveloped Tony's mind. Had Lin Chen not been in Guinea just half an hour prior? How could he have possibly made it to New York so swiftly? Was Jarvis's location tracking erroneous? Such a notion seemed implausible. How could a straightforward signal tracking system falter? Burdened with bewilderment, Tony hurriedly made his way back. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Tony's abode, Lin Chen discovered that he was absent, and upon inquiring with Pepper, she informed him that he was occupied in the basement. It appears that Pepper is still unaware of Tony's departure. What is the meaning of summoning oneself only to leave again? Is it simply to accompany Pepper for tea? Lin Chen found this behavior rather perplexing. While he was lost in thought, Pepper suddenly received a call from Tony. A minute later, she awkwardly stated, Mr. Lin. There was an urgent matter at Tony's company, so he had to step out. He is currently on his way back and should arrive within 30 minutes. Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless. He had actually overheard Tony say, find an excuse to stall. I'll be there in half an hour. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, nodded, and began conversing with Pepper. It must be said that Pepper was quite eloquent, effortlessly steering the conversation in a manner that made Lin Chen feel at ease. When Tony returned, they were engaged in a discussion regarding Lin Chen's shares worth over $5 million in Stark Industries. Tony had been listening to their conversation through Jarvis and immediately chimed in with a grin. Lin, how about I buy your shares for $10 million? Lin Chen took a sip of tea and casually replied, as long as you are happy. For Lin Chen, the difference between $5 million and $10 million was negligible. As long as it sufficed, that was all that mattered. Then it's settled, Tony exclaimed, taking a sip of coffee. I've had Jarvis compile all the registered vessel information from the ports, totaling over 50,000 ships, including more than 5,000 that are already decommissioned. After my analysis, I've narrowed it down to 3 suspects. As he spoke, the screen on the wall displayed the profiles of 3 individuals. Lin Chen glanced at the screen and recognized one of the faces. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ulysses Klaue, the very individual who dealt in vibranium in Avengers: Age of Ultron. We should seek out this individual first. I believe he is our man. Lin Chen confidently pointed to Klaue. Tony nodded. I know this guy, a black market arms dealer. We've crossed paths before, and I also suspect he is the most likely culprit. At this moment, Tony was quite curious about why Lin Chen had returned from Africa so swiftly. However, he decided not to directly inquire about the matter, opting instead to probe gently. He.S. in a shipyard in the eastern coastal region of Africa. I'll prepare a private jet for you to depart immediately. While I'll don my suit and head out first. No need. I can manage alone. Lin Chen stood up and stated. You stay here, don't go anywhere. I will return with the vibranium in no more than an hour and a half. Observing Tony's puzzled expression, Lin Chen smiled. You will soon find out. With that, he glanced at the marked location on the map, memorized the coordinates, and made his way towards the door. Tony, still puzzled, followed him out. As for Pepper, she remains utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Lin, please don't tell me that the inner power you are cultivating can actually transform you into a crow and allow you to soar into the heavens. Oh, you truly are a clever little sprite. Lin Chen smiled slightly. However, you are only half correct. I need not transform into a crow to ascend to the skies. With those words, Lin Chen soared into the air before Tony's astonished gaze. Oh my goodness, Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at the spectacle before her. What the heck? Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. This scene was utterly astonishing to him. Earlier, upon confirming that Lin Chen was indeed practicing inner power, he had sought out experts to delve into the matter. Eventually, he formed a rough understanding. Those who cultivate inner power are indeed formidable, but surely they cannot fly. Just as Tony was about to voice his thoughts, Lin Chen had already launched into the sky from the direction of the sea. On the ground, Tony mused. Lin becomes increasingly enigmatic. Every time I think I am beginning to understand him, he surprises me with something new. Chapter 128. Vibranium acquired upon arriving at the specified coordinates. Lin Chen discovered that, much like in the movies, he had indeed found a derelict shipyard. Large vessels were docked, and in the center stood a red iron ship, from which Lin sensed a multitude of people within. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen charged inside. 5 minutes later, he emerged, carrying over 200 pounds of vibranium, swiftly ascending into the sky, en route to New York. One cannot help but admire the convenience of this wind spirit ability. To a certain extent, it rivals telekinesis. Moreover, with true essence safeguarding him, scanning devices could not detect him at all. To technology, he was effectively invisible. This greatly alleviated Lin Chen's troubles. Soon, he arrived at Tony's villa, cradling the fluctuating vibranium in his left hand. Tony was waiting at the entrance, seemingly there specifically for Lin Chen's return. Upon witnessing this scene, Tony exclaimed after a moment, "Your inner power is truly remarkable." Without further ado, Lin Chen stated, "As we agreed, I will share half of the vibranium with you. You shall help me fashion the other half into an arc reactor. The vibranium is all here, and my share is approximately 120 pounds. How long will it take you to complete this?" 3 days. At most 3 days. Tony's demeanor turned serious upon seeing the vibranium in Lin Chen's hand. He fully understood the immense wealth represented by such an amount. This was a uniquely extraordinary element, its properties vastly different from any metal on Earth. With this vibranium, Tony could now construct many machines and devices that had previously existed only in his hypotheses or simulations. This was a true advancement in technology. If there were more vibranium, Tony could confidently assure that, given a year, he would elevate the technological prowess of the entire Earth significantly. "All right, call me in 3 days, and I shall come to you." With that, Lin Chen tossed the vibranium into Tony's living room and departed without delay. Previously, with only a few kilograms of vibranium, Tony had constructed 62 reactors, granting him 13 opportunities for interdimensional travel. This time, armed with over 100 kilograms of vibranium, all of which had been refined by Wakanda to an astonishing purity of 99.9%. Lin Chen estimated it could afford him around 300 chances for traversal. 300 opportunities. The mere thought of it sent a thrill through him. Determined to leave no room for Tony's curiosity, Lin Chen exited promptly. At that moment, Tony was wholly engrossed in the vibranium, utterly devoid of time to ponder Lin Chen's actions. After instructing J.A.R.V.I.S. to transport the materials to his workshop, Tony embarked on his new endeavor. Meanwhile, Lin Chen made a trip to the suburbs to retrieve his car. Upon returning home, he settled in to wait quietly, utilizing his leisure time to acquire new knowledge. As the saying goes, the pursuit of learning is endless. And education brings joy, an idea Lin Chen resonated with deeply. Before long, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. On that fateful noon, Lin Chen was at home contemplating strategies to acquire the cosmic cube when the phone rang. To his surprise, it was not Tony on the line, but Nick. Curiosity piqued. Lin Chen wondered what business the busy director might have with a mere individual like himself. Just as he had been musing about the cosmic cube, Nick's call arrived, leaving Lin Chen feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Lin, the internal martial arts technique you imparted last time must have more advanced variants and corresponding moves, correct?" Nick had mobilized an entire team to conduct thorough testing on the internal energy principles. They discovered that these energies could manifest special techniques along specific trajectories. The power of these techniques was immense, capable of unleashing forces that surpassed one's physical capabilities. After hundreds of simulated tests, Nick had finally devised a method to amplify strength without causing bodily harm, revealing that this technique could enhance power by approximately 60%. Furthermore, Nick's team had attempted to simulate the efficiency of refining internal energy, though this proved more challenging than deducing techniques, and thus far yielded no results. The time consumed by these endeavors was exceedingly lengthy, prompting Nick to inquire whether there was potential for another transaction with Lin Chen. Indeed, Lin Chen smiled subtly. "However, I currently have no intentions of trading." Lin Chen surmised that Nick's call was undoubtedly to seek a more potent martial arts technique or something of the sort. In Lin Chen's eyes, SHIELD has become nothing more than a mundane force, with only the cosmic cube captivating his interest. As for everything else, he truly holds them in disdain. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Nick's tone remained unchanged. We have intensified our research on the cosmic cube and have now achieved energy extraction technology. We are capable of mass-producing energy blocks, he revealed, albeit with a calculated air. Offering merely this morsel of information, the essence of negotiation and trade is ultimately a contest of words and psychological maneuvering. Should Nick overtly express his eagerness to barter, the initiative would shift to Lin Chen, leaving Nick to be led by the nose. At this moment, Nick refrained from taking the initiative, patiently awaiting Lin Chen's words, thereby retaining the upper hand for himself. "Oh, that sounds rather advantageous," Lin Chen remarked casually. "So, Director Nick, how many energy blocks would you require in exchange for a technique that doubles my cultivation efficiency?" Energy blocks? Perhaps Lin Chen might have entertained the thought previously, but now, unless Nick was willing to offer a substantial quantity in exchange, he had little interest. On the other side, Nick found himself somewhat perplexed by Lin Chen's demeanor. His tone was far too nonchalant. Had they been negotiating in person, he could have observed subtle facial expressions. Over the phone, such nuances were invisible. After some contemplation, Nick suggested a face-to-face meeting. However, Lin Chen countered, "Don't give me any of that fluff. 1,000 energy blocks, just like last time. If that is agreeable, we can trade. If not, then forget it." While he awaited approximately 300 opportunities from Tony, Lin Chen's perspective had broadened significantly. "That's impossible." Tony flatly rejected the notion. "The most I can offer is 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen surmised that Tony's bottom line was likely around 50. He recalled that a single complete energy block had previously increased his traversal energy by 44%. Thus, 50 energy blocks should provide Lin Chen with 22 chances to traverse. While that was not insignificant, it still fell short of Lin Chen's desires. After a brief pause, he resolutely declared, "I require a technique with triple efficiency and 3 combat moves. Additionally, I expect you to honor the favor you owe me in exchange for 1,000 energy blocks. Or, allow me to have a closer examination of the cosmic cube." At the conclusion of his statement, Nick fell silent, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of Lin Chen's demands. 1,000 energy blocks were utterly out of the question, not to mention the technological costs. What would Lin Chen use them for? This posed a perilous dilemma. The previous single energy block had already caused Tony considerable concern, as he was acutely aware of the immense power contained within such an item. If Lin Chen were to utilize it for weapon creation, a few pieces might be manageable, but what if it were hundreds? The consequences of these weapons falling into the hands of a particular organization or another nation could indeed be catastrophic. Nick would never allow such a scenario to unfold. As for merely touching the cosmic cube, that is an impossibility. If it were someone else, Nick might have acquiesced, but Lin Chen's prowess is far too formidable. Should he seize it and flee, everything would be rendered futile. Thus, Nick ultimately declined. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen lost any desire to continue the conversation and promptly hung up the phone. Nick furrowed his brow slightly. After a few seconds, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Release Captain America. I want to see him revived within a month." This was Nick's plan B. Using Captain America as experimental data for internal power testing, which was far more efficient than the time-consuming Plan C. While Nick preemptively awakened Captain America, Lin Chen was unaware. At that moment, he had just received a call from Tony and was heading towards his residence. Without flying or driving, Lin Chen nimbly traversed the rooftops like a spider devoid of webs, bouncing from one to another. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at Tony's doorstep. After JARVIS opened the door, Lin Chen swiftly dashed down to the basement. "Lin, you're here." Tony, engrossed in his work at the table, did not turn around but gestured to the left. "Your items are over there. Due to the excessive amount of vibranium, I didn't T-load it all into the reactor. Instead, I fashioned it into vibranium plates. With 10 reactor containers, once the energy is depleted, simply replace the vibranium plate inside." Without any hesitation, Lin Chen ignored the pleasantries and quickly moved to absorb the energy. "Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it?" In no time, taking advantage of the reactor's momentary lapse, Lin Chen hastily assembled and absorbed all their energy. At that moment, Lin Chen gazed at his character panel, a smile breaking forth. Name, Jack Lin. Level, B points. 720 Transcendence Energy, 72 Transcendence Attempts, 315 attempts. That exceeded the estimated 300 by an additional 15. This was a delightful surprise for Lin Chen. Tony, thank you this time, farewell. Without further disturbing the focused Tony, Lin Chen quickly departed. A few minutes later, on an uninhabited island in the Atlantic, Lin Chen gracefully descended. Now armed with over 300 opportunities for draws, his first course of action was undoubtedly to engage in continuous transcendence. Currently, Lin Chen had but 3 methods to enhance his strength. The first approach involves traversing B-grade worlds to acquire opportunities and points. While this method may entail greater risks, the rewards upon successful task completion are undoubtedly significant. As for A-grade worlds, Lin Chen has not entertained the thought for the time being. Despite being merely 1 tier apart, the disparity in power between these levels is immense. If B-grade worlds are already fraught with peril, venturing into A-grade ones leaves Lin Chen uncertain of his survival. The second method consists of continuously traversing lower-tier worlds. If Lin Chen can manage to access a slightly superior C-grade world, he would experience an enhancement in his strength. This strategy is characterized by its stability. Yet the opportunities for advancement are likely to be limited, unless fortune smiles upon Lin Chen, granting him a rare find within a C-grade realm. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in accumulating points. Lin Chen has set his sights on the 4 elemental spirits derived from Frozen, particularly the 4-star radiant insignia that embodies Elsa's powers. The mere thought of acquiring one stirs his ambition, for it would immensely bolster his capabilities. However, the points required for these elemental spirits, earth, water, and fire, are priced at 500 each, with Elsa's being the most costly at 800. Presently, these are beyond Lin Chen's financial reach, leading him to a straightforward decision, to utilize 100 opportunities to experiment and see if he can summon a more favorable C-grade world to gain some opportunities. This time, Lin Chen refrains from recklessly gambling on random traversals. Instead, he expends 3 opportunities to specify a journey into a C-grade world. Confirmed. World level, C. The traversal will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. With anticipation, Lin Chen steps into this new realm. He finds himself in an ancient-style world, materializing in a bustling city. Immediately, he heads to an inn or tavern and spends a small sum to gather information from the local attendants. 10 minutes later, he realizes he has entered the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where the 6 major sects are poised to assault the bright summit. Given Lin Chen's innate perfection at this stage, he feels invincible in this world, rendering his presence somewhat irrelevant. Thus, he bids farewell. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Chen resumes his travels, again specifying a C-grade world. A half-hour later, he sits in a modern bar, still trying to ascertain his surroundings. This realm appears to be a mundane one, devoid of magic or superpowers, utterly ordinary. Yet being a C-grade world, it must possess unique attributes, albeit hidden from plain view. Consequently, Lin Chen exercises patience in his wait. However, after a fortnight of anticipation, Lin Chen grows impatient and decides to leave. After all, a myriad of worlds awaits his exploration, and he is eager to seize the moment, lacking the luxury of time to linger here. Thus, he departs. He understood that this world was undoubtedly different, being a C-grade realm. However, to linger any longer would incur an exorbitant cost of time. Lin Chen estimated that he would encounter many worlds constrained by temporal nodes that delayed action, so he resolved to establish a rule for himself: 10 days. He would allocate a mere 10 days to each world. Should he uncover nothing of significance or ascertain that the world held no advantage for him, he would depart. Conversely, if he discovered fortuitous opportunities, he would remain and thoroughly exploit them. Thus, Lin Chen traversed worlds at an astonishing pace, swiftly embarking on over 40 journeys. Initially intending to exhaust only 100 opportunities, he found himself unable to resist and traversed several additional realms. A few more journeys would not constitute an obsession. Rather, Lin Chen simply preferred whole numbers, finding the figure 50 aesthetically pleasing. In Chapter 130, re-entering a B-grade world after 50 journeys, Lin Chen had spent approximately a year in total, averaging about a week in each realm. A significant portion of these worlds proved to be of little consequence, and upon realizing their futility, Lin Chen departed without hesitation. Among the remaining few, 6 worlds were ones he had waited in for 10 days, discovering nothing before moving on. In the worlds where he did find something, Lin Chen acquired various spiritual materials, spells, and technologies. Two worlds, in particular, left an indelible impression on him, warranting his longest stays, Pacific Rim and Mr. Zombie. From the former, Lin Chen secured some advanced technologies, such as empathy technology and mecha engineering. Although these innovations were of no direct use to him, he could offer them to Tony, thereby accruing a debt of gratitude. Notably, the pivotal moment for the exponential growth of Tony's technological prowess occurred during the Battle of New York in 2012. Loki summoned the Chitauri army to assault Earth, marking both a calamity and an opportunity. In the aftermath of the conflict, Tony, SHIELD, the military, and even Hydra experienced significant advancements in their technological capabilities, particularly Tony, who unleashed an array of armor designs. Within a mere 6 months, he had crafted over 30 variations of armor based on these new technologies. The pinnacle of this technological endeavor was the Mark 42 suit, which employed alien microsensor technology for long-range teleportation. Armed with this advanced knowledge, Lin Chen felt poised to expedite the emergence of Tony's armors. As for the origins of these cutting-edge technologies, Lin Chen certainly did not resort to coercion. He engaged in an intellectual discourse of physics. Of course, his focus was not on humanity, but rather on those monstrous beings. On that fateful day, it was the first encounter with monsters following the establishment of the Wall of Life in Sydney. The news was ablaze with reports, and the gaze of the entire world was fixed upon this momentous event. Hope and anticipation filled the air as people yearned for the Wall of Life to withstand the monstrous onslaught. Yet, ultimately, their hopes were shattered. The creature effortlessly breached the Wall of Life and infiltrated the city. In that instant, despair gripped the hearts of people everywhere, particularly those within the city itself. Amidst this chaos, a black dragon materialized from the heavens, unleashing a thunderous roar that compelled the monster to halt its advance, while the world trembled in fear. Believing this to be yet another formidable beast, a figure leaped from the dragon. Suddenly, the skies darkened with gathering clouds, fierce winds howled, and the ocean churned violently. In a breathtaking display, a colossal tornado emerged, lifting the monstrous creature high into the air. In the next moment, a shadowy hand descended from the heavens, crashing down towards the tornado. Mere seconds later, as the clouds dispersed, the once mighty tornado seemed to lose its strength and vanished abruptly. The now dismembered monster plummeted from the sky. Lin Chen, with all his might, effortlessly dispatched the diminutive third-tier beast. Henceforth, Lin Chen engaged in a symbiotic exchange with the people of this world. The terms were simple. He would assist in obliterating the monster pathways, and in return, he could claim any technology from Earth at his whim. Ultimately, the exchange was fulfilled, and Lin Chen acquired all the advanced technologies from the Pacific Rim. In the second realm, that of Mr. Zombie, the experience proved to be even more exhilarating. Lin Chen not only encountered various supernatural entities, but also delved into the ways of cultivation. The malevolent beings need not be elaborated upon, for they were merely wicked apparitions. Armed with the 9-yang divine skill and possessing innate prowess, Lin Chen found that no evil could withstand even 2 moves against him. The notorious Old Master Rin was but a trivial opponent. Subsequently, Lin Chen sought opportunities for advancement. Rather than coveting the trinkets of Uncle Gio, he inquired about the path to Mao Shan and directly sought guidance from the sect. This world was one of diminished laws, where the strongest barely achieved foundation establishment. With no golden core cultivators in sight, foundation establishment practitioners were merely equivalent to innate warriors. The elderly masters, when faced with Lin Chen's perfected innate abilities, were woefully inadequate. Recognizing the futility of resistance, they readily agreed when Lin Chen proposed an exchange of martial arts and cultivation techniques for Mao Shan's teachings. Lin Chen had intended to persuade them with reason, yet he was denied the opportunity. However, he refrained from studying these techniques. For the path of cultivation in this world was flawed and did not align with Lin Chen's aspirations for the path of immortality. Ultimately, Lin Chen merely contemplated and refined his innate abilities without engaging in any actual cultivation. Additionally, he acquired numerous valuable items during his time here, such as magical artifacts and spiritual materials. He did not deceive them. Instead, he directly passed down the original version of the 9 Suns divine art, which he had previously drawn. As for the version he now practiced, it had been meticulously optimized by him. Once one attains the innate level, martial arts manuals become somewhat inconsequential, for innate warriors possess a profound understanding of themselves, enabling them to create suitable techniques based on their internal conditions. The modified Nine Suns divine art that Lin Chen currently cultivates is a testament to this, boasting efficacy far superior to the original. 150 opportunities had thus been squandered, with only 2 worlds proving somewhat useful. The rest were of little significance. Lin Chen sighed softly, fully aware that none of the sea-level worlds he had visited previously could be classified as top-tier. How beneficial it would be if the worlds were further categorized, perhaps into tiers like C, 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 allowing for a greater number of opportunities, even if it required more effort to traverse. Otherwise, the odds of landing in a worthwhile world were exceedingly slim. After some contemplation, Lin Chen resolved not to waste any more chances and opted for a B-level world. Initiating the teleportation process. Confirmed, world level. B. The traversal will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. Points and opportunities, here I come. With this hopeful thought, Lin Chen found himself in an old-fashioned room. Observing his surroundings, he noted that it was neither ancient nor distinctly modern, as the furniture exuded a sense of antiquity. Through the window, he sensed a hint of familiarity. Moments later, realization dawned upon him. He was in Shanghai. Just like in the movies, this was modern Shanghai. A glance at the calendar on the wall revealed it to be December 29th, 1946. With New Year's Eve just a day away. What a fortuitous time to arrive, allowing him to revel in the festive atmosphere. Equipped with this newfound knowledge, Lin Chen promptly examined the identity information in his mind. It was straightforward, a regular citizen in the city named Wang Chuan, a local with an apartment in the area. However, this information was of little consequence. His focus shifted to the task at hand. After a few seconds, Lin Chen's expression turned slightly peculiar upon discovering a new twist. Chapter 131. The Mummy 3. This task was particularly intriguing, not a linear mission, but rather a dual-line quest, a first for Lin Chen. As the name suggests, a dual-line quest consists of 2 main objectives, and completing either one would fulfill the main mission. Main Task 1. Revive the Dragon Emperor, and subsequently slay the Dragon Emperor. Task rewards, 300 points, and 1 opportunity for a lottery draw in this realm. Main Quest 2. Revive the Dragon Emperor, and then assist him in unifying the world. Task rewards, 500 points, and 1 opportunity for a lottery draw in this realm. This world lacks side quests. It consists solely of these 2 main tasks, and Lin Chen need only complete one to depart. To be candid, Lin Chen harbors some reservations regarding the first main quest. If the objective is to slay the Dragon Emperor, why must he be revived? Does that not seem contradictory? Nevertheless, the task necessitates revival, and Lin Chen feels compelled to comply. Upon further reflection, if he does not revive the Dragon Emperor, how can he possibly eliminate him? Thus, the revival holds a certain logic. As for the second main quest, while the points reward is more substantial, the endeavor to unify the world would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Ultimately, Lin Chen believes it prudent to prioritize the revival of the Dragon Emperor, as both quests hinge upon this act. Yet, Lin Chen is entirely uninformed about the whereabouts of the Dragon Emperor. Moreover, he currently perceives little about this world. He requires the presence of a protagonist or some semblance of guidance. After contemplating this, Lin Chen promptly ventured outside to gather information. Having traversed numerous worlds, he is well versed in the art of information gathering. Before long, he had acquired a grasp of the basic circumstances of this realm. It is evident that this is a parallel world, and a rather underdeveloped one at that. Although his sources were limited, he managed to uncover some vital information. This world is rife with supernatural occurrences, with various legends circulating about mummies, superpowers, and the like. However, on the whole, the world remains relatively peaceful. These phenomena seem to exist merely as folklore. This may also be attributed to the underdeveloped technological state of the world, where communication channels rely predominantly on telegraphs and newspapers, resulting in sluggish dissemination of information. Were everyone to possess a mobile phone, it is likely that these legends would dominate the headlines of major short video platforms. Lin Chen has managed to piece together the fundamental information, yet he remains at a loss regarding the pivotal figure of the Dragon Emperor. Nevertheless, from the task details, he understands that the Dragon Emperor is male and, at present, deceased, likely to be exhumed from some grave. After an entire day of inquiries, Lin Chen still uncovered no useful leads. Today marks the eve of the new year in this world, and fortunately, Lin Chen decided to cease his investigations and take a well-deserved day of rest after traversing so many realms. In the evening, he ascended to a high vantage point, clutching a small platter of delicacies and a jug of wine, quietly admiring the nocturnal cityscape. In the distance, fireworks erupted in splendid display, and below, the vibrant sounds of drums and lion dances filled the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. My dear, the outside world is bustling with excitement. I long to venture out and behold it. Suddenly, the voice of Lorton reverberated within Lin Chen's mind. It has been a year since the contract was forged with Lorton. This creature is truly indolent. Throughout the year, whenever Lin Chen did not summon it, it simply slept or cried out in hunger. To Lin Chen's surprise, today it seemed to have changed its temperament, desiring not food but rather the thrill of exploration. Gazing at the darkened sky above, Lin Chen ascended over 100 meters before releasing Lorton into the night. This world is extraordinary, you foolish dragon. Do not wander aimlessly or stray too far from me. Remain in the vicinity. In a B-grade realm, one must exercise utmost caution. Understood, my master. I shall merely roam nearby. Lorton replied, flapping its wings and taking flight. The creature was drawn to the sounds of fireworks, a spectacle it had never witnessed before. Sparking its curiosity to emerge and observe, Lin Chen paid it little mind, returning to his previous spot to indulge in food and drink. With the bond of the contract, should Lorton encounter any trouble, Lin Chen would swiftly arrive. There was no cause for concern. Lin Chen consumed his meal at a leisurely pace. A plate of small dishes seemed endless, and a jug of wine remained unemptied. Meanwhile, at a nearby hotel, dishes and drinks were continually whisked away into the sky by a gentle breeze. Suddenly, Lin Chen halted his actions, for he had heard an unusual sound in the city. It was the sound of fireworks exploding, not in the sky, but on the ground, and with alarming frequency, indicating that something was amiss. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen swiftly flew toward the source of the commotion. The location was not far, and with a single breath, he arrived at the scene. It was a crossroads where a vehicle laden with fireworks was caught in a series of explosions, the cause seemingly a collision with a bronze coffin. Lin Chen felt a surge of confusion as he began to search the surroundings for clues, eager to discern how this bronze coffin had come to be. What Lin Chen did not see, however, was a terracotta warrior driving a cart, racing toward the outskirts of the city, located 3 streets northwest of the crossroads. Indeed, a terracotta warrior was at the reins, heading for the city's edge. This very warrior was the Dragon Emperor Lin Chen sought. Regrettably, Lin Chen did not encounter it. Instead, he stumbled upon another group of individuals. There were 5 in total, 2 women and 3 men. 4 of them were clearly allies, all foreign, while 1 woman, clad in a black, intricately patterned outfit, appeared somewhat out of place. Among the foreigners, Lin Chen recognized 1 man, suggesting that this was a group connected to the protagonist. Rather than approaching them directly, Lin Chen chose to follow discreetly, trailing them to a nearby bar. After eavesdropping for half an hour, Lin Chen's memories converged, and he finally discerned which world he had entered. The narrative of the Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor revolves around the resurrection of the Dragon Emperor, who is subsequently vanquished by a group of protagonists. The male lead is the central character of the Mummy series, Lin Chen, who recalls that the previous 2 installments were set amidst deserts, encountering a pharaoh and some scorpions, among other elements. It is indeed an antiquated film, and had it not been for a recent eavesdropping session, Lin Chen might have struggled to recall it. However, upon discerning his current location, Lin Chen's foremost thought is not of tasks or missions, but rather of a miraculous entity, the Fountain of Youth. The value of this treasure surpasses Lin Chen's wildest imagination and has been the object of his relentless pursuit. The prospect of immortality is alluring. Lin Chen's urgency to traverse dimensions, spending merely 10 days in each realm, primarily stems from concerns regarding his lifespan. Although he has achieved a certain level of innate prowess, his lifespan is still limited to just over a century. Until he discovers a means to extend his life, this remains a priority. Yet, with the gift of immortality, such worries would dissipate entirely. In Chapter 132, Lin Chen perceives that the overall strength of this dimension is rather modest, with the Dragon Emperor serving as its pinnacle. Nonetheless, this pinnacle may be significantly elevated and coupled with the existence of the Fountain of Youth. This world has been classified as B tier. Lin Chen has long been contemplating the criteria by which the system assesses dimensions. After traversing 50 to 60 realms, he has drawn some conclusions: the overall strength of the world, the individual prowess within it, and the tier of items available therein. These three factors interact with one another, ultimately forming the basis for the world's classification. Previously, Lin Chen encountered a rather unique C-tier world, seemingly ordinary at first glance, almost akin to a typical E-tier realm. However, after waiting for 9 days, he discovered the sudden emergence of 3 high school students possessing telekinetic abilities. Through his investigations, he learned that their powers stemmed from a special crystal, which unfortunately had already depleted its energy. Otherwise, he would have eagerly taken it back for further study. Currently, this mummy-laden world bears a resemblance to that prior dimension. On the surface, it appears to be a commonplace realm, yet in truth, it harbors formidable entities such as the Dragon Emperor and extraordinary treasures like the Fountain of Youth. While the latter is an enticing prospect, Lin Chen's primary objective is the fountain itself. Following that, he seeks the Dragon Emperor, who, according to Lin Chen's recollections, is an adept of qi cultivation, mastering elemental spells, and is thus considered a practitioner of immortality. The elemental arts are immensely powerful, not only harnessing the forces of nature, but also enabling transformative techniques. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen finds himself quite envious. Indeed, when discussing this film, one cannot help but notice the numerous inconsistencies. How is it conceivable that the formidable Dragon Emperor could be thwarted by such a weak protagonist? Is this merely a contrived plot device? Lin Chen sensed the presence of 5 individuals in the bar, among whom only the Chinese woman exhibited a modicum of strength, possessing an internal energy indicative of a second-tier expert. The others, however, were decidedly feeble, with the strongest barely reaching the level of a soldier, hardly qualifying as third-rate. It is truly perplexing. This is the narrative we are presented with? Nevertheless, Lin Chen refrained from voicing his criticisms and instead chose to patiently await the moment when these 5 would escort him to Shangri-La. Regardless of how absurd this world may be, as long as it does not impede Lin Chen's journey to Shangri-La, he was content. At this juncture, the plot was only beginning. The Dragon Emperor had recently resurrected and escaped from the museum, while this group prepared to board a plane to reach Shangri-La ahead of him and thwart his revival. Indeed, Shangri-La is the fabled location of the Fountain of Youth, nestled within the Himalayas, with a rather diminutive entrance. Were Lin Chen to seek it out on his own, it would likely lead to his demise. Thus, with a guide, he could follow their lead. Before long, the protagonist's party discovered an aircraft and set off toward the Himalayas under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Lin Chen rode atop the dragon, Lodon, soaring high above. Simultaneously, he pondered the implications of his 2 primary quests. Should he aid the Dragon Emperor or eliminate him? Should he choose to slay the Dragon Emperor, his allies would be the protagonist's group. Yet, Lin Chen held no illusions about relying on them. His true strength lay within himself. According to the narrative, a woman named Lin possessed a dagger imbued with the power to counter the Dragon Emperor. Lin Chen had sensed a unique energy emanating from it, but whether it would be effective remained uncertain. However, should he opt to kill the Dragon Emperor, acquiring that dagger was imperative. With the strength he and Lodon possessed, Lin Chen felt confident in confronting a Dragon Emperor who had not yet fully regained his power. Reflecting on the potential rewards of pursuing this main storyline, Lin Chen considered the prospect of earning 300 points, a single lottery chance, in addition to the Fountain of Youth and the goodwill of the protagonist group. With goodwill, he could obtain valuable items from Lin's mother, who, like her daughter, was immortal and possessed considerable wisdom, having mastered an ancient tome over thousands of years. Ultimately, choosing to kill the Dragon Emperor would expedite Lin Chen's departure from this world and facilitate his entry into the next. Conversely, should he decide to assist the Dragon Emperor in unifying the realm, the time required for this main storyline is excessively lengthy. It involves the unification of the world, and who knows how long that will take. Although Lin Chen's potential gains might be greater, they are still disproportionate to the time spent. With this time, Lin Chen could traverse to another world altogether. At this moment, he is not without opportunities for traversal. He could explore several B-grade worlds and swiftly utilize his points to rescue Aisha. That is his foremost priority. Reflecting on the film, the Dragon Emperor is undeniably a tyrant. Upon entering a city with his troops, it is nothing but slaughter, with no mercy for the innocent and no survivors left. Should such a person unify the world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ultimately, Lin Chen resolves to follow the first primary storyline. However, before doing so, he must first acquire the Fountain of Youth, for it is an exceedingly precious artifact capable of granting immortality. Lin Chen intends to use it for himself and take the entirety with him. Whether for close ones or for trading in advanced worlds, it is a most exquisite treasure. With these thoughts, Lin Chen focused his mind and quickened his pace. The aircraft in this world does not travel swiftly. It took an entire night, and only when the sun rose the next day did they reach their destination. By then, Lin Chen found them no longer necessary, for he had discovered the temple depicted in the film within the valley ahead. After summoning Laden into the contract space, Lin Chen made his way directly to the temple. It was an abandoned sanctuary, deserted and surrounded by towering snow-capped mountains, with a small mound resembling a circular pyramid at its center. In the film, one could illuminate the entrance to Shangri-La by placing a special crystal atop this mound. However, Lin Chen had no need for such an object, as he remembered that the entrance lay atop a nearby mountain peak. There were few suitable locations around, and after spending just a few minutes, he located it. Atop the mountain peak to the north of the temple, a profound cave awaited him. Upon entering, the surroundings were characterized by primitive rock formations. Yet, after traversing about 100 meters, traces of human activity began to appear. As he ventured further, carvings and murals emerged, and eventually, torches lit the walls on either side. At this moment, Lin Chen could feel a warm breeze wafting from the depths of the cave, along with a tremendous surge of life energy. Just a single breath invigorated him immensely. The Fountain of Youth. I have arrived. Chapter 133. Making a deal. After walking several dozen steps, the view suddenly opened up. Before him lay an artificially crafted cavern, with a colossal Buddha statue over 10 meters tall reclining to the left, exuding an aura of tranquility. Besides this captivating sight, at the center of the cavern, there was a pool shimmering with starlight. A small pavilion adorned with candles stood above, emanating a rich vitality from the pool beneath it. In an instant, Lin Chen realized that the water in that pool was indeed the Fountain of Youth. You have ventured into a place you ought not to be, outsider, a deep, resonant female voice suddenly echoed. It belonged to a middle-aged woman clad in a long robe, initially facing away from Lin Chen. As she spoke, she turned to reveal her full visage. Indeed, it was Lin's mother, an ancient being who had lived for over a millennium. Lin Chen did not underestimate her. After all, cinema often fails to capture the entirety of one's power, and this elderly figure might possess formidable strength. What will you do? Lin Chen chuckled softly, descending slowly. After taking just a couple of steps, he was momentarily taken aback. Due to his previous vantage point, he had not noticed the surroundings, but upon approaching, he discovered that outside the cave lay a vast valley. The valley was adorned with towering mountains and flowing waters, bursting with the essence of spring. Golden palaces were scattered throughout, interspersed with statues of Buddha. From his earlier aerial view, Lin Chen had seen nothing but a blanket of snow. Now, it was evident that some force had obscured the outside world from sight. This was intriguing, Lin Chen mused. It must be some form of array, and he resolved to master it in due course. Lost in thought, the woman spoke again. Shangri-La is a realm of seclusion, a place of entry but no exit. Since you have come here, it is clear that you are destined to remain. Then I shall defy that notion and leave. What will you do about it? Lin Chen retorted, taking another step forward. Suddenly, the woman drew her sword, pointing it menacingly at Lin Chen. This is a forbidden place. Take another step, and you shall perish. Unfazed, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, "Can you perform magic?" The woman remained silent, instead lunging at Lin Chen with her sword. Slow, too slow. Shaking his head, Lin Chen effortlessly sidestepped the attack. With a gentle lift of his elbow, the sword flew from her grasp, and with a slight push, she fell to the ground. Lin Chen shook his head, disappointment evident. He had expected her to possess some magical prowess, yet she demonstrated none and was pathetically weak, a life lived in vain. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind ensnared her, lifting her into the air. The Dragon Emperor has been resurrected, and I must eliminate him. Thus, I have come to claim my reward. Without waiting for her reaction, Lin Chen approached the edge of the pool. He first scooped a small handful of water, confirming its safety before plunging himself entirely into its depths. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life force flooded into Lin Chen's body. Gradually, his form began to be transformed by this vitality, growing stronger and more vibrant with each passing moment. A minute later, the spring water in the pool visibly receded. In the next moment, Lin Chen slowly rose from the pool. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming vitality surging within him, as if it were boundless. As long as he was not subjected to an utterly devastating attack that could reduce him to dust, Lin Chen would not perish. Even severed limbs could regenerate. Upon further contemplation, Lin Chen realized that the notion of immortality was somewhat ambiguous. For mortals, being immersed in the fountain of youth could indeed equate to eternal life. However, Lin Chen had already transcended the realm of ordinary beings. To him, this elixir was merely a consumable. Should his life force remain abundant, he could achieve longevity. Yet if the supply were to cease, death would inevitably follow. Nonetheless, the copious amounts of this elixir surrounding him would suffice for Lin Chen to thrive for millennia. Should he fail to discover alternative sources or methods to enhance his strength within that time, he would be no better than a mere swine. Overall, the Fountain of Youth was indeed formidable and met Lin Chen's expectations. "Who are you truly?" Ziyuan inquired, gazing at Lin Chen, who now hovered in the air. Her tone tinged with resignation. After experiencing the baptism of the Fountain of Youth, she understood its implications of immortality. Having previously been unable to defeat him, she now recognized that her adversary had attained eternal life, leaving her feeling even more despondent. At this moment, she was filled with confusion regarding Lin Chen's earlier statement. "You said the Dragon Emperor has resurrected. You must kill him. What does that mean?" Lin Chen did not respond to her, but instead asked, "Tell me about the Fountain of Youth. Where does this water originate?" He had just observed that the pool had no visible inlet or outlet, yet it had been full moments ago. Two possibilities arose. First, the water might automatically replenish itself in a manner unbeknownst to Lin Chen. Second, it could have been gathered from another source and specifically brought here by Ziyuan. Regardless of the scenario, one thing was certain. The water would indeed continue to grow. Initially, Lin Chen believed this to be a one-time transaction, but now it appeared to be a steady stream of abundance. Upon calculating his points, Lin Chen realized that completing this main quest would enable him to secure this realm. Such a treasure as the Fountain of Youth, which automatically replenishes, must be locked down. The mountains had been accumulating water at a rate of a drop per day for centuries, and now it had not increased for several hundred years. Ziyuan did not withhold any information and spoke candidly. At a rate of 1 drop per day filling this entire pool, it is estimated that it has taken 2,000 to 3,000 years to accumulate. Do not underestimate the significance of a single drop of the Fountain of Youth. It possesses the miraculous ability to heal the wounds of mortals, leaving no trace of a scar. Even in the face of grave injuries, a mere drop can sustain one's life, while 3 or 4 drops can revive one from the brink of death, restoring them to their former condition. This illustrates the extraordinary vitality of the Fountain of Youth. At this moment, Lin Chen estimated that there was over a ton of this elixir in the pool, truly a remarkable find. "This Fountain of Youth shall belong to me from this point onward." Lin Chen paused and remarked, "It is not without cost. I shall assist you in eliminating the Dragon Emperor. This is a transaction. What do you think? If you can indeed dispatch him, the Fountain of Youth shall be yours. I am already immortal. This water has lost its efficacy for me." Ziyuan remained here solely to prevent the Dragon Emperor from entering. The water had long since ceased to be of use to her. Lin Chen was aware that both she and Lin were immortal, yet to be candid, he had not discerned this fact until now. At this moment, Lin Chen's vitality was radiant, readily apparent to the eye, while Ziyuan and Lin appeared rather ordinary. Perhaps due to their prolonged absorption of the elixir, they exuded no particularly remarkable aura. Chapter 134. The Scripture Pavilion. All right. Lin Chen nodded. "The Dragon Emperor would likely require some time to arrive here, so please enlighten me about Shangri-La and yourself." Before entering this cavern, Lin Chen had perceived the inhabitants of this world as exceedingly clever and formidable. However, it now appeared that they were not only weak, but also somewhat lacking in intelligence. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Ziyuan promptly began her self-introduction and recounted the history of Shangri-La. Half an hour later, aside from the cinematic depictions, Lin Chen had acquired much knowledge about Shangri-La. This middle-aged woman was named Ziyuan, and like in the film, she had been on the verge of death until a monk named Yi Ti brought her here, subsequently restoring her with the Fountain of Youth. Shangri-La served as a sanctuary for these monks, most of whom possessed considerable cultivation. In truth, Ziyuan also had cultivation abilities and was no novice. However, for the past 1 or 2,000 years, she had remained here, never engaging in combat. She had nearly forgotten her magical skills to the point where even recalling how to cast spells required some thought. Lin Chen could only conclude that his initial assumptions were correct. She indeed exhibited a certain lack of intelligence. Beyond personal details, Lin Chen also learned that Shangri-La housed teachings related to qi cultivation and Taoist practices, serving as a comprehensive repository of knowledge. The ancient tome that cursed the Dragon Emperor was also hidden within. Moreover, Shangri-La was indeed shrouded in formations, just as Lin Chen had surmised, rendering it invisible from the outside. Given the vast area it encompassed, this formation was quite powerful. Lin Chen was determined to seize it for himself. The crux of the matter lies not in the array itself, but rather in the knowledge pertaining to it. As long as Lin Chen acquires this understanding, he could independently deduce formations, thereby creating a myriad of intricate arrangements. With an abundance of life springs at his disposal, what fear of failure could possibly linger? Calculating the time, it seemed that the Dragon Emperor would arrive around noon. It was still morning, granting him several hours. Moreover, prior to entering, Lin Chen had released Luodun to keep watch, confident that he would be promptly informed of any developments. At this moment, Lin Chen was naturally inclined to explore Shangri-La. Take me to the scripture pavilion. I wish to learn something that might enable me to vanquish the Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan nodded without hesitation and led Lin Chen into the depths of the valley. Within Shangri-La, there were indeed formidable individuals. Yet Ziyuan sensed that the strongest among them was merely equal to Lin Chen. Additionally, the valley was populated with ordinary folk, and should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. Considering Lin Chen's claim of being able to slay the Dragon Emperor, Ziyuan ultimately chose to place her trust in him. This way, upon exiting the cave, a long river stretched across the valley, with a small boat moored upon its surface. Ziyuan gestured for Lin Chen to board. Lin Chen smiled slightly, replying, "There is no need for such trouble. Simply tell me where to go, and I shall lead you." Seemingly struck by a thought, Ziyuan promptly said, "Please wait." Turning back, she faced the cave and struck the air 3 times with her palms. Lin Chen felt a peculiar energy emanating from Ziyuan and vanish into the void. The next moment, the cave was enveloped in a shroud of mist, obscuring it from view. Is this the formation? Curiosity piqued, Lin Chen extended a hand towards the mist. Be careful. Ziyuan's warning came too late. Lin Chen, disregarding her caution, plunged his hand into the fog. Bang! In an instant, the mist trembled, and a force surged forth, heading straight for Lin Chen. Ziyuan expected him to be thrown back, yet he merely waved his hand lightly, as if stirring a gentle breeze, causing the force to dissipate entirely. Not bad. The power is rather mediocre, Lin Chen mused, his tone unperturbed. The counteracting force of this formation was akin to the full strength of a top-tier expert. It was passable. Regaining her composure, Ziyuan explained, "My lord, this is an illusion formation, primarily designed to conceal traces and ensnare individuals. Its counterforce is merely a fraction." As her words faded, the mist gradually receded, revealing the cave entrance transformed into solid rock, seamlessly blending with its surroundings. Without touching it, one would find it exceedingly difficult to discern any difference. Remarkable, Lin Chen silently marveled. However, without lingering too long, Lin Chen turned to Ziyuan and requested her to indicate the location of the Sutra Pavilion. She pointed toward the city nestled in the heart of the valley, declaring that it was there one could find the place of inheritance. With a gentle smile, Lin Chen, responding to Ziyuan's call, summoned a soft breeze and soared toward the center. Moments later, he gracefully descended in the midst of the city. At this juncture, the gaze of the surrounding crowd converged upon him, yet Lin Chen paid them no heed. His attention was fixed on the vacant entrance ahead. Just as Ziyuan was about to speak, an elderly monk emerged from the doorway. She promptly approached him, bowing respectfully, "Master Ku Xin." The monk nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze to Lin Chen, his voice calm and aged. "Why have you come, benefactor?" "To learn," Lin Chen replied. "And what is it you wish to learn?" Ku Xin continued in his unruffled tone. "To slay the Dragon Emperor." "Then why pursue the Dragon Emperor?" Just as Lin Chen was on the verge of uttering a curse, he found a sudden surge of anger welling up within him. It was this very anger that compelled him to speak in a manner he would typically avoid. However, He soon recognized this emotion and promptly calmed himself, sitting cross-legged to dispel it. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Ku Xin observing him with a gentle smile from a short distance away. "Benefactor, please this way." He gestured slightly to the left. Lin Chen found this moment perplexing. What had just transpired? Was it some sort of trial, or something else entirely? After briefly communicating with the outside world, confirming that everything remained normal and he had not succumbed to an illusion, he inquired, "What was that all about?" "You will understand once you enter," Ku Xin replied with a light chuckle, offering no further explanation. Observing the direction indicated by Ku Xin, Lin Chen saw a passageway, through which he could faintly discern numerous books. "The Sutra Pavilion?" he queried, glancing at Ziyuan. "Indeed, my lord, that is the Sutra Pavilion, where you will find that which you seek, formations, spells, alchemy, and more," Ziyuan affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen attuned himself to the environment, sensing no imminent danger, and gradually made his way toward the entrance. Chapter 135. The Dragon Emperor appears. This city was adorned with Buddhist statues of various forms, and coupled with the earlier events, Lin Chen felt a peculiar sense of eeriness. Nevertheless, bolstered by his own strength, he sensed no mortal peril, which emboldened him to enter the Sutra Pavilion. The passageway of the Sutra Pavilion was lengthy, yet the interior space was rather modest, almost quaint. There were 3 bookshelves arranged within this area, which measured less than 20 square meters. In addition to the 3 bookshelves, there was a luminous orb in the center, about the size of a fist, exuding an aura of sanctity. Upon entering, Lin Chen was instantly captivated by its allure and approached it slowly, instinctively placing his hand upon its surface. Concurrently, a heightened sense of vigilance surged within him. He thought that should any danger arise, he would promptly retreat. However, upon contact with the orb, Lin Chen found no threat whatsoever. Instead, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. After a moment of focused contemplation, a profound realization dawned upon him. Not merely any insight, but one pertaining to the valley itself and the legendary fountain of eternal youth. From this orb, Lin Chen discerned that this valley was the resting place of a dragon vein, and the fountain of eternal youth was a treasure crystallized from this very vein. This dragon vein originally belonged to the Dragon Emperor, harboring a ferocious power at its depths. After nearly 2 millennia of purification, although its potency had diminished significantly, it still exerted considerable influence over mortals, often shrouding their hearts in unbidden fury, a state he referred to as being overwhelmed. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had nearly succumbed to this state, but fortunately, he recognized it in time and managed to suppress it. Now, with this newfound clarity, Lin Chen marveled at the wonders of this place, realizing the remarkable effects of the dragon vein. However, he was not here merely to ponder the marvels of the dragon vein. His purpose was to learn. With this thought, he began to scour the nearby bookshelves. Before long, Lin Chen discovered precisely what he sought. Ziyuan had not deceived him. Here lay an abundance of martial arts techniques, formations, and even alchemical practices, as well as talismanic inscriptions. However, upon a cursory glance, Lin Chen noted that while the collection was vast, the majority pertained to Buddhist practices, with only a scant few aligning with his true desires. After several minutes of deliberation, he finally selected his first tome to study, the 5 Elements Fire Manipulation Technique, a robust method that would enable mastery over the 5 elements. Indeed, it was among the most appealing of the available texts. He surmised that this was likely the very technique practiced by the Dragon Emperor himself. As for the art of transformation, Lin Chen did not encounter it here, perhaps a discipline reserved solely for the Dragon Emperor's private study. Additionally, he organized the knowledge pertaining to formations, alchemy, and talismanic arts, preparing to learn them sequentially. Having devised a plan, Lin Chen immersed himself in study within the repository of scriptures. The 5 Elements Fire Manipulation Technique represented a form of cultivation, though it did not follow the path of Golden Core practitioners. Rather, it belonged to a more eclectic school of thought. The pinnacle of this method was akin to the peak of foundation establishment, comparable to the level of innate perfection, albeit one rooted in physical prowess while the other aligned with arcane mastery. Lin Chen did not fully commit to the cultivation of this technique, but instead focused on understanding the nature of its spells and the principles underlying their release. Magic is a form of energy, and true essence is also a kind of energy. There is no reason why magic can be wielded while true essence cannot. Embracing this thought, Lin Chen meticulously analyzed the book, simulating the spells within his mind. Before he realized it, over 2 hours had elapsed. At that moment, Lin Chen was engaged in mentally rehearsing how to utilize spells while concealed beneath the earth. "Boss, the mudman you mentioned has appeared." Suddenly, the voice of Luo Dun broke through. "The Dragon Emperor has emerged." Lin Chen immediately confirmed this in his mind with Luo Dun, soon receiving an affirmative response. It seemed the time had come for him to take action. With this in mind, Lin Chen exited the Sutra repository and informed Ziyuan, who stood guard at the entrance. Before soaring into the sky, in an instant, Lin Chen found himself beside the main characters within the temple. "Oh my god, a superhero!" Lin Chen's descent elicited astonished exclamations from the group of foreigners. However, they were not rendered speechless. Their weapons remained aimed at Lin Chen, ready to fire at the slightest hint of danger. Disregarding their expressions, Lin Chen approached Lin, speaking calmly. "The dagger." "What dagger? I don't understand what you're saying. And who are you?" Lin's heart raced with anxiety as her right hand instinctively moved to her dagger at her waist. Observing this, Lin Chen lost interest in further inquiries. In an instant, he struck, seizing the dagger from Lin's waist. Initially, Lin Chen had expected Lin to be as astute as her mother, but he discovered she was rather oblivious. "Return the dagger, or we will open fire." The main characters threatened menacingly. To this, Lin Chen merely smiled disdainfully, flicking his sleeve, sending them tumbling in disarray before departing from the temple. After Lin Chen's departure, the main characters gathered together. "Lin, was that person a deity from your country? He could actually fly." I don't know," Lin replied, shaking her head, confusion evident in her eyes. She was completely bewildered by the sudden appearance of someone who could fly and who had snatched her dagger. Having acquired the dagger, Lin Chen quickly made his way to the location indicated by Luo Dun, soon encountering the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, he resembled a clay soldier, a mudman, surrounded by a squad of soldiers and being driven up the mountain. In approximately half an hour, they would reach the temple. However, now that they had encountered Lin Chen, escape was not an option. Upon their first meeting atop the snowy mountain, Lin Chen greeted them with a grand gift, a blizzard. Endless snowflakes whirled amidst the howling wind, rushing towards the Dragon Emperor and the squad of soldiers. Caught off guard, the soldiers, apart from the Dragon Emperor, were swept off the cliff, their fate sealed. In a swift moment, seizing the opportunity while the Dragon Emperor was momentarily unprepared, Lin Chen gripped his dagger and fiercely lunged towards the Emperor's heart. In that instant, Lin Chen melded with the wind, his speed unparalleled. However, the Dragon Emperor, with a mere flick of his hand, unleashed a strange energy that enveloped the surroundings. Lin Chen felt the biting cold of the ice and snow intensify as the air around him crystallized. "Wait, why am I also freezing?" Beneath this frost, Lin Chen's speed was severely hampered, slowing him considerably. Ultimately, the Dragon Emperor gained sufficient time to evade the strike. Yet, Lin Chen retaliated with a powerful, empty-handed slap. "How dare you attempt to assassinate me?" The Dragon Emperor bellowed, as the ground suddenly rose up, forming a towering wall that intercepted Lin Chen's strike. Were it any ordinary stone, Lin Chen's blow would have shattered it to pieces. However, this wall was forged from the Dragon Emperor's magical powers, and Lin Chen found himself unable to break through. Chapter 136, Annihilation. Lin Chen's reflexes were nothing short of remarkable. Undeterred by his initial failure, he struck again. Boom. This time, the stone wall could no longer withstand the force and crumbled. Immediately, Lin Chen wielded his dagger like a sword, honing in on the Dragon Emperor's aura, driving it straight towards him. Yet, the Emperor, ever the master of sorcery, simply burrowed into the earth. With the enhancement of true essence, Lin Chen's dagger pierced the ground effortlessly, as if stabbing through mud, without any resistance. Missed. Alas, he was a moment too late. Had he been quicker, he would have pierced the Dragon Emperor's heart. With his adversary now underground, Lin Chen found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled the earth-burrowing technique he had recently envisioned. Instinctively, Lin Chen began to enact the spell's trajectory, and in the next moment, he discovered that the earth around him seemed to be under his command. The stones, mud, and other elements vividly materialized in his mind, akin to the abilities of wind spirits, though lacking somewhat in finesse. Nevertheless, he could discern the small creatures, plants, and even corpses beneath the surface. Coughing, Lin Chen appeared somewhat inexperienced in his first attempt, or perhaps the novelty of the scene had unsettled him. causing him to abruptly exit that state of concentration. At that moment, it dawned upon him that he needed to locate the Dragon Emperor's position. Steadying his mind, Lin Chen prepared to test the technique once more. However, it seemed the Dragon Emperor had not fully regained his strength. He did not linger underground for long before emerging. Yet, he did not materialize in place, but rather on a small hill over 200 meters away. "Why do you conspire to assassinate me?" The Dragon Emperor roared at Lin Chen. "It is you I seek to slay." With no time for idle chatter, Lin Chen charged forth once more. As before, he launched a tremendous palm strike into the void. The Dragon Emperor, resorting to familiar tactics, conjured a stone wall to thwart the blow, intending to retreat underground once again. However, Lin Chen was well prepared. He had quietly intensified the force of his strike, shattering the stone wall with a single blow. Just as the Dragon Emperor contemplated escape, Lin Chen summoned magic with his left hand and forcefully struck the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled within a 10-meter radius, and the half-buried Dragon Emperor was violently expelled from the soil. At that precise moment, Lin Chen, who had been waiting, plunged his dagger directly into the Dragon Emperor's heart. Suddenly, it seemed as though a mechanism had been triggered, rendering the Dragon Emperor momentarily paralyzed. Yet, Lin Chen suspected that the dagger might not have the desired effect, so he pressed on with his assault. Bang! Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! Seconds later, observing the Dragon Emperor, now a mere shadow of his former self and spewing lava, Lin Chen sighed softly, truly foolish. It appeared that the denizens of this world lacked intelligence. Even a marksman knows to fire a shot and change positions. Yet the illustrious Dragon Emperor resorted to the same old tricks. Was this not a death wish? Nevertheless, the dagger had proven quite handy, though it was unfortunate. Once embedded, it seemed as if it had been welded in place, and Lin Chen could not extract it. Ultimately, he could only turn to ash alongside the Dragon Emperor. To be frank, this world represented the swiftest completion of a main quest for Lin Chen. In merely 3 days, he had accomplished the primary objective, an experience that felt surreal. Were it not for the system notifications, Lin Chen might have suspected that the Dragon Emperor was feigning death. Main Quest 1. Conditions met. Task completion confirmed. Rewards: 300 points and 1 lottery chance in this dimension. Upon receiving the main quest rewards, Lin Chen's points surged to 1020, prompting him to immediately lock in this dimension. This world promised an unending supply of the Fountain of Youth, a veritable spring of life. In Lin Chen's view, such a resource was among the elite across myriad worlds, and securing it was of utmost importance. After locking in, Lin Chen found himself with 20 remaining points. Though seemingly modest, they held significant potential. In due course, he could bring an ordinary person back with him, ensuring that time in this world would continue to flow rather than remain stagnant. Of course, before departing, Lin Chen intended to thoroughly master the cave system and diligently study the learning materials of this realm. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen returned to Shangri-La. As for Luo Dan, he had given him leave to explore, as long as he did not wander too far. "My lord, did you just go to slay the Dragon Emperor?" Upon landing, Ziyuan approached with eager anticipation. Indeed, Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at her and replied nonchalantly, "I've already slain him." Upon hearing this news, Ziyuan appeared momentarily stunned, her entire being frozen in disbelief. Lin Chen paid her little mind as he strode into the scripture pavilion. Grasping the selection of books he had previously chosen, he had inquired of Ziyuan earlier, discovering that all texts pertaining to cultivation within Shangri-La were housed here, and the tomes he selected were those he intended to study. With a year ahead of him, Lin Chen had meticulously crafted his plans, mastering spells, alchemy, talismans, and formations. Though he had encountered some of these elements in the world of Mr. Zombie, they paled in comparison to what lay before him. Among these 4 categories, Lin Chen placed particular emphasis on formations and spells. Alchemy and talismans, while useful, were comparatively limited in application. Alchemy required one to source materials and engage in tedious refinement, a cumbersome endeavor. Although talismans were somewhat simpler, their utility for Lin Chen was minimal, serving primarily as aids. Nonetheless, talismans could facilitate exchanges with others and were notably effective for the average person. As for spells, they were crucial for Lin Chen, primarily to augment his combat capabilities. For instance, the earlier incident where he struck the ground, causing seismic tremors to unearth the Dragon Emperor, was a manifestation of Earth-based magic. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor might have evaded capture through Earth escape, which would have posed considerable complications. The 5 elemental spells, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were not only powerful but essential for Lin Chen to master their intricacies and grasp them at a fundamental level. Regarding formations, Lin Chen aspired to achieve mastery, even seeking to enhance existing frameworks. Why such high expectations for formations? Because he intended to create a barrier to encircle the fountain of life. At this moment, it was under someone else's guardianship, and only that which he firmly held in his grasp could be deemed truly his. Thus, Lin Chen yearned to devise a formation capable of preventing others from trespassing. And that ancient tome. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled an exceedingly potent ancient book featured in the film, the very artifact Ziyuan had employed to curse the Dragon Emperor and his army. Chapter 137, The Destruction of the Ancient Tome. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen promptly sought out Ziyuan, requesting her guidance to that location. In truth, Ziyuan was perplexed. She had never mentioned the ancient book, so how could Lin Chen possibly know of it? However, given that he had just vanquished the Dragon Emperor and she had received confirmation from Master Ku Xian, she felt it prudent to remain silent and led him to a small mountain adjacent to the city. My lord, this book is one of malevolence. Although it chronicles many ancient events and possesses extraordinary powers, its use will only bring misfortune. As Ziyuan walked alongside, she elucidated her belief that Lin Chen sought to harness the power of the ancient tome, prompting her to offer a word of caution. This book exuded an aura of malevolence, a sensation Ziyuan could distinctly perceive. Once, she had been remarkably astute. However, nearly 2 millennia had elapsed, and the consequences of her prior engagement with the tome had rendered her less perceptive. Most unsettling was her acute awareness of her diminished intellect, coupled with her inability to amend it, a truly terrifying predicament. Thus, it was upon collective deliberation that they had chosen to seal the book away. Lin Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain enigmatic in his silence. Observing this, Ziyuan opted not to press further. It is worth noting that Lin Chen's slaying of the Dragon Emperor could be construed as a salvation for the world. Thus, even if he were to take the ancient book, their protests would be unwarranted. Before long, the pair ascended a small mountain, arriving at a vast circular altar. At the center stood a square stone table, upon which the book lay. Surrounding this central piece was an expanse of emptiness, save for the altar's perimeter, which was encircled by 18 cylindrical stone pillars, each ablaze with ethereal flames. Although the surroundings appeared innocuous at first glance, the book was safeguarded by a formidable array. It would be prudent to leave it undisturbed, for any attempt to engage with it would invoke lethal repercussions. However, the circumstances shifted with Ziyuan's presence. She approached the left side of the altar and began to tap rhythmically on one of the stone pillars. In a short while, she declared, "My lord, the array has been dispelled. You may examine it now." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen refrained from direct contact. Instead, with a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned a soft breeze that lifted the book into the air, causing its pages to flutter rapidly. A cursory glance revealed that the tome was inscribed with ancient hieroglyphs, entirely beyond his comprehension. "You ought to grasp its meaning. Please enlighten me as to its contents," Lin Chen urged Ziyuan. For a full 10 minutes, Ziyuan elaborated on her understanding of the text. By the conclusion of her exposition, Lin Chen had garnered a general impression of the ancient book. Its pages chronicled various ancient events. Despite the parallel world it depicted, the nuances were lost on him. In addition to historical accounts, the tome contained secrets of immortality, specifically the fabled Fountain of Youth, along with an assortment of chaotic curses and methods to acquire formidable power. While the curses were not to be trifled with, as they demanded a price from the individual, Ziyuan had once cursed the Dragon Emperor and his army, who were destined for demise, only to be saved by the Fountain of Youth, thus achieving immortality. Her fortune had far exceeded the cost she was obliged to pay, allowing her to survive, though perhaps her dulled intellect was a lingering consequence. Regarding the acquisition of immense power, Lin Chen gathered from Ziyuan's descriptions that it would likely be commensurate with that of the Dragon Emperor himself. The Dragon Emperor is undoubtedly formidable. Lin Chen took advantage of the fact that his strength had yet to be restored and wielded a weapon that could counter him, coupled with a clever ruse, which facilitated his effortless defeat. Were the Dragon Emperor to regain his power and employ his transformation techniques, it is likely that he would attain a strength level comparable to Lin Chen's, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Chen to vanquish him. The ancient tome possesses the ability to bestow such tremendous power, which is indeed terrifying. However, upon further inquiry, Lin Chen discovered that acquiring these powers was neither excessively difficult nor particularly easy. Yet, it harbored a significant drawback. The power would drastically alter one's essence. Simply put, even if one were to gain such strength, they would become exceedingly cruel and tyrannical, essentially transforming into a villain. This book holds no utility for Lin Chen. He initially contemplated whether he could learn from it, but it seems now that it should be destroyed. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, he summoned swirling blades of wind, which effortlessly reduced the tome to mere fragments. Following this, Lin Chen delivered a forceful palm strike, generating a searing wave of heat that instantly vaporized the remnants. The entire scene unfolded with remarkable swiftness and surprise, and by the time Ziyuan regained her composure, the ancient book had vanished. Master, Ziyuan intended to voice her thoughts, but quickly fell silent. Then, seemingly liberated, she smiled and remarked, "This is for the best. Its destruction is more thorough." Suddenly, a distant, aged voice resonated, "Your courage is commendable. We were mistaken." Turning her head, she beheld Master Kushin approaching Lin Chen. "You must allow me to pay my respects," he said, bowing deeply before Lin Chen. Lin Chen instinctively sidestepped, perplexed. What is this? In truth, he had long sensed Kushin's presence, but since the latter was merely observing from afar, Lin Chen chose to ignore him. Now that he had emerged, why was he bowing? Lin Chen found himself somewhat bewildered. "Esteemed one, this book is imbued with the power of the dragon veins. Previously, we failed to perceive its true nature, mistaking it for a treasure that enchanted us. Now, thanks to your enlightenment, we have been made aware," Kushin explained. "Thus, I must bow to you." "I see." Lin Chen nodded. "There is no need for that. I am currently delving into the studies of spells and formations, and I will undoubtedly have many queries to pose to you. Would that be agreeable?" "Absolutely," Kushin responded enthusiastically. Lin Chen discerned that Kushin was likely the most powerful and esteemed individual within Shangri-La. With his endorsement, Lin Chen would no longer have to grapple with uncertainties on his scholarly journey. He would have someone to illuminate his path. Thus, his modest ambition of mastering the knowledge of formations within a year and enhancing his abilities seemed increasingly attainable. Thus began Lin Chen's academic endeavors in Shangri-La. It must be said that acquiring new knowledge is both a painful and joyous endeavor. The agony lies within the learning process, which can be quite distressing. However, when the fruits of labor manifest, the joy is ineffable. In a previous life, during his studies, Lin Chen experienced an unparalleled sense of achievement when he successfully solved a challenging problem. The present moment mirrors that sentiment. The four subjects of spells, alchemy, talismans, and formations varied in complexity, and Lin Chen approached them progressively, tackling each one according to the difficulty he had set for himself, ultimately mastering them all. Chapter 138. 1 year. Though Lin Chen had yet to reach the stage of abstaining from food, he found it quite manageable to go a week without sustenance. However, Ziyuan seemed to have taken on the role of his maid, delivering meals to him daily, which she later reduced to once a week. Thus, 3 months slipped by in Shangri-La without him noticing. During this time, Lin Chen first delved into alchemy and talismans. The alchemical knowledge in this world was rather rudimentary, lacking the remarkable prowess found in novels, and Lin Chen lost interest after a brief exploration. Conversely, talismans proved to possess some utility. He learned a few commonly used ones, such as the Vajra talisman, Fireball talisman, and Swift movement talisman. However, their effectiveness was somewhat disappointing, as even a casual strike from Lin Chen surpassed their capabilities. Nevertheless, they remained useful for trade purposes. The study of formations paralleled that of alchemy. Lin Chen merely skimmed the surface without delving deeply, intending to reserve ample time for formations later. Throughout these 3 months, Lin Chen primarily focused on the 5-element spells. The 5 elements fire departure technique was truly remarkable. The more he studied, the more he appreciated the genius of its creator. During this period, Lin Chen found himself marveling not at the sheer power of the spells, but rather at the realization of their diverse applications. This book broadened Lin Chen's horizons, liberating him from rigid forms and enabling him to wield spells in myriad ways. His proficiency in utilizing wind spirit abilities ascended to a new level. Previously, Lin Chen had regarded his wind spirit abilities as an external force, akin to a third hand that assisted him, convenient and efficient. Yet, after perusing this tome, Lin Chen discovered far more effective methods to harness the wind spirit. He had always employed the wind with great force, but what if he were to transform into the wind? Setting aside the question of power, once transformed, he would become as ethereal as a wisp of air. Not only would his flight speed soar, but the intangible nature of the wind could potentially grant him immunity to certain attacks, should he grasp its profound essence. However, these aspirations cannot be realized merely through desire. They require relentless practice to bring them to fruition. Nevertheless, this book has illuminated a new path for Lin Chen, enabling him to perceive matters from a multifaceted perspective rather than a singular one. Embracing this mindset, Lin Chen diligently immersed himself in the study of the 5 elements magic. The element of metal, associated with aggression, harbors a sharpness that demands caution during its practice, lest he inadvertently inflict harm upon himself. Wood symbolizes life, and its spells primarily serve as supportive tools, presenting no significant challenge in his studies. Water, though inherently gentle, can also be tumultuous. While water-based spells may seem easily grasped, they are, in reality, quite complex to master. Fire embodies fierce flames, and its spells wield immense power, necessitating a robust control over one's energy to avoid backlash. Earth, in contrast, is heavy and stable, with its spells being tranquil and relatively harmless, making them easier to command. Previously, when confronting the Dragon Emperor, Lin Chen had merely rehearsed the spells in his mind a few times, allowing him to employ them with relative ease. The 5 elements magic, though diverse, shares commonalities. After 3 months of study, Lin Chen had made substantial progress. At this juncture, he had effectively begun to cultivate both martial and magical skills. However, he recognized that there remains a long journey ahead in mastering spells, and he must continue to exert effort. For the time being, Lin Chen intended to devote only 3 months to spellcasting, reserving the remainder of his time to master formations. This is crucial for the subsequent production of the Fountain of Life, a matter of great significance, as Lin Chen must personally devise a grand formation. Thus, in the ensuing 9 months, Lin Chen devoted himself entirely to the study of formations. Previously, he had only acquired a rudimentary understanding, realizing that formations require multifaceted cooperation to create a cohesive whole, ultimately yielding effects. The formations in this world are hardly sophisticated. Even the one enveloping the entirety of Shangri-La is merely an amalgamation of numerous formations, meticulously arranged with ample resources. It is akin to purchasing a computer. If one's knowledge is limited to brand names like i5 or i7, the $5,000 computer one acquires may, in reality, be worth less than $3,000. Conversely, those with a modicum of computer knowledge scrutinize detailed components, familiarizing themselves with brands and models. They can procure that computer for $3,000 without incurring losses. Even more knowledgeable individuals engage in performance comparisons to select the most cost-effective and optimal component combinations, enabling them to assemble a computer for as little as $2,000 or even $1,500. Lastly, the true experts employ techniques such as overclocking, acquiring outdated components to achieve the performance level of a $3,000 system for merely $1,000. Lin Chen categorized these 4 levels into 4 distinct tiers: inferior, average, superior, and exceptional. In this world, the formation arts can only be regarded as inferior, exceedingly superficial and cumbersome. While certain aspects may reach a moderate level, overall, they remain subpar. Lin Chen harbored aspirations to refine these arts, yet he understood that such an endeavor could not be accomplished in a short span. Unlike spells, which may merely falter with slight adjustments and could result in failure or injury, formations are intricately interdependent. A minor alteration could lead to catastrophic failure, rendering the formation ineffective. Optimizing a formation necessitates meticulous, incremental modifications, demanding extensive contemplation and an inordinate amount of time. Presently, his primary objective remains to thoroughly master the knowledge of these formation arts. In this context, even if he is cognizant of certain flaws in specific formation combinations, he must endure. Nevertheless, Lin Chen continues to enhance his proficiency in formation arts. After 3 months, he has become capable of independently arranging competent formations. Another 3 months have passed, and he has nearly mastered the formations of this world. In the final 3 months, Lin Chen began to validate some of his hypotheses from the past 6 months and commenced the optimization of certain formations. Simultaneously, he prepared to establish his own formations within the cave. Shangri-La is a land of treasures, almost akin to a paradise. Besides the Fountain of Youth, it harbors numerous precious materials. Lin Chen can procure more than half of the materials needed for his formations here. Even for those he cannot find, records exist in Shangri-La, guiding him to seek them out. Thus, Lin Chen diligently improved his formations while gathering materials in preparation for their establishment. The formations in this world differ from those depicted in novels. They lack foundational bases and instead utilize a series of enchanted objects interconnected through spells, ultimately forming a self-sustaining formation. Chapter 139. The lottery. Although the arrangement of formations here involves numerous steps, it is, in essence, quite simple, requiring only adherence to specific procedures. Lin Chen invested considerable effort in the refinement aspect, dedicating over 2 months of the last 3 to this task. Fortunately, after such prolonged efforts, he finally achieved results. The formation Lin Chen improved is a comprehensive grand array, specifically designed to encircle the Fountain of Youth. It provides primary defense while also incorporating elements of lethality, illusion, and entrapment. In terms of defense, Lin Chen has tested it, even with his full strength. It would take considerable time to breach. Moreover, the formation possesses formidable counterattack capabilities, equivalent to a strike from a congenital master. The illusionary and entrapment effects, however, are somewhat limited, proving effective only against those below the congenital level, becoming largely ineffective against those who have reached it. However, the protective array can withstand even the full prowess of innate experts, so overall, this formation is indeed quite formidable. Coupled with the assistance of Ziyuan and Master Kushin, along with the geographical advantages of Shangri-La, it is unlikely that any intruders would dare to approach the Fountain of Life. Nevertheless, for added security, Lin Chen must also set up an illusion array at the temple outside. This location serves as a passage for the people of Shangri-La to venture into the outside world, and he cannot simply destroy it. Thus, it must be concealed as well. In this manner, there will be no traces of human activity in the vicinity. And apart from a select few individuals who are aware of its existence, it should not attract any adventurers. Initially, Lin Chen had envisioned monopolizing the Fountain of Life using the array alone. However, that proved unrealistic, regardless of their willingness to comply. The issue of energy for the formation was insurmountable, even at the most minimal functioning level. The array could only operate for 1 week before needing to be recharged with magical energy. If a formidable innate expert were to continuously assault the array, it could withstand an hour at most, and someone of Master Kushin's caliber, nearly at the peak of innate power, could only delay him for 20 minutes. Therefore, if Kushin were determined to claim the Fountain of Life, Lin Chen would have to utilize a time travel opportunity every 20 minutes to prevent him from succeeding. Why such elaborate precautions, one might wonder. Why not simply take it all at once? A mere drop each day would amount to only 365 drops in a year. Even if lost, such a quantity seems trivial. However, while it may seem feasible to take everything, the reality is far more complex. Throughout the year, Lin Chen has learned much about the Fountain of Life. Primarily, there is the issue of storage. The water must be contained in special vessels imbued with magical energy, or the vital essence within will swiftly dissipate. Such materials are exceedingly rare in Shangri-La, and after a year of searching, Lin Chen has managed to construct a vessel of approximately 20 liters. You may not grasp the significance of such a volume of the Fountain of Life, but its effects can grant eternal life to 10 individuals. While this may seem precious, it is insignificant compared to the vast reservoir from which it is drawn. Even with a large container at his disposal, Lin Chen cannot extract it all. For the Fountain of Life not only embodies the essence of the dragon vein, but also symbolizes its fortune. Should he remove it entirely, the area would cease to produce the Fountain of Life, and the fortunes of Shangri-La would be irrevocably shattered. Lin Chen will not engage in the folly of depleting resources. He is committed to a sustainable development strategy, which is the true path forward. After meticulously arranging the formations within the cave and the temple outside, Lin Chen, clutching 20 liters of the Fountain of Life, made his way to a city in Huagua, located near the majestic Himalayas. After spending some time, he sought out a family with moderate means, who also had young children. As the countdown of his remaining time began, Lin Chen gently took hold of the child who had already fallen asleep in bed, silently choosing to return. Detected life form, quantity, 1, level. Would you like to spend 1 point to extract it? Choosing yes, Lin Chen transported both the child and the 20 liters of the fountain of life back to the Marvel Universe. He found himself once again on that deserted island. Without hesitation, Lin Chen utilized a chance to traverse dimensions, sending the child back to their original world. Just as he had departed, the child lay down once more, peacefully asleep, as if nothing had transpired. Having accomplished this, Lin Chen finally turned his attention to the system store. During his time in the mummy world, he had refrained from using his lottery opportunities, not because he had forgotten, but rather to conduct a test. In previous realms, the items available in the store had always aligned with those presented in the lottery interface. However, new items would only be added to the system store upon his return to the Marvel world. This time, Lin Chen deliberately abstained from the lottery, eager to see if any new items would emerge in the store. To his delight, 6 new items indeed appeared, all previously absent. Among them were the Fountain of Life, an ancient tome, another ancient tome, a pendant, a staff, and lastly, a bracelet. The most economical of these was the staff, priced at 1,600 points, while the ancient tomes commanded the highest price, exceeding 2,000 points. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as Lin Chen could not afford any of them. He could only speculate whether these 6 items would be available in the lottery. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen promptly opted for the lottery. As the spinning wheel materialized, he mused, how remarkably similar. Indeed, the 6 segments on the wheel mirrored the 6 items in the store. Without further contemplation, the lottery commenced. In a flash, merely a second later, an ancient pendant appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Crescent-shaped, adorned with intricate, archaic patterns, it exuded an exquisite allure, invigorating his mind as he held it. This pendant was available in the system store for 1,900 points, and Lin Chen understood its purpose. It served to repel mental attacks while also possessing a capacity to concentrate mental energy. Essentially, it functioned as a protective charm. With it in his possession, weaker mental assaults would be rendered ineffective, and even stronger ones would be significantly diminished. Only the most formidable attacks could bypass the pendant's defenses. However, in the short term, Lin Chen is unlikely to encounter such an existence. Thus, this equipment is quite satisfactory for now, and Lin Chen directly adorned it around his neck. A concentration of spiritual energy can invigorate the mind and enhance the subtle efficiency of cultivation. With this, the test could be deemed complete, and Lin Chen was aware that treasures from the dimension would appear in the system store before the lottery. Yet, this merely granted him foresight, rendering it of little utility. After concluding the lottery, Lin Chen took some items from the island and soared back home. Chapter 140. Nick's experiment. Deep beneath LaGuardia Airport in New York lies a secret base of SSS, dedicated to research related to the Tesseract. Initially, SSS studies on the Tesseract were in their nascent stages, but the arrival of Lin Chen and Thor heightened Nick's awareness of its significance, accelerating the pace of research. Subsequently, after acquiring inner strength techniques from Lin Chen, Nick, faced with the challenge of not obtaining swift results from simulated experiments, began to explore some topics that even Lin Chen had not anticipated. The energy blocks of the Tesseract and their impact on the speed of internal power enhancement in the human body. The possibility of replacing internal power with other forms of energy. The sudden emergence of gods and the enigmatic figure of Lin Chen left Nick feeling unnerved and acutely aware of humanity's fragility. Firearms, ammunition, these may suffice against ordinary humans, but against beings like Thor and Lin Chen, who can catch bullets with their bare hands, they are utterly impotent. Hence, Nick urgently needed to develop more potent weapons or create more formidable warriors. Captain America was a completed project, yet that was far from sufficient. From the inner strength techniques provided by Lin Chen, Nick glimpsed the potential for mass-producing more Captain Americas. Thus, he commenced utilizing the Tesseract for human experimentation. Seeking to expedite this process, Nick was cautious and did not rush into hands-on experimentation, as currently, only a scant few had cultivated internal power, besides Melinda. Merely around 30 individuals possessed such strength. He instructed his team to conduct extensive simulated experiments first, and only when they felt assured did they proceed to human trials. That morning, the base had conducted over 100 simulated experiments, and the team had gained a certain level of confidence in the impending human trials. Under Nick's supervision, they prepared to embark on genuine human experimentation. It must be said that this research team was indeed a congregation of geniuses. In their simulated experiments, The energy of the Tesseract could perfectly integrate with the human body, merging with internal power, allowing for a remarkable exchange that enabled individuals to unleash tremendous strength. However, simulations are ultimately mere simulations. Before practical application, their feasibility remains an unknown. Today was the day of reckoning. As Nick gazed at the research team affixing various instruments onto the soldiers, a look of anticipation spread across his face. Should this plan succeed, Nick would soon possess over 30 super soldiers within a single day, with numbers only destined to grow with time. Coupled with the weaponry forged from the cosmic cube, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. At that juncture, even when faced with alien armies, they would possess the fortitude to retaliate. Thus, under Nick's watchful eye, the team officially commenced the experiment of converting internal energy using the cosmic cube. In this initial phase, they conducted preliminary tests, opting not to utilize the cosmic cube directly, but rather energy blocks. For the first energy replacement test, they replaced 3% of the energy, initiating a countdown of 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, commence. As the command of a researcher resonated, the personnel diligently executed the first experiment. In an instant, an array of devices sprang to life, channeling energy from the blocks into the soldiers. The soldiers emitted cries of anguish. Nick remained unfazed, and the surrounding researchers seemed to anticipate this occurrence. They too remained undeterred, continuing with their tasks. After 2 or 3 seconds, the soldiers' cries subsided, giving way to soft whimpers. Moments later, tranquility washed over their faces. It was only then that the researchers paused their activities. The individual who had spoken earlier reminded everyone to meticulously record the data before turning to the soldier and inquiring, "How do you feel?" "Remarkable. I feel as though the energy within me has increased at least 4-fold. The soldier's face radiated joy. This result elicited expressions of delight from those around, and even Nick's lips curled upward in a faint smile. However, this was merely the beginning. After documenting the data, the team prepared for a second trial. This time, they amplified the energy to 10%, which was the maximum threshold identified for this soldier. Any more could risk catastrophic consequences from energy overload. The second test proceeded at a significantly slower pace, prioritizing stability. 10 minutes later, the outcome was exceedingly promising. The soldier had seamlessly integrated the energy, resulting in a 10-fold surge in internal power. At this moment, Nick nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "Test the bodily data. I must ascertain the extent of his enhancement." With the team's coordinated efforts, the soldier's physical condition was swiftly assessed, revealing a comprehensive strength 3 times that of his previous capabilities. Originally a formidable soldier, this enhancement positioned him to rival even the likes of Black Widow. As Nick perused the report, his delight only intensified, culminating in him retreating to an empty room where he erupted into a fit of laughter. Suppressing the inner excitement, Nick began to initiate modifications for everyone except Melinda. Once he confirmed that the soldier exhibited no adverse effects, Melinda was of paramount importance, possessing the greatest internal energy and the strongest capabilities. Therefore, Nick resolved to exercise caution. In less than half a day, through the diligent efforts of the research team, over 30 super soldiers emerged. This, however, was merely the first phase of enhancement. Following the established plan, after a period of adaptation, they would proceed to the second phase of augmentation, utilizing the cosmic cube for direct enhancement. Unbeknownst to Nick's circumstances, Lin Chen was at home organizing his belongings. With the proliferation of worlds he had traversed, Lin Chen had acquired an abundance of possessions. Additionally, with Laodon occasionally desiring to venture out, their home in New York had begun to feel increasingly confined. Lin Chen contemplated relocating to a secluded island, where he could undertake renovations and subsequently encircle it with formations. This would afford him ample space to arrange and store his possessions freely. Laodon would also be able to emerge at will, alleviating Lin Chen's concerns about being discovered. Moreover, employing formations to conceal his whereabouts would render him undetectable, much like the stealth techniques of Wakanda, which satellites could not perceive. Thus, convenience would reign supreme. Of course, Lin Chen did not abandon his residence in New York. It remained his publicly acknowledged dwelling. Thus, he discreetly spent half a day relocating some items from his room. Following this, he dedicated 3 days to initiating his grand renovation on a deserted island located in the Central Atlantic. Chapter 141. The experiment encountered issues. This island was not large. One might even describe it as quite diminutive. Shaped into a remarkably regular circle by the ocean's erosion, with a diameter of approximately 1 kilometer. At the center of this island, Lin Chen discovered a pond and promptly cleared a patch of land nearby to commence his modifications. The renovation was straightforward. He constructed a small wooden cabin for sleeping. As for the storage and various furnishings, Lin Chen chose not to laboriously craft them from wood, but instead employed magic to solidify earth into stone, assembling them as he pleased. It could be attributed to either the shallowness of his knowledge of the mummy's magic or Lin Chen's current weakness and strength. Otherwise, he could have conjured an entire house with a mere thought. Nonetheless, the knowledge related to cultivation remained exceptionally difficult to master, and after a year of study, he had only just begun to grasp the fundamentals. His thoughts remained somewhat disorganized, and after concealing this area with formations, he would need to devote time to sorting through it all. Thus, half a month elapsed. Lin Chen reinforced his own strength, and the level displayed on his panel elevated from B to B. Name: Jacqueline level. B points: 19 transcendence energy, 77 transcendence attempts, 154. Meanwhile, within the clandestine confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick was overseeing the second round of tests for this group of individuals. They had acclimated to their own capabilities, and at this juncture, the second application of the Tesseract's power for enhancement was perfectly timed. In the past fortnight, no unforeseen incidents had occurred, and Melinda had also undergone a significant enhancement, rendering her exceptionally formidable. During this period, Nick had discreetly conducted another experiment, attempting to augment the energy of individuals devoid of inner power, which, predictably, ended in failure. However, he managed to conceal this endeavor, ensuring that it remained largely unknown. Now, with high hopes for the second enhancement of this cohort of soldiers, Nick aspired not merely for them to achieve divine prowess, but at the very least to attain the level exhibited by Lin Chen. This ambition was not merely fanciful. During their simulated tests, they had demonstrated the potential to reach such standards, thus igniting Nick's anticipation. The apparatus for the second enhancement was extensive, for it directly harnessed the power of the Tesseract, necessitating precise and robust instruments to unleash its might. Adjusting the data and connecting the equipment consumed over 10 minutes, after which the soldier who had undergone the initial enhancement reclined once more upon the table. He was fervently yearning for greater power, fixated solely on attaining more strength. After exchanging a few words, the researchers, at Nick's behest, initiated the experiment. With the activation of the button, a multitude of instruments sprang into action, and the Tesseract began to emit a resplendent blue glow. A colossal surge of energy was compressed and transformed through various devices, ultimately converting into a measured liquid that flowed into the soldier's body. There were no screams or howls. Upon the infusion of the liquid, the soldier's expression remained unchanged. His gaze steadfastly fixed ahead, which astonished the observers. Although the ongoing experiment drew curious glances, the personnel refrained from comment. Approximately 10 seconds later, the liquid infusion concluded, and the instruments gradually began to cool. "How do you feel?" one individual inquired promptly. However, the soldier offered no response, his eyes still locked forward, seemingly entranced. "Record the data. We have a situation." The lead researcher assumed it was merely a minor glitch. Yet, the next moment, the soldier abruptly stood upright. His entire being engulfed in blue flames, his garments incinerated in an instant, and his eyes radiating an eerie azure light. This spectacle was clearly abnormal and exceeded all expectations, leaving everyone present utterly unprepared. "Subdue him." Nick swiftly reacted, issuing a command from outside the laboratory. However, everything slowed down before anyone could react. The soldier engulfed in blue flames trembled violently. In the next instant, an invisible shockwave erupted from him, radiating outward. Nearby researchers were instantly killed, their instruments shattered, and even the cosmic cube was affected, tumbling to the ground. The situation in the laboratory was dire. No one could stand, either dead or on the brink of death. Outside, Nick, observing the chaos, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom and rolled aside, seeking refuge behind a platform, narrowly avoiding injury. The personnel nearby were far less fortunate, collapsing in severe injury. At that moment, Nick realized that the second enhancement experiment had utterly failed. Moreover, they had inadvertently created a truly terrifying monster. With this thought, he immediately pressed a small button on his chest. "Hill, there's been an incident. Come quickly with your team, and upon seeing the one engulfed in blue flames, eliminate him immediately. While speaking, Nick cautiously peeked from behind the platform to observe the soldier enveloped in flames. After a few moments of scrutiny, he reached a conclusion. It appeared that this being lacked autonomous consciousness, rampaging chaotically through the laboratory, akin to a frenzied beast. It seemed the soldier could not withstand the energy of the cube, resulting in a loss of awareness and subsequent madness. Yet, the energy had indeed enhanced the soldier's physical form, explaining the current predicament. At this juncture, despite the significant research value of the creature, for safety's sake, Nick resolved to eliminate it. Shortly thereafter, Hill arrived with 3 teams of fully armed agents. Upon arrival, they quickly spotted the blue figure and launched an assault. A barrage of powerful gunfire erupted, striking the blue flame entity. However, to everyone's astonishment, the bullets melted as they neared him. How could this be? This defied scientific explanation. The bullets, possessing immense kinetic energy and crafted from high melting point alloys, were simply liquefied. What must the temperature be? If it were that high, why did the surrounding walls and equipment remain unscathed? This was utterly perplexing. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the volley of fire successfully drew the attention of the blue flame creature. Its movements were swift and deliberate. It tilted its head, and the blue flames in its eyes surged violently. In the next second, a colossal fireball erupted from its mouth. The fireball, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, surged forth with astonishing speed, striking the very center of the 3 squads in an instant. With a resounding boom, the fireball exploded, obliterating half of the personnel on impact. Chapter 142. The Blue Flame being. How are we to combat this? The Blue Flame being effortlessly dispatched 8 or 9 individuals with a single fireball. While their counterattacks proved nearly futile, the disparity in power was unmistakable. Nick and Hill exchanged glances, recognizing the futility of resistance, and promptly fled towards the exit. At that moment, one of the agents unleashed a projectile aimed at the Blue Flame being. Miraculously, the shell did not fail. Instead, it unleashed its destructive force. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the Blue Flame being in flames. However, as the inferno subsided, not only did the adversary remain unscathed, but yet another formidable fireball was hurled forth. The fate of the few remaining individuals was all but sealed. The mere act of buying Nick and Hill a few precious seconds was commendable. Upon their exit from the laboratory, they discovered that the entire team had been annihilated. Nick grasped the gravity of the situation. With the resources available at this base, they were ill-equipped to address the crisis. Contemplating the matter, he swiftly orchestrated the evacuation of his team while simultaneously contacting Tony. The location of this base was within the city, rendering any large-scale confrontation with the Blue Flame being implausible. Furthermore, the experimental endeavors necessitated confidentiality. Thus, resolving the issue within the confines of the base was paramount, and summoning Tony would facilitate the achievement of both objectives. Meanwhile, Tony was at home, engaged in upgrading his suit. Vibranium promised to propel technological advancements to new heights, a certainty that required considerable time. During this period, Tony's primary focus was enhancing his armor. With SSS assistance, he meticulously designed 3 new models. Previously, Tony's approach centered on augmenting the convenience of his suits while maintaining their strength. For instance, the Mark V was ingeniously transformed into a portable briefcase armor. Though lacking in power, it offered remarkable portability. Why this direction, one might wonder. Due to the constraints imposed by size and technology, the strength of the suits had essentially reached the pinnacle of current capabilities. Unless he could create suits as colossal as the Ironmonger, Tony had no choice but to prioritize convenience. Had vibranium not emerged, Tony estimated he would have developed a more lightweight armor within a year. However, due to Lin Chen's influence, Tony acquired substantial vibranium, prompting a complete shift in his research direction. The focus transitioned from convenience alone to a harmonious advancement of both power and practicality. The 3 new models, each emphasizing different aspects, are currently in the design phase, and Tony has aptly named them Mark VI, Mark VII, and Mark VIII. As Nick was refining detailed data, his phone rang. "Tony, there's a situation. The test entrance is located in an underground parking lot just 200 meters northeast of LaGuardia Airport. Put on your suit and hurry." In merely a minute, Nick spoke rapidly, outlining the situation. Upon realizing the gravity of the matter, Tony wasted no time. He donned his suit and set off towards the location. However, during his journey, Tony contemplated and decided to call Lin Chen. To him, Lin Chen was shrouded in mystery, and if he could coax him out this time, he might witness his prowess. Before long, Lin Chen's phone was connected. The crisp ringtone echoed across the island, and Lin Chen, engrossed in refining his spells, promptly approached his phone. Fortunately, the phones of this era still featured keyboards, boasting an impressively long standby time. Even after half a month, his device retained a significant charge. "Tony, what brings you to me?" As he spoke, Lin Chen's left hand was weaving spells, and a small cloud materialized in the sky above. "Lin, there's been a situation in the city. Do you wish to come and assess it?" As lightning flickered within the cloud, torrential rain began to pour down. "What sort of situation?" Lin Chen continued his incantation, his true essence surging within him. "A troublesome character has appeared. I hear he is ablaze with flames and quite intriguing. I've reached the location. It's right." Before he could finish, an explosive sound resonated from the other end, leaving Tony momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained silent, his left hand deftly maneuvering the spells. Suddenly, the torrential rain transformed into a barrage of icy spikes that surged towards a colossal boulder ahead. The ice, merely a solidified form of water, bore remarkable strength, managing to pierce several centimeters deep into the stone. After executing this, Lin Chen paused, nodding to himself. The optimized spell effects were indeed satisfactory, far superior to the rigidity of his previous incantations. The spells he had learned before lacked transformation among the 5 elements, rendering them exceedingly inflexible, which had frustrated him greatly. Although not yet exceptional, they had become significantly more fluid than before. At that moment, Tony seemed to have resolved his immediate predicament and spoke again. "Oh my God, I see the guy. He is indeed ablaze. He can even breathe fireballs. The fireballs pack quite a punch. I can't chat now. The location is just east of LaGuardia Airport. Come if you can." With that, Tony abruptly ended the call and resumed his battle against the fiery figure before him. On the other side, Lin Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. A figure engulfed in flames? Breathing fireballs? Who could this be? Why did he have no recollection? Had his emergence already triggered the butterfly effect? Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Chen felt compelled to rush over and ascertain the true nature of the fiery figure. With that thought in mind, he hastened towards the location Tony had indicated. Meanwhile, within the confines of the base, Tony was frowning as he circled around the blue flame entity, engaging in a feigned assault. This individual proved to be more troublesome than Tony had anticipated. Although his strength was not formidable, posing little threat to Tony, he was still a challenge. The only long-range attack he seemed capable of was the fireballs he expelled from his mouth, which Tony, aided by Jarvis, could effortlessly evade. Conversely, Tony's ranged assaults were equally ineffective against the creature. Even the most powerful anti-tank cannon merely stalled it, leaving Tony exasperated. In close combat, the flames enveloping the being exhibited peculiar properties. From a distance, they emitted no heat, yet any object placed within the flames would swiftly disintegrate. Even Tony's Iron Man suit could not withstand prolonged exposure. Having unwittingly struck the creature, he found his fist blistered. Such formidable capabilities rendered Tony hesitant to strike directly, forcing him to maintain a facade of aggression to prevent the entity from escaping. "Tony, in the third room on your right, there is a semi-finished experimental weapon. If you retrieve it, we may have a chance," Nick shouted from the sidelines. The primary focus of research within the base revolved around weapons powered by cube energy. Although the item in that room was a prototype, it still possessed considerable power. Upon receiving the prompt, Tony hurried towards the designated room and seized an oddly shaped firearm from within. It was neither distinctly a gun nor entirely devoid of gun-like features, hence the designation of a semi-finished product. Without hesitation, Tony aimed the peculiar weapon at the blue flame entity and fired. A pale blue beam erupted from the muzzle, striking the creature. While it did not annihilate the foe, it caused the blue figure to stagger back. "What is this thing? Its power is impressive," Tony marveled, aware of the creature's remarkable durability. Even the anti-tank cannon had only managed to impede its advance momentarily. The extraordinary weapon, despite its bizarre form, demonstrated formidable might. However, such effects were insufficient. The blue flame entity was remarkably resilient and possessed a powerful regenerative ability. If Tony did not eliminate it in one decisive blow, it would continue to recover. This predicament left Tony feeling quite uneasy as the standoff persisted, and just then, the blue flame entity seemed to be provoked, causing its flames to surge dramatically, distorting the surrounding air with intense heat. His hands waved chaotically, unleashing clusters of flames that erupted in all directions with remarkable intensity. In a moment of inattention, Tony was struck directly by a fireball, and by sheer misfortune, it hit the energy core located at his chest. The primary power source was damaged, and the backup energy began to activate. Jarvis's alert caused Tony's expression to darken slightly. The activation of the backup energy would take at least 2 to 3 seconds. While this blue flame entity was recklessly hurling fireballs at an astonishing rate of 1 or 2 dozen per second. Although the projectiles were indiscriminately scattered, the confined space guaranteed he would be hit again. He could only hope that his suit would withstand the onslaught. To be frank, Tony felt a pang of regret. He was currently clad in Mark IV, an upgraded version of Mark III, which lacked the latest vibranium protection. Otherwise, he could have easily torn the blue flame creature apart. At present, he felt rather powerless. Meanwhile, Nick remained steadfast, refusing to abandon Tony and instead seizing the opportunity during their skirmish to retrieve another weapon from an adjacent room. It was a cannon, measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, a burden even for Nick to lift. Nevertheless, he managed to aim it at the blue flame creature. However, before he could fire, a burst of blue flames erupted, obliterating the cannon. Nick was fortunate to evade disaster at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have perished. Unfortunately for Tony, his peril was imminent. As anticipated, another fireball hurtled toward him, striking his leg with tremendous force. This blow not only breached the suit's defenses, but also ignited the garments beneath. Although he activated the suit's protective systems to extinguish the flames, the fire's intensity was overwhelmingly high, resulting in severe burns to his leg. Furthermore, this assault damaged the suit's leg joint and transmission system, rendering him capable of movement with only one leg. Most troubling was the fact that the blue flame entity seemed to take a keen interest in Tony, advancing towards him. "Damn it," Tony muttered under his breath. At that moment, Jarvis finally activated the backup energy. Realizing he was outmatched, Tony prepared to flee. Yet, the blue flame creature appeared determined to pursue him, releasing another fireball. Tony attempted to dodge, but with only one leg functioning, his speed was significantly hampered, and the fireball struck his back. Boom! The explosion released a tremendous force, sending the suit crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Coughing, Tony forced himself to rise and began to counterattack. But the blue flame creature remained as formidable as ever. With the passage of time, it seemed to develop a semblance of intelligence, no longer exhibiting the mindless behavior it had displayed earlier. Once again, a blazing fireball struck, rendering Tony's mech utterly inoperative. Even Jarvis ceased to respond. With a sharp click, Tony removed his helmet and slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. Faced with the raised arm of the blue flame being, Tony felt a sense of indifference. He had truly exerted all his efforts. This creature was exceedingly bizarre, indestructible in battle, yet prone to injury with the slightest touch, nearly unsolvable. Bang! Bang! Nick fired his weapon from the side, attempting to distract the foe. However, the blue flame being paid him no heed, its arm descending swiftly. In that moment, Tony, undaunted, gazed calmly at the blue flame being. Where had it gone? How had its color changed? Just a second ago, the being's fist was about to strike him, and now it had vanished entirely. Instead, a figure clad in black stood before him. Was this not Lin? Where was the blue flame being? Tony glanced around, eventually spotting the small blue figure embedded in a nearby wall. "Little brother, what's the matter? You couldn't handle an unknown creature?" Lin Chen teased, looking down at Tony. Tony was momentarily bewildered. Upon entering, he had seen a person engulfed in blue flames, which had intrigued Lin Chen. But this was rather underwhelming. He had effortlessly sent the being flying with a single punch. In contrast, Tony had been pushed to such lengths by a mere minor character, leaving Lin Chen perplexed. However, it soon became clear to Lin Chen why. After being struck, the blue flame being emerged unscathed from the wall. It possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. Lin Chen noted. His previous strike had indeed required some exertion. He had assumed it would be an easy matter to deal with such a minor foe. Yet, it appeared there was more to it than he initially thought, though it was still nothing beyond his capability to handle. On the surface, the blue flame being appeared formidable. Yet in reality, it was merely a paper tiger. Lin Chen swiftly discerned its vulnerability. With a wave of his hand, a transparent whirlwind enveloped the creature. The whirlwind spun rapidly, and soon Lin Chen extracted the very air surrounding the blue flame being. Within seconds, the flames adorning its body began to weaken, ultimately not extinguishing, but instead coating its surface, as if cloaking it in a layer of blue skin. This sight was rather jarring. Lin Chen quickly darted to confront the blue-skinned creature, forming a seal with his left hand while channeling energy into a sword with his right, slicing straight through from head to toe. The blue flame being's resilience derived primarily from its fiery essence. By suppressing its flame abilities, Lin Chen could easily vanquish it. Chapter 144, The Cosmic Cube. I knew it. This fellow is merely a facade. Tony struggled to rise from his armor, his expression resolute. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he tugged at his wounds, grimacing in pain. Lin Chen cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What are you then? Even less than a mere ornament?" He then surveyed Tony's battered form and chuckled, "Stay still." With that, Lin Chen retrieved a small jade vial from his pocket, a precious vessel capable of containing the elixir of life. With a flourish, a droplet of crystalline life essence soared from the vial, landing atop Tony's head. Under Lin Chen's guidance, the life force coursed through Tony's body, visibly mending his wounds in an astonishingly swift manner. "What is this?" Tony exclaimed, astonished. He could scarcely believe what was unfolding before him. Moments ago, he had been gravely injured. The burns on his legs were particularly severe, and without prompt treatment, he risked deadly complications. Yet, this injury had been entirely healed by a single, mysterious drop of water. It was not merely a typical healing, it was akin to magic, restoring him completely within mere seconds, leaving no trace of scars. At that moment, Tony was at a loss for words, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Could this be a form of internal energy? If so, he found himself intrigued enough to consider learning it. "Life water," Lin Chen stated, tucking the jade vial away casually. "What is life water?" Tony pressed further. "Have you ever played video games? Those items that restore health points? This is quite similar, and it even extends lifespan." Lin Chen explained that a single drop of life water, if ingested by Tony, would not yield such immediate effects. The rapid recovery he experienced was primarily due to Lin Chen utilizing his genuine essence to assist in the healing process. Otherwise, it would have taken a day for such wounds to mend, and the results would not have been nearly as flawless. This substance is exceedingly rare. I do not possess much of it. While Lin Chen ostensibly offered an explanation to Tony, he was, in truth, directing his gaze to the left. "Director Nick, what do you think of this item?" Lin Chen had long since noticed Nick's presence and had initially expected him to reveal himself, but instead, Nick remained hidden, eavesdropping. "Ha ha. Lin, I truly appreciate your help this time." Nick emerged with a hearty laugh. His gratitude was genuine. Without Lin Chen's intervention, both Tony and he might have perished in this place. However, now that they had survived, he did not wish for Lin Chen to linger any longer, for they were in a secret base dedicated to the research of the cosmic cube, and Lin Chen's ongoing pursuit had always been the cube itself. If he were to discover this, who could say what calamities might ensue? Yet, Lin Chen had already sensed this underlying tension. From the moment Lin Chen entered the base, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Initially, he could not quite comprehend this feeling, but from the blue flame entity, he discerned something akin to the energy blocks. Thus, Lin Chen surmised that this facility was indeed a research center for the cosmic cube, and that this blue flame being was likely a product of experiments involving the cube. Furthermore, Lin Chen sensed a trace of internal energy emanating from the entity, leading him to believe that it had learned the techniques he previously imparted to Melinda. However, this was of little significance. What truly mattered was that the cosmic cube was concealed within this base. "Do not rush to thank me," Lin Chen gestured dismissively, candidly asserting that the cosmic cube was indeed present here. Nick did not respond, yet Lin Chen could read the answer in his eyes, just as he had suspected. The cube was hidden here. This visit had already accounted for the salvation of 2 lives. Lin Chen smiled, setting Tony aside for the moment. He turned to Nick and inquired how he intended to repay this life debt. "By the way, you owe me a favor as well. 1 life and 1 favor. How do you plan to repay that?" Just as Nick was about to speak, Lin Chen interrupted. "I have devised a solution. Hand over the cosmic cube, and we shall consider our debt settled. Moreover, I will provide you with the life-giving water I previously mentioned." "What do you say?" Though the likelihood of Nick agreeing was slim, Lin Chen felt compelled to make the attempt. "The cosmic cube? That artifact has been securely sealed. Access is restricted to the highest levels of clearance. My permissions are insufficient. It requires simultaneous authorization from another individual. Lin Chen paid little heed to this and continued. This life-giving water has the power to resurrect the dead, even restoring sight to the blind. Have you not considered this? The cosmic cube was undeniably peculiar. And while Lin Chen could feel the uniqueness of the base, he was still unaware of its exact location. Otherwise, he would have seized it already. Rather than engage in this lengthy discourse, is the life-giving water truly as miraculous as you claim? Nick's attention was piqued, yet he remained resolute against relinquishing the cosmic cube. At that moment, he was solely interested in clarifying the properties of the water. Such a substance had never crossed his path, and if it were indeed as Lin Chen described, he must acquire it. Indeed, that is merely its fundamental capability. With a sufficient quantity, it could even grant immortality. Lin Chen's tone dripped with persuasion. However, Nick remained unmoved, a flicker of skepticism evident on his face. Observing this, Lin Chen decided to be forthright. Nick, I am aware that the cosmic cube is nearby. I will not make things difficult for you. One life and one favor in exchange for a single opportunity to interact with the cube. I shall not remove it. I only wish to engage with it here in this space. What do you think? Wait, is the cosmic cube you mentioned the one my father salvaged? Wasn't research on it halted due to its immense danger? At this moment, Tony interjected, yes, it is indeed your father's. I merely wish to clarify a few points for Nick. However, Lin Chen suddenly lifted his leg and strode leftward, having sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from that direction. Upon noticing this, Nick immediately grew anxious, for that was precisely where the cosmic cube resided. Yet, Lin Chen's pace was astonishingly swift, leaving Nick unable to keep up. By the time Nick and Tony arrived at the scene, Lin Chen was already standing before the cosmic cube. This was clearly a laboratory. Upon entering, Lin Chen discerned this fact instantly. The blue flame entity from earlier must have originated from this very place. The cosmic cube lay in the northwest corner of the lab, having fallen to the ground, with Lin Chen positioned right beside it. How exquisite it was, gazing at the cube that shimmered with azure light. Lin Chen couldn't help but utter a soft sigh. Chapter 145, The Primitive Planet Lin. Whatever your intentions with the cosmic cube may be, you must exercise utmost caution. With no means to halt Lin Chen now, Nick could only shout from a distance. Unfazed, Lin Chen slowly lowered his hand and grasped the cube. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it? To Lin Chen, the system's prompt sounded incredibly melodious. This was the cosmic cube. The energy blocks it could effortlessly generate could provide nearly half a chance for traversal. Moreover, the cube could produce these energy blocks in infinite quantities. Its energy was, quite frankly, limitless. If Lin Chen were to absorb it, wouldn't his chances for traversal become boundless as well? In that moment, Lin Chen began to envision the future scenes of his unrestricted travels. With the fountain of life as his backing, he felt invincible and planned to traverse sea-level worlds recklessly, enhancing his strength to its zenith before venturing into higher realms to accumulate points. However, this notion was swiftly shattered. Just as Lin Chen was about to make his choice, the cube suddenly erupted in a brilliant blue light, seemingly enraged by the audacity of someone attempting to siphon its energy. It unleashed a tremendous spatial force. A beam of blue light shot upward, striking the ceiling and creating a cosmic expanse. Immediately after, to Lin Chen's bewilderment, a powerful suction erupted from within, drawing him in. What the? In an instant, Lin Chen vanished, leaving only the cosmic cube to plummet to the ground, the room echoing with the remnants of his stunned exclamation. What just happened? Tony was equally perplexed by the situation. In response, Nick remained silent, hastening to the cosmic cube, seizing a nearby specialized glove to grasp it, and subsequently placing it into a designated containment box. The Rubik's Cube possesses a wondrous energy, which our research has revealed can transport individuals to distant locations. However, this energy is quite peculiar. While its existence was acknowledged, the means of harnessing it had eluded us until now. Just as the thought lingered unspoken, Tony grasped Nick's implication. Lin Chen had likely been whisked away by that extraordinary force. As for where he had been transported and the distance from their current location, such details remained shrouded in mystery. Tony was determined to rescue Lin Chen, yet the situation was entirely unclear. His only recourse was to delve into the mysteries of the Tesseract, hoping to unearth a solution. Although the prospect of retrieving Lin Chen seemed bleak, Tony felt compelled to act. especially since Lin Chen had recently saved his life. Tragically, he had not yet had the chance to express his gratitude. On a primitive planet light years away from Earth, a bewildered Lin Chen suddenly materialized. Have I been transported by the Tesseract? Just like Red Skull? Observing the towering trees that soared hundreds of meters high, Lin Chen was filled with uncertainty. Yet, wasn't Red Skull sent to a planet housing the Soul Stone? Where was he now? Lin Chen recalled that the planet with the Soul Stone was shrouded in darkness, surrounded by desolate lands, while the vibrant life before him suggested otherwise. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen commenced a swift reconnaissance of his surroundings. His objective was straightforward. Returning to Earth was imperative, particularly given the existence of a significant supply of life water. Additionally, the presence of vibranium and tesseract energy cubes were crucial resources he sought. Thus, Lin Chen could only hope that this planet boasted a high-tech civilization. Otherwise, he might find himself stranded for an extended period. Glancing at his character profile, Lin Chen felt a modicum of reassurance from the substantial number of traversal opportunities available to him. Name: Jack Lin. Level: B points. 19 traversal energy, 85 traversal count, 518 previously. The system had absorbed energy from the Tesseract. Although it faced resistance and was subsequently transported away, it managed to gather a considerable amount of energy in that fleeting moment. As a result, his traversal opportunities had surged by over 300. This provided Lin Chen with a sense of security. Should this not be a high-tech planet, he could continuously traverse and seek a way back through various worlds. If fortune were to abandon him entirely, leaving him devoid of traversal opportunities without discovering a means of return, Lin Chen would have to rely on finding an energy source on this planet. However, such a scenario was highly improbable. With over 500 traversal chances, at worst, he could explore an A-level world. Lin Chen was resolute. After numerous ventures into B-level worlds, he refused to believe he would not uncover a solution. With this mindset, Lin Chen rapidly scoured the planet for answers. At the outset, Lin Chen was exceedingly cautious in his search, wary of high-tech surveillance. However, as time passed, his exploration expanded, and he grew increasingly audacious. Eventually, he soared into the sky, conducting extensive searches over vast areas. A day later, Lin Chen's spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Despite the environment's exquisite beauty and the air being conducive to human habitation, it was, in essence, a primitive planet. There were no signs of advanced technological cities, nor had he encountered even one primitive person. Disgusted, he spat into a volcanic crater. Feeling profound frustration, it became evident that he must now seek solutions from the worlds he could traverse. Due to the limited number of crossings, Lin Chen had to temporarily shelve his original plan to explore the C-grade world, and instead, he would have to devise a strategy from the B-grade world. Resolute, he wasted no time and chose to traverse immediately. Confirmed, world level. B. Traversal will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. As the blinding light faded, Lin Chen found himself atop a small hill. The surroundings were barren, devoid of trees, with distant snow-capped mountains and a nearby expanse of sandy plains, where he could faintly discern houses on some gentle slopes. This situation was far more favorable than ending up in a pigsty. He promptly examined the identity and tasks assigned by the system. His identity was straightforward, a hunter named Tommy Laurel. Just from the name alone, Lin Chen surmised he was in a Western world. Coupled with the B-grade classification, he speculated that this realm might be akin to Aisha's world, also a Western magical domain. Upon further inspection of the details, Lin Chen learned that he resided in a country called the Kingdom of Arno, specifically in the vicinity of Cardolan. The names Arno and Cardolan offered little information, and he could not recall anything significant. So he shook his head and swiftly turned his attention to the task section. Chapter 146, The Lord of the Rings Main Quest. Personally destroy the One Ring. Quest reward, 500 points and 1 opportunity for a lottery draw in this realm. Side quest, collect the rings. Ring enthusiast. Quest reward, 100 points. The moment Lin Chen laid eyes on the main quest, he understood precisely which world he had entered. The Lord of the Rings, or rather, the Ring series, also includes the Hobbit trilogy, which Lin Chen had watched before and remembered well. It revolved around the saga of the One Ring. The aim of the film was to annihilate the One Ring, aligning closely with the main quest requirements, except that it necessitated Lin Chen himself to carry out the destruction. Indeed, this side quest is remarkably intriguing. It is not merely a one-time task, but but one that can be repeated. By collecting a single magic ring, one can submit it for a reward of 100 points. Lin Chen recalls that aside from the one ring, there exist more than a dozen other magic rings in this realm. If all are discovered, it would amount to over 1,000 points, surpassing even the main quest. This is certainly splendid news. However, the whereabouts of these rings remain a mystery that Lin Chen must unravel, as the film does not reveal them all. Moreover, based on the film's portrayal, the power dynamics in this world do not seem overly formidable, and Lin Chen should not encounter significant danger, though he harbors concerns that these individuals may possess strengths beyond those depicted in the movie. After all, this is a world inhabited by iconic races such as dragons, elves, and dwarves, in addition to wizards, treants, and demons, all steeped in rich fantasy. In such a well-crafted universe, even the presence of formidable beings would not astonish Lin Chen. Therefore, to ensure his own safety, humility and prudence are paramount. As for the main quest, the One Ring is depicted in the film as possessing immense power and the ability to render its bearer invisible. However, its drawback lies in its capacity to corrupt the mind, driving individuals to madness. Only those with formidable willpower can resist its influence. Lin Chen believes his willpower surpasses that of the average person. While claiming to be entirely unaffected may seem presumptuous, he considers himself to be moderately influenced at the very least. Nevertheless, pondering these matters is futile. What is essential is to ascertain the state of the plot and the location of the One Ring. With this in mind, Lin Chen promptly ventured to the nearby town to gather information. The flow of news in this world is notably sluggish, with horseback riding being the fastest means of transportation. Unfortunately, Lin Chen gleaned little useful information during his time in the town. However, he did manage to acquire a map of the surrounding area. From this map, Lin Chen discovered that the Shire, home to the hobbits, lies not far to the north, merely a 2 to 3 days journey by cart from his current location. For an ordinary person, this duration would be accurate, but Lin Chen, under the cover of night, reached the Shire in less than half an hour. This was due to the map's rough and imprecise nature, which led him to take several detours. Otherwise, he could have arrived within 10 minutes. The Shire is breathtakingly beautiful, and although situated in the northern reaches, it enjoys a climate akin to perpetual spring, a marvel in itself. The land is fertile and ideal for cultivation, adorned with lush fields and serene lakes. However, as it was the dead of night, all homes were shuttered, resulting in a tranquil yet desolate atmosphere. Lin Chen settled cross-legged upon a large stone, quietly meditating as he awaited the dawn. In the stillness of the night, it was impractical for Lin Chen to infiltrate every household in search of information. Thus, he resolved to wait until dawn to take action. At that moment, Lin Chen's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of innate perfection. According to his own estimations, this corresponded to the zenith of foundational establishment. Furthermore, with the ability to interchange his magical power and true essence, Lin Chen believed his next step should be to condense a golden core within his body, thereby becoming a core formation practitioner. However, these notions were merely conjectures on Lin Chen's part. Without any concrete evidence or reference texts, he could not risk his life to test them. Therefore, at this juncture, Lin Chen could only focus on stabilizing his internal cultivation, striving to increase and solidify his true essence as a foundation for the future. Time passed swiftly, and as dawn broke, Lin Chen opened his eyes. The industrious hobbits began to rise, embarking on a new day of labor. Observing these diminutive beings, just over a meter tall, Lin Chen found them exceedingly intriguing. Their short stature belied their remarkable vigor. Yet, despite the amusement, Lin Chen's purpose for being here was not mere sightseeing. He quickly commenced his inquiries, recalling that the protagonist's name was something akin to Baggins. This was a crucial lead, providing him with a wealth of clues. The hobbits, curious about the arrival of a human, were quite taken aback, as such a remote area like the Shire rarely witnessed visitors. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Lin Chen's search. The hobbits were known for their simplicity, hospitality, and genuine nature. Lin Chen felt quite at ease here, as his questions were met with enthusiastic responses. Before long, Lin Chen found himself standing before the door of the Baggins residence. A tightly shut door. He had already gleaned from various sources that the Baggins family had departed, learning that an elder hobbit named Bilbo Baggins had vanished into thin air. His visit was merely to confirm this information, and it appeared to be true. Furthermore, according to the intelligence he had gathered, the plot of the Lord of the Rings had already commenced. Lin Chen now recalled that Bilbo Baggins was the protagonist of The Hobbit, while Frodo Baggins was the central figure in The Lord of the Rings. The One Ring was currently in Frodo's possession. It seemed that this fellow had departed alongside several other hobbits, receiving assistance from a multitude of individuals along the way. Dwarves, men, and elves alike had aided him. Among them, the most significant was Gandalf the Grey, the wizard who wove through both narratives. If Lin Chen could locate him, he should be able to find Frodo as well. The reason for seeking him out lies in Gandalf's prominence, which far surpasses that of Frodo. He is widely recognized, making it considerably easier for Lin Chen to gather information. In the film, Frodo's quest is to journey to Mordor and destroy the One Ring, located in the southeastern region of the continent. Observing the map reveals that to the right lies a range of mountains, suggesting they should first head south before moving east through Rohan and Gondor. Thus, Lin Chen commenced his journey southward, gathering intelligence along the way. Should he fail to locate anyone, he would resort to the final strategy of lying in wait at a crucial crossroads or the destination. Chapter 147, Rivendell. And so, 3 days swiftly elapsed as Lin Chen traveled south. Although he did not encounter Frodo and his companions, he did uncover information regarding the Rings of Power. While much of it was merely folklore, many details were not depicted in the film or had escaped Lin Chen's notice. Firstly, aside from the One Ring, there exist 19 other rings. 9 are held by men, 3 by elves, and the remaining 7 by dwarves. From the lips of some well-informed rangers, Lin Chen learned an unsettling piece of news, or rather a legend whose accuracy was uncertain. It was said that a significant portion of the dwarven rings had been devoured by a malevolent dragon, leaving only 2 or 3 known to be in existence, and their whereabouts remain a mystery. As for the 9 rings of men, they were once renowned, but have long since faded from public view, lost to the annals of time. The 3 elven rings have always been shrouded in mystery, said to possess the ability to render their bearers invisible. Their locations are known only to their guardians. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a wave of frustration, not so much about the 3 elven rings, but rather concerning the dwarven ones. From the film, he was aware that the bearers of the 3 elven rings were Gandalf, King Elrond, and a female elf whose name escaped him. The 9 rings of men were in the possession of the 9 ringwraiths who relentlessly pursued Frodo. However, the whereabouts of the 7 dwarven rings eluded him and warranted further investigation. The revelation that a substantial number had been consumed by dragons was disheartening. Nevertheless, Lin Chen acknowledged that, in the public domain, the 9 rings of men and the 3 elven rings accounted for a total of 12 rings. If he could gather them all, he would earn 1,200 points, a considerable reward indeed. With this thought, he did not dwell excessively on the dwarven rings and continued his search. However, another 3 days passed with Lin Chen still unable to unearth any leads regarding Gandalf or Frodo. Yet, he did learn of a place, Rivendell. That was the domain of King Elrond, and based on certain clues, he managed to recall a fragment of information. In the film, it seems to unfold in Rivendell, where a group of individuals resolves to entrust Frodo with the task of conveying the One Ring to Mordor. Lin Chen may venture there to assess the current situation and ascertain the present timeline. Rivendell lies to the southwest of Cardolan and to the northwest of Gondor, situated within the realm of Eriador. It is neither too far nor too near from Lin Chen's current location. An ordinary person would require 4 to 5 days of walking, but for him, it would not take nearly as long. In just half a day, Lin Chen arrived at the heart of Rivendell. This area is enveloped in a dense forest, where it is likely that King Elrond resides. However, the forest is vast, and Lin Chen would likely spend considerable time searching. Yet, not long after entering, he suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched. It was not the sensation of someone nearby observing him, but rather as if someone from a great distance was employing some arcane means to surveil him. Lin Chen surmised that he had likely been detected by the elves. Was this bad news? Certainly not. This was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune. Had he been left to search on his own, it would have consumed a significant amount of time. Now that he had been discovered, as soon as the elves made their appearance, whether to apprehend him or for some other purpose, Lin Chen would swiftly discern the whereabouts of King Elrond. As he had conjectured, it was indeed the elves who had noticed him. They had learned of his presence through certain plants in the forest, which alerted them to the intrusion of a stranger. And then the patrolling elves used magic to pinpoint Lin Chen's location. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, while Lin Chen was leisurely seated upon a large tree, he finally heard the sound of approaching footsteps. These footsteps were light, almost inaudible, yet Lin Chen perceived them. After a moment of careful sensing, he realized that a patrol team was approaching, comprising 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. Before long, the 5 appeared directly within Lin Chen's line of sight. The men were handsome, the women exquisite, with pointed ears and slender forms, and above all, their unique aura compelled Lin Chen to marvel at the wonders of creation. As he was lost in admiration, the 5 soon detected Lin Chen's presence as well. The leader, a male elf, raised his longbow, aiming the arrow directly at Lin Chen, and called out in a commanding voice, "Intruder, state your purpose." Had Lin Chen been armed or exhibited any intent to attack, they would have surely loosed their arrows. "I seek someone," Lin Chen replied slowly, then leapt down from the tree, over 10 meters high, prompting the elves to raise their bows in caution. "Relax." Lin Chen smiled gently. "I am in search of a hobbit, rather diminutive, just over a meter tall, named Frodo Baggins. I have heard that he has come to Rivendell, so I came to look for him." "Frodo Baggins?" The male elf furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Who might you be? What brings you to seek him?" The name Baggins was indeed familiar to them. A hobbit had recently settled among them. However, wasn't that individual known as Bilbo Baggins? How could this person be searching for Frodo? The ranger, Lin Chen, nodded slightly in acknowledgement and responded, "I seek him for a matter of great importance. One that is also connected to King Elrond. You may escort me to him." King Elrond possessed an elven ring, and no matter the circumstances, Lin Chen felt compelled to attempt to acquire it. Thus, he had crafted this pretext. Either the others would regard him with seriousness and take him to see King Elrond, or they would dismiss him, apprehending him and delivering him to the king's presence for confinement. In either scenario, Lin Chen would be taken along, unless he were extraordinarily unfortunate, and they deemed him lacking in intellect, opting instead to eliminate him outright. In that case, Lin Chen would have to feign being captured. Essentially, he would need to defeat the 5 individuals and compel them to escort him back. Fortunately, such an eventuality did not occur. Upon mentioning King Elrond, the 5 displayed evident surprise and uncertainty. Observing this, Lin Chen quickly asserted, "I carry no weapons. You need not worry." As he spoke, he turned in a circle to reveal his unarmed state. "We know nothing of Frodo Baggins, but we do have a Bilbo Baggins here." The male elf pondered briefly before responding. The name of King Elrond was not commonly known, and Lin Chen's ability to articulate it suggested he possessed some genuine knowledge, which was likely why they were inclined to relent. Chapter 148. The palace of Elrond lay deep within the forest, nestled within a valley that embraced the mountains and waters, presenting a breathtakingly beautiful landscape shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Ultimately, the 5 elves escorted Lin Chen to this location. Given Lin Chen's demeanor and tone, they perceived no deceit, indicating that he indeed had a matter of significance to address. Thus, the leading male elf guided Lin Chen onward, while the remaining 4 continued their patrol. The elf maintained a vigilant stance towards the unarmed human. After all, leaping unscathed from trees towering over 10 meters did not suggest an ordinary individual. As they walked, he began to elucidate some of the customs of Multiverse. There were many, though not overly burdensome. Essentially, as long as one refrained from speaking out of turn or engaging in any disrespectful behavior, one could traverse the area safely. By the way, Multiverse serves as the heart of Rivendell, where King Elrond resides. Upon arriving in the valley, Lin Chen discovered that a peculiar force enveloped the entire area. Apart from relying on his own senses for observation, he found himself unable to employ any other means. It was not a matter of inability, but rather a concern of being detected. Without a clear understanding of the adversary's strength, Lin Chen was not inclined to act recklessly. Thus, under the guidance of the male elf, he reached the exterior of King Elrond's residence. "Ranger Legolas, please wait here while I notify them." After this brief instruction, the male elf proceeded inside. Lin Chen nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation as he waited in silence. From his earlier observations upon entering, Lin Chen had pieced together the situation. Indeed, he recognized the companions of the protagonist, whether from the film or his prior inquiries. He knew that accompanying Frodo were 3 other hobbits. Now that he had spotted them, the timeline aligned. Frodo should be present as well, and the council had yet to convene. This implied that they had not yet decided who would journey to Mordor to destroy the One Ring. "Elrond summons you." Just as Lin Chen pondered these thoughts, the male elf emerged, calling out. With a faint smile, Lin Chen followed him inside. The atmosphere within King Elrond's abode was steeped in antiquity, After all, this was a being who had lived for thousands of years, and the lifespan of the elven race is notably extended. King Elrond was affable, not seated upon a throne awaiting Lin Chen, but rather quietly waiting in a pavilion to the side of the great hall. I sense the power within you, Ranger Legolas. Speak of your purpose for being here. Before Lin Chen could utter a word, Elrond spoke, turning to face him, his visage radiant. Previously, while watching the film, Lin Chen had found himself perplexed by the soft, luminous effects that accompanied the elven scenes. Now it became apparent that this was not mere cinematic effect. These high elves truly emanated a glow. However, this luminescence was not constant. It was striking at first glance, yet less blinding upon a second look. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Chen declared, "I have come to destroy the One Ring." From Elrond, Lin Chen felt a subtle sense of threat, likely due to the nature of his cultivation system, rendering it difficult to gauge the extent of the king's power. Nevertheless, he surmised that Elrond possessed at least a B-level strength. Certainly, this prowess was enhanced by the elven ring he bore. Without it, his own strength alone would not be so formidable. "How do you know this? Who are you?" A voice of astonishment erupted, not from Elrond, but from behind Lin Chen, the wizard Gandalf, clad in gray. Gandalf arrived here at an unknown time. Having overheard Lin Chen's proclamation, before Lin Chen could turn around, King Elrond questioned him, "Human, reveal your identity." In this world, identity holds paramount significance, a notion Lin Chen had already contemplated. Thus, as he made his way here, he fabricated a persona in his mind. "I am a ranger of the continent, the guardian of northern magic, the embodiment of the winds of nature, Tamaloral." As he spoke, Lin Chen's voice gradually swelled in both volume and authority. And as he reached the climax of his declaration, a gentle breeze began to stir, escalating into a tempest that sent leaves cascading from a nearby grand tree, while scrolls around them fluttered wildly. The garments of King Elrond and Gandalf billowed in the wind, their eyes narrowing slightly. In all honesty, it was Lin Chen's first time announcing his identity in such a manner, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, the world of Middle-earth relished this theatricality. The more imposing and grandiose one appeared, the more formidable they seemed. To fulfill his main quest, Lin Chen needed to exhibit his prowess. Otherwise, these individuals would never allow him to claim the One Ring. Indeed, his resounding declaration stunned both King Elrond and Gandalf. "The guardian of northern magic? I have never heard of such a figure," Gandalf inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. King Elrond's expression mirrored his curiosity. Although the north was remote, if Lin Chen were truly as powerful as he claimed, he should have been known. The suddenness of Lin Chen's appearance raised suspicions. Just days prior, Elrond had dispatched messengers to inform the dwarves, humans, and other elves, and now Lin Chen had arrived. His intentions were certainly worth questioning. "There are many things you have yet to hear. I also bear the title of Dragon Conqueror." As he spoke, a semi-transparent silhouette materialized before him, depicting a dragon poised for flight, accompanied by a resonant roar that echoed faintly in the air. This, of course, referred to the dragon, for in the Western lands, dragons symbolize malevolence. Lin Chen's ability to subdue such a creature marked him as a paragon of virtue, coupled with the strength required to conquer dragons. Lin Chen's identity was becoming increasingly evident, a formidable and virtuous mage, just as Lin Chen anticipated upon revealing his title as Dragon Conqueror. The expressions of both men shifted entirely. "My Lord Lyral, the Guardian of the North, Elrond welcomes your arrival." King Elrond, as the host, offered a slight bow, revealing his full name, Elrond. "I am Gandalf." He too inclined his head slightly. "Gandalf, I have heard of you." "The Grey Wizard," Lin Chen responded with a smile. He continued, "My purpose here is straightforward. Dark forces are stirring, and the continent is on the brink of calamity. To ensure the safety of the mainland, I must destroy the Supreme Ring." Chapter 149. Is this ring genuine? Ultimately, under the circumstances that Lin Chen's identity as a legitimate mage was firmly established, subsequent discussions proceeded remarkably well. Regarding the Supreme Ring, the three engaged in deliberations. Although there were moments of divergence, they ultimately reached a consensus. Due to King Elrond's invitation to representatives from other races, they could not directly hand the Supreme Ring over to Lin Chen at that moment, so they resolved to wait. Once all the races had gathered, they would reconvene to deliberate further. In the interim, Lin Chen would reside here. As a distinguished guest of King Elrond, Lin Chen enjoyed lavish accommodations, residing in a spacious house, with a sumptuous soft bed and meals of the highest quality. It must be said that the elves truly know how to indulge, and the cuisine they prepared was exquisite, particularly the fruit wine, which was refreshingly delightful, earning Lin Chen's enthusiastic praise. In this state of indulgence, 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Chen did not deliberately seek contact with Frodo and the others. Yet it was evident that they had taken notice of this unexpected human amidst the elves, prompting them to engage him. One morning, Lin Chen was engrossed in a discussion about magic with Gandalf. Indeed, during these days, Lin Chen was not idly practicing. Rather, he sought to exchange knowledge of magic with King Elrond and Gandalf. The essence of spells, magic, martial arts, and techniques revolves around the utilization of internal energy to unleash corresponding power. They share commonalities. Lin Chen's intention in seeking them out was to exchange insights, learn from one another, and thereby enhance his own prowess. It must be noted that Lin Chen's idea was exceedingly astute. From Gandalf and King Elrond, he gleaned a wealth of wondrous magical knowledge, revealing an entirely new paradigm. Lin Chen absorbed much, and in turn, they both learned a great deal from him as well. The knowledge derived from another world felt as though it had opened the door to a new realm, leaving them entranced. After a brief exchange, Frodo and his companions approached Lin Chen while Gandalf was present. With Gandalf facilitating introductions, they quickly became acquainted. The Northern Guardians? Is the North entirely covered in snow? Are there snowmen? I have heard that the northern region is filled with great snow-capped mountains, making survival for humans exceedingly difficult. The 4 hobbits, aside from Frodo, were incessantly curious, chattering away and posing endless questions. Lin Chen, of course, did not address all their inquiries. After casually answering a few, he deftly shifted the conversation. Regarding these 4 hobbits, Lin Chen held no particular sentiment. They were merely protagonists, a sight he had encountered frequently, and thus he remained unperturbed. It was the Supreme Ring that piqued Lin Chen's interest. At this moment, it should have been with Frodo, yet Lin Chen felt not a trace of it, as if it were non-existent, devoid of any energy fluctuations. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen directly inquired, "Frodo, you must have the Supreme Ring with you, correct?" Upon hearing this, Frodo, for reasons unknown, instinctively clutched his chest, tightly grasping the ring with one hand. In that instant, everyone understood that Frodo had the ring close to his heart. "It is indeed on me," Frodo hesitantly replied. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Take it out, let me see." At his words, Gandalf's eyes narrowed, yet he refrained from comment, while the others fixed their gaze upon Frodo. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, coupled with Lin Chen's request, Frodo inexplicably felt a fleeting desire to withhold it from them. However, this thought was ephemeral. He shook his head and swiftly dismissed it from his mind. Slowly, he retrieved the Supreme Ring, strung on a cord, from his chest, and held it aloft. In that moment, Lin Chen beheld the full appearance of the ring, a lustrous golden hue, approximately the thickness of an adult's middle finger, remarkably smooth and devoid of any engravings or embellishments. After a couple of glances, Lin Chen gleaned no useful information. Did not the ring possess the ability to speak in the films? Would it not entice those who gazed upon it? Why did he feel none of this? In a state of bewilderment, Lin Chen focused his thoughts, and a gentle breeze swirled, shifting the ring slightly, bringing it above his palm. "Be cautious, it has the power to corrupt the heart, awakening the inner evil within." Gandalf cautioned from the side. Hobbits are a peculiar race, seemingly endowed with an innate resistance to the ring. Frodo had possessed it for so long. If he were a human, he might have succumbed to darkness by now. For an ordinary person, even if they were to be corrupted, the destructive potential would be limited. However, if held by someone of great power, unimaginable malevolence could be unleashed. Hence Gandalf's warning to Lin Chen. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation," Lin Chen replied, nodding and offering Gandalf a reassuring glance. With that, he became fully vigilant, channeling his true essence, his entire aura shifting, projecting an air of utmost seriousness. In this state, Lin Chen grasped the Supreme Ring with one hand. After several seconds, he curiously and earnestly asked, "Is this ring perhaps a counterfeit?" Gandalf appeared utterly bewildered. "Have you, the conqueror of dragons, lost your mind? Or have I, Gandalf, become incapable of wielding my sword? Is this overwhelming aura of malevolence something you have consumed? Why is there no reaction?" Lin Chen curiously fiddled with the ring, perplexed. He had prepared himself to resist any temptations, yet upon grasping it, it felt no different from an ordinary ring, devoid of any response, leading Lin Chen to doubt its authenticity. Contemplating this, he disregarded Gandalf, who seemed to hesitate in his words, and summoned flames from his palm to scorch the ring. This remarkable display elicited cheers from several hobbits, while Gandalf couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. Though he too wielded fire magic and possessed considerable mastery over it, he could not replicate Lin Chen's delicate control. Yet, could it be that Lin Chen truly felt no malevolent aura emanating from the ring? Why did it feel utterly inert? If that were the case, sending him to Mordor to destroy the One Ring would indeed be an impeccable decision. The flames danced for several seconds, etching mysterious inscriptions onto its surface, yet they failed to mar it in the slightest, and Lin Chen felt nothing. Perhaps I should try wearing it? Lin Chen glanced at Gandalf, tentatively inquiring. He simply could not discern any difference in the ring, with no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that he was misapplying it? No. If I wear the ring, Sauron will sense it. Gandalf promptly interjected, cautioning Lin Chen. Chapter 150, The Council of Elrond. The Dark Lord Sauron and the One Ring are intertwined. He has relentlessly sought the One Ring, even dispatching formidable ring wraiths. The reason the One Ring remains undiscovered here is that King Elrond has concealed it with powerful magic. If you put it on now, Sauron will be aware of its presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pondered and ultimately refrained from the risk of wearing it. He would wait a few days until others arrived for the impending council. There was no rush. With a chuckle, he thought, I shall see if I can shatter it. The material of the One Ring is extraordinarily unique, imbued with potent magic. In the films, the only method to destroy it was to cast it into the molten lava of the mountain where it was forged. Yet Lin Chen was determined to test its limits. It is futile. The One Ring was forged in the fiery depths of Mount Doom in Mordor, and can only be destroyed by casting it into the flames of that abyss. Here, we cannot destroy it. Gandalf and King Elrond had attempted this before, to no avail. But one must at least try, right? Lin Chen thought little of it. He simply wished to experiment. With that, he stepped away from the crowd and, with a flick of his wrist, levitated the ring into the air. In the next moment, he drew a sword approximately 1 meter in length from his waist, channeling his essence and bringing it down with tremendous force. This sword, procured during his journey, was of fine quality, indeed a remarkable weapon. At this moment, true essence was imbued upon the blade, rendering it sharper and less susceptible to breakage. However, as Lin Chen's sword descended, the magic ring unexpectedly flashed with a golden light, and a surge of inexplicable power erupted, causing Lin Chen's long sword to shatter. Not only that, but an overwhelming backlash followed, forcing Lin Chen to stagger backward. Cough. It's a bit tough. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. It was somewhat embarrassing to be bested by a mere ring. Clearly, this ring was remarkably resilient. With that, Lin Chen returned the magic ring to Frodo. Previously, he had attempted to burn it with flames to test its melting point, yet no matter how fiercely he incinerated it, it remained unmelted. Logically, the fires of Mount Doom should resemble molten lava, typically around 1,000 degrees Celsius, with the highest reaching 1,500 degrees. Lin Chen's flames had surely exceeded 1,500 degrees, yet there was no sign of melting, indicating that temperature was not the issue. It seemed likely that the flames of Mount Doom possessed unique properties, or that the magic ring was safeguarded by some extraordinary enchantment. In any case, Lin Chen was unable to melt it. Subsequently, Lin Chen launched a full-force strike to assess its resistance. The outcome was evident. He could not even breach its defenses. After some contemplation, he resolved to wait a few days. Following further discussions, Frodo and the others took their leave, and Lin Chen resumed his conversation with Gandalf. However, this time, their discourse extended beyond mere magical inquiries. Under Gandalf's guidance, they deliberated on matters concerning the ring. Thus, a week passed. During this week, most of the races summoned by King Elrond had arrived, with only 2 remaining due to their distant locations. On this particular morning, as if prearranged, the last 2 arrived simultaneously at Imladris. After exchanging pleasantries and gathering information, in the afternoon, King Elrond convened them all for a secret meeting. Strangers from afar and old friends, you have been summoned here to confront the threat of Mordor. Sauron has awakened. He is amassing power in Mordor, and once the ring returns to his grasp, he will unleash his armies to obliterate all. Middle-earth teeters on the brink of calamity, and none shall escape unscathed. We must either unite or face annihilation. No race can evade or flee from this impending disaster. Our only recourse is to destroy the One Ring. Only in this way can we resolve this crisis. As the host, King Elrond delivered his opening remarks. Frodo, please bring forth the ring. He gestured towards the circular pedestal in the center, signaling Frodo to place the magic ring upon it. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Frodo slowly approached the center, retrieving the ring from his pouch and placing it upon the pedestal. In that moment, all eyes shifted away from Frodo and focused intently on the central pedestal, where the golden ring lay, seemingly imbued with an irresistible allure. It stirred within everyone a profound desire to possess it. Among them was a man from Gondor, known as Boromir, the son of the regent of Gondor. Yet, his resolve faltered. Upon glimpsing the ring, his breath quickened, and he became restless. As silence enveloped the assembly, Boromir paused, then rose to his feet. In my dreams, I witnessed the eastern skies darkening, while a faint light lingered in the west. A voice echoed, proclaiming, "Your doom approaches, the scourge of Isildur has returned." As these words were spoken, Boromir slowly advanced toward the ring, ultimately extending his hand toward it. "Boromir," King Elrond bellowed. Beside him, Gandalf uttered a strange incantation, causing the skies to dim and the minds of the gathered to buzz with disquiet. Particularly affected was Boromir, who, overwhelmed, stumbled back and collapsed into his seat. Observing this, Legolas shook his head. The man's will was pitifully weak. Just a mere glance at the ring had ensnared him. The One Ring is unequivocally malevolent. It must be destroyed. Otherwise, the forces of evil shall engulf the entire continent. Gandalf rose to issue a grave warning. "No, I see it as a gift. Why not wield this ring?" Boromir interjected, his voice rising. "My father is the steward of Gondor, and our realm has long battled against Mordor, safeguarding the west." He paused, then stood again, exclaiming, "If we possessed this ring, with its immense power, we could vanquish the armies of Mordor." "You cannot control the ring." "No one can." Aragorn interjected, asserting that the master of the One Ring is Sauron, and there shall be no second. Aragorn, a ranger who guided Frodo and his companions, concealed a deeper truth. He was the son of Arathorn, the rightful heir to the throne of Gondor. Their relationship was complex, akin to one of usurpation. "You are but a mere ranger, what do you know?" Boromir retorted, unaware of Aragorn's true identity. Chapter 151. Shocked, he is no ordinary ranger. He is Aragorn, son of Arathorn. Before Aragorn could respond, a figure among them, an elf named Legolas, stood up, the prince of the woodland realm and a friend of Aragorn. Aragorn. Boromir, initially puzzled by the name, soon recalled and, with mild astonishment, remarked, "A descendant of Isildur? Elisar, the legendary king of Gondor, and his progeny." Just as Legolas was contemplating this, he spoke aloud. "Boromir, you ought to pledge your allegiance to him. He is the rightful heir to the throne of Gondor." Upon hearing this, those around them who were unaware of the matter turned their gazes, some exhibiting surprise, while others displayed curiosity. However, Aragorn wished to avoid such attention, ensnared by love. He was merely an unremarkable ranger at that moment. He promptly interjected, "Legolas, please take your seat." The latter nodded and returned to his place. Boromir, muttering under his breath, remarked, "Gondor neither has a king nor requires one." Realizing the atmosphere in the room, and seeing no one responding to his suggestion, he reluctantly resumed his seat. Observing this, Lin Chen felt no disturbance within, even suppressing a chuckle. At that moment, Gandalf spoke, affirming Aragorn's words. "You are correct, we cannot wield the One Ring, for it is too malevolent." Elrond added, "You have but one choice. Journey into the depths of Mordor, and there, destroy the ring at Mount Doom." Initially, the task was to select one among you to undertake this mission, but now Rivendell has welcomed a magical guardian from the north. He is the embodiment of the winds of nature, capable of subduing even dragons. He is Tamalorel, the dragon conqueror. As Elrond's exalted words resonated, Lin Chen understood that it was time to demonstrate his true prowess. He gracefully rose, approached Elrond, and offered a slight nod to the assembly as a gesture of respect. "Greetings, everyone. I am Tamalorel, hailing from the north, specifically here to eradicate the One Ring." No sooner had he uttered these words than Boromir chuckled. "From the north, you say? Which part? Arno? Or perhaps Cardolan, Almar? Or Forchel? I have heard of these places, yet the name Tamalorel is unfamiliar to me. I do not recall ever hearing of a northern guardian." A dwarf bellowed, "The dragon conqueror? Then where is your dragon?" While others remained silent, Their skepticism was palpable. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had appeared as an ordinary individual, seated beside Gandalf, unnoticed, presumed to be just another common ranger. Now, he claimed he would seize the One Ring. Who would acquiesce to that? Even with Elrond's declaration of his identity, the assembly remained disinclined to believe him. In response, Lin Chen merely smiled, choosing not to utter a word. In this atmosphere, the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed upon Lin Chen, eagerly awaiting his words. As they desired, Lin Chen paused before speaking again. In truth, I was meant to depart several days ago. Sauron's army lies in wait, and with each passing day, the peril to the continent intensifies. However, King Elrond informed me of your presence, wishing to spare you from a fruitless journey. Coupled with my swiftness, a journey to Mordor would take no more than 2 days, leaving ample time. Thus, I have chosen to wait until now to bid you farewell. Upon uttering these words, a chorus of murmurs arose among the assembly. Who do you think you are, announcing your departure in such a casual manner? 2 days to reach Mordor? Are you aware of the vast distance separating it from Rivendell? Do you comprehend the treacherous path that lies ahead? Even under ideal conditions, it would take 2 to 3 months to arrive. Indeed, 2 days. Will you be flying there? The absurdity of Lin Chen's statement provoked an instinctive wave of mockery from the crowd. Even King Elrond and Gandalf frowned slightly, believing Lin Chen to be engaging in grandiosity. 2 days was simply impossible, unless one were to take flight, which was no easy feat. Sauron's eye watches the skies. Any approach would surely result in detection and subsequent attack. Unfazed by their skepticism, Lin Chen continued, regardless of your opinions, you have now witnessed the situation, and you are aware of the One Ring. It is time for me to set forth. With that, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Gandalf and King Elrond, exchanging a moment of understanding before he raised his eyes to the heavens. The others followed his gaze, only to find nothing amiss. This gesture left them perplexed. At that moment, Lin Chen bellowed, "Come forth, great dragon Lothenpress." In the next instant, a spectral image of a dragon materialized upon Lin Chen's chest, rapidly enlarging until it transformed into a magnificent 20-meter-long dragon, soaring into the sky. With a thunderous roar, Lothan made a graceful arc in the air, halting at an elevation of 30 meters above Lin Chen's head. "I answer your summons, my master." As it spoke, Lothan cast a sidelong glance at those gathered, as if regarding mere insects. The overwhelming presence of the dragon rendered the onlookers breathless, particularly the dwarf who had mocked Lin Chen's earlier claim about the dragon's whereabouts. He yelped in terror and fled to the safety of a nearby eave. Decades prior, their kin had suffered greatly at the jaws of a malevolent dragon. Although that beast had ultimately been slain, the fear it instilled had lingered on. The reactions of the others were not much better. Aside from a few who had previously encountered dragons, most were filled with trepidation, unable to meet the sky with their gaze. Gandalf exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord Lair, how can this be? You have truly tamed a dragon." King Elrond's eyes mirrored his astonishment. Previously, they had assumed Lin Chen's notion of taming referred to subjugating or slaying a malevolent dragon. It now appears that they misunderstood the meaning. What Lin Chen referred to as the Dragon Conqueror truly pertains to the direct subjugation of an actual dragon. This revelation is utterly astonishing. Such a feat has never been witnessed in history. "Your dragon is truly magnificent, Sir Lyle," Frodo exclaimed with exhilaration. Previously, he had only heard tales of dragons from Bilbo, regrettably never having encountered one himself. Now, with the emergence of Laudon, it seems his dream has been realized. In response, Lin Chen merely smiled. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he leaped effortlessly 30 meters high, alighting upon Lawton's neck. Chapter 152. The Ringwraiths as Lin Chen rode upon the dragon. The crowd below remained in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. They had yet to fully digest their astonishment. The title of Dragon Conqueror could only be bestowed upon one who truly conquered a dragon. Lin Chen smiled faintly, grasping the magic ring with one hand. "Elrond, please wait here. I shall make a brief visit to Mordor to dispose of this ring." With that, he patted Laudon, who understood the cue, letting out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens as he flapped his wings and soared southeast. Moments later, the previously terrified dwarf burst forth from the entrance, clutching a massive axe. "Come on, you little dragon, do you think I fear you? I merely went to fetch a weapon. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you come down, I'll cleave your head off with a single blow." The crowd was left speechless. Meanwhile, Gandalf slowly approached Elrond, speaking with a hint of anticipation. I can only hope that Lyle will succeed in destroying the One Ring. He is truly a remarkable individual, appearing out of nowhere and achieving the unprecedented feat of conquering a dragon. I believe he is capable of it. Elrond, too, felt a sense of awe. He had previously thought highly of Lin Chen, considering that earning the friendship of the elves was a significant indication of his worth. Yet, when Lin Chen summoned the dragon, he remained astounded. A creature as formidable as a dragon had been subdued by a mere human, and to conceal it with magic was nothing short of extraordinary. Laudon, you performed splendidly. Did you see the shock on their faces? It was truly delightful. Indeed, the prior events had been orchestrated in advance between Lin Chen and Laudon. Otherwise, such an effect could not have been achieved. Just a bunch of insignificant insects. I can hardly fathom their significance, Laudon mused inwardly, though he kept such thoughts to himself. Outwardly agreeing with Lin Chen. Indeed, the master speaks wisely. It was quite amusing. Good dragon. Lin Chen playfully slapped Laudon on the head. Dare I speak otherwise? Laudon felt a twinge of grievance, silently recording the day's events in his memory. Rivendell lies a considerable distance from Mordor, surrounded by towering mountains and steep cliffs that render traversal exceedingly arduous. An ordinary person would require at least 3 months to make the journey, assuming no unforeseen mishaps occur. However, Lin Chen takes to the skies, unburdened by the terrain, and with the aid of magic, he can reach his destination in no more than half a day. Riding atop Laudon, soaring among the clouds, he finds the experience quite exhilarating. As he ventures southeast, the sky grows increasingly dark, a sight far less comforting than the azure expanse above. Moreover, this path allows him to evade potential troubles. Dragons, as creatures, are often perceived as symbols of malevolence in the Western realms. Hence, Lin Chen's presence upon a dragon could invite unwelcome scrutiny. He recalls that dragons also appeared in the films, where the ringwraiths rode diminutive dragons, barely over 10 meters in length, and if one were to disregard the tail, perhaps only 7 or 8 meters. Moreover, they seem not to be true dragons, but rather a form of magical creature, feeble enough that Laudon could easily incinerate one with a mere breath of dragon fire. After soaring above the clouds for a while, Lin Chen halted before the northern mountain range of Gondor. As he continued his journey towards Mordor, he had another task at hand, to lure the ringwraiths and seize the One Ring from them. The 3 elven rings lay there. Yet Lin Chen was in no rush to claim them. He was unaware of the location of the dwarven rings and could pursue them later. His primary objective was to acquire the 9 rings of power held by the ringwraiths. Furthermore, Lin Chen approached this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation. The task was to collect the rings, yet it did not specify the method of collection. If, upon submission of the task, the rings vanished or lost their power, he would find himself at odds with Gandalf and the others. Conversely, if the rings remained unaffected after submission, the situation would prove significantly simpler. He could even resort to deception. With this in mind, Lin Chen swiftly took hold of the One Ring. 1 second passed with no sensation. 2 seconds elapsed, still no feeling. After 3 seconds, he slowly removed the ring and forcefully slammed it to the ground. Garbage, it is indeed a fake. Yet, he quickly picked it up again. This was perplexing. Based on the earlier behavior of Elrond and the others, it should not be a counterfeit. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, aside from its slightly unusual material, it appeared to be an ordinary ring. Could it be that his status as an outsider in this world rendered it ineffective? Or was there some other reason? Contemplating this, Lin Chen hurried to a nearby city, effortlessly incapacitating an unsuspecting individual to bring back with him. Once in the mountains, without a moment's hesitation, he slapped the person awake and, amidst their bewildered gaze, slipped the One Ring onto their finger. In the next instant, the individual vanished. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. Lin Chen felt momentarily speechless as he reached out and lightly tapped the air. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, indicating that the invisible figure had succumbed to unconsciousness. Almost instantaneously, it seemed as though Lin Chen could pierce through the veil of invisibility, effortlessly retrieving the magical ring from the individual's grasp, causing him to materialize before Lin Chen's eyes. An intangible breeze swirled around, akin to Lin Chen's own sight, rendering the minor invisibility futile. It appeared that the ring was indeed genuine. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Chen realized that since the magical ring had been triggered, the ring spirit must now be aware of its location and would soon arrive. Contemplating this, Lin Chen lifted the unconscious person and transported him back to the city. Subsequently, he returned to the site, settling down to await the inevitable. For precaution, Lin Chen extracted some materials from his belongings and arranged a minor illusionary array. This formation could ensnare an ordinary individual, though those with a modicum of strength could easily break free. Despite its weakness, it was better than nothing. This situation arose from being unexpectedly transported by the cosmic cube, leaving him with few resources. Otherwise, had he been on his own island, Lin Chen would have likely brought an entire sack of materials for safety. After establishing the array, Lin Chen concealed the conspicuous load-on and hid nearby. Approximately an hour passed before Lin Chen noticed 5 distant black dots approaching. As they drew nearer, the dots expanded, revealing their true forms. They were 5 ring spirits riding upon black dragons. The location Lin Chen had chosen was a mountaintop platform. Though not perfectly flat, it provided a commendable terrain. Upon their arrival, the 5 ring spirits dismounted and began searching the area. Chapter 153. The 5 Foolish Ironheads, He is Coming. He approaches with a longsword in hand. Upon landing, the 5 ring spirits dispersed to search the surroundings, with one heading directly toward Lin Chen, closing the distance to less than 10 meters from the illusionary array. The ring spirit was shrouded in swirling black mist, its body concealed beneath dark fabric, and its face obscured by magic, rendering it indistinct. However, Lin Chen could discern its skeletal hands and the magical ring adorning one of its fingers. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, drawing ever closer. At that moment, Lin Chen poised himself, tightening his grip on the elven longsword, ready to strike once the spirit entered the illusionary array. However, at that instant, for reasons unknown, a second ring spirit also approached this way. Simultaneously, the first spirit stepped into the illusionary formation and vanished completely. The remaining spirits emitted a piercing shriek upon witnessing this, and the other 3 quickly converged. In that moment, Lin Chen recognized that he could no longer afford to wait. He had to strike. Yet, he found something intriguing. The ring spirit that had entered the illusionary array appeared to be disoriented within it. This is quite intriguing. A mere novice's maze can bewilder the ring wraiths. How peculiar. However, Lin Chen is aware that this illusion is only temporary. The adversary, wielding a sword, could easily shatter the illusion with a few casual swings. Contemplating this, Lin Chen hesitated with the sword in hand. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, the remaining 4 ring wraiths surged forth, leaving all 5 of them floundering within the maze. Lin Chen found himself momentarily perplexed. What was happening? He couldn't comprehend it. It seemed as if 5 foolishly naive figures were leaping into a pit. Although the 5 ring wraiths had begun to react, fervently brandishing their long swords, it was too late. How swift Lin Chen was. His B-level prowess was no trifling matter. He drew his sword, dashed forward, and swung. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light passed, and when Lin Chen sheathed his sword, 5 heads, enveloped in black smoke, had already thudded to the ground. Subsequently, the 5 corpses transformed into black dust, slowly dissipating. All that remained were 5 shimmering rings. Meanwhile, deep within Mordor, near Doom Mountain, a gathering of half-orc armies was taking place, and beside them stood a colossal lighthouse, nearly 100 meters tall. However, atop it was not a beacon, but a fiery, enormous eyeball. Indeed, that was Sauron's eye, akin to an ultra-long-range radar, capturing every movement within its gaze. Simultaneously, it served as one of Sauron's means of observing this world. As the 5 ring wraiths fell, the flames within that great eyeball intensified. What transpired? The simultaneous demise of 5 ring wraiths was inconceivable. A low growl emanating from the abyss sent shivers through the surrounding half-orcs, who recoiled in confusion and gazed at the great eyeball. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, with a broad smile, picked up the 5 rings. On the other side, released from confinement, Lodon was ruthlessly slaying the small dragons. Paying them no heed, Lin Chen grasped the 5 magical rings. "Let me see what powers you possess," he mumbled, promptly adorning all 5 rings upon his fingers. Concerned that one ring might yield no reaction, he decided to wear 5. 5-fold joy. Fortunately, this time, unlike before, he felt the latent power within the rings. Yet, whether it was the ring's inherent weakness or his own formidable strength upon donning them, Lin Chen found that aside from a slight increase in strength, no other abilities manifested. Moreover, Lin Chen listened as Gandalf spoke of the 9 rings of men, all of which had been tainted, possibly explaining why these rings had lost their original power. After conducting a brief experiment and discovering some efficacy, Lin Chen refrained from further attempts, promptly removing the rings and submitting the side quest in his mind. In the next moment, 5 beams of white light flashed, and 5 system notifications echoed in his mind. Side quest conditions met. Task deemed complete. Reward: 100 points. Side quest conditions met. Task deemed complete. Reward: 100 points. A sudden surge of 500 points was gained. Yet Lin Chen did not linger on this, but instead turned his attention to the 5 rings he held. They remain. Initially, upon witnessing the 5 beams of light, Lin Chen had feared that the rings had been confiscated. It now appeared that it was merely a system verification. With this in mind, Lin Chen clicked submit once more. And as anticipated, the system showed no response to the 5 rings he had already submitted. Wearing them still proved effective, unchanged from before. At this moment, Lin Chen was certain that the submission of the side quest did not affect these rings. Collecting the rings simply meant they had come into his possession. With this realization, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief, as he certainly did not wish to confront both Gandalf and King Elrond simultaneously. Safeguarding the 5 rings, Lin Chen employed his previous tactic, seeking someone to help him emit a wave with the rings. However, after waiting for over 2 hours, instead of the ring wraiths, nearly 100 wargs riding orcs arrived. Understanding this, Lin Chen realized that Sauron must have learned of the deaths of the 5 ring wraiths. Otherwise, such a response would be unwarranted. Thus, it seemed that his fishing tactic was no longer effective. Paying no heed to the approaching orcs, Lin Chen mounted his steed, Lothorn, and soared into the skies. Sauron had grown wary, so it was best to swiftly complete the main quest. With this thought, Lin Chen hurried towards Mordor. The skies above Mordor were shrouded in darkness, and the air quality was deplorable. If measured, PM2, 5 levels would surely exceed safety limits. From a distance, Lin Chen could see a towering beam of light radiating from the eye of Sauron, a sight both imposing and intimidating. If Lin Chen were to boldly fly past, he would undoubtedly be detected. However, this was a minor issue easily resolved by taking a detour. He was merely apprehensive about potential unforeseen events upon entry. Sauron, the very embodiment of malevolent power, was a foe even Gandalf could not defeat, especially without the One Ring. Should Lin Chen find himself inside, only to have the One Ring seized, it would spell disaster. To prevent such occurrences, Lin Chen exercised utmost caution, avoiding aerial routes and even terrestrial paths. From a considerable distance, he secured the Lord of the Rings and then invoked his magical powers to traverse underground towards Mordor. This decision was not made on a whim. He had meticulously calculated his reserves of true essence and his mastery over the spell beforehand. Based on the distance, he concluded that reaching his destination was feasible. Chapter 154. The main quest accomplished traveling through the earth using magic is not akin to the art of earth escape, which is fundamentally different. The essence of escape lies in merging with the surroundings. Take, for instance, Lin Chen's ability to harness the power of wind spirits. Had he mastered wind escape, he could have transformed into a gust of wind, moving with remarkable speed. However, as of now, this remains merely a hypothesis, one he has yet to perfect. Otherwise, the escape techniques of the immortal realm would not be so sluggish. The same principle applies to earth escape, which entails melding into the soil. In contrast, Lin Chen's approach involved manipulating the earth beneath him to create a pathway, akin to tunneling, thus distinguishing it from traditional escape techniques. This method was considerably taxing on his true essence and slow in execution, yet Lin Chen had no alternative for safety's sake. After approximately half an hour of labor, calculating the distance, he emerged from the ground about 5 meters ahead. Indeed, before him loomed the Doom Mountain. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the desolate landscape, barren and scorched, with the air thick with acrid smoke billowing from the mountain, obscuring visibility. To the west, he could hear the roars of a half-orc army, and further west, he discerned Sauron's eye scanning the vicinity, wrapping the supreme ring tightly in his true essence to prevent any trace of its aura from escaping. He cautiously emerged, observing for danger. As a gentle breeze swept by, it propelled Lin Chen swiftly towards the summit of Doom Mountain. The closer he approached, the more vigilant he became. He was on the verge of completing his main quest, and he certainly did not wish to falter at this critical juncture. Doom Mountain, an active volcano, exhibited frequent lava activity, explaining the poor air quality surrounding it. Lin Chen did not need to ascend to the peak to destroy the Supreme Ring. A massive black door existed halfway up the southwest slope, leading to man-made structures. According to legend, this was the site where the ring was forged, and Lin Chen only needed to cast the ring into the lava within the black door. However, as Lin Chen arrived at the black door, an unsettling sensation gripped him. There stood a figure in white robes behind the entrance, seemingly poised to frighten any who approached. It was a startling sight. Lin Chen had felt no indication of this presence until that moment. The figure stood quietly, gazing outward, and Lin Chen found himself face to face with none other than Saruman the White. Previously, during his time in Rivendell, Lin Chen had perused through the Elven archives, gaining insight into some formidable figures. Among them was Galadriel, the Elven Queen of Lothlorien, the most powerful elf currently inhabiting the continent. Furthermore, there were the 5 great wizards, Saruman the White, Gandalf the Grey, Radagast the Brown, Alatar the Blue, and Palando the Blue. In addition to these, the texts also spoke of dwarves and certain formidable humans, even delving into the realms of druids, dragons, and giant eagles. It is undeniable that elves possess vast knowledge. Now, Lin Chen found himself face to face with none other than Saruman the White, the foremost of the 5 wizards. This character had turned to darkness in the films, collaborating with Sauron to become a villain. However, why was Saruman, who should be back at his home breeding orcs and raising an army, suddenly appearing at Mount Doom? Yet, Lin Chen had little time to ponder the reasons, for upon noticing him, the old sorcerer wasted no time. Raising his staff, a massive fireball hurtled towards Lin Chen. Enraged, Lin Chen swiftly dodged to the side. This cunning old man clearly understood the principle that it is better to strike first than to suffer the consequences later. Lin Chen had intended to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, but it now seemed he must prepare for a counterstrike. Pitiful human, meet your demise, Saruman proclaimed without hesitation. After launching the fireball, he rushed forward, casting a beam of white light that sped toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen continued to evade, his hands shaking the ground as an invisible force extended from the earth toward Saruman's feet. Simultaneously, a sudden breeze swirled behind Saruman, transforming into a blade of wind aimed directly at his neck. The latter reacted swiftly, letting out a shout as his staff erupted with dazzling light. Enveloping him in a radiant shield, Lin Chen's earth spikes failed to penetrate even this barrier. A magical shield indeed. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, realizing that his conjured wind blade was also thwarted. Currently, the spells Lin Chen had mastered required him to be the epicenter, unable to cast beyond a meter's reach. However, the wind spirit's abilities were far more convenient, with a range spanning several dozen meters. Yet, it seemed Saruman was surrounded by a unique energy field, preventing Lin Chen from harnessing wind energy in his vicinity. Thus, the wind blade he had unleashed was released from over 10 meters behind, granting Saruman the time to react. Otherwise, that strike would have surely claimed the old sorcerer's life. Just as he was contemplating this, an invisible hand suddenly grasped Lin Chen, lifting him into the air. The abruptness of the event, coupled with its inexplicable nature, left Lin Chen momentarily stunned, suspended in midair. You wretched insect. Speak. Why have you come here? Saruman demanded sternly. None of your business. Lin Chen spat defiantly, channeling the power of wind at high speed. A gentle breeze encircled Lin Chen, and in an instant, it transformed into a tempest, enveloping him in a sphere of wind and liberating him from Saruman's grasp. Seizing the opportunity of his adversary's astonishment, Lin Chen pointed his hand, and the wind sphere surged towards Saruman's barrier with great force. This strike was not intended to inflict harm. Rather, he infused the wind sphere with a multitude of debris and dust, aiming to obscure vision. The outcome was remarkably favorable. Upon colliding with the barrier, the wind sphere erupted in a brilliant explosion of dust, shrouding Saruman in a cloud that concealed Lin Chen's presence. Seizing this moment, Lin Chen burrowed underground and emerged at the edge of the molten lava. Without hesitation, he retrieved the supreme ring and cast it into the fiery depths. No! Saruman bellowed in despair upon witnessing this act. However, Lin Chen's speed was unparalleled. By the time Saruman reacted and attempted to strike him, it was far too late. Main quest conditions met, task deemed complete, reward 500 points and 1 opportunity for a dimensional lottery. Though he yearned to partake in the lottery, the situation was dire. Saruman was frantically assaulting him, leaving Lin Chen with no choice but to escape. Simultaneously, it seemed the destruction of the Supreme Ring had triggered a cataclysm. The lava of Mount Doom began to churn violently, signaling an impending volcanic eruption. With this thought, Lin Chen enveloped himself in the wind sphere, disregarding Saruman's spells, and surged forth. Upon emerging, he beheld the Eye of Sauron atop the tower, now shattered, as the structure began to collapse. Furthermore, the ground surrounding Mount Doom commenced to fracture, as if the very earth had split apart, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Chapter 155. A legendary day. Casting a glance back, Lin Chen witnessed the once majestic Mount Doom reduced to ruins. The white-robed wizard Saruman appeared to have lost his sanity, raving like a madman at the Black Gate, unleashing chaotic magic in every direction. There was no salvation for him. Lin Chen mused, shaking his head. Perhaps the ring had been the very catalyst for Saruman's descent into darkness. With its destruction, he had lost his purpose and succumbed to madness. The sight of him was pitiful. Yet one cannot disregard the wisdom in the saying that those who evoke pity often harbor elements worthy of disdain. Saruman's current fate was indeed a consequence of his own choices. Disregarding him, Lin Chen focused on the completion of his main quest, with a year remaining. He needed to locate the remaining rings. His primary objective now was the 3 elven rings. Additionally, he needed to find the other 4 ring wraiths and seize their rings as well. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen departed from the desolate scene, making his way towards Rivendell. Meanwhile, within Rivendell, Gandalf and Elrond were engaged in discussion regarding the army of Uruk-hai. Suddenly, they sensed a disturbance and turned their gaze towards the southeast. The breath of Sauron dissipated. Gandalf murmured, "Could it be that the One Ring has been destroyed so swiftly?" Elrond was somewhat incredulous. It had only been a short while. Lin Chen had departed yesterday afternoon. It was merely dawn now, and in the span of a single night, he had reached Mordor and obliterated the ring. Truly astonishing. Meanwhile, in Lothlorien, the elven queen Galadriel gazed intently towards Mordor. She not only sensed the destruction of the One Ring and the fall of Sauron, but also perceived that the power of the Ring of Water, Ninya, she held was beginning to wane. The disappearance of the One Ring signified the end of an era. Henceforth, the Age of Men would commence, and the elves would return to the sea, departing Middle-earth. In the morning, Elrond informed everyone of the news that the One Ring had been destroyed. They gathered early in a square, eagerly awaiting Lin Chen's return, ready to witness this historic moment. As the sun ascended, a small black dot appeared in the distant sky. Frodo was the first to spot it, shouting excitedly, "It's coming! I see the dragon! Layla's back!" Instantly, regardless of whether Lin Chen could hear them, the crowd erupted in jubilant shouts. Clearly, the distance was too great for Lin Chen to hear their cheers. However, he soon arrived above Imladris, and upon seeing the crowd below, he smiled faintly and signaled to Lothlorien to dive down. The magnitude of his presence was not felt from afar, but as they drew closer, the overwhelming shadow cast by the dragon instilled a sense of trepidation among the jubilant crowd. Especially those dwarves who had boisterously proclaimed their intent to slay the dragon, now found themselves cowering behind nearby stones. Observing this, Lin Chen laughed heartily and, when he was about 20 meters above the crowd, he patted Lothlorien. The dragon understood and soared upward in a V shape. Lin Chen then leaped from the dragon's back, descending like a meteor to land directly in front of the crowd. This entrance left everyone utterly astonished. From a height of 20 meters, he had plummeted at high speed, landing effortlessly. What extraordinary physical prowess was this? The elves could typically only jump down from trees of a mere 10 meters in height, and that onto soft earth, whereas they now stood upon a stone-paved surface. As this realization dawned upon them, they were astounded to discover that the ground where Lin Chen landed bore no cracks whatsoever. An unfathomable feat. Simultaneously, the crowd gained a deeper understanding of Lin Chen's formidable strength. After landing, Lin Chen first nodded and smiled at the gathered crowd, then turned his gaze towards Gandalf and Elrond. "I have not failed in my mission. The One Ring has indeed been destroyed." As Lin Chen spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing 5 peculiar rings nestled in his palm. "These were 5 human rings that I had seized from the ring spirit. I shall entrust them to you for safekeeping." Lin Chen placed the rings into the hands of King Elrond and continued, "However, I have discerned that these 5 rings appear to be tainted, lacking any significant power. Furthermore, following the destruction of the Supreme Magic Ring, their strength has diminished even further, and I estimate that it will not be long before they are rendered utterly useless." During the journey home, in moments of boredom, Lin Chen would don these rings for amusement, only to discover that the powers they conferred had waned considerably and were in a continuous decline. Although the rate of decay was slow, Lin Chen could sense it and estimated that, at most, in 2 or 3 months, their powers would completely vanish, reducing them to mere trinkets. King Elrond carefully accepted the rings and then proclaimed loudly, "The Dragon Conqueror, Tamalorel. After a day of effort, the Supreme Magic Ring has been destroyed, averting the crisis in Middle-earth. This is a legendary day that shall be inscribed in the annals of history. It will echo across the continent. It will be inscribed in the annals of history. It will echo across the continent." The crowd joined in the chant, causing Lin Chen to feel a touch of embarrassment. Following the cheers, it was time for Lin Chen to recount the tale of how he had destroyed the Supreme Magic Ring, a matter that piqued the curiosity of all present. Thus, Lin Chen spent a few minutes elucidating the events while addressing numerous questions. Afterward, Lin Chen intended to converse with King Elrond and Gandalf, seeking an opportunity to touch the 2 elven rings. Just then, a small black dot appeared in the distance. It was Lorton who first noticed it. Stationed nearby, he spotted the dot, and Lin Chen turned to see it clearly, a mighty eagle. The crowd followed Lin Chen's gaze, intrigued. While others were uncertain of what it was, Gandalf and King Elrond recognized it immediately. Exchanging glances, Gandalf remarked, "It is Galadriel. Indeed, a new era is about to commence." Brought forth by her arrival for the sake of the elves, King Elrond responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood that the third bearer of the elven rings had arrived. What fortuitous timing, for he could now acquire all 3 rings without further delay. After advising Lorton to refrain from any rash actions, the group awaited the eagle's arrival in silence. Galadriel, another ancient being whose years were immeasurable, exuded elegance and grace, fostering an immediate sense of kinship. Upon landing, her gaze fell upon Lin Chen, and she offered a slight nod. "My lord, Lyle, I thank you for your efforts. Your bravery is commendable. It is my duty for the sake of our world." Lin Chen responded with a serene smile. Although Sauron has perished and the One Ring has been destroyed, the existence of the half-orcs and the ring-wraiths still poses a threat to the realm. We must deliberate upon this matter. Indeed, as Lord Elrond has rightly pointed out, we cannot rejoice too soon. Although Sauron is no more, peril lingers. King Elrond proclaimed with authority. Chapter 156. The Forbidden Spell. At Lin Chen's suggestion, the assembly once again convened to discuss this pressing issue. However, this time, the leadership shifted from King Elrond to Lin Chen. He rose gracefully, a serene smile gracing his lips, and declared, "Aside from the One Ring, there exist the 9 rings of men, 7 rings of dwarves, and 3 rings of elves, totaling 19 rings of power. I have reclaimed 5 of the 9 rings of men." As he spoke, King Elrond instinctively placed the 5 rings he held upon the central dais. At this, Lin Chen paused momentarily and continued, "The remaining 4 rings are still in the possession of the ring-wraiths. I must recover them and eradicate the ring-wraiths. Only then shall Middle-earth be free from peril. However, the bloodshed incited by the rings has been far too great. They ought not to exist in this world. I propose we destroy them all. 19 rings, not one should be spared." "I second that. It is indeed a feasible course of action." Another voice chimed in. "Now that Sauron is dead, we can harness the power of the rings for noble endeavors." As Lin Chen concluded, some expressed agreement, while others believed that at least some of the rings should be retained. Among them, a dwarf spoke up, "My lord Elrond, 4 of the 7 dwarven rings have already been consumed by dragons. Of the remaining 3, I know the whereabouts of 2, but the last was taken long ago, and I am unaware of its location." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was about to respond when Galadriel interjected. "The power of the rings is already beginning to wane. Within a year at most, their might shall dissipate entirely. The question of whether to destroy the rings has become largely irrelevant. Our foremost priority now is to eradicate the half-orc armies completely." King Elrond nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as the power of the rings diminishes, we elves too shall withdraw from Middle-earth, retreating to the depths of the sea, never to return." "According to your statements, each of you possesses an elven ring?" Lin Chen inquired knowingly. "Yes," both replied, nodding in affirmation. Upon their once bare fingers appeared the rings. One, the ring of air, Vilya; the other, the ring of water, Ninya. "And what of the third ring?" Lin Chen asked with a smile, directing his gaze towards Gandalf. The latter understood. Lin Chen was already aware of the locations of the 3 rings and was merely drawing it out. With this thought, Gandalf stood, a smile upon his face, and declared, "I have in my possession the third elven ring, the Ring of Fire, Narya." At this moment, Lin Chen stepped beside the central dais, requesting that the three rings be placed into his hands. Although Lin Chen's words left the three in a state of bewilderment, they did not voice their concerns and complied with his instructions. At that moment, with a mere flick of his hand, a gentle breeze swirled around, effortlessly collecting the rings from the trio. He feigned examination of the rings in his grasp, and upon hearing the system notification, he returned them all. Side quest conditions met. Task determined to be complete. Reward obtained, 100 points. With a succession of 3 system notifications, Lin Chen's points surged by 300. Speaking of points, upon his return to this world, Lin Chen had utilized the opportunity for a lottery. The prize he drew was neither remarkable nor disappointing. It was a formidable forbidden spell. Lacking a name, this spell could manipulate the weather within a defined area, with the scope and distance dictated by the caster's power. Currently, Lin Chen could influence the weather over an expanse of approximately 2 square kilometers. Do not underestimate the potency of this forbidden spell. Consider the ramifications if Lin Chen were to unleash it in New York: thunderous storms, tornadoes, and sandstorms, among other calamities. The destructive capacity of such a spell could easily annihilate an entire city. A tornado spanning 2 square kilometers would obliterate structures like the Stark Tower in an instant. Such overwhelming power is nothing short of formidable. Of course, casting this spell requires a significant amount of time and consumes an alarming quantity of true essence. Lin Chen had conducted an experiment upon his arrival, creating a towering tornado with a radius of 100 meters, which drained nearly 1/10 of his true essence in just 1 minute. By this estimation, if Lin Chen sought to exert influence over 2 square kilometers, he would likely be able to sustain it for only a few seconds before his true essence was entirely depleted. It must be acknowledged that this forbidden spell is indeed an insatiable consumer of energy. Placing the 3 elves' rings directly into the hands of the trio seemed a prudent choice. However, the remaining 9 human rings had been tainted and must be destroyed. With that, Lin Chen drew his elven sword, infusing it with true essence, and struck down decisively. Clang! The 5 rings were neatly severed in 2, a clean execution. The supreme magical ring could not be destroyed, yet the other magical rings were susceptible, especially as their power began to wane, rendering them quite fragile. As for the remaining 4 magical rings, I shall seek them out and obliterate them. As for the 3 rings belonging to the dwarves, I will also endeavor to locate them and entrust them to suitable guardians. Once these tasks are complete, I shall conceal myself in the north and never emerge again. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and delegating the task of vanquishing the half-orcs to Gandalf, Lin Chen set off to confer with the dwarf about the locations of the magical rings. A day later, Lin Chen and the dwarves embarked on their journey to seek the rings. This quest consumed 3 days in total. During half of that time, Lin Chen, based on the information he gathered, located 2 of the magical rings, submitted the task, and returned them to their rightful owners. Why not? Because these 2 individuals are already the most suitable ones. For the following 2.5 days, Lin Chen searched alone for the 3rd dwarven ring. Regrettably, he found nothing. Lin Chen had no intention of continuing the search. After all, it was merely a magical ring, and further wasting time seemed unnecessary. Considering the timeline, those who had scoured the continent for the Supreme Ring and led the orcs to attack Gondor must have returned to Mordor by now. Thus, Lin Chen headed straight to Mordor, towards the lair of the ringwraiths near Mount Doom. Upon arrival, his suspicions were confirmed. The remaining 4 ringwraiths were indeed gathered together. They convened within a small city teeming with orcs, discussing strategies to lead the orc army in a counteroffensive against Middle-earth. However, they would never breach Middle-earth again. After observing for a moment and confirming the positions of the 4 ringwraiths, Lin Chen unleashed a forbidden incantation. The lengthy spell required rhythmic recitation. Lin Chen chanted for half a minute before the incantation fully manifested. In an instant, dark clouds swirled, and lightning as thick as a barrel struck the city with ferocity. Torrential rain poured down, accompanied by rumbling thunder, reducing the entire city to ashes. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, when Lin Chen dispelled the incantation, not a single living creature remained in the small city. Chapter 157. The New Star Empire. Surely, they weren't all obliterated. Lost in the exhilaration of casting the forbidden spell, Lin Chen had momentarily forgotten about the rings. Remembering now, he rushed inside. Fortunately, nothing was destroyed. Upon entering the previous layer of the ring wraiths, Lin Chen immediately spotted 4 pieces of armor scattered on the ground, along with 4 rings. Swiftly collecting the rings, he submitted the task and felt a sense of relief. Side quest conditions met. Task completed. Reward: 100 points. A series of system notifications announced that Lin Chen's points had increased by 400. Name: Jacqueline. Identity: Tamala. Layer level: B points. 1919 Transcendence energy. 85 Transcendence attempts. 508. With nearly 2,000 points, Lin Chen felt quite content. In fact, there was still 100 points remaining to be acquired in this world, but he deemed it unnecessary to continue searching. Rather than squander time, it was better to hasten to the next realm and continue amassing points. With this thought, Lin Chen wasted no time and chose to return. Thus, the dragon conqueror of Middle-earth, Tamala Layer, truly vanished, never to emerge again. However, legends of him began to circulate across the continent, persisting even centuries later. In an instant, Lin Chen found himself in the Marvel Universe. Unfortunately, this was no longer Earth. It was a primordial planet, and Lin Chen yearned to return home. To escape this celestial body, he must either attain the power to traverse the void or discover some extraordinary method. Otherwise, leaving this planet would prove exceedingly arduous. After concluding his previous journey, Lin Chen refrained from immediately entering the next world, opting instead to pause and gather his thoughts. Concurrently, he had another task at hand: to scour this planet for potential energy sources. Thus, 3 days swiftly elapsed. To his dismay, he found nothing. After 3 days of searching, Lin Chen had yet to uncover a single energy source, leaving him somewhat vexed. Remarkably, this planet was vast, far exceeding Earth's size, perhaps 30 times larger. However, its density was not particularly high, roughly 2 to 3 times that of Earth, and the gravity was only about 3 times stronger. Consequently, the variety of flora and fauna on this planet was exceedingly scarce, and those that existed were quite peculiar. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze was drawn to the sky. Was that a spaceship? Just as he pondered whether to step into the next world, he noticed a high-tech vessel emerging from the northern sky. Despite the considerable distance, it appeared as a mere black, yet Lin Chen could instantly recognize it as an advanced spacecraft. The reason was simple: this planet harbored no large flying creatures. And given the distance, estimated to be over 10,000 meters, the object must be colossal. Dismissing any notions of mythical beasts from his previous life, it was undoubtedly a high-tech spaceship. Lin Chen's expression brightened. This signified an opportunity for him to escape this planet. With that thought, he swiftly concealed himself among the clouds and propelled himself towards the vessel. Moments later, Lin Chen arrived at the spaceship's location. He observed that the craft had just descended from outer space, rather than preparing for takeoff. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a civilian or research vessel, as Lin Chen noted the scarcity of weaponry on board. However, it was also possible that he underestimated the sophistication of its armament, which could not be evaluated through an earthly lens. If it were indeed the former, Lin Chen's chances of leaving this planet were promising. If it were the latter, he would need to exercise caution. The spaceship, while not enormous, was substantial in size, resembling a Cohen-style fighter jet, comparable to the size of a basketball court, with 2 engines at the rear, currently descending towards the surface. The landing site was a small valley that Lin Chen had previously scoured, revealing nothing of significance and devoid of human structures. Thus, he surmised that the spaceship had come here for some exploratory purpose. Seizing the opportunity while the spacecraft was descending, Lin Chen swiftly approached a spot 100 meters away to observe. At that moment, he was exceedingly cautious, enveloping himself in true essence to evade detection by any advanced technological apparatus. After approximately 7 to 8 minutes, Lin Chen, poised with a spell ready to burrow underground at a moment's notice, encountered no unforeseen circumstances. It appeared that he had not been detected. A few minutes later, he noticed the spacecraft's door opening, revealing 3 peculiarly attired, red-skinned individuals. Their garments bore a distinctive star emblem, inscribed with the universal language of the Marvel Universe, English. The New Star Empire. This was a research vessel belonging to the New Star Empire, and the trio were researchers. Additionally, there were 5 other individuals aboard: 2 pilots, 2 armed personnel, and another researcher. After a period of observation, Lin Chen deduced these conclusions. His form of observation was not from a distance. Rather, he had employed a spell to render himself invisible and infiltrated the spacecraft. Upon confirming it was a research vessel, Lin Chen realized that the danger level was likely low, prompting him to enter without hesitation. With the reconnaissance complete and the intelligence gathered, Lin Chen prepared to execute his plan to commandeer the ship. The strategy was remarkably straightforward, a direct confrontation. These individuals were feeble, or conversely, Lin Chen was exceedingly powerful, rendering any intricate schemes unnecessary. He swiftly incapacitated the crew aboard. Subsequently, he emerged and subdued the 3 researchers, bringing them back as well. Thus, all 8 individuals were neatly arranged in the cockpit's main hall, securely bound with ropes. Next, Lin Chen adopted the prudent approach of inquiring for assistance. He awakened the crew members, and with their genuine assistance, he learned within half a day not only about the surrounding environment, but also how to operate the spacecraft. 3 days later, Lin Chen piloted the temporarily commandeered vessel through a jump point, arriving at a planet belonging to the New Star Empire, located 30 light-years away. The jump point functions similarly to a wormhole, facilitating rapid movement across the cosmos. Such jump points were not ubiquitous. They existed only at specific locations. Lin Chen spent over 2 days en route to the jump point, which accounted for the duration of his journey. Upon traversing the jump point, he found himself near the planet, and after an additional half-hour, he arrived on the planet's surface. This celestial body was named Lin Chen Star, boasting technological advancements far surpassing those of Earth. Lin Chen's objective for coming here was straightforward: to locate a star map that would guide him back to Earth. A star map serves a function akin to a terrestrial map. However, it is utilized in the cosmos rather than on planetary surfaces. The universe stretches infinitely, and to traverse to a distant planet without a star map is a futile endeavor. Earth, as Lin Chen refers to it, is a name unknown in the systems of the New Star Empire, where it is likely designated by a mere number. Only the more renowned planets bear names, while obscure places like Earth are relegated to numerical identifiers. Moreover, possessing a star map alone is insufficient. Lin Chen requires a formidable vessel capable of long-distance travel. The research ship at his disposal allows for short-range space jumps, yet it is ill-equipped for the demanding requirements of larger jump points. Should the vessel prove inadequate, it risks disintegration during the jump, leaving no trace behind. Lin Chen has no desire for such a grim fate, thus he must prepare meticulously. On Lin Chen Star, vessels that meet his specifications abound, yet Lin Chen finds himself a stranger in this unfamiliar territory, devoid of any status to facilitate a purchase. Borrowing is his only recourse. The defenses of this planet are formidable, and it is replete with advanced technology that Lin Chen has never encountered before. Therefore, he must proceed with caution when seeking to borrow. His first course of action involves disarming the 8 individuals aboard the ship, confiscating their communication devices and weapons, and subsequently abandoning them in a forest on Lin Chen Star. Once he confirms they are unable to contact anyone in the immediate future, he positions the ship near a city. Although this research vessel is of limited utility, it remains a vital contingency for Lin Chen. Upon securing the ship, he swiftly infiltrates the city. Stealth operations are familiar territory for Lin Chen. Despite the city's advanced technology, the fundamental principles remain unchanged. Utilizing a spell of invisibility coupled with the enveloping energy of true essence, he effortlessly blends into the surroundings. Prior to his arrival, Lin Chen had set his sights on a target, the capital of Lin Chen Star, Lin Chen City, which is guarded by a formidable military presence, including a large vessel capable of interstellar travel. This is the ship Lin Chen intends to borrow. This strategic class vessel is equipped with all manner of supplies and provisions, making it an ideal resource. If he can manage to seize the ship, Lin Chen will be able to depart from this place. However, before that, he must ascertain the numerical designation of Earth and seek out a star map leading to it. Otherwise, even acquiring the ship would be futile. With this in mind, Lin Chen begins to visit various shops that specialize in collectibles, or rather, comprehensive retail establishments. Given the advanced technological level of these alien worlds, traditional stores for goods, food, and clothing, as found on Earth, are non-existent. Instead, the inhabitants rely on robots to procure their necessities with ease. Instead, it is the entertainment venues, the shops selling collectibles and antiques that are abundantly found on these planets. These establishments invariably offer star maps for sale. Military technology cannot detect the fully concealed Lin Chen, and civilian technology is even less capable. Utilizing his cloaking ability, Lin Chen traversed these shops as if in a realm devoid of presence. spending an entire afternoon exploring over 10 establishments, diligently sifting through their systems in search of information regarding star maps. However, he ultimately failed to locate a map leading to Earth. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained unperturbed. That evening, he intended to infiltrate the military base of the planetary defenses. This endeavor served a dual purpose: to observe the spacecraft and to investigate within the military systems for a star map to Earth. As night fell, Lin Chen stealthily penetrated the heart of Lin Ku City. Although it was nighttime, the security was exceptionally stringent, with patrols and machines aiding in surveillance. Yet, to Lin Chen, these defenses were futile. His method of concealment could only be sensed by those of formidable strength or employing unique means. Ordinary individuals and conventional technological methods were utterly incapable of detection. After more than half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at a location akin to an archive room, where abundant public records could be accessed by anyone, including the coveted star maps. Through prior reconnaissance, Lin Chen had discerned the designation of Earth, which was identified as Planet C-53. Now he sought a star map that could lead him to this C-53. With nimble hands, he operated the advanced holographic interface, as star maps materialized before him, necessitating his manual selection. In truth, this system boasted a search function, yet the cursed military system required authentication, which Lin Chen obviously lacked, compelling him to resort to manual searching. Fortunately, the system featured a categorization function, allowing him to filter dozens of star maps at once. Lin Chen estimated that he could locate the desired map within mere minutes. Time swiftly passed, and as Lin Chen was in the midst of his 9,527th selection, he suddenly halted his actions. He had found it, the star map leading to Earth. Producing the equipment he had prepared in advance, Lin Chen promptly copied the star map. Having completed this task, he set his sights on his next objective. However, at that moment, a conversation between two soldiers captured his attention. The Kree have launched another attack. The New Star Empire has been relentlessly suppressed, particularly by that fiend, Ronan, who ruthlessly annihilated an entire planet. What is Ronan compared to Thanos? His army has attacked countless planets over the years, and his method of slaughtering half, while sparing the other half, instills dread in all who hear of it. I've heard he is even allied with Ronan. This is truly terrifying. Their alliance is nothing short of a nightmare. Especially the terrifying policy of Thanos regarding the survival of half the population left Lin Chen slightly furrowed in thought as he observed the growing distance between himself and the others. Something felt amiss. Lin Chen recalled the timeline of Ronan's alliance with Thanos, which was not far from that of the Guardians of the Galaxy. However, he had only departed Earth in 2009, while the Guardians were active around 2014. Even if the current time had not reached that point, it should at least be around 2012. The discrepancy in timekeeping between the Nova Empire and Earth left Lin Chen perplexed. Despite his unease, he could not ascertain the truth. The only course of action was to hastily pilot his ship back to Earth for clarity. There was indeed another method. With this thought, Lin Chen swiftly approached the holographic interface, searching for information on a particular planet. X-246, the designation of the primitive planet he had previously inhabited. Following his usual categorization, he soon located the pertinent data. However, upon the first glance, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of mild peculiarity. Chapter 159, Doloa Continent. Planet X-246 had been marked. The reason for this designation was straightforward. The flow of time was dissimilar. Much like the peculiar planet featured in Thor, Ragnarok, where Loki and Thor fell through the Bifrost in succession, only to find that Loki arrived a week earlier despite the mere seconds that separated them. Although the time ratio on Planet X-246 was not as exaggerated, it was nonetheless alarming. Lin Chen had spent less than a week there, yet the outside world had seen over a year pass, nearly two. Calculating this, it meant that Earth was now nearing the end of 2011. This timeline brought Thanos' impending invasion of Earth closer. Although it was not yet too late, several years remained for Lin Chen to prepare, which was still acceptable. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen firmly grasped the star chart and swiftly departed the archives, heading toward the spacecraft area. For Lin Chen, the ultimate necessity was that large spaceship. He did not underestimate this mission, becoming increasingly cautious as the moment approached. After all, this was a high-tech planet filled with unfamiliar wonders. To ensure safety, upon reaching the spacecraft area, Lin Chen began to investigate thoroughly, confirming the location of the main control room before swiftly commencing his actions. The first step was not to seize the spaceship, but to take control of the main control room. After disabling the alarms and surveillance, Lin Chen officially set forth towards the colossal vessel. The large spaceship was not devoid of crew. It typically housed several personnel for maintenance and operations. Employing familiar tactics, Lin Chen first incapacitated those who could trigger alarms or disseminate information, then gradually subdued the remaining crew aboard the ship. After 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Chen expelled the group of people from the spaceship. Simultaneously, he invoked a forbidden spell, enveloping the surroundings in dense fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Under such concealment, Lin Chen activated the spaceship, swiftly departing from Lin Star, heading towards the nearest jump point. To evade pursuit, he chose not to navigate through the jump points within the New Star Empire's territory, but rather distanced himself first, making his way to a remote star system. 3 days later, Lin Chen arrived at an uninhabited planet. After scanning it, he found that the time flow on this planet was normal, alleviating any concerns. He then landed his spaceship on its surface. He disabled all internal channels and the positioning system, ensuring that his ship was completely severed from external contact. Unless someone fortuitously arrived at this planet, no one would be able to discover Lin Chen. He undertook this measure to wait for the situation to calm down before returning to Earth. If he departed now, he might unwittingly walk into a trap set by the New Star Empire's forces stationed at a jump point. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something. He remembered that in the second installment of the Galactic Guardians, the story began with aiding a golden-skinned race in protecting something that resembled a precious energy battery. The notion of energy struck him, leading him to consider the energy source. It seemed imperative to find a way to explore that planet before returning to Earth. If that object could indeed increase the frequency of his travels, he might not even need to return to Earth at all. Nevertheless, those were thoughts for later. For now, Lin Chen's priority was to wait for the situation to settle. During this time, he quietly studied some magical tomes he had acquired from King Ailong, which even included prophetic spells. However, these spells were exceedingly difficult to comprehend. King Ailong had spent thousands of years achieving a modest understanding, occasionally glimpsing fragments of the future. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was currently at a loss, primarily reviewing other types of spells. Thus, a week swiftly passed. Today, Lin Chen prepared to set off for the Sovereign, the golden-skinned race residing on the Sovereign Star. He had clarified this information through his research in the past few days. The Sovereign Star was not far from his current location. Accounting for the time to reach the jump point, it would take him approximately 2 to 3 days to arrive. However, before departure, Lin Chen pondered and ultimately decided to undertake a jump. Confirmed, world level. B. The jump will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10-9. He had nearly exhausted the gains from the previous world, and there would be no further enhancement for him in the short term. It was time to venture into the next world. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a familiar white light enveloped Lin Chen, and in the next moment, he found himself within a dense forest. Before he could assess his surroundings or comprehend his mission, an astonishing sight demanded his immediate attention. Before him stood a majestic giant tiger, towering over 2 meters and extending 3 to 4 meters in length, exuding an imposing aura. It was shifting its stance, its piercing gaze fixated on Lin Chen, seemingly contemplating whether to attack this unexpected intruder. This scene intrigued Lin Chen. Hesitation? He distinctly perceived a hint of uncertainty in the tiger's eyes, which suggested intelligence. "Can you speak?" Lin Chen inquired tentatively. However, no sooner had he uttered the words than the tiger appeared enraged, letting out a thunderous roar as it lunged toward him. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Instead of evading, he waved his hand, summoning a strange wind that ensnared the colossal beast midair. The tiger roared incessantly, its claws glinting with a chilling light as it flailed helplessly, unable to escape. Finding the cacophony irritating, Lin Chen opened his mouth and unleashed a long-forgotten lion's roar. With the strength of a perfected innate level, Lin Chen wielded his sound waves' range and power with remarkable precision. He confined the roar's effect to a radius of approximately 3 meters around the tiger, ensuring it remained within the creature's tolerance. The tiger, momentarily dazed by the roar, uttered a confused sound before becoming entirely still. At that moment, Lin Chen leisurely approached and inquired, "Can you speak?" The tiger replied with a low, bewildered growl and shook its head in confusion. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen released the creature. It was merely a foolish beast, perhaps possessing some semblance of intellect, yet ultimately of little consequence and far too weak. Upon regaining its freedom, the tiger bolted away, swiftly vanishing from Lin Chen's sight. Only then did Lin Chen turn his attention to the information in his mind. His current name was Wei Jun, and he was a level 63 Soul Emperor. Wait, level 63 and a Soul Emperor? Could it be that he had arrived in the Doloa continent? Surveying his surroundings with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Lin Chen felt a surge of enthusiasm. The Doloa continent. This was a realm he had once immersed himself in through a novel in his previous life, and now the prospect of traversing this world filled him with exhilaration. Chapter 160, Soul Master City Main Quest. Unify the Doloa continent. Quest reward, 500 points and 1 lottery opportunity in this realm. Side quest, enhance strength to B. Quest reward, 1,000 points. Oh. It appears that the previous failure to unify during his encounter with the mummy has now transformed into the primary quest for this adventure, with no chance of departure without its completion. Furthermore, this side quest, while offering substantial rewards, presents a considerable challenge. After reaching the B rank, each incremental level becomes exceedingly difficult to attain, and Lin Chen estimates that considerable time will be required to achieve a B rating. The feasibility of completing this side quest within this world remains uncertain, especially given that the cultivation system of the Doloa world diverges significantly from his current circumstances. Nevertheless, the completion of this side quest is of secondary importance. The primary focus lies on the main quest, unifying the continent. Merely contemplating this task overwhelms Lin Chen. The issue is not merely one of difficulty, but rather the complications involved. The power levels within Doloa continent are not particularly formidable. Even the so-called gods are unlikely to be excessively powerful. Otherwise, the system would not classify it as a B-grade world. Of course, there exists a plausible scenario, one with considerable likelihood. The gods of this realm may be incapable of descending or manifesting, and thus the system's evaluation does not encompass divine beings. Regardless, it stands to reason that the strongest individuals in this world are likely the demigods at level 100, followed closely by the peak Doloa at level 99. According to the narrative, only the title Doloa exhibits considerable strength, while those exceeding level 95 are referred to as Super Doloa, with each level advancement resulting in a significant enhancement of power. However, from Lin Chen's perspective, these title Doloa below level 98 do not appear particularly formidable. It is not mere boastfulness. He suspects that he could easily defeat them with a single strike, with only those at level 98 posing any real challenge. The peak Doloa at level 99 and the demigods at level 100 warrant his attention. Moreover, such formidable beings only emerge in the later stages of the Doloa narrative, and the current timeline within Doloa remains uncertain. Contemplating these matters, Lin Chen swiftly ascended into the sky, orienting himself towards the outskirts of the forest. Approximately half an hour later, after a direct flight, he finally beheld a city, more precisely, a small town. The town was named Red Leaf City, and upon inquiring, Lin Chen discovered that it belonged to the Balak Kingdom, situated in the eastern part of the realm. Consulting a map, he finally discerned his previous location, the periphery of the Star Doe Forest. Had he ventured deeper, he would not have encountered such weak spirit beasts, which typically begin at 60,000 years. The tiger he recently encountered was merely a 20,000-year-old spirit beast. Additionally, Lin Chen gleaned a crucial temporal milestone, the Continental Youth Spirit Master Competition. Recently, the finals in Heavendo City had concluded, and Tang San and his companions were already en route to Wuhan City. They were set to participate in the ultimate competition for young spirit masters across the continent. Lin Chen recalled that, in the narrative, they had previously encountered an ambush by the Wuhan Hall during their journey. He now wondered how the situation had evolved. Seeking the protagonist is undoubtedly a pursuit to be undertaken, not for any ulterior motive, but merely out of pure curiosity. Lin Chen yearned to glimpse the nature of the task from the very first novel he had read. Yet, this was not the foremost concern occupying his mind. At this moment, Lin Chen's primary objective was to contemplate how to unify the continent. Would he vanquish the formidable warriors or compel them to submit? Would all bow beneath the weight of his prowess? As soon as this notion emerged, Lin Chen extinguished it himself. Though the number of experts was limited, the reality of Doloa continent revealed a considerable presence of skilled individuals, with hidden pinnacle Doluos still in existence. Should Lin Chen pursue such a course of action, it would likely provoke the remaining individuals to unite against him. Thus, this plan proved impractical, at least until he had discerned the true strength of these pinnacle duos. Lin Chen would refrain from recklessly implementing such a strategy. Moreover, in his quest for unification, Lin Chen conceived 3 viable plans. First, to support the Heaven Do Empire. Second, to lend his support to the Star Luo Empire. Third, to back the Spirit Hall. In terms of overt high-end combat power, Spirit Hall undeniably claimed the top position, followed by Heaven Do, with Star Luo trailing behind. Therefore, for the time being, aligning with Spirit Hall appeared to be the optimal, yet most challenging choice. Why is this so? Because regardless of whether he chose Heaven Do or Star Luo, he would ultimately have to overcome the formidable Spirit Hall and its adversaries. However, by opting to support Spirit Hall, Lin Chen would merely need to seize control of it. Given the overwhelming strength of Spirit Hall, if he could master it, Lin Chen was confident he could unify the continent within a year with its aid. Star Luo, Heaven Do, in the shadow of Spirit Hall. These 2 great empires were insignificant. Nonetheless, how Lin Chen would proceed remained contingent upon the circumstances. Now, the grand finals for the Youth Soul Masters across the continent were about to commence, set at the intersection of the 2 empires, which also served as the headquarters of Spirit Hall, known as Soul City. Lin Chen recalled that during that time, Spirit Hall had sent forth 5 or 6 title duos, and even Tang Hao made an appearance. This was an opportune moment. Lin Chen could seize the chance to gauge the strength of this world while also catching a glimpse of the 7 monsters and their appearances. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen wasted no time. He acquired a map and set forth towards Soul City. Hongya City lay to the east of the Bala Kingdom, not far from Soto City. Soul City was situated to the south of Soto City, adjacent to the western fringes of the Star Do Forest. Due to discrepancies in the map, Lin Chen took nearly an hour to arrive at Soul City. Soul City was modest in size, comparable to the small city of Hongya, yet its walls were truly magnificent. Standing 80 meters high and 30 meters thick, a sight to behold. Remarkably, Soul City was not shaped like an ordinary square city, but rather took on a hexagonal form. In other words, the city boasts 6 towering walls, each patrolled by soul masters adorned in the distinctive garb of the Spirit Hall. Upon each wall rests a magnificent bas-relief, symbolizing 6 formidable spirit embodiments. At the heart of the city stands a mountain, atop which lies the Hall of the Pope. Lin Chen refrained from approaching the hall to avoid arousing suspicion. Instead, he ventured into the city to gather information. Before long, he acquired insights into the current situation. The competing teams were still en route, but calculating the time, they were expected to arrive that very afternoon. Lin Chen found little desire to seek out individuals. There were numerous routes leading to the Spirit City from the north, with 3 or 4 major paths to choose from. Considering the timing, the Spirit Hall's assault had likely concluded, making his visit somewhat belated. Rather than chase after people, he deemed it more pleasurable to indulge in the city's culinary delights, savoring the local snacks and specialties. Chapter 161. The 4th plan. In the afternoon, Lin Chen leisurely perched on the city wall, a large food bucket in his left hand and a bottle of Doloa Continent's version of refreshing beverage in his right, basking in the sunlight as the patrolling soul masters paid him no heed. Suddenly, Lin Chen's brow furrowed with intrigue. He spotted, 3 miles away along a major road, a lengthy procession approaching the Spirit City. Recognizing the insignia at the forefront, he quickly identified the group as that of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, the number of individuals in the Tiando Empire's delegation was considerable. Aside from Tang San and his companions, there were no other possibilities. The Spirit Hall had dispatched a cardinal clad in red to greet them, indicating a level of importance assigned to this arrival. However, Lin Chen's focus was not on the cardinal, but rather on the procession itself. His immediate attention was drawn not to Tang San and his companions, but to an elderly figure, Sword Daloachun Xin. Lin Chen did not recognize him directly, but inferred his identity from the presence of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, standing beside him. It was impossible to overlook the tower emblem emblazoned on Ning Fengji's attire. Lin Chen recalled that Chen Xin was either a 96th or 97th level Super Dalaw. Yet it mattered little. He sensed that within the vicinity of the Spirit City, only the Hall of the Pope at the city's center harbored such an aura of mastery. Was it Bibi Dong? Or perhaps Qian Daolu? Or both? Lin Chen's perceptive abilities were not particularly strong, making such distinctions challenging. Nonetheless, he sensed no imminent threat from Chen Xin. He clearly understood that this individual was likely quite weak. As for Dugu Bo, Lin Chen was uncertain of his identity. Among this group, apart from Chun Xin who captured his attention, the others seemed rather mediocre, mere weaklings among weaklings. Lin Chen recalled that in the original narrative, even Bibidong's surge of power could suppress Dugu Bo, highlighting just how feeble this individual truly was. The welcoming ceremony was exceedingly simple, devoid of any extravagance or pomp. It merely involved a routine handover before the group was led into the city. At this juncture, through his investigations, Lin Chen also spotted Tang San and his companions, along with Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, and Zhao Wujia, all of whom were easily recognizable due to their distinct features. It was somewhat unexpected. In Lin Chen's imagination, their appearances diverged considerably from what he had envisioned. However, upon witnessing them, he felt a unique sense of accomplishment. After observing them being escorted by the cardinal to a restaurant in the west, Lin Chen refrained from approaching, instead noting the location and patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. Soon, news spread that the competition would commence in 3 days. During this interval, Tang San and his group dedicated themselves to their rooms, cultivating their abilities to attain peak conditions. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was diligently refining his plans. He was not formulating just one plan, but 3. Each plan was crafted from a different perspective, outlining potential timelines and completion dates. By the 3rd day, Lin Chen had nearly perfected all 3 plans. The first plan centered on the Star Luo Empire, aiming for covert control, first eliminating the Spirit Hall. Then the Heaven Do Empire, ultimately unifying the continent, with an estimated duration of 3 years, the difficulty level being moderate. The second plan focused on the Heaven Do Empire, similarly seeking covert control, first destroying the Spirit Hall, then the Star Luo Empire, and finally unifying the continent, with an estimated duration of 2.5 years, also of moderate difficulty. The third plan revolved around the Spirit Hall, targeting the upper echelons for elimination, gaining control over the Spirit Hall, mobilizing its influence, and eventually unifying the continent, projected to take 1.5 years, but with the highest difficulty. Among these 3 plans, the first and second were relatively stable, yet time-consuming. The third plan was the quickest, but also the most challenging. Ultimately, Lin Chen resolved to pursue the 4th plan. Indeed, the 4th plan was his hidden agenda, the initial retention strategy he had conceived, persuasion through reason. Although this approach bore a difficulty rating of 5 stars, it could potentially be accomplished in just a few months. The first step of this plan was to compel the Spirit Hall to submit during the grand finals of the Continental Youth Soul Master Tournament. Simultaneously, formidable figures such as Ning Fengji and Tang Hao would undoubtedly witness Lin Chen's actions. At that juncture, Lin Chen could effortlessly capture them all, and with a little more time, the unification of the continent would be within reach. However, this entire scenario hinges upon Lin Chen's extraordinary strength to subdue a pinnacle Doloa at level 99. During this period, semi-deities had yet to emerge, and the most powerful being was the likes of Qian Daolu, a peak Doloa. As long as Lin Chen could triumph over them, he would ascend to the pinnacle of power. Therefore, the focus rests on the finals. At that time, Bibi Dong would make her appearance, facing off against Tang Hao. Both of their strengths would erupt, providing Lin Chen with a clear insight into their capabilities. Should they not prove overwhelmingly strong, Lin Chen would proceed with the implementation of his 4th plan. Contemplating this, Lin Chen calculated the time. Today marked the day of the competition for Tang San and his companions. According to intelligence gathered, this was the finals, featuring a total of 33 teams. Among them, 3 were directly qualified, while the remaining 30 participated through the standard selection process. The competition spanned 5 rounds, requiring approximately 15 days to complete. Today was the inaugural day of the contest, an event worthy of Lin Chen's attendance. The cultivation system within the Doloa world was utterly unfamiliar to him, and he found it quite peculiar. How those martial souls originated, whether the awakening of martial souls would benefit him, and so forth. Lin Chen was entirely in the dark regarding these matters. Thus, he resolved to observe extensively, learn diligently, and experiment boldly. For this grand finals, the Spirit Hall had meticulously crafted a venue. Lin Chen soared through the air, silently observing the skirmishes below. Although the combat prowess displayed by these individuals was relatively modest, even negligible in destructive capacity, their attacks were undeniably captivating. The soul rings undulated, radiating various hues, while the soul skills produced dramatic effects, creating an entertaining spectacle akin to a performance. Naturally, Lin Chen was not merely a spectator. He seized this opportunity to analyze the relationships between soul power and soul rings. In moments of fervent research, he ventured into the city to discreetly capture some soul masters for experimentation. In most cities, soul masters were a rarity, with the majority being ordinary people. However, the Spirit City was markedly different. Here, soul masters dominated, and ordinary citizens were scarce, remarkably. Even the waitstaff in restaurants were often soul masters of levels 20 or 30. In such an environment, capturing a soul master was exceedingly effortless for Lin Chen. Chapter 162, Researcher Lin Chen. As the competition heated up, it swiftly approached the debut of Tang San and his companions. Indeed, it was a debut. They merely made an appearance without engaging in combat, advancing directly. Their opponent had forfeited, and due to the draw, Tang San and his team enjoyed 2 consecutive buys, propelling them into the top 10. To witness their battle, one must wait 4 to 5 days. During this interval, Lin Chen refrained from watching any competitions. Finding it rather uninteresting, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Indeed, he sought to experiment with the potential awakening of his martial spirit. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the method for awakening a martial spirit was exceedingly straightforward. One merely needed a soul master of at least level 20 to utilize soul power in conjunction with an awakening device, which could be found in certain schools or within the martial soul hall. Rather than opting for the bustling cities, Lin Chen chose to travel a considerable distance to a small town, where he located a branch of the martial soul hall. After stealthily acquiring a device, he apprehended a steward, and, after explaining his intentions, the steward willingly consented to assist him in awakening his martial spirit. To be frank, Lin Chen felt a twinge of nervousness at that moment. After all, he was about to awaken a martial spirit, an extraordinary power from another world. If successful, would he be able to add a soul ring? Could it be a 100,000-year soul ring? How substantial would his strength become? Conversely, what if the awakening failed? What consequences might arise? Even before commencing the awakening, Lin Chen's mind was already racing with thoughts of adding a 100,000-year soul ring. At that moment, the steward before him quivered as he spoke. "My lord, I am prepared." "Excellent," Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. "Let us begin." "Very well, my lord," the steward said, managing a smile that was more painful than pleasant. Despite being tens of times more anxious than Lin Chen, he maintained his composure, reminding himself that executing the task at hand correctly was paramount to avoid any unfavorable outcomes. Thus, this steward, though flustered, remained collected, envisioning Lin Chen as a mere 6-year-old child, as he prepared to assist in awakening the young boy's spirit. Gradually, the steward's hands steadied. As the soul power within him surged, it transformed into several streams of light that flew into the device. In the next instant, Lin Chen, standing within the apparatus, felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, surrounded by a golden glow. "My lord, you shall undoubtedly awaken a formidable martial spirit." Although puzzled as to why Lin Chen, despite his evident strength, had yet to awaken a martial spirit, the steward knew that such words would surely be well received. In response, Lin Chen smiled but remained silent. After 7 or 8 seconds, the golden light surrounding him intensified, radiating warmth, yet there was no further change. Observing this, the steward's initial panic gradually shifted to confusion and then astonishment. What was happening? How could there be no reaction after such a prolonged awakening? Logically, such a vibrant glow should indicate the presence of a powerful martial spirit, which should manifest swiftly. Yet, Lin Chen remained devoid of any spirit, rendering the situation exceedingly peculiar. "My lord, could you try extending your hand?" the steward suggested tentatively. Lin Chen followed the instructions, yet nothing transpired. In truth, from the gaze of the steward, Lin Chen had already gleaned certain insights, coupled with his own sensations. It appeared evident that he possessed no martial soul or anything akin to it within him. Shaking his head, Lin Chen resigned himself and said, "You may leave." Upon hearing this, the steward was nearly moved to tears, hurriedly neglecting to gather his belongings as he departed. Who could fathom the experiences he had endured that day? Once the steward had left, Lin Chen began to contemplate. His thoughts were far from superficial. He sought to discern the essence behind the phenomena. He had observed every detail of the soul energy and methods employed by the steward when he activated the awakening device. At that moment, Lin Chen replicated the earlier method, channeling his true essence into the apparatus. In the next instant, A golden radiance illuminated the space, and Lin Chen felt warmth envelop him once more. This time, however, he did not merely bask in the sensation. He meticulously analyzed the composition of the energy, pondering the reasons behind this occurrence and its implications for the martial souls of this world. Transforming into a researcher, Lin Chen embarked on a series of inquiries. To facilitate his studies, he ventured into the city and captured several soul masters. Observing the changes in their martial souls and the relationship between their soul energy and martial spirits. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Lin Chen immersed himself in research, unable to extricate himself from his pursuits. It must be said that his diligent investigations yielded fruit after 10 days. He finally unraveled the cultivation system of the Dolua world. Lin Chen discovered that these martial souls were intrinsic to the inhabitants of this realm, constituting a form of rule-based power. Furthermore, soul energy was akin to true qi. These two revelations formed the foundation of his understanding. But Lin Chen's 10 days of study had yielded even more profound insights. He unearthed a pivotal realization. This cultivation system unveiled a pathway to higher realms. Throughout the 10 days, Lin Chen meticulously validated its feasibility. Ultimately, he concluded that his hypothesis was indeed plausible. By progressing methodically, he could undoubtedly elevate his prowess. The principle was remarkably simple: the fusion of power. Whether it be magical energy, true essence, or soul energy, they were all manifestations of similar principles. Despite their fundamental similarities, considerable disparities remained in practice. Previously, Lin Chen had utilized true essence to perform spells. Although effective, it encountered a degree of resistance compared to magical energy. Over the course of these 10 days, Lin Chen had also experimented with the utilization of soul techniques, discovering that he could wield them using true essence, even simulating the effects conferred by soul rings. However, under equivalent energy levels, the potency of soul techniques executed with soul energy surpassed those performed with true essence. Lin Chen's current research direction revolves around the fusion of a super energy. This energy can be wielded through spells, martial arts, or soul skills. Most importantly, it incurs no energy loss. Its effects are identical to the original version, perhaps even superior. Should Lin Chen successfully develop this energy, his strength would undoubtedly reach level B. Suddenly, he recalled that the competition in Soul Master City was still ongoing and wondered if it had progressed to the final match. Missing the confrontation between Tang Hao and Bibi Dong would render him unlikely to witness such high-caliber combat again. For the time being, he could only venture forth to test his own abilities. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen swiftly made his way to Soul Master City. It must be said that Lin Chen's luck was quite fortuitous. Upon his arrival, the city was in the midst of the final showdown. The Shrek 7, led by Tang San, were pitted against the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. This was a clash of titans, a battle destined to be chronicled in the annals of Dolua continent, with both sides exerting their utmost efforts. Chapter 163. Tang Hao's appearance. The final battleground was set in the square before the Hall of the Pope, where the clash between the two teams had escalated to a fever pitch, unleashing a myriad of soul skills. Techniques such as martial soul fusion skills, and even the Seven's integrated fusion technique, were on display. This fusion technique piqued Lin Chen's interest. The amalgamation of 7 distinct energies, though only a tenuous blend, still unleashed formidable power. Did this not resonate with his current research? The principles underlying this phenomenon warranted further exploration. As the battle unfolded, it gradually approached its climax. The Shrek 7, faced with the overwhelming prowess of the Golden Generation, began to fall one after another under the relentless assault. However, in a moment of desperation, Tang San turned the tide, employing the Tang sect's ultimate technique, Bat Wing Reincarnation. This unique hidden weapon technique, combined with the toxic soul bone fragment embedded within Tang San, ensnared the entire Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. Although Tang San succumbed to unconsciousness, his adversaries were all afflicted by a potent poison, one so virulent that even titled Doluos struggled to counteract it. Under the guidance of Dugu Bo, Bibi Dong, in a bid to preserve the lives of the Golden Generation, declared an immediate surrender. Ultimately, the champions of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament were none other than the Shrek 7 from Shrek Academy. In a moment reminiscent of the original tale, Ning Fengji promptly unleashed the 7 Treasures' true body to heal Tang San and his companions. However, Due to the overwhelming fluctuations of soul power, Oscar and Xiao Wu, who had been leaning against Tang San, were forcefully propelled aside. During their retreat, a blooming flower quietly slipped from Xiao Wu's embrace. That was the unique and rare herb known as the heartbroken red sausage, capable of concealing the aura of the soul beast residing within Xiao Wu, rendering her true identity imperceptible. However, in that moment of its descent, every soul master of title Deloy rank or above discerned Xiao Wu's true nature. Lin Chen perceived the alteration in Xiao Wu's aura the instant the herb fell. Yet, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, none of them dared to reveal the truth. Instead, they maintained their composure and awaited silently. After the cheers from Tang San and his companions, Bibi Dong requested that Tang San remedy the poison affecting the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, Bibi Dong, along with the other title Deloy, rose to their feet. With a calm demeanor, she announced the victor of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Shrek Academy. Congratulations to you, talented young soul masters. Though her words were congratulatory, her tone lacked fervor, tinged with a hint of indifference. Nevertheless, she honored her word. Prior to the competition, she had prepared 3 soul bones as a reward for the overall champion. Since Shrek had emerged victorious, the reward rightfully belonged to them. At Bibidong's behest, the officiating cardinal in red proclaimed loudly, "Please, representatives of Shrek Academy, step forward to receive your champion's reward." Naturally, it was Tang San who approached to claim the reward. Ecstatic upon receiving the 3 soul bones, Tang San and his companions began to distribute them immediately. However, to their surprise, Bibi Dong and her entourage, instead of departing, remained poised and seemingly encircled the square. From above, Lin Chen observed keenly. It was evident that Bibidong's target was none other than Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year soul beast, now in human form, yet deceptively fragile. For soul masters, a 100,000-year soul beast is considered the most coveted treasure, akin to receiving a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone as a gift. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a prospect? Have you completed the distribution? Bibi Dong inquired softly after a moment. The crowd abruptly halted, Master Yu Xiaojiang furrowing his brow in confusion as he glanced at Bibi Dong. Tang San and his companions were jolted from their elation, casting puzzled looks in her direction. Without further elaboration, Bibi Dong coolly declared, "Since the rewards have been allocated, Ghost Deloy and Chrysanthemum Deloy, seize that girl." As she spoke, she pointed directly at Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing this, Ning Fengji swiftly interjected, "Your Holiness, should we not ascertain the circumstances before proceeding?" Having learned of Xiao Wu's identity from Chun Xian, he hoped to ensure a favorable resolution for the situation. Considering Tang San's standing, Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Ning Fengji. Despite standing before her as one of the leaders of the 3 great sects, she showed no intention of retreating. "Ning Zhongzhu, please maintain your dignity. Should you continue to obstruct me, the 7-treasure glazed tile school shall become the enemy of the Spirit Hall." Ning Fengji's expression shifted. The Pope's words carried significant weight. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school was powerful and affluent, it paled in comparison to the Spirit Hall. He raised a hand to stop the advancing Chun Xian, sighed deeply, and stepped aside. In the next moment, both the Chrysanthemum Deloy and the Ghost Deloy sprang into action. Simultaneously, Dugu Bo also moved. Not towards the Ghost Deloy and Chrysanthemum Deloy to impede them, but rather towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. He understood that if he could lead these 2 children away, the others from Shrek Academy would remain unharmed. However, just as he made his move, a cold snort echoed in his ears like thunder. It was Bibi Dong. A massive golden silhouette quietly rose behind her, and 9 brilliant soul rings instantly ascended. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The overwhelming pressure targeted Dugu Bo, rendering him immobile, as if he were welded to the spot. In the sky, Lin Chen slightly raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Bibi Dong's eruption indeed possessed a certain grandeur. Yet her true strength remained elusive until she made her move. Dugu Bo, intimidated by the aura, dared not to stir. He recognized this as Bibi Dong's warning. If he dared to act, he would face her wrath, and against her assault, he held no confidence in his ability to withstand it. This was the lament of being in a weak position. On the other side, the Ghost Deloy and Chrysanthemum Deloy moved swiftly toward Xiao Wu. Master, Flander, and Lu Erlong quickly formed a golden triangle, attempting to resist, but it was utterly insufficient. Just then, A voice thundered forth, a chrysanthemum, a little ghost. Do you dare harm my son? Get away. The deep voice echoed as if bursting in the air. Though not loud, the contained authority made every individual tremble involuntarily. Tang Hao had arrived. In the sky, Lin Chen squinted, taking a sip of his drink, now even more focused. Upon Tang Hao's appearance, he effortlessly repelled the chrysanthemum Dolaw and the ghost Dolaw, then confronted Bibi Dong head-on. The latter let out a sharp shriek, summoning reinforcements. In mere seconds, there were 7 titled Doluos on the Spirit Hall's side, including Bibi Dong. This represents the entirety of the titled Dolaw on the surface of the Spirit Hall. However, Lin Chen observed intently that within the depths, there lingered an even more formidable aura. If his conjecture was correct, it could only belong to one of the 3 supreme Dolaw of the Dolaw world, Qian Daolu. Lin Chen recalled that Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong seemed to have an adversarial relationship, and at this moment, Bibi Dong was responding. Yet the other party paid her no heed. It was somewhat regrettable that he could not witness Qian Daolu in action. Nevertheless, he gleaned some insights from the prowess of Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. At this juncture, with Bibi Dong's response, a total of 7 titled Dolaw appeared on the side of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao cast a cold glance towards the Pope's palace behind Bibi Dong. Indeed, 7 titled Dolaw, the Spirit Hall truly lived up to its reputation. Yet, what could 7 of you accomplish? After speaking, he turned to look at Tang San, recognizing that this was the true embodiment of the Haoyan. Look at the hammer, Tang Hao exclaimed, as 9 soul rings, identical to Bibi Dong's, manifested. In the next moment, the 7th soul ring shone brilliantly. The black Haoyan hammer behind Tang Hao suddenly erupted, a fierce black light surging forth, expanding in the wind to transform into a colossal hammer stretching over 100 meters. The massive hammerhead resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. Red patterns emerged from the enormous Haoyan hammer, and the 10,000-year red soul rings on Tang Hao glowed intensely, causing the black giant hammer to entirely morph into a crimson hue. What a grand Pope's palace! Amidst the wild, arrogant laughter, Tang Hao's right hand moved. The 100-meter-long super hammer plummeted, not towards Bibi Dong and the others before him, but rather aimed directly at the Pope's palace behind them. In an instant, the air within the entire spirit city became distorted. At that moment, every soul master below the rank of titled De found themselves utterly immobilized. The Pope's palace was the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Should it be destroyed, the Spirit Hall would lose all face. Therefore, Bibi Dong would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Tang Hao, how dare you? Bibi Dong shouted fiercely, soaring into the air almost simultaneously with Zhu Delaw and Gue Delaw heading towards the giant hammer. Meanwhile, for figures who had just emerged from the Pope's palace also rushed to meet the descending hammer. Boom. Upon collision, the minds of all soul masters below level 70 were engulfed in a void, collapsing to the ground amidst the indescribable, violent roar. The thunderous sound, akin to divine retribution, caused the entire spirit city to tremble violently. The 7 figures suspended in midair were simultaneously struck down, and the giant hammer vanished. Bibi Dong, just wait. The debts owed to me by the Spirit Hall will one day be repaid in full. That day is not far off. After uttering this ominous declaration, Tang Hao grasped Tang San and Xiao Wu, preparing to depart. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the depths of the papal hall. You think you can strike and simply flee? Do you hold my frail form in such low regard? A radiant light surged forth from within the papal hall, ascending to the heavens above the plaza in the blink of an eye. It was an elderly man, clad in flowing white robes, emanating an aura of sanctity. He was Qian Daolu, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, a formidable 99th level peak Delaw. Upon his arrival, the onlookers who had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness wore expressions of bewilderment, with only a few displaying sheer astonishment. Among them, Tang Hao's complexion turned pale with shock. Qian Daolu had intervened, a turn of events Tang Hao had never anticipated. High above, Lin Chen was likewise taken aback. He had not expected Qian Daolu, a character who remained dormant in the original narrative, to make his presence known. Moments earlier, Lin Chen had been analyzing the strength of Tang Hao's attack and contemplating the disparity between their powers, pondering who held the upper hand. Just as he reached a conclusion, Qian Daolu appeared unexpectedly. Yet, this development was fortuitous for Lin Chen, as it meant he could forego further deliberation and engage directly. His insights had led him to a straightforward conclusion. The combat prowess of Bai Bai Dong and Tang Hao seemed to align with the mid to late stages of innate talent, while the more formidable Qian Daolu was undoubtedly a robust late-stage innate powerhouse. Although Qian Daolu had yet to make a move, Lin Chen felt confident in his ability to triumph over him. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to execute his fourth plan, to subdue everyone present. However, he discerned that the timing was not yet optimal. He needed to bide his time. Below, upon witnessing Qian Daoliu's emergence, Tang Hao promptly released Tang San and Xiao Wu. His expression grave as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" If he were to depart alone, Tang Hao might have had a chance. However, with the inclusion of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Qian Daoliu's intervention meant escape would be exceedingly difficult. "Leave that soul beast behind. The rest of you may go," Qian Daolu stated, gesturing towards Xiao Wu with indifference. "That is out of the question." Tang Hao vehemently refused. The love Tang San held for Xiao Wu evoked memories of his late wife, Ayin, a soul beast who had perished after a century. This reflection stirred profound emotions within Tang Hao, compelling him to ensure Xiao Wu would not share a similar fate. "Then you shall perish." Qian Daolu wasted no words. Immediately launching his attack, Tang Hao's countenance was grim. He felt utterly outmatched against such an unparalleled powerhouse, yet retreat was not an option at this juncture. Having already sustained injuries from a previous confrontation with 7 adversaries, facing Qian Daolu now was an insurmountable challenge. The Celestial Master's martial spirit ascended alongside Qian Daolu, who regarded Tang Hao with the utmost seriousness. With a martial spirit manifestation, he initiated a direct assault. Tang Hao exerted himself with unwavering determination, once again unleashing his martial soul's true form. The disparity between the colossal hammer and Qian Daolu was overwhelmingly vast. It seemed as though Qian Daolu could be effortlessly crushed. Yet, when the two forces collided, the giant hammer was easily deflected, causing Tang Hao to spit blood and stagger back 3 steps, while Qian Daolu relentlessly pursued him. Meanwhile, Master and the others attempted to assist, but the speed of Qian Daolu was simply too swift, and the ferocity of their battle rendered it nearly impossible for them to approach. By the time they reacted, Qian Daolu had already struck Tang Hao's defending arm with a powerful blow, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away to crash against a pillar, leaving him grievously injured. Die! Qian Daoliu's gaze sharpened, and he prepared to execute a fatal strike on Tang Hao. However, at that very moment, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept through, lifting the Shrek's 7 monsters and propelling them outward. Qian Daoliu's attention was immediately diverted by this unforeseen occurrence, and he attempted to intercept Xiao Wu. Yet, just as he moved, a figure materialized not far in front of him in midair. With a smile, he declared, "This road is blocked." Chapter 165. I prefer to convince with reason. Who are you? Lin Chen suddenly appeared before Qian Daolu, catching him off guard. Not only was he surprised, but Bibi Dong and the others were equally astonished, puzzled by Lin Chen's sudden emergence. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was seizing Tang San and Xiao Wu, fleeing without a backward glance, blood spewing from his mouth, an image of sheer desperation. It was no jest. Someone was holding Qian Daolu at bay, and if they did not escape now, when would they? Want to flee? Leave it behind. Qian Daolu, filled with rage, intended to circumvent Lin Chen and seize Xiao Wu. His motivation for this assault was his granddaughter, Qian Renxue. 100,000-year soul beast could serve as her 9th soul ring. Once nurtured, when his granddaughter reached level 90, she would directly acquire a 100,000-year soul ring. Thus, he placed immense importance on Xiao Wu. Lin Chen obstructed his path, hovering in midair, his strength evidently at least that of a title de law. Tang Hao, clearly more powerful and exceedingly swift, posed a risk. If Qian Daolu attempted to eliminate Lin Chen, he might inadvertently allow Tang Hao to escape with Xiao Wu. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Qian Daolu, so he disregarded Lin Chen entirely, focusing solely on Tang Hao. However, he underestimated Lin Chen. Not only he, but all present underestimated Lin Chen. In their eyes, the audacity to obstruct a 99th level title de law was tantamount to courting death. Yet, in the very next moment, a shocking event unfolded. As Qian Daolu made his move, Lin Chen simply smiled. "It seems you do not regard me with due respect." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chen executed his signature move, a sweeping palm strike that descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, an unexpected gust of wind emerged, momentarily restraining Qian Daolu. With a resounding thud, Qian Daolu, caught completely off guard, was struck by the palm, plummeting from the sky and crashing into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. How could this be possible? Bibi Dong gasped in disbelief. She was acutely aware of Qian Daoliu's formidable strength, at the pinnacle of a 99th level Dolaw, who could possibly defeat him, save for the divine? Yet, Lin Chen had managed to bring him down. Although it was unexpected, Bibi Dong had clearly witnessed Qian Daolu employing both his martial soul and soul skills in that critical moment. Under such circumstances, it was astonishing that he was still unceremoniously struck down. Lin Chen's power was not to be underestimated. He too was a 99th level Dolaw, perhaps even stronger. Just moments ago, Bibi Dong had failed to discern any soul rings on Lin Chen, suggesting he had yet to unleash his full potential. At that moment, a tremendous aura emanated from the dust-filled crater. Excellent. You have piqued my interest. With Qian Daoliu's suppressed shout, a colossal angelic figure manifested in the air. In the blink of an eye, Qian Daolu surged toward Lin Chen like a cannonball, the true form of his martial soul. The Grand Priest had actually unleashed his martial soul's true essence. Zhu Delaw and Gue Delaw exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. What manner of being could compel the nearly invincible Grand Priest to reveal his martial soul's true form? Embrace your demise. The sacred aura surrounding him made the Grand Priest appear as if he were a genuine angel. Brandishing a longsword, he aimed a direct strike at Lin Chen. Extravagance. Be shattered. Lin Chen bellowed, unleashing the essence within him, his hands transforming into ethereal shadows. In the next instant, specks of starlight materialized before him, coalescing in a fleeting moment to form a brilliant crimson lotus. The Nine Suns' true essence, blazing red lotus technique. Its name was grandiose, yet its principle was deceptively simple, merely compressing the essence and shaping it into the desired form. As for its effect, it was equally straightforward, an explosion. The moment the lotus fully formed, it erupted in a dazzling radiance, unleashing an immense shockwave that swept through the surroundings, dismantling Qian Daoliu's attack and causing even the angelic form to tremble violently. This spectacle left all witnesses in utter astonishment. Not only had Lin Chen caught Qian Daolu off guard, embedding him into the earth, but he now demonstrated extraordinary resilience in a head-on clash. Could Lin Chen's strength have reached the legendary 100th level? As the crowd pondered these thoughts, Lin Chen had already fully engaged Qian Daolu in battle. The angel, towering over 10 meters, wielded a 3-meter-long lightsaber, engaging in combat with Lin Chen, reminiscent of a grown adult playfully battling a child. However, the reality was far from such a simplistic portrayal. Qian Daolu was undeniably powerful, perhaps even slightly stronger than Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen's diverse array of skills presented a formidable challenge. In the world of Dolaw, the rules dictated that each spirit ring corresponded to a single spirit skill, supplemented by soul bones, allowing for a maximum of a few dozen abilities. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was a master of eclectic techniques, drawing upon his true essence to maximize their potency. Be it magic, martial arts, or incantations, he wielded them effortlessly, finally encountering an opponent who possessed strength without being overwhelmingly formidable. Lin Chen reveled in the fight, unleashing a myriad of tactics upon Qian Daolu. As if the effects were limitless, after a flurry of chaotic strikes, amidst Qian Daolu's bewildered gaze, Lin Chen delivered a decisive blow that sent him crashing into the ground. This time, it was far from gentle. After the intense battle, Qian Daolu had sustained injuries, and the final strike compounded his suffering, leaving him unable to rise. Impossible. This cannot be. Throughout the entire ordeal, he hadn't even released his spirit ring, yet he had continuously dominated the high priest. Truly astonishing. The title Delaw of the Spirit Hall wore expressions of shock. If Lin Chen had unleashed his martial spirit, they could have rationalized his overwhelming power. Yet, throughout the entire confrontation, he had not once summoned his spirit, all the while suppressing Qian Daolu. What was his true strength? Or perhaps his identity? A legendary deity. As the crowd stood in awe, Lin Chen had already dragged Qian Daolu to the plaza in front of the Pope's hall. With a light flick of his wrist, Qian Daolu plunged headfirst into the ground from a height of 3 to 4 meters, producing a muffled thud. The members of the Spirit Hall wished to intervene, but under Lin Chen's imposing presence, they remained vigilant and hesitant to approach. After a brief pause, Lin Chen declared, "I am Wei Jun, and my objective is simple, to unify the continent." Upon hearing these words, the crowd glared at him with fury. If glances could kill, Lin Chen would have perished dozens of times over. His declaration was utterly outrageous. It was akin to someone proclaiming their intent to raise your home. Who could be pleased by such a statement? Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed, continuing, I am not fond of violence or slaughter. I prefer to persuade through reason. Therefore, I hope everyone will cooperate with me. Otherwise, well. Chapter 166, The Will of the People. The position of Pope in the Spirit Hall appears quite appealing to me. How about you, Bibi Dong? Allow me to take a seat. At this moment, Lin Chen hardly paid attention to the Shrek 7 monsters. They were merely a group of children, lacking significance compared to the matters at hand. You shall not. Bibi Dong's voice was laced with fury. After enduring a protracted struggle to ascend to the position of Pope, her aspirations had yet to be realized. How could she possibly relinquish her hard-won status? Your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. Lin Chen, with a playful kick to Qian Daolu, remarked with a smile, I do not wish to compel you. As I previously stated, I am a person of reason, so let me elucidate this matter for you. Bibi Dong, permit me to inquire, should the Dolua continent be unified? Is such unification essential? Indeed. Bibi Dong instinctively nodded in agreement. Well then, with the formidable strength of my army and the desire to unify the continent, the Spirit Hall shall be at my service, thus accelerating the process of unification significantly. Today, I fear not the consequences. I declare that you may convey to the people of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire whatever you wish. For the unification of the continent is an inevitability. We oppose this matter. At that moment, the master, who had previously been overlooked by Lin Chen, spoke up. Tang Hao's earlier strike had rendered many unconscious, including the master himself. Upon regaining consciousness, he was astounded to hear talk of unification, regardless of the circumstances, and immediately voiced his dissent. In his haste, those around him had no time to restrain him. Suddenly, all eyes, including Lin Chen's, were drawn to the master. Some were eager, others anxious, and there were even those who chuckled. Lin Chen was somewhat perplexed as to why that soul de law was laughing. Yet he swiftly formulated a response to the master's words. Ah, Master Yu Xiaojing? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It is I. The master replied, slightly lifting his head. Oblivious to Lin Chen's extraordinary prowess, having been lost in slumber during Lin Chen's earlier display of might. Had he been aware, he likely would have refrained from making such a statement. I have heard that you proposed the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. Indeed. What insights do you have? The master remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. These 10 theories are quite commendable, demonstrating a profound understanding of spirit masters. However, how many people do you believe are familiar with your theories? Most around here are aware, including students from several academies. They all know. At least tens of thousands. The master spoke with pride, as this was the crowning achievement of his life. Then how many individuals inhabit the Dolua continent? How many spirit masters are there? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. I have not conducted a census, but conservatively, there are over 1 billion people, with spirit masters numbering at least in the millions. The master answered, albeit with a hint of confusion. Thus, how many know of your 10 core competencies? Perhaps only a minuscule fraction? How lamentable, Lin Chen declared. Have you considered that if the continent were unified, your 10 core competencies could be promoted with the strength of the nation, ensuring that not only all spirit masters would be aware, but even ordinary people would come to know of them. Moreover, as the proponent, your name will be etched in the annals of history for future generations to revere. Master, have you ever contemplated such a scenario? The master was momentarily taken aback. All soul masters, are they all aware and inscribed in the annals of history? Could such a thing truly transpire? Not only the master, but everyone present was engrossed in contemplation of Lin Chen's words. Previously, in their eyes, unifying the continent equated to war, an unending conflict. The only outcomes of war are death and calamity. Following such disasters, even greater misfortunes often ensue, and they had never considered the potential benefits within. As if sensing the thoughts of the crowd, Lin Chen continued, stating that there are myriad means to unify the continent. While you may perceive war as the sole avenue, I envision countless methods. War is merely one of them. In addition, reasoning with others, peaceful diplomacy, and various other approaches could lead to a harmonious unification of the continent. Upon hearing this, the contemplation in their gazes deepened, especially for Bibi Dong, whose previous thoughts were to eradicate various sects and then invade the 2 great empires, ultimately achieving continental unification. After listening to Lin Chen's discourse, she realized that such an approach was the gravest error, as she could have chosen an alternative path. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong had already lost her power of choice. After Lin Chen concluded, he asserted, "Everyone here, aside from the personnel of the Spirit Hall, please take your leave." At this moment, having defeated Qian Daolu, Lin Chen had seized control of the situation and was prepared to take charge of the Spirit Hall. As for the individuals from the two great empires present, Lin Chen inflicted no harm upon them, simply allowing them to depart. This action served to convey his stance and to instruct them to relay a message to their respective kings. "Within 3 months, I intend to unify the continent. I hope your kings are adequately prepared." He advised them against futile resistance, stating, "Though I prefer to persuade with reason, I will not hesitate to take action when necessary." After expressing his intentions, Lin Chen permitted their exit. Meanwhile, he continued to instill his ideology in Bibi Dong and her companions. Approximately half an hour later, as Lin Chen was passionately articulating his thoughts, Qian Daolu groaned, attempting to rise. In response, Lin Chen swiftly struck him again, rendering him unconscious. "Old fool, know your place. Sleep peacefully and do not disturb us." The Spirit Hall personnel fell silent. "Rest assured, I am not an advocate of violence. Upon my ascension as Pope, I shall be dedicated to the flourishing of the Spirit Hall. Now, let us discuss our plans for the next 3 months. The plan is quite straightforward. Lin Chen's fourth strategy primarily emphasizes the essence of swiftness, and to achieve such speed, one must employ unconventional methods." Before deciding to take action, Lin Chen had already formed a general understanding of the situation. While convening with others, the plan in his mind continuously evolved, gradually taking shape. The initial step, of course, was to ascend to the position of Pope. Initially, Bibi Dong contemplated resistance, yet as Lin Chen articulated his vision, her eyes sparkled with increasing enlightenment. Realizing that Lin Chen's assertions were remarkably astute, there was no denying it. With Lin Chen's broad perspective and extensive experience, the dynamics on both sides were fundamentally different. Ultimately, Bibi Dong voluntarily abdicated, yielding to the consensus for Lin Chen to become the Pope. With this, Lin Chen effectively seized control of the Spirit Hall. As for Qian Daolu, his opinions held little significance. Chapter 167. Reform Proposal. Becoming the Pope marked the first step in Lin Chen's plan, swiftly followed by the second step, reform. Frankly, Lin Chen found Bibi Dong's actions in the novel somewhat perplexing. The Spirit Hall possessed formidable strength, capable of overwhelming the two great empires, yet ultimately succumbed to Tang's San. In this regard, Lin Chen could only attest to the formidable nature of the protagonist's halo. However, with Lin Chen at the helm, the unification of the continent under the Spirit Hall was merely a matter of time. After reviewing the statistical reports from the Spirit Hall, Lin Chen realized that failing to unify the continent would be a display of weakness. The Spirit Hall, a force that had extended its branches across the entire continent, boasted that nearly 70% of Soul Masters belonged to it. Its top-tier combat strength surpassed that of both empires combined. Logically, such a force should have unified the continent long ago. Its current disunity must be attributed to narrative constraints. Such matters are best left unspoken. Lin Chen quickly redirected his thoughts and began to elucidate the reform proposal to the members of the Spirit Hall. "What? You are unwilling to listen? Are you compelling me to reason with you? Reform, what does it entail? It signifies a comprehensive transformation built upon the existing foundation. This is what we call reform. If one merely adds or alters a few aspects, that is not reform. It is merely renovation." Lin Chen's reform proposal involves completely dismantling the previous strategies of the Spirit Hall and redeploying them. The first point. Previously, the Spirit Hall functioned as a singular force. Lin Chen now resolved to alter its nature, transforming it into a coalition. This would involve uniting all Soul Masters and subsequently radiating influence to the common populace, ultimately affecting the entire continent. The second point. Concurrently with the first, several new departments would be established, primarily aimed at enhancing influence. For instance, an educational department could be formed to consolidate all Soul Master data, where a renowned master could be appointed as the minister. There exists a research division dedicated to the study of martial souls, as well as a technology department focused on advancing science and technology. The third point, and perhaps the most crucial, is that Lin Chen must garner the support of both great empires for the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, Lin Chen aims to fundamentally redefine the nature of this alliance. In the current world of Dolaw, nations operate under a monarchy where the king wields supreme authority, akin to the centralized power of the Huagua. Lin Chen intends to completely transform this status quo into a legislative alliance. He seeks to establish laws that cater to the distinct needs of both ordinary citizens and soul masters, mandating adherence from all. The governance structure would resemble that of the United Nations in a previous life, with the kings of the two empires and the Spirit Hall holding decisive voting rights, including the power of veto. Meanwhile, regional kingdoms and principalities would possess democratic voting rights. This represents a groundbreaking reform, and given that it infringes upon the interests of many, it is inevitable that substantial resistance will arise during its implementation. Nonetheless, minor obstacles are trivial for the Spirit Hall, while significant opposition, such as from the kings of the two empires and the top 3 sects, will prompt Lin Chen to personally engage with them to reason out the matter. He is confident that, in light of his stature, these individuals will ultimately comprehend the rationale. It must be noted that the concepts Lin Chen presents are remarkably advanced. After he outlined his preliminary plan, the titled law of the Spirit Hall were left in a state of bewilderment. Only Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Recognizing Lin Chen as a truly extraordinary individual, these ideas had never crossed her mind before. And while she had previously been compelled to abdicate due to Lin Chen's martial prowess, she is now thoroughly convinced. In summary, this is the general situation. The specific details are for the Spirit Hall to implement. My primary role is to engage in dialogue. Do you understand? The Grand Priest courageously inquired of the Pope. What about him? Lin Chen casually remarked. I shall discuss matters with him separately. I believe he will come to agree. Rest assured, I will not take his life. You may all disperse now. Once everyone had departed, Lin Chen retrieved a vial from his pocket, feeling a slight pang of regret. That old fellow is indeed formidable. Had it not been for this life water, I would have faced disaster today. Indeed, after a recent skirmish with Qian Daolu, had Lin Chen not secretly consumed half a bottle of life water, he would have sustained serious injuries. A 99th level peak Dalaw possesses considerable strength. According to the system's classification, he would be considered at the threshold of the B-grade tier. Lin Chen himself is currently at B-grade. Without the aid of various means and the life water, he would have been the one to fall. However, in the realm of victors and vanquished, Qian Daolu's defeat stands as a fact. And with Lin Chen now appointed as Pope, the timeline for the completion of his main quest will be significantly shortened. Indeed, Lin Chen's desire to establish a research department and a technology division extends beyond mere aspirations for the Dolaw continent. It is imbued with considerable personal motives. His research on energy integration, if pursued solely by him, would undoubtedly consume an immense amount of time and effort. Conversely, enlisting the assistance of others would significantly abbreviate this duration. While Lin Chen pondered these matters, Qian Daolu, struggling, gradually regained consciousness beside him. Lin Chen swiftly restrained him, then remarked with a smile, "Old fellow, allow me to share a story with you." Half an hour later, after a series of educational discussions, coupled with an inadvertent mention of Qian Rinchua's name, Qian Daolu finally settled down. Though his submission was merely superficial, Lin Chen deemed it sufficient. With the passage of time, as Lin Chen's achievements materialized, the prevailing circumstances would render Qian Daolu's intentions moot. Thus, Lin Chen took residence in the Spirit Hall. Ostensibly, he held the title of Pope, yet the responsibilities of the position were largely managed by Bibi Dong. Lin Chen's task was to familiarize himself with the workings of the Spirit Hall and gather pertinent information, enabling him to make astute decisions. To harness the power of the Spirit Hall, one must first comprehend it. If one cannot even achieve understanding, how can one hope to wield influence? Therefore, for the initial 3 days, Lin Chen dedicated himself to understanding the intricacies of the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, he formulated corresponding strategies based on his acquired knowledge. Although the process was intricate and mentally taxing, witnessing the gradual improvement of a faction through his own efforts brought an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Within those 3 days, Lin Chen deliberated on 3 policies and issued 7 or 8 directives. His pragmatic demeanor began to sway the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall. Resistance was, of course, prevalent, and many held dissenting views. The newly appointed Pope, although nominal, faced skepticism from numerous soul masters who had not witnessed the fateful battle. Under the covert machinations of Qian Daolu, the Spirit Hall's veneration contemplated an ambush against Lin Chen. Yet, the policies and directives Lin Chen had implemented appeared promising. casting doubt on their intentions. Chapter 168. The Spirit Alliance. The initiatives advocated by Lin Chen were fundamentally beneficial to the profession of soul masters, a discernment they possessed to some extent. It was precisely this understanding that instigated their hesitation. What would be gained from exterminating Lin Chen? Could they revert to their previous state? It seemed that such a course would yield little improvement. Thus, they found themselves in a moment of indecision. However, their uncertainty was short-lived, for today marked the 5th day following the conclusion of the competition. Representatives from 2 great empires and several sects had arrived, accompanied by 4 titled Duos and 7 soul Duos, especially regarding Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. His personal presence significantly elevated the strength of the 4 titled Duo, uniting their power to rival that of a level 98 individual, if not surpassing it. As if prearranged, they all arrived at Soul Land City at noon. They did not force their way in, but rather politely notified the authorities before proceeding to the Papal Palace. After all, both Lin Chen and the Papal Palace were not entities they could afford to offend. Their purpose for this visit was not to incite trouble. After witnessing Lin Chen's formidable strength, they were merely curious about his plans for unifying the continent. However, despite their intentions, Lin Chen sought to create complications for them instead. Within the Papal Palace, under Lin Chen's directives, all titled law of the Spirit Hall gathered, with the exception of that old fellow Qian Daolu. This gathering placed considerable pressure on Ning Fengji and his companions. Yet, true to his role as a sect master, Ning Fengji maintained his composure and spoke eloquently. Your Excellency, with such formidable power, we have no objections to your quest for unification. However, given the myriad implications involved, might it be prudent to discuss matters with us? While his words were elegantly crafted, Lin Chen discerned the underlying sentiment. Were it not for your strength, who would pay you heed? Golden Crocodile de Law. Present them with the outline I previously drafted, Lin Chen instructed the second elder beside him. The Golden Crocodile de Law, a level 98 title de Law, and one of the world's strongest, complied without hesitation. In the past, when Lin Chen had issued policies and directives, these individuals had offered a semblance of compliance, albeit begrudgingly. However, following their sparring session yesterday, where each was thoroughly bested, they had become noticeably more amenable. As soon as Lin Chen's words concluded, the Golden Crocodile de Law promptly retrieved the document. Ning Fengji accepted it and began to examine it alongside the surrounding soul masters. The outline was succinct yet focused, detailing alliance structures and the privileges that would arise post-establishment, including voting rights. Although brief, its content was incisive, and Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with interest. It stated that as one of the top 3 sects, their school would indeed possess voting rights, equating to the influence of a principality. This prospect was undoubtedly enticing for Ning Fengji. As the wealthiest sect in the land, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had both advantages and disadvantages. The Empire, wary of their power, denied them authority and even suppressed them. Yet now, Ning Fengji perceived within this document a symbol of authority. Conversely, the representatives from the 2 great empires, upon reviewing the outline, exhibited a marked change in expression. Although they had certain expectations upon their arrival, the reality of the situation struck them profoundly, particularly with the empire now redefined and absorbed into the alliance. Was this not tantamount to the annihilation of a nation? Despite possessing a veto power, where is the comfort in such a democratic process compared to the current autocratic decision-making? As for the other sects, some were indifferent, while others found merit in this arrangement. Most importantly, they had laid eyes upon the newly appointed pope. Their mission was twofold: to discern the pope's intentions and to assess his true capabilities. This is my demand. Lin Chen smiled faintly and rose to his feet. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? I oppose. We cannot accept such conditions. A titled Delois from the Star Luo Empire exclaimed, his resolve unwavering as he undertook the task of probing the Pope's authenticity. However, before he could finish his statement, Lin Chen casually waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that manifested into a colossal hand, sending him crashing against the wall with a thunderous impact, firmly embedding him in place. Is there anyone else who opposes? Lin Chen, resting his chin on his hand, gazed languidly at the assembly of representatives below. Despite his outwardly amiable demeanor, the shadow cast upon the wall nearby instilled a palpable chill. That figure was a titled Delois, and a formidable one at that, rated at level 95. Yet, in Lin Chen's presence, he appeared utterly powerless. In that moment, The assembly comprehended the magnitude of Lin Chen's strength. Those who had previously harbored doubts were now entirely convinced. I believe this matter is feasible. Ning Fengji was the first to voice his agreement, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School supporting the proposal. Following this declaration, the Sword Doloa beside Ning Fengji stepped forward, signaling his alignment with the decision. At this juncture, Lin Chen also recognized the prowess of Chen Xian, a level 96 titled Doloa. However, with Ning Fengji's amplification, his strength could even surpass level 97, indicating that the two could not be treated lightly together. Meanwhile, the remaining sect representatives hurriedly nodded in agreement. After all, the example set by the Star Luo Empire was right before their eyes. How could they dare to oppose? The representative from the Heaven Do Empire had intended to voice a challenge, but having witnessed the consequences of dissent, he refrained from uttering a word. Lin Chen surveyed the room, and at this moment, all present expressed their consent. Just then, the representative from the Star Luo Empire, who had been forcefully embedded in the wall, emerged. "Do you still oppose?" Lin Chen inquired with a smile. The latter dared not respond. To agree felt impossible. Yet to oppose was equally daunting. Observing his silence, Lin Chen chose to disregard him and continued, "Since you have arrived, you may as well witness the Soul Master Alliance I have proposed." With that, Lin Chen unveiled the promotional materials he had meticulously prepared. This was not the work of Lin Chen, but rather that of a cardinal clad in red. Of course, the contents were penned under Lin Chen's guidance, and he was well aware of it. The intention behind presenting this now was to demonstrate the advantages of the alliance to the assembly, encouraging them to embrace it willingly. Present were prominent figures from various factions, each wielding considerable influence, albeit not decisively, over those in power. Thus, it was worthwhile for Lin Chen to elucidate the matter to them, as doing so would significantly mitigate resistance to the subsequent actions of the Spirit Hall. Consequently, Lin Chen devoted some time to expound upon the subject. Observing the reactions of the assembly, the worshippers of the Spirit Hall realized that the unification of the continent was indeed inevitable. Chapter 169. Gathering information. Ning Fengji and his companions had spent 3 days in Spirit City. Under Lin Chen's guidance during this period, they had come to understand the general process of his plan for unifying the continent. In summary, there were 2 key points. First, the decentralization of power. The existing powers of empires, principalities, and kingdoms must be dispersed, granting representatives of the people the right to vote. The second point involved the integration of the Spirit Master community. Although the Spirit Hall appeared to manage the Spirit Masters, it was merely a unique faction. Being privately held, it was prone to power disputes and dark undertones. Now, Lin Chen was comprehensively reforming the Spirit Hall, transforming it into the Spirit Alliance, with transparent power structures and numerous policies greatly benefiting Spirit Masters. Additionally, the advent of universal law. Previously, Spirit Masters held themselves in high regard, often disregarding ordinary individuals, viewing them as mere ants. However, Lin Chen's universal law emphasized equality between Spirit Masters and common folk, ensuring that his reforms would not face resistance from the latter. Nevertheless, these measures alone were insufficient. After all, it was the Spirit Masters who predominantly governed this world. To facilitate a smooth reform, Lin Chen needed to undertake a particular task. This task was straightforward yet somewhat cumbersome, requiring him to traverse the continent extensively. Indeed, it was to establish a Spirit Master Academy under the Spirit Hall. Presently, the existing Spirit Academies offered mundane instruction, with the quality of education largely dependent on the instructor's expertise. Lin Chen's objective was to gather comprehensive information about Spirit Masters across the continent, particularly from sects and families. These entities were notoriously protective of their knowledge, often refusing to share it with outsiders. This was unacceptable. Lin Chen needed to engage them in discourse. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to revel alone. Good things are meant to be shared, are they not? At that time, Lin Chen intended to consolidate all the data on Soul Masters across the continent. This endeavor would not only enrich the Martial Soul Academy, but also facilitate the construction of a grand library. The objective was to gather the various methodologies of Soul Masters and an array of information, including details on soul beasts, thereby transforming it into a sanctuary of knowledge. However, this is a matter for another time. Lin Chen had another consideration in mind while collecting this information, to ascertain whether he could uncover methods of energy fusion within it. This task took precedence. Thus, after arranging matters in the martial Soul City, Lin Chen set forth on his journey. He had no concerns about what might transpire in his absence, for during the past few days, he observed that Bibi Dong was either brainwashed by him or influenced by other factors. Regardless, she was exceedingly invested in this matter, even more so than Lin Chen himself, frequently visiting him to discuss plans. By now, she had commenced the establishment of departments. Simultaneously, the Martial Soul Alliance's promotional efforts across the continent had also begun. From the Martial Soul Sanctuary to the smallest branches, all received orders to initiate reforms. It must be noted that the influence of the Martial Soul Hall was substantial across the continent, with numerous fervent soul masters exhibiting a fanatical loyalty akin to a religious devotion. With their assistance, coupled with the inherent strength of the Martial Soul Hall, the reforms encountered little resistance. The primary challenge lay on Lin Chen's side, where reasoning was often required. He needed these factions to reveal their foundations. Even those who had not heard of Lin Chen, including Ning Fengji, who had witnessed Lin Chen's prowess, instinctively recoiled at such demands. Fortunately, Lin Chen's actions proved remarkably persuasive. After effortlessly defeating Chen Xian, who was amplified by Ning Fengji's support, he ultimately acquired what he sought from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. For the less powerful factions, a mere display of his aura sufficed to compel their submission. The more formidable factions, however, necessitated a demonstration of skill. The most vexing were those who would rather perish than yield, resisting as if their very existence depended on it. Ultimately, Lin Chen had no choice but to incapacitate them all before claiming what he needed. Thus, after a week or two of traversing the Dola continent, Lin Chen had gathered an extensive collection of the requisite materials. Along the way, he also explored the Stardoe Forest and the Sunset Forest, collecting various treasures of heaven and earth. Additionally, Lin Chen hunted several soul beasts, including those aged 10, 100, and 1,000 years, for research purposes. As for the ancient soul beasts, those exceeding tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years were exceedingly rare and predominantly possessed intelligence. Utilizing them for research would be unduly cruel. Moreover, the principles governing soul rings were largely consistent, differing primarily in terms of age and energy potency. Lin Chen delved into the study of those lower-tier soul rings, yet his progress was limited. The unfortunate reality was that these soul rings would dissipate after a certain period. Otherwise, Lin Chen would undoubtedly have made even greater discoveries. Nonetheless, he gleaned an essential truth. The essence of soul rings is akin to that of soul power. One could assert that soul rings are composed of soul power, albeit with differing structures, which allows for their seamless integration with soul masters. This phenomenon resembles the effect of energy superposition, and it is indeed permanent. Lin Chen pondered the reason why soul masters could only attach one soul ring for every 10 levels. Even those with twin martial souls could only accommodate one additional ring. What constraints govern the quantity of soul rings? Why was it that soul masters could not augment their number of soul rings in multiples? Why was the addition of a soul ring limited to every 10 levels rather than allowing for one at each level? This conundrum troubled Lin Chen for several days, and ultimately, he arrived at no definitive conclusion. It was simply the nature of the world's rules, much like how one must use their eyes to navigate. Closing them renders the path invisible. In contrast, bats can navigate using echolocation, rendering their eyesight unnecessary. Such is the law. Lin Chen could not alter the rules, but could only seek the mysteries within them. Upon returning to Spirit Hall City, Lin Chen was met with a fervent welcome. In a mere fortnight, based on the three-step plan he had previously outlined, the Spirit Alliance had taken shape. The result of this was remarkable. Nearly 80% of the forces across the continent had joined the Spirit Alliance. It is noteworthy that previously, while approximately 70% of Soul Masters belonged to the Spirit Hall, nearly half were merely nominal members, truly aligned with various factions. Now, however, with the establishment of the Spirit Alliance, all these factions had come together. It could be said that the Spirit Alliance now boasted around 90% of the Soul Masters across the continent, a staggering statistic. The offerings of the Spirit Hall, with the exception of Qian Daolu, were thoroughly convinced by Lin Chen. Chapter 170. Divine Position. The progress of the main quest aligned with expectations. Advancing steadily as Lin Chen traversed the continent, reasoning with various factions. However, regarding the side quest, Lin Chen found himself at a loss concerning his strength enhancement. The The fusion of energy was an aspect that needed investigation, and it was likely the key to his power increase. Before departing, Lin Chen had entrusted the task to the second offering, Golden Crocodile de Law, along with several cardinals. Yet upon his return, a mere glance revealed to Lin Chen that they had achieved nothing. Yet, Lin Chen had long anticipated this outcome. At this moment, the Soul Master Alliance had yet to establish a formidable reputation. Despite the large number of participants, many remained unaware of the true nature of the alliance. He believed that in due course, once its prominence was secured and following the transition of power within their respective empires, kingdoms, and principalities, the alliance would be amalgamated into one. At that time, under the auspices of nearly all factions, the name of the Soul Master Alliance would undoubtedly resonate powerfully. By then, a steady influx of talent would be selected through examinations, assessments, and evaluations to be allocated to various departments. This moment did not seem far off. By the third phase of the strategic plan, the system should be refined. A month's time was required, neither excessively long nor particularly short. However, Lin Chen was patient and could utilize this period for personal research, ensuring that time would not be squandered. Concurrently, he had yet to thoroughly examine the trove of materials he had gathered from his previous journeys across the continent, and now, with time on his hands, he could delve into them. In the side chamber of the Pope's palace, Lin Chen was meticulously outlining the plans for the upcoming month when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Without needing to look, he instinctively knew who had arrived. With a wave of his hand, the door swung open, and Bai Dong entered. "You've come at the perfect time. I'm just about to finalize the Soul Master Alliance's plans for next month," Lin Chen remarked without lifting his gaze, engrossed in his notes. "I did not come for that matter," Bai Dong replied, her tone somewhat subdued, yet not jarring. "What is it then?" Lin Chen finally lifted his head. "Do you know of the divine?" Bai Dong whispered. "It refers to beings that transcend the 100th level." Lin Chen's power remained an enigma even within the spirit hall. He had never revealed his martial soul nor exhibited his soul rings. Despite this, his strength was astonishing, capable of defeating even Qian Daolu, a peak level 99 Dolaw. One could only speculate what his true power might be upon manifesting his martial soul. Was it the legendary 100th level, or perhaps the might of a deity? There were even whispers suggesting that Lin Chen might be an envoy from the divine realm, for his strength was unparalleled and his methods of attack utterly unfathomable, devoid of visible soul rings. "Why do you inquire?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, curious about her interest in his prowess. "No," she replied, "I wish to ask. If presented with an opportunity to ascend to divinity, fraught with peril and the potential loss of life, would you risk it?" "Me?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment. "I have no interest in becoming a deity. My sole focus is to enhance the Soul Master Alliance and unify the continent." However, he suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, it seemed that passing the divine trial could lead to a significant enhancement of power. Could he too participate and thus elevate his own strength? Moreover, the divine bestowed soul rings were said to embody divine power. If Lin Chen could obtain it, how wonderful that would be. Naturally, it is not for mere use, but rather for research. It contains an energy that transcends this world, which is of immense research value. Should he unravel its mysteries, Lin Chen would undoubtedly reap profound rewards. Contemplating this, Lin Chen remarked, "You inquire about this. Have you perhaps discovered an opportunity to ascend to divinity?" He recalled that in the original narrative, Dong had also inherited a divine position, yet he remained completely unaware of its specific location or the method of inheritance. "The Rakshasa god has bestowed upon me a divine trial, and I now find myself hesitating about whether to undertake it." Dong harbors some belief in the rumor of Lin Chen being a divine envoy, which is why she approached him to seek answers. What can one gain from this venture? What sacrifices must be made? These are not matters I can disclose. The crux lies within you. Observing Dong deep in thought, Lin Chen paused and inquired, "Where is this Rakshasa goddess trial located? Would it be convenient for you to show me? I wish to witness these deities." "That is feasible, but the location is quite treacherous. Without sufficient strength, one would succumb to madness upon entry." Dong was unafraid of revealing the location of the Rakshasa goddess trial, as the requirements for entry were exceedingly stringent. One must possess at least the strength of a title de law at rank 96 or 97, and the entrance is accompanied by a unique shock. If one's willpower is not steadfast enough, they could instantly become a fool. These two conditions alone would deter nearly all soul masters in the world. Likely, Only a handful would possess the qualifications for entry. However, having qualifications is futile, for the place is exceptionally concealed. At this moment, only Bibidong is privy to its existence, while others remain oblivious. Without Bibidong's guidance, even if others were aware of the divine inheritance, they would not know its location. Yet, in the face of Lin Chen, Bibidong resolved to disclose the site to him. She had two considerations in doing so. First, to test Lin Chen's true strength. Second, if Lin Chen were able to enter, it would also aid her in her divine trial. Just lead me there. Once we arrive, I shall discern for myself. Lin Chen swiftly completed his final preparations and then rose, stating, "Let us proceed." Thus, under Bibidong's guidance, the two exited the spirit city and headed eastward. After walking approximately 2 or 3 kilometers, they arrived at a small slope flanked by woods on either side. Bibidong led Lin Chen up the slope, and midway through, she suddenly veered towards the woods on the right. Not far within, Lin Chen quickly followed. About 3 minutes later, Bibidong brought Lin Chen to a small cabin nestled in the woods. Calling it a cabin was an understatement. It was truly just the size of a restroom. There seems to be something intriguing here. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had not sensed anything unusual, but upon following Bibidong to the front of the small cabin, he discovered that this place was ensnared in a natural maze. Had he not accompanied Bibidong, he would have never managed to enter. Bibidong remained silent, pushed open the cabin door, and stepped inside. Lin Chen watched her enter, yet the instant she crossed the threshold, her presence vanished completely. The interior was devoid of any occupants. It had always been empty. Realizing this, Lin Chen understood that there existed a spatial formation within the cabin. Chapter 171, The Inheritance of the Rakshasa God. A spatial formation is an exceedingly advanced construct, one that does not exist in the realm of mummies. Only mentioned in ancient texts, Lin Chen was utterly unfamiliar with it, possessing only a scant understanding at best. However, there are always connections between formations, and now that he encountered one, with diligent study, he might just unravel its underlying principles. Unfortunately, that endeavor would have to wait. Lin Chen needed to assess the situation first. Meanwhile, in the isolated space of the Rakshasa goddess assessment, Bibidong eagerly turned to glance behind her, anticipating Lin Chen's arrival. She had failed to inform him about the mental impact he would experience upon entering. Nor did she convey that the conditions within this space were entirely distinct from the outside world. Bibidong intended to gauge Lin Chen's strength through this trial. Beyond that, she could conceive of no other method. After all, Lin Chen was shrouded in mystery. To this day, no one knew the nature of his martial soul, rendering any targeted approach impossible. She hoped this time would compel the revelation of his martial soul. In this world, everyone possesses a martial soul. It is a fundamental truth. Even the most ordinary individuals have one. Thus, Bibidong had never contemplated that Lin Chen might lack a martial soul entirely. At that moment, a ripple coursed through the space before Bibidong, signaling that Lin Chen was about to arrive. The initial mental impact he would experience was reminiscent of a dark abyss. Had she not possessed a resolute will and a fierce survival instinct, she might well have succumbed to madness. Even now, the recollection sent a shiver down her spine. As she pondered these thoughts, the waves before her erupted, and Lin Chen's figure materialized before Bibidong. In her expectations, Lin Chen should have immediately knelt, releasing cries of anguish, ultimately enduring a prolonged headache and a period of weakness. Should he falter, he would surely descend into madness. However, no cries of torment nor episodes of insanity manifested. Lin Chen merely frowned slightly. Then, an expression of surprise flickered in his eyes, and that was all. How could this be possible? In the beginning, Bibidong was in immense pain. Even after enduring it, she lay on the ground for a considerable time before regaining her composure. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chen seemed to navigate his situation with remarkable ease. Was there no impact? Or was Lin Chen's willpower simply too formidable? While pondering this, Lin Chen absent-mindedly rubbed his head and remarked, "What just happened? It felt as if a mosquito was buzzing in my mind, and I swatted it dead." "Oh, it's nothing," Bibidong replied, her expression slightly unnatural. The environment here was distinctly different from the outside world. The area where Lin Chen stood was tolerable, but once he exceeded 5 meters, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen had already ventured to a spot 10 meters away by a stone, curiously touching it as if sensing something. Bibidong's incomplete thought piqued Lin Chen's curiosity. What would happen? Nothing, Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, though her complexion grew increasingly uneasy. Internally, she was clamoring for answers. The atmosphere here was saturated with peculiar energy, imbued with negative emotions. Those lacking strength would gradually succumb to mental deterioration, ultimately descending into madness. Yet Lin Chen remained utterly unaffected, which left her in awe. In truth, Lin Chen was merely fortunate. His immunity stemmed from having bathed in the fountain of life within the mummy world. That was a manifestation of Earth's essence, imbued with the power of the land. At present, Lin Chen was shielded by this very energy, rendering him impervious to the malevolent thoughts surrounding him. However, returning to the matter at hand, this independent space was quite intriguing. It was neither large nor small, spanning approximately 2 to 3 square kilometers. A sprawling plain with a prominent tower at its center, strikingly noticeable. Surrounding it were some exceptionally peculiar structures, tall and slender, riddled with numerous openings. As if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Bibi Dong elucidated, the central structure is the place of inheritance belonging to the Rakshasa god, known as the Tower of Rakshasa. Surrounding it are the special race serving the tower, called the Moro clan, who dwell within those openings. The Moro clan is akin to the sole masters of the sea god island, guardians of the divine inheritance. However, they do not enjoy the same privileges as those from the sea god's domain. It is exceedingly difficult for the Moro clan to leave this independent space. Although they are formidable, most being soul saints and many even at the title Daloa level, they remain trapped here, finding it arduous to escape. My lord, what is this? Just as Bibi Dong was explaining, a shadow suddenly materialized before her. The figure had appeared silently, and Lin Chen had been entirely unaware of its presence until it spoke. It was an elderly man, hunched over, with a visage that was both ancient and terrifying. From him, Lin Chen sensed a faint yet palpable threat. Lin Chen mused to himself, this individual's strength is no less than Bibi Dong's. He is at least a level 98 title Daloa. This esteemed personage is the newly appointed Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Lord Wei Jun. With that, Lin Chen was ushered in. While Bibi Dong harbored no concerns regarding her divine position being usurped or any such matters. Each divine position can only be inherited by a single individual. And the Rakshasa god has already bestowed upon him the Rakshasa god's 9 trials. She is undoubtedly the chosen successor of the Rakshasa god. Even should Lin Chen participate in the assessment, the utmost he could achieve would be the 8th trial at best. Upon meeting Lord Wei, the elder displayed no overt change in expression due to Lin Chen's status as Pope. Lin Chen merely nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Bibi Dong, mindful of her purpose in bringing Lin Chen here, realized that her attempts at probing had yielded no results. And now it rested on Lin Chen's ability to assist her. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong led Lin Chen toward the central Tower of Inheritance. The Tower of Inheritance, while not immense, was considerable in size, approximately that of 2 basketball courts, and stood about 40 meters tall. Bibi Dong brought Lin Chen directly to the pinnacle of the tower. This location, ordinary yet eerily enigmatic, was adorned with various statues, with a colossal statue of the Rakshasa god prominently positioned at the center. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet inexplicably, despite having never encountered the Rakshasa before. Lin Chen recognized it as the statue of the Rakshasa god upon first sight. This realization contributed to his sense of unease. This was indeed the site of the Rakshasa god's inheritance. By simply placing one's hand upon the statue, the Rakshasa god would bestow the divine trial. Sensing Lin Chen's uncertainty, Bibi Dong approached the statue and indicated the precise location. Lin Chen nodded and replied, "Let me take a look first." Chapter 172. The 9 Trials of the Rakshasa God. The Tower of Inheritance of the Rakshasa God possesses significant research value. Prior to engaging in the divine trial, Lin Chen resolved to explore the area thoroughly, hoping to uncover any hidden insights. However, after several minutes of searching, Lin Chen found nothing of note. Apart from the central statue of the Rakshasa god, everything else was rather mundane and unremarkable. At this juncture, Lin Chen stood before the statue and turned to Bibi Dong, inquiring, "So, I merely need to place my hand upon it?" "Indeed. Simply rest your hand upon it, and the deity will respond, subsequently bestowing the divine trial," she affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a flicker of skepticism. He had previously scrutinized the statue closely and found it rather ordinary. Apart from indicating its identity as the Rakshasa god, it appeared devoid of any further function. He had detected no signs of energy conduits or formations upon it. If it truly had the capacity to bestow a divine trial, it would undoubtedly employ a method unknown to Lin Chen. This piqued his curiosity, igniting a desire to learn more. Embracing this mindset, Lin Chen focused his attention on the statue, gradually placing his hand upon it. In the next moment, as if a switch had been triggered, the statue suddenly radiated a dazzling black light. This is the trial of the Rakshasa god, the 9th examination, Bibi Dong exclaimed. The 9th examination of the Rakshasa god signifies that once one passes all 9 trials, they shall attain the divine status of the Rakshasa god. However, shouldn't there be only one divine inheritance? Bibi Dong had already undergone the 9th examination of the Rakshasa god. How could there be another? Simultaneously, within the divine realm of the Rakshasa god's temple, the Rakshasa god's eyes sparkled with excitement. This physique was simply too suitable. He placed great importance on Lin Chen's current physical constitution. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by divine laws preventing him from descending to the mortal realm, he would have eagerly ventured to the Doloa world to bring Lin Chen back himself. Nevertheless, he could only contemplate such actions, and bestowing the second 9th examination of the Rakshasa god was the utmost he could presently achieve. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, the Rakshasa god's thoughts were far from his mind. His focus was entirely on the statue. He sensed the direction of the energy flow. It was not being transmitted from elsewhere, but rather emanating from within the statue itself. As for the reason behind this phenomenon, it was undoubtedly a novel method that Lin Chen had never encountered before. He was eager to investigate, yet the brilliance would not persist. It lasted merely 3 to 4 seconds, imparting a message to Lin Chen before vanishing. In the following moment, a streak of light surged towards Lin Chen, attempting to penetrate his forehead. Lin Chen remained vigilant. Upon seeing the light, he instinctively dodged, striving to repel it. However, the speed of the light was too swift. Before he could react, it had already imprinted onto his forehead, revealing a unique mark. Lin Chen touched it and rubbed it vigorously. It wouldn't come off. He felt disdainful. The streak of light harbored the information regarding the 9th examination of the Rakshasa god, and the first trial required Lin Chen to cultivate his soul power for a month. Cultivating soul power? Lin Chen could hardly contain his disbelief. This was utterly unreasonable. An impossible demand, conjured out of thin air. Was this the work of the divine? Although it might be considered exceedingly simple for the inhabitants of the Doloa world, for Lin Chen, it was a different matter altogether. The Rakshasa god, he thought, should relinquish this pursuit. At that moment, Lin Chen's inclination was to seek out the sea god. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong transitioned from initial calmness to astonishment, shock, helplessness, and finally to a state of tranquility. In those fleeting seconds, one could only imagine the tumultuous emotions she experienced. Lin Chen had effortlessly obtained the 9th examination of the Rakshasa god, and yet he sought to evade this burden, only to end up with it, all the while wearing a disdainful expression. Had I known this would be the scenario, Bibi Dong would have certainly refrained from discussing the matter with Lin Chen beforehand. Now, feeling quite helpless, she paused before inquiring, "What was your first trial?" "My initial trial was to venture into the city of slaughter. It is a place of madness, and it took me a considerable amount of time to pass that trial." Lin Chen was aware of the city of slaughter. Despite Bibi Dong's nonchalant tone, only a handful of individuals throughout the history of Daw continent have emerged from its depths. Bibi Dong's successful escape, coupled with the acknowledgement from the Rakshasa god, speaks volumes of her exceptional talent. "My first trial?" Lin Chen replied casually. "It merely asked me to cultivate my soul power for a month. A month seems excessively long and rather bothersome." Listening to Lin Chen's complaints, Bibi Dong felt on the verge of petrification. Cultivating for a month? Is it truly that simple? And you find it bothersome? If this is deemed troublesome, then what would her experience in the city of slaughter be classified as? An insurmountable challenge. To be honest, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a strong aversion to conversing with Lin Chen. His demeanor was infuriating. In the next moment, Lin Chen's words further aggravated Bibi Dong. "I heard there is an island to the west of the continent where the sea god conducts trials. The Rakshasa god is one of the supreme deities, no less formidable than the sea god. At this juncture, you have already received the 9 trials from the Rakshasa god, and the content of the assessment is surprisingly easy. One could say you are destined to be the Rakshasa god. Yet, you still consider seeking the sea god?" Bibi Dong felt Lin Chen was insulting her. Though seething with anger, Bibi Dong managed to suppress her inner turmoil and replied coolly, Yes, it's called Sea God Island. The Spirit Hall had an encounter with Sea God Island previously, and we were repelled. Lin Chen, rather than questioning the implication of being repelled, directly asked, "How does one get there?" "From the western side of the Tiando Empire. You can take a boat from Hanhai City. I shall depart in a few days." Lin Chen initially contemplated leveraging the divine trials to enhance his strength. However, since he could not even pass the first trial of the Rakshasa god, he would have to seek alternative paths, such as exploring the sea goddess domain. As for why he chose to wait a few days instead of leaving immediately, it was because Lin Chen wished to study the spatial formation. By the way, Lin Chen realized he had yet to address Bibi Dong's earlier question. Contemplating, he said, "If you aspire to inherit the divine position of the Rakshasa god, then you should continue with your trials. However, I must express that inheriting another's divine position means that the god ultimately belongs to someone else. If you wish to become a true powerhouse, why not create your own divine position?" In the context of Dolua continent, the notion of aspiring to become a god has traditionally been limited to the path of divine inheritance, as if it were common knowledge among an elite circle. Such is the limitation of our era and the world we inhabit. In a past life, the ancient people could scarcely fathom the concept of a mobile phone, the allure of games, or the vastness of the internet. Their thoughts were confined, akin to Bibi Dong's inability to envision Lin Chen's research department. Chapter 173, My Own Divine Position. My own divine position. A thunderous realization struck Bibi Dong's mind, rendering her momentarily speechless. A divine position is not something one can merely create, is it? She had never contemplated the notion of crafting her own divine position. Yet Lin Chen's words ignited a flicker of desire within her. It felt as though a seed had begun to sprout. She suddenly perceived that should she succeed in creating a divine position, she would surpass all others on the Dolua continent. Disregarding Bibi Dong, who had fallen into deep contemplation, Lin Chen turned and strode outside. As he approached the Tower of Inheritance earlier, he had subtly discerned traces of spatial formations surrounding the area. To put it simply, this isolated space itself was a grand spatial formation, having birth in existence independent of the Dolua world. And it was executed with such perfection that one could not help but marvel at the brilliance of this formation. It was likely a creation of the divine. Otherwise, even a tidal Dolua would find it unattainable. The Moro tribe was indeed an enigmatic race. They spoke little, standing there as if in a state of meditation. Silent and motionless, they seemed to have lost all vitality. Paying them no heed, Lin Chen primarily wandered around, examining the traces of the spatial formation and contemplating how this independent space had come to be. Half an hour later, as Lin Chen scrutinized the boundary of this space, Bibi Dong approached him. This appeared to be a secluded realm, surrounded by an invisible barrier that obstructed any exit aside from the singular entrance. Sensing Lin Chen's confusion, Bibi Dong offered an explanation. The surroundings were enveloped in boundless darkness. Lin Chen had observed for a time without discernible findings, likely needing to wait until they exited to uncover more. "What are your thoughts?" Lin Chen countered her question with one of his own. Bibi Dong had clearly taken her time to ponder deeply before emerging. "You are right. A true powerhouse should create a divine position of their own." She was acutely aware of the monumental challenge that lay in crafting such a divine position. The legend spoke of the sea god unifying the entire ocean to attain the sea god's position. Just how vast is the ocean? It spans 3 to 4 times the area of the continent. The sea is teeming with soul beasts far more numerous than those on land. For the sea god to achieve unity, it must have required an immense exertion of effort. This underscores the difficulty of attaining a divine position. Nevertheless, deep down, Bibi Dong did not believe she was weaker than anyone else. Even as enigmatic as Lin Chen is, she possesses a confidence that rivals his. Previously, during their sparring in the martial Soul City, Bibi Dong had engaged in combat with Lin Chen. However, at that time, she concealed much of her strength, even refraining from utilizing her twin martial souls. It can be said that Bibi Dong's decision to step aside was not primarily due to Lin Chen's prowess in defeating Qian Daolu, but rather because of his philosophy. This advanced ideology, which Bibi Dong had never encountered before, captivated her deeply. These concepts significantly enhanced Lin Chen's charismatic persona, even compelling someone like Bibi Dong to be swayed by him. You must consider this carefully. The difficulty of self-creating a divine position far surpasses that of inheriting one. Moreover, the Reset Sagad is indeed one of the supreme deities, exceedingly powerful, Should you endeavor to create your own divine position, you might only attain a secondary divine status, rendering the two utterly incomparable. Within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was his most ardent supporter, and for this reason, Lin Chen offered her sincere advice. I have made up my mind, Bibi Dong affirmed resolutely. The divine trials posed no adverse effects on one's strength enhancement. Lin Chen did not suggest that Bibi Dong abandon the divine trials. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Very well, let us exit. Lingering here is not beneficial for our health." Indeed, Bibi Dong did not dwell on it further. Her mind was somewhat chaotic, and she longed to return for some tranquility. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the entrance. Lin Chen had previously visited this location, yet it seemed that due to certain restrictions, he had felt nothing unusual upon his arrival. However, now that Bibi Dong was present, Lin Chen distinctly sensed the differences in this place. The next moment, Lin Chen felt a slight frustration. He understood the reason. It was the soul power. The entrance manifested due to the presence of soul power. When Lin Chen had come earlier, he lacked soul power, hence there had been no reaction. Now, with Bibi Dong's arrival and her activation of the soul power, the passageway had appeared. Slightly speechless, Lin Chen perceived the world's hostility towards him as quite palpable. "Wait," he called out to Bibi Dong as she attempted to depart. "What is it?" Bibi Dong turned back, a hint of confusion in her gaze. "Why is it that you are permitted to leave, yet simultaneously not allowed? What is your intention?" he inquired. "Have you ever contemplated why this place exists and how it is connected to Dolua continent? How does this connection manifest?" Lin Chen needed to find an excuse to buy some time. Otherwise, if they exited directly, he would have no opportunity to investigate this formation. After all, studying within the formation posed challenges that were starkly different from those outside. How it connects? I have thought about it, yet the reasons elude me. So I have not pursued it further. Bibi Dong had indeed considered this point. Such utterly unimaginable phenomena were unprecedented in her experience, and despite her prolonged research, no clarity had emerged. Intrigued by the matter at hand, Lin Chen requested Bibi Dong to wait while he delved into his studies. He could not permit her departure, for her absence would sever the supply of soul power, leaving him in a state of confusion. Thus, after approximately half an hour of contemplation, Lin Chen halted, his expression marred by frustration. The energy source employed by the formation was soul power, and its structural design was entirely foreign to him. Consequently, Lin Chen found himself at an impasse, as further investigation was futile unless he could achieve energy fusion, which was not feasible in the short term. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he remarked, "Let us depart. I glean no insights here," and followed Bibi Dong out of that space. For the moment, he could not attend to the formation and resolved to concentrate on energy fusion instead. With this thought, Lin Chen returned to Spirit City, where he began to refine the regulations of various departments, enacting a series of policies in rapid succession. Simultaneously, he commenced gathering information about Sea God Island in preparation for his expedition. Time passed swiftly, and a week soon elapsed. During this period, the promotion of the Spirit Alliance permeated the entire continent, unwavering in Lin Chen's steadfast approach to reasoning. The two great empires, alongside numerous principalities, families, and sects, all allied with the Spirit Alliance. Under Lin Chen's encouragement, various departments began recruiting talent. Chapter 174, Sea God Island. On this day, Lin Chen prepared to embark for Sea God Island. The Spirit Alliance had firmly established its course, with smaller factions voluntarily gravitating towards Lin Chen. Once he eradicated the obstinate elements of some larger forces, he anticipated a period of consolidation. Within 2 months at most, he believed he could complete his primary mission. Though it seemed a simple task to articulate, the initial month had consumed an immense amount of Lin Chen's mental energy. Whether drafting laws or instituting policies, the endeavor was truly taxing. Had it not been for Lin Chen's extensive knowledge, he would have struggled immensely. Fortunately, the most arduous phase had passed, and Spirit City now hosted soul masters dedicated to researching energy fusion, all possessing expertise in the field. Lin Chen was optimistic that upon his return, he would witness tangible results. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen swiftly navigated towards Hanhai City, guided by a map. Hanhai City, the largest coastal metropolis on the western frontier of the Tiando Empire, stood as the most significant port city on the Dolua continent. This colossal city was constructed along the coastline, or rather, upon the mountains by the sea, impervious to the rise and fall of the tides. Its formidable city walls were undoubtedly of a central city caliber, rivaling Spirit City in grandeur. Even before entering, Lin Chen could scent the invigorating aroma of the ocean. The reason for coming here instead of heading directly to Sea God Island is quite simple. Lin Chen is unaware of its location. However, within the city of Hanhai, there are individuals who possess knowledge of where Sea God Island lies, and Lin Chen intends to acquire a map here. He recalls from the novels that many soul masters emerged from Sea God Island, particularly those who had failed their divine trials. By engaging with these individuals, Lin Chen could ascertain the whereabouts of Sea God Island. What? Seek it out slowly? That is not an option, given Lin Chen's current strength and status. Obtaining a map should be a straightforward endeavor. He directly approached the Spirit Hall, now known as the Spirit Alliance, and presented a high-ranking token. Consequently, he swiftly received the desired information. Within a faction at the western port of the city, there exists someone who knows the location of Sea God Island. Without encountering any obstacles, everything proceeded smoothly. Lin Chen approached them directly and, after offering a modest sum of gold coins, successfully acquired a map. However, the map was rather rudimentary, barely indicating the general area. Nonetheless, this posed no issue, as Lin Chen was confident in his ability to locate it. Thus, 2 days later, in the afternoon, after searching over a dozen uninhabited or occupied islands, Lin Chen finally beheld Sea God Island. Why was he able to recognize it so readily? The answer is simple. It featured a statue of the sea god, much akin to the statue of the Rakshasa god. Lin Chen instantly knew it was the sea god's statue upon a single glance. Moreover, the island is safeguarded by soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years, possessing keen senses, which made Lin Chen exert some effort to gain entry. There was a slight disappointment, however, as Lin Chen did not encounter the colossal whale soul beast described in the novels, one that approached hundreds of thousands of years in age. Nonetheless, this mattered little. Lin Chen's purpose for coming here was solely for the divine trial. The divine trial on Sea God Island differs from that of the Rakshasa god, which only requires touching the statue. In contrast, the sea god is more grandiose. Having established the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, he bestowed divine power upon these pillars, which serve to convey the deity's will. Each pillar can test incoming soul masters, and based on their strength and potential, they receive varying divine trials. Lin Chen's objective is one of the 7 sacred pillars, specifically the hippocampus sacred pillar, which is currently the closest to him. At the base of this pillar stands a titled dual-level soul master acting as its guardian, merely a weakling. Lin Chen easily subdued him and set him aside. He then commenced touching the hippocampus sacred pillar. Lin Chen remembers that in the original text, the sea god's trials are categorized by levels, with varying degrees of difficulty. There seem to be assessments of white, yellow, purple, black, and the highest red level, akin to the colors of soul rings. Additionally, the most formidable test is the golden assessment, known as the 9 trials of the sea god. Much like the 9 trials of the Rakshasa god, once one passes, they may directly inherit the divine position. At this moment, Lin Chen placed his hands upon the holy pillar, harboring a faint anticipation for the impending assessment. Just as he contemplated, the holy pillar suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. Behold, a golden legend. This golden light was so resplendent that even in daylight, it could be discerned clearly hundreds of meters away, emanating an overwhelming aura. In an instant, the esteemed Poseidon, a peak 99 level Deloitte, was jolted from his meditation on the Sea God Island, akin to a startled spirit. The direction of the holy pillar of the seahorse, the essence of the sea god. Murmuring to himself, Poseidon swiftly darted forth, soaring towards the holy pillar of the seahorse. Simultaneously, within the sea god palace in the divine realm, the sea god's spirit was invigorated as he cast his gaze downwards. This physique is truly remarkable, so harmoniously aligned with divine power, a natural divine body. And is that the mark of the Rakshasa god? I must have a proper conversation with him. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, Poseidon and the sea god's reactions were unfolding as he was absorbing the information about the 9 trials of the sea god within his mind. Indeed, Lin Chen had acquired the same trials as Tang San in the novels. Passing them would allow him to inherit the divine position of the sea god. The first trial was not particularly arduous. Lin Chen merely needed to ascend to the pinnacle of Sea God Island, the Sea God Palace. The Sea God Palace was a sacred site, dedicated to the venerable sea god, and also the sole structure atop the Sea God Mountain. It is the true essence of Sea God Island, often referred to as the island within the island. This small isle culminates at the Sea God Palace, which is preceded by a grand staircase comprising 1,001 steps. Only by ascending these 1,001 steps could one enter the Sea God Palace. Lin Chen was aware of this. In the novels, Tang San and his companions faced a similar trial, albeit they only needed to ascend a few hundred steps. Yet Lin Chen was required to scale the entirety. How intriguing. With this knowledge, Lin Chen did not linger. He sensed a formidable presence approaching from the east. Should he delay, he would surely encounter it. This individual could not possibly be weaker than Qian Daolu and was likely the legendary chief priest of Sea God Island. Poseidon himself. Presently, Poseidon enjoyed a natural enhancement of power upon the Sea God Island, easily capable of dispelling even Qian Daolu, if Qian Daolu found him challenging. One could only imagine the difficulty he would pose for Lin Chen. Thus, upon sensing the presence, Lin Chen promptly prepared to flee. However, he was ultimately a step too late. Poseidon appeared beside the holy pillar of the seahorse as if he had teleported. At that moment, Lin Chen was just about to depart. Casting a glance at the scene, he observed the already unconscious seahorse Delaw. Without pondering the circumstances, Poseidon immediately made his way towards Lin Chen.